On Earth, a hapless individual named Wang Chen meets his untimely demise, struck down by a falling mirror, only to find himself traversing into the Marvel Universe, inhabiting the body of an experimental subject. What will transpire next? Chapter 1 Prologue. In the midst of chaos, a hazy expanse devoid of distinction between up and down, front and back, suddenly witnesses a flash of violet light. Pursuing it are two colossal figures, their heights unfathomable, engaged in a fierce confrontation as they chase the radiant beam. The spectacle of their clash is magnificent and dazzling, with spells and techniques effortlessly wielded, causing ripples that shake the very fabric of chaos, leading countless worlds to their doom. Aware that the violet brilliance might escape, the two figures transform into silver and azure streams of light, hastening after it. The silver light, moving in astonishing speed, manifests a gigantic hand, reaching out toward the violet glow. Sensing the impending danger, the violet light swiftly alters its course toward the azure stream, evidently seeking to incite conflict between the two entities, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Ha ha ha, the chaos treasure belongs to me, cackles the azure figure, extending a massive hand toward the violet light. Not if I can help it, Azure Lord, retorts the silver figure, revealing its true form, a colossal being with a human upper body, a serpentine tail, and 6 arms, charging directly at the Azure Lord. Who fears whom? Counters the Azure Lord, materializing as an immense azure serpent, its tail lashing out at the silver figure. In an instant, they are embroiled in a fierce battle, yet both simultaneously deploy azure and silver seals to ensnare the violet radiance. The violet light repeatedly crashes against the restraints, but to no avail. As the two figures unleash their full might, the chaos reverberates, annihilating untold realms. The supreme beings unleash their true power, resulting in devastating injuries. The silver figure loses 4 of its 6 arms, while the Azure Lord's tail suffers a significant severance. Their intense gazes lock onto one another, poised for further combat. Suddenly, the violet light flares brilliantly, executing a teleportation that allows it to breach the restrictions set by the two supreme beings. It darts away, traversing an immeasurable distance, collecting remnants of shattered worlds to restore itself. Upon reaching the boundary of this chaotic domain, the two deities cease their battle and transform into streams of light, pursuing the violet radiance. Sensing the imminent threat, the violet light intensifies, flashing across the chaotic realm to the heart of the Chaos Sea. This domain, seemingly freshly birthed from creation, exudes an aura of danger. The two indescribable entities have crossed into the chaos, continuing their conflict while launching various spells at the violet light, which deftly evades their onslaught. Ahead, a grand expanse emerges, and the violet light rushes toward it. The two deities follow suit into this vast realm, a wild, primordial world, as if it has just been forged from the void. The violet light gathers spiritual materials within, and upon the entrance of the two deities, a colossal mountain in the center trembles, and the river of time materializes, as an axe of light pierces through time itself towards the two supreme beings. Block it with the Chaos Mirror. Go, Azure Emperor's staff. The two deities, witnessing the inexorable axe of light that threatens to suppress time itself, display expressions of terror and struggle in vain against its might, only to be effortlessly obliterated, their bodies and souls severed. Even their primordial treasure shatter. The violet light, grazed by the axe, bears a crack and hastily collects the fragments of its primordial treasures before vanishing into the void. Night in the southern district of Qing City, Earth. A man riding a motorcycle delivers takeout. As he turns onto the road, his phone rings. Wang Chen glances at the caller ID and answers. Hello, is this the Guanhai Tingtai community? I will arrive in about 10 minutes. All right, I'll hurry. After hanging up, Wang Chen mutters under his breath, hurry, hurry, it's like a death sentence. Suddenly, he hears shouts from pedestrians nearby. He looks up to see the violet light hurtling toward him, and before he can react, it strikes him, sending him soaring through the air. In his flight, Wang Chen can only scream, "Heavens, damn you and your ancestors for 8 generations." With a resounding crash, Wang Chen's life is extinguished, his eyes wide open, while his phone continues to ring incessantly, the culprit having vanished in a thin air. Call the police. This young man met a tragic end. What struck him? I couldn't see clearly. It fell from the sky. I thought it was a meteor. Where did it go? Chapter 2. The Primordial Mirror. In a profound and chaotic realm, a violet light streaks across, locating the soul of the individual whose essence remains intact among countless parallel worlds. In a surge of intense violet luminescence, it vanishes from sight. Ah! Wang Chen awakens amidst excruciating pain, his head and body racked with agony, prompting him to scream and repeatedly bash his head against the ground, yet to no avail. His cries draw the attention of the guards. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, can't you be quiet? Brother, why are you arguing with a dying man? He's already been injected with 68 mutant scenes. The fact that he hasn't collapsed is a miracle. He definitely won't survive another injection. Damn monkey, you're making it impossible for me to sleep. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Outside, two white men converse in English. Despite Wang Chen's overwhelming pain, his senses seem heightened, allowing him to vividly perceive the disdainful expressions of the white men. Suddenly, an intense wave of agony surges through his mind, an explosive torrent of information flooding into his consciousness. Wang Chen sweats profusely, writhing in torment as he continues to pound the ground. In a daze, he passively absorbs the information of this new body. He longs for unconsciousness, as the pain feels akin to infernal torture. Blood flows freely as he slows down, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Wang Chen's soul seems to ascend, granting him a moment of liberation. Gazing down, he sees his body, head down and barely resembling humanity, adorned with grotesque bone protrusions, covered in green scales and sporting a tail. His form is riddled with wounds, some exposing white bone, tethered by a metallic collar and a silver chain. A surge of fury rises from the depths of his soul, igniting a fire of rage within him. Suddenly, a violet radiance emerged within Wang Chen's soul, guiding it back into his corporeal form. He once again experienced the excruciating agony that emanated from the depths of hell. Yet, from the depths of a violet mirror within his mind, a strand of ethereal purple light surged forth, merging with his soul. The torment that plagued both his body and spirit began to wane, and amidst a gentle cascade of warmth, Wang Chen found himself unexpectedly releasing a soft, pleasurable groan. As his consciousness regained clarity, he was reluctantly compelled to accept the reality of his transmigration, a truth that was inescapable. The circumstances surrounding his demise being crushed by a meteor were laden with resentment. Ultimately, he embraced the memories of this body, which also bore the name Wang Chen. He was a demon hunter, skilled in the arcane arts and martial disciplines of his homeland. While pursuing a demonic entity, he sustained injuries and, in his attempt to evade the fiend, was rendered unconscious by the Sentinel Special Forces, subsequently becoming a test subject within this facility. What a wretched turn of fate, he mused. Wang Chen felt a surge of anger and hatred towards the Sentinel Special Forces, a sentiment so intense that he wished he could consume them whole. Enduring the torment of 68 variations of mutant scenes, he marveled at how he had managed to stave off genetic collapse, relying solely on the residual magical energy within his body. His memories were fraught with endless suffering and torment. After the fury subsided, a profound sense of desolation enveloped him. Was it his fate to perish upon traversing to this new realm? He refused to accept such a conclusion. Wang Chen tirelessly sought a means of escape, yet his former self had been but a destitute individual, living a life far less liberated than this body. Despite exhausting every conceivable option, death remained an inevitable specter. Despair clung to him like a shadow. Suddenly, the violet mirror in his mind radiated once more, transmitting a fragment of information before retreating into silence. Seizing this lifeline with fervor, Wang Chen eagerly examined the message conveyed by the mirror. It revealed that this violet mirror, known as the primordial realm, was a chaotic treasure that had sustained severe damage while being pursued by two unknown entities. It was also the very cause of his untimely demise. Following this revelation, he received a transmission of the primordial Dao Sutra. The primordial realm possessed the ability to reflect the myriad worlds, replicating the cultivation and artifacts of the destined ones, albeit requiring sufficient energy. With newfound elation, Wang Chen opened his eyes wide, realizing he had a chance at salvation. The primordial Dao Sutra could refine all forms of cultivation techniques. The more sutras he assimilated, the more formidable he would become. Moreover, the primordial realm afforded him one final opportunity for use, after which he would need to replenish its energy, lest it become merely a relic. The pressing question now was what kind of expansive world he should reflect in order to resolve his genetic collapse. As his body began to tremble once more, The familiar pain surged through him anew, sweat and blood cascading down his form. A fierce determination flickered across Wang Chen's contorted visage as he declared, "Primordial mirror, grant me a reflection of the world of immortals." Chapter 3. Reflection. Before the Hongming mirror had the chance to illuminate the world, a transformation began to unfold within Wang Chen. His already inhuman form sprouted unsettling tentacles. And in a mere moment, 8 appendages emerged, thrashing restlessly about, distorting the alloy floor of his cell. Bone spurs erupted from the gaping wounds on his body, rendering him a grotesque creature from a distance. The collar around Wang Chen's neck emitted a piercing alarm, and the air within the cell began to warp, giving rise to flames, gentle breezes, thunder, rain, golden spikes, and stone pillars as aberrant phenomena manifested. As his body neared its breaking point, the green scales interspersed with flesh began to slough off, staining the ground with crimson. Just as his physical form seemed on the brink of collapse, the Hongming mirror finally stirred, soaring forth from Wang Chen's consciousness to hover above him, radiating a resplendent violet light that froze the very fabric of time and space in the cell. Wang Chen's body was immobilized, halting its deterioration. Yet not a single piece of flesh remained intact. He was left with but a flicker of life. His thoughts remained unfrozen. As the Hongming mirror began to project various worlds onto the wall before him, reflections of terrifying, grotesque realms appeared, alongside a technologically advanced world brimming with prosperity, a resplendent dominion commanding the multiverse, and an array of bizarre worlds that flashed before his eyes. Ultimately, the projection settled upon a realm of immortality, where countless small worlds were enveloped in the void. The images on the wall continued to diminish, revealing a towering red celestial mountain, adorned with various spiritual herbs and palatial structures, shrouded in crimson clouds, a truly enchanting scene. The Hongming mirror emitted a beam of violet light that traversed the vast chaos, arriving at this grand world of cultivation, unleashing a surge of purple energy that surged for 3,000 miles toward the red celestial mountain. The luminous violet glow illuminated a small mountain 9 zhang high upon the celestial peak, bypassing various restrictions to arrive before Wu Dao, who was meditating in a secluded chamber. Wu Dao, immediately alert, gazed at the violet radiance before him. The light surged into his body, replicating his essence, and left behind a trace of purple energy before vanishing, leaving only the exhilarated Wu Dao in the chamber. Ha ha ha, I have stumbled upon such an opportunity. It is the innate purple energy. From the projection on the cell wall, a beam of violet light shot forth, reaching the Hongming mirror. It bore a golden elixir imbued with Wu Dao's essence and several magical artifacts. The Hongming mirror trembled slightly, releasing a stream of purple gas that entered the elixir. The golden elixir blazed with intensified violet brilliance, splitting into 3 parts that subsequently entered Wang Chen's consciousness, dantian, and heart. As the golden elixir merged into Wang Chen's body, a vivid recollection of Wu Dao's life unfolded before him, depicting the journey from the onset of his cultivation to the pinnacle of golden elixir perfection, as if he had personally traversed a century of time. The myriad spells and techniques, along with the intricate arts of cultivation, were indelibly inscribed within his consciousness. The Hongming Dao scripture assimilated and refined the Yin-Yang 5 elements Dao scripture, the true demon Buddha's enlightenment scripture, the great Brahma heavenly demon Dao scripture, and the earlier supreme clarity great cave scripture, culminating in a profound legacy of cultivation. The realm classifications of the Hongming Dao scripture diverged from Wu Dao's path, representing the most ancient hierarchy, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to void, and merging the void with the Dao. A radiant violet light shimmered in Wang Chen's consciousness as Wu Dao's experiences began to dissolve, leaving only memories of divine spells and techniques. Ultimately, this violet luminescence coalesced into a seed at the base of his consciousness, giving rise to an ethereal purple lotus that enveloped Wang Chen's fragile soul, drawing in fragments of his previous existence that had yet to dissipate. The various abilities generated by the mutant genes infused into Wang Chen were gradually absorbed by the violet seed, nurturing the emergence of his true name spells. Surrounding the violet seed were the divine seeds refined through the Hongming Dao scripture, encompassing the primordial divine light of the Yin-Yang 5 elements, wind, thunder, ice, electricity, and time and space, along with the reincarnation divine light of the yellow springs and karmic flames, as well as sword mastery, soul refinement, shape-shifting, and myriad other cultivation techniques. The violet seed continuously absorbed the essence of these spells, rapidly sprouting 5 leaves imbued with the powers of the 5 elements. The Hongmeng mirror emitted a violet flame, enveloping 4 floating artifacts, while additional materials surged forth to join them. Time and space were momentarily frozen by the Hongmeng mirror. Wang Chen was unaware of how long had passed. When the flames before the Hongmeng mirror dissipated, a bell, a cauldron, a sword diagram, and a ring materialized. The violet radiance of the Hongmeng mirror pulsated, restoring the frozen time within the cell to its normal state. It then merged the small bell into Wang Chen's third eye and consciousness, ascending above the purple lotus to restore tranquility as the bell seamlessly integrated into the lotus. Cradled by his soul. Chapter 4. Transformation on the frigid heights of the Himalayas. Within a magnificent magical barrier, an ancient dojo housed a bald mage who was sipping tea. Suddenly, her gaze shifted westward as she sensed a distinct aura of temporal laws. The bald mage grasped the artifact at her chest, casting a spell to glimpse the future's changes. While she found no alterations in the future, the presence of the temporal laws was undeniable. She murmured, "Interesting, truly interesting." Once the frozen time in the cell returned to normal, the 3 spiritual treasures in the air instantaneously approached Wang Chen. The violet small cauldron sank into his dantian, while the sword and ring floated before him. However, Wang Chen was oblivious to these artifacts. As a familiar, excruciating pain surged through him. The violet blood within his heart began to release a purple essence, alleviating the genetic collapse, while the violet golden elixir in his dantian commenced the release of purple magical energy to reshape his corporeal form. Wang Chen, fully grasping the profound essence of the Hongmeng Taoist scriptures, envisioned the image of Pangu, the celestial sovereign, cultivating the Hongmeng body. The Panga diagram depicts a divine being, towering above the heavens, seated amidst 36 grades of chaotic green lotuses, wielding the axe of creation, while a luminous disk of transformation orbits around his head. In this boundless chaos, he engages in an exquisite cultivation scene, harmonizing with the 3,000 pathways, radiating infinite brilliance that illuminates the void. Under the mysterious aura of the Panga diagram, Wang Chen's frail body swiftly absorbed the magical essence of the golden elixir within his dantian. His flesh began to grow rapidly. The tentacles that had seeped from his back and wounds fell away, and the green scales covering his body continuously shed. Ultimately, his tail and the bony horns atop his head also detached, as the tainted genes expelled dark impurities from his being. At last, Wang Chen bore semblance to a genuine human. A kaleidoscope of colors began to shimmer around Wang Chen, a manifestation of the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by his genes. The purple blood coursing through his heart absorbed the beneficial genes within his body, gradually transforming into a deep crimson hue. Within this essence, an ancient rune was gestating, representing the birth of his innate bloodline formed through the absorption of energies and genes from other realms, a collision and fusion of 2 sets of cosmic laws. Wang Chen found himself in a state devoid of sorrow or joy, acutely aware of the transformation of his body. Genes that once served as his death knell had now become sustenance for his physical form. However, the gestation of this primal bloodline demanded vast amounts of energy. The purple golden elixir in his dantian had dwindled to a mere wisp of magical essence, yet he was far from completion in this process, a state bordering on absurdity. Reluctantly, Wang Chen awoke from his meditative state, as the lack of energy plunged his bloodline's development into silence. Yet, a message emanated from within: physical body, indestructible diamond, bloodline in gestation, strength of 100,000 gene. Another message resonated within his soul: innate divine ability, incantation in progress. With a rush of exhilaration, Wang Chen stood up, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the collar around his neck. An inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. Grasping the sword before him, he unsheathed it and severed the collar, discarding it with disdain. His heart's fury intensifying as he beheld the debris falling from him. He needed an outlet for his pent-up emotions. However, upon observing his younger brother meandering through the air, the awkwardness eclipsed his anger. He retrieved a floating ring before him, adorning his index finger, and delved into it with his consciousness. Instantly, a vast expanse, approximately the size of 2 football fields, materialized in his mind, filled with an abundance of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, almost forgetting that this was all of Wu Dao's wealth during his golden elixir phase. From within, Wang Chen extracted a violet robe, boots, and undergarments. He sliced his left index finger, letting his blood drip onto the garments, first to acknowledge ownership and then hastily donned the attire. Only after completing these actions did he finally exhale a sigh of relief. Wang Chen settled into a corner of his cell, cross-legged, contemplating his strategies. His mystical powers within the sea of consciousness were rendered ineffective due to the absence of spiritual energy, and the rules had yet to coalesce. The sole resource at his disposal was his telekinetic ability. Summoning his focus, he beckoned towards the chains, and with a resounding crack, they shattered and swiftly flew into his grasp. Satisfactory, yet insufficient. Suddenly, he recalled the formidable defenses and an array of advanced technological weaponry that adorned this experimental base, which caused him some distress. No, it seemed there was still a divine ability he could wield. Wang Chen, filled with enthusiasm, snapped his fingers, causing a blood-red lotus flame to manifest at his fingertips. He quickly extinguished the flame, closing his eyes to scrutinize the divine consciousness within his sea of awareness. Remarkably, there was minimal consumption of energy, and an ecstatic expression spread across his face. Ha ha ha. The red lotus of Inferno, a renowned divine fire from the primordial realms. I shall let you resonate throughout this filthy world. Burn sins. No, I must not become overly indulgent. I need to remain composed and cautious. Fear not, my predecessor. I shall bear your karmic burdens and ensure the obliteration of the Sentinel Special Operations. Wang Chen oscillated between manic laughter and solemnity, resembling a madman. Yet he remained ever mindful of his hatred, raw, unadulterated animosity, a searing resentment that, if left unvented, would prevent this body from truly accepting him. Chapter 5. Preparation. With the threat to his life dissipated, Wang Chen eventually calmed after a spell of madness. He felt an insistent sense that his predecessor had been ensnared by treachery. As he began to sift through the memories of his former self, he uncovered troubling discrepancies. The John couple had summoned him for an exorcism, yet they exuded an odd aura. While expelling a minor vengeful spirit, a hellish demon had unexpectedly emerged, and astonishingly, the John couple had fled long before, which seemed utterly implausible. How could ordinary individuals escape so readily? The information at hand was scant. He would seek them out for retribution once he secured his freedom. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Hunger. Wang Chen's stomach began to rumble. An overwhelming wave of hunger surging within him, a signal that the bloodline in his heart was merging and lacked energy, nearing a breaking point. Damn it. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly retrieved all the elixirs from his Qingquan ring, a mere 15 vials in total. Qingshan Dan, which enhances the primordial spirit, currently of no use. Pei Yuan Dan, which augments spiritual power, not applicable. Shi Sui Dan, which purifies the marrow and enhances cultivation aptitude, of no utility. Shuilian Dan, which heals injuries and boosts vitality, somewhat beneficial. Zilong Dan, which strengthens the physical body and evolves the bloodline, valuable. Finally, the Baigu Dan. I have found you. Wang Chen hastily opened the jade vial, pouring out 3 pills and swallowing them whole. Instantly, a surge of warmth blossomed in his stomach, suppressing the gnawing hunger, yet it was still insufficient. Every strand of his genetic makeup yearned for energy. Wang Chen poured out a single purple dragon pill, and immediately, an intense fragrance wafted through the air, dispelling even his hunger. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and a powerful surge of warmth coursed through his stomach. Heat enveloped him, as if he were a shrimp being boiled alive, radiating warmth from the overwhelming vitality. In his sea of consciousness, a dragon's roar resonated, enduring the discomfort within his body. Wang Chen stowed the remaining pills into his Qingquan ring. Drawing upon the memories of his predecessor, he assumed the Hunyuan stance and began practicing Tai Chi, striving to harness his entire strength. With the awakening of his spiritual consciousness enveloping him, he breathed steadily, feeling his body rise and fall gently. His cells voraciously absorbed the energy of the purple dragon pill, continuously fortifying him, while the crimson droplets in his heart also assimilated the pill's essence, gradually restoring the primordial runes within. In his dantian, threads of magical power began to form, multiplying with each passing moment. This was achieved without actively cultivating the Hongmeng Dao Sutra. His body's vitality was so potent that it instinctively refined essence into qi. Even his mental strength in the sea of consciousness was steadily increasing. After approximately half an hour, Wang Chen emerged from his meditative state, exhaling a breath infused with a black-red aura that solidified in the air, instantly creating a fist-sized hole in the alloy wall opposite his cell. Boom. Bang. Wang Chen, filled with joy, flexed his limbs. Each punch he threw into the air resonated with a thunderous sound, and a casual kick to the metallic floor produced a small crater. He sensed the magical power in his dantian, now filled to capacity, with the Hongmeng cauldron rising and falling at its center. He had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of refining essence into qi, Yet he realized he had absorbed less than 1/5 of the purple dragon pill's energy, with the remaining energy concealed within his body, as the blood vessels in his heart continued to absorb and cultivate it. Wang Chen picked up the sword before him. Earlier, while in meditation, the Hongming mirror had transmitted a message but then fell silent. He recognized that he would need to charge it for future reflections upon the heavens. Energy was tied to fate. The Hongming mirror required fate to mend its wounds, and the means to acquire fate was to engage in significant events within this world. Additionally, he recalled the information regarding the spiritual treasures before him. Only the ring was the Qinquan ring, while the other tools were named after Hongming. Now, Wang Chen felt he had the means to forego beef. Reflecting on the torment endured by his predecessor's soul, he could not fully empathize. Yet upon his arrival in this world, he had experienced excruciating pain that was simply indescribable. Damn, has that yellow-skinned monkey perished? He hoped it had not, for he wished to avoid those terrifying scientists. Surely, it wouldn't be long before those frightening scientists would arrive. Damn it, what's wrong with you? I can't help it. These scientists aren't even human. Shut your mouth. I don't want to become a test subject. All right, fine, brother, I'll keep quiet. Oh, can this yellow-skinned monkey withstand this injection once more? Why do you ask? Was it not mentioned that he possesses a gene capable of suppressing genetic conflicts? Oh, I see. You aspire to become a mutant as well. Hush, keep your voice down. They all desire it. Otherwise, why engage in such research? Who wouldn't he yearn for extraordinary powers? Yet, I do not wish to become a grotesque creature. Alas, there seems to be no remedy for that. Let it be, let us drink instead. Regardless of the outcome, it is unlikely to concern us. Chapter 6. Playfulness. Wang Chen, confined within his cell, overheard the conversation of two individuals outside, which felt as if they intended to cultivate him into a mere livestock. The murderous intent within him was nearly uncontrollable, yet he forced himself to endure, biding his time for the arrival of those deranged experimenters, lest they escape before he could act. Clang, clang. General, Doctor. The two soldiers at the entrance ingratiated. Is subject 09999 still alive? A middle-aged voice inquired. No, came the hurried reply. Good. Open the door. The doctor's tone was remarkably flat, yet his eyes gleamed with fervor. Understood. Everyone, prepare swiftly, commanded a young man in a white lab coat, standing beside the middle-aged man. Around them, approximately a dozen experimenters donned in white hurriedly arranged the necessary apparatus for the experiment, while a squad of fully armed special forces stood on vigilant guard. I'm opening the door now, a soldier announced cautiously. Proceed, the doctor responded, his voice laced with boundless enthusiasm. Can the individual inside truly grant us complete mastery over genetic power? The general queried with a hint of skepticism. Indeed. Do you know how many genes he has integrated? The doctor proclaimed with fervor. How many? 68. How many? The general's composure shattered, his gaze fixated eagerly upon the titanium door. The prospect of a transformed life danced vividly in his imagination. He has survived the integration of 68 genes. This is the key to our divine power. The doctor declared passionately. The captive within is their gateway to mastering genetics, a panacea for immortality, the inception of divinity. In time, they shall become gods. They shall embody the divine. The eyes of those clad in white lab coats sparkled with unabashed greed and fervor. Who among humanity does not yearn for great power? Who does not desire eternal life? Wang Chen is that very beginning. His cells can merge with genes without disintegrating. This is the opportunity bestowed upon them by the heavens, and they must seize it with unwavering resolve. Clang. Two soldiers cautiously opened the imposing titanium alloy gate, towering at over 5 meters and spanning 3 meters in width. The general and the doctor, their expressions fervent with anticipation, stepped inside first, followed closely by the lab technicians in white coats. Where is everyone? The doctor exclaimed, his face contorted with shock and fury. Guards. The general's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice rising in terror. Hello there. Over here, behind the titanium gate. Wang Chen grinned mischievously, though a chilling malice flickered in his eyes. It was this scoundrel who had infused him with 68 different genes, a memory he preferred not to revisit. He aimed to exact a brutal revenge, intending to reduce them all to mere pulp and annihilate their entire lineage. Subject 09999. From where did you acquire your garments and weaponry? You've miraculously recovered. The doctor gazed in horror at Wang Chen, who was clad in a purple robe and wielding a sword. Guards, hurry. The general, witnessing Wang Chen's intact form, felt a wave of dread wash over him as he desperately called for assistance. The elite soldiers on alert at the entrance, upon hearing the unexpected commotion from the cell, rushed in. Upon hearing the general's cries, Their pace quickened, and they entered the cell, shielding the general, the doctor, and the technicians behind them. Their firearms aimed unwaveringly at Wang Chen, their fingers poised on the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from their automatic rifles surged toward Wang Chen, who continued to smile at them. A transparent psychic shield materialized around him, causing the projectiles to fall harmlessly to the ground. Clink, clink, clink. A telekinetic? The lead soldier sneered, relishing the challenge posed by such a formidable opponent. He swiftly unholstered a technologically advanced grenade from his belt, activating it before hurling it at Wang Chen. This sonic weapon was designed to incapacitate mutants, posing no threat to ordinary humans. However, after a dazzling flash, Wang Chen remained unfazed, still grinning. What? The lead soldier's expression shifted dramatically as he gestured for a retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to fire furiously at Wang Chen. The general and the doctor, witnessing the futility of the soldiers' efforts against Wang Chen, exchanged startled glances and hurried toward the exit, intent on fleeing from this demon. Clang. Where do you think you're going? We haven't had a proper chance to bond yet. Wang Chen observed the doctor and the general attempting to escape, finding the situation far too entertaining. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped at the titanium gate, which slammed shut with a resounding crash. Fortunately, the experimental equipment they had brought in provided some illumination. Otherwise, the cell would have been engulfed in darkness. Wang Chen chuckled, pleased with the effectiveness of his telekinetic abilities. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, both the doctor and the general turned ashen, their expressions filled with sheer terror. Some of the researchers behind them had even soiled themselves in fright. Chapter 7. Carnage. The cell was filled only with the deafening sound of gunfire and their ragged breaths. Ah, damn it. Those cursed yellow-skinned monkeys. Die, you monster. The special forces, undeterred, fiercely pulled the triggers at Wang Chen, their mouths spewing curses. Bang, bang. Wang Chen, upon hearing their vile utterances, finally retracted his smile, his expression turning icy as he regarded the soldiers. Die. With a swift motion of his right hand, he gestured towards the two massive alloy doors. The enormous titanium gates creaked ominously as they were wrenched open by his telekinetic force, hurtling towards the special forces with deadly intent. FCK. Oh no. Please no. Crash. Crash. Amidst the soldiers' desperate screams, the two titanium doors crushed them into a gruesome pulp, leaving only one soldier, who was fortunate enough to be standing at a distance, alive, yet he was so terrified that he had wet his pants. Ugh, ugh, devil. You are a devil. Ah, I am not a devil. I am your beloved number 09999. Wang Chen laughed heartily as he approached them, his laughter resounding with a villainous glee. He felt an exhilarating surge from his very soul. His telekinetic powers were steadily strengthening, suggesting that his previous incarnation was quite satisfied, willingly merging with him. Perfect, simply perfect. You truly have fused those genes. I was right. The doctor, instead of being fearful, erupted into mad laughter, his words manic with excitement. His research had not been in vain. Number 09999 was indeed their key to divinity, and he gazed at Wang Chen as though he were a masterpiece. FCK, you madman, you're only provoking him. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The general shouted in sheer terror. Wang Chen observed the disarray of those before him, memories flooding back of their countless injections of genes into him, twisted faces and contorted smiles igniting an uncontrollable fury from the depths of his soul. You shall perish. Crimson lotus flame, arise. Burn away the wickedness. A blood-red flame ignited upon Wang Chen's fingertips, filled with malice. He hurled it towards them, and in an instant, the cell became engulfed in scarlet flames, consuming both the white-coated researchers and the soldiers alike. Ah, no, please. It hurts. My soul is burning. Ah, the cacophony of exclamations. Wang Chen laughed maniacally, reveling in the splendid scene before him. He sensed the crimson lotus flame growing stronger, a most delightful revelation. The occupants of the prison cells were incinerated by the divine fire, reduced to naught but ash, their souls consumed entirely. A true obliteration. The crimson lotus flame returned to Wang Chen's grasp, barely coalescing into a third-tier lotus shape after devouring their karmic sins. A blaring alarm echoed through the experimental facility, signaling the discovery of Wang Chen's emergence. Observing the ventilation ducts spewing forth green smoke, he watched as the prison rapidly succumbed to the haze. In an instant, his vision blurred, fatigue overwhelming him. Yet, before he could harness his mystical powers to dispel the toxin, his body astonishingly adapted, his bloodline likely in play, rendering him virtually immune to poison. With a beaming smile, Wang Chen stepped out of the cell, the Hongmeng sword in his left hand. and a blood-red flame lotus igniting his right index finger, resembling a sorcerer of the dark arts descending upon the world. The world has become tainted anew. Let the crimson lotus flame purify it. Upon uttering these words, he hurled the flame lotus skyward, where it fragmented into myriad small flames, disregarding walls as they surged toward the throngs within the base. Each individual steeped in heinous sins, relentlessly pursued and engulfed by the scarlet blaze. What is happening? Oh God! Save me! The pain is unbearable. The anguished cries resonated, a symphony of despair that Wang Chen savored with manic delight. Subject 09999 has completely lost control. Everyone flee. Surviving personnel within the experimental facility scrambled in a frenzy, evading the terrifying crimson flames. Ah, you are unharmed? Wang Chen mused, observing two soldiers at the corridor's end, his guards. Seemingly devoid of sin, or perhaps merely lightly stained. You fiends! I shall end you! They screamed in terror, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in a desperate attempt to slay him. With a mere thought, a psychic shield manifested before Wang Chen. He waved his hand, redirecting the fallen bullets back at them with telekinetic force. He cared not for their innocence. All who worked in this base were destined for demise. A fierce aura of murder flashing across his visage. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the two were riddled with bullets, transforming the scene into a veritable hornet's nest. Chapter 8, Fury. The entire experimental facility had devolved into a hellish nightmare, with personnel, soldiers, and officials engulfed in flames of red lotus fire, their anguished cries echoing throughout the compound. Yet, Wang Chen strolled leisurely down the corridor, as if relishing a magnificent symphony. With his eyes closed, he extended his consciousness over the entire base, witnessing the workers ignited into living torches, their wails intoxicating him. Some test subjects reveled in the suffering of the personnel, while others fled in terror. In a storage room, he discovered his wallet, identification, and some mystical artifacts. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, wielding a long blade. A grotesque grin plastered across its face, a stitched scar marring its forehead, rendering it both eerie and repulsive. As the monstrous figure swung its blade toward Wang Chen, a transparent shield materialized before him, deflecting the attack. Wang Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the creature with amusement. The creature's expression shifted to one of panic as it attempted to flee, only to find itself suspended in midair, unable to move. Poor insect. Did you truly believe I had not noticed you? Wang Chen scoffed, deftly evading the creature's blade. He found the weapon intriguing, speculating it might be crafted from adamantine alloy, and promptly stored it within his spatial ring. By the way, what manner of monster are you? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ugh. Oh dear, my apologies. I forgot you cannot speak. No matter. You are merely a genetic aberration, he declared. To hell with you. Losing interest in the creature, Wang Chen summoned a strand of blood-red flame that surged toward the monster. In its horrified expression, it transformed into a blazing torch, consumed entirely in mere moments. The scarlet red lotus fire began to return, dancing upon Wang Chen's fingertip, coalescing into a third-tier lotus platform, exuding a ghastly yet enigmatic aura. Without further hesitation, Wang Chen hastened toward the storage room. As he passed the cells housing the test subjects, their pleas reached his ears. Sir, please, end my suffering. Sir, grant us release. Sir, we can endure no more. Sir, we implore you. Sir, we beg you. Standing in the corridor, Wang Chen gazed at the formless subjects within the cells, an inexplicable suffocation enveloping him. Rage ignited fiercely within his heart. It was not merely the fury of his predecessor, but a wrath born of his own past, as an inconsequential figure in a previous life. His eyes turned blood red as he coldly uttered, "Are you certain? Sir, we are eternally grateful for your salvation. Sir, thank you immensely. Thank you very much for your kindness. Sir." From the two cells closest to Wang Chen, the voices of two subjects expressing their gratitude filled the air, soon followed by a chorus of thanks resonating from all the subjects along the corridor. "Allow me to accompany you on your journey." Wang Chen, with an inscrutable expression, ambled down the corridor. As he passed each cell, a series of explosive sounds erupted. He had crushed the skulls of the subjects with his telekinetic force. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, his pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Ah! Bang! Boom! With a shout imbued with murderous intent, the corridor and cells behind him crumbled, and he exited with a stoic demeanor. "Consider this your grave," he remarked, assuring himself that he would cleanse the remnants thoroughly. The entire experimental base lay deserted, the inhabitants reduced to nothingness by the purifying flames of the red lotus, giving the place an eerie and sinister ambience. Wang Chen swiftly traversed the empty base, arriving at the storage room, where he retrieved his identification, a bracelet, and a Han sword, which he secured within his spatial ring before turning towards the cultivation chamber. With a mere thought, he wrenched the titanium alloy door from its hinges. Although he had sensed everything within with his divine consciousness, witnessing it firsthand ignited a fervent blaze of anger within his gaze. Before him lay an innumerable array of his clones housed within a spherical maternal vessel, densely packed throughout the expansive cultivation chamber, evoking chills of dread and terror. Is this truly the key to unlocking divine power? This is indeed a society where man devours man, Wang Chen murmured, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the room filled with his clones. He then drew the red lotus flames back into his consciousness, surprisingly receiving a rich and pure essence of spiritual power in return. The purple lotus within his mind surged with growth, reinforcing his soul, and he seamlessly integrated the fragments of his former self, amplifying his telekinetic abilities. Fire arise. Ignoring the transformations within his consciousness, he bellowed, summoning a flicker of flame from the runes of fire within his mind, only to see them extinguish, indicating that the laws had yet to merge. However, the purple blood droplet within his heart flickered with a crimson glow, channeling a surge of power towards his right hand, which soon cradled a fireball the size of a fist. The fireball continued to swell until it reached the size of a grinding stone, at which point Wang Chen hurled it into the cultivation chamber. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted among the multitude of clones, the fiery crimson flames casting a fearsome and grotesque reflection upon Wang Chen's impassive visage. Chapter 9. Assault Perilous Tower. Perilous Tower. Assemble. Hurry, move swiftly. Soldiers, expedite your actions. Around the experimental base, 2 American warships have been patrolling diligently. Suddenly, alarms blare from the vessels, prompting soldiers to assemble rapidly, with various artillery aimed at the island, poised to obliterate it at a moment's notice. In the warship's command room, the captain is engaged in a telephone conversation with the president. Mr. President, an incident has occurred at the Sentinel Special Operations Experimental Base. Subject 09999 has revolted, and the base has been compromised. It is about to escape. We request permission to launch an attack. What are you doing? How could you let a single subject escape your control? Permission granted to engage. Coordinate with the Department of Defense. The president, visibly irate, abruptly ends the call. Order. The experimental team will strike first. If they fail, initiate a full-scale assault. Understood, Commander. Aye, Commander. Upon receiving the president's authorization, the captain promptly issues the attack command, unwilling to fall victim to the subject. Since the phone call reached the president's office, various factions have learned of the Sentinel Special Operations Subject's revolt, taking a keen interest in the unfolding events, reveling in the government's misfortune of allowing an experiment to escape. In a luxurious villa by the coast of Los Santos, a disheveled middle-aged man, covered in grease and with a light embedded in his chest, descends from the control panel. He is none other than the renowned playboy, Tony Stark. Sir, I have a piece of news that I'm sure will pique your interest. Jarvis, what news? Do tell. It appears that a subject from the Sentinel Special Operations Laboratory has revolted, and the warships are preparing to eliminate it. Jarvis reports. Ah, how intriguing. We must observe this. Jarvis, direct the satellites to the incident location for live coverage. A smile spreads across Tony Stark's face. It is delightful to witness the government's folly. In the office of the principal at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the professor, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly detects a significant energy fluctuation not far from New Apple City. He summons Hank McCoy to utilize the satellite to locate the source of the energy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau in Washington, Director Nick Fury, upon receiving news of the subject's revolt, displays a smirk of schadenfreude. Their relationship with the Sentinel team has never been amicable. He instructs his subordinates to focus the satellites on the site of the incident. Of course, some civilian factions, including Magneto's Brotherhood, the Hellfire Club, various corporate organizations, and Hydra, are also closely monitoring the situation. Within the experimental base, Wang Chen unleashes fireballs towards the cultivation chamber, becoming enveloped in crimson flames. His rage surges to its zenith, activating the power of his evolving bloodline, a manifestation of genetic strength. In a past life, Wang Chen was merely a member of the Yellow Robe Army, an unremarkable individual. Little did he anticipate that the denizens of this world could be so deranged, engaging not only in human experimentation, but also cultivating genetic clones to satiate their grotesque desires. Ha ha, let this world feel the wrath of an ordinary man. Boom, boom. Wang Chen erupted into a frenzied laughter, his right hand conjuring fireballs. Intent on incinerating this hell on earth, he began to stride towards the outskirts of the base, flames continually merging with his being, leaving a blazing inferno in his wake. A strange smile adorned his face as he wielded the magnificent Hongmeng sword, fearlessly stepping through the gates of the base. He has emerged. The experiment has escaped. Quickly, notify the task force to launch an assault. At your command, Commander. Panic ensued in the command room of the warship as they beheld the figure of the Asian man on the large screen, a palpable fear etched across their faces. They were acutely aware that the entire base was devoid of life, reduced to ashes by this demon. The experimental task force, clad in white, comprised 8 members, each with an unusual appearance, all sporting bald heads marred by prominent scars. Upon receiving the orders from the warship, each member displayed an unsettling excitement, rendering them even more grotesque. For among them were physically augmented, charging recklessly towards Wang Chen. One wind-controlling mutant, in a fit of exhilaration, shrieked wildly as he soared through the air towards Wang Chen, unleashing several wind blades in his direction. The remaining experimental subjects, not to be outdone, hurled flames, water projectiles, and earth spikes at Wang Chen. In an instant, he was engulfed by a flurry of dazzling abilities, creating a cacophony of thunderous roars. Ha! It worked. This demon is finally dead. Splendid. What a false alarm it was. The soldiers in the command room of the warship erupted in cheers as they witnessed Wang Chen being struck by the task force's assault. Chapter 10. Like a god. Like a demon as the clouds of dust dispersed, Wang Chen emerged unscathed before the astonished crowd, a mocking expression gracing his features. I expected you wretches to possess some formidable skills. Yet, this is all you can muster? Given the opportunity, you prove yourselves utterly inept. The experimental task force exploded in outrage at his taunts. Damn it, you yellow-skinned monkey. Quickly, eliminate this yellow-skinned wretch. How arrogant. I will crush him to death. FCKU. FCK. Roar. The physical experimenters were filled with rage, their speed remarkable as they swiftly approached Wang Chen. The foremost among them, a hulking figure, accelerated, seemingly intent on utilizing his physical advantage to collide with Wang Chen. With a ferocious roar, the giant lunged towards Wang Chen, leaving deep craters in the concrete path beneath him. Wang Chen regarded the approaching behemoth with a cold smirk, raising his right hand to firmly press against the giant's head, halting his momentum instantly. The giant, his face contorted in agony, relentlessly struck at Wang Chen, the air around them crackling with the force of his blows. Wang Chen merely shifted his head occasionally, effortlessly evading the giant's attacks. I tire of this, Wang Chen mused. Having assessed the giant's strength to be no more than 5 tons, he realized he had been overly cautious about these experimental subjects. With a sudden surge of force, he slammed the giant's head into the ground, the impact akin to a watermelon bursting, while a psychic shield formed around him, blocking the spray of blood. He further employed his telekinetic abilities to immobilize the members of the experimental team, their faces betraying sheer terror. Wang Zichen observed with keen interest the 3 remaining physical experimenters, their grotesque visages now marred by fear, rendering them comically absurd. With a snap of his fingers, he compressed their heads with his psychic power, causing them to explode in succession. Isn't it beautiful? He inquired of the 4 experimenters standing a short distance away, finding their terrified expressions utterly unseemly. He snapped his fingers lightly once more. How dull. With 4 resounding detonations, the heads of the 4 figures burst apart, their bodies plummeting to the ground. What a monster. How is he so powerful? In a luxurious villa by the coast of Los Santos, Tony Stark exclaimed in horror, but his expression quickly shifted to one of amusement. Hee hee. The government has a serious problem on their hands. J-A-R-V-I-S. Investigate this Chinese individual. Certainly, sir. Sir, this individual is named Wang Chen. Resides in New York, is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and exorcist, graduated from Columbia University, has no criminal record, is not a mutant, and has had no communication records for the past month. Huh. These government officials are truly despicable, conducting human experiments. Tony Stark muttered darkly. Professor, is this fellow a mutant? I sense no genetic fluctuations within him. Then how can he be so formidable? You have already investigated his information, and it may indeed pertain to the essence of Huaxia martial arts. Should we not intervene? He is not a mutant. He is not under our jurisdiction. In the office of the headmaster at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor and Hank observed the exaggerated combat prowess of Wang Chen, engaged in fervent discussion. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In the office of the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Nick Fury's expression transformed drastically upon witnessing Wang Chen's astonishing capabilities. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, he suspected the military would be at a loss, and hastily summoned his subordinates to devise a contingency plan. Damn it! A devil! He is a devil! Open fire immediately. Order all weapons to target the experimental subject on the island for indiscriminate bombardment. Understood, sir. Acknowledged. All weaponry aboard the 2 warships was directed toward the island, unleashing a relentless assault. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of missiles and the labored breaths of soldiers. Intriguingly, Wang Chen, upon witnessing the bullets and missiles hurtling toward him, revealed a peculiar smile. He suddenly spread his arms wide, unleashing his telekinetic powers unreservedly. Instantly, the details of everything within a mile radius crystallized in his mind. As a circular domain materialized around him, freezing the incoming bullets and missiles outside its boundary. Gradually, he began to ascend into the air, enveloping himself with his telekinesis, successfully achieving flight as he soared higher and higher. Our attacks are ineffective. Continue firing. Fire faster. Do not cease. Oh God, come save us. This demon can fly. He is heading toward the warships. Wang Chen soared through the sky with exhilaration, relishing the taste of freedom, pondering why these insects incessantly disturbed him. He opened his eyes and glanced at the warships, casually waving his right hand. The bullets and missiles outside his domain pivoted, and with a snap of his fingers, they were sent hurtling toward the 2 warships. With a light chuckle, Wang Chen remarked, "Ah, the missiles are coming. Quick, defend yourselves. Oh no, please no." Boom, boom, thud, thud. Oh. The warships were besieged by successive missile strikes, while bullets mercilessly claimed the lives of soldiers, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on Earth. Amidst the bombardment of missiles, a warship sank entirely beneath the waves, while another vessel valiantly drifted upon the surface, though its condition appeared dire. Why do you not perish completely? Wang Chen gazed at the warship, a fierce crimson light igniting in his eyes. He drew forth the Hongmeng sword, channeling an abundant flow of power into it, causing the violet blade to radiate a resplendent purple luminescence. With a swift motion of his right hand, he swung the Hongmeng sword towards the warship, unleashing a magnificent purple sword aura that surged forth, cleaving through the air with astonishing speed. In an instant, the over 100-meter warship was bisected by the celestial purple sword aura, which continued its relentless path, carving a deep trench into the ocean's surface. The waves roared and surged, retreating tumultuously to either side. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of the warship's explosions and the sound of the sword aura slicing through the sea reverberated, yet the cries of humanity were conspicuously absent, as it was likely that all had perished. Both Tony Stark and Professor X, along with Nick Fury, were rendered speechless by Wang Chen's awe-inspiring strike, lost in a moment of stunned silence. Meanwhile, Jason Turner, the head of the Sentinel Special Operations Team, found himself under the President's relentless barrage. Useless. You worthless fool. If you cannot eliminate this experimental subject, prepare for your doom. Congress will undoubtedly disband the Sentinel Special Operations Team, and your fate will be grim. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. President, Jason Turner replied coolly, devoid of fear, his gaze fixed intently on the image of Wang Chen on the screen. Take care of yourself. The President concluded the call. Jason Turner calmly set down the phone, aware that the capabilities of the Sentinel Special Operations Team were insufficient against Subject 09999. After all, an entity that showed no fear of warships left him questioning whether even a nuclear bomb could subdue it. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to seek external assistance, dialing a number and engaging in a lengthy discussion before ultimately ending the call. Wang Chen observed the warship sinking, the crimson glow in his eyes having faded. An unexpected warmth enveloped his soul, leaving him feeling oddly at ease. Had the burdens of his past dissipated? He gazed skyward, aware that numerous satellites were monitoring him, a strange smile gracing his lips. "I await you," he murmured as he gradually flew towards the dock of the small island. Though the burdens of his past had vanished, a sense of joy eluded him. Was it gratitude from the experimental subjects he had dispatched, or perhaps the fury of those who cloned him? He remained uncertain, for in his previous life, he was merely a delivery man of little consequence. Despite possessing all the powers of Wu Dao, his state of mind still required his own cultivation, leaving him in a state of confusion. Forget it, let us head home first. No. Now it should be referred to as Wang Chen's residence in the vibrant Chinatown of Big Apple City. Wang Chen landed at the dock, yet found no vessels in sight, which furrowed his brow. Was he supposed to fly to Big Apple City? No, he was not secure yet. The American government was likely devising plans to apprehend him, and he needed to conserve his strength. Do not push me too hard. If you do, I shall master a spatial technique and cultivate mushrooms all over America. A peculiar smile crept across Wang Chen's face as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, he spotted a dilapidated wooden boat nestled among the coconut trees. He extended his mental perception to inspect the vessel and discovered it was still intact. Excellent. Now he had a means of transportation to return home. With a thought, the wooden boat soared before him, and he used telekinesis to pluck down several coconuts, placing them aboard the boat. Everything was now prepared. Setting sail, heading home. Wang Chen stood atop the wooden boat, which sped swiftly northwest. He rowed using telekinesis, truly realizing the feat of rowing without oars, relying solely on the waves. Holding a coconut in hand, he savored the sweet coconut water, feeling as though he had come back to life. Everything that had transpired before felt like a distant dream. He finally donned a smile akin to that of an ordinary person, shedding the bizarre and sinister demeanor that had plagued him. Now, he had liberated himself from the burdens of his predecessor's vengeance and returned to being himself. What the hell is this? How is the wooden boat moving so swiftly? This Chinese guy is so handsome. Hello there, handsome. Such charisma. Ah, here I come. People aboard a yacht gasped as they witnessed Wang Chen's wooden vessel racing faster than their luxurious yacht, with bikini-clad beauties tossing him flirtatious kisses. Goodness, how utterly shocking. What are these white folks thinking? How can they be so captivated by such a dark and unappealing sight? Standing on his wooden boat, Wang Chen observed the nearly undraped black girls on the yacht blowing kisses his way, nearly losing his balance and falling into the sea. He hastened the boat's speed until he had completely outpaced the yacht, finally exhaling in relief. Huh, Americans are truly something else. But I like it. Wang Chen, standing at the bow, grumbled with a wry smile. In his past life, he had been a mere nobody with no opportunities to indulge. He could only dutifully work as a masseur. Now, possessing remarkable abilities and not being in his homeland, how could he not revel in this experience? After all, sleeping with beautiful white women was a way to avenge his predecessor. Indeed, it was all about retribution. Let us get home quickly. Wang Chen, filled with excitement, accelerated the wooden boat, recalling that he had inherited $2 million from his previous life. Astonishingly rich, this fortune was the leftover money from the herbs he had purchased for his cultivation. No wonder he, a distinguished student from Columbia University, chose to become an exorcist. It was truly a lucrative endeavor. The blissful life he had longed for was finally within reach, and anyone who dared to disrupt it would face dire consequences, including the American government. Emerging from the shadows of the experimental base, Wang Chen felt somewhat carefree, yet he had not forgotten the enmity harbored against the laboratory, which had subjected him to the torment of a hellish existence. The Sentinel Special Operations Team was doomed. Not even divine intervention could save them. Chapter 12. The Purple Star Dao Palace. What the hell? Is this a movie? Wow, how stunning. Is this traditional Eastern attire? Could they be mutants? Incredible. Do mutants dare to be so audacious? Wang Chen navigated upstream into the Hudson River, and onlookers along the banks gasped at the sight of him in the center of the river. Some even called the police. The sirens blared as patrol cars raced down the adjacent road. Casting a disdainful glance at those who dared to spoil his mood, he accelerated past them, landing ashore at an uninhabited stretch near Chinatown in Manhattan. With a mere thought, he caused a gaping hole to form in the bottom of his wooden boat, which soon succumbed to the relentless waters. Satisfied, Wang Chen stepped onto solid ground and made his way to the road, where he promptly hailed a yellow taxi. To 61 Henry Street, he instructed. Got it, buddy, replied the jovial African-American driver, humming a tune as he started the car. Hey, brother, is that traditional Chinese attire? It's beautiful. The driver, evidently a chatterbox, eagerly engaged Wang Chen with a barrage of questions. Yes, it looks quite cool, doesn't it? Wang Chen replied. Absolutely, very cool. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and Wang Chen took the opportunity to inquire about recent events. The driver, ever talkative, shared news about Tony Stark's return from the Middle East and mentioned that the Mutant Registration Act had been reintroduced, though there was little else of significance to discuss. Here we are, exclaimed the driver. Wow, your place is quite grand. I didn't realize you were wealthy. Damn it, I loathe the rich. Wang Chen muttered under his breath. $20, he said, not needing change. The driver continued to chatter incessantly, his words flowing like a machine gun, leaving Wang Chen with a bemused expression. He quickly retrieved a $50 bill from his wallet, handed it to the driver, and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Thankfully, he had discreetly pocketed some cash at the experimental base. Otherwise, today he might have found himself at the mercy of exorbitant taxi fares. Wow, I wasn't even planning to give change. The young black man, filled with excitement, pressed the accelerator, and the yellow taxi shot away in an instant, vanishing from Wang Chen's sight. Damn it, Wang Chen cursed the unscrupulous driver, lifting his gaze to behold a charming old villa that harmoniously blended Eastern and Western architectural styles. From the outside, the villa exuded opulence, adorned with a green glazed tile roof, red wooden columns, and intricately painted eaves, all rich in the essence of classical Chinese aesthetics. The main structure of the villa was a three-story, double-eaved palace-style building, approximately 30 meters long and 25 meters wide, facing south. Its design echoed the grandeur of Ming and Qing dynasty architecture, topped with green glazed tiles and emblazoned with a red wooden plaque inscribed with Tai Chi Palace. Good heavens! The previous owner truly lived in luxury. Hee, but now it all belongs to me, Wang Chen murmured excitedly. He approached the villa's entrance, retrieved his wallet, and fished out the key, unlocking the door and stepping inside. As he surveyed the layout of the grand hall, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were revisiting a place from a distant past. The hall served as a commercial space, flanked by two large antique display shelves showcasing various art pieces. Beneath the shelves, one side housed a comfortable seating area, while the other featured a tea table and refreshments. To the north stood a sizable traditional Chinese medicine cabinet, functioning as a safe, stocked with rare herbs and materials. In front of the cabinet was a lengthy bar counter, approximately 4 meters long, accompanied by several traditional officials' hat chairs. Wang Chen collapsed onto the sofa, finally realizing that his mind had completely relaxed, feeling at ease. With a thought, he delved into the treasures within the Qianquan ring. Only 2 magical artifacts and 3 sets of ceremonial garments remained, along with dwindling spirit stones. Among the artifacts, one resembled a palace, while the other took the form of a mountain peak. He hastily retrieved the palace artifact, bit his left index finger to draw blood, and pledged allegiance to it. This was merely the initial recognition. He would need to refine and subdue it for seamless use. Information about the artifact flooded into Wang Chen's consciousness. The palace artifact was named Ziwei Dao Palace, imbued with the celestial prohibitions of the Ziwei constellation, capable of harnessing celestial power to form a stellar array, primarily for defense and the cultivation of rare herbs. This is simply delightful. Everything I desire seems to come to fruition. Just moments ago, I felt my home lacked security, and now a treasure has appeared at my doorstep. After a hearty laugh, Wang Chen tossed the Ziwei Dao Palace into the air, channeling his energy and forming the necessary gestures. The palace gradually expanded and became ethereal, enveloping the villa and the backyard in a radiant purple glow, briefly revealing a scene of celestial bodies in the daylight sky before fading away. Conceal. After Wang Chen completed the final incantation, he let out a loud shout, causing the Ziwei Dao Palace to vanish, merging seamlessly with the villa. He wiped the sweat from his forehead before finally taking a seat. It was still too much for him. His cultivation at the initial stage of refining essence into qi was not yet refined enough to wield magical artifacts, and the effort nearly drained him completely. Upon introspection, he noted the meager remnants of his magical energy in the dantian and couldn't help but sigh. However, he reassured himself, now I am safe. Even if missiles were to come, I would not flinch. After a moment of mirth, Wang Chen settled into a meditative position, retrieving 1,000 spirit stones from his Qianquan ring, placing them beside him. He began to circulate the Hongming Dao Sutra to restore his magical energy. After all, many were counting on him, and he needed to remain at his peak. Chapter 13. What on earth is this? Wang Chen's entire being radiated a violet glow as he continuously absorbed the stellar energy gathered by the Ziwei Dao Palace and the spiritual energy from the stones around him. As the violet light pulsated, the magical energy within his Ninjiang Dantian steadily replenished. Time passed, and his magical energy accumulated to an impressive total of 129,600 strands, restoring him to the pinnacle of the initial stage of refining essence into qi. Wang Chen opened his eyes, a flash of violet light shimmering within them. He realized it was already evening. Standing up and stretching, he gazed out at the vibrant nightlife beyond his window, murmuring, "Indeed, cultivation knows no day nor night." With a thought, he illuminated the hall's lights. Approaching the tea table, he opened a bottle of mineral water, filling the kettle to the brim. He began to boil water and brew tea, anticipating the arrival of an unexpected guest. The special operations team was likely on their way. Even if they did not come, he would seek them out. Knock, knock, knock. Chenggu, hurry and open the door. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, a voice from outside called out urgently. He looked up to see a young woman at the door, and suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. My goodness, how could such a coincidence occur? Hastily, Wang Chen rose to open the door for her. The girl outside was named Lu Feifei, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Tianxian. She owned a shop that sold golden swallow ornaments, located diagonally across from his own. The twist was that she had a friend named Yang Mi, who, while not exactly identical, bore a remarkable likeness to the famous actress. This was rather extraordinary. "Chengge, you're back. This is wonderful," exclaimed Lu Feifei, her excitement palpable as Wang Chen opened the door. "Feifei, what is going on?" Wang Chen inquired, adopting a tone reminiscent of his former self. "Chengge, we need your help in a hurry. Please let us in." Lu Feifei beckoned urgently, and as she spoke, Yang Mi and two Caucasian girls rushed over. With her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, Lu Feifei ushered them inside. Once they had entered, Wang Chen closed the door and curiously approached the sofa. Amused as he asked, "What on earth has happened? Why the secrecy?" "Oh dear, Chen, you must save us," Lu Feifei pleaded with a pitiful gaze, while Yang Mi and two Caucasian girls looked at him with hope. "If you don't explain the situation, how can I help you?" Wang Chen retorted, handing each of them a bottle of mineral water. "We have all awakened our genes." Lu Feifei hesitated, but ultimately declared, realizing that only Wang Chen possessed the ability to rescue them, as he was a skilled exorcist and had considerable martial prowess. "What? Was it not said that genes can only awaken during childhood?" Wang Chen responded, astonished. "It could be related to this stone," Lu Feifei said, producing a black stone from her bag and offering it to Wang Chen. "Such a precious item. Are you sure you want to part with it?" Wang Chen asked with a smile as he held the stone. "What a treasure. It's just a stone of misfortune," Yang Mi said through gritted teeth. "This is not a stone of misfortune. It's a source stone, a rather valuable item," Wang Chen remarked, feeling his heart race as the purple blood within him surged, enveloping him in warmth. "To us, it appears to be a stone of misfortune," the platinum-haired girl said with a look of grievance. "Indeed. We haven't had a proper meal or a good night's sleep in days, all due to this stone," the red-haired girl exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "Only this platinum-haired girl among you has transformed into an elf. The rest of you appear unchanged. Why are you still frightened? Besides, haven't you awakened your abilities? Why not use them?" Wang Chen inquired, puzzled. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, and the other two girls felt somewhat embarrassed after Wang Chen's words, and Lu Feifei shyly replied, "I awaken the power of ice water, but I can only summon a tiny amount. Yang Mi has fire abilities, but just a small flame. Alice can control a few plants, while Ada can manipulate metal, but she can't even make a spoon float." As she spoke, their faces sank further into their chests. "Uft." Wang Chen, who was sipping tea, sprayed it out upon hearing their declarations. "What on earth is this? Is there a weaker mutant than you four?" The girls' faces flushed with embarrassment at his reaction. "How do you know you are mutants?" Wang Chen asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin, still confused. "Oh dear. I once acquired a mutant detection device, and it confirmed our status without a doubt. Recently, the Sentinel Special Task Force has been hunting mutants everywhere. We've been evading them and are on the brink of exhaustion," Lu Feifei lamented. "It seems the Mutant Registration Act and the Sentinel Special Task Force have truly tormented you. However, fortuitously, I happen to have a grudge against the Sentinel Task Force. You can stay at my home for now." A peculiar smile spread across Wang Chen's face as he spoke. "I truly appreciate your kindness, Brother Chen. You are simply wonderful. Thank you so much." To his surprise, Lu Feifei and Yang Mi excitedly rushed over to embrace him, each planting a kiss on his cheek, followed by the two foreign beauties who joined in, leaving Wang Chen momentarily flustered. "All right, that's enough. If you continue, I shall deliver swift justice," Wang Chen declared with mock severity. "Hee, we fear you not. Come at us if you dare. One cannot tell who will prevail." Lu Feifei and her companions, having found refuge with Wang Chen, felt their previous anxieties and fears dissipate, restoring their spirited demeanor. Chapter 14. Laying the net. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a chorus of growling stomachs echoed in the air, causing Lu Feifei and Yang Mi to blush deeply, their feet fidgeting as if they could drill through the floor. Alice and Ada exchanged awkward glances, their playful antics with Wang Chen abruptly halted. "All right, enough of the antics. I shall head to the supermarket and procure some food for you all," Wang Chen said with a strange expression, eager to alleviate the awkwardness. He swiftly grabbed his wallet and dashed out, calling back, "Ensure the door is locked, and do not open it for anyone. Oh dear, how embarrassing. My reputation is ruined. How can I uphold the image of a fairy now?" One lamented. "Well, it has happened. No point in dwelling on it. By the way, Feifei, why has Brother Chen's hair grown so long? How would I know? We can ask him when he returns. Ah, how unfortunate we are. Just as we opened a little shop, we find ourselves transformed into mutants. My money," exclaimed another, frustration evident. Upon hearing the voices of the girls from the villa, Wang Chen's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly, muttering to himself, "Heh, Sentinel Special Operations Team. Hurry up and arrive." Wang Chen arrived at the department store across the street. As he entered, an enthusiastic uncle greeted him. "Ah, Chun, why have you been gone for so long? I wanted to consult you about this old leg of mine. It has been excruciating these past few days." "Uncle Chun, this job has proven somewhat challenging, taking more time than anticipated," Wang Chen replied with a smile. "Tomorrow, come by my shop, and I shall give you a massage." "Excellent. I shall do that," Uncle Chen replied. "But for now, I must let you go. Hurry along." Wang Chen mused to himself about the favorable disposition of his predecessor. He first ventured into the fresh produce section, pushing a cart as he began his spree. Beef, chicken, fish, eggs, all were swiftly added to his shopping cart. He then procured some beer, beverages, and bottled water, along with staple foods like bread, desserts, hamburgers, and hot dogs. Only when the cart was brimming did he, with a sense of satisfaction, approach the checkout counter. "Is there an addiction to shopping?" "Uncle Chun, I'm here to settle the bill." "Ah, Chen here. Why have you bought so many items?" Uncle Chun remarked while scanning the goods. "Well, I haven't been home for a month, so the house is bare." "Ah, I see. That'll be $670. All right, here you go." With that, Uncle Chen departed. Wang Zicheng, carrying 3 large shopping bags, briskly crossed the road towards the villa. Suddenly, he halted, turning to observe a red-haired woman across the street. She was approaching him, Black Widow. Wang Chen regarded her briefly before dismissing her from his thoughts. She was merely an ordinary person unworthy of his attention. He entered the villa directly. "Director, target confirmed. He has returned home. However, I believe I may have been compromised," she reported, her face paling at the thought of his cold glance. "Understood. Just monitor him closely. Do not take any independent action." Black Widow retreated to her vehicle, intently tracking Wang Chun's movements, though the interior of the villa remained concealed by specially designed glass. A peculiar smile graced Wang Chun's face as he thought, "Damn. I seem to have become quite the delicacy. Everyone wants a piece of me. But does S.H.I.E.L.D. truly have the standing to pursue?" "Chenggu, you're back." Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada excitedly rushed towards Wang Chun. "All right, help yourselves to some hamburgers. There are drinks as well," Wang Chun said as he placed the shopping bags on the coffee table. "Thank you, Chenggu." With that, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada began to devour the food with fervor. Wang Chun observed their ravenous consumption and recognized the hardships they had endured over the past few days. His expression softening with sympathy, he settled at the tea table, pouring himself a cup of hot tea and sipping it slowly. Wang Chun gazed at Lu Feifei, enchanted by the serendipity of encountering her in this Marvel universe. She had opened a jewelry store named Golden Swallow, indicating that Kung Fu King had integrated into this world as well. The Rui Jingu Bang must also be present. He seemed to recall the antique shop owner. Tomorrow, he would make time to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, although it might not be the post-heavenly merit treasure from the journey to the west or the primordial world. It should at least be a magical artifact. Wang Chen emptied his cup of tea and decided with delight, "Feifei, once you've eaten your fill, please head upstairs to rest. Choose your own rooms." Wang Chen remarked as he observed the 4 young women, who, having satisfied their appetites, leaned languidly against the sofa, on the brink of slumber. "Ah, very well. Sisters, awaken. Let us ascend to our chambers." With a hint of concern, Lu Feifei roused Yang Mi and Alice, as well as Ada, and directed her inquiry towards Wang Chen. "By the way, why aren't you resting yet?" "Haha, I am awaiting your old adversaries." Wang Chen replied with a playful grin. "Did I not mention that I share a vendetta with them as well? Are you waiting for the Sentinel Special Operations Team?" Yang Mi suddenly lost her drowsiness, exclaiming in surprise, while Lu Feifei, Alice, and Ada gazed at him with astonishment. "Indeed. I must extend a warm welcome to this old acquaintance," Wang Chen declared, his expression darkening ominously. "Just how deep is this enmity, Chenggu? Your demeanor is rather unsettling," Lu Feifei observed, noting the shadows that clouded Wang Chen's face, his eyes occasionally flickering with a crimson glow. "How great is this grudge?" He chuckled. "They transformed me into a test subject, slicing me apart. What do you think?" "Ah," the 4 women gasped in unison, momentarily at a loss for words. They finally understood why Wang Chen's hair had grown so long and the extent of his fury. Test subjects. They had been evading capture precisely to avoid such a fate. "They're here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. You all should take cover inside," Wang Chen exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chapter 15. A show of forced Chenggu. May we witness the event unfold? I implore you, we wish to confront our fears. We desire to grow stronger, Lu Feifei asserted with unwavering determination. Yang Mi echoed her sentiments, while Alice and Ada trembled with trepidation, yet resolutely met his gaze. Having emerged from an orphanage, They understood the necessity of self-reliance and aspired to no longer fear the Sentinel Special Operations Team. Ha! Splendid, splendid indeed. Your training has not been in vain. You grasp that this world is governed by the law of the jungle. Only the strong can stand unafraid. I find myself growing fond of you all. Wang Chen chuckled at their words, surprised to discover the fierce spirit concealed within their seemingly delicate frames. Yay, this is wonderful, the four women exclaimed with delight. You may observe from the doorway. I have cast protective enchantments within the villa. It is entirely secure. Even missiles shall not breach it. Wang Chen rose and strode towards the exterior of the villa, while Lu Feifei, Yangmi, Alice, and Ada stood anxiously at the door, peering through the glass at Wang Chen's silhouette amidst a throng of soldiers, fervently praying for his victory. What a grand spectacle! How could you come here to meet your demise? Wang Chen remarked mockingly upon observing the soldiers of the Sentinel Special Operations Team sealing off Henry Street. Evidently, a formidable military presence. This entire scene unfolded within the realm of his consciousness, and an unusual smile adorned his face. Bang! 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 The distant sound of sniper fire reverberated from a kilometer away, as 3 armor-piercing bullets composed of adamantium struck Wang Chen's head in an instant. Ding! 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 The supposedly indestructible adamantium bullets failed to even graze his skin. He couldn't be bothered to utilize his telekinetic powers, merely wishing to test the resilience of his own defenses. It was utterly exhilarating, akin to the harmless sting of a mosquito, painless and insignificant. Damn it, this monster! The snipers atop the distant skyscraper erupted in furious exclamations upon witnessing this spectacle. No, no. The snipers, gripped by terror at Wang Chen's ensuing actions, hastily attempted to evade. With a mere flick of his right hand, the bullets that had fallen to the ground were propelled back towards their origin with astonishing velocity. Imbued with unparalleled kinetic energy from his telekinesis, producing a sonic boom as they sliced through the air. The speed of the adamantium bullets surpassed the sniper's reflexes, piercing through the 8-fold magnification of their scopes and obliterating their heads before a single scream could escape their lips. Boring. Wang Chen realized that as long as he refrained from provoking the likes of Dormammu and Odin, he faced no true adversaries. He nearly forgot about the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix, who were also beyond his current reach. Indeed, he had no worthy opponents left, rendering their petty tactics beneath his notice. Not far from Wang Chen, on an adjacent building, a group of Sentinel Special Operations soldiers was dispersing a peculiar vapor into the air, presumably a serum designed to suppress genetic abilities. A few high-powered fans buzzed ominously, directing the vapor towards him. Faster! Hurry! Jason Turner shouted through his binoculars, anxiously monitoring Wang Chen's situation after witnessing the failure of General Ross's subordinates. Damn it! The yellow giants are mobilizing. General Ross's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the failed sniping attempt and immediately commanded. In an instant, for grotesque, yellow-skinned behemoths, towering over 3 meters with menacing bone spurs, emerged behind General Ross, their forms barely resembling humanity. They charged towards Wang Chen with astonishing speed, leaving small craters in their wake, a testament to their formidable strength. Interesting. Clones of the Green Giant? However, I have no desire to engage with you, Wang Chen observed with disdain as 4 grotesque, feculent creatures charged towards him. With a mere thought, a blood-red lotus flame erupted from the center of his brow, hovering before him and radiating a crimson glow. Ha! Let the red lotus inferno consume all wickedness. May the Sentinel Special Operations Team descend into the abyss. With a flourish of his right hand, he directed the fiery lotus toward the sky, unleashing 4 tendrils of scarlet flame that surged toward the yellow monstrosities. He then cast the red lotus inferno skyward, causing it to expand magnificently, sending forth countless flames to assault the assembled members of the Sentinel Special Operations Team. The 4 yellow giants regarded the oncoming crimson flames with scornful indifference, dismissing them as mere trifles. What can such a trivial flame do to us? What a farce! Do they truly believe our defenses and regenerative powers are a mere illusion? Ah, what the hell is this? Help! Damn yellow-skinned monkeys! As the red lotus inferno ensnared the giants, their expressions shifted dramatically, pain flooding their features as they questioned their very existence. They writhed on the pavement, emitting anguished cries and curses. The blood-red flames disregarded their vaunted defenses, directly igniting their tainted souls. Before their transformation into these yellow giants, they had been soldiers, each with countless lives stained upon their hands, their karmic burdens immeasurable. This was precisely the essence that the red lotus inferno relished. Chapter 16. Dread the Foretowering. Spine-laden creatures thrashed upon the road, howling in torment. Once the size of a flickering flame, the Red Lotus Inferno burgeoned rapidly in the presence of their profound sins, spreading from their chests to their limbs and finally to their heads. Ah, it hurts so much. I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you. The creatures on the road were transformed into 4 torches ablaze with blood-red flames, their wails echoing in the air. The soldiers following General Ross were stricken with fear, their faces pale, trembling, and rooted to the spot, unsure of how to proceed. The scattered Red Lotus Inferno swiftly sought out the members of the Sentinel Special Operations team blocking Henry Street, entwining them amidst their expressions of terror. The flames rapidly expanded upon their bodies, filling the street with the harrowing sounds of despair. Ah, I'm in agony. I am guilty. O Lord, come to rescue your wretched believer. God, manifest your miracles. Please, this is not our doing. Go after Jason Turner. Go after the president. They ordered us to capture you. I implore you, cease this torment. It hurts so much. Wang Chen stretched out his arms, embracing the sky, while listening to the anguished cries of the Sentinel Special Forces around him. To his ears, these sounds were akin to celestial music. He began to dance towards the 4 monstrous beings, which had transformed into blooming fire lotus flowers, on the verge of being reduced to ashes, their wails now silenced. As a gust of wind swept by, the 4 creatures were burnt to the point of leaving no trace. Only a diminutive flame lotus swayed gracefully in the air. An exquisite sight indeed. Wang Chen approached the site of the monster's demise and began to mimic the dance of a jester from his previous life, reveling in his joy. While other transmigrators reveled atop the graves of their enemies, he danced upon the very ground where the monsters had fallen. Surely, there was nothing amiss in this. Damn, damn, damn. General Ross, witnessing the colossal yellow giants he had devoted considerable time to studying perish without even touching the experimental subjects, felt a chill of horror. Even as those around him, members of the Sentinel Special Forces, were ignited into torches. Even this seasoned general, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Jason Turner was engulfed in despair, beads of sweat cascading down his face, surrounded by 4 crimson flames that encircled him. Not attacking, but merely ensuring he could not escape. The 4 soldiers by his side had been reduced to ashes, cursing him in their final moments. Their cries more harrowing than those of the experimental subjects in the lab. Turner's countenance darkened. He realized that Wang Chen was deliberately tormenting him, forcing him to experience the dread of impending death. He could only hope that the potions from the Worthington family would prove effective, rendering this demon devoid of his mutant powers. In the grand conference room of the White House, filled with the President, Vice President, Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of State, all gazed grimly at the live broadcast on the large screen. They had initially gathered with anticipation for General Ross's showcase, as the capabilities of the Yellow Giants had already demonstrated their might on various battlefields. However, to their shock, they had failed to contain even a flicker of the experimental subjects, being instantly reduced to ash. Was it the Yellow Giants that were too feeble? No, it was not. It was Wang Chen's abilities that were bizarre and terrifyingly formidable. The screen once again displayed the horrific scenes of the Sentinel Special Forces being incinerated, alongside Wang Chen dancing at the site of the Yellow Giant's demise. The faces of those in the conference room turned pale with dread. Was there truly no one capable of stopping this monster? Did they need to resort to a nuclear strike? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in the room as they turned towards the blue figure seated nearby. Damn, damn. Nick Fury could no longer contain his outrage upon witnessing the tragic demise of the Sentinel Special Forces, burned to ashes amidst their agonized cries. Observing Wang Chen's audacious dance, he furrowed his brow, realizing that modern weaponry was powerless against him. Who, then, could possibly bring him to a halt? Charles, Nick Fury murmured to himself. Wang Chen finally ceased his peculiar dance, as Jason Turner was compelled to approach him by 4 flickering flames. The other members of the Sentinel Task Force had been reduced to ashes, while the smaller flames soared through the air, merging into the inferno of the Crimson Lotus before him, thus forming a 3rd-tier flame lotus. He could unmistakably sense the intensifying power of the Crimson Inferno. Hello there, sir. Wang Chen greeted Jason Turner with a beaming smile. Humph. Jason Turner regarded Wang Chen with disdain, choosing to ignore him. Hee, you're quite something. Do we have a grudge between us? Wang Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Jason Turner cast a scornful glance at Wang Chen, remaining silent, acutely aware that he could utter nothing without jeopardizing the lives of his family. Very well, very well. Are you waiting for the reagents in the air to take effect? Hee, I almost forgot to mention, I am not a mutant. Wang Chen exclaimed with a grin. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, Jason Turner's arm fell to the ground, eliciting a howl of agony and a spray of blood. Ah, how is it possible? You fused 68 genes. How can you not be a mutant? You wretched bastard. F you, yellow-skinned monkey. Wang Chen disregarded Jason Turner's furious tirade, softly replying, I initially wished to converse with you. But since you seek death, then die it shall be. Rest assured, I shall facilitate a reunion for your family. Yes, I will ensure your esteemed president personally issues the order for their departure. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jason Turner's expression shifted dramatically, his vitriol faltering as he pleaded. Leave them out of this. Please, spare them. If you must kill, then take me instead. Kill me. Suddenly, a loud shout reverberated from the sky. Stop. Wang Chen remained impassive, and with a mere thought, the fiery crimson lotus manifested above Jason Turner, igniting into flames. Chapter 17. Negotiation Bang. A golden-red mech descended before Wang Chen in a half-kneeling position. Did you not hear me command you to stop? I did not use my hands. Wang Zichen replied with a mocking expression, gazing at the mech. Surely, this was Iron Man's armor, and within it resided the illustrious playboy, Tony Stark. Truly, one should tend to their own affairs rather than meddle in mine. Mr. Wang, do not misinterpret the situation. Quickly extinguish this damned flame. Tony Stark implored anxiously. No, I refuse. Wang Chen flatly rejected the offer from San Lian, casting an odd glance at the crimson figure of Tony Stark, pondering how such intellect could be so deliberately diminished in the cinematic realm. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please analyze the psychological state of our adversary. The gaze directed at him was one he found profoundly unsettling. Sir, it would be prudent not to heed such thoughts. Speak quickly. His adversary's internal monologue likely echoed sentiments of mockery, questioning his intelligence and likening him to a fool. Damn it, that insufferable Chinese kid. Cursed military. Forcing me to confront this terrifying individual. After regaining his composure, Tony Stark ceased his futile attempts to negotiate with the wretched youth and, controlling his Iron Man suit's left hand, unleashed a frigid blast of condensation toward the flaming Jason Turner, attempting to extinguish the fire. Yet, his vigorous efforts yielded minimal results. Ha ha. Wang Chen could not suppress his laughter. The notion that a cryogenic agent could extinguish the fires of the Hellfire was, indeed, ludicrous. Tony Stark, upon hearing Wang Chen's unabashed derision, felt a surge of irritation. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for those of Chinese descent. Wang Chen, with a smile, shook his head and turned away from Stark, making his way toward General Ross. Do not inquire how he recognized this general. After all, with the Hulk involved, it was undoubtedly Ross, for the Green Giant was his true love. As Wang Chen advanced a step, the soldier before him instinctively retreated, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon while still attempting to obstruct his path. General Ross certainly possessed a degree of skill. Chinese kid, what do you intend to do? Tony Stark, abandoning his battle with the flames, inquired as he observed Wang Chen heading towards the soldiers. I merely wish to meet their commanding officer. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards these soldiers. I shall not harm them, Wang Chen replied, his pace slowing as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps you should remain here. Let the soldiers summon their commander, shall we? Tony pondered aloud. Considering your respectful demeanor, I shall grant you this concession. Wang Chen teased Stark, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease after dispatching the Sentinel task force. Soldiers, go fetch your commanding officer. Stark's expression darkened at the remark. To stabilize this volatile individual, he reluctantly acquiesced, pinching his nose in resignation. Very well, sir. A soldier promptly dashed off to deliver the message. Lo and behold, you are indeed seeking reinforcements. Such tactics lack a certain decorum. Within Wang Chen's consciousness, he sensed that the Sentinels had indeed gathered, including even the bald Charles, who was engaged in conversation with Ross. If Magneto were to arrive, he would still harbor some trepidation towards him. However, the diminutive Charles was easily manageable. After all, he had little fear of soul-related attacks at this moment. A faint smile adorned his face as he waved his right hand, causing the floating crimson flames of the Red Lotus to instantly rest upon his fingertips. Tony Stark, witnessing the sinister flames emanating a scarlet glow from Wang Chen's hand, discreetly distanced himself, muttering incessantly, "This defies the laws of science." "Here they come," Wang Chen announced, as he playfully manipulated the Red Lotus flames. The soldiers automatically retreated to the sides, while General Ross and the Sentinels approached Wang Chen, with Jean Grey pushing Charles, and Storm and Cyclops following closely behind. "Are the Sentinels here to oppose me?" Wang Chen remarked, a smile playing on his lips, as the flames on his fingers continued to swirl. "Mr. Wang, the Sentinels are merely here to mediate. We have no intention of being adversarial." Professor Charles stated with a gentle smile. However, Cyclops behind him exhibited signs of agitation, seemingly harboring discontent towards Wang Chen. Let us hope that is indeed the case. General Ross, shall we discuss the matter of compensation? Wang Chen replied, neither affirming nor denying Charles's words, directing his attention to General Ross. Compensation? What compensation do you seek? The government has yet to hold you accountable for your transgressions. General Ross retorted, his expression one of anger and impatience. General Ross, is this your perspective or that of the American government? Wang Chen inquired with a bemused smile. This is the stance of the nation, General Ross asserted forcefully, adopting an air of confidence as if he had Wang Chen cornered. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss? Wang Chen's red lotus flames began to emit a dazzling scarlet light. Mr. Wang, let us converse calmly. There is no need for hostility. Charles interjected, his countenance turning pale. The sentinels behind him began to prepare defensively against both Wang Chen and Ross. The expression on Ross's face darkened considerably. Initially, he had hoped Charles would subdue Wang Chen, but now that Charles was not playing along, the situation had become precarious. This insufferable Chinese youth possessed formidable power. It was best to maintain a semblance of control. We can negotiate. The government is willing to offer Mr. Wang a compensation of $10 million, Ross stated, his face a mask of displeasure as he glared at Wang Chen. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Ross, you think you can appease me with a mere $10 million? You are quite the character. How about this? You injected me with 68 different genes in your laboratory. I shall not burden you excessively, merely 6 genes. As long as you and the president can survive, I shall not pursue further inquiries. What say you? Wang Chen declared with a maniacal expression, the crimson flames in his hands radiating a fierce scarlet glow, rendering him even more ominous and terrifying. Chapter 18. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Cough, cough, cough. By God, how merciless. Tony Stark, observing from the sidelines, could not contain himself upon hearing Wang Chen's words, exclaiming in disbelief. What manner of person is this? Truly ruthless. He instinctively distanced himself from the deranged Wang Chen, feeling a chill run down his spine. The madman of the Middle East could not hold a candle to him. He was a veritable embodiment of Satan on earth. Charles, upon hearing Wang Chen's proclamation, felt his previously ashen face twitch as he struggled to suppress a smile that refused to be quelled. Though he came as a mediator for the nation, he was also coerced into this role, and Wang Chen had provided him a welcome release. Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops exchanged bewildered glances at Wang Chen, perplexed by how his lips, though warm, uttered words as frigid as -52 degrees. Such a stark contrast left them aghast. General Ross, taken aback by Wang Chen's audacity, found himself momentarily speechless, his face a mask of fury as he glared at him, as though such intensity might lend him some semblance of courage. It appears you are reluctant to embrace this solution. Very well. Then, come forth and do away with me. If I perish, the problem ceases to exist. If you cannot resolve the issue, then eliminate the one who presents it. Is this not a tactic you often employ? Wang Chen remained oblivious to Ross's murderous expression, speaking in a calm, yet deranged manner. Internally, Ross was seething, lamenting that if he could indeed kill Wang Chen, he would have done so long ago, allowing him to spew such outrageous claims. The notion of injecting genes was absurd. He was not mad enough to consider it. The thought of those experimental subjects suffering made him shudder, and he knew well that the president would never approve such an action. Nevertheless, he maintained a grim visage as he regarded Wang Chen, forcing a smile as he said, Mr. Wang, let us refrain from jesting. I am here to resolve issues, not to create them. $1 million not to your satisfaction? How about 50 million? Was it not you who initiated this farce? If you intend to kill me, I dare say relying solely on the war machine might prove inadequate. As a practitioner, I fear not the assault on my soul. Thus, Professor Charles stands before me merely as an elderly figure, a frail one at that, devoid of any threat. As for Storm and Cyclops, I could extinguish them with but 2 flames. The only potential adversary who might claim my life is Jean Grey, to be precise, the force residing within her. Yet it remains dormant for now, thereby rendering her irrelevant. The manic expression on Wang Chen's face grew increasingly pronounced. After exchanging a few words with Ross, he continued to speak to himself, intent on shattering Ross's final defenses and dismantling all his hopes, curious to see if he would still maintain his bravado. Professor Charles, upon hearing Wang Chen's declaration, could not suppress his astonishment. He was taken aback that Wang Chen could sense the power within Jean Grey. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, ambiguously acknowledging Wang Chen's immunity to soul powers, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops regarded Wang Chen with a mixture of apprehension and incredulity. Although they felt a sense of indignation, the sight of the crimson flame lotus in his hand instilled a profound fear within them. They recalled how this seemingly innocuous flame had once incinerated for giants. General Ross, observing Wang Chen, felt an unspoken anxiety gnawing at him. A glance at Charles, whose face was ashen, confirmed that Wang Chen's words were not unfounded. The fearful expressions of the other X-Men only deepened his disdain for their perceived weakness, and he found himself yearning for the Hulk. Mr. Wang, the national compensation could be increased. How does $100 million sound? Oh, you all must truly wish for my demise. What do you propose I do in retaliation? Shall I cleave the White House in two with a single strike? Should I detonate all of America's nuclear arsenal, conjuring a myriad of mushrooms? Might I instruct those oppressed civilians to learn from the Eastern kingdoms, to rebel against the tyrants and seize their wealth? Without nuclear weapons, can America be divided among other nations? Without them, can the common people rise to mastery? And without them, could mutants perhaps establish a nation of their own? The madness in Wang Chen's expression intensified, his smile growing increasingly peculiar, yet his words turned ever colder. Tony Stark, standing to the side, found himself internally critiquing Wang Chen's harshness. This was a ruthless endeavor aimed at uprooting the very foundation of America. Meanwhile, Professor Charles listened with eyes wide with wonder, regarding Wang Chen with an indescribable sentiment. What a talent! If only he were a mutant. America could indeed transform into a nation of mutants. Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops gazed at Wang Chen as if he were a supernatural being, questioning whether such actions were within the realm of humanity. General Ross, hearing Wang Chen's declarations, felt beads of sweat trickling down his brow, his eyes filled with trepidation. Was this truly an assault aimed at obliterating America? Was it necessary to be so ruthless? He took a moment to quell his panic, addressing Wang Chen with a semblance of composure. Mr. Wang, please refrain from further comments. I will consult with my superiors and provide you with a response. If that is acceptable, very well, but remember, you have but one opportunity. If negotiations falter, then let them cease. Wang Chen exhibited a chilling smile towards General Ross, who, upon noticing the eager glint in Wang's eyes, harbored a hope that their negotiations would collapse, thereby transforming his previous words into grim reality. A madman, indeed. A lunatic. This was utterly preposterous. Chapter 19. He faltered. He truly faltered. In the grand conference room of the White House, the President, Vice President, Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of State stared at the screen displaying Wang Chen's audacious proclamations. Fear manifested in their expressions as perspiration streamed down their faces unabatedly. Particularly when Wang suggested that they inject 6 different genes, an uproar erupted within the room. Neither the president nor the other officials wished to endure the agony of genetic collapse. As Wang spoke of detonating nuclear warheads, allowing civilians to seize their wealth, and permitting other nations to plunder America, the high-ranking officials were engulfed in sheer terror. Their entire existence hinged upon the power they wielded. Without nuclear arms, peace would dissolve, and their riches and beauties would evaporate into nothingness. Was it possible to obliterate this test subject with a nuclear strike? The vice president's eyes brimmed with a chilling, murderous intent. He found this Chinese individual far too perilous to tolerate. Although he had not participated in the mutant experiments, his disdain for Wang was unwavering. Impossible. In our simulations, the test subject has an 88% survival rate. The defense secretary interjected urgently. The test subject currently exhibited abilities such as telekinesis, strange flames, and formidable sword energy, and had just showcased an indestructible physique. These powers were, for the time being, insurmountable. We cannot take such risks. The defense secretary was resolute in his refusal. Although the military also possessed mutant experiment facilities, they were located abroad. He had no desire to be tormented to death by the red flames of the test subject, and he was keen to observe the president's predicament. The Secretary of State maintained a stoic demeanor, revealing neither joy nor anger, and refrained from voicing any opinions. The president's countenance darkened. The situation had escalated dangerously. If they could not eliminate this wretched test subject, they would have to placate him for the time being. Alas, for the sake of power, a temporary compromise would be necessary. Humph, the test subject. There would be ample opportunity to deal with him later. Suddenly, the phone rang. The defense secretary answered it. General, has a plan for appeasing the test subject been devised? This lunatic seems on the verge of madness. Ross's voice crackled through the line. The president cast a grim look at the defense secretary and signaled a 1 with his hand, which the secretary understood. General Ross, you are solely responsible for negotiations with the test subject. As long as his demands are not utterly outrageous, acquiesce to him. Very well, let it be so. General Ross glared at the now silent phone, infuriated, and smashed it into pieces, cursing vehemently. Damn it, I have become the scapegoat. How infuriating. Ross's face turned ashen with rage, his eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity. He silently vowed to reclaim the Hulk and sought a way to gain power. The feeling of being subjugated was utterly intolerable. A rigid smile crept across Ross's face as he arrived at the scene, addressing Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, please feel free to express any demands you may have. Any demands at all? Wang Chen replied with a hint of amusement. Absolutely, Ross exclaimed, sensing their apparent sincerity. My first request is for the Sentinel Special Task Force to vanish, and the family of its supervisor should also disappear. As I mentioned, I intend to reunite them with him, understood? The smile on Wang Chen's face evaporated, replaced by a frigid demeanor. Understood, rest assured, it shall be done. Ross felt a palpable sigh of relief within. After all, the Sentinel Task Force had created such a colossal blunder that their disappearance was inevitable. And the supervisor's family was merely collateral, a bunch of insignificant characters. Wait, let us not involve their families unnecessarily. Don't go too far, Cyclops interjected, a pained expression crossing his face, unable to contain his indignation. What, do you wish to save them? Very well, all you need to do is inject 6 different genes. And I'll release them. How does that sound? Wang Chen's excitement surged at Cyclops' unexpected emergence, as if he were witnessing a farcical performance. Ross and Tony Stark exchanged frantic glances, their minds racing with expletives. This was truly ruthless. How could one possibly demand 6 genes in exchange? Cyclops found himself momentarily speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. Was it really necessary to be this ruthless just for a small plea? Scott, be silent. Professor Charles interrupted Cyclops' foolishness. He understood the torment endured by a person who had survived a genetic catastrophe. If they had not lost their sanity, they should not provoke him further. Boring. Wang Chen's face reflected his disappointment. Why don't you stand your ground? Coward. Do you have any other demands, Mr. Wang? Ross's smile returned, revealing how his satisfaction was built upon the suffering of others. I demand $500 million in compensation. Wang Chen felt a sense of ennui wash over him, akin to the fleeting moment of clarity after indulgence. Why had the American government faltered? Why not push a little harder to see if they could eliminate him? Oh, very well, no problem. General Ross was taken aback, not because Wang Chen's demands were excessive, but rather that they were surprisingly minimal. From now on, Chinatown shall be my territory, and I do not wish for any institutions akin to the Sentinel Task Force to encroach upon it. Furthermore, regarding the 4 young ladies in my household, I hope no one will cause them any trouble. Can this be accomplished? Wang Zichen stated coldly. No problem, absolutely no problem. I assure you that no one will trouble them. Moreover, individuals akin to the Sentinel Special Forces will certainly not appear in Chinatown. Upon hearing Wang Chen's request, General Ross was elated, exclaiming in surprise at how simple Wang Chen's demands were. Damn, Jason Turner. Why provoke someone with such a good temper? Very well, let it be. By the way, restore the damaged buildings to their original state before dawn. The fiery red lotus in Wang Chen's hand diminished and merged into his brow's sea of consciousness as he stretched leisurely and said in a relaxed tone, Rest assured, Mr. Wang, the funds will be credited tomorrow. I will immediately arrange for engineers to commence repairs. Haha, I welcome you to seek trouble with me. Remember, you only have one chance. A peculiar smile adorned Wang Chen's face, as if he were urging them to hasten and eliminate him, eager to witness a grand spectacle. Observing Wang Chen's erratic behavior, Ross silently concluded that he was indeed a lunatic, deciding not to fall for his antics. This was not cowardice, but merely a matter of prudence. Chapter 20. Charles's request. Wang Chen reined in his bizarre smile, opting not to provoke General Ross further. Casting a glance at the road ravaged by the colossal excremental giant, he turned to head home. Mr. Wang, may we have a word? Professor Charles suddenly interjected. Charles, what would you like to discuss? Wang Chen was aware of Charles's intentions but was in a playful mood, wishing to deny him even an inch, welding the door shut, so to speak. This hardly seems the appropriate venue for a conversation. Charles replied with a grin. Very well, let us converse at my residence, Wang Chen retorted, realizing that he could not shake off this persistent individual. With a tone that was less than amiable, he ignored them and proceeded towards his villa. Jean, follow him. Charles instructed, and Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops had no choice but to accompany Wang Chen. Oh, why was I not invited to such an entertaining affair? Tony Stark, who had been spectating nearby, suddenly decided to join them. General Ross squinted at the receding figure of Wang Chen, harboring a sense that he was a harbinger of misfortune. He quickly shook his head, pondering that such a menace had no bearing on him. It was merely Wang Chen's amiable disposition that spared him from confrontation. Indeed, in General Ross's eyes, Wang Chen's temperament was remarkably genial, and his requests were not unreasonable. To the powerful, money was merely paper, for if it were he would have dismantled the White House and dealt with the president first. General Ross's eyes radiated fury with the demise of his 4 colossal giants. He felt he had suffered a grievous loss. Upon witnessing the extensive ruins, Ross decided it was imperative to restore order before addressing any further matters. He promptly contacted the engineering team, issuing a stern directive that the site must be returned to its original state by dawn. "Chen, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed the 4 girls, surrounding Wang Chen as he entered the villa. "Your flames are simply astonishing." They were brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly, to which he could only respond with a soothing tone. "All right, let us discuss everything tomorrow. We have guests arriving shortly. You should head to your rooms to rest." "Ah, very well. We shall return to our rooms then," they replied, momentarily ceasing their inquiries. Their enthusiasm was palpable, especially since Wang Chen had triumphed over the Sentinel Special Operations team, ensuring their safety. With such a golden opportunity, they playfully made their way upstairs to choose rooms for rest. Wang Chen genuinely felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a smile, he settled by the tea table to brew some tea, the steam rising and the fragrance wafting through the air, mirroring his cheerful disposition. Suddenly, a clatter echoed as the door swung open. Jean Grey pushed Charles through the entrance, followed closely by Storm and Cyclops. To his astonishment, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, also entered, with Charles being guided to the tea table. "Mr. Wang, I would like to inquire about the source of the power within Jean," Charles requested. Wang Chen, with a dismissive smile, poured Charles a cup of tea and replied condescendingly, "Why should I disclose that information?" Tony Stark chuckled at the exchange, perhaps finding camaraderie in their shared irreverence. Charles was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a blunt refusal. "Huh, you still have the energy to laugh at others while your own situation is dire," Wang Chen retorted, directing his sarcasm at Tony Stark in his armor. He mused that he might as well adopt the moniker Wang the Confronter, relishing the satisfaction of his repartee. Tony's expression darkened within the confines of his suit. This young Chinese man was insufferable. "Professor, let it be. Do not press further," Jean urged, wishing to spare Charles any discomfort. Storm and Cyclops glared at Wang Chen and Tony Stark, their expressions filled with indignation. "Jean, please refrain from speaking. The power within you is of great significance to us," Charles said, his demeanor serious as he regarded Jean. The plight of mutants was precarious, especially after Wang Chen's recent upheaval. It was likely that the government was strategizing on how to deal with him, and mutants might soon become targets. "Mr. Wang, please feel free to articulate any request you may have," Charles implored, his gaze earnest, leaving Wang Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. This, indeed, was the appropriate way to resolve issues. If one sought to gain without offering anything in return, such hopes were futile. "Alas, I find myself at a loss for what might be missing. Perhaps some peculiar and extraordinary materials would suffice." Wang Chen pondered for quite some time before realizing, to his amusement, that he possessed nothing he truly desired. With a fortune of $500 million soon to be his and a house inherited from his past life, something he had long coveted, how could he not feel joy? "Very well, Mr. Wang, the items you requested will be delivered tomorrow. But could you enlighten me about that mysterious energy?" Charles inquired, his excitement palpable. Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops exhibited a keen thirst for knowledge, while Tony Stark could not resist inching closer, evidently intrigued by the matter. "Certainly. It is said that within the cosmos there exist 3 primordial forces, birthed at the dawn of the universe. These are the Phoenix Force, the Chaos Force, and the Fairy Force. The Fairy Force currently lacks a master, and the Chaos Force is wielded by a fearsome demon. As for the Phoenix Force, that resides within Jean." A mischievous grin spread across Wang Chen's face as he earnestly conveyed this. "What? A demon?" Before Charles could respond, Tony Stark erupted in disbelief, his worldview seemingly shattered. Chapter 21. A hasty retreat blasted. "Why are you so worked up? You nearly startled me to death," Wang Chen exclaimed, his tea spilling from his hands, irritation evident in his voice. "Is it true that demons exist in this world?" Tony Stark, clutching his head with his iron arms, appeared on the verge of a breakdown, oblivious to how ludicrous he looked in his armored suit. "Uft! Ha! I simply cannot contain myself." Laughter erupted among those present. Even Charles, who had just moments ago been impatient, now sported a smile. Wang Chen's laughter rang the loudest, filled with mirth. Tony Stark, now calmed but with a darkened expression, turned to Jarvis and asked, "Was I truly that amusing just now?" Sir, I do not comprehend human emotions. But I can show you how you appeared moments ago, Jarvis replied. Hacking into the surveillance system of Wang Chen's home to present images of Tony Stark's bizarre antics in his suit. After a prolonged silence, Tony Stark, gritting his teeth, finally uttered, Jarvis, delete those images, none must remain. Once Wang Chen regained his composure, a smile still gracing his lips, he, with a hint of mischief, remarked to Tony Stark, in light of the joy you've brought me, I might just indulge you with some insight. The existence of demons is undeniable, and you are likely familiar with Mephisto, the demon of hell. If deities exist, then magic must surely be real as well. I am but an Eastern sorcerer. Isn't this world fascinating? Does it not shatter your perception, leaving you in disbelief? Tony Stark appeared momentarily dazed, but soon regained his composure. With a heart as vast as his intellect, he accepted the reality of demons and magic, scoffing at the notion that science is the sole truth. Dismissing magic as mere heresy, how mundane. Wang Chen, observing Tony Stark's calmness and lack of an explosive reaction, felt his anticipation for amusement thwarted. His dark curiosity remained unfulfilled, rendering him bored. Mr. Wang, could you elaborate on the power of the Phoenix? He inquired. My knowledge of the Phoenix Force is rather limited. It originates from the primordial universe, birthed at the dawn of creation, embodying chaos and immortality, a presence both eternal and transient, a child of the cosmos. It is the manifestation of life and psychic energy within the primordial universe, symbolizing existence and emotion. Having conveyed all that I know, Wang Chen casually shared his insights, crediting his previous life as curiosity during Marvel films for his knowledge of such peculiarities. His soul had been fortified, rendering his past memories clearer, enabling him to articulate once-viewed information with remarkable precision. Truly, a stroke of genius. So, how might we utilize or extract the Phoenix Force? Jean eagerly asked. How should I know? I'm but a mortal, not a deity. My phrasing was flawed. Even a god cannot control the Phoenix Force, Wang Chen replied, somewhat impatiently. All right, Jean, calm down. It seems Mr. Wang is genuinely uninformed. Let us ponder a solution as we return, Charles gently reassured her. Since you've exhausted your inquiries, I shall not see you out, Wang Chen said coldly, losing patience. He had yet to rest since arriving in this world. Very well, we shall take our leave. Mr. Wang, your materials will be delivered on time tomorrow, Charles said with a broad smile. Farewell. Let us go, Jean Grey remarked, her expression complex as she pushed Charles away. Cyclops hurriedly followed, while Storm cast a lingering glance at Wang Chen, clearly intrigued by him. Tony Stark, why do you linger here now that they have departed? Wang Chen asked, a bemused smile gracing his face. Good grief, you actually recognized me? Tony Stark replied, astonished. Oh, did you think that donning a disguise would render you unrecognizable? Wang Chen's smile grew more pronounced. The thrill of teasing was delightful. I even altered my voice. I beg your pardon, but I possess telepathic abilities. I can see your beard quite clearly. By the way, does it not pain you, having such a large wound in your chest? Wang Chen is nearly at his wit's end. Today's humor is about to be monopolized by him. Damn it. What a curse. This wretched ability is infuriating. I detest magic. Tony Stark, in a state of disarray yet moving swiftly, fled the villa in haste, his embarrassment palpable. His reputation in tatters. He had initially intended to inquire if Wang Chen could assist him, but that thought was swiftly cast aside. Truly, what a splendid day. In my previous life, I have avenged you. The Sentinel Special Operations Team has been eradicated. I even gifted you 2 warships. Fear not. I shall soon send the puppeteers to their demise as well. Wang Chen rose, stretching lazily, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he murmured to himself. He was not naive enough to believe that the American government had genuinely relented. This was merely a strategic delay. Having consumed countless novels and films in his past life, he had long perceived their trivial ploys. Just as the American government employed a stalling tactic, Wang Chen too required time to consolidate his legacy and power. Presently, he was unable to wield any spells. His mind insisted he could, yet his hands reminded him, no, you cannot. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 22. The Bounty in the White House Conference Room. The President, Vice President, Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of State all exhaled in relief as they watched the experiment subject agree to reconcile on the large screen. They paid little heed to the few demands made by the subject, viewing them as trivial matters. Their greatest fear was the possibility of the subject going berserk. The individuals in the conference room had witnessed footage of the subject using telekinesis to intercept missiles and ruthlessly decimate warships, instilling genuine terror within them. What if that sword had struck the White House? Could a nuclear bomb truly vanquish the subject? The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. Very well, let us conclude this meeting. Dismissed. The president proclaimed, his face a mask of grimness as he exited the conference room. The expressions of the others were inscrutable. Some bore glimmers of amusement in their eyes, while others appeared shrouded in gloom. The president radiated an aura of palpable hostility as he returned to his office. Retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, he filled a glass to the brim and downed it in one gulp, finally exhaling in relief. He sank into the sofa and lit a cigar, lost in thought. "John, I am here, Mr. President," replied a middle-aged man in a suit, his expression one of utmost respect. "Contact the Morgan family and arrange for a bounty of $100 million on the experiment subject." A sinister glint flickered in the president's eyes. "Those assassins will not be able to eliminate the subject. The Morgan family will not agree to this, Mr. President," John replied, his demeanor unchanging, yet respectful. It matters not. By the way, please send another report regarding the experimental subject capable of gene fusion to the Morgan family." The president, with a sinister smile upon his face, declared, "I shall attend to it immediately, Mr. President," John replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the president's words. This was a blatant temptation for those dying old men. He hastily retrieved the experimental report on gene fusion and swiftly exited the presidential office. Damned experimental subject. Perish. Yellow-skinned monkey. I refuse to believe you can evade the endless assassinations. The president's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the office. Following the transaction of Wang Chen's experimental report between John and the Morgan family, it was promptly disseminated in the black market, serving as a form of resource recycling. He felt that relying solely on the greedy Morgan family was rather untrustworthy. Other factions would undoubtedly be intrigued by the experimental subject as well, especially since he had included numerous enticing elements. In no time, the entire shadow world was abuzz with activity. Both the Dark Council and the Light Church were probing into Wang Chen's whereabouts, while Hydra and the Hellfire Club were also taking action. Of course, it was not only these factions that had their sights set on Wang Chen. After all, who wouldn't desire extraordinary power? In a luxurious, sprawling apartment atop a skyscraper in the Big Apple, a group of men and women were entangled in a frenzied embrace, the scene utterly astonishing, with a chorus of gasps filling the air. In the innermost room of the apartment, a young man held a beautiful woman close, his hands wandering across her body. Suddenly, the young man let out a primal roar, sinking his teeth into the woman's neck, and within moments, he drained her to a desiccated husk, casting her lifeless body into the swimming pool with a resounding splash. "Deacon, how does it taste?" a striking woman clad in a white coat inquired, offering Deacon a white towel with a smile. "Truly exquisite, indeed. It is the blood of a maiden," Deacon replied, wiping the blood from his mouth with a grin. "That's splendid. By the way, the Daywalker has been captured. When shall we hold the ritual?" Demi asked, clinging to Deacon. "On the night of the full moon. Also, a message has surfaced on the dark web regarding an experimental subject whose genes can freely merge, and his blood can extend human life," Demi suddenly exclaimed. "Is that so?" Deacon's face broke into a peculiar smile. "And who might this experimental subject be?" "The renowned exorcist, Wang Chen. He has always protected humanity. Yet humanity has captured him for experimentation. Is it not laughable?" Demi laughed heartily. "Oh, the pitiful humans. Wang Chen has escaped, hasn't he?" Deacon said, his face alight with joy. "How did you know?" "Since news has managed to escape, it implies that Wang Chen has fled and the government is at a loss, resorting to publicly offering a bounty. Your insight is indeed accurate. Well then, let us dispatch a squad of vampires to lure Wang Chen to the site of the ritual on the night of the full moon. The blood god also requires sustenance. After all, as you command, my esteemed blood god." Demi bowed to Deacon and then exited the chamber. Foolish humans, prepare to embrace the reign of the magnificent bloodline. Within a luxurious bar in New York City, an elderly matron sat at the head of the table, facing a middle-aged man. "Murakami, have you heard the news circulating on the dark web?" the matron inquired, a broad smile adorning her face. "Are you referring to the matter of the test subjects?" Murakami replied, furrowing his brow. "Is it true that the blood of these subjects can grant immortality?" A fervent gleam sparkled in Madame Gao's eyes. "If news has emerged, there must be some semblance of truth to it. However, if the government cannot handle them, we are even less equipped to do so," Murakami remarked, discerning Madame Gao's intentions. "Yet, I find myself somewhat reluctant to accept this," she replied, her expression darkening. "The dragon bones are of utmost importance," Murakami asserted emphatically. "Ah, the dragon bones," Madame Gao murmured, her eyes alight with fervor. I shall arrange for someone to monitor the test subjects. With so many eager to act against him, we shall observe for the time being. Very well. Madame Gao conceded, albeit with a hint of disappointment, choosing to remain inactive. Chapter 23. A beautiful day while chaos reigned outside, Wang Chen slumbered deeply at home. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, his nerves had been perpetually taut. First, the overwhelming hatred from his former life, followed by an insatiable thirst for existence, and finally, an unrelenting fury towards the personnel at the experimental base, all battering his frail psyche. Although Wang Chen had assimilated all that the world of cultivation had to offer, he remained an ordinary individual, lacking the heart to wield such powers, which rendered him utterly fatigued. Thus, he sought to restore his mental fortitude through slumber. As he lay in bed, his body flickered with a purple luminescence with each breath, absorbing the blue stellar energy and the myriad cosmic spiritual forces that permeated the air. Indeed, energy exists within this Marvel realm, otherwise, mutants would not arise. After all, energy is conserved. Mutants can harness various abilities, provided their bodies can absorb energy. Mere sustenance will not suffice to replenish expended energy. On the following morning, Wang Chen awoke from his deep slumber to discover two alabaster legs draped over him, with arms wrapped around him, soft and comforting. Initially, his younger brother had been rousing the banner, but now, this unexpected stimulus nearly caused him to explode. Perhaps Wang Chen's movements were a bit too vigorous, awakening the two young women beside him. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they buried their faces in their pillows like ostriches. If you continue to feign sleep, I may have to take matters into my own hands, Wang Chen said lightly, a smile adorning his face. Oh, how did you know I was awake? How annoying. Lu Feifei replied, her face blooming with a rosy hue as she boldly gazed at Wang Chen. Yang Mi also sat up, her ample bosom partially revealed. Her complexion slightly reddened as she cast an indignant glance at Wang Chen. My prowess is quite remarkable, he remarked with a knowing look. And how is it that you find yourselves in my bed? I certainly do not recall extending an invitation. Wang Chen's gaze lingered on their generous curves, captivated by the sight. Well, I intended to discuss something with you last night, but you had already drifted off, Lu Feifei confessed, her cheeks growing warmer with each word until she struggled to continue. You emitted a violet glow that attracted a kaleidoscope of colors in the air. Within that ambience, we felt so comfortable that we unwittingly fell asleep, Yang Mi boldly elaborated, following Lu Feifei's lead. Wang Chen leaned back against the headboard, extending his arms to draw both women into his embrace, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you covet my charm. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. Oh, you big pervert, Lu Feifei and Yang Mi retorted, their faces now even more crimson. They playfully scolded him but did not resist, settling contentedly against him, with Yang Mi nestling even closer. You smell delightful. By the way, your troubles have been resolved. The authorities will no longer trouble you. Wang Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma of their hair, his face awash with delight. Really? The Sentinel Special Forces will not come after us anymore? The two women exclaimed, their excitement palpable. They had endured a harrowing few days, and at last, they felt liberated. No more Sentinel Special Forces. This is splendid news. In a moment of unrestrained joy, Lu Feifei and Yang Mi impulsively kissed Wang Chen on the cheek before leaping off the bed and giggling as they dashed out of his room. Goodness, I have just been teased by two lovely ladies, Wang Chen mused, realizing what had transpired only after they had vanished from sight. He could hardly fault himself. In his previous life, he had experienced relationships and had engaged in all that was expected. Yet being kissed by beauties reminiscent of Lu Tianxian and Damami was enough to leave anyone bemused. Chuckling to himself, Wang Chen shook his head, rose, and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he selected a casual suit from his wardrobe and descended the stairs, where the cheerful laughter of four young women from the dining area greeted him. The scene of exuberant young beauties playfully bantering was truly a sight to behold. Wang Chen smiled and stepped inside. After sharing breakfast with them, he made his way to the eastern living room and took a seat. Are you all right now? Do you still wish to linger in my home? Ah, Chen Ge, do you no longer want us? Lu Feifei's previously cheerful countenance instantly darkened, her voice tinged with grievance. Please don't send us away. Yang Mi echoed with a pleading expression, while Alice, with her tousled platinum hair, gazed intently at Wang Chen. And Ada looked at him with innocent curiosity. I merely inquired about your preferences. I have not asked you to leave. What is with those expressions? Wang Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, if you are not sending us away, then all is well. We are fine, but it is dangerous for Alice to venture out. We will stay here. Indeed, a plan to open the shop during the day and return to rest at night sounds splendid. Excellent. Then it is settled. Upon hearing that Wang Chen had not dismissed them, the four women immediately began to discuss the arrangements, leaving Wang Chen momentarily speechless. The four understood that the government was likely sparing Wang Chen's feelings by not causing them trouble. Without his protection, their situation would be dire. Their mutant abilities were rather unremarkable, and neither Charles's Academy nor Magneto's Brotherhood would accept them. If they left, they would be left with nowhere to turn. Very well. As long as you are happy, Wang Chen said with a smile, shaking his head gently. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll get it. Lu Feifei cheerfully dashed out, shortly returning with a beautiful female officer. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am Melinda, here to deliver something to you. With a smile, Melinda placed a box on the coffee table. Impressive efficiency. Is that a phone, perchance? It does not contain any tracking or listening devices, does it? Wang Chen opened the box to reveal a VIP bank card from First National Bank and an exceptionally high-tech phone, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. Please, do not misunderstand, Mr. Wang. This was a complimentary gift from First National Bank upon opening the account. The card contains $500 million. You may verify it. Melinda said, her expression unwavering. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. Please inform Ross that this matter is concluded. However, I welcome you to come and seek trouble with me, Wang Chen remarked, glancing at the phone, which indeed displayed his upgraded account. As long as you are pleased, I will convey your message, Melinda replied hastily. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. She quickly departed. Wang Chen looked once more at the numerous zeros in his account, reflecting on how many small goals he had accomplished, a broad smile gracing his face. What a splendid day it is. Chapter 24. Ascending to greatness after the departure of the beautiful officer. Wang Chen ventured out to purchase a new mobile phone and replenish his SIM card. He took the opportunity to visit the bank and check his account balance, for he was not foolish enough to trust the dubious claims associated with the military-issued device. He then visited a barbershop for a haircut, transforming himself into an irresistible and charming young man. Before departing, Wang Chen informed Lu Feifei and the other three ladies that they were free to engage in their own activities. Upon his return, he proceeded to his bedroom, intending to organize his inherited knowledge. In this perilous world, strength alone could provide him with a semblance of security. Everything else was merely nonsense. Seated cross-legged on the floor, a purple aura emanated from him. The purple lotus within his spiritual sea had begun to bloom, with his soul cradling the primordial bell as if it were an infant. Beneath the lotus lay various seeds of divine abilities, infused with the primordial divine light refined through the primordial Tao scripture, radiating a duality of black and white reincarnation light at the center. Surrounding them were the innate five-colored divine light, the innate yin-yang divine light, celestial divine thunder, the three flavors of divine wind, the chilling ice of the netherworld, as well as runes for teleportation and time suspension. However, given Wang Chen's current prowess, he could not yet wield any of these divine abilities. He discovered that after absorbing fragments of his previous life-est soul, he could initially utilize the 5 elemental spells from the 5 lotus leaves. Oh, and he did possess a divine ability related to the red lotus karma fire, preventing him from being powerless despite having vast magical potential. Wang Chen's bloodline was currently in a growth phase, beginning to absorb the essence of the divine abilities within his spiritual sea, and his strength was steadily increasing. What troubled him most was the urgent need to master these powers. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light surged forth, and from his forehead emerged an ancient purple mirror. The primordial mirror seemed to be in a fit of temper, relentlessly striking at the meditating Wang Chen. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it, have you gained sentience? Stop hitting me. Just tell me what you want. Bang, bang, bang. After delivering a painful barrage, the primordial mirror finally transformed into a beam of purple light and entered his forehead's spiritual sea, imparting a message to Wang Chen before falling silent. Why didn't you just ask for energy? You had to beat me up first. This isn't merely a demand for energy, it's a call for fortune. No wonder you wanted me to stir things up. Damn, you're quite bold, venturing into the supreme wilderness. And you were struck by an axe. That explains how the vision of the primordial king's creation map was deduced. This is about dispelling the aura of the acts of creation. Please, let us discuss this calmly. No more hitting. It seems that the Hongmeng mirror, feeling humiliated by Wang Chen's ridicule, erupted in fury, emerging from his sea of consciousness to unleash a flurry of blows upon him. Only after venting its wrath did it retreat, leaving Wang Chen in a state of existential doubt. Damn it, I have been assaulted by a mere mirror. Is there no justice in this world? He lamented. Threatened by the mirror, he found himself in a predicament, anxiously seeking a solution. With a battered visage resembling that of a pig, tears streaming from his eyes, He lay sprawled on the ground in a state of despondency, utterly powerless to retaliate. Is it merely luck? I shall procure it for you, he thought, determined to stir things up, for he was indeed an expert at such endeavors. As he sensed the Hongmeng mirror preparing to unleash its fury once more, he hastily rose to his feet, uttering the harshest words while acting in a cowardly manner. Only then did the Hongmeng mirror relay a message to him, revealing the method to enter its diminutive world, albeit one that had become desolate, shattered by the might of the opening heaven axe. Well, having something is better than having nothing, he mused. Ouch, that hurts. Initially, he wore a wicked grin, but upon inadvertently aggravating the wound on his face, he grimaced in pain. Quickly, he assumed a meditative posture and channeled the Hongmeng Dao scripture, directing his inner energy towards his head to nurture the injured area. Fortunately, the Hongmeng mirror had merely offered a lesson rather than inflicting severe harm. Otherwise, he would have met his end long ago. After approximately half an hour, Wang Chen had regained his handsome appearance, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to the information transmitted by the Hongmeng mirror, he finally understood why it had gone berserk. As it sought to crush him, its spirit had been nearly eroded by the opening heaven axe. To avoid its demise, it had no choice but to traverse this world with Wang Chen's soul, binding them together. He was now undeniably the master of the Hongmeng mirror, a true treasure of the chaos. Am I perhaps taking advantage of a precarious situation? He chuckled. Today, the common folk are genuinely delighted. Haha. We the common folk are truly happy tonight. With an uncontrollable grin plastered across his face, Wang Chen descended the stairs, humming a tune. He was finally experiencing the sensation of having struck it rich, akin to winning a fortune in his previous life. Yet, he had no influential relatives. Thus, winning a prize was an impossibility. What was this feeling? Light as a feather, he felt as if he were walking on clouds. After all, this was a treasure of chaos. There were hardly a few in the primordial world. Previously, he had only aspired to live a carefree life in this world. Now, might he elevate his status a notch? In this chaotic Marvel universe, madness reigned supreme. There was Thanos, the director of population control, and Dormammu, who loomed ominously over Earth. Not to mention, a celestial being poised to emerge at any moment. I refuse to allow anyone to tread upon my head any longer. I shall not permit others to dictate my life or death. I aspire to rise above the myriad beings. I seek to be revered as an ancestor. Chapter 25. Provocation. Wang Chen, with a beaming smile, savored his tea, reveling in the opulence that had finally graced him. His joy was so profound that it rendered his face almost rigid with delight. Fei, what has come over Chingo? He seems to be grinning like a fool. Yang Mi, laden with a pile of luggage, observed Wang Chen's foolishly radiant smile at the tea table and inquired with curiosity. We arrived almost simultaneously. I am equally perplexed, replied Lu Fei, equally intrigued. Let us first arrange the room. Perhaps his elation stems from acquiring $500 million. Yang Mi said with an expression of envy and jealousy. Indeed, it is quite plausible. After all, 500 million is no trifling sum. He is truly a diamond bachelor. Lu Fei remarked, her face also betraying a hint of envy. Let us go. Enough chatter, it only brings tears. Yang Mi pulled Lu Fei towards the second floor to prepare the room. Before they realized it, evening descended. As Wang Chen was about to close the shop, his phone suddenly rang with a text message. Your person is in my hands. Come to 25 Maya Street in the Bronx, or I shall take her life. The message was accompanied by a photograph of Alice, bound and helpless. How intriguing. This is truly fascinating. Just as I pondered how to manipulate fortune, a challenger has arrived at my doorstep. How splendid. A peculiar smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he used his mental prowess to scan the house, confirming that Alice was indeed not home. It appeared she had been assisted while retrieving her belongings. Wang Chen ascended to his bedroom to don his ceremonial robe, transforming it into a purple, button coat with a hood. This would render him less conspicuous. He informed Lu Fei that he needed to step out and instructed her not to let anyone in, deliberately omitting the news of Alice's abduction to spare them unnecessary worry. Descending to the garage, he drove towards Maya Street. I feel a slight twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of who has taken Alice, I owe a debt of gratitude to this individual. They are sacrificing their life to bolster Wang Chen's endeavors, and that certainly warrants my sincere thanks. A smile of increasing delight spread across Wang Chen's face. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating stirring things up regarding the Mutant Registration Act, and now, someone had eagerly stepped forward to provide him with the perfect opportunity. What a timely stroke of fortune. In that moment, his spirits soared, and he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing down the road towards Maya Street. 25 Maya Street. Before him stood a building under construction. Wang Chen parked his vehicle on the roadside, lit a cigarette, and extended his consciousness to survey the edifice. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated that these vampires would be the source of his troubles, leaving him somewhat speechless. It was akin to illuminating a latrine to locate excrement. A peculiar smile danced upon Wang Chen's lips. Regardless of which vampire had summoned him, their final encounter would reveal him as their nemesis. Would they not be driven to despair? A hint of dark amusement bubbled within him. Alighting from his vehicle, Wang Chen made his way towards the interior of the building, effortlessly locating a passage leading underground. The corridor before him struck a familiar chord. Indeed, was it not the very place where the vampire leader had summoned the blood god? Thus, Blade must be here as well. At last, Wang Chen grasped the reason behind the vampire summons. It appeared that the American government had leaked his ability to merge genes. These scoundrels were treating him as mere fodder. His smile gradually faded as he swiftly navigated the passage, racing towards the chamber where Alice was imprisoned. His speed rendered him a mere blur as he approached the room, and the ease of his journey left him somewhat suspicious. It seemed rather hasty. A sign of their disregard for him. Wang Chen shook his head, deciding to settle accounts with them later. First, he needed to rescue Alice. Hello? Wang Chen summoned the Hongmeng sword from his dantian, a cold grin adorning his face as he greeted the two vampires stationed before the door. Foolish yellow-skinned monkey. Submit and become our meal. The two vampires taunted, charging towards him. Were he an ordinary human, they would have remained undetected. But Wang Chen was no ordinary man. With a smirk, he waved the Hongmeng sword in the air, unleashing two arcs of violet sword energy that severed the vampires in twain. Their remains collapsing to the ground as his power continued to incinerate them. Curse you! You are doomed. The great blood god shall descend, and you will become his sustenance. Humanity is destined to be enslaved by the bloodline. The two half-dismembered vampires spat in defiance, their words laced with desperation. Had he not sought to extract information from them, he would have dispatched them long ago. Now, with a cold smile, he remarked, Alas, you shall first journey to hell. With a mere thought, he ceased the flames consuming them, and as he burst through the door, the two vampires disintegrated into ashes amidst their palpable terror. Alice, my dear, where are you? Your beloved Chen is here. Wang Chen called out playfully into the room. Chen, is that you? I am filled with trepidation, for it appears that vampires truly exist in this world. How terrifying. Alice, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, rushed towards Wang Chen, clasping his hand tightly, much like a frightened little white rabbit. Enough. Do not weep any longer. Come, Brother Chen shall avenge you. Little vampire. Witness how I shall deal with them. Wang Chen comforted Alice, leading him toward the underground altar. Chapter 26. The Descent of the Blood God. As Wang Chen guided Alice through the desolate corridor, he peered down into a cavernous space, cylindrical in shape. At the bottom lay a circular platform, surrounded by walls adorned with a multitude of trapezoidal stone tablets, inscribed with bizarre symbols. Among these stone tablets stood eerie statues, each more grotesque than the last. Suddenly, the vampires below stirred. 12 vampires, menaced by their kin, stood at the 12 cardinal points. Blood began to seep onto the altar, trickling down upon the foreheads of the 12 vampires, and in an instant, the heavens transformed. Dark clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, torrential rain fell, and thunder roared. Wang Chen observed with keen interest, waiting for the blood god to descend, for only then would his fortunes multiply. As for that fellow, Knife Edge, he would refrain from joining the fray. After all, a mother and son turning against one another is hardly a noble affair. He would not find himself in peril. Indeed, in a past life, he had known Knife Edge well, and they had been good friends. Brother Chen, shall we merely watch? Alice asked, still trembling with fear, for the surroundings were too sinister. Yes, for now, you shall remain here. Clutch this sword sheath, it will protect you. Observe how I seek retribution, Wang Chen reassured him, drawing the Hongmeng sword and handing Alice the sword's accompanying diagram. Very well, Brother Chen, but do hurry. Alice timidly grasped the sword sheath. No worries, rest assured. It shall be swift. Wang Chen replied with a smile, turning his gaze to the dome of the underground space, sensing the impending arrival. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck outside, directly hitting the building and coursing through the steel, entering the vampire's ruins. The stone tablets along the walls absorbed this energy, their strange inscriptions glowing with a blue luminescence. The 12 vampires were struck by the blue lightning, and from their mouths erupted a flurry of skeletal monsters, their bodies turning to ash and dispersing in the wind. The surrounding vampires, faces pale with terror, fled in fright, their eyes wide with horror at the skeletal entities swirling in the air. Standing atop the circular platform, Deacon wiped the blood from his forehead, his body crackling with blue electricity as he gazed at the flying skeletal monsters, which began to soar towards him, weaving through the air like shadows and light. Until the crimson glow in Deacon's eyes flickered incessantly, the 12 skeletal monstrosities finally merged into his corporeal form, and he transformed into the blood god. Clap, clap, clap. A peculiar smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he clapped his hands, addressing the vampires below. Your ritual has finally come to fruition. Now, it is time to settle our accounts. Oh, I had wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you. Food. The blood god displayed a deranged grin, his eyes glimmering with a sinister red light, revealing unabashed greed towards Wang Chen. He could sense the alluring aroma emanating from this prey, and he yearned to consume him. At that moment, the blade warrior, restored to his peak condition, leapt down from the sky, landing on the platform. His face was twisted with rage, darkening to an ominous hue as he shouted at the blood god. Deacon. Upon seeing him, the blood god's eyes blazed with fervor, issuing a command. Kill him. Wang Chen, employing telekinesis, soared from the corridor to the stone platform, casting a slight smile towards the blade. This fellow is mine. You should deal with those trifles first. No. The blade warrior remained ensnared in his frenzy, instinctively charging towards the blood god, yet he was quickly entangled by the approaching vampires, and combat ensued in an instant. Come, come, come. Did you not consider me as food? Welcome to taste. An eerie smile graced Wang Chen's face as he brandished his Hong Meng sword, mockingly declaring, food. I shall savor every drop of your blood. The blood god, in a twisted ecstasy, licked his lips, his expression betraying a desperate hunger, and he vanished from sight. I have long anticipated your moves. Wang Chen's consciousness had already locked onto the blood god. He harbored the delusion of using speed to eliminate him. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword behind him. Crash. The blood god emitted a chilling wail as he shifted aside, his wounds healing instantaneously. His gaze filled with malice as he glared at Wang Chen. How could you have discovered me? I am a god. Behold, you cannot kill me. Alas, what a feeble god. Wang Chen languidly uttered a line reminiscent of the Hulk, casting a mocking glance at the blood god. You are doomed. The blood god's figure once again vanished into the air. With a powerful stamp of his right foot, the stone platform crumbled, a thunderous sound echoing as Wang Chen appeared before the blood god, delivering a mighty strike. With a howl of anguish, an arm was severed from the blood god. Ha ha! I am immortal. You cannot kill me. The arm of the blood god swiftly regenerated, and he laughed heartily. Wang Chen shook his head. He initially intended to exploit the blood god's abilities to familiarize himself with his own strength. Little did he know that this blood god was so incompetent, merely relying on his vitality to act arrogantly, perhaps capable of bullying ordinary people at best. I truly apologize. I shall no longer play. A scarlet flame burst forth from the center of Wang Chen's brow, forming a third-tier crimson lotus at his fingertips. Burn, you wicked souls. May you all descend into hell. With a powerful shout, Wang Chen unleashed a third of the flames from the crimson lotus, which surged toward the blood god like a cat chasing a mouse, while the remainder transformed into countless flames that assailed the vampires lurking in the underground space. Chapter 27. The blood god goes offline. The entire subterranean realm was suffused with the scarlet flames of the crimson lotus, as small flames relentlessly attacked the nearby vampires, who began to wail in agony, disintegrating into clouds of ashes. It hurts. No, please. Damn it. Damn squid. The blade warrior, engaged in battle with the vampires, was momentarily stunned. When did Wang Chen become this formidable? The blood god, witnessing the unassuming flames wreaking havoc, felt a flicker of fear as he observed his minions being reduced to ash. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Turning to see the flame homing in on him, his expression shifted, eyes glinting with malice as he cast a venomous glance at the arrogant Wang Chen before transforming into a streak of blood and evading the relentless pursuit of the crimson flames. Little bat, are you not a god? Why do you flee? At some point, Wang Chen found himself floating above the underground space, wearing a mocking expression. He thrust his right leg toward the retreating blood god, and with a resounding crash, the blood god was sent crashing into the ruins of the subterranean platform. Agony etched across his face. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. I will kill you. The blood god was utterly driven mad, roaring at the descending Wang Chen. Little bat. Look behind you, Wang Chen said with malicious intent, pointing at the blood goddess rear. The blood goddess' furious expression froze, a grimace overtaking his features as he turned to see the scarlet flames relentlessly pursuing him. His lips twitched in panic, just as he prepared to flee. The crimson flames surged forward, striking him squarely in the face and igniting upon contact. Ah, it hurts. Damn it. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. The deep karma within the blood god intensified the flames of the crimson lotus, causing them to blaze even more fiercely. The blood god, in agony, questioned the very essence of his existence, his mournful wails resonating through the air as the crimson light emanating from him flickered incessantly. He endeavored to extinguish the red lotus inferno with the power of the blood god, yet he was unprepared for the malevolent energy within that power, which only fueled the inferno's fervor. The blood god suffered even greater torment. Tiny flames dispersed into the air continued to merge with the raging red lotus inferno, leaving the blood god to withstand the onslaught solely through his profound life force. His lamentations and curses echoed throughout the subterranean realm. Gradually, he became enveloped by the red lotus inferno, transforming into a human torch. However, his vitality was remarkably resilient, preventing his demise for the moment as he struggled against the flames. Even his nemesis, the Blade Warrior, felt a shiver of discomfort upon witnessing the blood god's tragic state. He approached Wang Chen, gratitude etched upon his otherwise dark visage. "Chen, I appreciate your presence. Eric, do not flatter yourself. I was coerced into this by those bats. You think you can have a lady by your side?" Wang Chen gestured towards Alice, who was clutching her sword sheath above, his face betraying a look of disdain. "Damn, you truly are a scoundrel." The corners of the Blade Warrior's mouth twitched as he replied, irritation evident in his tone. "Come now, do not be so petty. Look, isn't this a form of retribution?" Wang Chen smiled, pointing to the blood god, who was now a torch yet still struggling. "Well done." The Blade Warrior grinned widely, nodding in satisfaction. Nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing his adversary's suffering. When will this fellow finally perish? It won't be long before he succumbs. He is merely clinging to life due to his formidable life force. Look, he has turned to ashes. Wang Chen exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the remnants of the blood god. Splendid. A radiant smile graced the Blade Warrior's icy countenance. The red lotus inferno returned joyfully to Wang Chen's grasp, and he recognized the substantial benefits it had gained from this encounter, the vampire's malevolence leaving it thoroughly satisfied. With a beaming smile, Wang Chen stowed the red lotus inferno within the primordial cauldron in his dantian, wary of placing it within his sea of consciousness, as the energy it emitted was beyond his immediate capacity to absorb. After all, it had incinerated a deity, and no matter how diminished, it was still a god. As the Blade Warrior beheld the magnificent and resplendent flame of the red lotus, he retreated to a considerable distance, sensing a lethal threat. Indeed, the more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it often was. "Let us depart," Wang Chen declared with a smile, disregarding the Blade Warrior's struggles as he soared towards Alice's floor. "Damn it, I'm leaving first. Farewell." The Blade Warrior muttered a few words with a scowling face before fleeing. What a humorous turn of events. "Brother Chen, shall we return home?" Alice, clutching the sword sheath, spoke timidly. "All right, let us return home." Wang Chen took the sheath, sheathing the Hongmeng sword, and led Alice towards the ground. However, upon reaching the exit of the underground space, Wang Chen suddenly halted, his expression devoid of warmth. He contemplated whether today marked a fateful encounter, pondering if these individuals sought him or the vampires instead. "What is it, Chengu?" Alice asked, puzzled by his sudden stop. "Alice, are you still afraid?" "No, I am no longer afraid. This world is a predatory one, and I must grow stronger." "Excellent. It seems your journey here was not in vain." A multitude of figures had gathered outside, their true intentions unclear, whether benevolent or malevolent. Wang Chen cautioned, "Be vigilant." He handed the sheath back to Alice, lifting his gaze coldly towards the grand exit. "Understood." Alice's demeanor shifted to one of resolve. Her body ceased to tremble as she closely followed Wang Chen. Chapter 28. The inaccessible barrier far away. Outside Wang Chen's villa, a group of men in black assaulted the premises with a barrage of rockets, explosives, and high-tech weaponry. Yet, all their efforts were thwarted by a radiant purple barrier surrounding the villa, leaving it unscathed. Even the three women within, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, and Ada, remained undisturbed in their slumber. One of the assailants, witnessing the villa's resilience against their heavy firepower, wore a grim expression. As dawn approached, he begrudgingly issued the command to retreat. "Withdraw." 50 to 60 fully armed soldiers hastily complied, swiftly collecting their weapons and boarding their vehicles. The leader of the black-clad men glared at the villa with malevolent intent, muttering, "I shall return." The scene shifted. Wang Chen emerged with Alice from the underground space, his gaze cold as he regarded the unwelcome guests outside the building, clad in dark robes, their massive hoods obscuring their faces. Upon noticing Wang Chen and Alice's emergence, the men in black began chanting obscure incantations, radiating a dark luminescence that swiftly coalesced into black pillars of light, enveloping the building in a barrier. The edifice vanished from the external world, appearing as a realm of its own. At that moment, Wang Chen discerned 12 black-clad figures activating the pillars, with 6 before him arranged according to the positions of a hexagram, also reciting incantations, the purpose of which remained unclear. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Wang Chen watched their movements with a smile, intuiting without question that this was a summoning ritual. It remained to be seen which malevolent entity they sought to invoke. These individuals appeared to be the unwitting prey, mistaking him for their quarry. As he contemplated, the smile vanished from Wang Chen's face. He had initially intended to incinerate this band of inept individuals with the Red Lotus Hellfire, yet he discovered that he was unable to summon it. It appeared that this barrier had been fortified with prohibitive magic. He exerted his magical energy, and, fortunately, it flowed as it should. Alice, take refuge inside the building and do not emerge, Wang Chen instructed the girl beside him. Understood, Alice replied, dutifully scurrying into the edifice. O great demon lord of hell, revered Satanish, please open the gates of the abyss. I present to you delectable offerings. 6 robed figures knelt upon the ground, their fervent cries echoing through the air. The hexagram inscribed upon the earth radiated a dark purple luminescence, manifesting as a portal to a shadowy and profound forest, where grotesque beasts gazed hungrily at the gateway. Let hell descend! Let hell descend! Let hell descend! 18 robed figures fervently shouted, their eyes aflame with anticipation as they beheld the infernal entrance. Wang Chen regarded them with a bemused expression, pondering the bizarre nature of this marvel world, rife with so many cultists. Were these zealots truly enjoying favorable treatment? The beasts of the dark forest erupted into a cacophony of howls and began to surge madly through the hellish portal, a multitude of ominous creatures pouring forth, advancing menacingly towards Wang Chen. Observing these bizarre entities, his lips involuntarily twitched in disbelief. There was a one-eyed wolf, a 3-legged tiger, a 4-headed lion, and a serpent woman with a human torso and serpentine tail, among others. It seemed as though these fiends were oblivious to the presence of the robed figures, fixating solely on Wang Chen as if he were an easy target. With a firm stamp of his right foot, the ground fractured, creating a deep pit beneath him. A sonic boom resounded as he appeared above a cyclopean wolf. Raising his sword in a mighty arc, he brought it down upon the beast's neck. In its expression of terror, the colossal head was severed with a swift stroke. Ha! Delightful. Now this is combat, Wang Chen exclaimed, wiping the dark crimson blood from his face, his demeanor frenzied as he charged into the throng of beasts, eager to test the limits of his strength. The arrival of these dark creatures was perfectly timed. The bloodline runes within his heart rapidly absorbed the residual energy of the purple dragon elixir, generating streams of purplish-red blood that coursed throughout his body, bestowing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, he let out a resounding cry. Ah! Wang Chen unleashed his full power, wielding the Hongmeng sword with grand flourishes, seamlessly integrating techniques from the Tai Chi sword, the 3-yin slaughtering sword, and the deathly killing sword, each executed with deadly precision. He was simultaneously validating his swordsmanship with the sword techniques echoing in his mind, gradually forging a unique style of combat, where each move was lethal. The corpses of dark beasts sprawled across the square before the building, their blackish-red blood forming a pool. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the gates of hell, startling the 6 cloaked figures nearby, who scrambled away in fright. No longer were they filled with fervor. Their gazes toward Wang Chen now bore traces of fear, as they realized this man could slay so many hellish beasts with sheer physical prowess. After dispatching a bull-like monster, Wang Chen swiftly retreated from the battlefield, his expression grave as he gazed at the gates of hell. He observed the surrounding beasts trembling in terror at the unknown creature's roar. Wang Chen recognized the necessity for caution. The beasts he had slain were merely lowly minions, manageable against ordinary humans, yet potentially formidable against mutants. Their fearsome appearances belied their actual strength. Noticing the wastefulness of the fallen beasts, he summoned the Hongmeng Ding from his dantian. The cauldron emanated an ethereal purple glow as he hurled it towards the building behind him, where it instantly hovered above Alice, radiating protective purple light. The Hongmeng sword diagram swiftly departed from Alice and reappeared in Wang Chen's grasp, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the gates of hell, eager to witness who would ultimately devour whom. Chapter 29. The Hellish Dragon. The ominous black-purple gates of hell continued to expand, originally standing at 5 or 6 meters high and 3 meters wide. now towering over 10 meters with a width of 6 or 7 meters. A menacing head emerged from the gates, its enormous vertical pupils fixated on Wang Chen, relentlessly roaring in fury as the colossal beast squeezed its way into the world, exultantly howling at the sky. By the heavens, what malevolent deity is this calling forth such a creature? They truly spared no expense, even summoning a Western dragon. Wang Chun's grin vanished, replaced by expletives as he cursed under his breath. Though he held disdain for the Western lizard dragon, he recognized his own limitations. This was indeed a dire predicament. With a grim countenance, he cast the Hongmeng sword diagram into the center of the square, where it sank 1/3 into the ground, emanating a purplish-red glow as it began to absorb the dark beast's corpses and blood, growing stronger with each essence consumed. After venting its fury, the dark dragon soared toward Wang Chen. Its massive form, rising over 10 meters in height and 5 to 6 meters in width, exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. As it charged toward him, mouth aglow with gathering black flames, unleashing a fiery assault. Wang Chen was taken aback. He had always been the one to intimidate others with flames. Yet today, he found himself being bullied by a monstrous creature. Swiftly, he evaded the onslaught of black flames with his agile movement. Channeling his inner energy, he infused the Hongmeng sword with power and unleashed 3 sword chi, each extending a considerable length towards the dragon in the sky. The dragon's vertical pupils glinted with ferocity as it unleashed waves of black fire towards both Wang Chen and his sword chi. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the oncoming sword chi was gradually extinguished, while Wang Chen desperately dodged the flames, an expression of distress etched on his face. The creature roared in exhilaration, its thunderous cries echoing. You think you can bully me just because I cannot soar within this barrier? Sword technique, arise. Damn it, I cannot even use my sword technique. This is pushing me to my limits. A look of resentment surfaced on Wang Chen's face as he hastily ran towards other dark beasts, utilizing them as shields against the dragon's flames. Watching the beasts wail in agony amidst the flames, his expression remained unchanged. After all, dead beasts were merely good beasts. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization as he spotted the 12 robed figures maintaining the barrier. A plan began to form. The gates of hell were a product of rules he could not dismantle, and the dragon in the sky was beyond his means to defeat, let alone kill. Thus, the barrier was his only target for destruction. Let you experience the might of the dragon's fire. Wang Chen chuckled as he swiftly approached the robed figures, channeling energy into the Hongmeng sword and striking at the airborne dragon, all the while taunting its fragile nerves, inciting its wrath. The dragon, with its colossal eyes gleaming with malice, unleashed dark flames upon Wang Chen, resembling a massive mobile artillery unit, as the ground trembled with thunderous roars. I've been waiting for you. Wang Chen swiftly dodged, revealing the robed figure behind him, whose terrified expression morphed into ash in the wake of the dark flames. The black barrier in the sky began to flicker ominously, exhibiting instability. It works, Wang Chen exclaimed, running towards the nearest robed figure, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The robed figure, upon seeing Wang Chen approach, was overtaken by despair. Once the barrier was cast, they were rendered immobile, their faces betraying sheer terror as they cried out. Don't come near. Please, don't. Yet, one more was reduced to ash by the magical flames. Fool. Wang Chen gleefully sprinted towards the next victim, the surroundings reverberating with the harrowing cries of the robed figures. Don't come near. Please, don't. Don't come near. Please, don't. As the black barrier in the sky began to dissipate with the demise of 6 cloaked figures, it finally shattered when Wang Chen extinguished the last 6. At long last, I can wield my magic. Those accursed cloaked ones, I shall send you to the hell you so fervently desire. Wait for it. In the air. Wang Chen laughed maniacally, observing that the murderous intent in the eyes of the remaining 6 cloaked figures had begun to wane. But first, he needed to deal with the demon dragon. Little lizard, here I come. Wang Chen activated his telekinesis, swiftly approaching the demon dragon in the sky, which unleashed its dark flames to thwart his advance. Sword art go. With a mere thought, a protective barrier of telekinetic energy enveloped him, as the Hongmeng sword surged forth towards the demon dragon. Roar. The Hongmeng sword, transformed into a violet sword light, weaved through the dragon's vulnerable scales, inflicting grievous wounds and causing it to bleed profusely. This is the correct approach. While evading the onslaught of dark flames, Wang Chen maneuvered the Hongmeng sword to draw blood from the demon dragon. Before long, the frequency of the dragon's fiery assaults diminished. With a glimmer of insight, he swiftly repositioned himself atop the dragon's head. Roar! Roar! The demon dragon bellowed in fury, twisting in the air in an attempt to dislodge Wang Chen. Extending his right hand, the Hongmeng sword materialized, and he began channeling his energy into it, causing a formidable sword aura to extend over a yard in length. He ascended slowly above the dragon's head, grasping the sword with both hands. Sensing imminent danger, the demon dragon surged towards the gates of hell. But Wang Chen would not grant it the chance to escape. Matching the speed of the dragon, he thrust both hands downward into the dark dragon's massive skull. With a faint sound of friction, the blade pierced through its cranium, and the dragon let out a mournful wail before plummeting to the plaza before the building with a resounding crash. Chapter 30. Satanish Wang Chen alighted beside the fallen demon dragon, a broad smile on his face. After delivering a few kicks and discovering it was motionless, he joyously waved his right hand, drawing it into his Qinkuan ring. How splendid to find spoils of war. Sword art go. Wang Chen noticed several hellish beasts fleeing the plaza, thinking to himself, "You won't escape that easily." He chuckled, watching as the beasts fell, their heads pierced by the Hongmeng's sword. "Damn it, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey, why don't you just die quietly?" Angering Lord Satanish, "You shall await your doom." The remaining 6 cloaked figures in the plaza, filled with rage, directed their attacks at Wang Chen, their fear almost tangible, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Crimson Lotus of Karma. Wang Chen gazed coldly at the 6 worthless beings who continued to chatter. He resolved to show these pale swine the true meaning of cruelty. Unfazed by their mention of the hellish demon king, he found solace in the presence of the Ancient One, who remained an insurmountable barrier. The scarlet flames erupted from within the building and enveloped Wang Chen's hand, as he flicked his wrist towards the 6 pale figures. 6 tiny flames instantly latched onto them, igniting their karmic burdens and transforming them into blazing torches, their anguished cries filling the air. "Ah, it hurts. No, spare me. Damn it all." Wang Chen turned his attention away from these insignificant beings, his expression grave as he focused on the towering gate of hell. Despite the absence of ferocious beasts emerging from within, he could not allow such a volatile threat to remain unchecked. Wang Chen glanced at the crimson lotus of karma in his hand, a formidable power of primordial origin, though it was a mere version of the original. He hoped it would suffice against the gate of hell. With a heart full of trepidation, he hurled the crimson lotus of karma at the gate. Instantly, the flames surged as if invigorated, consuming the gate in a frenzy of fire, illuminating the dark night. "Damn it, this is a windfall. Truly a great fortune." Wang Chen felt the Hongmeng mirror pulsating joyfully within his mind, causing his brow to throb with excitement, knowing that the fortune amassed from this endeavor would be substantial. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of police cars and specialized vehicles surrounded the building, deploying a battalion of soldiers clad in black suits and combat gear. Within moments, they had cordoned off the area, preparing for battle. These special operatives did not enter the square. Instead, they observed the blazing gate of hell with expressions of grave disbelief. Internally lamenting, "What on earth is this? Are we really expected to combat that?" A howl erupted from the gate of hell once more, as 5 or 6 enormous three-eyed wolves, each 5 to 6 meters long and over 2 meters tall, burst forth from the luminous portal. However, half of them were immediately engulfed in the crimson lotus of karma, howling in agony as they disintegrated into ashes. The remaining three-eyed wolves, filled with terror, retreated from the fiery spectacle of the gate. Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. His crimson lotus of karma, though a mere imitation, had failed to seal the gate of hell, allowing these beasts to escape. The three-eyed wolves turned their predatory gazes toward the surrounding soldiers, their scarlet eyes betraying a mix of cruelty and greed. With a ferocious roar directed skyward, they charged towards the soldiers. "Awoo! Awoo! Damn it! What is this abomination? Open fire! Hurry, fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat!" The man clad in a black suit and the soldiers were instantly engulfed in chaos. However, the ordinary firearms merely grazed the three-eyed giant wolf, akin to a mere scratch, while the laser gun wielded by the man in the suit proved formidable enough to inflict damage upon the beast. Wang Chen observed the conflict with an amused smile, pondering the identities of these factions. Were they agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or members of a special department? With a flick of his right hand, the Hongmeng sword, embedded in the center of the square, radiated a resplendent crimson light, ascending into the sky and transforming into a circular sword array that enveloped the vicinity of the buildings, creating a spatial barrier to prevent the ferocious beasts from escaping. "What on earth is this? It seems to be the creation of that man. Let us go and inquire." "Inquire about what? That fellow is Wang Chen. Damn it. Have Coulson communicate with him." The men in black suits and the soldiers were momentarily unsettled by the sword array overhead, but they had no time to dwell on it, as the three-eyed giant wolf had shattered their formation, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Wang Chen, witnessing their utter ineptitude, felt a sense of helplessness as he tossed the Hongmeng's sword into the fray, uttering, "Sword art, go." The Hongmeng's sword instantly transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring toward the rampaging three-eyed giant wolf, piercing through its skull amidst its fearful howls, reaping its life force. The men in black suits and the soldiers, observing the relentless slaughter of the three-eyed giant wolves, displayed expressions of relief, their gazes filled with a complex mixture of emotions directed at Wang Chen. At that moment, of the 6 individuals previously ignited by Wang Chen's flames, 5 had already been reduced to ashes. However, the last one emitted a thick cloud of black mist, swiftly transforming into a colossal skeleton that let out a piercing screech. Strangely, the red lotus flames that enveloped it were extinguished by the black mist. The enormous skeleton ignited with a fierce black flame, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure, causing the surrounding soldiers to kneel in submission. Wang Chen felt an oppressive force emanating from a higher-dimensional being, his body trembling involuntarily, a primal instinct, for this entity's life force surpassed his own. Yet, it was this very pressure that triggered the primordial runes within the violet blood of his heart, causing them to emit a frenzied glow, quelling his tremors. He would not allow anyone to suppress him through bloodline. A smile graced Wang Chen's face as he grew increasingly at ease, the battlefield now left with only him standing. The giant skeleton's eyes blazed with black flames, seemingly enraged, as it addressed Wang Chen. "I am the hell demon Satanish. You, a mere mortal, dare to offend the divine. I shall bestow upon you death." Chapter 31. The Godslayer. The language of the great skeleton was peculiar, yet to Wang Chen's astonishment, he comprehended it. He regarded the great skeleton with disdain, pondering whether the gods in the Marvel universe were truly divine. Such a mere aura of oppression was likely less formidable than that of an infant soul cultivator, relying solely on its bloodline to intimidate others. Come, hasten to vanquish me. I yearn for death." Greed gleamed unabashedly in Wang Chen's eyes. If he could eliminate a hellish demon god, the fortune he would acquire might suffice to illuminate the heavens once more. Wang Chen relentlessly provoked the great skeleton. Convinced that the demon god's true form could not breach the earthly realm, he was determined to seize the moment. Today, he would slay a god. No divine intervention could thwart him, he, Wang Chen, declared. Wang Chen's fervor astounded the suited man and the soldiers, who fell to their knees in anguish, disbelief etched upon their faces. Roar. The great skeleton seemed incensed by Wang Chen's audacity. Its black flames surged to new heights, ceasing its speech, as it lifted a massive foot enveloped in dark fire, descending upon Wang Chen. A violet aura enveloped Wang Chen, and with a swift pivot, he evaded the impending doom, floating gracefully in the air. He raised the Hongmeng's sword, infusing it with fervent energy, causing a 3-meter-long violet sword barrier to extend. "Great skeleton, taste my blade." Roar. The great skeleton bellowed, sweeping its arms wide as torrents of black fire surged towards Wang Chen with immense force. The 3-meter-long violet sword barrier sliced through the darkness, striking the great skeleton's forehead and inflicting a roughly 1-meter wound, from which a concentrated black liquid poured forth, igniting the square in ravenous flames. "Ha! What a feeble god!" Wang Chen, suspended in the air, encased by a lotus of radiant colors, erupted into laughter upon witnessing the great skeleton's injury. The towering skeleton, a behemoth of over 10 meters, wreaked havoc around it, enraged at being wounded by a mere mortal. A flaming spear materialized in its grasp, aimed menacingly at Wang Chen. Undeterred, Wang Chen brandished the Hongmeng's sword and charged toward the great skeleton. A fierce melee ensued, resounding with the echoes of their clash. Ha! What exhilaration! In the midst of the battle with the great skeleton, Wang Chen felt his strength surging at an astonishing rate, unable to suppress his elation. Boom. Cough, cough. Damn it. How dare you resort to underhanded tactics against me? Perhaps it was Wang Chen's moment of exuberance that led to his misfortune, or perhaps the demon god was particularly cunning. The black flame spear wielded by the great skeleton unexpectedly contained the power of lightning, striking Wang Chen down onto the square and creating a massive crater. Such is the fate of those who dare to offend the divine. Wretched human, your demise is certain, the great skeleton chuckled, observing Wang Chen's disarray. Yet, it did not delay its assault, conjuring a black lightning spear that was hurled toward the pit where Wang Chen lay. Thunder rumbled. With a grim expression, Wang Chen spat out the blood that had pooled in his mouth. He stomped his right foot, propelling himself from the crater like a cannonball, narrowly evading the demon god's lethal strike. Wang Chen soared to a distance, confronting the demon god, and thought to himself, indeed, divine beings are never to be underestimated. His hands swiftly formed seals, casting numerous magical symbols into the air. Primordial sword array arise. Instantly, the square, enveloped by the primordial sword diagram, burst forth with 12 radiant colors, and 12 towering sword shadows appeared around the square. The soldiers were instantly swept away from the sword array as Wang Chen positioned himself at the heart of the primordial sword diagram, a wicked smile gracing his face as he gazed at the great skeleton. What have you done, human? The great skeleton sensed an overwhelming sense of danger upon seeing the sword shadows above. I shall send you back to hell. Primordial boundless, the 5 elements cycle. Wang Chen's mana surged into the sword array, rapidly being consumed by it. The 5 sword shadows in the air began to whirl around the great skeleton, the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth piercing toward him. Ultimately, they transformed into a 5-element wheel, bearing down upon him from all directions. Roar! The great skeleton bellowed. I am the demon god of hell. I cannot be vanquished. The black flames encircling him morphed into black lightning, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the 5-element wheel. As the lightning flickered, Wang Chen found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over the wheel. With a darkened expression, he refused to yield, retrieving a mana-restoring pill from his Qianquan ring and swallowing it. Primordial boundless, yin and yang Tai Chi. Wang Chen formed seals once more, directing his energy toward the primordial sword diagram. A purple magical seal instantly merged with the diagram, and 2 sword shadows, one black and one white, ascended, coalescing into a Tai Chi sword diagram that descended upon the great skeleton. What can you do to me? The great skeleton shouted defiantly, as torrents of black lightning surged forth from his form, coalescing into a lightning shield that hovered above his head. Go! Wang Chen wore a cold smirk. He was resolute in his belief that he could vanquish this monster. The black and white Tai Chi sword diagram spiraled toward the black lightning, colliding without a sound. The black lightning was gradually eroded, and the great skeleton began to panic as the surrounding 5-element wheel pressed forward, swiftly breaching his defenses. A chilling scream escaped the great skeleton's lips. Ah, stop! Cease this at once! Wang Chen scoffed, disregarding the cries of the towering skeleton as he relentlessly channeled his magical energy into the sword diagram, intent on vanquishing his foe. The powers of these demonic entities were formidable. What if he were to turn the tide? Ah, I curse you. You shall not die a peaceful death. Come to hell and suffer. I shall torment you for 100,000 years. The grotesque skeleton emitted a chilling wail, yet ultimately directed a smile toward Wang Chen. The skeleton was reduced to mere ashes by the intertwining forces of the Tai Chi diagram and the 5 elements wheel. Only then did Wang Chen exhale in relief, muttering curses under his breath. Those demons are indeed wily tricksters. I'm fortunate not to have heeded their deceitful words. Chapter 32. Exhilaration between the dimensions of earth and hell. Master Gu Yi wore a smile as he confronted the wrathful Satanish. Satanish, why do you come to earth instead of contending with Mephisto for territory? Gu Yi fanned himself nonchalantly, a glimmer of mirth nearly spilling from his eyes. It is none of your concern, Gu Yi. A lowly insect has slain my follower. I shall flay him alive. Satanish's face flushed with rage, crackling with tendrils of dark lightning as he spoke vehemently. Oh dear, your follower has perished? How splendid. Gu Yi responded with gleeful malice. Gu Yi, are you seeking war? Satanish revealed his towering true form, a bull-headed beast crackling with black lightning, poised for confrontation. War indeed. It presents an excellent opportunity for me to stretch my limbs. I shall hold you back and see if Mephisto can seize your stronghold. Gu Yi adopted a stance as if he intended to cling to Satanish, taunting him further until the latter radiated heat and fury. Gu Yi, do you dare? Satanish, driven to the brink of madness by the old sorcerer's provocations, unleashed a tempest of black lightning that shattered the surrounding space. Yet, he feared for his lair, seething with anger. Just see if I dare. Gu Yi brandished the green gem at his chest, ready to commence battle. Upon witnessing Gu Yi's readiness, Satanish promptly retreated to hell, calling out, Gu Yi, your lifespan is nearing its end. When you perish, I shall relish the sight of who can thwart me then. I can wait for years. His laughter echoed ominously. Coward. Master Gu Yi, still smiling, retracted the eye of Agamotto, dismissing Satanish's words with a light reprimand before turning to depart the realm. How amusing. Satanish is nothing but a coward. A demon laughed heartily. Lucifer, have your wounds healed? Come out and frolic, but be cautious lest Satanish devours you. Another demon. With malicious intent, mocked Lucifer. Humph, Mephisto, you speak of me, yet you were beaten by Satanish like a dead dog. With that, Lucifer vanished without a trace. Huh. Sooner or later, I shall consume you all. Mephisto, donned in a tailcoat and wielding a cane, chuckled lightly before disappearing as well. Wang Chen gracefully descended from the sky. Though his mouth was filled with curses, the state of his teeth nearly falling out betrayed his overwhelming joy. Observing the gates of hell, now shimmering. The crimson flames of the red lotus karma fire had expanded, enveloping the gates entirely. He realized he had struck a tremendous fortune, and a smile lingered on his face. After a considerable time, the gates of hell finally dissipated, revealing a somewhat ethereal, towering flame lotus of the 4th grade, which gradually shrank and solidified into a palm-sized, swirling flame lotus. With a wave of his right hand, the red lotus karma fire transformed into a beam of red light and landed in his palm. He gazed at it with delight, wishing it were a seed of the karma fire red lotus. For then he would possess an innate flame and would not allow that great skeleton to be so arrogant. With a thought, he summoned the 3 remaining demon wolves from the ground, drawing them into his Chinquan ring. His consciousness searched meticulously and discovered a skull ring and a notebook at the location of a cloaked figure. After securing them, he vanished with his spoils. Wang Chen curled his lip, silently noting that these cultists were indeed impoverished. Nevertheless, he was satisfied, for today's harvest was already substantial. He formed hand seals and directed them toward the sky. The Hongmeng sword diagram emitted a faint purple light before swiftly shrinking into a purplish-red sword sheath that flew toward him. The building was once again exposed to the external realm, and the sounds of a bustling crowd echoed outside. Wang Chen paid them no mind. After receiving the Hongmeng sword diagram and sheathing the Hongmeng sword, he called out to the building, "Alice, come forth." Coming. Alice had been standing by the window, watching Wang Chen battle the great skeleton. Upon witnessing its demise at his hands, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Hearing Wang Chen's call, she joyfully dashed out. A small cauldron floating above her head, radiating a violet glow. Seeing Alice approach with a beaming smile, Wang Chen felt a sense of relief, glad that he hadn't frightened her. "Brother Chen, you are so powerful. You defeated that enormous skeleton," Alice exclaimed, her hands animatedly gesturing, reflecting her immense joy. 2 men clad in suits had long stood beside Wang Chen, yet they refrained from interjecting as Alice spoke. "All right, no need to be so excited. I have a few matters to attend to, and then we shall return home." Wang Chen gently calmed the exuberant young girl. With a mere thought, the primordial cauldron hovering above Alice's head transformed into a beam of purple light, which then found its way into his hands. He placed the red lotus flame within it, allowing the primordial cauldron to settle into his dantian, where it swirled amidst the violet energy. Very well. Alice managed to temper her exuberance and stood beside Wang Chen. It was only then that Wang Chen turned, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the 2 suited men. "Do you have something to discuss?" One of the middle-aged men, his head sparsely adorned with hair, approached Wang Chen, a broad smile on his face. "Good day, Mr. Wang. We are agents of the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I am Coulson. Could you enlighten us about the events occurring here? And what is the nature of that grand gate? Is that enormous skeleton truly a demon god?" Wang Chen noted the audacity of this man, who dared to bombard him with questions, yet he had no intention of letting the Shield Bureau take advantage of him. "Ah, Coulson, is it? You are rather handsome," Wang Chen remarked with a grin. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang. Yet you have yet to answer my inquiries." Coulson's smile widened, evidently pleased by Wang Chen's appreciation, recognizing him as a man of discernment and charm. "Given your striking appearance, do not harbor such idyllic notions. What? Do you wish to take advantage of me?" Wang Chen's face radiated warmth, yet his words were laced with an icy chill. Alice could contain herself no longer and burst into laughter, quickly apologizing as she covered her mouth. Coulson's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of bewilderment, his expression shifting rapidly through shades of confusion. While the other suited man struggled to suppress his laughter, utilizing his 2 decades of cultivated composure to maintain his facade. After a prolonged silence, Coulson finally spoke, his voice thick with lament. "Mr. Wang, what must we do to learn about the happenings here?" The matter is quite simple. Prior to the incident in the square, I eradicated the vampires that were summoning the blood god underground. I demand their assets in the Big Apple, be they cash or real estate. Do you comprehend?" Wang Chen's expression bore a faint smile, yet his tone brooked no argument. "That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Coulson's countenance shifted dramatically at this revelation, and he immediately retorted, "Heed my words. Anyone who dares to seize my spoils must be prepared to face death. Furthermore, I have already relinquished the treasures outside the grand city. One should not be overly avaricious. Let us strike a bargain. Should the hell demon invade Earth once more, I shall remain indifferent to your plight. What say you? A playful smile graced Wang Chen's face as he spoke with a relaxed tone. Mr. Wang, I truly cannot make that decision, Coulson replied, a resigned smile betraying his understanding of Wang Chen's veiled threat. Then summon someone who can speak on my behalf. I shall await this evening. Should anyone dare to usurp my treasures, they will have only themselves to blame. Indeed, you may test whether a nuclear bomb can vanquish me, Wang Chen said coldly, turning towards Alice, who was making her way to the street. Along the way, soldiers and men in black dutifully cleared a path for him, their eyes filled with gratitude. For this man had saved them more than once. Thankfully, the car is still operational. Alice, get in. What a splendid day, Wang Chen exclaimed as he reached the roadside and discovered his vehicle intact. After ensuring Alice was settled, he pressed the accelerator. And under the watchful gaze of the morning sun, the car sped towards Manhattan. What now, Coulson? Inquired the suited man beside him. What else can we do? Naturally, we must consult the director. You take a team and investigate that band of pest space to verify Wang Chen's claims. Damn those Easterners, their names are so convoluted. Coulson, usually composed, found himself flustered by Wang Chen's pointed remarks. Observing Coulson's troubled demeanor, the suited man quickly made his exit. Understood, I will proceed at once. John, rally your squad. The suited man called to nearby soldiers, and together they hastily entered the precarious building, which, by some stroke of fortune or misfortune, had withstood the ravages of two demons without collapsing. Coulson retreated to a secluded corner and pulled out a secure phone to contact the director. Director, Wang Chen's temperament is exceedingly volatile. Perhaps you should send someone else to engage with him. Coulson, remain calm. I have heard Wang Chen's demands, and I will handle the interaction personally. You all should search the scene and return promptly, came Nick Fury's steady voice over the line. Understood, Director. It shall be as you say. Nick Fury ended the call, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, exasperated by the troublesome superhuman with grievances against the government. Damn it, vampires summoning blood gods. Hell demons Satanish? How could so many deities suddenly emerge? Nick Fury could not help but curse aloud. He had witnessed the ferocity of that enormous skeleton through the video and would never naively believe that such a monstrous entity would fear nuclear weapons. Moreover, Wang Chen had the audacity to anticipate the government's decisions, which was indeed somewhat unsettling. Damn it, damn it. Well, it seems I shall earn a little less this time. The riches of the vampires are truly tantalizing. Nick Fury clasped his chest, feeling a twinge of pain. If only he could incorporate Wang Chen into that plan, he would acquire a formidable enforcer. Today, he intended to personally meet this individual who managed to escape from the laboratory, hoping to persuade Wang Chen to join his cause. As he contemplated this, excitement illuminated his face, and he carefully stowed away his antique cell phone, his ultimate trump card, to be used only if absolutely necessary. The scene shifted to Wang Chen, who was joyfully driving along, humming a tune. He was unfazed by the prospect of the bloodline heritage being consumed by others. Rather, he seemed eager to test the capabilities of his innate spell, having never had the opportunity before and fearing potential backlash. Using ordinary people as test subjects was more than suitable. After all, any force capable of devouring the bloodline heritage, whether governmental or corporate, deserved annihilation. 9 out of 10 would not be unjustly condemned, for they were steeped in sin. Chapter 34. A reflection. Once more Wang Chen, with a smile gracing his face, returned to the villa with Alice. However, upon witnessing the disarray at the entrance, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. It appears that some individuals remained restless. He remarked, Brother Chen, what's wrong? Alice inquired softly. It's nothing, just a bunch of rats. Let us head home first. Wang Chen replied with a smile as he drove the car into the garage, and together with Alice, they entered the living room. Alice, please inform Fei and the others that they should refrain from going out today. I have matters to attend to. If anyone comes, ignore them. We shall discuss anything later when I emerge, Wang Chen said earnestly. Understood. Brother Chen, you go ahead and take care of your business. Alice responded with a smile. All right, I'll be on my way, Wang Chen said before ascending to the second floor and entering his bedroom. With a flick of his right hand, a violet halo emanated from the ZY Dao Palace, enveloping the entire villa in a protective barrier. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the carpet, calming his mind as he reviewed the 2 battles of the past days. He concluded that his current strength was sufficient to handle ordinary individuals and mutants. However, when faced with even slightly stronger adversaries, he found himself at a loss. Take the case of the Red Lotus Inferno, for instance. It was extinguished the moment Satanish's dark energy surged forth. It became evident that true power must ultimately be derived from within. Had it not been for the fact that the Hongming mirror bestowed upon Wang Chen several spiritual treasures during his first reflection upon the heavens, he would have met his demise today. Indeed, he was soaring, utterly inflated with arrogance. How could I have entertained thoughts of slaying deities at that moment? It appears that after traversing into this realm, I have managed to subdue the American government, leading me to an unwarranted sense of superiority. Fortunately, I have come to my senses this time. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the manner of my own demise. Slaying deities? What folly, regardless of their shortcomings. They are still gods, ruling over a hellish domain. This is the realm of an earth immortal. Am I out of my mind? A mere shrimp, refining essence into chi. Daring to provoke an earth immortal, and surviving unscathed is indeed a stroke of luck. Yes, I am undoubtedly influenced by my former self. It must be so. How humble I truly am. Wang Chen, filled with trepidation, wiped the sweat continually trickling down his face, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the Hongming mirror transformed into a radiant purple light, soaring forth from his sea of consciousness, dancing joyfully before him like a lilac sprite. Wang Chen turned the page on his previous actions. Regardless of his recklessness, it was done, and regret served no purpose, especially since the outcome had been favorable. With this thought, a smile graced his face as he gazed at the Hongming mirror, noticing a crack upon its surface had vanished. Was it repaired? Indeed. The Panga deity is formidable. A single stroke of his axe felled 2 primordial beings and affected the Hongming mirror, resulting in such numerous fissures. Wang Chen shook his head. The supreme primordial chaos. What a place that is. It is the ultimate of the heavens, beyond the reach of a mere cultivator like himself. He summoned the Hongming mirror back, allowing it to hover above his head. Hongming mirror, illuminate the heavens. The mirror radiated a dazzling violet light, instantly brightening the bedroom, whereupon the fabric of time and space within froze. This time, both Wang Chen's body and mind remained unfettered. The Hongming mirror commenced projecting worlds, and various reflections began to flicker upon the wall before him. He gazed upon the wall with eager anticipation, uncertain of which realm would be projected this time. The bedroom walls displayed an array of worlds, some horrifyingly grotesque and filled with bizarre deities, others technologically advanced and resplendent in their grandeur, while yet others portrayed a dominion ruling over myriad realms, alongside a plethora of peculiar worlds flashing before him. Ultimately, the projections settled upon a strange, fantastical realm, a fusion of the Tao of immortality and martial arts. Yet the cultivation methods were exceedingly peculiar, as if it were a world that feasted upon its inhabitants. The projection upon the wall continued to diminish, revealing a vast expanse of small worlds, until it landed within a colossal, majestic ancient city, specifically within a luxurious, opulent mansion, suffused with vitality, adorned with fragrant blossoms, and guarded by a formidable retinue. The Hongming mirror emitted a beam of violet light that traversed the vast, chaotic sea, arriving in this fantastical realm. Instantly, a magnificent aura of purple radiated across 3,000 miles, swiftly approaching the city. The resplendent violet glow illuminated the grand cityscape, ultimately reaching a hidden chamber within a luxurious ancient mansion, where Hong Xuanji stood vigilant before the shimmering light. As the violet brilliance enveloped him, it seamlessly merged into his being, replicating all that he was, before leaving behind a lingering essence of purple and vanishing into thin air, leaving only an exhilarated Hong Xuanji in the chamber. A projection on the bedroom wall released a stream of violet light, which journeyed to the Hongming mirror, manifesting as a golden elixir imbued with the 3 treasures of Hong Xuanji's essence, alongside a suit of armor. The Hongming mirror trembled slightly, and the golden elixir's violet radiance intensified. Subsequently, the elixir divided into 3 parts, each entering Wang Chen's consciousness, dantian, and heart, before Wang Chen could fully embrace his excitement. The golden elixir's entry into his body triggered a vivid replay of Hong Xuanji's life, from an ordinary person to a celestial being, as if he had personally traversed a century of time. Various martial arts were firmly inscribed within his consciousness, while the Hongming Dao Sutra absorbed and refined the Creation Heaven Sutra and the Supreme Dance Sutra, evolving into an even more perfect and mystical form. Wang Chen found himself in a state of unity between heaven and man, harmonizing his innate martial essence, national martial arts, and Yangshan martial arts, redefining his martial path into distinct realms of skin training, bone tempering, I Ching, marrow washing, organ refinement, and meridian cultivation, achieving a flawless evolution. Chapter 35. Cultivation in his state of unity between heaven and man, Wang Chen acted instinctively. After deducing his martial realm, he began visualizing the opening heaven diagram and absorbed the essence of Hong Xuanji's 3 treasures to cultivate. A hazy giant silhouette emerged behind him, sitting cross-legged upon a 36-petal chaotic azure lotus, wielding the heaven-opening axe, while the creation jade disc hung in his mind, radiating unparalleled majesty. The very space of the villa trembled, and the Hongming mirror flickered with a purple glimmer, calming the atmosphere. Wang Chen's body radiated an interplay of violet and crimson luminescence as he continuously absorbed the energy of the golden elixir. His vital essence and magical power relentlessly forged the membranes surrounding him, shimmering with 129,600 Hongming runes, signifying his transformation of the core visualization of the Hongming Dao body from the chaotic azure lotus into the more suitable Hongming sacred lotus. Completing the first martial realm of skin training, his magical power and vital essence surged towards his bones, which transitioned from white to a lustrous white jade, gradually shifting to a purplish-white hue, with 129,600 runes shimmering upon them, marking the completion of the second realm of bone tempering. Following this, his magical power and vital essence expanded throughout his sinews, meticulously refining both the major tendons and meridians to their utmost limits. His essence permeated the gaps in his bones, continuously reinforcing his bone marrow and enhancing his hematopoietic abilities. In a short span of time, he successfully completed the cultivation of the third and fourth realms of martial arts. Suddenly, Wang Chen's purple magical energy began to differentiate into the 5 elemental forces of black, white, blue, red, and yellow, converging towards his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, initiating the refinement of his internal organs. Radiating with a resplendent array of colors, his 5 organs gradually revealed a total of 129,600 elemental runes, signifying the pinnacle of his 5-organ realm. Ultimately, the magical energy within Wang Chen's dantian began to circulate at an accelerated pace, continuously absorbing the energy from the golden elixir. The originally vast 129,600 strands of magical energy swiftly transformed into droplets of liquid mana, filling his dantian, which spanned 9 zhang, with an astonishing 129,600 droplets in a matter of moments. The residual energy commenced the opening of numerous acupoints throughout his body, infusing them with 12,960 droplets of mana, instantly establishing 296 major acupoints, thus elevating him to the status of a martial artist immortal. Wang Chen's cultivation level surged dramatically, skyrocketing from the initial stage of refining essence into qi to the perfected realm of transforming qi into spirit. Within his sea of consciousness, the soul nurtured within the purple lotus was on the verge of transcending into the primordial spirit, akin to a meteoric rise. Most importantly, Wang Chen, drawing upon the insights of Hong Xuanji's Wheel of Life and Death, comprehended his unique martial arts masterpiece, the Wheel of All Dao. This profound technique encapsulated the attributes of yin and yang, the 5 elements, time and space, wind, thunder, and ice, combined with the essence of the original Wheel of Life and Death. At long last, Wang Chen possessed a path that was entirely his own, no longer merely a brute relying on force to subdue others. The Hongming mirror radiated a violet light, restoring the frozen time and space within the chamber to normalcy. It transformed into a beam of purple light, merging into the center of Wang Chen's brow. Only then did he open his eyes, and an overwhelming will that transcended life and death, annihilating all beings, momentarily filled the room, before Wang Chen swiftly reined it in. Ha! To think it was the son of the great thousand, Hong Xuanji. I am immensely grateful. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Before bursting into laughter, they had mutually fulfilled each other, though he couldn't help but wonder if that innate purple energy could bring about the demise of Hong Xuanji's unfilial son. Heh, Hongi. How could I ever truly like you? You are so hypocritical. If you wish to grow stronger, just say so. In the end, you've turned your father into the wheel of liberation, sealing his fate for eternity. Wang Chen chuckled softly, reflecting on the path of immortality in that world, which he found distasteful, an utterly devouring route. Though other realms cultivators also indulged in such practices, they lacked the starkness of it all. Wang Chen felt the immense magical energy coursing through his body, coupled with boundless strength, and an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. Not to mention, with this newfound enlightenment, his divine abilities had fused with the rules of Marvel, granting him the capacity to wield them. However, The remaining task of opening the acupoints posed a challenge, as the requirement for spiritual energy to awaken over 129,000 acupoints was monumental. Recalling the perfected state of a martial artist immortal, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. The world of Hong Xuanji was indeed somewhat perverse, yet the thought of possessing the Hongming mirror alleviated his concerns. He had a cheat. The current Wang Chun was terrifyingly powerful. The shadow of Satanish is now a mere trifle for Wang Chun to extinguish at will. Even his true form poses no threat to him now. Rising to his feet, Wang Chun stowed away the armor levitating above his head. The royal heavenly beginning dragon armor bestowed by Hong Xuanji, now further enhanced through the purification of the Hongmeng mirror, its power significantly augmented. A smile adorned his face as he glanced out the window, only to discover that night had fallen. He wondered if Nick Fury, that troublesome character, had arrived yet. And with a chuckle, made his way to the shop on the first floor. Brother Chen, you're out. Why didn't you take us with you yesterday? Indeed. Today, Alice spoke of something so exhilarating. Can you believe there are actually gods in this world? And a colossal skeleton at that. What a shock to my worldview. As Wang Chun descended the stairs, he was surrounded by Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, and Ida, chattering animatedly, their excitement palpable. All right, let us not get too carried away. Allow me to examine your abilities first, and I shall provide you with methods to enhance your strength. Seeing the enthusiastic trio, Wang Chun felt a slight headache brewing and added thoughtfully, Is that truly the case? Brother Chen, you are so kind. Thank you ever so much. Please, quiet down. Has anyone come looking for me? Yes. There is someone outside. A black man, a cyclops. I see. You all can go play now. I have matters to attend to. Okay. The three ladies joyfully scampered into the living room. Wang Chen revealed a knowing smile. How much fortune could he garner by relaying the news of Hydra to that troublesome character? Chapter 36. Excitement. Wang Chen opened the villa door to find a group of burly men clad in black suits waiting outside, beside a parked Rolls-Royce. Nick Fury emerged from the vehicle, his face stern and unyielding, his single eye fixed intently upon him. Wang Chen found little interest in engaging with this pompous individual. Had it been a few days prior, when he had just arrived in the Marvel Universe, he might have afforded him some respect, for he could not contend with Captain Marvel. However, now the tide of battle was uncertain, primarily due to his ignorance of Captain Marvel's combat prowess. Turning away, Wang Chen settled at the tea table, beginning to boil water for tea. Furrowing his brow at the tea and bottled water, it appeared he would need to tap into the small world within the Hongmeng mirror, at the very least to procure some spiritual spring water and tea to enjoy. Nick Fury, witnessing Wang Chen's indifference as he turned away, felt his already dark expression deepen, unable to contain his frustration. Damn it. This fellow's temperament is as atrocious as rumored. Coulson, go inside and have a word with him. Nick Fury, his expression darkening, strode towards the villa, followed closely by a visibly dejected Coulson. Upon entering the villa, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, nearly causing them to stumble to the ground. Beads of sweat cascading down their faces. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Mr. Wang, were you not supposed to discuss the matter of the bloodline heritage? Is your current approach not somewhat inappropriate? Fury's face flushed, sweat streaming down. As he spoke through clenched teeth. My apologies. I was not home yesterday. A few rodents invaded my dwelling, and I neglected to secure the protective array. Wang Chen replied, suppressing a chuckle while feigning seriousness. With a wave of his right hand, a faint purple light emanated from the ZY Dao Gong, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere. As the pressure lifted, Fury and Coulson regained their composure, using the pretext of wiping away sweat to mask their alarm. Please have a seat. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Wang Chen was quite pleased with the effect of his display of power, noting how much more compliant the two had become. It seemed that actions spoke louder than words. Indeed, martial virtue commanded greater respect. Fury regained his impassive demeanor, though a flicker of anger still lingered in his eyes as he seated himself opposite Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, your desire to acquire the Bloodline's entire assets in New York City is simply untenable. Oh, is that so? Then I shall forego it, Wang Chen said, a smile gracing his face as he leisurely set down his teacup, feigning indifference. Fury found himself momentarily thrown off balance by this unexpected retort, his mind racing with frustration. Damn it, how can we negotiate like this? This insolent fool has turned the tables. Observing the rapid shifts in Fury's expression, Wang Chen delivered a final blow, coolly stating, Well then, good day to you both. Coulson internally lamented, recognizing that trouble had indeed arrived, with this man's temperament proving far more severe than even Tony Stark's. Seeing Wang Chen's intention to dismiss them, Fury refrained from openly confronting him, understanding that Wang Chen would not simply relent. Any ensuing chaos would ultimately fall upon his shoulders to resolve. Mr. Wang, I can offer you 20% of the Bloodline's assets in New York, which is the utmost I can extend. Huh, did I not just say that I no longer desire it? Do not attempt to insult me with such trifles. Remember, this was originally my spoils. Wang Chen's smile vanished completely. Realizing that engaging with this man had been a grave miscalculation, his heart was equally as dark. Undoubtedly scheming to carve out a peace for himself. Nick Fury, observing Wang Chen's obstinate demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. The legacy of the Blood Clan represented an astronomical sum, and the assets in New York City were substantial. Both government officials and capitalists in America had their eyes fixed on these fortunes. Relinquishing such vast benefits was inconceivable. What to do now? Nick Fury furrowed his brow and spoke. Mr. Wang, are you quite certain you wish to forego it? Absolutely, without a doubt, Wang Chen replied, a peculiar smile gracing his face. But I wonder, can you withstand my retribution? Now hold on. Do not take this too far. Fury exclaimed, rising in anger to shout at Wang Chen. What, are you attempting to leverage S-H-I-E-L-D against me? Pray, half of your agents are Hydra members. Surprised. Are you? Wang Chen jested, clarifying that he was not the instigator but rather the Hongmeng mirror at play. His intentions were purely for world peace. Merely seeking to offer some advice. How amusing. Are you jesting with me? Impossible, utterly impossible. Fury's expression shifted dramatically as he continued to roar in disbelief. Oh, you do not believe me, do you? Then summon your extraterrestrial friends to confront me. Bear in mind, those alien allies have proliferated millions on Earth, infiltrating every sector. Wang Chen further provoked, eager to discern how much fortune he could extract from this enigmatic figure. How could you possibly know this? Millions? How is that feasible? Fury began to panic. His inherent suspicion was exacerbated by the uncertainty surrounding Wang Chen's knowledge of extraterrestrial affairs, leaving him flustered. Seeing Fury's resilience in the face of pressure and his continued disbelief, Wang Chen decided to escalate matters directly. How about this? Use that old phone of yours to call Captain Marvel back. I wish to challenge her and see who proves superior. Fury's face turned pale with terror as he gazed at Wang Chen. My goodness. Chapter 37. The Golden Staff, fear etched on his face. Nick Fury looked at Wang Chen and asked, are you a devil? His most critical trump card had been laid bare before Wang Chen. Coulson, standing nearby, was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with thoughts. Observing the director's fear, it seemed that most of these secrets were indeed true. Would he be silenced for merely being a subordinate? Suddenly, Fury's expression shifted from fear to realization. If Wang Chen was aware of the old phone, then his previous assertions might very well be credible. My goodness, there are indeed snakes within S-H-I-E-L-D. Did extraterrestrial friends harbor sinister intentions? These thoughts incessantly echoed in Nick Fury's mind, driving him to the brink of madness, leaving little room for negotiations with Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, I must return to investigate. If what you say holds true, I shall exert my utmost efforts to secure the bloodline heritage for you. With that, Nick Fury stood and, after uttering a few more words, hastily departed with Coulson. A spectacle was about to unfold. Wang Chen chuckled as he observed Nick Fury's hasty exit, a smirk of schadenfreude crossing his face. The primordial mirror in Wang Chen's consciousness danced with glee, evidently having intercepted a considerable amount of fortune. Even the once-dreaded superhero had become somewhat more tolerable. The following morning, Wang Chen donned a casual disguise, first procuring some breakfast before making his way to a nearby grocery store behind his home. Good morning, Uncle Long. Have you had breakfast yet? Wang Chen greeted an elderly man with a warm smile, holding up the food. Ah, it's you, young lad. What brings you to visit Uncle Long today? The old man, beaming with joy, accepted the breakfast. Just came to check on you. Wang Chen replied earnestly. You're not one to visit without a purpose, so speak plainly. The elderly man chided playfully as he enjoyed his meal. Well, I'm actually interested in that iron rod you possess. Wang Chen quickly offered, gently massaging the old man's shoulders and carefully channeling his mystical energy into him. For this elder had genuinely regarded him as family, and he intended to extend the man's lifespan. Haha, I knew you had ulterior motives. Where did you learn this technique? It feels quite pleasant, Uncle Long remarked, feeling a surge of vitality as his previously relaxed muscles regained their strength and the signs of aging faded away, rejuvenating him by at least 20 years. You've truly cultivated your energy. Uncle Long finally recalled something, his excitement palpable. This is mystical energy, you know, Wang Chen replied with a smile. Good, good. You certainly haven't disgraced your father. All right, that's enough for now. Just wait here. I'll fetch that iron rod for you. With newfound vigor, Uncle Long stood up and stretched, invigorated after so long, and went into the back to retrieve the iron rod. Moments later, he emerged with a golden rod, presenting it to Wang Chen. This rod has been in my possession for quite some time, meant to be entrusted to someone in need. Since you require it, take it, Uncle Long said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he gazed at the rod. Wang Chen examined the rod in his hands, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this the golden staff? Surely this is a jest. Is this truly it? Rest assured, Uncle Long, I shall make good use of it. Wang Chen suppressed the impulse to discard the stick and forced a smile. That's good. You go about your business. I shall indulge in a nap, Uncle Long remarked, stretching his body. Very well, farewell, Uncle Long, Wang Chen replied, grasping the iron rod as he departed the grocery store, his expression dark as he returned to the villa. He sat at the tea table, staring vacantly at the iron rod, reflecting on its worthlessness, realizing it was even inferior to his Hong Meng sword, which, despite its limitations, was still a spiritual treasure of the 9 restrictions. This iron rod, merely a treasure of 5 restrictions, nonetheless offered abundant fortune. It had already mended half a crack in the Hong Meng mirror, far surpassing the luck provided by the so-called Ma-Ri Fa Kuxia. Indeed, there are no worthless objects in this world, only worthless individuals. Wang Chen snapped back to reality, pondering the divine artifacts within the Marvel universe. After much contemplation, he could not recall any. Damn it, this wretched world. Why is everything so inadequate? Frustrated, he took a sip of tea, suppressing his anger as he fixated on a few gemstones. The time stone was not worth considering, as he could not yet contend with the ancient one. It was a lost cause. The space stone was in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., which could be a possibility. Other stones were currently not on Earth, rendering them futile. Thus, he turned his attention to the Battle of New York. Moreover, once Odin passed, he could raid Odin's treasury. Why am I so foolish? It is high time to teach Lu Feifei and her companions a few things. By instructing them, they could stir up trouble, thus attracting a continuous stream of fortune, right? Indeed, the exorcism agency from my previous life must continue. As long as there are events, fortune shall flow. He reflected on the recent significant occurrences, notably the Iron Man storyline and the Mutant Summit. In light of this, gathering fortune does not seem so daunting. He felt a surge of impatience. Too hasty, far too hasty. Calm down. I must remain composed. Moreover, he required a dojo, for the spiritual energy in the city was insufficient for his cultivation, even with the ZY Palace constantly gathering stellar power. Not to mention, adding Lu Feifei and her companions would further amplify the need. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I recall an island in the Pacific with a consciousness. What was it called? Krakoa. Yes, Krakoa. Capturing it to transform into a dojo would provide a safety net for the future. The smile on Wang Chen's face grew wider as he realized he was on the right track. Why the urgency? He must have been bewitched by the golden cudgel. Indeed. That must be it. Chapter 38. A call for help after examining the physical conditions of Lu Feifei and her companions. Wang Chen discovered that the genes of the Marvel Universe bore a remarkable resemblance to the spiritual roots found in the world of cultivation. Both were extraordinary organs capable of absorbing external energy, albeit the extraordinary abilities of Marvel mutants were somewhat abstract. As Wang Chen contemplated which cultivation techniques to impart to them, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Mr. Wang, this is Tony Stark. I wish to enlist your services to protect someone. Dressed in his Iron Man suit, Tony Stark was soaring through the skies towards the Stark Industries headquarters in New York City. He sensed that Pepper Potts was in danger, and, feeling that the agents assigned to protect her were insufficient, he reluctantly sought Wang Chen's assistance. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression brightened. This was indeed an opportunity. However, he maintained his composure and asked, "Who is it that requires protection? My fees are rather substantial. Let us settle on $10 million. Mr. Wang, please hurry. I will offer you $20 million. It is my secretary, Pepper Potts. She is currently at the Stark Industries headquarters, and a large mech is threatening her. You must ensure her safety," Tony Stark urged rapidly. Wang Chen's expression darkened at the mention of exorbitant fees. Although he had grown indifferent to wealth, the sensation of being financially compelled still left a bitter taste. Very well, I shall proceed at once. After ending the call, a smile blossomed on Wang Chen's face. The prelude of this world was about to unfold. He channeled the spatial runes within him, channeling a modicum of his magical power, which conjured a purple portal before him. On the other side lay the Stark Industries headquarters, and with a smile, he stepped through. In an instant, Wang Chen materialized before the Stark Industries building, the purple portal vanishing behind him. A stunning blonde woman stood in shock, gazing at his sudden appearance. "Are you Miss Pepper Potts? I am here at Mr. Stark's request to ensure your protection." Wang Chen addressed the blonde beauty with a smile. "Yes, that's me." Pepper Potts quickly responded, regaining her composure. "Excellent. Rest assured, I shall guarantee your safety." Wang Chen reassured her with a warm smile as he approached. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind Pepper Potts, prompting Wang Chen to swiftly pull the terrified woman behind him. Before Wang Chen, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive, cumbersome steel robot emerged from within. "This must be the iron tyrant belonging to that bald man, Obadiah." Wang Chen observed this colossal machine with great interest. It was indeed far more exhilarating to witness such a behemoth in reality than in the movies. "Pepper, where do you think you're running?" came Obadiah's arrogant voice from within the gigantic robot. "And you, little pest, you shall all perish." The iron tyrant's enormous arms swung towards Pepper and Wang Chen, and the Gatling gun mounted on its arm began to whirl furiously, unleashing a barrage of deafening gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Pepper's screams echoed with despair. However, Wang Chen rolled his eyes at her reaction. The bullets hadn't even grazed her, so what was all the fuss about? A shimmering purple shield enveloped Wang Chen and Pepper, rendering the powerful Gatling rounds utterly ineffective as they clattered harmlessly to the ground. "Damn it, those cursed mutants. Despicable yellow-skinned monkeys." Obadiah bellowed in frustration. "I refuse to believe you can withstand missiles." In a fit of rage, he pressed the missile launch button, and 2 missiles erupted from the iron tyrant, hurtling towards Wang Chen and Pepper. Not wishing to be blown to smithereens, Wang Chen swiftly used his telekinesis to hurl the incoming missiles skyward. Upon reaching an altitude of 100 meters, he detonated them, filling the air with 2 resounding booms. Damn! Damn! Obadiah was infuriated to discover that his adversary possessed such unreasonable capabilities, his furious curses echoing from within the iron tyrant. Just then, a voice rang out from above. Filled with anger, Stain. Obadiah's robotic eyes scanned the skies, revealing a red armored suit rapidly approaching. "Tony, you're still alive," he exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily diverting his attention from Wang Chen. The Iron Tyrant's massive mechanical arms began to unleash a relentless barrage at the incoming red suit, but Tony Stark, piloting his suit with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the onslaught and seized the opportunity to charge forward, colliding with the Iron Tyrant. The two crashed through the walls of Stark Industries, disappearing from view. "Tony," Pepper Potts called out anxiously from behind Wang Chen. "Do not worry, Miss Potts. When the time is right, I shall intervene. For now, however, it is time for these two to settle their scores. Let them fight to their heart's content," Wang Chen stated, withdrawing the protective aura around him with a calm demeanor. "Thank you for saving me, kind sir. How should I address you?" Pepper Potts expressed her gratitude. "I am Wang Chen. You may call me Chen," Wang Chen replied with a casual shrug. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Wang. You must save Tony," Pepper implored with an earnest expression. "No problem," Wang Chen responded nonchalantly. "The Ironmonger is hardly a formidable opponent." Chapter 39. The Torments of Iron Man. While Wang Chen maintained his composure, our dear Mr. Tony Stark found himself in dire straits, relentlessly assaulted by the Ironmonger, suffering considerable blows. Vehicles of all sorts continued to traverse the road, while the Ironmonger, leveraging his size advantage, rendered Iron Man akin to a battered rag doll. Utterly outmatched. This only served to embolden Obadiah's ferocity, as he unleashed missiles in an attempt to eliminate Tony Stark once and for all. With a deafening explosion, Iron Man was propelled through the air. Recognizing his inability to contend with the Ironmonger, Tony begrudgingly ascended into the sky, hoping to exploit the freezing properties of high altitudes to vanquish his foe. To his surprise, the Ironmonger activated his flight apparatus and pursued him relentlessly. "Two fools." Wang Chen observed the trails of fire spiraling skyward, voicing his silent critique. "What did you say?" Pepper inquired, unable to discern Wang Chen's words amidst the fiery spectacle. "I remarked that these two imbeciles are not satisfied with causing chaos on the ground. They foolishly seek to tempt fate in the skies," Wang Chen stated earnestly in English. "Are you suggesting they might fall?" Pepper asked, her excitement palpable. "Rest assured, they will not perish. Let us maintain a safe distance to avoid being struck," Wang Chen replied with a smile, leading Pepper away from the building's vicinity, finding a vantage point to await the unfolding drama. Eager for the impending descent of the two hapless souls. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the Ironmonger's massive form began its descent from the heavens. Initially, Wang Chen feared that Obadiah might meet his end upon impact. However, as the Ironmonger approached mere meters from the ground, a burst of flames ignited, arresting his fall mid-air, though the flames extinguished immediately thereafter, leading to a thudding landing some distance away. What a pity, Pepper lamented. Upon realizing that Obadiah had survived the fall, it seems Miss Potts harbors quite the disdain for Obadiah. Wang Chen chuckled softly. How dare that bald fiend attempt to kill me and Tony? Pepper exclaimed, her voice brimming with indignation. Tony is descending as well. Wang Chen pointed toward the sky. In the distance, a red armored suit clumsily landed upon the rooftop of a nearby building. Tony, Pepper shouted with a face full of concern. Just then, Tony's voice crackled through her earpiece. Pepper, she exclaimed anxiously. Oh my God, are you all right? Hearing Pepper's worried tone warmed Tony Stark's heart, and he reassured her, I'm fine. But my suit is running out of power. Once I remove it, I'll come to find you. Suddenly, Ironmonger appeared behind Tony Stark. Two enormous mechanical arms ensnaring Iron Man tightly, continuously squeezing him and causing the suit to emit distressing sounds. Tony Stark had once again become a mere punching bag. When Pepper abruptly lost contact with Tony, her worry escalated. Mr. Wang, please save Tony. I beg you, she implored, bowing deeply to Wang Chen in her desperation. All right, the viewing time is over. Ironmonger's show of force ends here. Let's go, Wang Chen said with a smile, waving his right hand to conjure a portal of violet light. How incredible! Pepper marveled as she caught sight of Ironmonger on the other side. Let's move. Wang Chen chuckled as he guided Pepper through the spatial gate, leading them to the rooftop of the building. You two, despicable mutants. Die, yellow-skinned monkeys. Obadiah Stane, piloting Ironmonger, roared with fury upon seeing Wang Chen and Pepper thrusting the massive steel arm towards them. Ah! Pepper screamed in terror. Pepper, Tony Stark, hiding behind a wall, also cried out at the sight. A strange smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he deftly swung Pepper away from the battlefield with his left hand, while his right hand firmly caught Ironmonger's punch. He then beckoned Obadiah with his left hand, challenging him to come forth. What the hell? This is impossible. Damn monster! Obadiah exclaimed, panic rising within him as he witnessed Wang Chen catch Ironmonger's heavy blow and taunt him. Frantically, he attempted to retract the mechanical arm, but all that ensued were ominous clattering sounds, the arm refusing to budge. Wow, Pepper, now in a safe zone, observed Wang Chen's remarkable feat of catching the mechanical arm and was utterly awestruck. Damn, this guy is showing off again. Tony grumbled in frustration. Noticing Obadiah's fluster, Wang Chen ceased to toy with him. He positioned his left hand in a knife-like gesture and swung towards Ironmonger's right arm, unleashing a surge of violet energy that swiftly severed the mechanical limb. Damn it, Obadiah growled in disbelief. Curse that yellow-skinned monkey. The Iron Monarch's Obadiah, upon witnessing Wang Chen's terrifying prowess, exclaimed in fear, his hands trembling as he attempted to launch a missile. I loathe being called a yellow-skinned monkey. Wang Chen's smile vanished, replaced by an endless coldness. He directed a mighty punch towards the Iron Monarch. In an instant, a transcendent aura of annihilation enveloped the rooftop, signifying the cycle of life and death. A violet fist imprint struck the Iron Monarch and soared into the night sky, transforming into a shooting star. The Iron Monarch was utterly obliterated by the overwhelming intent of the punch, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Tony Stark and Pepper stood frozen in place, their minds consumed by the sheer dominance of that singular blow. Chapter 40. Techniques. Coulson, accompanied by two agents clad in black, had just arrived at the rooftop when they beheld the scene of Wang Chen reducing the Iron Monarch to nothingness with a single punch. The grandeur of the punch's intent rendered even their resolute spirits momentarily dazed. What the hell? Jarvis, did you record that footage? Can you analyze what energy caused the Iron Monarch's disappearance? Tony Stark's expression darkened, still reeling from the shock. Previously, he had witnessed Wang Chen's feats of cleaving through warships in a video, which had only been mildly astonishing, but witnessing such an event live left him utterly astounded. It was simply beyond comprehension. I apologize, sir. The footage has been recorded, but the cause cannot be analyzed. Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony Stark's ears. Very well. Just save the footage, Tony Stark replied, resigned. Let me see who dares to call me a yellow-skinned monkey in the future, Wang Chen remarked with a hint of mockery, glancing at the spot where the Iron Monarch had vanished. Mr. Wang, thank you for saving Tony, Pepper exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement as she rushed over to express her gratitude. It's a trifling matter. Just remember to have Tony foot the bill. You should hurry to find him. He took quite a beating from the Iron Monarch, Wang Chen said with a smile, reveling in the misfortune of others. Understood. Goodbye, Mr. Wang, Pepper replied with a smile, dashing towards Tony, who was shedding his battle suit by the wall. Ah, is that Coulson? Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, he noticed Coulson standing there with his two agents, frozen in place. Hello, Mr. Wang. Carlson managed a stiff smile, pondering how he kept encountering this formidable individual. Oh, and do not forget to remind your director to deliver the bloodline legacy. Otherwise, Wang Chen's face bore a chilling smile, his implied threat unmistakable. Bloodline legacy? Upon hearing this, Carlson expressed a hint of confusion. Do it yourself. With a wave of his right hand, a violet portal materialized before Wang Chen, who stepped through it, causing the portal to vanish without a trace. Carlson's eyelids twitched as he realized that Wang Chen possessed spatial abilities. No wonder this individual often boasted about inviting nuclear bombardment upon himself. He was indeed fearless. He hastily rushed to assist Tony Stark, admonishing himself not to linger in a daze. All right, Carlson. The two agents in black swiftly made their way toward Tony Stark, leaving Carlson momentarily entranced. A violet portal reappeared within Wang Chen's villa, from which he emerged leisurely. Upon seeing him, Lu Feifei and the other three women erupted with excitement. Chen, is this a spatial portal? Lu Feifei inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. Indeed, it is a manifestation of spatial powers. I will teach you all in due course. By the way, I am nearly finished perfecting the techniques tailored for your physiques. I am not overly concerned about you and Yangmi, as you both are of Chinese descent and can comprehend the methods. However, for Alice and Ada, I am at a loss. It pertains to innate talent. Wang Chen explained to Lu Feifei. Oh dear, I thought it was something more significant. We grew up together in the orphanage, where the director was Chinese. So we learned both Chinese culture and English during that time. Later, we were adopted by the director's grandmother, but she has since passed away. Yangmi had initially spoken with enthusiasm, but her demeanor grew somber upon mentioning the director's grandmother, which affected Lu Feifei, Alice, and Ada as well. Death cannot be undone. You must strive to live well, for that is how you honor your grandmother. Wang Chen said with a furrowed brow, offering comfort. Do not worry. We are fine. Such minor obstacles shall not defeat us. We will thrive. The four women smiled brightly and responded in unison. Excellent. The essence of cultivation ultimately lies in the spirit of self-determination. Your current state is commendable. Wang Chen was somewhat astonished by the resilience exhibited by the four women. But upon reflection, he understood. Having emerged from an orphanage, they must possess tenacity to have survived. When will you teach us, Chen? Yangmi asked, clinging to Wang Chen's arm and shaking it playfully. Goodness, must you be so bold? Wang Chen had initially believed Yangmi merely resembled Demimi, but was taken aback by her superior physique as well. Ahem, I still need to refine the techniques further, as your abilities truly leave one speechless. Wang Chen feigned seriousness while secretly relishing the thrill of Yangmi's playful antics. Chen, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. Our abilities are utterly useless. Ida exclaimed in frustration. Ever since she had awakened her powers, she had devoted herself to training, yet she had achieved nothing, only managing to manipulate a needle for mischief. All right. I shall refine the techniques for you. I am heading back to my room now. Wang Chen, noticing the peculiar glances from Lu Feifei, hastily made his exit, sprinting towards the second floor. Once back in his room, Wang Chen took a moment to compose himself before settling into a meditative position. He meticulously simplified the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, extracting 5 distinct elemental techniques, drawing inspiration from the profound mysteries of elemental arts across various realms. He adeptly modified and fused them into 5 unique practices. White Emperor Metal Technique, centered around the White Emperor of the West. This technique gradually manifests as the embodiment of the 5 elemental metals, amalgamating attributes of aggression, resilience, and dominance. Green Emperor Wood Technique, focused on the Green Emperor of the East. This practice evolves into the essence of the 5 elemental woods, integrating vitality and physical enhancement with a martial spirit. Black Emperor Water Technique, rooted in the Black Emperor of the North. This technique transforms into the quintessence of the 5 elemental waters, merging healing, strength, softness, and chill. Red Emperor Fire Technique, based on the Red Emperor of the South. This practice manifests the essence of the 5 elemental fires, combining dominion, illumination, and intensity. Yellow Emperor Earth Technique, centered on the Yellow Emperor of the Center. This technique embodies the quintessence of the 5 elemental earths, uniting weightiness, vigor, and purification. Chapter 41. Transmission of Techniques. Yes, this should suffice. To facilitate their understanding of the profound meanings of these techniques, I have included visualization diagrams. It may not be entirely perfect, as it only reaches the spirit refinement stage, but it should be adequate for Lu Feifei and the others. Wang Chen felt a deep satisfaction with the techniques he had crafted. After all, the visualization diagrams were derived from the foundational essence of Pangu, bearing a slight connection to the primordial deity, which he deemed quite impressive. With a beaming smile, Wang Chen rose and stretched, sunlight streaming through the window. He had unwittingly spent an entire night developing these techniques. Indeed, time holds little value in the eyes of cultivators. Approaching Lu Feifei's bedroom door, he knocked gently and called out, "Feifei, please bring the three of them to my study. I wish to impart the techniques to you." "Really? All right, I will get up right away and summon them," came Lu Feifei's excited voice from within the room. Wang Chen made his way to the study on the third floor, where Henry Street bustled with life, vehicles flowing incessantly, and the atmosphere was vibrant, with many youthful figures to behold. The commotion from a few days prior had scarcely affected the residents of Chinatown. Such occurrences were all too commonplace in America. "Chen, we have arrived." The cheerful voice of Yang Mi echoed from the staircase, as she, Lu Feifei, Alice, and Ida eagerly rushed into the study, their faces alight with fervor as they gazed at Wang Chen. "Sit down on the floor and face each other," Wang Chen commanded. "Before I impart your techniques, let me clarify, once I bestow these powers upon you, you will belong to me. Should you dare to betray me, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition." A cold indifference enveloped Wang Chen as he scrutinized the four, his gaze unwavering. If they exhibited the slightest reluctance, they would be dismissed without hesitation. The excitement on the faces of Yang Mi, Lu Feifei, Alice, and Ida dissipated entirely. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement, aware that in this world, nothing comes without a price, particularly extraordinary power that transcends the ordinary. "From this moment forth, we are yours, body and soul," they declared in unison, their expressions resolute. "Excellent. Then let us commence." A satisfied smile graced Wang Chen's face as he began to form intricate seals with his hands, unleashing a burst of purple light that illuminated the entire study, gradually transforming into a dazzling array of 5 colors. A majestic imperial phantom, radiating with a spectrum of vibrant hues, manifested in the air, absorbing the potent energies of the 5 elements, becoming increasingly corporeal. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chen directed the imperial phantom, which morphed into a radiant cascade of colors and descended among Yang Mi, Lu Feifei, Alice, and Ida. A beam of black light surged from the phantom, entering Lu Feifei's mind, crystallizing into a black imperial totem. Startled, Lu Feifei promptly closed her eyes to receive the inheritance. A red light then penetrated Yang Mi's consciousness, forming a red imperial totem. A platinum light entered Aida's mind, manifesting as a white imperial totem, and a green light infused Alice's consciousness, evolving into a green imperial totem. The 3 women also shut their eyes, embracing the legacy. A yellow imperial phantom shimmered in the air, which Wang Chen subsequently collected. He then communicated with the ZY Dao Palace, drawing together the stellar spiritual energies into the study, which soon became shrouded in a mist of purple-blue spiritual power. The 4 women began to radiate red, black, white, and green hues, rapidly absorbing the rich stellar energies in the room and swiftly growing stronger. Wang Chen finally exhaled in relief. They had successfully accepted the inheritance. After all, this was his first endeavor in such an undertaking, and uncertainty lingered in his heart. It appeared that his experiment had borne fruit. Observing their smooth progression in cultivation, he exited the study and descended to the first-floor shop. Previously, he had neglected to mention that his establishment was named Miracle Everything House, which primarily dealt in artworks, minor magical artifacts, and the resolution of supernatural occurrences. Wang Chen sat in a tea chair, just about to brew some tea, when he caught sight of the bottled water and tea leaves, his face contorting in disdain. The bottled water was somewhat acceptable, superior to what he had encountered in his previous life, but the tea leaves were utterly disappointing, having cost him a considerable amount of money. He glared at them in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Hongmeng mirror contained a small world. How delightful it would be to explore it. With a surge of excitement, Wang Chen activated the Hongmeng mirror, which was frolicking in his consciousness. A flash of purple light enveloped him, and he vanished from the villa, transported into the realm of the Hongmeng mirror. By the heavens, what in the world is this? Wang Chen erupted in expletives upon witnessing the scene before him. Was this truly a small world? He found himself standing in a modest oasis, approximately a kilometer in radius. At the center stood a stone platform with a spring bubbling merrily, while a solitary, undernourished purple lotus struggled to thrive in a small pond. Surrounded by an expanse of barren yellow sand, fragments of space floated aimlessly in the air. Is this it? What use is this? Suddenly, a flicker of purple light illuminated the sky, and 3 beams emerged from one of the spatial fragments, hovering before Wang Chen. Perhaps the Hongmeng mirror, sensing his ire, had decided to offer him some form of compensation. Chapter 42. The map of the nation and its people. Wang Chen's expression brightened considerably as he beheld the three floating beams. He reached out to touch the leftmost azure-purple orb, and a scroll materialized in his hand, emanating a radiant azure-purple light that sank into his forehead and consciousness. The map of the nation and its people, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, which suffered damage during its failed advancement to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The spatial essence within the map was compromised, leaving behind only a fragment, containing 9 innate prohibitions. A look of ecstasy spread across Wang Chen's face. Although it was a flawed innate treasure, it was still a product of the innate realm, a remarkable find. He set the map of the nation and its people aside and reached towards the central azure orb. A fragment of azure wood landed in his palm, and a surge of vibrant vitality coursed into his body, bringing him such comfort that he nearly moaned aloud. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, marveling at the divine nature of this object. He placed the wood fragment beside the map of the nation and its people and turned to the final earthy yellow orb. The glowing soil within it radiated a rich golden light, yet despite possessing over 200,000 pounds of strength, he found himself unable to lift it. It remained suspended in the air, threatening to crush him if it fell. What kind of divine soil is this? Wang Chen pondered, baffled. Is this Shirong? It doesn't seem so. Shirong could not possibly be this heavy. Just as his confusion deepened, a purple light surged into his forehead and consciousness, delivering a message from the Hongming mirror. The Hongming mirror was marred by the luminous edge of Panga's axe, rendering the small world immobile until the brilliance dissipated. The azure fragments of trees were remnants of the sacred tree, still imbued with a flicker of vitality. The soil, glimmering with a golden radiance, was the primordial earth of the 9 heavens. What a revelation! This was truly extraordinary. The Hongming mirror is remarkable. It harbors such treasures. Wang Chen was genuinely astonished by the Hongming mirror, reflecting on the countless valuable items she had previously plundered. Remarkable indeed. I desire a space, and the Hongming mirror has truly provided one, lavishly so. As Wang Chen touched the map of the nation, he ceased his hesitation and settled into a meditative posture. He intended to imprint his essence upon the map. His physical power and divine consciousness surged towards the map, while 2 wisps of primordial purple chi flew from the fragmented small world, merging into his sea of consciousness. Instantly, the soul infant within his consciousness transformed into a primordial spirit. Another wisp of primordial purple chi entered the map of the nation, aiding Wang Chen in its refinement. The map erupted with resplendent purple-blue light, enveloping him in the ethereal rhythms of primordial space and creation. Wang Chen felt as though he was adrift in an ocean of the great Tao, tirelessly absorbing the rhythms of primordial space and creation, his cultivation rapidly advancing. The purple lotus in his sea of consciousness continuously absorbed the rhythms, sprouting a new set of purple-blue creation leaves, as his innate divine abilities underwent continual modification and gestation. The magical energy within Wang Chen's dantian, after being cleansed by the primordial rhythms, became increasingly sentient, constantly augmenting in magnitude, swiftly unlocking 1,000 meridians while accumulating abundant magical energy. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Chen opened his eyes, which emitted 2 beams of purple divine light that penetrated the ground. A smile graced his face. Through this epiphany, he had finally traversed the path to immortality. He realized he had long departed from the orthodox path of cultivation, having already integrated the subsequent realms of void training and Tao fusion into the purple lotus. As long as Wang Chen continued to comprehend divine spells and techniques, he would synthesize various laws, ultimately refining them into his own Tao. The map of the nation radiated primordial divine light, descending into Wang Chen's hand. He collected the fragments of the sacred tree into the map, and with a flash of purple light, he found himself in the hall of his villa. Upon checking the time, he discovered that time had remained stagnant, indicating that the Hongming mirror had frozen the flow of time and space. Chen, we have succeeded. How remarkable! We have expelled so much filth from our bodies, exclaimed Lu Feifei and the other 3 women, rushing down the stairs, their faces aglow with excitement. Success is indeed a blessing. Now let us strive diligently in our cultivation. Let us aim to grow stronger as soon as possible. Wang Chen encouraged them with a gentle smile. Yes, yes. The experience of cultivation was simply delightful. Lu Feifei's face illuminated with a charming smile as she joyfully exclaimed. The other 3 women nodded fervently in agreement. Yes, you may attend to your own matters. Please do not linger around me, Wang Chen said, feeling somewhat helpless as the 4 ladies continued to orbit him. Hee hee. Very well. We shall head to the shop now. See you in the evening. The four women, noticing Wang Chen's discomfort, couldn't help but laugh as they playfully dashed out of the villa. How intriguing! What brings him here? Just as Wang Chen extended his consciousness to discern who might be surveilling him, he noticed a middle-aged Chinese man approaching his villa. Wang Chen shook his head, and with a flicker of his mind, the spiritual spring within the Hongmeng mirror flowed into a bucket, the water soon boiling. A soft azure glow emanated from the landscape painting in his hand, while the tea leaves in his teapot transformed into a lush, enticing green. Satisfied, Wang Chen pinched a small amount of tea and placed it into the teapot, just as the water reached a boil. A calming aroma of tea began to permeate the hall. Such exquisite tea. What a delightful fragrance, remarked the middle-aged Chinese gentleman, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication as he entered, clearly enraptured. Mr. Martin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Please, allow me to pour you a cup of tea, Wang Chen said with a warm smile, swiftly pouring tea for Martin Li. Mr. Wang, this is hardly a humble abode. The commotion you've stirred has quite startled me, Martin Li said, his previously enchanted expression now subdued as he took a seat across from Wang Chen. Is that truly a significant matter? In truth, we share a certain sympathy. Both of us have been subjected to becoming experimental subjects, Wang Chen remarked, taking a sip of tea, a dangerous smile gracing his face. Martin Li, unperturbed by Wang Chen's knowledge of his predicament, felt increasingly lost in a fog of uncertainty. I lack the prowess and means of Mr. Wang. I was quite the mess back then. This tea is truly exceptional, he declared, taking a sip that sent a wave of warmth coursing through him, easing his tense spirit and relaxing his entire being. Wang Chen's eyes shimmered with a violet radiance as he surveyed Martin Li. Mr. Martin, your physical condition appears rather serious. Would you like my assistance? My purpose in visiting is to alleviate your bodily troubles. Is there truly a solution? Martin Li stood, excitement evident in his demeanor. Please, take a seat. It's merely a small matter. No need to be so agitated. It is merely a little demon, and besides, humans are intricate beings. The light and darkness within you should unite to form a true self. Wang Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Wang. Martin Li stood and bowed respectfully to Wang Chen, feeling that the other personality within him was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Recently learning of Wang Chen's remarkable feats, he hoped to test his luck, unaware that Wang Chen indeed possessed a solution. As fellow Chinese, we ought to support one another in this nation. Sit cross-legged on the ground, and do not move, Wang Chen said blandly, yet he felt a weariness in the act of guiding others. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Martin Li quickly complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his expression tense as he watched Wang Chen. With a mere thought, Wang Chen communicated with the innate yin-yang divine light's mystical runes within the sea of consciousness, summoning a black and white divine radiance that enveloped Martin Li. It hurts. Get away. You coward. You wretch. Martin Li emitted a black and white glow, struggling for control over his body. However, he was ensnared by the innate yin-yang divine light and could not move. The white luminous power within him transformed into an angelic being with wings, while the black darkness morphed into a horned demon. Wang Chen continuously formed hand seals, conjuring a purple trigram's furnace that suspended Martin Li within it. The yin-yang divine light in his hands morphed into black and white flames, beginning to sear Martin Li, as Wang Chen treated him as a pill to refine. I am an angel, a humble mortal. How dare you? Damn it, I am a great demon. I will surely kill you once I escape. Damn it. Within the purple trigram's furnace, the white angel and the black demon, despite their struggles and curses, were gradually refined into a gray energy by the innate yin-yang divine light. The gray energy radiated a black and white aura, embodying both light and darkness, exuding an air of mystery. Wang Chen observed the gray energy with intrigue for a moment. Upon realizing it was merely a primordial force, he lost interest. With a wave of his hand, the gray energy flowed into Martin Li's brow, and the surrounding trigram's furnace transformed into a series of purple light particles that entered his body, mending the damage inflicted by the experiments. As Martin Li sat cross-legged, he opened his eyes, incredulously sensing the vitality within his body. His mental state returned to normal, no longer swaying towards extreme good or evil. He felt capable of wielding both light and darkness, and sensed the formidable nature of this gray power. Excitedly, Martin Li stood and bowed to Wang Chen, respectfully declaring, "Thank you for your life-saving grace, Mr. Wang. That is sufficient. Come, let us have some tea." Wang Chen gazed contentedly at the revitalized Martin Li and said, "Indeed." A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Martin's face as he seated himself and lifted his teacup to take a sip. "Mr. Martin, Your demon gang must ensure the safety of Chinatown. I do not wish to see it in disarray. This is something you can manage, correct? Wang Chen stated softly after taking a sip of his tea. Absolutely. A trivial matter. Martin replied confidently. He felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Wang Chen's request. He was unsure of how to express his gratitude when the latter had already extended him a lifeline. Truly a remarkable individual. Very well, I shall not trouble you further, Wang Chen remarked, observing Martin's vibrant demeanor as he served tea to signal the end of their meeting. Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Wang. Martin rose promptly to depart. Ah, not bad at all. A small fissure has been mended, Wang Chen mused as he watched Martin leave, probing the exuberant Hongmeng mirror with his thoughts. The mirror's surface revealed a few diminished cracks, indicating that his assistance had not been in vain. He then returned to savoring his tea, awaiting the next fated visitor. However, he suddenly recalled something he had forgotten. Dragon Bone. Had Iron Fist emerged from Kunlun? It was utterly absurd that the Eastern legacy had fallen into the hands of foreigners. Moreover, this version of Kunlun was nothing less than a disgrace. How could a mere Qi practitioner dare to claim divinity, unafraid of their own impending demise? Alas, this world was rather devoid of reason. Chapter 44. Intentions. Wang Zichen shook his head, his expression darkening. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the golden staff on the nearby shelf, and his countenance soured further. This wretched rod possessed neither weight nor the ability to transform at will. It merely boasted enhanced durability and immortality, yet audaciously bore the name Rui Jingu Bang. What a farce. Sigh. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of this dimension were formidable adversaries, at least comparable to the Ancient One. So it was better to leave that monkey as a stone statue. Less hassle to encounter, not to mention that worldview-shattering god of war. His thoughts were remarkably clear. Given his current limitations, it was prudent to remain cautious. After all, on Earth, aside from the Ancient One and the deities of the Earth's core, it seemed Wang Chen had no rivals. No, that was incorrect. Suddenly, he recalled that Earth was home to a host of colossal beasts. In the memories of his previous life, he had encountered recollections of King Kong and Godzilla. What a surprise to discover such monstrous intrusions in this world. A peculiar smile emerged on Wang Chen's face. This was splendid news. The more elements this world incorporated, the more delighted he became. He had been troubled by the notion of how a world that barely qualified as a minor realm could gather sufficient fortune to restore the Hongmeng mirror. It appeared that preparations had been made since his initial crossing. Ding ding ding. A chime from the door roused Wang Chen from his reverie. Hua Xiaolat, I'm here to settle the bill, a boisterous voice announced, and without needing to glance, Wang Chen knew exactly who it was. Tony, mind your manners. Pepper chided. Wang Chen, unfazed by the brash demeanor, continued to brew tea leisurely. The enchanting aroma of the tea tantalized Tony Stark, who, upon seeing Wang Chen's indifference, took a seat opposite him without hesitation. Pepper shook her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Ah, is that not the illustrious Iron Man? Though he seems to be in a rather unfortunate state. A mischievous smile graced Wang Chen's face as he couldn't help but mock Tony's bruised visage. Huh. Pepper erupted into laughter at Wang Chen's words. Tony's expression darkened. This was indeed a blemish on his otherwise illustrious history, which, it seemed, Wang Chen had thoroughly unearthed. Damn it. Tony grimaced, seizing a cup of tea and downing it in one swift motion. Instantly, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body. The external injuries inflicted by Ironmonger began to feel pleasantly tingly, and before long, he realized they had healed. The pain in his chest had diminished, and even the palladium poisoning symptoms had vanished. Tony, your injuries are healed, Pepper exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Tony, rendered almost numb by the revelation, felt his worldview shatter as he asked, a hint of excitement in his tone, what kind of tea is this? How can it be so miraculous? Consider it a product of magic. You wouldn't comprehend if I elaborated. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, inviting Pepper to partake in the tea. Thank you, Mr. Wang. She responded enthusiastically, captivated by the alluring aroma, and began to savor the tea. So what brings you to me? Surely, settling the bill doesn't tea necessitate your personal presence? Wang Chen gazed at Tony with a bemused smile. Tony felt a bit uncomfortable under Wang Chen's scrutiny, just as he was about to pour himself another cup. Wang Chen swatted his hand away. Is it merely a cup of tea you desire? Surely, you're not that stingy. Tony exclaimed, visibly agitated. Well, if you prefer not to have your little arc reactor embedded in your chest, you may indulge. Wang Chen replied with a wicked grin, adopting a mockingly inviting posture. Tony, feeling sullen, fell silent, his gaze dark as he fixated on Wang Chen, internally grumbling. This accursed Hua Xiao lad. Could he be my nemesis, here solely to vex me? I can confidently inform you that the ailment afflicting you is merely a matter of a simple gesture for me, though I am uncertain whether you believe me." Upon witnessing Tony Stark rendered speechless, Wang Chen directly elucidated his intent, leisurely sipping tea and choosing to remain silent thereafter. Stark, at a loss for words, began to question whether Wang possessed the abilities of Professor Charles. Oh, what a difficult choice this is, as it concerns the very essence of his life, leaving him in a state of indecision. "Miss Pepper, you are truly enchanting. Would you consider working for me?" Upon observing Pepper after her tea, Wang noted her radiant transformation. The blemishes on her face had vanished, and she appeared to have regained several years of youth, looking utterly stunning. Ahem. Before Pepper could respond, Stark, feeling urgency, coughed several times and shot a fierce glare at Wang, exclaiming, "Young man from Huaxia, you have gone too far. I am still present, and yet you attempt to poach my staff. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is wielded well, no corner remains unturned." Wang raised an eyebrow, speaking with a sly grin. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Wang, but I have no intention of changing jobs." Pepper, noticing Stark's flustered reaction, felt a surge of joy. He truly cared for her, and she declined with an apologetic smile. "Oh, what a pity. Tony, make your decision swiftly. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger with you," Wang remarked bluntly to Stark. Upon seeing Pepper reject Wang's proposition, Stark's mood brightened considerably. He noticed Wang's displeasure, which only elevated his spirits further. At last, he had triumphed over this rival, a smile gracing his face as he declared, "With your remarkable skills, why would I not seek treatment? Then disrobe quickly," Wang urged, his tone sharp. Stark, sporting a smug grin, removed his jacket, revealing his chest. But when he noticed Wang approaching with an unsettling demeanor, his smile faltered. Chapter 45. Healing. Wang initially intended to make Stark suffer a bit, but reconsidered. Opting for a more prudent approach, he decided to heal Tony first, curious to observe how the elusive Black Egg would persuade Tony to join the Avengers, primarily to intercept his fortune. Pepper, anxiously covering her mouth, gazed in fear at the unfolding scene, deeply concerned for Stark's safety. Stark, with a grim expression, regarded Wang, wishing the young man would exercise caution. Had he known this would occur, he would have behaved differently. A subtle smile played on Wang's lips as he channeled his inner power, conjuring a violet aura in his hands. His consciousness enveloped Stark's heart, encasing the fragments of the bullet, before he forcefully struck Stark's back with his right hand. In an instant, the luminous device embedded in Tony Stark's chest was dislodged. A surge of purple energy coursed into his body, and the fragments of metal ensnared by Wang Chen's consciousness erupted from the wound on his chest. A pungent stench immediately filled the air, causing Wang Chen to furrow his brow as he swiftly utilized his magic to cleanse the pus from the wound. Encasing the metal shards and the foul fluid, he deposited them into a nearby trash bin, hastily sealing the lid to dispel the noxious odor. Tony Stark, overwhelmed by the horrid smell, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "All right, let us have some tea," Wang Chen declared, retracting his magical aura and resuming his seat in the tea chair with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, a peculiar itch gripped Stark's chest, leaving him questioning his very existence. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he glanced at the wound, which was rapidly healing. He promptly followed Wang Chen's advice, lifting the teacup to his lips. A warm rush enveloped his body, alleviating the itch, and he realized the wound was mending even more swiftly, prompting him to drink fervently. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper inquired with concern upon witnessing Stark's frantic behavior. "I'm fine. I've never felt better," he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. After a few cups of tea, the wound on his chest had completely healed, and even his long-neglected body regained the vigor of his 20s. Moving about, he radiated joy, laughing heartily. The surgical fee is $50 million. Each cup of tea costs $100,000. After 6 cups, that rounds up to a cool $10 million. A total of $60 million. Please settle the bill. Oh, and don't forget yesterday's tap. Wang Chun's smile was radiant. He would not miss the opportunity to capitalize on the situation. After all, the efficacy of the tea justified the price, and Tony Stark had struck gold. "Damn, you truly are a greedy fellow. So you've rounded up from 6 million to 10 million, have you?" Even Tony Stark, known for his vast wealth, felt his amusement wane at Wang Chun's pricing, his lips twitching in disbelief. Yet, considering that he was no longer facing death, he conceded that his life was indeed worth such a sum. "Don't act coy. You know full well the extent of your good fortune," Wang Chen retorted sharply, refusing to indulge Stark's antics. I want tea stooped to your level. Pepper, please handle the payment." Stark's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily donned his clothing and made a swift exit, leaving Pepper to settle the transaction with Wang Chen. "Thank you so much for your assistance, Mr. Wang," she said gratefully. "It was merely a transaction. Farewell, Mr. Wang," she called out, hurriedly pursuing Tony Stark. Wang Chen nonchalantly waved his hand, engrossed in examining the primordial mirror within his sea of consciousness. Truly, Tony is the child of marvel. The fortune he possesses is remarkable. Merely by intercepting a portion of it, the primordial mirror managed to mend a small fissure. Finding this approach bothersome, Wang Chen opted to create a simplified panel akin to the system's interface. In an instant, a flash of purple light emanated from the primordial mirror, scanning his entire being, revealing a violet luminescence before his eyes. Name: Wang Chen. Realm: Celestial Path. Chi Refinement. Spirit Transformation. Perfected. Martial Path. Human Immortal. Early Stage. Lifespan: 1208. Divine Abilities: Indestructible. In Development. Incantations. In Development. Divine Powers: Primordial Divine Light. Reincarnation Divine Light. Postnatal Yin-Yang Divine Light. Postnatal 5 Elements Divine Light. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Ice Spirit Divine Light Spells. Sword Control Technique. Soul Refinement Technique. Transformation Technique. Universe Technique. Alchemy Technique. Artifact Refinement Technique. Talismans Technique. Martial Arts. Primordial 10,000 Paths. Will Celestial Reflection. 06 Repair. 10 Upon viewing the panel generated by the primordial mirror, Wang Chen's lips twitched incessantly. This was exceedingly rudimentary. What did a celestial reflection of 06 even signify? It was insufficient for even a single instance, directly resorting to decimals. Moreover, not all of his divine powers were recorded. Was it an effort to save time? Regardless, having something was better than having nothing. Wang Chen decided to let it go. Although his time in the Marvel world had been brief, he had already stirred quite a commotion. How could he have only repaired it to 10? The mighty Panga deity was indeed extraordinary. The relentless toil of the primordial mirror, this chaotic spiritual treasure, was quite burdensome. Wang Chen felt utterly speechless. Initially, he had intended to lie in wait at his villa, but now it seemed that without causing a stir, the primordial mirror would remain unrepaired. He found himself in a quandary. After some contemplation, he realized that the most likely source of chaos would be the dragon bone. Once he acquired it, whether it was the Hand Association or Kunlun, they would erupt in turmoil. Most importantly, the Hand Association seemed to harbor an evil deity, and he had developed quite an affinity for malevolent gods. Thus, he resolutely decided to first collect the dragon bone. As for the Hand Association, Kunlun, Jin Bing, and the likes of Daredevil, he was not well acquainted. Chapter 46. Dragon Bone. Having made up his mind, Wang Chen's consciousness surged towards Manhattan Island, swiftly revealing the myriad of happenings within his mind. The cacophony of various sounds prompted him to furrow his brow. After filtering out the noise, Wang Chen directed his consciousness deep underground, where an extraordinary world unfolded in his mind's eye. Rat-like beings were instructing four turtle-like creatures as if in a fairy tale. Grotesque entities lurked within the sewers, eyeing humanity. Various dark creatures resided in shadowy corners, with vampires and werewolves being the most numerous. Countless vengeful spirits wail and wander through the Hudson River, predominantly comprising the souls of infants. Alongside them lie numerous corpses, each meeting their demise in varying manners. Truly, it is a filthy world. Wang Chen's lips twitched in distaste. How could such a small island as Manhattan harbor so many malevolent entities and tormented souls? It is no wonder that his predecessor's business thrived amidst such eerie circumstances. Poor inhabitants of Marvel, living in dire straits. Upon delving deeper into the earth, the apparitions faded from view, allowing Wang Chen to breathe a sigh of relief, as these sights were somewhat jarring, enough to make one feel nauseous. Eureka! A look of exhilaration graced Wang Chen's face as images of an underground construction site appeared in his mind, where a woman was leading a man deeper within. At the innermost wall of the site stood a stone door radiating an azure glow. He could feel the might of a dragon emanating from within. This must be the burial site of the dragon's bones. Is this part of the Defender's storyline? The timeline seems a bit off. Never mind. I have only glimpsed snippets of the Defenders on Douyin. Who knows what time frame it pertains to? Ultimately, as long as I can acquire the dragon bones, that is all that matters. Moreover, does this not imply the emergence of a minor dark deity? Ha ha ha. Wang Chen continued to indulge in his musings, a grin illuminating his face. Rising to his feet, he willed forth a purple spatial portal, revealing the stone door on the opposite side. Grabbing the map of the nation from the tea table, he stepped through. Wang Chen found himself amidst the underground construction site. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the glowing stone wall. Is this the power of the dragon? His lips twitched again. This world truly challenges his perception of reality. It's merely energy, yet it is exalted with such grandeur. Radiating with a spectrum of 5 colors, Wang Chen invoked the Great 5 Elements Disruption Technique. Striding toward the stone door, upon contact with the azure light, the divine brilliance dispersed, unveiling an entrance. A satisfied smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he stepped inside. Once the interference of the 5-colored light dissipated, the azure glow surged again, sealing the entrance anew, reverting to its original state in mere moments. At that moment, a woman entered, escorting a man, casting a fervent gaze at the stone door, muttering incessantly before finally releasing the man. A disagreement erupted between the pair, escalating into a fierce brawl, with the man delivering lethal blows while the woman struggled to defend herself, resulting in a tense standoff. Just then, alarms blared from outside the towering structure. As police cars surrounded the building, trained officers prepared to storm inside. The clash was imminent. Wang Chen arrived at the sacred resting place of the dragon, greedily absorbing the rich spiritual energy that permeated the cave. As he surveyed the cavern, his gaze fell upon a colossal dragon skeleton, measuring over 200 meters in length, which upheld the entire chamber. The skeleton emanated a vibrant azure light, while crimson dragon-s bloodgrass and dragon-s bloodfruit trees flourished around it, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Wang Chen tossed the map of the nation into the air, which radiated a purplish-blue glow and rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire cave beneath it, substituting the dragon bones and bearing the weight of the earth. With hands fluttering like dancing butterflies, he continuously cast seals towards the map of the nation in the sky, followed by a resounding command: collect. The map of the nation shone with a brilliant purplish-blue light, sweeping towards the dragon skeleton, instantly drawing the immense dragon bones and the surrounding flora into the scroll, which now bore a vivid depiction of the dragon skeleton adorned with flowers and grass. Suddenly, an unsettling creak echoed through the cave. Realizing the instability, Wang Chen hastily directed the map of the nation to maintain support for the Earth's weight. A flash of yellow divine light enveloped him as he rapidly brushed the ground, causing a massive stone pillar, thick enough for 3 men to embrace, to rise from the earth, swiftly reaching the cave's ceiling. Wang Chen's figure flickered throughout the chamber, and in a short span of time, 12 enormous stone pillars, gleaming with a golden hue, emerged, and he finally paused in satisfaction. Approaching the entrance of the cave, he solemnly cast yellow seals upon the stone pillars, proclaiming, "Activate the 12 divine pillars array." With his commanding voice, the 12 colossal pillars erupted with resplendent golden light, forming a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire cavern. The cave trembled incessantly, sending shockwaves across Manhattan Island, causing panic among the populace. Yet, the tremors were fleeting, subsiding quickly into silence. As the 12 divine pillars array activated, the golden light continuously generated stones to fill the cavern, and approximately 10 minutes later, it was filled to a considerable extent, prompting a satisfied smile from Wang Chen. Just then, the stone door behind him swung open, and a group of menacing ninjas burst in. Chapter 47: The Evil Divine Beast. The ninjas, upon discovering Wang Chen within the cave, swiftly drew their samurai swords, their forms becoming streaks of red as they lunged toward him, brandishing their cold glinting blades. They disregarded the wondrous scene within the cave, some adopting a drawing slash aimed directly at Wang Chen's head, others viciously targeting his back, while many sought to overwhelm him with a flurry of strikes. Is this all? Wang Chen, already aware of the ninjas while controlling the array, couldn't help but smirk with a hint of derision at their impending attack. In an instant, a radiant yellow divine light emanated from Wang Chen. The brilliant yellow glow illuminated over a dozen ninjas, their bodies gradually succumbing to petrification, ultimately transforming into stone statues that stood frozen in place. A cold smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he stomped his right foot upon the ground, sending a shockwave toward the stone figures, which then crumbled into dust, dissipating into the air. The ninjas outside the cave were filled with horror upon witnessing this spectacle, their faces reflecting sheer terror and bewilderment. Such an adversary was utterly terrifying. Who was he? How had he achieved this? Had the dragon bone bestowed upon him extraordinary power? Gradually, the expressions of the gathered onlookers shifted from stunned fear to an intense yearning. They too desired such strength. Suddenly, the sound of fierce combat erupted from the construction site outside the cave. Before the ninjas could even launch an attack on Wang Chen, they were swept into the fray. Inside the cave, Wang Chen paid no mind to the events unfolding beyond. His focus remained fixed on the yellow divine light emanating from the 12 divine pillars formation. The earth element divine light had already filled about 4/5 of the cave, and in just a few minutes, he would complete his task. However, he suddenly recalled that the outer cave still required filling. A frown crossed Wang Chen's face as he sighed, realizing the inconvenience. With a wry smile, he began forming hand seals, allowing the earth element divine light from the 12 divine pillars formation to envelop him. With a motion of his right hand, the Jiangshan Sheiji map transformed into a violet-blue beam of light that flew into his grasp. Wang Chen, radiating a dazzling yellow light, turned and walked toward the construction site. With each step he took, stones began to slowly emerge beneath him, causing the brilliance surrounding him to dim slightly. In an instant, the yellow light enveloping Wang Chen surged toward the outer cave. The two factions, previously engaged in fierce combat, halted upon witnessing this strange divine light, their faces shifting dramatically as they quickly retreated, eyeing the stone door with heightened vigilance. As the earth element divine light dissipated from Wang Chen, he emerged from the dragon bone cave, a look of delight on his face as he held the Jiangshan Sheiji map. Noticing that both factions were staring at him, he sheepishly remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with me. I am merely a spectator. Continue your battle. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, you have 10 minutes left, otherwise, do not blame me for being buried under the stones." Bakayero, Murakami, upon seeing Wang Chen emerge from the cave where the dragon bone was entombed, could not contain his anger and rushed toward him, brandishing his katana, ready to strike. "Be careful. Watch out." Night Demon and Iron Fist shouted in alarm upon witnessing this scene. "Devil!" Boom. Wang Chen reined in his smile and launched a fierce punch at the floating enemy, enveloping him with an overwhelming aura of annihilation. His fist obliterated the samurai sword into mere dust, and the enemy himself was utterly extinguished, leaving no trace of ash behind. A profound silence enveloped the cavern. Both sides gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, having never witnessed such a ruthless and formidable individual, truly reducing his foe to nothingness. Lady Gao, upon recognizing Wang Chen, had yet to warn Murakami when he was instantly struck down by a single blow, causing her complexion to shift dramatically, turning pale with shock. What in the world? Is this even humanly possible? Lady Gao's companions could not suppress their fear, murmuring amongst themselves. "Danny, you ought to reconsider your moniker of Iron Fist. If you continue to flaunt such a boastful title, you might just find yourself on the receiving end of a similar fate," Jessica remarked gravely, witnessing Wang Chen's inhuman display. "Take care of yourself." Night Demon also chimed in. Danny Land's face darkened considerably, yet he refrained from retorting. His heart raced with trepidation at the thought of being annihilated by a single punch. At that moment, a powerful column of dark energy emanated from Erica, connecting her to an entity from another dimension. An astonishing force of dark divinity descended upon her from an unknown realm, enveloping her in a radiant black glow as she floated in the air, a spectral beast-like figure materializing behind her. "What in the world? The beast god has descended. We are saved." Lady Gao, Botu, and Sawanda exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with hope as they promptly knelt in reverence. Believing in the arrival of an ancient malevolent deity, convinced that Wang Chen could not possibly survive, the expressions of those kneeling turned fierce. Night Demon, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. Was this some sort of divine intervention, hastening their demise? Wang Chen, with a smile gracing his lips, observed Erica in the sky and the dimensional portal behind her, sensing that this malevolent power seemed to be fixated on him. The black energy portal resembled a sinister eye, fixated on Wang Chen. Erica opened a multitude of dark eyes, and two black orbs of energy rose in her hands, hurtling towards him. Her pitch-black eyes whispered seductions of the dark deity, enticing him with promises. "The injustice of this world accompanies you. Accept me, and together we shall annihilate this filthy and grotesque realm. Come into my embrace. Begone." As Wang Chen's smile faded, the magical energy within him surged rapidly, enveloping him in a protective violet aura. He roared towards Erica, causing both Lady Gao's faction and Night Demon Knight's supporters to writhe in torment from the whispers of the malevolent deity. Clutching their heads, they emitted anguished cries. But Wang Chen's furious shout jolted them back to reality, their faces reflecting overwhelming dread. "How dare you, wretched insect! I bestow upon you death." The two dark energy orbs launched by Erica were swiftly absorbed and refined by his protective aura, inciting her to unleash a series of furious roars as her beastly manifestation let out intimidating growls from behind her. Chapter 48. Never before have I encountered such a feeble god. By the heavens, are you not but a mere beast? A tiny clone dares to be so arrogant. I shall not let you live. Transforming into a denizen of Zwan, Wang Chen unleashed a torrent of invective towards the beast in the air, exclaiming that these malevolent deities were nothing but pitiful mortals, insects, and vermin. Jessica, Night Demon Knight, and others stood in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their pain. He was nothing short of a divine being. Roar! I am the malevolent god, Black Void. Wretched insect, I shall see you dead. Erica, taken aback, momentarily froze. But after a brief silence, the beast behind her emitted a piercing howl, and a cruel expression crossed Erica's face as she charged at Wang Chen. Seeing her approach, he hurled the map of the country's fate over the heads of Night Demon Knight and the others, casting a purplish-blue barrier that shielded them. Do you truly think I fear you? With a forceful stamp of his right foot, a massive crater formed in the ground, and an explosive sound resonated through the air as his figure appeared before Erica, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Erica was propelled like a cannonball, shattering 3 artificial stone pillars before colliding with the rocky wall, creating a human-shaped indentation upon impact. Wow! Before Night Demon Knight and the others could comprehend the protective barrier surrounding them, they witnessed Erica being sent flying, prompting exclamations of surprise. Lady Gao Botu and Sawanda exchanged concerned glances, realizing the dire situation. They hastily retreated towards the elevator, seemingly abandoning the dragon bone. After all, their lives took precedence. Trying to flee? Have you consulted me first? Noticing the members of the Hand Association attempting to escape, Wang Chen reached out with his right hand, summoning the Hongmeng sword from his dantian. He cast the sword sheath into the air, and the Hongmeng sword unleashed a dazzling purple light, instantly enveloping the entire cavern and trapping the Hand Association members within. The Hongmeng sword diagram continuously rotates in the air, frantically absorbing the dark energy from unknown dimensions. The aura emanating from the diagram grows increasingly powerful, much to Wang Chen's satisfaction. Beast, you truly are a splendid creature. My heartfelt gratitude for your selfless contributions. Lady Gao, Botu, and Suwanda, upon witnessing the escape route sealed by a violet barrier, wore expressions of dismay. Wang Chen, controlling the Jiangshan Sheiji diagram, approached the dimensional passage to absorb the dark energy, transforming the diagram into a devouring beast, ravenously consuming the dark energy within the passage. A faint smile adorned Wang Chen's face as he addressed the Night Demon and his companions. Go and eliminate them. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. The faces of Night Demon, Jessica, and the others lit up with ecstatic expressions. They were finally able to settle the score with the hand union. Roar. Boom. Erica, with a cold demeanor, wreaked havoc upon the stone walls, while the beastly avatar behind her seethed with fury, sending debris flying. Within moments, Erica emerged, launching a frenzied attack on Wang Chen. Wang Chen wielded the Hongmeng sword against her, yet she was no longer human. Her body had been corroded by dark energy, devoid of flesh and blood. Even when he severed her arm, it instantly regenerated, rendering her almost immortal. Ha! Pitiful worm, my host is undying, my divine power is eternal. You are doomed. The black void behind Erica, witnessing Wang Chen's inability to subdue her, emerged to mock him. You cannot contend with us, can you? Wang Chen maintained a serene smile, casually tossing the Hongmeng sword aside. He swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a black and white divine light that surged toward Erica. The divine light enveloped her in an instant, provoking a furious roar from the black void behind her. Something is amiss. This is truly abnormal. The black void sensed its descending power and will dissipating, as the strange black and white radiance relentlessly siphoned the dark energy. Impossible. How can you drain my strength? As the black void dimmed considerably, its furious roar echoed in impotent rage. It could not comprehend the ability Wang Chen employed, nor did it realize that the post-heaven Yin-Yang divine light was specifically a nemesis to dark entities. How can a mere minor evil god perceive the vastness and might of divine powers? Observing the black void's escalating fury, Wang Chen unleashed another post-heaven Yin-Yang divine light toward Erica. Oh, aren't you a deity? You can't even counter this trivial technique of mine. What kind of god are you? With such limited energy, you dare to threaten the annihilation of the world? How utterly laughable. Why have you ceased your barking? Wang Chen mocked with a cold smile, relentlessly bestowing Erica with a divine light. How? Foolish humans, I shall show you my might. Come forth, dark power. Enveloped in a shroud of black and white divine light, Erica's eyes glowed with darkness as the energy of the void merged entirely within her. She summoned the dark forces towards the dimensional portal, emitting bizarre cries. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where's my dark power? Erica exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she hastily sprinted towards the dimensional portal. Wang Chen, a smile gracing his features, leisurely trailed behind Erica, eager to witness whether this wicked deity would crumble. Curse you, thief! You dare steal my dark power. Die! A frantic voice resonated from within Erica as she charged towards Wang Chen. The smile vanished from his face. It was a moment of reckoning. Horizon of infinite paths. Wang Chen unleashed a colossal punch towards the void, a purple halo materializing behind him, spinning incessantly. An aura that transcended life and death engulfed Erica's vessel. And as fear gripped her visage, the purple fist struck Erica. No, a god? I have never encountered such a feeble deity. You wretched creature, die! Erica radiated a duality of black and white divine light, yet was relentlessly crushed by the purple imprint. In mere moments, she was reduced to nothingness. I shall return, echoed the frantic voice of the dark energy from the dimensional portal, which then vanished. Chapter 49. The conclusion of the alliance. TCH. Why don't you come closer, coward? Wang Chen scoffed upon witnessing the swift closure of the dimensional portal by the void, exclaiming, damn it, always with the empty threats. Not even granting a chance to take advantage. Truly stingy. Damn it. Bortu, witnessing the downfall of the void at Wang Chen's hands, was utterly dismayed. Is this the deity we have revered for so many years? Unleash a full assault on the light barrier. Lady Gao, her countenance darkened, was equally astonished by the void's ineptitude, lamenting why it could not endure a moment longer. Open up. Bang, bang, bang. Sawanda relentlessly hacked at the light barrier, generating a cacophony of thunderous sounds, while Lady Gao and Bortu led the remaining ninjas in a frenzied assault against Night Demon, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke Cage, striving to buy time for Sawanda. In that moment, the scene resembled an ancient martial arts film, with swords clashing and fists flying. The Night Devil and his companions found themselves at a loss against the maddened Madame Gao and the formidable Batroc. Wang Chen, observing the intense clash with keen interest, maliciously pointed to the ground and warned, you must hurry. The cavern is about to be filled. Damn it! Luke Cage exclaimed as he glanced downward, where a mystical yellow glow was continuously generating rocks, indicating that the cave would soon be completely sealed. The expressions of the others darkened, as none wished to be entombed alive. Unleash your ultimate moves, Luke Cage yelled. Upon hearing this, Iron Fist stepped forward and launched a powerful punch towards Madame Gao. His fist illuminated with an orange glow, sending Madame Gao, Batroc, and the ninjas flying through the air. Charge, comrades! The Night Devil sounded the horn of attack, and Jessica, Iron Fist, and Luke Cage eagerly rushed towards the hand members, re-engaging in combat. However, the Night Devil and his allies found themselves in a stalemate once more. Wang Chen, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but scoff. Is this Iron Fist? Pathetic. Perhaps it should be called Lightbulb Fist instead. Initially intending to find amusement in the battle, his mood soured due to Iron Fist's lackluster performance. With a wave of his right hand, the illustrious map of the nation transformed into a violet and azure light. Appearing in his grasp, he softly commanded, Sword Art, go. The Hongmeng sword, levitating beside Wang Chen, instantly morphed into a violet beam, hurtling towards the members of the hand, filling the cavern with anguished cries. Ah, no, please, don't. You are the true devil. Madame Gao, Batroc, and Soyanda, standing back-to-back in terror, braced against the violet sword beam. Meanwhile, the Night Devil, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke Cage huddled together, exchanging fearful glances as they beheld the relentless onslaught against the ninjas. This was utterly absurd. The sound of Wang Chen's footsteps echoed ominously, causing Madame Gao, Batroc, and Soyanda to tense as they turned their gazes upon him. Forget it. I had intended to say something, but this brat has ruined my mood. You might as well perish. Wang Chen pointed at Iron Fist, and as his words fell, the sword beam, born of the Hongmeng sword, surged forth towards Madame Gao and her companions. Damn it! Cursed Huaxia people! Die! The trio, ensnared by the killing intent, appeared frenzied as they gathered their full strength to strike at Wang Chen. In an instant, a punch imprint, a blade of air, and a burst of palm force surged toward Wang Chen. Huh, is this it? Barely worth mentioning. Wang Chen let out a cold laugh as a violet protective aura enveloped him, effortlessly consuming and absorbing the trio's attacks. No, you are a devil, they exclaimed in despair. Hee hee, young one, Kunlun will not spare you. The expressions of Mrs. Gao, Bortu, and Suawanda twisted into hopelessness as they cursed loudly. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, the Hongmeng sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing through their bodies. In an instant, they were engulfed in violet flames, vanishing into nothingness. Kunlun, the Kunlun of this world, is truly a disgrace. Wang Chen remarked with a peculiar smile. With a mere wave of his hand, the Hongmeng sword, suspended in the air, radiated brilliance before shrinking rapidly, ultimately transforming into a scabbard. The sword slipped into it, finding its place in Wang Chen's grasp. Let us depart, unless you wish to be buried alive. He addressed the stunned Night Devil, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke Cage. With that, Wang Chen stepped into the elevator, swinging the Hongmeng sword to cleave through one side of it. Ah, quick, let us go. We're going to be trapped, someone shouted. The four immediately snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting in urgency as they hurried into the elevator. Once Wang Chen confirmed they were all aboard, he activated the elevator, which surged upward with a roar. A profound silence enveloped the elevator as Night Devil, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke Cage dared not breathe, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity towards Wang Chen. He, however, had no time to indulge them. The Jiangshan Sheiji diagram and the Hongmeng sword floated in the air as he continuously formed seals with his hands. Streams of yellow divine light connected with the 12 divine pillars in the subterranean cavern, gradually enveloping the elevator shaft in a golden glow as rocks began to fill the space. The four watched in astonishment, mesmerized by the spectacle. Yet they refrained from interrupting Wang Chen's incantations, understanding that he was addressing the mess left by the Hand Association. Finally, it's done. Manhattan Island shall not sink. Wang Chen murmured, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he admired his handiwork. Thank you for your assistance, sir. Night Devil expressed his gratitude. I had no intention of helping you. I merely happened upon this situation, Wang Chen replied, his indifference apparent. He found Night Devil's reluctance to kill rather amusing. May I ask your name? Iron Fist inquired, his demeanor slightly uneasy, wondering if the dragon bone had been taken by him. Wang. Just call me Wang, came the reply. All right, we have arrived at the surface. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chen transformed the Hongmeng sword into a beam of purple light that vanished into his dantian. The map of the nation fell into his grasp as he stepped out of the elevator, ignoring the others. So handsome, truly remarkable, Jessica remarked, watching Wang Chen's retreating figure with a smile. All right, let us depart as well. The Night Devil, with an unpleased expression, exited, followed by the other three. Chapter 50. The Wrath of Evil Spirits. Do not move. Raise your hands. Quickly, place your hands behind your head, otherwise, we will open fire. As Wang Chen entered the lobby of a building, he was surrounded by a group of fully armed SWAT officers. The leading officer bellowed menacingly at him, causing Wang Chen to furrow his brow in annoyance. I am Wang Chen, summon your superior. Your threats are ineffective against me, he retorted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the surrounding officers exchanged glances, while the leading African-American officer's face darkened. This man was exceedingly arrogant, demanding to see his superior. He thought to himself, I'll send you to hell. Fire! Fire! He commanded. At the order, the officers immediately pulled their triggers, a cacophony of gunfire erupting. Wang Chen's expression flickered with derision. Is that all you've got? With a mere thought, an invisible psychic shield enveloped him, causing the bullets to ricochet off as if they were striking a super bulletproof vest, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Were it not for the lack of karma among these officers, Wang Chen would have long since dispatched them, and they would not have dared to act so brazenly. Impatiently, he gestured dismissively at the 5 SWAT officers before him, and an unseen force sent them sprawling aside, eliciting cries of pain. Wang Chen disregarded the beleaguered officers and made his way toward the exit. Damn, how do we deal with this? Is he a mutant? The surrounding officers, including the African-American officer, wore expressions of sheer terror, bewildered by Wang Chen's nonchalant stride toward the outside. Behind him, the Night Devil, Iron Fist, Jessica, and Luke Cage exchanged bewildered glances at the scene. Are these officers truly this courageous? Jessica remarked, struggling to contain her laughter. I've never encountered such formidable policemen. Luke Cage said with a mocking smile. The Night Devil and Iron Fist exchanged glances, their faces twitching in disbelief. While the police are distracted by Wang Chen, we must make our escape, the Night Devil urged. Ah, Matt is right. Let us hurry, they exclaimed, swiftly slipping away. The 4 individuals cautiously traversed the police line, their faces alight with exhilaration as they hastened towards the outside. The thrill of drawing fire was undeniably intoxicating. At that moment, Wang Chen had already emerged from the throng of special police officers and found himself outside the building. The scene in the plaza and on the street was nothing short of dramatic, with hundreds of police vehicles stationed nearby and an equal number of officers surrounding the edifice. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with recognition as he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd, a man stubbornly maintaining a few strands of hair atop his head. Hey, Coulson. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. I trust you can handle these officers. Wang Chen greeted Coulson with enthusiasm. Upon spotting Wang Chen, Coulson instinctively concealed himself behind a colleague, silently praying that he would remain unnoticed. However, upon being called out, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Forcing a smile onto his face as he replied, "Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. Could you enlighten me about the happenings inside? Nothing of great concern. Merely a summoned minor demon that has been dealt with. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you should consult the one who discovered this matter. I trust your intelligence capabilities are commendable." Wang Chen replied succinctly. Coulson's expression darkened at the mention of the demon, just as he was about to respond. Wang Chen interrupted him. "Coulson, please escort me to the banks of the Hudson River. The restless spirits within are likely to rise due to the dark influence of the demon." "What? Why are we still standing here? Let us move swiftly," Coulson exclaimed, his demeanor shifting as he grasped Wang Chen's arm to lead him away. "Coulson, first address the situation with the police," Wang Chen said with a smile, gesturing towards the officers whose faces reflected deep concern. Understood," Coulson replied, urgency etched across his face as he approached the visibly distressed Director George Stacy, handing him the documents with haste. "Director Stacy, we will take over this case. You need only maintain order." "How dare you? You are truly insufferable." George Stacy's expression darkened further at Coulson's words. Glancing at the documents, he said nothing and simply got into his vehicle to depart. "You all take charge here. Ensure that all safety hazards are identified. Jack, your team follows me." Coulson swiftly organized the situation. "Understood, sir." "Aye, Commander." The SHIELD agents responded solemnly. Once Coulson had arranged matters, he quickly returned to Wang Chen, stating, "Mr. Wang, shall we proceed?" "Indeed, lead the way." After Wang Chen entered Coulson's vehicle, he began to rest his eyes. Coulson, displaying an unmistakable urgency, could not restrain himself from asking, "Mr. Wang, how could there be malevolent spirits in the Hudson River? How many souls perish each day in the Big Apple, and where do they go? Most importantly, how many innocent women in the city have undergone abortions? And what becomes of their lost infants?" Without opening his eyes, Wang Chen replied coolly, "Damn it." Coulson, usually of good temperament, could not contain his solemnity, flooring the accelerator as the car raced towards the Hudson River. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle screeched to a halt at the riverbank, followed closely by 4 SUVs. Wang Chen opened his eyes and stepped out of the car, approaching the shore with an involuntary exclamation. What a spectacular scene. Before him, a multitude of vengeful spirits roamed the skies above the Hudson, while dark energies surged from the river, intensifying in ferocity under the influence of sinister forces. What had once been mere wandering souls now manifested as tangible apparitions. "Goodness, it's so cold. What should we do?" Coulson and the SHIELD agents, witnessing the dire situation unfolding on the Hudson, found themselves at a loss, casting anxious glances at Wang Chen, awaiting his intervention. "Mr. Wang, please act swiftly. The malevolent spirits are about to breach the river's confines. If that happens, the Big Apple will be doomed." Coulson, alarmed at the sight of fatalities emerging from the river, urged, "You must impose a lockdown along the riverbank. Set up high-powered lighting on both sides. There are too many spirits in the water. I cannot guarantee they want to escape." After speaking, Wang Chen hurled the Hongmeng sword diagram into the river, his hands deftly forming seals as he directed his energy towards it. The diagram rapidly expanded, transforming into a swirling black circular formation within the water. The myriad of malevolent spirits began to be drawn into the Hongmeng sword diagram, their anguished wails echoing through the air. "Die, die, die," the spirits cried out, their lamentations resounding in the river. Coulson and his SHIELD team felt their skin crawl, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Could they truly handle this? Wang Chen observed the scene with satisfaction, primarily aiming to harness the overwhelming malevolence to cultivate the spirit and ferocity of the Hongmeng sword diagram. After all, it was a sword diagram, and a touch of ferocity seemed only fitting. He then summoned the Crimson Lotus Karma fire from his dantian, having nearly forgotten it amidst recent joys. The vivid crimson flames flickered at his fingertips as he launched both the Crimson Lotus Karma fire and the Hongmeng sword towards the center of the diagram. In an instant, the crimson flames of the red lotus surged forth as if doused in oil, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the sword diagram. The waters of the river shimmered in a vivid scarlet, a sight of exquisite beauty, yet decidedly hostile towards the malevolent spirits within. Their remaining vestiges of resentment were incinerated by the fervent flames. This left Wang Chen thoroughly satisfied. For now both the primordial sword and the sword diagram were stripped of their chaotic impurities, reduced solely to their primal ferocity. With deft movements, Wang Chen cast a series of violet seals towards the primordial sword diagram, which erupted in a surge of purple-black radiance that spread along the banks of the Hudson River. The malevolent spirits, previously dancing wildly in the air, were instantly ensnared by the luminous aura, confined within the river's expanse, and prevented from wreaking havoc upon the world. In Washington, D.C., within the office of the Director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Nick Fury glowered at the images of the Hudson River displayed on the screen. The scene was chaotic, filled with flitting malevolent spirits weaving through the water, while casualties mounted along the banks. Upon witnessing Wang Chen spring into action, his expression softened slightly, yet he could not refrain from cursing vehemently. Damn it! Damn it! Why is it always the evil gods? And what on earth is the situation with these spirits? Damn! Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his tirade. It was the president. He promptly answered. Nick Fury, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many malevolent spirits in the Hudson River? Resolve this situation immediately, or you can forget about being the director. With that, the president hung up, leaving Fury frustrated and speechless. He erupted once more. Damn it! Damn it! After venting his frustrations, Fury took a moment to collect himself and decided to call Tony Stark for assistance. He then reached out to Professor Charles Xavier, requesting the intervention of the X-Men to help manage the crisis. He could not entrust such a significant matter solely to Wang Chen. What if he failed? The fate of New York City hung in the balance. Meanwhile, in the New York City Police Headquarters, Chief George Stacy wore a grim expression as he issued urgent commands. All off-duty and vacationing officers must remain on standby. Deploy all available police forces along both banks of the Hudson River and set up high-powered lighting equipment. We must ensure that those malevolent spirits do not make it ashore. Execute the orders. Yes, Chief, came the solemn replies from the officers, who quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. In an instant, the city was filled with the blaring of police sirens, causing the criminals to curse in frustration as they hurried home, lamenting the disruption to their illicit activities. The lights along the banks of the Hudson River flickered to life, leaving Wang Chen momentarily stunned. When had the efficiency of American law enforcement become so remarkable? Mr. Wang, this arrangement should pose no issues, correct? After receiving a phone call from the chief, Coulson approached Wang Chen, his expression fraught with urgency. I cannot guarantee that, Wang Chen retorted, a hint of sarcasm gracing his features. Who knows how many malevolent spirits lurk in this river? I am but a humble exorcist. Should the situation reach a critical point, I shall make my exit without hesitation. Coulson's face paled in disbelief. Surely you jest. Did you not vanquish several evil deities? How could you possibly be at a loss against these spirits? Those were mere projections of the evil gods, their manifestations, if you will, and their power is limited. Wang Chen countered. Moreover, I seem to recall that my possessions have been appropriated by you all. Upon my return, I shall cast a curse upon you. Huh. Coulson stood speechless, drenched in sweat, realizing he had inadvertently become a target of Wang Chen's ire. He had received not a single penny of the spoils and felt utterly despondent. Suddenly, a crimson mech descended from the sky, landing flamboyantly near Wang Chen. The sight of Tony Stark left Wang Chen exasperated. The matter at hand concerned souls, and a mech warrior's intervention was unwarranted. Hey, young man from Huaxia. What is going on here? Stark approached, casually inquiring. I see you are truly asking for a beating. I have a name, Wang Chen replied, casting a mischievous glance at Stark. Now, Chen, let us not resort to violence, Stark exclaimed, sensing the menacing aura radiating from Wang Chen. This situation is beyond your jurisdiction. Return to your little pepper. Wang Chen snapped. What? Is there anything that I, Tony Stark, cannot handle? Stark protested, his agitation palpable. These are malevolent spirits, a matter of the soul. Physical attacks will be futile. Should I summon one for you to test? Wang Chen grinned mischievously, eager to leave a lasting impression. Stark's expression shifted as he surveyed the multitude of ghostly figures over the Hudson. He swallowed hard and replied, perhaps it is best to refrain from that. I merely came to observe the spectacle. Wang Chen observed the dejection of his adversary, and his interest swiftly waned. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a set of tables and chairs from his Qinquan ring. Engaging with the spatial runes, a purple portal materialized before him. He reached within, retrieving tea leaves and spirit spring water, which he placed upon the table. Wang Chen was determined to engage in a prolonged struggle. He had no desire to expend time and effort single-handedly dealing with so many malevolent spirits, given the unfriendly disposition of the American government towards him. Any action he took was solely for the sake of fortune. The greater the chaos in this realm, the more fortune he would ultimately acquire. Chapter 52. Battle Police. Wang Chen seated himself, pouring the spirit spring water into a kettle. A purple flame ignited in his hand, swiftly bringing the water to a boil. He pinched a handful of tea leaves from the container and added them to the kettle, pouring in the steaming spirit spring water. Instantly, a rich aroma of tea enveloped the air, captivating everyone present. Even Coulson's anxious demeanor was alleviated by the fragrance. "Coulson, allow me to offer you another suggestion. Now that the military has arrived, if you are not concerned about adverse effects, you could consider tossing bombs and white phosphorus shells into the river, or perhaps directly electrifying the water." Wang Chen remarked leisurely after sipping his tea. Can bombs harm the malevolent spirits?" Coulson inquired skeptically. "Consider bombs and electricity as forces of light, the antithesis of the dark powers of these spirits. While they may not annihilate them, once dawn breaks, these malevolent entities will be rendered powerless." Wang Chen continued, "And why have you not sought assistance from the church to handle this matter?" Very well. I shall report this at once." Coulson, feeling somewhat guilty, departed to confer with the director. "Chun, fetch me a chair and pour me a cup of tea." Tony Stark emerged from his marked suit, the enticing aroma of the tea provoking a reflexive swallow. "Not bad. Your mech has been upgraded." Wang Chen was taken aback to see Tony emerge from the suit. With a wave of his hand, a grand chair appeared beside the table. Tony's expression darkened as he recalled nearly being defeated in his battle against Ironmonger, prompting his hurried upgrade of the mech. Yet, he realized it was of little use. He remained mediocre in combat, capable of bullying ordinary individuals but faltering against skilled opponents, and the multitude of malevolent spirits had provided him a harsh lesson. "Enough with the pleasantries, quickly pour me a cup of tea." Tony, feeling somewhat disheartened, urged impatiently. "Do not forget to settle the bill." Wang Chen replied with a smile, relishing the sight of this boastful individual facing a setback. Tony's countenance grew even darker. Wang Chen was more mercenary than he had anticipated, charging $100,000 for a mere cup of tea, truly a vampire. After Coulson reported the situation to Nick Fury, Fury made a call to General Ross. Shortly thereafter, the military commenced the launch of white phosphorus shells towards the Hudson River, while the police electrified the waters. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the river erupted in a cascade of cold, white flames, flickering with blue electric sparks. The feeble malevolent spirits were extinguished by the flames and electricity, while the remaining entities were confined within the river, their wails echoing through the air. Whoa, death. The military and police along the banks of the Hudson cheered at this sight. How splendid. Truly splendid. Those damned creatures can finally not emerge. This is effective. It truly is effective. The military is ruthless. Wang Chen, witnessing the white flames and electric sparks rising from the water, could not help but marvel, disregarding any implications. "Is this sufficient?" Tony Stark inquired with a smile, directing his question at Wang Chen. "It is not that simple. This merely prevents the malevolent spirits from reaching the shore. To truly resolve these entities, we must rely on the Church or Professor Charles to intervene. I can only ensure that my section remains unaffected. With such a commotion, we must also thank the American government for its inaction. Just think of how many lives have perished in this river." Wang Chen remarked with a cold smirk, showing no affection for the American government. Stark, momentarily speechless at Wang Chen's words, silently gazed at the river enveloped in white flames. Boom. An invisible aircraft landed at the riverbank. The hatch opened, and the first to emerge was Professor Charles, pushed by Phoenix, Jean Grey, followed closely by Storm, Aurora, Cyclops, Scott, and Wolverine, Logan, as they approached Wang Chen's position. "The X-Men have arrived?" Tony Stark remarked upon seeing Professor Charles and the others advancing towards them. "If they do not come, who will take the blame?" Wang Chen replied with an enigmatic smile, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "Damn it, the one-eyed dragon has a wicked heart." Stark instantly realized that the matter of the malevolent spirits could not be made public. Thus, who would bear the blame? It would certainly fall upon the restless mutants, effectively resolving the issue while tarnishing their reputation. A veritable two birds with one stone. That scoundrel's heart is entirely black. I have eradicated most of the vampires in Big Apple City, yet they have consumed all the wealth, leaving me with nothing. Once I settle matters here, I shall make them wish for death. My possessions are not so easily obtained. A sinister expression etched on Wang Chen's face as he spoke coldly. Coulson, you are about to face dire consequences. Upon seeing Coulson's return, Tony Stark remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Mr. Wang, I assure you, I have not taken a single penny. Please do not misdirect your wrath." Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sincerely pleading, while internally lamenting why the director had accepted money from this fiend, knowing full well that this individual lacks any sense of honor, thus burdening him. a mere subordinate. Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to see you again. Jean Grey pushed Professor Charles Xavier forward, accompanied by Storm Aurora, Cyclops Scott, and Wolverine Logan, who stood nearby. Professor Xavier, I must admit, I did not wish to encounter you. Wang Chen glanced at Charles, took a sip of tea, and said indifferently, this old fellow harbors ill intentions, intending to have him shield the mutants from harm. Charles wore a broad smile, unfazed by Wang Chen's frosty demeanor, addressing the X-Men. You all go deal with the malevolent spirits in the river. Simply adhere to the plan. Understood, Professor. Acknowledged, Professor. Jean Grey, Storm Aurora, and Cyclops Scott responded respectfully before turning to dash toward the location where the spirits congregated, leaving only Professor Xavier and Wolverine Logan behind. Upon reaching their destination, Storm Aurora was the first to unleash her powers. Her eyes turned completely white as she was enveloped by an invisible wind, lifting her gracefully above the Hudson River. Instantly, the sky above the Hudson darkened with ominous clouds, thick layers forming a colossal vortex, fierce winds howling, swirling debris, thunder rumbling, and lightning flickering. Chapter 53, The Method of Cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the heavens roared, and bolts of blue lightning descended, incessantly striking the waters of the Hudson River. The blue lightning flickered within the river, obliterating countless malevolent spirits. In an instant, the cries of the malevolent spirits vanished from the Hudson, leaving only the sound of thunderous strikes. On the riverbank, Cyclops Scott and Phoenix Jean Grey stood vigilant, guarding Storm Aurora against unseen dangers. Evidently, the X-Men were prepared as well. Damn it, how incredible! Tony Stark exclaimed in shock as he beheld Storm commanding the thunder from a distance. Wang Chen's eyes shimmered with a black and white glow as he gazed at Storm above. Her flesh and bones revealed themselves to him, and within her body, strands of blue energy resonated with the atmospheric conditions. Wang Chen's Storm Woman relies entirely on the power of her bloodline to harness the thunderous forces in the air, commonly referred to as genetic abilities. It seems rather wasteful. Does she not know how to utilize the thunder to refine her body? Nevertheless, her talent is indeed admirable. Wang Chen cannot help but acknowledge the true strength of Storm Woman's abilities. Had his former self possessed such powers, the laboratory would have been in ruins by now. After all, the supreme clear great void scripture he practiced was no less formidable, but the natural spiritual energy had been commandeered by Ancient One for formations, which hindered his progress. Mr. Wang, can we mutants cultivate? Charles inquired, a mysterious smile gracing his face, though tension flickered in his eyes. Mutants? Do you not consider yourselves human? How can you accept such a derogatory term? Wang Chen replied with a mocking smile, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Charles's face, a fleeting glimmer of anger surfacing. Mr. Wang, you still have not answered my question, he pressed. Oh, certainly, mutants possess exceptional talents. Wang Chen replied with a smirk, relishing the opportunity to tease the old man. Charles's smile returned momentarily before fading once more, while Coulson's expression shifted dramatically at the thought of mutants acquiring cultivation methods. Mr. Wang, you should be able to deal with these malevolent spirits, right? Charles retorted, sensing Wang Chen's ulterior motives and unwilling to back down. I can, yet I have no desire to. What will you do about it? Kill me? I welcome death. So hasten it. Wang Chen's face broke into an enigmatic smile, eagerly observing those present. Coulson, about to voice his thoughts, found himself silenced by Wang Chen's words, his face turning crimson. Charles nearly choked in disbelief, exclaiming that this fellow was devoid of martial ethics, flipping the table at the slightest provocation. Tony Stark, however, was not overly surprised. He understood that Wang Chen had likely endured much in the laboratory and had yet to vent his frustrations. It was commendable that he had managed to restrain himself, for had it been him, the situation would have escalated dramatically. Wolverine Logan regarded Wang Chen with admiration, casting a glance at Charles as if to say, look at how resilient he is, you cannot compare. Sensing Logan's gaze, Charles shot him a disgruntled look before turning back to Wang Chen with an apologetic expression. Mr. Wang, you are being too harsh, but could you enlighten us about cultivation? Seeing this old fox soften, Wang Chen decided not to press further, as he still required the mutants to draw fire for him. Professor Charles, you must be familiar with the concept of the three treasures of Qi, spirit, and essence in our Huaxia culture, correct? I am aware, yet I do not comprehend. Charles replied, his face reflecting a thirst for knowledge. Do you know why you are paralyzed? With a mischievous grin, Wang Chen deliberately poked at Charles's sore spot. Well, I'm not quite certain. Charles's expression darkened. This fellow certainly never shied away from taking advantage of others. Your mental strength is too formidable. Yet your body fails to provide energy for your spirit, thus draining your physical form. However, balance is essential for humans, which is why you find yourself incapacitated. A smile graced Wang Chen's face as he spoke softly. Ha, ha, ha. Logan and Tony Stark couldn't contain their laughter at this remark, while Charles wore a grim expression, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen. Essence refers to the subtle material in a tangible state. In humans, it denotes the physical elements that constitute life activities at various levels, often appearing in solid or liquid forms, such as blood. Qi refers to the intangible essence. In humans, it signifies the fundamental invisible elements of life activities, typically manifesting as gases, like oxygen. Spirit encompasses the vitality of essence. In humans, it reflects the dynamic functional changes of life activities, acting as an automatic control system. For instance, mental strength. Cultivation involves enhancing the three treasures of essence, qi, and spirit within the body, rather than focusing solely on a single discipline. Wang Chen succinctly introduced the basic elements of cultivation to them, emphasizing that any method of practice invariably hinges upon these three components. Charles pondered this thoughtfully, while Tony Stark promptly instructed Jarvis to record Wang Chen's words. Coulson produced a recording device, and only Logan seemed to grasp the deeper implications. How one specifically cultivates is my secret. I'm afraid I cannot divulge further. Wang Chen stifled a chuckle and sipped his tea, falling silent. Charles, Tony Stark, Coulson, and Logan all regarded him with exasperated expressions. At such a crucial juncture, he chose to remain reticent, truly a master of evasion. If I don't speak, want to you create your own insights? Wang Chen continued. Look, Storm in the Sky possesses remarkable control over the weather. Why doesn't she harness lightning to strengthen her body? Accumulating the power of thunder within her might even render her a goddess of thunder. And Jean Grey, with her formidable telekinesis, could certainly employ a similar approach. Of course, you could also explore various martial arts from China, the combat techniques of the church, or the magic of sorcerers. There are myriad paths. Wang Chen spoke with a smile, eager to see how far mutants might venture down the path of cultivation and what fortune it might bring him. Charles's face lit up with joy. Even the lines on his face seemed to smile, while Coulson appeared somewhat perturbed, feeling that Wang Chen was reveling in the commotion. Tony Stark was also struck by inspiration. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wang. Consider this a personal favor owed to you. Charles expressed his gratitude with a smile, his spirits lifted by the prospect of possibly developing a cultivation method for mutants. Just don't lead me into a pitfall, and we'll call it even. Wang Chen scoffed, realizing the cunning nature of that old fox. If the black-boiled egg were to hear this, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Chapter 54, Scheming. Suddenly, numerous black-clad priests appeared along the banks, with a dozen or so drawing near to Wang Chen. Each held a thick Bible, fervently reciting sacred prayers. Waves of faith transformed into radiant light, illuminating both shores of the Hudson River. The malevolent spirits within the waters, provoked by this divine energy, surged with ferocity yet recoiled in fear, howling incessantly at the riverbank. The echoes of their anguished cries resounded throughout the Hudson. Whoa, whoa, death. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chen found it utterly ludicrous that the church's representatives thought such feeble faith could be of any consequence. A cold smile graced his lips as he voiced his discontent. Coulson, even the church's people are inept. Have they come merely to usurp credit? Though I have never sought acclaim, do they intend to vex me? They ought to keep their distance, or I will send them to meet their deity. Coulson, drenched in sweat, lamented internally. Director, what kind of people are you gathering? Mr. Wang, I am equally in the dark. I shall mediate at once. With a pained expression, Coulson departed, realizing he was merely a scapegoat. Why not resolve the issue of those malevolent spirits instead? Tony Stark interjected, unable to contain himself. Are you foolish or merely pretending? I could deal with those spirits, but when I am at a loss, it is the government that intervenes. I have no desire to play the fool who illuminates others. Wang Chen sneered, for if not for the fortune these spirits could bestow upon him, he would care little for their plight. Tony Stark, his face flushed with indignation, found himself at a loss for words, struggling to conceive a reason compelling enough to make Wang Chen risk his life. Professor Charles was preoccupied with thoughts of cultivation methods, theories swirling in his mind. Indifferent to the spirits in the river, he had conducted experiments on them and discovered that his mental strength could influence a few, but beyond that, it proved ineffective, as the spirits lacked will and were driven solely by their instinct for slaughter. Stimulated by the radiant power, the malevolent spirits in the Hudson began to behave erratically. While resisting the divine light, they also contended with the gravitational pull of the Hongmeng sword array, leading them to viciously consume one another. In an instant, a colossal spirit, towering 4 to 5 stories high, broke free from the constraints of the Hongmeng sword array and charged towards the priests on the bank. Hee. With a sinister laugh, the spirit swiftly devoured the nearest priest, the air filled with their agonizing screams. Damn it! Fire! Fire! Upon witnessing the harrowing scene, an officer, suppressing his terror, issued a command. Go die! Monster, perish at once! The soldiers, faces etched with fear, unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire at the towering malevolent spirit. Alas, their bullets merely pierced through the apparition, plunging into the depths of the Hudson River, utterly failing to inflict any harm. Mr. Wang, hasten your actions. They can scarcely endure any longer. Coulson approached, desperation writ large on his face. Coulson, are you part of today's affair? Wang Chen inquired with a peculiar smile. What affair? Coulson responded, bewildered, unable to grasp Wang Chen's meaning. Never mind, whether you know or not. This is how it shall be. Tony Stark, you should leave. You lack the capacity to partake in what is to come. Wang Chen stated nonchalantly. What is happening? Tony Stark stood, equally perplexed. What is happening? Why not inquire with Jarvis? Wang Chen retorted. Professor Charles, do exercise caution. Though your theory of peace is, in my view, sheer nonsense. Your ability to provide shelter for mutants is commendable. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chen summoned all the furniture into his spatial ring. Charles's telepathic abilities instantly enveloped New York City, his expression darkening as he pondered whether these individuals aimed to confront Wang Chen or intended to eliminate him as well. Swiftly, he summoned Jean, Storm, and Cyclops back, commanding, we must return to the academy. Mr. Wang, do take care, Jean Grey urged, as she pushed Professor Charles, followed by Storm, Cyclops, and Wolverine, boarding the aircraft to depart. Coulson's countenance was grim. He remained in the dark regarding the unfolding events, persistently calling for headquarters, yet receiving no response. The malevolent spirit continued its slaughter of the priests by the shore, with soldiers suffering casualties, their anguished cries and gunfire echoing relentlessly. Wang Chen wore a cold smile, his thoughts connecting with the innate divine light of yin and yang within his consciousness. A black and white radiance manifested in his hand as he directed it toward the bloodthirsty spirit. A beam of divine light, spanning a kilometer and as thick as 2 men embracing, blazed forth, illuminating the night sky over the riverbank. The monstrous spirit, its savage visage still intact, was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness by the black and white divine light. On the opposite bank, a figure clad in a black robe observed Wang Chen's terrifying display without a trace of fear, exclaiming fervently, such captivating power. This boy's genes, I must possess them. The throng of hooded figures behind him echoed his fervor. In a concealed location behind Wang Chen, a burly figure clad in a crimson robe observed the strike with an impassive expression, a flicker of delight glimmering in his eyes. Surrounding him were a cadre of white-clad sorcerers. Wang Chen possesses remarkable abilities, truly deserving of his reputation as one who can seamlessly integrate genes. Your words flatter me, Bishop. Your radiance undoubtedly surpasses that of this young lad. Indeed, that boy is doomed. Ha ha. To Wang Chen's left, a high-tech armed battalion emerged, each member equipped with the most advanced weaponry. The captain, with a disdainful countenance, directed his gaze towards Wang Chen, while laser cannons were being readied behind him, aimed at their target. An officer clad in black combat attire shouted fervently, prompting the troops behind him to echo his zeal. On Wang Chen's right, a group of experimental soldiers appeared, each bearing a grotesque scar upon their heads, embodying a fearsome visage. These were gene-altered weaponized individuals, intent on exterminating Wang Chen to seize his genetic material. We must acquire Wang Chen's gene. None wish to endure the agony of genetic rejection any longer. Eliminate Wang Chen and claim his gene. Eliminate Wang Chen and claim his gene. The eyes of the gene-altered soldiers gleamed with fervor as they fixated upon Wang Chen. Chapter 55. Encirclement aboard the aircraft of the X-Men. Jean Grey stared blankly at the gradually disappearing Hudson River below, her telepathic abilities sensing the ambushers surrounding Wang Chen. With a perplexed expression, she inquired, Professor, what factions are these? Professor Charles' visage darkened. He had not anticipated such madness. With total disregard for the safety of New York City, he replied coolly, the Church of Light, the Dark Council, Hydra, and the official gene-altered weaponized individuals. The latter are likely assassins, alongside various opportunistic factions. Damn it, how can there be so many factions in existence? Laser Eye Scott exclaimed, his lips twitching in agitation. That boy won't come to harm, will he? Wolverine could not restrain his concern. Storm Aurora and Laser Eye Scott exchanged curious glances with Professor Charles. Fear not. That boy is quite the cunning fox. He has long since detected their presence. Otherwise, the malevolent spirits in the Hudson would have been vanquished by him already. He simply wishes to draw out all those with malicious intent towards him and eliminate them. A smile graced Professor Charles' face as he set aside worries regarding the impact of these factions on mutants, sensing that these adversaries would not survive the night. Damn it! What a devious little rascal. Is Wang Chen truly that formidable? It merely seems that his methods are rather peculiar. The Avengers were incessantly critiquing from the sidelines. Do not provoke Wang Chen. This fellow possesses immense power. Professor Charles solemnly cautioned. The Avengers nodded gravely in agreement. In the skies above, Iron Man, Tony Stark, received a transmission from Jarvis. What the hell? Have these lunatics lost their minds? It turns out that the young lad from Huaxiao was telling the truth. Damn it. Even the Vatican and the Dark Council, notorious adversaries, have allied. And who are these high-tech troops? Has the American government been harboring such an experimental force? Have they truly lost their wits? The allure of immortality is undeniably potent. Best to avoid confrontation. Tony Stark's expression fluctuated between shades of green and black, continuously cursing the one-eyed monster in his mind, feeling utterly trapped. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Stark Tower, distancing himself from the battlefield. In reality, the forces of the Holy See and the Dark Council were not bereft of reason. Each was equipped with their own divine artifacts or hidden trump cards, unperturbed by Wang Chen's enigmatic flames, and armed with advanced genetic counterweapons. Their confidence was unwavering. How could the Dragon Riders possibly lose? Upon witnessing the colossal malevolent spirit vanquished by the innate yin-yang divine light, a cold smile crept across Wang Chen's face. After a brief moment of waiting, and seeing that no minions dared to engage him, he spoke. Coulson, you best vacate this area. Otherwise, your lives may truly be at stake. Coulson, his face darkened, contemplated speaking but ultimately withheld his words, swiftly retreating with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Chen, with an expression of indifference, leisurely approached the diagram of the nation with the map of the kingdom in hand. With each step, a purple lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet. Although his movements appeared slow, he soon found himself at the center of the sword diagram. Standing above the diagram of the universe, a scarlet fire lotus materialized beneath him, ignited by the crimson flames of the red lotus. He was eager to observe just how much these individuals could endure. Swish, swish, swish. A series of blue lasers illuminated the night sky over the western banks of the Hudson River, radiating astonishing heat towards Wang Chen at the center of the river. The high-tech Hydra troops could no longer contain themselves and initiated their assault. These were black-tech weapons crafted by Hydra's mad scientists during World War II. Weapons that had previously brought the American forces to the brink of despair on the battlefield. The Hydra troops along the riverbank were fervent, relentlessly firing upon Wang Chen. What is this? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Chen's face as he realized that this was indeed concentrated spatial energy, originating from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or more accurately, from the Hydra organization. Wang Chen had always harbored a keen interest in spatial energy within the Marvel Universe. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Hongmeng sword diagram began to spin rapidly, enveloping him in a radiant purple barrier. Countless blue beams of spatial energy struck against this violet shield, astonishingly failing to detonate. Instead, they merely emanated a dazzling purple-blue light that illuminated the night sky. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. What a splendid find. Wang Chen beamed with delight as the Hongmeng sword diagram voraciously absorbed the blue spatial energy. The spatial restrictions within the diagram noticeably strengthened, and he seized the opportunity to absorb some of the spatial energy, accelerating the cultivation of his bloodline and significantly enhancing his spatial abilities. Was this a fusion of rules? He regarded the Hydra troops with a fervent gaze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He actually withstood the onslaught. Attack. Continue the assault. The commander of the Hydra troops, witnessing the vanishing light and Wang Chen's unscathed form, wore a grim expression and bellowed at his subordinates. The Hydra soldiers resumed their bombardment with laser cannons, unleashing a relentless torrent of fire upon Wang Chen. The sky above the Hudson River was engulfed in blue radiance. Observing the spectacle, the bishop from the northern Holy See sneered, declaring, "Hydra is nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. We should never have allied with such failures." Smith, that is the archbishop's sentiment, another cardinal coldly remarked. Humph. Smith snorted disdainfully, choosing silence thereafter. The leader of the Dark Council in the south scoffed. This fellow is indeed rather formidable. Let the other factions engage first. Do not rush in to meet a futile demise. Understood, leader. Yes, leader. The assembly of dark-robed figures promptly acknowledged the command. To the east, numerous genetically modified beings from the experimental unit gazed upon Wang Chen's formidable display with trepidation. Yet their eyes glinted with a fierce determination as they recalled their ceaseless suffering. Within the purple shield, Wang Chen observed as the surrounding malevolent spirits were obliterated by the torrents of spatial energy, nodding in approval. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. unveiled these weapons sooner, many lives could have been spared. However, he relished the fortune acquired from these spatial energies, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. The Hongmeng mirror within his consciousness danced with exuberance, surely reaping a significant amount of fortune this time around. Chapter 56, Slaughter. What has happened? Wang Chen furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, absorbing the spatial energy within his sea of consciousness as the runes of spatial magic continued to refine themselves. In addition to the spatial gate, he comprehended the essence of a dimensional blade. He sought to seize the opportunity to grasp another magical ability. Yet the spatial power inexplicably vanished, leaving him quite displeased. The captain of the genetically modified beings in the east, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the Black Technology Unit's assault, commanded his subordinates, activate the super pulse cannon. Eliminate him. I wish to see how this wretched experimental subject number 09999 can remain arrogant without his powers. Understood, Captain. The group of genetically modified beings, with faces twisted in ferocity and fervor, shouted as they swiftly boarded two massive trucks, activating the super pulse cannon and channeling energy towards Wang Chen. The super pulse cannon, capable of unleashing devastating pulse waves, could effectively disrupt human genes, rendering mutants powerless, while also inflicting severe thermal damage. The captain, observing the charged super pulse cannons glowing with blue light, immediately issued the command, "Fire! Fire! Yes, Commander! Yes, Commander!" The genetically modified beings on the trucks grinned menacingly as they launched two massive white energy projectiles towards Wang Chen. In the Hudson River, technological items exploded under the impact of the white pulse projectiles, creating chaos on both banks. The two white energy projectiles struck the purple shield of the Hongmeng sword diagram, emitting a cacophony of tearing sounds, only to be swiftly extinguished by the spinning sword diagram. Is this all they have? Those repugnant modifications? It seems the American government remains restless. It is high time to cleanse these insignificant pests. Wang Chen scoffed, disregarding the incoming projectiles, with a stamp of his right foot. The crimson flames of the red lotus instantly erupted, sending forth countless scarlet flames in all directions, resembling a shower of red meteors. Damn it! This accursed monster. The super pulse cannon is ineffective. The genetically modified beings cursed in rage, and upon witnessing the oncoming flames, one of them cried out in terror. The captain's face darkened as he retrieved a blood-red scepter from his robe, slicing his palm to let his blood flow upon it. The scepter emitted a crimson glow, and he urgently instructed his fellow modified beings, "Everyone, shed some blood, quickly." Exchanging glances, the genetically modified beings complied, cutting their hands. At that moment, the blood-red scepter radiated a dazzling crimson light, voraciously absorbing the blood, and floated above their heads, forming a blood-red shield. The flickering flames of the red lotus, unexpectedly, were thwarted by a crimson shield. A group of genetically modified beings exhaled with relief, their faces alight with joy. The captain of the Hydra to the west, upon encountering the red blaze, was overtaken by panic. Hastily, he drew forth a serpent-shaped longsword, plunging it into a nearby azure energy block. Instantly, a black and blue shield materialized, enveloping them in protection. Meanwhile, in the north, Smith of the Holy See beheld the encroaching red flames. Feeling an overwhelming sense of peril that darkened his expression, he cast his Bible into the air and began to pray fervently. The white-robed mage behind him joined in, channeling waves of faith into the Bible, which radiated an astonishing light, effectively repelling the red lotus flames. In the south, the leader of the Dark Council, upon witnessing the crimson fire, tossed his dark scripture into the air and recited an esoteric incantation. The scripture emitted a pitch-black energy, shielding them within its grasp. Clearly, they had come prepared. Wang Chen's mind scanned the surroundings, revealing that the red lotus flames had only claimed a few assassins, unable to breach the defenses of the various factions. With a flicker of intent, he summoned all the red lotus flames back. Ah, now this is truly interesting. Wang Chen smirked as he stepped out of the primordial sword diagram, each footfall manifesting a purple lotus, ascending into the skies. with a wave of his hand. The primordial sword within the diagram transformed into a beam of purple light, appearing before him in an instant. All swords returned to their origin. Wang Chen's expression remained impassive as he formed intricate seals with his hands, directing them toward the primordial sword. Countless purple energy swords materialized behind him, suspended in the air, illuminating the night sky. Go forth, cleanse the world of its sins. Wang Chen sneered at the foes below, gesturing as the multitude of purple energy swords surged downward with wild ferocity, akin to a meteor shower striking the earth. Damn it! No! How could this happen? Block it! The captain of the Hydra, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale, desperately placing all the blue energy blocks beneath the serpent sword. The once fervent expressions of the Hydra's members morphed into sheer terror. Boom, boom, boom. Countless purple energy swords relentlessly battered the black and blue shield, resonating with thunderous roars. As purple and black-blue intertwined in the air, crack! A shattering sound echoed in the ears of the Hydra troops, their faces paling in horror as the black-blue energy shield fractured like glass, unleashing a torrent of purple energy swords upon them. Damn it! No! No! The scene resembled a slaughterhouse, limbs scattered everywhere, and crimson blood flowing incessantly. The Hydra's forces fell within mere seconds, obliterated by the onslaught of violet energy blades. Damn it! Everyone, let us bleed a little more. The captain of the genetically modified soldiers, witnessing the deluge of blades descending upon them, acted without a moment's anger. He sliced open his palm, allowing blood to flow towards the crimson staff above. The others followed suit, their faces pale with terror as they gazed up at the impending shadows of the blades. Boom, boom, boom. The violet blades relentlessly battered against the blood-red energy shield, each impact causing blood to erupt from the orifices of the genetically modified soldiers, leaving them drenched in their own lifeblood, resembling famished specters. Telekinesis, hold them still. Frost power, unleash. Earth's strength, shield us. Flames, ignite. As cracks began to appear in the blood-red barrier, the genetically modified soldiers unleashed their mutant abilities to bolster the shield. Crack, crack, boom. The blood-red barrier shattered under the relentless assault of the violet energy swords, their augmentations proving utterly ineffective, disintegrating into nothingness. No, how can this be? Stop! The cries of the genetically modified soldiers echoed in despair as their tenacious vitality was severed by the violet blades, yet they remained, cursing amidst the pools of their own blood. Chapter 57. The Dark and Light Magi. Damn it, cursed monster! I condemn you to eternal damnation. In the skies above, Wang Chen observed the remnants of the genetically modified soldiers, still fervently cursing him. A cold smile crept across his face. He chose to disregard them, allowing them to experience the dread of imminent death. To the south, the rain of violet energy swords continued to strike the energy shield formed by the Dark Tome's replica. The leader of the Dark Council removed his hood, revealing a visage akin to a desiccated corpse, his eyes emitting a ghastly green glow. He was the necromancer Adrian. And upon witnessing the shield beginning to crumble, a flicker of alarm crossed his ghastly features. He began to chant incantations, his followers fervently echoing the obscure spells. Dark magical energy emanated from Adrian and his congregation, drifting towards the Dark Tome's replica, which, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, erupted in dark light, successfully blocking the onslaught of the violet energy swords. Under the influence of Adrian's mysterious incantation, malevolent spirits within the Hudson River began to converge above the dark scripture, emitting wails that echoed through the air, relentlessly eroding the descending energy swords. To the north, boom, boom, crack. Countless purple energy swords relentlessly collided against the barrier formed by the light, as the pristine shield of illumination began to emit sounds akin to shattering glass. Bishop Smith's expression shifted, and alongside the white-clad mages behind him, they commenced a flurry of intricate hand seals. The radiant power within them coalesced into magical sigils directed towards the sacred scripture. Beside them, Knight Andrew and Cardinal Logan unleashed their own radiant auras, reinforcing the luminous barrier. The scripture in the sky radiated an astonishing brilliance, manifesting as a towering white beam of light. All the churches within New York City began to emanate a white aura of faith, converging towards the celestial column, instantly obliterating the purple energy swords in the air. Damn it, this is utterly shameless. King Chun sneered, witnessing this scene, realizing he had greatly overestimated the integrity of these individuals. With a wave of his hand, the purple energy swords behind him transformed into a radiant violet that merged into the primordial sword before him. The primordial sword blazed with purple light, extending into a towering sword shadow that reached 10 zhong long. King Chen, with an air of indifference, grasped the hilt and swung the celestial sword towards the scripture of the Light Church. A purple column of celestial sword energy, imbued with the intent to vanquish gods and freeze all, suddenly manifested above the Light Church. The scripture above gathered all the light power from the celestial column, forming a white, six-winged angelic silhouette in the air, continuously murmuring divine utterances. The Lord declares, "Before me lies only light." The Lord proclaims, "All mortals are his kin." The Lord asserts, "All dissenters are heretics." As the six-winged angel concluded, an overwhelming force of light erupted before him, transforming into luminous ropes that ensnared the purple celestial sword column. The divine utterances continued to assault the sword's intent. The sacred words morphed into a force of salvation, relentlessly impacting King Chen's soul. The purple lotus within his mind unfurled, radiating a violet glow that instantaneously devoured the light energy, converting it into sustenance for growth. "You truly deserve to perish." An intense fury ignited upon King Chen's visage, enraged that the accursed Light Church sought to transform him into a mere slave. Unforgivable, a crime deserving of death. Suddenly, strands of light imbued with the essence of salvation entwined with ropes of darkness steeped in malice, intertwining in the air to form a vast net that ensnared King Chen. In the southern realm, the necromancer Adrian harnessed the Dark Tome's power to transform malevolent spirits into strands of black rope. While Wang Chen was engaged in fierce combat with the Light Church, Adrian seized the opportunity to strike. Wang Chen, ensnared like a silkworm in its cocoon, found himself suspended in the air, caught in an intricate fusion of dark and light forces. "Wow, damn it, you audacious yellow-skinned monkey. You vile creature, how dare you act so arrogantly? Aren't you formidable? You wretched bastard, look at your fate." The mages of the Light Church erupted in cheers, hurling curses at Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Adrian, accompanied by his followers, traversed a bridge of dark energy to the northern bank of the Hudson River, where he joined forces with Bishop Smith of the Light Church. Adrian and Smith exchanged glances, their faces betraying a smile as they observed Wang Chen suspended above. However, unease crept in upon seeing the towering sword column encircled by radiant light. They shared a knowing look and gradually lowered Wang Chen to the ground. Before they could claim their spoils, Wang Chen abruptly lifted his head, a strange smile gracing his face. With a crack, the purple-red divine light radiated from Wang Chen, shattering the ropes of darkness and light that bound him. The 5 mages who had previously mocked him were instantly struck with dread, and before they could flee, they heard Wang Chen's deep voice. "Did you enjoy cursing me just now?" With that, his expression twisted into a sinister grin, and in an instant, he was behind the 5 light mages, delivering powerful blows. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions filled the air as Wang Chen's fists not only shattered the white magical shields of the light mages, but also obliterated their bodies into a mist of blood, saturating the scene with a metallic scent of carnage. Wang Chen's relentless physical assault was nothing short of irrational. Indeed, nothing felt better than the satisfaction of using his fists. A smile spread across his face as he licked the blood from his cheek, casting a wicked grin at everyone from both the Light Church and the Dark Council. The Hongmeng sword and the map of the nation floated around him, rendering him a figure of both divine and demonic essence. The sight of Wang Chen's ferocity sent the members of the Light Church and the Dark Council recoiling in terror, while Adrian and Smith's faces darkened significantly. Wang Chen, witnessing their cowardice, wore a disdainful smile and menacingly declared, "Come, come. Today, I shall beat you to death." Chapter 58, Total Annihilation. Adrian, the necromancer, spoke little but acted decisively, commanding the dark tendrils in the air to transform into whips that lashed out towards Wang Chen. The radiant Bishop Smith, Knight Andrew, and Cardinal Logan combined their luminous powers, coalescing into a brilliant sword of light that surged toward Wang Chen. The white-robed mages of the Light Church and the followers of the Dark Council scattered, reciting obscure incantations, their bodies emanating threads of both light and dark magic that merged into the celestial scriptures and the dark tomes above. Did they truly believe I would cower before them? The primordial sacred lotus. With a mere thought, Wang Chen summoned the primordial sword, which transformed into a violet beam that pierced the towering sword column in the sky. The luminous tendrils that had ensnared him began to shatter, while the sword column relentlessly slashed at the 6-winged angel above, resulting in a stalemate between the light enhanced by the scriptures and the sword column. Enveloped by a 12th-tier violet lotus, Wang Chen withstood the onslaught of the dark whips and the radiant sword. unleashing thunderous roars as he cast a scornful gaze at the advancing necromancer Adrian and the minions of the Light Church. Damn it! Neither Adrian nor the radiant Bishop Smith, Knight Andrew, and Cardinal Logan had anticipated Wang Chen's resilience. Under their combined assault, they found themselves unable to breach his defenses, a humiliation beyond measure. His capabilities cannot be limitless. We must unite our efforts. Bishop Smith bellowed. The white-robed mages of the Light Church, under Smith's leadership, began to gather their luminous energy. The celestial scriptures illuminated with a holy radiance, and in an instant, a white sacred flame ignited, conjured under his command. A basketball-sized orb of white fire surged toward Wang Chen. The white flames shone like divine light, illuminating the night sky, converting the malevolent spirits under the necromancer's control into fervent worshippers, kneeling in the air, chanting for God's mercy. Such an insufferable pest. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Wang Chen, his disdain evident as he surveyed the white-robed mages, vanished from his original position, disregarding the white flames pursuing him, reappearing behind the mages with a frenzied determination, swinging his fists. No, please, damn it. The white-robed mages were mercilessly obliterated into clouds of blood, their agonized cries echoing throughout the scene. Once the white-robed mages had been entirely vanquished, Wang Chen halted, reaching out his right hand toward the pursuing white flames. Witnessing the slaughter of their comrades, Bishop Smith, Knight Andrew, and Cardinal Logan wore expressions of ashen dread, their eyes glinting with venomous hatred as they fixated on Wang Chen. As they beheld Wang Chen audaciously grasping the sacred flame, expressions of astonishment illuminated their faces, though swiftly, their smiles froze. To their disbelief, the violet lotus enveloping Wang Chen began voraciously consuming the white sacred fire, which was entirely devoured in mere moments. The purple lotus transformed into a stream of light, merging into Wang Chen's being, infusing him with a potent energy that resonated within him, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. A look of exhilaration graced Wang Chen's countenance, for this sacred fire had enabled him to unlock 5 or 6 acupoints. Quite delightful. Wang Chen observed the members of the Holy See with a playful glint in his eyes, as if beckoning for more. By the gods, you wretched heretic, how dare you consume the sacred flame? You blasphemer shall surely descend into the depths of hell. The expressions of Bishop Smith, Knight Andrew, and Cardinal Logan twisted into a mask of intense hatred upon witnessing Wang Chen's sacrilegious act, their desire to rend him asunder palpable. Whether I will descend into hell remains uncertain, but you shall undoubtedly find yourselves there today. Wang Chen's smile vanished, his cold words resonating in their ears. In an instant, he appeared before Bishop Smith, Knight Andrew, and Cardinal Logan, radiant purple light emanating from him. A divine wheel of violet spinning behind him as he delivered a punch towards them. An overwhelming will, one that obliterated all existence and transcended life and death, enveloped them, rendering them immobile. A resplendent purple fist imprint struck them instantaneously, and in their horrified gaze, the three were annihilated into nothingness. The six-winged angel, stripped of the light's divine power, began to dissipate, obliterated by the purple sword pillar in the sky. Even the Bible was shattered into fragments by the primordial sword within that pillar. The towering sword cleaved through the park they inhabited, creating a vast pit in a deafening roar, with the waters of the Hudson River rushing in to fill the void. The necromancer Adrian hovered in the air, his face a portrait of shock as he witnessed this scene. His followers were reduced to ash without uttering a sound. The primordial sword danced exuberantly around Wang Chen, who strolled upon the surging waters, gazing at the necromancer Adrian above, and casually remarked, "Little mouse, it appears you are the last one left." Adrian's visage darkened ominously, his already grotesque features twisting into a more sinister grimace. With a mere thought, Wang Chen summoned the primordial sword to his feet and transformed into a streak of violet light, launching himself towards Adrian in the sky. Adrian's expression shifted drastically, hastily conjuring a dark scripture to shield himself, while his black-bone staff unleashed a torrent of vengeful spirits toward Wang Chen. He quickly began to set up a teleportation array, attempting to flee. What a remarkable turn of events. Wang Chen shattered the barrier formed by the dark divine scripture replica with a single punch. Observing the little mouse attempting to flee, he promptly cast aside the River of Nations scroll, which instantly emitted a radiant purple-green light, freezing the surrounding space and obliterating countless vengeful spirits with its divine glow. The primordial wheel of all paths. Suspended in the air, Wang Chen directed a powerful punch towards the panicked Adrian, as a violet divine wheel materialized behind him, illuminating the entire night sky. No, Adrian exclaimed in horror upon witnessing this scene. The violet fist imprint struck Adrian midair, annihilating him and the dark divine scripture beside him into oblivion. I shall return, echoed Adrian's soul vibrations from above. TCH, do you think you are the Wolf of Grey? Return, and I shall make you regret it. Wang Chen scoffed at Adrian's spiritual transmission. A golden red light emerged from the east, heralding the rise of the sun. What a splendid day, Wang Chen remarked nonchalantly. With a flick of his thought, the primordial sword map from the Hudson River and the crimson lotus of karma fire appeared in his hands. A violet spatial door manifested in the air, and he stepped through, vanishing without a trace. All that remained were the ruins along the banks of the Hudson River, evidencing the fierce battle that had once transpired. Chapter 59, The Impact. Damn it. How dare he? This is a blasphemer. A heretic. Hang him. At the headquarters of the Holy See in Europe, within a grand palace, everyone was glued to the satellite broadcast. Upon witnessing Wang Chen slay the church's mages, outrage erupted among them. The Pope, adorned with a golden crown, wore a grim expression, while the 8 cardinal bishops appeared furious, cursing vehemently. The 12 knights of light surrounding them displayed complex emotions, their eyes reflecting both fear and anger. The elderly cardinal bishop, Christian, rose in indignation. Your Holiness, please authorize the Knights of Light to eradicate this blasphemer. This heretic's power is too formidable. The Knights of Light would not stand a chance against him. Cardinal Bishop Tristan, equally enraged, stood in opposition. Perhaps we should exert pressure on the American government to deal with this blasphemer? Christian suggested, feeling a surge of urgency as he pondered. The other cardinal bishops turned their gazes towards the Pope. That will not be necessary. The American government is unlikely to comply. Let us set this matter aside for now. I need to deliberate further. We shall adjourn for the time being. The Pope's face revealed no trace of emotion as he spoke softly. Indeed, Your Holiness. The assembly of cardinals hesitated, caught between their desire to speak and the weight of the Pope's authority, ultimately dispersing. In that moment, the vast palace was left with only the Pope seated on the throne, lost in contemplation. In a shadowy conference room in an unknown location, a group of cloaked figures observed the satellite broadcast. As they witnessed the demise of the Light Church's mage, excitement flickered across their faces. When the death of the necromancer Adrian was announced, they displayed little anger. After all, this undertaking was meant to yield success, and if it did not, they could at least enjoy the spectacle. Moreover, the riches left behind by Adrian awaited their claim, a prospect that thrilled them immensely. Adrian boasted far too much. And now look at him, one remarked. He's as pathetic as the church's failures, reduced to nothing but ash. Even if he manages to resurrect, it will be years before he returns. Let us not find his soul fire, for if we do, he shan't come back. Another chimed in, laughter rippling through the room. Then, let us divide his wealth. Their cackles echoed, plunging the conference room into a frenzied atmosphere. At Alkaline Lake, within the genetic weapons experimental base, in an office, William Strick's demeanor soured as he beheld the satellite feed. He trembled uncontrollably. Although he had successfully captured Professor Charles and several mutants according to his plan, and had breached Xavier's academy, the sight of Wang Chen's formidable power instilled a paralyzing fear within him. Damn it, cursed monsters. This world has become unbearable because of your kind. I will eradicate you all. Just wait. Tremble before me. I shall annihilate every last one of you. His maniacal laughter filled the office. In an undisclosed room, Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra, kept a watchful eye on the happenings in the Hudson River. He coveted Wang Chen's genetic prowess. The allure of superhuman abilities was too great, especially given his advancing age. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's extraordinary strength, which effortlessly vanquished the Light Church and all its necromancers, a cold sweat broke out over him. Once calm, Charles promptly instructed his subordinates to sever all communications regarding Hydra's high-tech forces and to maintain absolute silence. After executing these orders, he wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "What a captivating power!" Washington, D.C., Department of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Bureau, Director's Office. Damn it, how can this guy be so formidable? This is spiraling out of control. Nick Fury's dark visage bore an expression of anxiety. He had initially believed he could eliminate this adversary, but now what would he do? Director, it's bad. A male agent hurriedly rushed in to report. What has happened now? Nick Fury inquired, striving to regain his composure. An agent relayed urgent news. Professor Charles had been captured by the military, Magneto had escaped from custody, and Xavier's school for gifted youngsters had been breached by a military force. The agent reported frantically. Damn it. Fury was momentarily taken aback. Magneto, this extreme mutant, had actually broken free, and the situation with Wang Chen remained unresolved. Now mutants were adding to the chaos. "Director, what shall we do?" the agent cautiously inquired. Observing Fury's fury. "Send out a team to locate Magneto. We must find him. Quickly. We cannot allow him to cause major trouble." Fury composed himself and commanded urgently. "Understood. Director." The agent dashed out, terrified of the enraged director. Fury began to reassess the day's events, realizing he had also been ensnared in a trap. Even if the Hudson River incident had not occurred today, someone would have sought trouble with Wang Chen, using it to obscure matters concerning mutants. This was a two birds with one stone scenario. Not only did they aim to eliminate Wang Chen, but they also sought to maintain complete control over the mutants. "Mr. President, your acting skills have improved remarkably," Fury mused, drumming his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. The repercussions of the Hudson River incident were alarming, although it transpired in the dead of night. The commotion was considerable. The entire police force of the Big Apple was deployed, and military units were on the scene, with the Hudson River illuminated by the blaze of white phosphorus shells. Not to mention the grand spectacle of conflict involving Wang Chen and various factions. Of course, these were not the primary concerns. With the indomitable scapegoat of mutants, the media would sensationalize the events, and the ordinary populace would treat it as mere entertainment. The crux of the matter was that certain factions had marked Wang Chen as an untouchable figure. Chapter 60. Retribution. Wang Chen emerged indifferently from the purple portal. Before him stood a magnificent cathedral, the branch of the Illuminati in the Big Apple. While many in America professed Christianity, numerous other sects also existed. First, he must sever the tentacles of the Illuminati. As Wang Chen beheld the opulent church, a mocking smile crept across his face. Approaching the grand entrance, he forcefully kicked open the doors and strode in with an air of audacity. "Damn you, heretic! You scoundrel! Kill him! Quickly dispatch him!" The assembly of approximately 40 to 50 priests clad in black erupted in furious exclamations upon witnessing Wang Chen's brazen entrance. A chilling glint flickered in Wang Chen's eyes, and without uttering a word, he summoned his thoughts, transforming the crimson flames of the red lotus karma fire into a myriad of flickering tongues of fire that surged towards the priests, illuminating the shadows of the church. "Mr. Wang, why do you seek to harm us?" An elderly priest lamented, his voice laden with despair as he beheld the sea of scarlet flames. Wang Chen halted the inferno midair with a mere thought, a smile gracing his lips as he queried, "And why did you seek to harm me? Have we any grievances between us?" The elderly priest, upon hearing this, was overcome with shame and uncertainty. The other priests, filled with rage, retorted, "You heretic! If God wills your death, then you must perish. Those who blaspheme against him shall die. Your monstrous existence defiles this world." As Wang Chen listened to their fervent declarations, his smile broadened, and the intent to kill in his gaze intensified. "What does my slaying you have to do with me? Since you hold God in such reverence, I shall send you to meet him." Upon hearing his words, the priests fell silent, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen lost all desire for further conversation. They were nothing but self-serving individuals. With a wave of his hand, the red lotus karma fire ignited, consuming them in its blaze. Their sins fueled the flames, and their wails echoed throughout the church. "Ah, no, it hurts. So painful. No, damn it." The statue of God above remained indifferent to the suffering of his followers, rendering the situation absurdly ironic. Wang Chen's cold laughter resonated as he observed this spectacle, confirming that the church was indeed a sanctuary for filth. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly priest who remained untouched by the flames, revealing that not all within the church were guilty. "Mr. Wang, please, I implore you to cease," the elderly priest pleaded as he approached Wang Chen. "This fire is the red lotus karma fire, fueled by sin. With so many gathered here, it is truly laughable that none are without guilt. Do cherish your life," Wang Chen declared, disregarding the elderly priest's pleas. He then unleashed a powerful blow, shattering the statue of God at the heart of the church with a violent imprint of his fist. The multitude of priests within the church was consumed by the crimson flames of karma, which then returned to his grasp. Only then did Wang Chen contentedly open the violet portal, stepping through it and vanishing from sight. In the church, an elderly priest remained, dazed and tormented, gazing sorrowfully at the shattered statue of God. Wang Chen materialized on a highway leading from the Big Apple to Huadu, where a black Rolls-Royce sped towards its destination. "You wish to flee? But where can you escape?" Wang Chen mused as he observed the rapidly approaching vehicle. Through his mental acuity, he discerned that the occupants were linked to genetic modifications and high-tech military forces. Inside the car, John noticed Wang Chen standing on the road, a cold smirk upon his face. Terror and madness contorted John's features as he shouted, "Damn monster. Why won't you die? Die?" He pressed the accelerator fiercely, aiming the vehicle menacingly at Wang Chen. Wang Chen found amusement in John's frantic aggression. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of telekinetic force that hurled the car violently against the mountainside with a resounding crash. John, battered by the impact, suffered multiple fractures and was left bloodied, unable to utter a word. Wang Chen moved swiftly to the wreckage, his hand glowing with violet light as he extracted John from the ruins. Employing a soul-forging technique, he swiftly uncovered John's origins and plans. Discarding the frothing John back into the abandoned vehicle, Wang Chen summoned forth a wisp of crimson karma fire, reducing him to ashes before turning away. The flames ignited the car, culminating in a deafening explosion. Boom. "Ah, President, it seems you are the true mastermind behind the experimental scheme. We have much to play with. Do we not? William Strick, you target not the mutants, but me. You have already paved your own path to demise." Wang Chen remarked with a cold chuckle as he stepped through the violet portal, arriving at the shores of Alkaline Lake in Canada, where a dam loomed in the distance. Wang Chen cast a few glances at the dam, and the Hongming sword materialized beside him. Transforming into a beam of purple light, he sped towards the structure. In a short span, he found himself above the dam, poised to breach it and eliminate the detestable William Strick when the sound of an aircraft descending reached his ears. "How intriguing. This truly is fascinating," Wang Chen observed, stroking his chin with a contemplative smile as he regarded the distant aircraft. He had warned Charles. Yet he was still captured. The world's capacity for narrative correction was formidable. "Ah, and there appears to be a time management bureau, does there not? Why have they not sought me out? It seems I have disrupted quite a bit of the narrative as well. Forget it, perhaps my time here has been too brief." Wang Chen murmured to himself. "Since the X-Men have arrived, let William Stryker live a little longer. I might as well enjoy the show. Goodness, this Mystique is quite something. Truly a feast for the eyes. She is ruining my childhood memories. Did Wolverine really possess such allure?" As Wang Chen observed Wolverine descending from the aircraft, he noticed the flickering purple light in his eyes, revealing that this Wolverine was actually transformed by Mystique. With a bemused shake of his head, Wang Chen opened a purple portal directly into the aircraft. Upon entering, he found the others inside watching the portal with a wary gaze. "Hello there. Greetings to the X-Men and our friends from the Brotherhood." Wang Chen playfully addressed the X-Men and Magneto. "Wang, what brings you here?" Storm inquired, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. "Oh, seeking revenge, of course. That scoundrel William Stryker dared to provoke me. Naturally, I intend to reduce him to ashes. But you all seem rather ineffectual. May I remind you that Charles has been captured? Truly disappointing," Wang Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, the X-Men glared at Wang Chen, while Magneto smiled. Chapter 61. Forging the Sword. "Young man from Huaxia, do not be too arrogant," Wolverine Logan remarked, his expression uneasy. Jean Grey and Storm looked at Wang Chen with a hint of exasperation, while Cyclops Scott's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat insulted. "Wow, kid, you have quite the discernment. Come, join the Brotherhood, this big family," Magneto exclaimed with delight at Wang Chen's boldness towards the X-Men. Wang Chen, impressed by Magneto's commanding presence despite his age, smiled and replied, "Magneto, you truly retain your charisma. However, joining the Brotherhood is out of the question. I am not a mutant." "What a pity." Magneto sensed a formidable threat emanating from Wang Chen. He had initially assumed him to be a mutant, only to find that he was not, and expressed his disappointment. "You aren't here to mock us, are you?" Jean Grey asked, her lovely face showing signs of anger at Wang Chen's earlier jibe and his jovial conversation with Magneto. "Of course not. I originally intended to personally deal with William Stryker, but since you are here, I shall relax and enjoy the spectacle. Aren't you all eager to go inside? Please, do proceed." A smile graced Wang Chen's face as he waved his hand, and a purple portal appeared before him, revealing Mystique engaged in combat with soldiers. Astonishing. Wolverine Logan, filled with excitement, dashed inside. "Hurry, let us assist." Cyclops Scott cast a profound glance at Wang Chen before addressing Jean and Aurora. "Understood. We must thwart Stryker's malevolence." The members of the X-Men hastily entered the portal, with Cyclops being the last to follow. "Magneto, let us proceed." Wang Chen smiled. Indeed, Magneto decisively stepped through the portal, and Wang Chen followed suit. "Wow, this is exhilarating," Wang Chen observed as the X-Men showcased their powers, swiftly dispatching the soldiers, yet Stryker had already vanished without a trace. The X-Men and Magneto disregarded Wang Chen entirely, rushing towards their base. Wang Chen, aware of their individual agendas, shrugged lightly. "Ah, The thrill of spectating in a grand performance is truly delightful. What shall I do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Wang Chen contemplated the presence of some adamantium within the base and extended his consciousness throughout the facility. However, his expression darkened. The experimental base housed hundreds of mutant subjects, most of whom were children, along with several incompletely transformed genetic weaponizers. Stryker, you have truly lost your humanity. How could you lay hands on so many subjects? He mused. It seems you cannot be allowed an easy demise. And certainly, these doctors must experience the torment of hell as well. Wang Chen muttered, summoning the red lotus hellfire, which he cast into the air, transforming into countless flames that vanished before him. The purpose of the red lotus hellfire was not to take lives, but rather to inflict suffering upon the personnel within the base. After completing this, he instantaneously transported himself to a clandestine laboratory, where he discovered a massive tank containing liquid adamantium. A faint smile began to emerge on his face. With the adamantium serving as a vessel for the rules of the Marvel Universe, Wang Chen could forge numerous magical artifacts. Tenderly, he retrieved several pieces of elemental spirit iron and stones from his Chinkoan ring, lamenting the lack of sentience in adamantium. If only I had Asgard's URU metal, he sighed. Seated cross-legged before the tank of adamantium, he cast the map of the nation into the air, which emitted a radiant violet-blue glow that enveloped the entire laboratory. Satisfied, he nodded. It would be unfortunate if he were ambushed by someone while forging his sword. Wang Chen summoned the primordial cauldron from his dantian, which rapidly expanded in the air before him, transforming into a towering vessel that crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. A flicker of violet spiritual fire appeared in his hand, the essence of his life force, the primordial purple flame. He cast the primordial purple flame beneath the cauldron, which instantly emitted an astonishing heat. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped all the almond alloy in the water tank with his consciousness, lifting it into the cauldron. As the almond alloy succumbed to the searing temperature of the primordial purple flame, white-gray impurities swiftly bubbled to the surface, reducing the originally 3 cubic meters of alloy by 2/3 in an instant. Wang Chen skillfully divided the remaining almond alloy into 5 portions, arranging them at the cardinal points of the cauldron. With his mind, he encased the vividly colored 5-element spiritual iron and stones, placing them into the cauldron. Under the scorching embrace of the primordial purple flame, 5 orbs of multicolored spiritual liquid floated within. Wang Chen meticulously combined the 5 orbs of liquid with the almond alloy, rapidly shaping them into the form of 5 sword-like magical artifacts. At this juncture, Wang Chen's demeanor shifted to one of gravitas as he began to inscribe seals into the cauldron. Waves of 5-colored elemental seals cascaded into the vessel, causing the 5 swords within to gradually emanate brilliant beams of light, etched with intricate prohibitions. After approximately 10 minutes, 5-colored flying swords burst forth from the cauldron. Circling around him, Wang Chen extended his consciousness to envelop the 5 elemental flying swords, noting their 9-layered prohibitions with a gleeful expression, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. The current strength of Lu Feifei and the others was perfectly complemented by these artifacts. He returned the flying swords to the cauldron for nurturing. Then with a flick of his hand, he retracted the primordial cauldron back into his dantian, grasping the landscape map of the nation in his palm. At that moment, Wolverine Logan unexpectedly entered, staring blankly at the laboratory, entirely oblivious to Wang Chen's presence. Before Wang Chen could address him, he noticed Stryker and Yui fleeing down the corridor, pursued by the Red Lotus Hellfire, only to see Logan, seemingly mad, charging after Stryker. However, Logan was promptly kicked back by Yui, resulting in a rather comical scene. Wang Chen shook his head in disbelief, realizing that without the tank of almond alloy, Logan stood no chance against them. Chapter 62. Lingqi. Wang Chen was unperturbed by Stryker's potential escape. He had long since used his consciousness to command the Red Lotus Hellfire to block the inevitable path of Stryker's retreat. Logan was currently being thrashed by Yui, utterly defenseless against her assault, as her skills mirrored his own. "Hey, little Huaxia kid, stop watching the show and lend a hand." Logan finally could not withstand the onslaught, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he called out to Wang Chen. "Oh, I thought you hadn't noticed me," Wang Chen replied, relishing the rare sight of Logan being pummeled, but upon hearing his plea for help, he teased, "Stop with the chatter and get on with it." Wolverine was once again struck several times by Yuriko, expressing his exasperation, remarking on her exceedingly unpleasant demeanor. Very well, very well." In an instant, Wang Chen vanished from his previous location and appeared before Yuriko, delivering a powerful punch. In a flash, a violet imprint from his fist sent Yuriko flying, erasing her under the overwhelming force. along with the adamantium within her, which turned to dust without a sound, leaving her without a grave. The violet imprint shattered the outer walls of the experimental facility, allowing the frigid wind to sweep inside. By all that's sacred, Logan was taken aback by this spectacle, involuntarily uttering a curse. Observing Logan's stunned expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Wang Chen. The thrill of superiority was truly delightful. It was no wonder that Tony Stark, the pompous king, always flaunted his prowess. Coming back to his senses, it was time to deal with Strucker. Wang Chen smirked at Logan. "All right, let us go. I can hardly wait." Upon hearing Strucker's name, Logan instantly perked up and made his way toward the exit of the laboratory, with Wang Chen leisurely trailing behind. Meanwhile, Strucker, caught in the escape route, wore a face of terror and fury. Upon seeing the relentless pursuit of the crimson flames, he could not help but roar. Damn it! Damn it! You wretched monster! Why won't you perish? Creatures like you should not exist in this world. Damn it all, let them all die." Within the experimental facility, various researchers and soldiers were engulfed by the crimson flames, transformed into torches, their agonized wails and pleas for mercy echoing throughout. "Oh, it hurts so much. Spare me. It was all Strucker's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Please let me go. I beg you. Damn it. You cursed monsters. You are all devils." The passing members of the X-Men felt a shiver run down their spines, hastily avoiding the terrifying flames. Damn, Wang Chen is ruthless. Scott Summers awakened, cursed at the horrifying scene. "We must leave. The professor is still under Strucker's control. Do you still have the heart to sympathize with these scoundrels?" Jean Grey, her face contorted in anger, retorted before making her way deeper into the facility, with Scott following closely behind, his expression grim. On the other side, Storm, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction, a faint smile gracing her lips. Magneto and Mystique weaved through the base, disregarding the chaos around them as they headed deeper into the facility. Wang Chen followed Wolverine outside the base, locating William Strucker, ensnared by the crimson flames. Huaxia youth, quickly extinguish this sinister flame. I wish to converse with Stryker. Wolverine, upon encountering Stryker, was overjoyed and promptly addressed Wang Chen. Excellent. Wang Chen waved his hand, and the crimson inferno returned to his grasp. Observing this, Wolverine dashed toward Stryker, delivering a fierce beating while interrogating him about his origins. "Ha! Logan, you shall never uncover your lineage. Unless you release me. Allow me to depart from this place." Stryker laughed painfully, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of fear as he glanced at Wang Chen. A mocking smile crept across Wang Chen's face. "You think you can escape? It's not that simple." Crack! Crack! The dam was being ravaged by the tremendous energy waves unleashed by Phoenix and Cyclops, teetering on the brink of collapse. Wolverine, witnessing this alarming scene, exclaimed, "Huaxia youth, keep an eye on this fellow. I shall go rescue them." Without waiting for Wang Chen's response, he hurried back into the experimental facility. Wang Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Stryker. "Shall we play a game? Stay away, you monster." "Damn it!" Stryker shouted in terror, retreating as he attempted to leap into a helicopter to flee. In our culture, we have a punishment known as Ling Chi, where one is subjected to 600 cuts while still alive. Let us give it a try. Fear not. With me present, you shall not perish. A peculiar smile adorned Wang Chen's face as a flash of purple light materialized the Hongmeng's sword in his hand. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he hurled the sheath at Stryker, which instantly transformed into a circular diagram of the Hongmeng's sword, enveloping him in a radiant purple glow. "Please no, you devil, bastard!" Stryker cried out in despair, struggling within the sword diagram. "Am I the devil? And what are you? Those children were utterly innocent. You dissect and experiment upon them, and yet you dare to judge me." Wang Chen's face ignited with fierce anger. He would not forget the torment he endured within the experimental facility. He commanded the Hongmeng sword diagram to unleash a barrage of luminous sword strikes, carving into Stryker's flesh. "Ah, damn it! Cursed yellow-skinned monkey! Devil! Ah!" Stryker's anguished wails echoed through the sword diagram, filled with despair and curses. Wang Chen retrieved a grand armchair from the Chinquan ring and settled into it. He declared that if he were to slice him with 600 blades, then so be it. After all, who invited this nuisance to provoke him? A woman's startled exclamation echoed from behind him. "Mr. Wang, this is rather sinister of you." Magneto, witnessing the gruesome spectacle of Strick being vivisected, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Old man, perhaps you should depart swiftly. The Avengers will soon make their appearance." Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that this old fellow was indeed ruthless, aiming to annihilate billions in an instant. After all, they were all in the same boat. What? My plan failed, Magneto inquired, his expression dark with disbelief. Indeed, Charles was rescued, Wang Chen replied, his gaze fixed on the happenings within the base. A smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Magneto. Chapter 63. Seduction. Magneto's momentary embarrassment vanished, quickly replaced by composure. How could he forget that this lad was not a mutant? You're thinking too small, Wang Chen retorted coldly. Old man, I must say, you truly are somewhat foolish. You've gone too far, Magneto exclaimed, a mix of indignation and anger coloring his tone. Do you understand why mutants have yet to make a significant impact? Wang Chen, enjoying Strick's torturous fate, taunted him further. Now, tell me, if your reasoning fails to convince me, do not blame me for my wrath. Magneto, puffing with indignation, demanded an explanation, while Mystique glared at Wang Chen with fury. The greatest weapon of ordinary humans is the nuclear bomb. If you can control the magnetic field, why not seize a few nuclear weapons as leverage? Furthermore, mutants lack a territory, existing merely as a disorganized multitude. How can they achieve anything substantial? With so much land in Africa, why not claim a piece for yourselves? And wealth, such a concept is almost laughable. With your magnetic control, you could easily extract gold from a mine. With territory, wealth, and nuclear arms, gather the mutants together, regardless of their strengths or weaknesses, provide them with some benefits. And will they not follow you loyally? How many nations would dare to mutually assure destruction with you then? Wang Chen's voice was laced with temptation as he incited Magneto. The American president and the oligarchs trouble him. First, I will provide you with an adversary. Magneto's anger dissipated, a smile creeping onto his lips. This young man was indeed a remarkable talent, his gaze intense as it fixed upon Wang Chen. Mystique gasped audibly in response. Devil, you fiend, may you meet a terrible fate. In the realm of the Hongmeng sword diagram, William Stryker appeared to be little more than a skeletal figure. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, he uttered a curse in terror. Oh, how disobedient you are. After just over 1,000 strikes, you are on the brink of collapse. Truly pathetic. Observing that Stryker was nearing his end yet still dared to curse him, Wang Chen summoned a radiant green light in his right hand, exuding an intense vitality. He cast this divine light upon Stryker, and almost instantaneously, the flesh on his body began to regenerate, his life force rapidly rejuvenating. In no time, he was completely healed. Ah, no. Please, stop. Stryker wailed in horror upon realizing his miraculous recovery, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the relentless sword of light slicing through him. The unending agony threatening to drive him mad. Gory chunks of flesh fell away from Stryker, staining the pure white snow with crimson, creating a scene of sheer terror. Magneto and Mystique instinctively distanced themselves from Wang Chen, their lips twitching in disbelief. This fellow was truly ruthless. Stryker's fate in Wang Chen's hands was one of hopeless despair. You wouldn't kindly offer me suggestions, would you? Speak, what do you wish for me to do? Magneto inquired, regaining his composure, furrowing his brow. Nothing of significance is required from you. Primarily, the American government has been persistently troubling me, and I find them quite displeasing. Their unhappiness brings me immense joy. To them, I am merely experiment subject 09999. Wang Chen remarked with a chilling smile, an enigmatic expression adorning his face. Well then. Magneto observed Wang Chen's frenzied demeanor and felt a sense of resonance. He too had once endured harrowing memories. My dear sir, I shall bestow upon you another gift, and you must exert yourself. Once more, a verdant divine light enveloped Wang Chen's hand, this time the postnatal green with divine light, rich with life energy. Previously, he had only utilized a simplified version on Stryker. With a flick of his wrist, the azure light swiftly encased Magneto. Initially wary, Magneto's attention was drawn by the changes occurring within his body. Before long, the frail Magneto experienced a miraculous transformation, regaining his youth. His once pale hair turned glossy and black, his hunched frame transformed into a robust figure, and his visage reverted to that of a 30-year-old man, a true marvel of life. Ah, splendid. Truly magnificent. Wang Chen remarked with satisfaction, witnessing the youthful Magneto standing before him. Ha ha ha. This feels absolutely delightful. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Magneto exclaimed joyfully as he stretched his body, reveling in the vigor of his renewed youth. Not at all. In the future, you should continue to train your physique with lightning. After all, a robust physique enhances one's capabilities, rendering one impervious to restraint. Seek out some traditional Chinese martial arts for practice. Wang Chen smiled as he spoke, envisioning a resurrected Magneto. Contemplating the American government, there would be ample opportunity for us to engage. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wang. Raven, let us depart. Magneto cast a glance at Wang Chen and, noting the imminent arrival of the authorities, swiftly boarded the helicopter and took flight. Wang Chen chose to disregard Magneto thereafter, hoping he would bring forth delightful surprises, as it required little effort on his part. Gag. Gag. What in the world? Who is this skeleton? The members of the X-Men and Professor Charles emerged from the base in disarray, confronting the horrific sight of Stryker, whose ghastly condition provoked nausea among some of the students. Hurry, you Chinese lad. I have yet to learn about my origins. Wolverine, Logan, seeing Stryker reduced to a mere skeleton, hastily interjected. Fear not, he will not perish. Wang Chen cast a beam of azure divine light upon Stryker, and he was instantly restored. No, please, you devil, I beg you, in my suffering. Stryker, witnessing his recovery, was genuinely despondent and cried out for mercy. Why not inquire? See how simple it is. Wang Chen said with a beaming smile towards Wolverine. Logan's lips twitched in disbelief. Such a horrific punishment was unimaginable for Stryker to endure. Nevertheless, he was eager to uncover Stryker's lineage. Jean Grey, Professor Charles, Storm, Cyclops, and several students exchanged glances filled with incredulity, truly believing in this madness. Chapter 64. The Titans might crack. Crack. Boom. Boom. The dam began to fissure, on the verge of collapse under the weight of the torrential waters. This is dire. The dam is about to break. Jean Grey exclaimed in terror. Hurry. To the aircraft. Storm shouted to the gathering crowd. The X-Men scrambled towards the plane, and upon learning a fragment of his origins, Logan hastened to board as well. Alas, it seems we are the last remaining. With over 1,000 blades left, let the reckoning commence. Wang Chen grinned coldly at William Stryker, his consciousness stirring as the Hongmeng sword diagram emanated a radiant violet glow, conjuring thousands of light swords that surged toward Stryker. No. William Strick was met with a dazzling array of lightsabers descending upon him, uttering a single scream before being utterly obliterated into a pulp. Only then did Wang Chen satisfactorily retract the Hongmeng sword diagram, casting his gaze upon the technologically advanced aircraft in the distance. However, the situation aboard the plane was dire. The crew discovered that the propulsion system was malfunctioning, and the dam had collapsed, with a ferocious flood surging toward the aircraft. In this critical moment, Jean Grey stepped forth, launching herself from the aircraft, prepared to sacrifice herself to save everyone. Wang Chen approached Jean Grey, his steps adorned with purple lotuses, observing her struggle against the deluge, and smiled, saying, You need not sacrifice yourself. Allow me to take your place. As he spoke, the Hongmeng sword diagram soared into the sky, rapidly expanding and emanating waves of purple light, forming a barrier in front of the plane. With the pressure of the flood alleviated, Jean Grey, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Wang Chen waved his right hand, enveloping Jean Grey in a purple glow and transporting her back into the aircraft. With a solemn expression, Wang Chen descended beneath the plane, his magical energy circulating swiftly. Thousands of acupoints within his body radiated an astonishing purple light, bursting forth to envelop the entire aircraft. Lift off, he commanded, raising the aircraft, as purple lotuses blossomed beneath his feet. In an instant, he elevated the plane into the air, transforming it into a streak of purple light soaring into the distance. Seated in the aircraft, Jean Grey gasped in disbelief as she witnessed Wang Chen lifting the plane into the air. Motherfucker, this is a monster, exclaimed Wolverine, Logan, in astonishment. Wow, so cool. Awesome. Incredible, cheered the other students, excitement ringing in the air. Storm, Aurora, and Cyclops, Scott, bore expressions of disbelief. Was this truly within human capability? Professor Charles smiled, finally relieved, having narrowly avoided total disaster. Boom. As Wang Chen, now a radiant purple streak, found a flat area, he gently descended, safely placing the aircraft down. What a thrill! He exclaimed, exhilaration lighting up his face. Despite depleting much of his magical energy, he had tested his strength. Realizing he was not far removed from the heroes of the cinema, he too could lift an aircraft. Wang Chen reigned in his magical energy, calming his restless spirit. With a thought, the Hongmeng sword diagram transformed into a beam of purple light, returning to him and merging with the Hongmeng sword within his dantian. The Jiangshan Sheiji diagram above his head emitted a faint purple-green glow, rapidly replenishing the magical energy consumed by its innate transformative power. After a brief moment, Wang Chen opened his eyes, emanating a brilliant violet light, fully restored. The map of the nation lay in his grasp. As the aircraft door swung open, a cadre of X-Men disembarked, with Wolverine, Logan, excitedly thumping his chest and exclaiming, You truly are remarkable. Thank you for saving my life. Should you ever need anything, Do not hesitate to seek me out. Storm, Aurora, responded with a radiant smile. We X-Men owe you a debt of gratitude. Feel free to call upon us at any time. Come, let us discuss matters inside, Wang Chen replied, shaking his head with a smile. It was merely a small endeavor to test my strength. His motivation for rescuing them was not born of altruism, but rather for the sake of fortune. Moreover, among the X-Men, he held a slight fondness for Logan, while his interest in the others was limited to their physical allure, particularly Aurora and Jean. Wang Chen followed them into the aircraft, observing Professor Charles, who sat awkwardly in a chair, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of him, his eyes brimming with mirth. Although the professor's telepathic abilities had no effect on Wang Chen, the evident joy upon his face required no such powers. His expression darkened as he internally chastised himself, repeating, "Do not be angry. After all, I have just saved them." "Oh dear, Professor Charles, you appear quite disheveled. Allow me to present you with a gift," Wang Chen exclaimed, his delight nearly overflowing, as he conjured a cerulean aura of postnatal divine light, enveloping Charles. In an instant, a scene of temporal regression unfolded, and shortly thereafter, a youthful version of Charles materialized before them. However, Wang Chen mischievously ensured that he retained his baldness. Good heavens! Professor Charles has reverted to his youth. Logan gasped, his cigar tumbling from his mouth in astonishment, witnessing this miraculous transformation. The X-Men and the mischievous one stood in stunned silence, unintentionally emitting peculiar sounds. "Stand up. Take a few steps," Wang Chen urged, his smile widening at the sight of the young, bald Charles before him. For the baldness was his signature look and should not be absent. Still reeling from shock, Charles snapped back to reality upon hearing Wang Chen's words. His face alight with excitement as he examined his body. Trembling with exhilaration, he rose to his feet, and the usually composed man, unflinching even in the face of adversity, erupted into exclamations of joy. "Fascinating. This is extraordinary. I can stand," exclaimed the professor. "Are you truly well?" asked Cyclops, Scott, filled with astonishment. "Yes. I have never felt better," Charles joyfully replied. "This is truly splendid. Now we need not fear for the safety of the Academy. Mr. Wang is incredible. He shall be my idol from this day forth." A group of eager students engaged in animated discussions, their gazes towards Wang Chen filled with admiration. Wang Chen looked on with satisfaction at Charles, as he now had both the youthful versions of Magneto and Charles gathered together. He was curious to see how the American government would react. Once Charles calmed down, he expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate Mr. Wang's assistance. But do not become overly joyous. You should contemplate how to strengthen your physique, lest your mental abilities eventually drain your vitality. The power I have left within you will not sustain you for long," Wang Chen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, and the smile on Charles's face froze. Chapter 65. Development. Charles, feeling discontented, inquired, "Are you not aware of your own abilities? With your intelligence, surely you can devise a set of physical enhancement techniques." He continued, "Now, quickly repair the aircraft so we can return. I wish to experience the allure of high technology." Wang Chen replied with a smile, having already invested enough, merely to vex the American government. He had not yet reached the level of providing him with techniques. "All right then. Aurora, please expedite the repair of the aircraft." Charles regained his composure, realizing that Wang Chen had already assisted them sufficiently. He no longer insisted, confident in his own intellect. It was merely a matter of developing a technique, and if needed, he could always draw inspiration from the Holy Sea's combat techniques. "Yes, Professor," Aurora responded, taking the students to repair the aircraft. The other members of the X-Men sat in their seats, frequently glancing at Wang Chen with intrigued expressions. Before long, Aurora had repaired the thrusters, and the aircraft ascended smoothly, racing towards the Big Apple. "Impressive," Wang Chen remarked, feeling the speed of the aircraft, nearly a third of his own flying speed. Wolverine, Logan, approached Wang Chen with a sense of trepidation, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. "Can you cure my amnesia?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, "I am uncertain, but I can certainly attempt it. After all, it would be beneficial for you. The adamantium within you is toxic and is eroding your vitality. Then let us give it a try," Logan exclaimed, surprised to learn of the detrimental effects of adamantium, though his primary concern remained the recovery of his memories. "Very well," Wang Chen agreed readily, eager to test his abilities. In his right hand, he summoned a black and white postnatal yin-yang divine light, while in his left hand, a green postnatal wood divine light emerged, one to heal Wolverine's soul and the other to mend his body. Phoenix, Jean Grey, Professor Charles, Storm, and Cyclops all gazed curiously at Wang Chen as he treated Wolverine. His methods utterly remarkable. With a mere wave of his hand, a cerulean light enveloped Logan. "Ah, this feels incredible," Wolverine exclaimed, a look of bliss crossing his face, accompanied by a rather lascivious moan. "You rascal! Such indecency!" they exclaimed in shock. "Logan, I never imagined you were such a person." Instantly, Storm, Jean, and Rogue blushed, voicing their indignation. Nearby, Scott, Nightcrawler, and Iceman could not suppress their smiles. Seeing his old friend so animated, Charles also couldn't help but smile. As Wang Chen observed the lascivious expression on Wolverine's face, his childhood idol crumbled before his eyes. It turned out they were kindred spirits. A mischievous grin spread across Wang Chen's face as he enveloped Logan in a black and white aura. In an instant, Logan screamed in agony. "Ah, it hurts." The once comforted Wolverine was now drenched in sweat, questioning the very essence of his existence. "Is he all right?" Charles asked with concern etched on his face. "Can the repair of the soul be painless?" Wang Chen replied with a cold smirk. The others, feeling embarrassed, refrained from asking further questions and merely wiped the sweat from Logan's brow. After approximately 10 minutes, the pained expression faded from Logan's face, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. Only then did Wang Chen withdraw his powers, saying nonchalantly, "Let us wait for Logan to awaken. I cannot guarantee his recovery, as his injuries affect his mind and soul. No matter, he appears better than before," Charles remarked with a smile, observing Logan's rejuvenated visage. "So be it. By the way, the mastermind behind this operation is the President. Do not let your guard down. I must return home now. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, a violet portal materialized before him, and he stepped through, vanishing from the aircraft. Who would have thought the government seeks our annihilation? Cyclops seethed with fury, nearly inciting a genocide against mutants. Storm and Jean also wore expressions of anger. Under Charles' guidance, they had endeavored to tolerate the ordinary populace, yet the government's intentions were utterly outrageous. "Let me ponder this. We shall return to the academy first," Charles exclaimed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the predicament. On the other side, Magneto, accompanied by Mystique and Pyro, commenced the meticulous execution of Wang Chen's plan following their departure from the dam. Magneto first summoned the remnants of the Brotherhood and subsequently dispatched numerous operatives to scour for information regarding nuclear warheads, with the majority of the search efforts concentrated in the Soviet Union and various minor nations possessing nuclear capabilities. After accomplishing this, Magneto began to seek a suitable territory within the African continent to establish a stronghold, while also intent on plundering gold and other resources. In Washington, D.C., within the confines of the White House, William Stryker's scheme had met with failure. Neither Professor Charles nor Magneto had perished. How should they respond to potential retribution? Yet far more pressing than this was the existence of mutant factions. Even if vengeance were to be sought, it would likely not be excessively violent. But what of Wang Chen? The indifferent defense secretary inquired, expressing his astonishment that such a significant matter had eluded his grasp. What was the president's intent? Has your reach extended too far? A flicker of panic crossed the president's eyes, though his face remained impassive. Internally, he was in turmoil. Having lost his secretary to Wang Chen's machinations, he could not reveal any emotion, lest he be torn apart by wolves. He replied coolly, "What is there to panic about? We can simply shift the blame onto William Stryker. Professor Charles will not turn against us. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. As for Wang Chen, we can always placate him with a sum of money." Upon hearing this, the defense secretary's eyes glinted with derision. "Do you think this is a mere performance? That tossing a trifle will suffice?" He retorted coldly. "As long as the president has a plan, that is sufficient. Please, do conclude this matter," the defense secretary stated before exiting the president's office. "Damn it all. A bunch of useless fools. Cursed monsters. Why don't you just perish?" The president's furious tirade echoed through the office. Chapter 66. Extortion on the rooftop of a skyscraper in Huadu. Wang Chen surveyed the bustling city below, his expression dark and brooding. "Damn it. That old rascal Pierce has fled swiftly. I can't find him anywhere in Huadu. I won't be able to quell this fire within me until that old fool is dealt with. Damn it. I shall unleash my wrath upon the black egg." Wang Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination, his consciousness stirred, and the arcane runes within his mind flickered. A violet portal materialized beside him, and without further ado, Wang Chen stepped through, vanishing from sight. At the headquarters of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, the Trident Building. Upon the rooftop, a violet spatial portal materialized, from which Wang Chen emerged with an air of indifference, clutching the map of the nation. Instantly, his consciousness enveloped the entire building, pinpointing the location of the office belonging to the notorious He Lu Dan. Just as he prepared to engage in a cordial discussion, the building's alarm system blared to life. Wail, wail. The Trident building was suddenly thrown into disarray, with agents rushing toward the rooftop as if facing an imminent threat. Observing this scene, Wang Chen abandoned his intent to find He Lu Dan and opted to wait in place for their arrival, remarking, "Quite vigilant, I must say." Before long, a throng of agents ascended the stairs with a thunderous clamor, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Wang Chen. "Do not move. Raise your hands. Who are you? Answer, or we will fire." The smile on Wang Chen's face vanished. Their insolence was truly astounding. With a flick of his consciousness, an invisible telekinetic wave surged forth, assaulting the agents. What the? Ouch! The sound of gunfire erupted as S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents were sent sprawling, cries of pain echoing through the air, while their firearms floated ominously before them, their faces contorted in terror as they gazed at Wang Chen. A mutant? No, he is Wang Chen. What is this plague doing at S-H-I-E-L-D? Damn it! As the agents fell silent, Wang Chen sneered, "Fetch He Lu Dan. Do not provoke my wrath. Otherwise, this building will no longer need to exist." The agents' faces darkened instantly. His audacity was indeed remarkable. Yet, Wang Chen possessed the prowess to back it up. One of the agents in black stood and respectfully stated, "Mr. Wang, please do not be angry. I shall notify the director at once." "Hurry," Wang Chen scoffed. These agents were clearly bullies who feared the strong. The black-clad agent promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury, cautiously reporting the situation on the rooftop. "Understood. Keep him calm. I'm on my way." Nick Fury hung up, his face a canvas of shifting emotions as he cursed under his breath. In his office, Fury had already monitored Wang Chen through the surveillance system. The presence of this dangerous individual unnerved him. Following an investigation, he confirmed that much of what Wang Chen claimed was true. S-H-I-E-L-D had indeed been infiltrated by Hydra. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved an old mobile phone from the safe beneath his desk and made his way to the rooftop. Wang Chen, sensing that He Lu Dan had summoned the formidable Captain Marvel, could not suppress a derisive smile. Fear was a powerful motivator. Tap, tap, tap. Nick Fury arrived at the scene with a scowl, addressing the surrounding agents. "You all leave at once." The agents' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly protested, "Director, that may not be wise." Their glances toward Wang Chen revealed their evident unease. Fury, hearing their words, twitched his lips in irritation. "What use are you here?" With a mere wave, "He could dispose of you," he asserted sternly. "Leave." "Yes, Director. Yes, Director." The agents limped off the rooftop. Indeed, that black egg had some merit. At least these agents remained loyal to him. "Mr. Wang, you've stirred quite a commotion. What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Fury said, suppressing his fury. "Black egg. Oh, black egg. I've practically fed you, and yet you prove useless. Truly, I've given you an opportunity, and you squander it." Wang Chen smirked, taking the chance to berate him. Fury's eyes flared with rage upon hearing this, but then a look of resignation crossed his face. Who knew how many Hydra agents lurked within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Not to mention, he hadn't even begun to formulate a plan. "What does Mr. Wang seek with Pierce?" he inquired. That old fool dared to ambush me. So naturally, I intend to crush him to dust. You need not deny it. The spatial energy crystals, products of the Tesseract, are exclusive to your S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra." Wang Chen's eyes gleamed with a deadly intent. He sought satisfaction, and anyone who obstructed him would be sent to perdition. Damn it, Pierce is indeed Hydra. Fury's heart sank in terror. He had suspected Pierce, but the confirmation chilled him further. This man had been the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now they were in deep trouble. Come, hand over Pierce swiftly, or else." Wang Chen sneered, as the map of the nation surged from his grasp, transforming into a swirling tableau behind him, radiating a dazzling violet-blue light that spoke volumes of its menacing intent. "Mr. Wang, let us discuss this rationally. Alexander Pierce is already missing. I genuinely cannot locate him." Fury exclaimed anxiously, cursing internally, "Damn it, Pierce, that treacherous fool, has truly ensnared me. This old scoundrel is out for my life, and you expect me to let you off with mere claims of his disappearance? What a preposterous jest." Wang Chen scoffed. The light emanating from the map behind him intensified. Thankfully, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters lay on the outskirts. Otherwise, they would be attracting a crowd right now. "Mr. Wang, I am willing to compensate for your emotional distress." Nick Fury hastily interjected upon seeing Wang Chen's intent to act. "Aren't you going to summon Ms. Marvel back?" Wang Chen, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, gazed at the black egg's chest, where a summoning device resided. "Damn it, you truly are a devil. What exactly do you desire?" Nick Fury, taken aback, looked at Wang Chen in shock, instinctively clutching his chest in surrender. Very well, then, return the cosmic cube to me. Wang Chen revealed his sharp teeth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can at most offer you a few energy blocks. Nick Fury's temper flared. He had not anticipated Wang Chen's audacious demand. Do you take me for a beggar? A few energy blocks are hardly sufficient. Remember, the bloodline legacy has already been divided amongst you. Wang Chen scoffed, finding the black egg's audacity utterly absurd. Were it not for the fact that this man still held some utility, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him down. Nick Fury's face turned awkward as he had initially intended to distribute the assets of New Apple City to Wang Chen, only to discover that Pierce, the president, and the Morgan family had left nothing for him. Let us go to your office and present your sincerity. Otherwise, the existence of your headquarters shall be rendered unnecessary. Wang Chen spoke coldly. Wang Chen, are you truly intent on making an enemy of the entire world? Fury's voice trembled with barely contained rage. I do not seek to be adversarial towards the world. My conflict lies solely with the American government. Imagine if I were to detonate all of America's nuclear weapons. What a splendid mushroom cloud it would create. Besides, the White House is rather unsightly. Shall we use it for a fireworks display? It would certainly be magnificent. The president is always a nuisance to me. If he were to vanish, I could eliminate each subsequent president as they come into office. Surely, you do not wish to have a revolving door of presidents. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I had William Stryker cut into 3,600 pieces, and he died in excruciating pain. Wang Chen smiled as he uttered his most ruthless words. Fully aware that he had Fury in a precarious position, he dared to wage war against the American government. But did the Americans dare to retaliate against him? You Nick Fury was on the verge of exploding, incredulous at Wang Chen's audacity. He continuously rubbed the device concealed in his chest, his expression shifting between anger and disbelief. I demand adamantium, vibranium, and energy crystals. If you fail to satisfy me today, let us prepare for war. Wang Chen observed the black egg's growing distress, adding more demands with an air of invulnerability. Mr. Wang, this way please. Nick Fury composed himself, forcing a smile as he proceeded towards his office alongside Wang Chen. Behind him, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he had truly desired a confrontation, only to back down in the end. Mr. Wang, please enjoy a cup of coffee while I prepare what you requested. After having a cup of coffee poured for Wang Chen, Nick Fury hurriedly left to gather the necessary items. Seated on the sofa, a smile graced Wang Chen's face. It was no wonder so many enjoyed playing the villain. The sense of freedom was exhilarating. Indeed, the thrill of tormenting the black egg was even more delightful. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not having dealt with that old rascal, Pierce, he was confident that the old fool would not escape should he dare to show his face again. Suddenly, a loud bang from the door jolted Wang Chen from his reverie. Nick Fury, wearing a grim expression, entered with 4 agents, who carried 2 large crates. The agents placed the boxes before Wang Chen and promptly exited the room. With a stiff smile, Nick Fury announced, "These contain all the vibranium and energy crystals from SHIELD. I have no access to adamantium, as it is a military asset. Are you satisfied?" Wang Chen examined one crate filled with blue energy blocks and another containing blue metal encased in glass, nodding slightly. With a wave of his hand, he stored both crates within his cosmic ring, casually remarking, "It will suffice." Hearing this, Nick Fury's smile froze in place, nearly choking on his frustration. The worth of those energy blocks and vibranium exceeded billions of dollars, yet he was met with dissatisfaction. Considering your perceptiveness, allow me to advise you, expeditiously eliminate the Hydra presence around you, and address those extraterrestrials as well. They have infiltrated numerous influential positions. With that, a spatial portal appeared beside Wang Chen, and he stepped through, vanishing from sight. Damn it, Wang Chen! Fury exclaimed in exasperation, feeling as though he had been insulted. A purple portal, the size of a basin, materialized in the air, and Wang Chen's head poked through, wearing a bemused expression. "It seems you are cursing me?" Fury, frozen in a fit of rage, replied stiffly, "No, absolutely not. I'm merely venting my emotions. Best keep it that way, or you may find yourself in a predicament." Wang Chen retorted before the purple portal vanished. After a cautious glance around the office, confirming the portal's disappearance, Nick Fury exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated Wang Chen's cunning. The audacity of the man to hold him at ransom was infuriating. Cursed be the day, for his heart ached from the ordeal. Nick Fury wore an expression of utter despair, clutching his chest. The damned Hydra was still unresolved, and those scrolls seemed restless as well. His head felt heavy, and weariness enveloped him. Let it all be destroyed. Fury suddenly sat upright and murmured. It appeared that the time had come to unearth the captain. Wang Chen stepped out from the violet portal. Lu Feifei, who had been languidly seated on the sofa, sprang joyfully to his side, inquiring, "Where have you been, Chen?" "I was dealing with some demons and monsters." "What about Yang Mi and the others?" Wang Chen asked, noticing that Lu Feifei was the only one at home. "They went to manage the store. We need to earn some money." Lu Feifei pouted slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. "They're so broke, you know." "Oh, I almost forgot you had a shop to run. How's business?" Wang Chen settled into a tea chair, speaking languidly. "It's all right. It supports us just fine," Lu Feifei replied. Sitting across from him, a hint of a smile gracing her face. "If you're short on funds, just let me know. Right now, the only thing I lack is money." Wang Chen chuckled, recalling the $50 million in his card, exclaiming with delight. "Oomph, you really know how to flaunt it," Lu Feifei said, filled with envy. "Well, I must say, once your abilities are sufficiently developed, money becomes a trivial matter. How is your training progressing?" Wang Chen began to brew tea with a serene demeanor. "Oh, it feels wonderful to grow stronger. I reckon I could take on 10 opponents now," Lu Feifei declared, her face blooming with joy as she felt a surge of power. "Then train diligently. Once you reach a certain level, I'll take you out for some practice." After serving Lu Feifei a cup of tea, Wang Chen added, "This tea is so fragrant. It's delightful." After finishing her drink, Lu Feifei instinctively began to channel her energy. Observing this, Wang Chen connected with the ZY Dao Palace, and in an instant, a violet-blue celestial energy enveloped her. Only after completing this did he savor his tea. Chapter 68, Krakoa. "Wow, Chen, you actually made a special treat for Feifei." "Exactly. Humph, we want some too." Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada playfully returned to the villa. Upon seeing Lu Feifei surrounded by a halo of violet-blue energy, jealousy flared within them. The three girls encircled Wang Chen, playfully demanding attention. All right. Sit down first. Here, have some spirit tea." Wang Chen struggled to extricate himself from their embrace, momentarily dazzled by their radiant beauty, and hurriedly poured them each a cup of spirit tea. Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada inhaled the rich aroma of tea, their previously racing hearts instantly calmed. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Such a treasure. They obediently settled into their tea chairs and began sipping the tea. After finishing the ethereal brew, the three women swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Observing their focused demeanor, Wang Chen waved his right hand, and the celestial energy enveloping Lu Feifei seamlessly extended to the three ladies, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. These girls were becoming increasingly audacious. "Humph, I must seize an opportunity to devour them all," Wang Chen thought with a fierce determination. He raised his cup and drained its contents, suppressing the flames of ambition rising within him, while contemplating a retreat. His relationship with the American government had grown increasingly strained. Although he harbored no fear of them, he recognized the need for an escape route. Otherwise, he would be left without a sanctuary, rendering his venture into this world a dismal failure, a disgrace to all traversers. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, fingers rhythmically drumming on the tea table. It seemed high time for a journey to the Pacific. He pondered if that island existed in this world. How delightful. Truly splendid. I have reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of refining essence into qi. Lu Feifei emerged from her meditation, her body radiating an icy blue glow, resembling a snow fairy, pure and beautiful. She sensed her elevation in realm, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her delicate face. Noticing Yang Mi and the others in their practice, she quickly covered her mouth, appearing playfully adorable. "This cup of tea is miraculous. My realm has improved." "Me too. How wonderful." Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada also awakened from their cultivation. Yang Mi shimmered with a red aura, Alice glowed with a verdant brilliance, and Ada emitted a sharp platinum light, transforming the hall into a scene of enchantment. "All right, you all should temper your energies. I have prepared gifts for you," Wang Chen said with a broad smile, pleased with the girls' rapid progress in cultivation. They had become minor experts, as long as they avoided trouble. They possessed the means to survive in this marvel world rife with celestial conflicts. At the very least, they could handle some street-level heroes, such as Daredevil, the Green Lantern, and Iron Fist. "Ah, all right, no problem." The young women happily reigned in their internal powers, eagerly gazing at Wang Chen, curious about the gifts he had in store for them. No longer keeping them in suspense, Wang Chen summoned the primordial cauldron from his dantian. The fist-sized artifact emanated a mesmerizing purple light, hovering above the tea table. With a flicker of his thoughts, Wang Chen summoned from the primordial cauldron 4 radiant beams of platinum, crimson, azure, and icy blue, which gracefully descended before the 4 maidens. transforming into a 3-foot-long sword that floated before them. Wow, what a beautiful sword! It's truly exquisite. How marvelous! Is it really a gift for us? Exclaimed Lu Feifei. Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, their eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy as they gazed upon the sword, which resembled a work of art. Oh, I am delighted that you cherish it, Wang Chen replied with a smile. The swords before you are all enchanted artifacts of the 9th tier. First, you must drop a drop of blood to establish a preliminary bond, and thereafter, you will need to refine and integrate the restrictions with your spiritual energy and consciousness, achieving unity between you and the sword, as well as a connection of hearts. From now on, they shall be your companions. Oh, and do not forget to name them. Thank you, Brother Chen. We're heading to our rooms now. The 4 maidens joyously expressed their gratitude before eagerly ascending to the 2nd floor, clutching the swords as they went to refine the artifacts. Wang Chen waved his hand to retract the primordial cauldron back to his dantian. After communicating with the Ziwei Dao Palace to restrict outsiders, he stepped through the violet portal and arrived on a solitary island in the Pacific Ocean. Furrowing his brow, Wang Chen extended his consciousness, instantly capturing a 300-kilometer expanse of the sea in his mind, yet he found no trace of the sentient island. What a predicament! How long will this take? He muttered grimly. He summoned the primordial sword, transforming it into a violet beam that glided over the ocean, continuously searching for the elusive island. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he swiftly darted toward the southeast. Boom, boom. In the boundless ocean, a colossal stone giant, towering 30 zhang, emerged. Its form was as massive as a mountain, each muscle seemingly hewn from solid rock, intertwined with verdant vines that added an air of mystery. Its head was grand and imposing, with eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light, as if able to perceive all. Its robust arms wielded a gigantic stone axe, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The immense stone giant imparted an unshakable sensation, as though it were the sovereign of this land. It thundered through the ocean, relentlessly pursuing a pod of whales. Upon seizing one, it ferociously devoured the creature, which could only emit desperate cries. Utterly powerless against its voracious appetite, in no time, a dozen whales had been hunted and consumed by the stone giant. Having satiated its hunger, the towering stone figure abruptly raised its head and released a silent roar toward the heavens. Although the roar was soundless, it unleashed a formidable wave of psychic energy, spreading with astonishing velocity in all directions. Within this vast marine realm, countless oceanic creatures were struck down by this invisible force, either meeting an immediate demise or being violently scattered, their lifeless bodies floating upon the surface, creating a gruesome tableau. The fortunate survivors fled in terror from this horrifying zone. Yet, astonishingly, as time elapsed, the deceased marine beings began to sink slowly, as if drawn by an unseen force. Ultimately, they vanished beneath the sea's surface, seemingly absorbed into an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, the stone creature began to transform into a mysterious island, gradually swelling in size. This island not only devoured the fallen marine life, but incessantly absorbed the surrounding seawater and energy, resembling an infinite black hole that consumed all within its grasp. As the island expanded, its surface underwent bizarre transformations. The previously barren rocky expanse burgeoned with lush vegetation, and peculiar creatures began to inhabit and thrive upon its shores. The entire island pulsated with vitality, akin to an isolated paradise, untouched by the outside world. In Chapter 69, Krakoya 2, Wang Chen stood atop the Hongmeng sword, marveling at the stone creature's ferocious hunt and its metamorphosis into an enormous island spanning over 100 kilometers. He murmured in awe, "The Marvel universe truly is wondrous. In the primordial chaos, this would undoubtedly be a primordial deity. In other realms, it could transform into a great demon. Yet here, it is merely a creature driven by hunger. Nevertheless, it works to my advantage." Wang Chen swiftly approached the enigmatic giant island on his sword, sensing the island's awareness of impending danger as waves of psychic energy surged toward him. However, they could not hinder his advance. The mysterious giant island trembled violently, seemingly intent on morphing into the colossal stone creature to eliminate Wang Chen, the intruder. "Ah, you should cease your struggle," Wang Chen remarked with a slight smirk, his lips curling into a cold smile. Grasping the map of the nation, he unleashed a blinding violet-blue radiance, akin to a resplendent meteor streaking across the sky, soaring directly above the giant island. In an instant, this violet-blue luminescence expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire island beneath an overwhelming celestial canopy. Hiss! Crash! The giant island quaked under the immense pressure, attempting to break free from the map of the nation's grasp. Yet, the map stood resolute as an indomitable fortress, firmly suppressing the island's resistance. At this moment, Wang Chen showcased astonishing finger techniques in the air, his hands dancing gracefully like butterflies, moving with both lightness and agility. He incessantly cast black and white and vividly colored magical seals towards the colossal island. These seals fell upon the giant island like a torrential rain, each imbued with formidable magical power, rendering the island's struggles increasingly arduous. Wang Chen was relentlessly refining the giant island, employing the innate yin-yang divine light and the innate five elements divine light, directly severing a portion of the island's consciousness and physical form. A stone sphere the size of a basketball soared from the island into Wang Chen's hands. The colossal island fell silent, resembling a lifeless entity. The celestial map of the nation gradually became ethereal, transforming into a vast expanse of violet and azure light, instantly merging with the giant island. The dragon bones depicted in the celestial map morphed into the island's spiritual veins, emitting a yellow-green glow that traversed the island ceaselessly. Wang Chen promptly retrieved the Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend mountain from his Qinquan ring, and cast it into the heart of the island. The Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend mountain, rapidly enlarged, transforming into a peak towering over 100 meters, landing beneath the Tree of Life. The spiritual veins within the island sensed the innate primordial power emanating from the Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend peak, and swiftly converged towards it, causing the peak to absorb the spiritual energy and grow exponentially. In an instant, a mountain peak soaring 1,000 zhang materialized at the island's center, with the Tree of Life taking root atop it. Fragments of the Jinmu, having absorbed the transformative power from the celestial map, transformed into a streak of azure light that fused with the Tree of Life at the peak, rapidly growing and radiating vibrant azure life energy. The flora on the island surged in growth, gradually obscuring the entire sky over the island. "Wow, this is impressive," Wang Chen exclaimed. Observing the island's expanse multiply at least fivefold, the spiritual energy on the island becoming exceedingly dense. Holding the stone sphere containing the consciousness of Krakoya, he descended upon the Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend peak. Beneath the Tree of Life, the mountain was adorned with various spiritual herbs and grasses. And from the base to the summit, 9 palatial structures in a fairy tale style were nestled among the clouds, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial abode. Indeed, this is splendid. This is the realm I have established. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth could no longer suppress a rising smile, his face alight with joy. However, it wasn't long before he discovered that the spiritual energy on this island was entirely derived from the Tree of Life's absorption of the ocean's power, which posed a grave concern. How much power could the Earth possibly possess, especially with a celestial being gestating within its core? Damn it! Wang Chen's eyes glimmered with a purple hue as he observed the colossal magical array enveloping the Earth, continuously siphoning the spiritual energy from the planet and the celestial energies from space. Never mind, let us ascend. Wang Chen shook his head. At present, he could not contend with the Sorcerer Supreme. Even if he were capable of doing so, he would not dismantle the formation. Otherwise, he would find himself embroiled in a perpetual battle with the malevolent deities from beyond, and one might never know when disaster might strike. With each step, he moved gracefully like a blooming purple lotus, swiftly arriving at the periphery of the island. A flicker of his consciousness summoned the grand tapestry of the realm, which erupted into a breathtaking azure and purple radiance, gradually transforming into a circular ethereal projection that hung upon his back, as if he bore an entire world. By heavens! How heavy! Wang Chen's body suddenly stiffened, nearly plummeting from the sky. Veins bulged upon his face, as if seeking to burst free from the confines of his skin. Thousands of acupoints across his body radiated a divine purple light, akin to brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. This divine luminescence swiftly spread to the illusory realm behind him, casting the entire space in a mysterious and resplendent violet hue. The Hongmeng sword materialized from thin air, silently hovering beneath his feet. The blade glimmered with a frigid light, emanating an aura of boundless majesty and strength. Without hesitation, Wang Chen stepped upon the Hongmeng sword, and in an instant, he transformed into a violet streak of light, soaring through the heavens like a meteor, racing towards the distant cosmos. Wang Chen's velocity was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished over the ocean, that violet luminescence resembling a spirited dragon weaving through the sky, leaving behind a trail of dazzling brilliance. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing alarm echoed within the monitoring room of the Trident building, Headquarters of the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Director, trouble is brewing. A formidable force is heading towards space. The military satellites tracked its trajectory. A look of concern crossed Hill's delicate features as she rapidly reported to Nick Fury. Can we ascertain what it is? Nick Fury inquired urgently. The shape of the light appears to resemble a person? Hill replied, an awkward expression gracing her countenance. Nick Fury's face darkened, astonishment etched across his features. Director, look. This is a photo sent from the satellite. The large screen displayed an illuminated figure bearing an ethereal world, clearly indicating it was indeed a person. Damn it! Nick Fury exclaimed. Have we relayed this information to the military? He scrutinized the figure, increasingly convinced it resembled that nuisance, and could not help but curse. He then quickly deflected blame. It's already been sent. Hill rolled her eyes, understanding the director's implication. Good. Just monitor him. Do not initiate an attack. Nick Fury exhaled in relief. Understood, Director. Hill swiftly organized agents to keep a watchful eye on the luminous figure. Chapter 70, Starry Island Huadu, Ministry of Defense. Within a monitoring room outfitted with various high-tech instruments. General, we have a dire situation. The SHIELD has just reported a massive surge of energy heading towards our satellite. We request authorization to deploy the space-based weapon. A colonel urgently relayed to a general. Activating the satellite monitoring system. A vivid purple beam was rapidly approaching the satellite. Suddenly, the final countdown echoed through the monitoring room. 60 seconds until impact. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. Authorize the use of the space-based weapon. We must intercept it. The general, upon hearing the announcement, declared with indignation. Yes, General. The colonel responded, exhilarated. Instructing his subordinates. Launch the space-based weapon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The soldiers anxiously operated their controls as the satellite in space unfurled its wings, commencing its charge. A laser, as thick as a barrel, shot forth towards the approaching purple beam. Meanwhile, in the upper office of Stark Industries in Big Apple City, Tony Stark had already received a report from JARVIS. His expression grave as he observed the being on the screen. Sir, after analysis, there is a 90% probability that the entity in the video is Mr. Wang Chen. Damn it. Is there no place for this guy on Earth? Is he aiming for the heavens? Tony Stark muttered, feeling somewhat despondent. This individual was certainly causing chaos. It seemed he needed to expedite the research on his anti-Wang Chen armor. Transforming into a purple beam, Wang Chen, upon noticing the white laser approaching him, wore a cold smile. Did they not know that Krakoa could absorb energy? Moreover, the innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, had already merged with Krakoa. This meager energy could not even breach her defenses. The purple divine light surrounding Wang Chen stirred, and the ethereal world behind him instantly manifested above his head. The white laser surged like a torrential flood, yet upon striking the ethereal realm, it vanished without a trace, completely absorbed. In the sky, a shocking spectacle unfolded. A purple beam was pushing against the formidable white laser, soaring into outer space at an astonishing speed. Damn it! Nick Fury of SHIELD, witnessing this scene, felt his previously confident smile freeze on his face, his customary phrase slipping out. The numerous officers in the Department of Defense monitoring room remained transfixed on the screen, their bodies stiff with fear and disbelief. Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Wang Chen managing to withstand the laser while flying. His worldview had been irrevocably shaken. He could hardly fathom how a single individual could possess such formidable power and capability. Wang Chen had finally arrived in outer space. As he passed by a military satellite, he grinned mischievously at it, embodying a sense of playful malevolence that was reminiscent of a crooked dragon king. Wang Chen elevated the illusory world to a position between the moon and Earth, a realm unattainable by any satellite, where he could absorb the energies of both the sun and the moon. He surveyed the surrounding abyss of darkness, nodding in satisfaction. With a triumphant shout, Wang Chen's purple divine light surged forth. He cast the illusory world into the adjacent void, and the ethereal realm, transformed from the map of the nation, began to shimmer with a resplendent purple-green radiance, unleashing boundless brilliance. The illusory world swiftly coalesced into substance, revealing a fairy tale-like realm amidst the cosmos. While the purple-green light from the map rapidly formed a series of heavenly canopies around the island. In the center of the island, the tree of life blossomed with a verdant glow, voraciously absorbing various energies from space, and began to grow at an astonishing rate. Its emerald canopy pressed against the celestial canopies, radiating the light of life. As time elapsed, The trunk of the tree of life thickened immensely, its vast root system delving deep into the earth, enveloping the postnatal primordial pearl within the mountain peaks, continually generating spiritual energy that diffused across the entire island. Simultaneously, the purple-green canopy in the sky expanded and fortified itself, enveloping the island in a protective embrace. This canopy not only shielded against external assaults, but also filtered harmful radiation and substances, ensuring the safety and health of the island's inhabitants. Floating in the air, Wang Chen joyously entered the floating island, standing beneath the tree of life and absorbing the vibrant life force and rich spiritual energy around him. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within him, alleviating his previously fatigued body under the illumination of the tree of life. With a mere thought, he communicated with the map of the nation, causing the floating island's purple-green brilliance to sparkle before vanishing from sight. However, the commotion Wang Chen had created in space had caught the attention of the indigenous people on the moon. These inhabitants gazed greedily at the spot where the floating island had disappeared, their eyes shimmering with desire and curiosity. Concurrently, aboard a spacecraft above Earth, the Skrulls similarly fixated their fervent gazes on the monitor displaying the island. To them, the island appeared as a divine gift, perfectly embodying their vision of an ideal homeland. Even Heimdall, far away in Asgard, witnessed this astonishing spectacle and resolved to report it immediately to the All-Father. Meanwhile, Wang Chen sat cross-legged beneath the tree of life, cultivating and absorbing the island's dense spiritual energy to replenish his expended magical power. Surrounding him, the purple light intensified as formless spiritual energy, and the life force of the emerald hue flowed continuously into his being. After an indeterminate period, Wang Chen opened his eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant light. How splendid! The primordial restrictions of the map of rivers and mountains, once shattered, have astonishingly begun to restore themselves. What a delightful surprise! I have inadvertently repaired this innate spiritual treasure. The only lamentation is that it cannot be utilized until its restoration is complete. Nonetheless, acquiring a paradise within a cave is indeed a worthy gain. Wang Chen rose, murmuring with joy. It is worth noting that this tree of life, born from the fusion of fragments of the world tree, carries an innate status. Otherwise, how could the map of rivers and mountains have been restored? Furthermore, it possesses spatial powers, more than sufficient to serve as the world tree of a minor universe. Truly splendid. Chapter 71. Cosmic Source Energy. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Striving to maintain his composure, he focused his mind, forging a profound connection between his consciousness and the map of rivers and mountains. Instantly, the entire landscape of the cave abode unfolded vividly in his mind. He felt the pulsations of the earth, as if he were one with the land itself. As his thoughts began to flow, the earth's veins stirred, causing the ground to quiver slightly. His gaze fixed upon the direction facing earth. He resolved to construct a unique portal there. Gradually, a jade gate, towering 10 zhong, emerged slowly, radiating a pure, snow-white light. A massive plaque hung above it, inscribed with the 3 characters of Southern Heavenly Gate, the calligraphy soaring and majestic. Beside the Southern Heavenly Gate, another jade stele quietly ascended, reaching the same height as the Heavenly Gate. The stele bore the inscription Heavenly Palace, its characters ancient and elegant, emanating a mysterious aura. With the appearance of the Heavenly Palace, the tremors of the earth's veins grew increasingly intense, accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars. A beam of golden divine light descended from the heavens, piercing through the island and linking the Southern Heavenly Gate with the Heavenly Gangs and Earthly Fiend's Peak. Subsequently, a serpentine path, resembling a dragon or snake, appeared atop the island, winding its way up the mountainside and ultimately connecting to the 9 palaces above. Wang Chen ascended into the air, his hand aglow with a violet divine light. He continuously cast purple seals towards the Southern Heavenly Gate and the jade stele, these seals transforming into spatial restrictions etched upon them, thereby designating the Southern Heavenly Gate as the sole entrance to the Heavenly Palace Cave. Once he completed these tasks, Wang Chen descended contentedly beneath the Tree of Life, utilizing its spatial power to connect the Heavenly Palace Cave with the distant Ziwei Dao Palace on Earth. In an instant, a violet-blue spatial portal swung open, and the pure, life-infused spiritual energy from the cave surged into the Ziwei Dao Palace. A smile of delight could no longer be contained at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth, as the mythical scene began to awaken in his hands, evoking a sensation as if he were still in a dream. Suddenly, a staggering wave of energy jolted the reverie of Wang Chen. His expression shifted as he teleported outside the Southern Heavenly Gate, where he beheld a golden cosmic energy storm advancing rapidly from the direction of the sun, heading towards Earth. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Is the Fantastic Four about to make their appearance? Wang Chen's furrowed brow relaxed as he communicated with the map of the nation, positioning the Celestial Palace directly in the path of the cosmic energy storm. He observed a space station, which elicited a mysterious smile from him. Wang Chen then teleported back beneath the Tree of Life and stepped through the Violet and Azure portal, returning to his villa on Earth. There he found Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, the four women, eagerly watching the transformations of the Ziwei Dao Palace. Chen, why is there so much spiritual energy suddenly? Lu Feifei inquired upon seeing Wang Chen emerge from the portal. This is not the time for explanations. Come inside with me. There is a fortuitous opportunity awaiting us. Wang Chen urged the four women. All right, let us go. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Lu Feifei's curiosity was piqued. Anything deemed an opportunity by Wang Chen surely promised significant benefits. The four women excitedly followed him into the portal. Wow, how beautiful. It's like a fairy tale world. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada were instantly mesmerized by the sights of the Celestial Palace. Wang Chen shook his head, bemused by how women could become so captivated by beauty. He waved his hand, utilizing the spatial capabilities of the map of the nation, and directly transported the four women to the exterior of the southern heavenly gate, disregarding their astonishment as he hastily spoke. Do you see the golden red energy emanating from the sun? That is pure cosmic source energy, far more precious than the source stone you provided me. Sit cross-legged and cultivate your techniques. Absorb as much as you can. This is an opportunity that is rare and precious. Understood, Chen. No problem. Got it. Let us go. The four women quickly settled into a cross-legged position, their excitement mingling with nervous anticipation as they awaited the incoming cosmic source energy. Once he confirmed that they were prepared, Wang Chen summoned the primordial cauldron and the primordial sword from his dantian, casting them onto the southern heavenly gate. He then communicated with the map of the nation and the Tree of Life, revealing the previously hidden silhouette of the Celestial Palace in the expanse of space. Above it, a shimmering river-like phantom and the shadow of the Tree of Life glimmered, poised to capture the cosmic source energy in its entirety. Inside the space station above Earth. What is that? Sue Storm exclaimed upon witnessing the flickering violet and azure light of the Celestial Palace's silhouette. Damn it, how can this be happening? Dr. Reed's scientific worldview was momentarily shaken by the sight. Wow, how stunning. Johnny Storm quipped with a playful grin. Reed, will this have any impact on us? Upon witnessing this scene, Dr. Victor Von Doom's first thought was whether his interests had been compromised, embodying the quintessential capitalist demeanor. It has no impact. No good. The numerical calculations are erroneous. The cosmic rays are exceedingly violent. Everyone, hurry back. Reed exclaimed, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm as he glanced at the instruments. Quickly, the cosmic rays are approaching. Bagram shouted in terror as the immense shockwave rocked the space station. Damn it, this is outrageous. Move swiftly. Victor Von Doom and his companions, faces pale with fear, dashed towards the interior of the station. In the Tian Palace, at the southern gate, the moment had arrived. Prepare yourselves. As long as we remain unscathed, we shall fervently absorb the cosmic source energy. Wang Chen imparted his final instructions to the four women. We understand. Lu Feifei and her companions declared resolutely, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they beheld the impending cosmic source energy. Wang Chen's inner power surged like relentless ocean waves, emanating an astonishing violet luminescence that enveloped the national emblem behind him. The ethereal image of the national emblem began to spin rapidly upon receiving Wang Chen's energy, forming a swirling vortex of purple and azure light, at the center of which sprouted a verdant life tree, radiating a mysterious and potent vitality. As the vortex spun, meteors and various energies in space were incessantly drawn in, swiftly devoured. These meteors and energies were shattered within the vortex, transformed into pure energy, and continuously infused into the national emblem, amplifying its strength. Simultaneously, the golden red cosmic source energy surged violently towards Earth, generating a colossal energy shockwave. This shockwave spread with astonishing speed, shattering various celestial bodies and producing a deafening cacophony. The formidable force not only caused the Tian Palace to tremble violently, but also affected the space station above the Earth. Chapter 72. Ascendancy. The golden red cosmic source energy was relentlessly swept into the vortex formed by the ethereal image of the national emblem. As the life tree blossomed with a remarkable azure brilliance, devouring the cosmic source energy and growing at an astonishing rate, towering like a celestial tree. Before the southern gate, The golden-red cosmic source energy was continuously transmitted through the national emblem, creating a vast sea of golden-red energy. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada each radiated black, red, azure, and white light, resembling four resplendent stars. Above their heads formed four miniature energy vortices, akin to microcosmic nebulae, perpetually absorbing the rich cosmic source energy surrounding them. As time progressed, their auras intensified, merging seamlessly with the universe itself. Surrounding them, four flying swords danced gracefully like butterflies, exuding an extraordinary vitality and imparting a sense of mystery and beauty. In stark contrast, Wang Chen's movements were far more pronounced. He seemed to transform into a colossal beast, his gaping maw voraciously devouring the surrounding cosmic energy, drawing it into his being. Above his head, a massive energy vortex formed, spanning several kilometers in diameter, akin to a supernova on the verge of eruption, radiating boundless light and energy. This vortex spun with astonishing velocity, ensnaring a staggering 95% of the energy sea beyond the southern heaven gate, creating a tumultuous energy storm. Within Wang Chen's body, sounds reminiscent of a grand symphony erupted. As his meridians were continuously unblocked, the once closed acupoints igniting like stars, emitting brilliant light. These acupoints resembled bottomless pits, greedily absorbing the surrounding cosmic energy and refining it into droplets of pure purple mana. Within his heart, a crimson rune pulsed like a blazing flame, flickering with otherworldly luminescence. This rune seemed to possess boundless suction, transforming cosmic energy into drops of purplish-red blood, which rapidly disseminated throughout his entire being via his circulatory system. Simultaneously, the mysterious purple lotus in his consciousness began to unfurl, illuminating the entire realm of his mind with resplendent purple light. The primordial spirit within the lotus absorbed the dense cosmic energy to grow stronger, while the innate divine ability nestled in the center of the spirit's brow fervently gestated. Finally ready for invocation, the surrounding runes of divine ability shimmered with a golden-purple radiance, resembling stars. As the cosmic energy surged in, these runes gradually became enveloped by the primordial wheel, continuously rotating and releasing unparalleled power. After an indeterminate period, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada awoke, their faces adorned with expressions of excitement and regret. They were thrilled to have significantly enhanced their powers, yet lamented that they had reached their limits, unable to absorb any more of the cosmic energy. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's cultivation, Alice gasped in astonishment. "This is simply outrageous," Yang Mi murmured, somewhat dazed. "Brother Chen truly lives up to his name," Lu Feifei exclaimed, gazing at the vast energy vortex spanning several kilometers in awe. "Incredible. He is truly a man of divine caliber," Ada raved enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the cosmic energy rushing towards Earth had reached its climax. The vortex formed from the national emblem, exuding astonishing devouring power, sweeping away the remaining cosmic energy before flickering and disappearing into the void of space. In this grand banquet of cosmic energy, a staggering 95% of the celestial power was devoured by the majestic map of Wang Chen's realm and the Tree of Life, leaving but a mere 5% to escape like elusive fish. At the southern heavenly gate, the golden-red vortex of energy surrounding Wang Chen diminished rapidly, until it was completely consumed by him. An astonishing aura enveloped him, illuminated by 12,960 flickering purple light points. Subsequently, he opened his eyes, unleashing 2 beams of divine purple light that vanished into the vastness of space. Remarkably, he had opened thousands of meridians, achieving a minor success in martial arts. Entering the realm of ethereal cultivation, Wang Chen retracted his divine light, a smile of uncontainable joy adorning his face, reveling in the enormity of his gains. "Chen, you are truly extraordinary," exclaimed Lu Feifei, gazing at him with admiration. "Indeed, it's simply incredible that you absorbed all that energy," Yang Mi marveled. "We could barely manage a fraction, yet you consumed it all. It's astonishing," added Alice. "Hee, it seems we've also grown stronger in the process." Ada chimed in with a smile. At this moment, the 4 enchanting ladies, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, surrounded Wang Chen, animatedly discussing the remarkable abilities he had just displayed. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and reverence, their admiration for him evident. "Ha, basic skills, basic skills," Wang Chen began to boast, feeling a surge of exhilaration. The 4 women rolled their eyes at his antics. "Chen, how did you discover this place?" Lu Feifei inquired, gazing curiously at the enchanting and mysterious cosmos. "What do you mean discovered?" "This is a paradise I forged, brought forth from Earth," Wang Chen replied, gesturing grandly towards the southern heavenly gate and the Celestial Palace. A smile gracing his face. Wow. The Southern Heavenly Gate, the Celestial Palace. Chun, do you truly consider this your heavenly abode? Yang Mi exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so strange? Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. Well, you are indeed impressive. Sisters, let us explore. Lu Feifei said, somewhat exasperated. Absolutely. Let us go. Hurry. Lu Feifei urged, pulling the four women excitedly into the Celestial Palace. Wang Chen chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow, as visions of the space station beyond Earth materialized before him. Inside the station lay a scene of chaos, with 5 unconscious individuals sprawled about, their genes rapidly mutating, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. Hee, the wheels of fate are set in motion. The Fantastic Four and Dr. Destruction are about to be born. You have not escaped this calamity, have you? Wang Chen lamented, observing that half of the universe's primordial energy had been absorbed by the diagram of national destiny and the tree of life. He managed to absorb 45 of the remaining energy, leaving a mere 5 to dissipate. It was quite unfortunate that these individuals had also fallen victim to this fate. Originally, Wang Chen had contemplated altering their destinies by seizing a bit of fortune, yet it appeared that the narrative's corrective power was formidable. The game was indeed afoot. Chapter 73. Merely a Daoist sanctuary. Wang Chen ceased to pay attention to the individuals in the space station. With a wave of his hand, the Hongmeng sword and the Hongmeng cauldron, which hung suspended at the Southern Heaven Gate, vanished into his dantian. He then turned and stepped into the Southern Heaven Gate. A flicker of purple radiance shimmering as the Celestial Palace's cave vanished into the vastness of the cosmos, leaving behind an eerie silence. The Celestial Palace's cave underwent a profound transformation. The once towering tree of life now soared to a height of 1,000 zhang, its roots deeply embedded in the peaks of Tiangang and Dijiao, as though it had fused with the mountains themselves. The Tiangang and Dijiao peaks appeared to be infused with vitality, rapidly ascending to a magnificent height of 2,000 zhang, a breathtaking sight to behold. The entire Celestial Palace's cave exuded an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a fantastical fairy tale realm. Ha! Come and catch me. Truly foolish, you fly so slowly. Yang Mi cackled arrogantly, transforming into a streak of red light as she darted through the cave. Just wait. Lu Feifei's icy blue radiance gradually morphed into a dark glow as she pursued Yang Mi on her sword. Wait for me. Alice clumsily maneuvered a green flying sword, trailing behind. Hurry up. Ada expressed her exasperation, realizing that Alice had a slight fear of heights, which was rather embarrassing for a cultivator who could not fly. Feel free to play in the cave. To return, simply pass through the spatial gate. Wang Chen called out to the women in the air. Hee. Got it. Don't interrupt our sword practice. The air was filled with the melodious laughter of the women. Wang Chen shook his head and, with a swift movement, appeared before the spatial gate beneath the tree of life. He stepped inside and returned to his villa on Earth. Now this truly resembles the essence of cultivation, Wang Chen remarked contentedly, observing the swirling purple and azure spiritual energy within the villa. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the villa, Tony Stark, with a dark expression, incessantly rapped on the door, flanked by Natasha, Pepper, and Agents Hill and Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen smiled knowingly. It seemed the prank had frightened the young man quite profoundly, indicating that his mischief had been remarkably successful. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy in the hall quickly gathered towards the 2nd and 3rd floors. Once the energy had dissipated, he settled into a tea chair and opened the villa door. Young man of Huaxia, what do you intend to do? Tony Stark inquired, bursting into the room with palpable agitation. Tony, please calm down. Pepper cast an apologetic glance at Wang Chen, attempting to restrain Stark. I'm not doing anything drastic, merely instilling a bit of deterrence in the American government. What? Do you wish for me to eliminate the president outright? Wang Chen remarked, leisurely steeping his tea, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Tony, momentarily rendered speechless by the audacity of the response, darkly took a seat in an official armchair opposite Wang Chen, while Pepper stared at him in astonishment. Taken aback by his boldness, Natasha, Hill, and Coulson exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that this was typical of Wang Chen, a man audacious enough to extort even S.H.I.E.L.D. I have no interest in your grievances with the government. What were you doing in space? Tony, regaining his composure, directly queried, unable to rest until he understood Wang Chen's actions. Natasha, Hill, and Coulson's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Uncovering this mystery was their purpose for being there. Oh, nothing much. Just establishing a dojo, Wang Chen replied, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. and absorbing some cosmic energy from space. He gently set down his teacup, a confident glimmer in his eyes as he continued. Moreover, I've enhanced my cultivation. I am now extraordinarily powerful. Even I am unaware of the extent of my strength. What? You opened a dojo in space? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulity lacing his voice. He shook his head in disbelief, considering the notion utterly absurd. Regardless of Wang Chen's newfound strength, Stark believed no one could contend with him. What troubled him was the fact that Wang Chen had established a dojo in space, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, one that belonged to the realm of deities. Natasha, Hill, and Coulson's expressions morphed into sheer terror, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on Wang Chen, perceiving him as a veritable monster. Meanwhile, Pepper gazed at him with astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, struggling to comprehend Wang Chen's words, which left everyone feeling quite unnerved. I have no reason to deceive you. It is merely a dojo, Wang Zichen stated, shaking his head as he recalled Odin's Asgard, which was also a city among the stars. Very well. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's calm demeanor, Tony Stark surmised that he was indeed not deceived, compelling him to accept this outrageous revelation. Ah, this young lady must be your secretary, correct? Wang Chen remarked with a half-smile, casting a cool glance at Natasha. Natasha, Hill, and Coulson had yet to recover from the earlier conversation, and upon hearing Wang Chen's words, they felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Indeed, she is quite lovely, Tony said, taking a sip of tea, his excitement momentarily subdued, a hint of pride in his tone. She is indeed beautiful, but she hasn't mentioned that she is an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, has she? Wang Chen replied coolly, regarding Tony Stark with a derisive gaze, as if to say, what a fool you are. What? Is that true? Tony Stark nearly sputtered his tea, his face darkening as he realized the enormity of his embarrassment. I apologize, I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha said, her expression one of regret. After speaking, she moved to stand beside Coulson and Hill, the three of them casting peculiar glances at Wang Chen, Tony, and Pepper, wishing they could vanish from the awkwardness of the situation. Damn it, that accursed one-eyed monster. Tony cursed Nick Fury under his breath, finding the man utterly exasperating. Why have you come to see me? Why doesn't the black egg come personally? Afraid I might extort him? Wang Chen inquired nonchalantly. Natasha, Hill, and Coulson were left speechless by Wang Chen's words. Nick Fury truly held no authority in this context, having been reduced to a mere black egg. Chapter 74. Legacy Mr. Wang. Our purpose in coming here is to ascertain whether you intend to take action against the American government. It is worth noting that your recent display has greatly startled the military. Coulson, feeling the weight of Natasha and Hill's gaze upon him, boldly spoke up. Wang Chen took a sip of tea and responded coldly. If there were some insects, mere ants, incessantly provoking a giant, how do you suppose the giant would react? Upon hearing this, Coulson's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He struggled to swallow, his voice trembling as he replied, Natasha and Hill's expressions also turned grave. Their previously haughty demeanor had vanished, replaced by profound fear. They had always presented themselves as formidable, never considering that they might become objects of disdain. Now, confronted with Wang Chen's threat, they truly felt a sense of powerlessness. Meanwhile, Tony Stark observed the scene with smug satisfaction, secretly relieved that someone could finally bring these self-important agents down a peg. He savored his tea, quietly relishing the splendid performance before him. A slight, disdainful smile graced Wang Chen's lips as he gradually rose to his feet. His tone frosty as he declared, in that case, let me clarify my intentions. My target has never been the American government, but rather those who dare to provoke me. I am no longer the experiment subject 09999. As long as you refrain from antagonizing me, I shall not lay a hand on you. However, should you be foolish enough to seek trouble again, do not expect my courtesy. Remember, William Stryker met his demise at my hands after enduring 3,600 cuts. I welcome your attempts to disturb me. With that, Wang Chen settled back down, leisurely sipping his tea. A wave of terror washed over Coulson, Natasha, and Hill as they absorbed his words. How could such a terrifying individual exist in this world? It was utterly unreasonable. Chen, who exactly is William Stryker that incites such wrath in you? Tony Stark, who had been watching the spectacle, could not help but inquire. A military colonel, the head of genetic weapon modifications, one of the assailants from last night, who conducts experiments on mutant children, Wang Chen replied, his eyes reflecting a fierce fury. This wretched nation was reprehensible. Well done, that despicable fiend. Stark echoed his anger, appalled by the inhumanity of such experiments, which constituted a crime against humanity. Coulson, Natasha, and Hill felt a wave of discomfort. Such occurrences were far too common in their homeland and were beyond their jurisdiction. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Do you have any further business? If not, please leave. I have matters to attend to. Wang Chen felt a sudden ennui. He still wished to find tea trees and explore the rich heritage of Huaxia. Ah, Mr. Wang, we shall take our leave, Coulson, Natasha, and Hill said as they departed first. What else do you require? Wang Zichen inquired, observing the unmoving Tony Stark. May I visit the dojo you have established? Stark's eyes sparkled with curiosity. We shall discuss it when time permits. Wang Chen replied curtly. All right, don't forget, Stark said cheerfully, taking Pepper by the hand as they exited. Finally, these bothersome individuals had departed. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents were akin to flies drawn to a scent. Utterly repugnant. At last, I understand why the protagonists in those Marvel tales hold them in such disdain. I had to endure a great deal for a mere stroke of luck. Wang Chen murmured to himself, pondering how delightful it would be if these individuals were to target him. He could have easily dispatched them with a single blow. However, these fellows greeted him with smiles. And he was no ruthless killer, unable to eliminate others without restraint. Shaking his head, Wang Chen made his way to the garage, where he drove directly to the Chinese embassy in the Big Apple. After approximately 15 minutes, he parked his vehicle at 520 12th Avenue, Manhattan. As he gazed upon the familiar shade of Chinese red, a fleeting sense of nostalgia crossed his mind, though it was merely a semblance of what he remembered. Wang Chen entered the embassy and sought out a young lady responsible for reception. Please inform the ambassador that Wang Chen is here for a visit, he stated. I'll notify Ambassador Peng right away. The young lady's expression shifted upon hearing his name, and she immediately responded, certainly. Wang Chen settled onto a nearby sofa, finding amusement in watching her hurriedly ascend to the second floor. Couldn't she just make a phone call? It seemed the staff at the embassy were somewhat aware of his circumstances. Ultimately, it was merely a transaction. In consideration of his heritage, he could leave behind a legacy. Mr. Wang, greetings. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit rushed down from the second floor, coming directly before Wang Chen with a beaming smile. No need for such formality, Ambassador Peng. I have come primarily to negotiate a transaction with you, Wang Chen said, his demeanor calm as he regarded the middle-aged man with resolute conviction. Oh, Mr. Wang, please proceed, Ambassador Peng replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure, responding with a smile. This setting is rather inconvenient. We require a private room for a detailed discussion, Wang Chen observed, a glimmer of caution in his eyes as he noticed several agents from the Serpent Shield Bureau and other unidentified individuals observing them from outside. Not a problem, Mr. Wang. Please follow me, Ambassador Peng said, his smile growing even more radiant. He was well aware of Wang Chen's formidable capabilities and was filled with anticipation for the forthcoming transaction. Excitedly, he led Wang Chen to a conference room. Once inside, Wang Chen took a seat and quietly regarded Ambassador Peng before slowly speaking. You must immediately contact the homeland and arrange for a variety of tea trees to be prepared. Ambassador Peng's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion upon hearing this request, yet he nodded in agreement, indicating he would arrange it promptly. Curiously, he inquired, and how do you propose to conduct this transaction, Mr. Wang? I can provide you with a legacy of martial arts at the immortal level, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. His intention was to deliver this legacy, and the request for tea trees was merely to cultivate some spiritual tea trees. Chapter 75. The Divine Spear Bureau. Wang Chen observed Ambassador Peng's reaction, secretly amused while maintaining a serious facade as he replied, Of course it is true. Otherwise, why would I come here to amuse you? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ambassador Peng's eyes as he exclaimed, No, I'm merely a bit too elated. This is a transmission of transcendent lineage. Wang Chen smiled and nodded, contemplating that his actions could serve as a safeguard for China, ensuring they would not be utterly defenseless in the face of potential future crises. After all, when confronted with formidable divine entities, mere mortals appear exceedingly fragile. This thought led him to reflect on the Divine Spear Bureau of China, pondering whether they could play a role in the impending storm. At that moment, Ambassador Peng regained his composure and hurriedly stated, Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall report to my superiors immediately. With that, he dashed out of the conference room, brimming with joy. Wang Chen watched his departing figure, harboring hopes that this transcendent lineage would aid China in the challenges that lay ahead. Ambassador Peng rushed to the office on the second floor, breathless as he made a call to his homeland, reporting, Leader, I have monumental news. We have the opportunity to secure a transaction involving a martial artist of celestial caliber. Is this true? What are the specifics? Upon hearing this, his superior immediately sat up straight, eyes alight with surprise and curiosity, urgently inquiring. Ambassador Peng took a deep breath to steady his emotions and recounted his conversation with Wang Chen in meticulous detail. Gradually, his superior's expression grew grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "This matter is of great significance. We must handle it with utmost caution. You must communicate with Mr. Wang regarding the cooperation details with care and discretion. Furthermore, ensure the confidentiality of this information. It must not reach the public. Also, prepare the tea trees that Mr. Wang requires immediately." "Understood, leader," Ambassador Peng replied, regaining his composure as he solemnly acknowledged the instructions. After hanging up, he returned to the conference room with a mixture of apprehension. "Are we ready?" Wang Chen, feeling somewhat bored while waiting in the conference room, eagerly inquired upon seeing Ambassador Peng return. "Yes, we are ready. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Mr. Wang," Ambassador Peng expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "That is good to hear. Please provide me with a specific location. We shall depart at once." Wang Chen, after a moment of contemplation, sensed the movements of external agents and hastily added, Very well. Let us head to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the capital." Ambassador Peng's expression shifted as he sensed an ominous aura. It seemed someone outside had their sights set on this place, prompting Wang Chen's urgency. Wang Chen took a deep breath and began communicating with the spatial runes in his consciousness. As his thoughts transmitted, the runes in the air suddenly erupted in a dazzling silver light, streaking across the sky like lightning, traversing tens of thousands of miles in an instant. In the depths of his consciousness, a vivid image gradually emerged, the scene of the capital city of China. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the Ministry of Foreign Affairs near Choingmen, silently reciting his destination. Then, with a gentle wave of his arm, a mysterious and resplendent purple portal materialized before him. "Let us proceed," Wang Chen murmured, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and confidence. Ambassador Peng widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at the purple portal, as if witnessing the most incredible miracle of the world. He had initially thought they would need to traverse the perilous journey back from America, but he never anticipated such a wondrous means to instantly span vast distances. "Oh, very well." Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Ambassador Peng finally regained his composure and hurriedly followed in Wang Chen's footsteps, stepping into the purple portal together. In the instant they entered the portal, they felt a powerful surge of energy, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn apart at that moment. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed the boundless void and arrived at a place both strange and familiar, the capital city of China. What a long-awaited reunion. Wang Chen stood by the roadside, observing the familiar surroundings and the people conversing in the affectionate dialect of Beijing. The streets were bustling with traffic and vibrancy, evoking a wave of nostalgia within him. Ambassador Peng, upon hearing Wang Chen's sentiment, stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wang, it seems you greatly miss life back home. If possible, why not consider returning to develop your career here?" Wang Chen gently shook his head, a trace of a wry smile gracing his lips. "Let it be. I am accustomed to a life of freedom, unable to endure excessive constraints. Furthermore, there are individuals back home who may discomfort me, should I inadvertently provoke them. I cannot guarantee I won't act impulsively." Ambassador Peng's lips twitched slightly at Wang Chen's words, understanding precisely who he referred to. In any nation, a privileged class exists. Yet Wang Chen clearly harbored a deep disdain for such individuals. He preferred to remain abroad, savoring a life of liberty, rather than returning home to confront these issues. "Very well then, Mr. Wang. Let us first take a moment to rest at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Ambassador Peng did not press further and led Wang Chen to a reception room within the ministry. He then hurriedly departed to report to his superiors. Seated in the reception room, Wang Chen reminisced about his past life, recalling a time when he was merely a humble delivery worker. To claim profound patriotism would be disingenuous. Yet the country's provision for basic needs and security was undeniable. He could still contribute within his means. Shaking his head, he pulled himself from his reverie. Retrieving a piece of jade, 1 meter long and half a meter wide, from his Qiankuan ring, tossing it into the air. A purple light emanated from his hands as he swiftly formed seals, directing his energy toward the floating jade. Wang Chen modified the heavenly scriptures of creation, embedding his own martial artist and immortal techniques into the jade stone. Ethereal figures were continuously infused into the stone, along with the impression of a cerulean 12-petal blue lotus. This served as a visualization diagram. Suddenly, the door swung open. Ambassador Peng entered the reception room. accompanied by a group of individuals. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone observed cautiously, their expressions a mixture of excitement, curiosity, disdain, and an indescribable hostility. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Chen concluded the final imprint of the technique and ceased his actions. The jade stone, radiating a violet-blue glow, was transformed into a martial arts inheritance monument. This monument ascended into Wang Chen's grasp, and with a satisfied smile, he turned to face the members brought by Ambassador Peng. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce Director Zheng Xian of the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau. Director Zheng, this is Mr. Wang Chen, Ambassador Peng hastily introduced. Now, prepare the items I requested. Wang Chen nonchalantly stated, casting the inheritance monument to the ground. He sensed the palpable hostility emanating from those present. Hold on. I must ascertain your qualifications to retain this inheritance. A defiant bald man stepped forward, issuing a challenge. Chapter 76. The transaction. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand, retrieving the inheritance jade tablet into his Qingquan ring, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you do not desire it, then do not claim it. To think that a mere few tea trees could exchange for the inheritance of a martial artist, an immortal. Wang Chen sighed inwardly, lamenting the disparity of intentions and actions. Director Zheng Xian, witnessing Wang Chen's immediate retrieval of the jade tablet, felt a sense of foreboding, realizing he had inadvertently complicated matters. Ambassador Peng's expression turned ashen, internally screaming, "It's over, this is a complete disaster. You are exceedingly arrogant, young man," he exclaimed. Wang Chen's demeanor turned as cold as ice, a sneer escaping his lips. A translucent violet halo emerged behind him, slowly rotating, as an unparalleled will transcending life and death enveloped the entire reception room. How infuriating! Ambassador Peng, Zheng Xian, and several powerless ordinary individuals were instantaneously subdued beneath the overwhelming pressure, collapsing onto the ground, their faces flushed and sweat soaking their garments. The defiant bald man struggled to withstand Wang Chen's might, his muscles tense, emanating a golden light, his expression grim. Additionally, a woman, her body intermittently crackling with blue lightning, had beads of sweat cascading down her exquisite features as she gazed at the coldly smiling Wang Chen, an indescribable weight pressing upon her heart. Is this all you have? I expected more prowess from you. Unfortunately, even when given an opportunity, you proved to be utterly ineffectual. With a mocking smile adorning his face, Wang Chen relentlessly unleashed his formidable power upon the bald man, as if to suggest that his Hongmeng Wandao wheel was but a counterfeit. This supreme divine art, an amalgamation of the yin-yang, 5 elements, and various other celestial powers, was crafted from the profound intricacies of the myriad realms of life and death. Even the innate divine abilities he had nurtured were likely inferior to this. How audacious of a mere inheritor of the monkey legacy to act so brazenly! While one might not dare to compare him to the legendary son Wukong from other worlds, who could bend even the heavens, the Marvel Universe's monkey was currently nothing more than a stone statue. What audacity was this? The bald man seethed with rage, wishing to dismember Wang Chen. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Wang, sir, please show mercy. Ambassador Peng gasped, his veins bulging as he implored Wang Chen for clemency. With a mere wave of his hand, Wang Chen exerted his overwhelming pressure onto the bald man, watching him with a mocking glint in his eyes. As Ambassador Peng and Zheng Xian struggled to catch their breath, the ordinary onlookers gazed at Wang Chen with terror, while the beauty among them momentarily displayed a flicker of fear and retracted her electric aura. The bald man, crushed beneath Wang Chen's oppressive force, collapsed to the ground, his knees striking the floor with a resounding thud. His face contorted with agony and fury, he opened his mouth wide, emitting a chilling wail. With great effort, he lifted his gaze, glaring at Wang Chen as if he wished to devour him whole. Come now, are you not bold? Wang Chen taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips. I too possess the powers of the 5 elements mountain. Prepare to experience the monkey's treatment. His voice resonated with a deep authority, emanating an irresistible force. As his words faded, a radiant 5-color divine light surged forth from his palms. The brilliance was dazzling, akin to a vibrant rainbow. With deft movements, he coalesced the 5-colored light into a 5-meter-high mound, pulsating with mysterious luminescence and exuding immense pressure. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directed this formidable force toward the bald man. No. The bald man's face contorted in sheer terror and despair at this sight. His eyes widened, lips quivering as he attempted to utter words of supplication. But it was too late. Stop! Show mercy! Zheng Xian and Ambassador Peng cried out in unison, their faces pale, eyes filled with anxiety and dread. Yet, Wang Chen paid no heed to their pleas. His focus remained solely on the bald man, disregarding the cries of the others entirely. With a thunderous roar, the room resonated with a cataclysmic sound, the ground trembling violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The spacious meeting room filled with dust and smoke, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a small hill radiating with iridescent hues stood firmly on the ground, shimmering resplendently. The bald man was trapped beneath the hill, with only his shaven head exposed. His body was contorted under the weight, rendering him immobile, and he could only emit faint groans. Ambassador Peng gazed at this scene with a face full of horror, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Mr. Wang, what is the necessity of this? Zhang Xian remarked with a bitter smile, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. What necessity? I benevolently offered you the legacy, and in return, you orchestrated a feast of treachery. No, rather, a display of power. Do you truly believe I lack resolve? Alas, discussing this is utterly futile. Farewell. A flash of anger crossed Wang Chen's face, soon replaced by a sense of ennui. Though this place bore a resemblance to his homeland, it was ultimately not his true home. Perhaps he had been overly sentimental. With a wave of his hand, a portal of violet energy materialized. Mr. Wang, wait. Zhang Xian urgently called out. What? Do you wish to retain me? Wang Chen turned, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. No. I wish to negotiate for your legacy. Zhang Xian insisted, shaking his head fervently, sweat trickling down his cheeks without a care for wiping it away, his eyes filled with desperation and anxiety. As he spoke, he extended a titanium alloy case forward, hoping to capture the other's attention. These precious materials had been meticulously prepared, each piece valuable. Yet they seemed trivial in the current context. I implore you to reconsider, Mr. Wang, Zhang Xian reiterated, his voice tinged with earnestness. He cast a fierce glare at the high-ranking officials nearby, his heart brimming with indignation. It was their misguided decisions that had led to the present predicament. He lamented his compliance with their counsel, which had ensnared him in such dire straits. The high-ranking officials, sensing the gravity of the situation, awkwardly retreated. Unable to meet Zhang Xian's gaze, they recognized their errors, yet it was too late for redemption. Now you seek to negotiate? Wang Chen stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. His words struck Zhang Xian like a sharpened blade, piercing his heart. However, I have no intention of acquiescing. Wang Chen's merciless response plunged Zhang Xian into despair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Wang Chen, as if the world had crumbled around him. Mr. Wang, I beseech you to show mercy. Ambassador Peng's voice trembled, laced with helplessness and dread. His body quivered slightly, on the verge of collapsing. He understood the dire consequences he would face if he could not secure the martial legacy. It would undoubtedly spell disaster. Wang Chen paused momentarily upon hearing Ambassador Peng's plea, observing the hefty figure of the ambassador, who weighed around 180 pounds. Reduced to tears stirred a twinge of sympathy within him. He understood that Ambassador Peng feared becoming a scapegoat, burdened with an unbearable responsibility. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. Should I find the items unsatisfactory, I will terminate the transaction at any moment. Ultimately, Wang Chen relented, agreeing to Ambassador Peng's request as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 77, The Resurrection of the Witch? Mr. Wang, please take a look at these materials. Zhang Xian exclaimed with a beaming smile, promptly opening the titanium alloy box. Inside, neatly arranged, lay 7 or 8 blocks of dark purple iron and several gemstone-like red objects, distinctly captivating. This is the purple divine iron and the flame gemstones once utilized by cultivators, Zhang Xian introduced with utmost care, as though showcasing rare treasures. However, Wang Chen merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest. To him, these were merely ordinary materials for crafting artifacts. Having already acquired spiritual treasures, he naturally paid little heed to these commonplace items. Nevertheless, he accepted the titanium alloy box and stored it within his universe ring. Let us make do with this. Wang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Prepare my tea trees. He added. Absolutely. They have long been ready. Ambassador Peng responded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. They are just outside in the courtyard. He gestured excitedly towards the courtyard, his enthusiasm palpable. Zhang Xian beside him could not help but display a delighted smile. Come, lead the way to see the tea trees. Wang Chen stated with an impassive expression. Right this way, Mr. Wang. Ambassador Peng promptly guided the way, and the group arrived in the courtyard. There, 2 trucks were laden with various tea trees and an abundance of fruit trees. After a careful inspection, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and promptly stored all the saplings within the Hongmeng mirror. Wang Chen then retrieved the martial Dao inheritance steel from his universe ring. Secretly, he extended his consciousness to erase several immensely powerful techniques and imposed restrictions on the steel, ensuring that those harboring hostility towards him could not learn from it. He tossed the jade steel to Zhang Xian, a hint of amusement in his voice. Just drop your blood on it, and you will accept the inheritance. By the way, those with ill intentions cannot learn my martial arts. Those with ulterior motives cannot practice either. The powerful should not entertain thoughts of monopolizing the inheritance. You pests. Wang Chen concluded before opening the purple spatial gate and stepping through. Mr. Wang, wait for me. Ambassador Peng hurriedly dashed into the spatial gate, his nimble movements revealing him to be quite an agile figure despite his portly stature. What about the bald man? Zhang Xian called out anxiously. A small punishment for a major lesson. In 3 days, the 5 elements mountain will vanish. Wang Chen's voice echoed from within the spatial gate, and with a flash of purple light, he disappeared without a trace. Alas, Zhang Xian sighed deeply, filled with a sense of helplessness and anger. Poor Wukong. These wretches truly bring calamity upon themselves. He could not help but erupt in a torrent of curses, his voice brimming with indignation. Observing this, the Weather Witch gently interjected. Director, please calm down. What matters most now is to ascertain the authenticity of the martial arts heritage monument. Her tone was soft, an attempt to soothe Zhang Xian's fury. However, Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively and replied with composure, there is no need for that. Wang Chen is here to deliver the heritage. His demands are utterly trivial. How could he possibly deceive us? His gaze was resolute and filled with confidence, firmly believing in his judgment. Fortuitously, he had been astute enough to prepare thoroughly, bringing ample materials. Otherwise, today's affairs could not have concluded satisfactorily. Zhang Xian expressed his relief, secretly reveling in his foresight. The Weather Witch, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting look of concern, well aware of Wang Chen's formidable prowess, and could not help but exclaim, indeed, he is extraordinarily strong. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement and commanded, arrange for some individuals to receive the heritage. I wish to learn as well. His voice carried a note of determination and resolve. Understood, my esteemed director. The Weather Witch acknowledged before turning to initiate the arrangements for the transmission of the heritage. Zhang Xian, wearing a troubled expression, approached Wukong, knowing he still needed to deal with the chaotic aftermath left by the troublemakers, lamenting to himself about his arduous fate. Wang Chen emerged from the spatial portal alongside Ambassador Peng, who, upon seeing the violet portal, could not restrain his astonishment and repeatedly glanced at Wang Chen. How marvelous! He exclaimed. It's merely a spatial technique. If you have matters to discuss, please do so promptly. Wang Chen remarked irritably, noticing Peng's hesitance. Mr. Wang, might I inquire if I could learn your martial arts? Ambassador Peng asked cautiously, his recent experience igniting a fervent desire for strength. I shall grant you a heritage. I hope you will persevere, Wang Chen replied, scrutinizing Peng's physique. It was evident that he possessed the attributes of a martial artist, though regrettably, age was not on his side. With focused intent, Wang Chen condensed a portion of the creation heavenly scripture into a thought, and a mysterious purple stream of light, like lightning, surged into Peng's brow. Allow me to lend you a helping hand, Wang Chen whispered, as his palm radiated a purplish aura that swiftly transformed into pure spiritual energy, enveloping Ambassador Peng like a mist. As time elapsed, approximately 5 minutes later, Peng slowly opened his eyes, his expression filled with ecstatic delight. He excitedly bowed deeply to Wang Chen, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your generosity. This heritage can only be utilized by your direct bloodline. Be sure to keep it confidential, Wang Chen replied calmly, gesturing dismissively. Boom. Ah! A resounding roar echoed from outside, accompanied by the piercing screams of pedestrians. Wang Chen extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings, a peculiar smile forming on his face as he murmured, what a calamity-prone city this Big Apple is. I'm almost becoming a reaper of elementary schoolers. What has transpired, Mr. Wang? Ambassador Peng inquired with a serious expression. Nothing much, merely the resurrection of a witch, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, wrinkling his brow as he caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor emanating from Peng. You should wash up, the stench is rather overwhelming. Ah, how foul. Ambassador Peng finally realized, noticing the multitude of dark impurities expelled from his body, enveloping him in an indescribable stench. He hurriedly made his way to a nearby lounge. I shall join the fray. Once Ambassador Peng departed, Wang Chen vanished from his spot, only to reappear at the grand entrance of an imposing cathedral. This cathedral, majestic and awe-inspiring, towered skyward with its spires piercing the clouds, adorned with intricate carvings and scriptures. Yet, at this moment, the sacredness and solemnity of the cathedral had been utterly compromised. The once pristine white walls were now blackened by smoke, and shattered windows littered the ground with fragments of glass. Billowing black smoke poured forth from within the cathedral, as if an interminable inferno raged inside. Most chilling of all, a swarm of black flies obscured the sky above the church. These insects congregated in dense clusters, forming a dark cloud that gradually spread outward. Their wings buzzed incessantly, sending shivers down the spine. The flies flitted about in the air, seemingly in search of a target or perhaps reveling in the chaos surrounding them. The entire scene was suffused with a macabre atmosphere, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Chapter 78. The Ruthless Flies. Wow! What a magnificent spectacle! Wang Chen mused to himself with a sardonic grin, standing before the majestic cathedral. Suddenly, a cacophony of sirens pierced the air, as numerous police vehicles sped toward the cathedral's vicinity. Coulson, Hill, and Natasha, accompanied by 8 sharply dressed men, swiftly exited their cars, followed by the grim-faced chief Georges Dacy, whose mood was utterly dismal. Why did the Big Apple suffer so many calamities, with troubles surfacing at every turn? What is happening here, Mr. Wang? Coulson approached Wang Chen with a beaming smile, cautiously inquiring. Wang Chen, appearing entirely at ease, replied, "Nothing of great consequence. Merely the revival of a plague witch." Upon hearing these words, Coulson's expression darkened instantly, and he silently lamented his misfortune. Meanwhile, Hill stared incredulously at the unfolding scene, unable to fathom the occurrence of such bizarre events. Wang Chen continued to elucidate, stating that the black smoke and swarming flies were manifestations of a plague. With a peculiar smile gracing his lips, he conveyed the gravity of the situation. Coulson couldn't help but curse, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate to encounter such strange occurrences?" Hill echoed his sentiments. Indeed, is this still the world we know? It feels increasingly alien. At that moment, Natasha suddenly recalled something, her countenance paling. A plague? Does that not mean many will suffer? Wang Chen nodded, expressing his concern. Precisely. If we do not act promptly, the consequences are unimaginable. This is the Black Death. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they grasped the severity of the situation. Yet they remained at a loss regarding how to navigate this formidable dilemma. Observing their despondent demeanor, Wang Chen smirked disdainfully, recognizing their lack of solutions. He scoffed, thinking to himself how they constantly boasted about saving the world, oblivious to their ineffectiveness. He coldly entered the church, disregarding their plight. "Coulson, you handle the evacuation of the crowd with Director Georges Dacy. Natasha, let us proceed inside to assist," Hill commanded after witnessing Wang Chen's entry into the church. Her brow furrowed in concern. "Hill, perhaps it would be prudent not to take unnecessary risks," Coulson urged, anxious for Natasha and Hill's safety as they prepared to venture forth. "We cannot continually rely on outsiders to resolve our issues. Otherwise, our existence becomes redundant," Hill asserted resolutely. "Indeed, I am also curious to witness Wang Chen's prowess." Natasha chimed in with a playful laugh, exhibiting no fear of death. "Very well, exercise caution. Take the energy weapons with you." Coulson relented, handing over the cosmic cube energy guns to them. Sharing a knowing smile, Hill and Natasha, being SHIELD agents, were determined not to hide behind others, and they swiftly darted towards the church. "Director Georges, let us expedite the evacuation of nearby residents," Coulson stated, returning his focus to the task at hand with a serious demeanor. "Absolutely. Everyone mobilize. Quickly evacuate the crowd." Director Georges Dacy commanded the surrounding officers. "Understood, Director. You all go as well." Coulson instructed the 8 agents trailing behind him. "Yes." The officers and agents promptly commenced the swift evacuation of the surrounding populace. A chilling buzz accompanied Wang Chen as he strolled through the church, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. As far as the eye could see, dark torrents surged beneath the church, perpetually spreading outward like an inexorable tide. The individuals who had once taken refuge within the sanctuary had met grim fates, some reduced to mere skeletal remains, while others radiated an ominous black hue, their features grotesquely contorted. The ferocity of these vile creatures surpassed all imagination. Wang Chen's hand shimmered with a violet glow as the Hongmeng sword materialized silently before him. He unsheathed the blade, casting the scabbard into the air, where it instantaneously transformed into a streak of purple light, piercing through the church's rooftop and expanding into a grand violet formation. This formation erupted in a splendid display of violet luminescence, akin to a protective membrane enveloping the entire church, while the dark insects were mercilessly thwarted by this barrier. Wang Chen gazed upon the scene with a sense of awe. The sheer number and strength of these creatures far exceeded the common man's comprehension, presenting a calamity for the ordinary populace. Little witch, you have chosen your path to demise, he mused coldly, though he himself had taken many lives. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents repulsed him. She regarded ordinary people merely as expendable resources to augment her own power. With the Hongmeng's sword in his right hand, he emanated a protective violet aura, warding off the assault of the dark insects as he descended into the depths below. Mr. Wang, wait for us, shouted Hill and Natasha, their forms shielded by a faint cerulean glow that repelled the encroaching dark swarms as they hurried towards Wang Chen. How fascinating. What advanced technology is this? Wang Chen turned, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Mr. Wang, take us with you, Hill implored as they reached him, desperation lacing her voice. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, causing the ground to violently crack and collapse. Ah, be careful, Hill and Natasha gasped, their faces pale with fright at the harrowing spectacle. Yet, Wang Chen remained remarkably composed, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With unhurried grace, he hurled the Hongmeng's sword into the air, which radiated dazzling light and transformed into a colossal purple blade, securely catching the two women. Simultaneously, a resplendent violet lotus blossomed beneath his feet, and he appeared atop the sword in the blink of an eye, impatience evident in his tone as he admonished. Take care of yourselves, and don't create any trouble. Ah, you, Natasha and Hill, having just regained their composure from the fright, were further incensed by Wang Chen's words. While his statement was indeed factual, his demeanor was altogether difficult for them to accept. Wang Chen no longer paid attention to them. With a flicker of his consciousness, the Hongmeng's sword transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring into the abyssal darkness of the cave, followed by the anguished screams of the two women. Chapter 79. The Last Witch Hunter. A beam of purple divine light descended to the cavern's depths, dissipating to reveal Hill and Natasha, their faces pallid as they rushed aside to retch. The Hongmeng's sword retracted its brilliance, gracefully flying into Wang Chen's hand. This subterranean realm, although devoid of any light source, was surprisingly luminous. As he surveyed the surroundings, countless hollows branched out in every direction, creating a rather unsettling atmosphere. Wang Chen extended his consciousness, and in an instant, everything within the underground space was etched into his mind. He discerned the iconic bald head of Vin Diesel and murmured to himself, how intriguing. Is this truly the last witch hunter? It seems every storyline has found its way in here. Natasha and Hill, their faces still ashen, returned to Wang Chen's side. Curiously, Natasha inquired, Mr. Wang, what have you discovered? Nothing much, just located the main character. Let us proceed, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, and with that, he strode toward the direction of the bald man, leaving Natasha and Hill with no choice but to follow in resignation. Stop, Calder. Release my Grand Wizard. I am of the wizarding bloodline. Upon arriving at the scene, Wang Chen witnessed a dramatic spectacle. A young man clad in a priest's dark attire was brandishing a gun, holding a brunette girl hostage, constantly threatening the bald man. The bald man, wielding a flaming iron sword, directed it at a peculiar woman sprawled on the ground, her body marred with grotesque blemishes, swarming with countless insects. How revolting! Wang Chen grimaced at the sight. This was not the witch he had envisioned. Witches were supposed to be enchanting and alluring, not this abomination. If immortality meant becoming such a creature, what was the point of living? Better to be a vampire. Natasha, upon seeing the witch, also displayed a look of disgust. Hill, however, focused intently on the young man, intent on rescuing the brunette girl. Bang! Bang! The young man suddenly fired 2 shots at the bald Calder, who collapsed to the ground, shot in the chest, his flaming iron sword plummeting into the water, extinguished and reduced to an ordinary blade. Ha ha ha! Gagagagaga! The witch on the ground rose, erupting into a cacophony of eerie laughter, swiftly approaching the brunette girl to unleash a spell, and then she obliterated the young man. He died with unclosed eyes. The brown-haired girl gazed vacantly, her lips incessantly murmuring arcane incantations. As the incantations echoed through the subterranean chamber, the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, and the walls pulsated with a green luminescence, as if they were on the verge of awakening. Meanwhile, the bald man, Calder, lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. With a cold smirk, Wang Chen emerged from the void, wielding the Hongmeng's sword, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery, as if he were observing an insignificant ant. He approached the frenzied and terrifying witch with an air of imperiousness, each step resonating with an aura of invincibility. Upon seeing Wang Chen, The witch's grotesque visage contorted into a mask of frenzied malice, her murderous intent sweeping over him like a tempest. Since time immemorial, humans and witches have been sworn enemies, and the witch regarded the annihilation of humanity as her sacred mission, vowing to restore the ancient glory of sorcery. With a piercing scream, the witch unleashed a swarm of flies from her body, darkening the skies as they surged toward Wang Chen like a tide of blackness. Their incessant buzzing and the sound of their wings created a chilling atmosphere, dense enough to suffocate. Witnessing this spectacle, Natasha and Hill felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, goosebumps erupting across their skin as an icy dread welled up within them. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Wang Chen merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he radiated a resplendent purple light, which coalesced into a vibrant crimson flame. This flame blazed with an insatiable hunger, as if it could consume all in its path. With a gentle wave of his hand, the purple-red flames surged forth toward the swarm of flies, igniting them instantaneously and transforming the darkened space into a blazing inferno. At that moment, the motionless Calder, from his position on the ground, hurled a rune artifact into a nearby puddle. With a resounding crash, thunder echoed through the underground chamber, and a tempest erupted. Torrential rain pouring down, drenching the unscathed flies and dispersing their audacious swarm. Calder, the last of the witch hunters, exemplified unwavering resolve and commitment even in the face of impending doom, a steadfastness that commanded profound respect. Wang Chen felt a surge of emotion, a deep reverence for this brave and resolute elder. As he summoned his full magical prowess, the Hongmeng sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent gem illuminating the entire space. The sword shimmered with a mystical purple light, reminiscent of enchanting stars, captivating all who beheld it. The purple lotus-shaped hilt resembled a blossoming purple lotus, exquisite and enchanting, exuding a unique charm. With a thunderous roar, Wang Chen swung the Hongmeng sword fiercely toward the witch. A violet sword aura, extending for 10 fathoms, sliced through the void like a bolt of lightning, exuding unparalleled power and majesty. The witch was caught entirely off guard. Instantly struck by the sword aura, her body flung backwards. In midair, the witch was cleaved in two by the sword aura, spilling forth a cascade of black blood. Her form collided heavily against the stone wall, creating a massive breach, while the enormous violet sword aura carved a profound fissure into the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the subterranean space. Calder had just risen to his feet, preparing to retrieve his iron sword and continue the battle. When he beheld this breathtaking scene, his eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief, as he gazed at Wang Chen as if he were some monstrous being. It is worth noting that the space beneath the Holy Axe Church had been conjured by sorcery specifically to imprison these malevolent witches, empowered by their dark magic. Yet it was astonishing that it had been cleaved open by Wang Chen's singular sword aura. The sound of Wang Chen's footsteps echoed through the underground chamber as he approached the severed witch. Her form was almost entirely devoid of flesh, replaced by black viscous ooze, with insects crawling incessantly within. A look of disdain crossed his face as he remarked, "You are truly repugnant. I am a mortal, human. You cannot kill me." The witch twisted her upper body, emitting a bizarre cackle, shrieking madly, "You are truly ignorant. Disgusting insects." Wang Chen replied with a cold sneer. As a purple divine wheel manifested behind him, an overwhelming divine light enveloping the witch's remains. In her expression of terror, she was ignited, and with a swift grasp towards her chest, a black-red heart materialized in Wang Chen's hand, while the witch's body turned to ash. Chapter 80, Live Well. Hurry, destroy it. Calder shouted frantically as he charged towards Wang Chen with his longsword. No, don't. Destroying the witch's heart will lead to your death. The brown-haired girl, having regained consciousness, interjected with a worried and anxious expression, attempting to deter him. Wang Chen wore an expression of helplessness, addressing the bald man who approached him, "My dear brother and sister. Are you not considering his existence? Apologies, this is my trophy. No, keep it. The great witch will be resurrected. Destroy it to eliminate future threats." Calder exclaimed excitedly, nearly moved to seize it himself if Wang Chen's prowess had not been so formidable. "Wait, I have seen far more terrifying entities in the great witch's dreams. You cannot die yet." The brown-haired girl rushed to the bald man's side, speaking urgently. Calder, upon hearing this, froze, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. Should he continue to live? You should live well. The brown-haired girl gazed intently at Calder, her eyes brimming with resolve. Calder sensed her determination, a warmth swelling within him. "In my hands, the witch shall not survive," Wang Chen suddenly declared, a hint of confidence lacing his voice. Before him materialized a titanium alloy box, enveloped in swirling crimson flames. The fire blazed fiercely, causing the titanium box to melt instantaneously, along with the purple divine iron and flame crystal within, merging into a mysterious substance. Wang Chen extended his consciousness, inscribing several sealing runes upon this enigmatic material. As the runes were etched, a violet-silver liquid morphed into a cube-shaped box, radiating an aura of mystery. With a look of disdain, Wang Chen tossed the heart he held into the box, which promptly shrank to the size of a fist, allowing him to toss it playfully. "What sorcery is this?" Calder exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the spectacle before him. He had never witnessed such extraordinary prowess, his heart filled with curiosity and awe for Wang Chen. "Just a minor trick, merely some crafting. Fear not, this heart shall not inhabit this realm again. You need not worry about her resurrection. Instead, relish your retirement," Wang Chen remarked, casting a glance at Calder, a flicker of respect in his gaze. "Well, all right then. What choice do I have against you?" Calder replied, a resigned smile breaking across his face. He understood well that this young man from Huaxia acted in hope of ensuring his own survival. He couldn't help but muse. This world is growing increasingly insane. I have been saved by a young man from Huaxia. The brown-haired girl exclaimed in excitement, her voice infused with joy. Meanwhile, Hill and Natasha awkwardly approached the group, standing silently, unable to utter a word. They realized their involvement in this endeavor had been trivial, overshadowed even by a young girl. Wang Chen regarded Hill and Natasha with a teasing glint in his eyes. He was well aware of their embarrassment, but chose not to dwell on it, simply stating, "Let us leave this place." With that, he summoned the Hongmeng sword, which transformed into a beam of divine light, sweeping everyone upwards toward the cavern's ceiling. The group watched anxiously as the scenery rushed by beneath the violet glow, their curiosity piqued by this extraordinary power. Soon, they found themselves at the church above ground. At that moment, a flash of purple light coursed through, and as the radiance faded, Wang Chen and the others appeared. With a thought, the Hongmeng sword's image outside the church transformed into its sheath, materializing in his hand. He sheathed the sword and stepped out of the church. "Sir, may I inquire your name?" Calder approached Wang Chen and inquired. Wang Chen produced a business card emblazoned with his name and handed it to him, saying, "Well then, farewell. Witch Hunter Calder." After uttering these words, Wang Chen turned and departed, disregarding the group from S.H.I.E.L.D. Miracle Shop. Demon Hunter? Wang Chen. Calder gazed at the business card in his hand, suddenly realizing that he and the other were indeed kindred spirits. "Calder, let us be off." A brown-haired girl gestured to him. "Very well." Calder tucked the card into his pocket and, together with the brown-haired girl, hopped into a sleek sports car, accelerating swiftly as they sped away. "Hill, do you not intend to interrogate them?" Coulson questioned, watching the pair recede into the distance, his face etched with confusion. "It is better not to stir up unnecessary trouble. I have a favorable impression of this witch hunter," Hill replied, a momentary seriousness flitting across her charming visage. She had witnessed Wang Chen's prowess in a video, initially astonished, but having observed him in action today, she realized that such a figure should not exist in this world, as he posed a significant threat to order. A look of gravitas also crossed Natasha's face. "Very well, let us regroup." Coulson sighed in relief. He genuinely did not wish to confront Wang Chen directly. Wang Chen returned to the Chinese embassy in New York and, upon entering his vehicle, made his way home. He sat down at the tea table, excitement coursing through him as he summoned the minimalist interface, eager to ascertain the extent of the fortune he had accrued. Name, Wang Chen. Realm, immortal path, refined spirit and counterfeit, minor accomplishment, martial arts, human immortal, minor accomplishment, lifespan, 2000 inherent divine ability, indestructible, in development, incantation, in development, divine abilities. Primordial divine light, reincarnation divine light, postnatal yin-yang divine light, postnatal 5 elements, divine light, crimson lotus karmic fire ice soul, divine light spells, sword control technique, soul refinement technique, transformation technique, universe technique, alchemy technique, artifact refinement technique, talismans technique, martial arts, primordial 10,000 paths cycle illuminating all heavens, 16 restoration, 15 wow. Haha. My efforts have not been in vain, Wang Chen exclaimed, though he mused that the restoration speed was rather sluggish. Is there truly this much fortune in the Marvel Universe? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. After exerting so much effort, vanquishing several demonic avatars, and entangling himself in numerous plots, he had only restored 15. How long would it take to achieve complete restoration? The thought of the myriad tasks awaiting him made Wang Chen's head feel heavier. Well, at least I have the opportunity to project across the heavens. That is something to be grateful for. Wang Chen smiled and shook his head, deciding not to seize this opportunity just yet. His strength had surged rather rapidly, and he had yet to fully acclimate to it. Perhaps he would reconsider in a few days. Chapter 81. Dynamics in the underground base of the Divine Spear Bureau headquarters in the capital of Huaxia. Zheng Xian glared with a pale countenance at the members of the bureau who were absorbing the martial inheritance left by Wang Chen. Those offspring of noble families were inevitably excluded, while those who harbored animosity or dissent towards Wang Chen were ruthlessly eliminated. Originally, 500 individuals had the chance to receive the inheritance, but now only a fortunate 50 or so remained to genuinely acquire this invaluable legacy. I have succeeded. This is truly marvelous. One of the fortunate exclaimed with exhilaration. What inheritance did you receive? A member of the Divine Spear Bureau inquired curiously. What else could it be? Of course, it is the Book of Creation, but I am luckier than you all, for I possess an additional technique, the sword art of winds and clouds. He proclaimed with pride. Hee. The others beamed with smiles. What do you think? I also have a technique, the blood transformation blade. Someone retorted defiantly. I possess the legs of the evil king. Another declared with pride. Apologies, but I have the Moonchan spear, huh? Yet another exhibited his gains. The great capturing hand of creation. Various martial arts legacies were presented one by one. Wow, you lot are truly something. How come you all have martial arts inheritances? The last individual couldn't help but complain. Hee. Who told you to be so naive? The members of the Divine Spear Bureau chuckled. Yet, it must be said, this inheritance was indeed immensely powerful, utterly overturning previous notions and systems of martial arts. Someone gasped in wonder. Indeed, it feels as though a completely new path of martial arts has been forged. No wonder it is referred to as the path of martial immortals, another echoed in agreement. If one could truly unlock the 12,960 acupoints within their body, they would transcend the realm of mortals and become a genuine immortal. Another person mused wistfully. Exactly. This power belongs entirely to oneself, requiring no external aids. It is simply astounding. Others expressed their admiration. Moreover, the 5 steps of transcending the mundane are summarized with such exquisite brilliance. Someone couldn't help but praise. Refining the skin, tempering the bones, studying the I Ching, cleansing the marrow, and fortifying the organs. The crowd recited these steps in unison, as if envisioning a process that would transform the human body into a formidable beast. All right, those who have received the inheritance, practice diligently. For those who have not, I will endeavor to procure a technique for you. Do not be disheartened. You may disperse now. Zheng Xian composed his expression and stepped up to the inheritance platform, announcing loudly. Yes, Director. Upon hearing the announcement, the members of the Spear Bureau responded loudly and dispersed. The Weather Witch, filled with concern, approached the inheritance platform and gravely remarked, Director, we are in serious trouble. Those privileged offspring will surely cause an uproar if they do not receive the inheritance. Zheng Xian, however, dismissed her worries with a scornful laugh, saying, Their failure to obtain the inheritance is merely the consequence of their forebears' misdeeds. Let them make a scene. I am quite eager to cleanse the Spear Bureau. Inwardly, Zheng Xian reveled in his newfound strength. Once an ordinary individual without the power to alter the status quo, he now felt formidable enough to deal with these petty clowns, indifferent to their descent into oblivion. Observing his resolve, the Weather Witch understood that Zheng Xian had made up his mind and refrained from further protest. Zheng Xian continued with a cold command, summon the blade, the destroyer, and Tan lay back to accept the inheritance. The Weather Witch nodded in agreement, recognizing Zheng Xian's intent. If he aimed to purge the Spear Bureau of its internal parasites, she would wholeheartedly support him, having long harbored dissatisfaction with the entitled progeny's actions. Zheng Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation before murmuring, I urgently require a basic cultivation technique. The methods of inheritance cannot be passed to others yet, which complicates matters. It was time to pay a visit to an old friend in America. Nick Fury, it seems your situation is becoming quite dire. At the Trident headquarters of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau, in the director's office, the discussion continued. Director, I recommend designating Wang Chen as a key surveillance target. His power is excessive and threatens to upset the balance, Hill stated coldly. We shall address that later. Currently, we lack the means to confront him. Hasty surveillance will only provoke his ire, Nick Fury replied slowly. He too wished to eliminate Wang Chen, but the reality was that they were incapable of doing so. Director, with the emergence of sorcerers, do we possess any data on these extraordinary individuals within the Bureau? Natasha asked, exasperated. The idea of ordinary people confronting superhuman entities seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, we do. But such beings fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Supernatural Investigation and Defense, directly overseen by the President, Nick Fury clarified. I suspect the President will soon take action against Wang Chen. Otherwise, his situation may become critical, Natasha speculated. Let us set that aside for now. Our foremost priority is to cleanse S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury asserted with severity. Tomorrow, I will visit Professor Charles to seek his assistance. He added, his single eye flashing with fury. He had uncovered the unsettling truth that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. in significant numbers, leaving him feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, for which he was profoundly grateful to the divine. Understood, Director. Hill and Natasha exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they complied. Prepare yourselves, and remember, absolute confidentiality is paramount. Indeed, summon Coulson, Nick Fury instructed. Yes, Director, Hill and Natasha replied, departing the director's office with a sense of unease. Shortly thereafter, Coulson stood before Nick Fury. Coulson, I am assigning you an imperative mission. Nick Fury declared with a grave expression. Please, give your orders, Director. Coulson responded promptly, standing at attention, ready for directives. You are to make contact with Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, Ben Grimm, and Dr. Victor Von Doom. Strive to integrate them into S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury articulated, handing a stack of documents to Coulson. Understood, Director. However, what makes these individuals so exceptional? Coulson inquired, swiftly perusing the files, only to discover that the individuals listed were either scientists or pilots, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Do you recall when you approached Wang Chen? He mentioned absorbing cosmic energy in space. Nick Fury reminded him. Indeed, Director, I remember, Coulson nodded. These individuals have also been exposed to cosmic energy in space. This suggests they may possess abilities or potential akin to Wang Chen's. Therefore, we must expeditiously bring them under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. A flicker of excitement and anticipation gleamed in Nick Fury's eyes. I understand, Director. I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task, Coulson replied resolutely. Nick Fury nodded in approval. Excellent. Remember, ensure their safety and endeavor to persuade them to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Little did Wang Chen know that Nick Fury had identified the Fantastic Four through a single statement of his. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly marvel at Nick Fury's keen insight and extraordinary fortune. No problem, Director. Leave it to me, Coulson acknowledged, promptly departing to prepare. Tap, tap, tap. The captain had also been unearthed, and it was time to establish that team. Otherwise, everything would feel somewhat cumbersome. Nick Fury mused as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Chapter 82. Incantation in the Villa. Wang Chen swiftly ascended to the third floor. His gaze sharpened, and with a surge of formidable mental energy, he firmly anchored a violet-blue spatial gate against a wall. The spatial gate continuously emitted streams of violet-blue spiritual energy, enveloping the entire third floor in a dreamy, ethereal mist, breathtakingly beautiful. Observing the enchanting scene, a satisfied smile graced Wang Chen's face as he stepped through the spatial gate. In the next moment, he found himself beneath the tree of life in the celestial cave. He inhaled deeply, savoring the rich life force and spiritual energy in the air. Feeling invigorated as his magical power surged within him, causing his blood to boil with vitality. Wang Chen sought a comfortable position, settling cross-legged as he immersed himself entirely in the depths of his consciousness. Within the pitch-black expanse of his mind, a purple lotus radiated a brilliant luminosity, illuminating the entire realm and transforming it into a mysterious violet world. The lotus was firmly rooted in the divine wheel, forged from the myriad paths of primordial chaos, which shimmered with 10 vibrant hues. Each color represented a unique transcendent symbol, glimmering with resplendent brilliance as the lotus rotated. 15 lotus leaves sprouted from the flower, each emanating astonishing waves of energy, as if they contained boundless power. In this lotus realm, Wang Chen's primordial spirit towered to an impressive height of 3 zhang, resembling a small mountain. A purple lotus pattern sparkled at his brow, echoing the essence of the lotus. His spirit cradled a violet Dao bell, continuously absorbing the essence of the surrounding pathways, augmenting his aura's potency. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chen nodded slightly, a gesture of satisfaction. He then activated the lotus pattern at his brow, and a purple-gray radiance suddenly emerged. This was his primordial spirit's innate divine power, the incantation. Those who offend me shall be beset by misfortune, bearing festering sores upon their heads and oozing wounds beneath their feet, encountering numerous adversities and enduring manifold sufferings. A solemn voice resounded within Wang Chen's consciousness, as the purple-gray light discreetly dissipated along the unseen threads of causality. Wang Chen sensed the diminishment of his spiritual power. This incantation consumed 1/3 of his essence, indicating that he should refrain from overusing this innate ability. He opened his eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "I wonder if you will appreciate this little gift of mine." Wang Chen had long desired to eliminate the President of America, but his limited strength upon emerging from the experimental base had prevented him from acting against the old fool. Little did he anticipate that the man would dare to reach out to William Strick, plotting his demise, truly an act of folly akin to an old man hanging himself. Furthermore, the Church of Light and the Dark Council ought to brace themselves. Once Wang Chen had harvested all the resources from America, he would turn his attention to them. No one would escape unscathed. For now, let them experience the taste of impending misfortune. A triumphant smile involuntarily crept across Wang Chen's face as he eagerly anticipated the fate that awaited these individuals. Nearby, in a clandestine underground base, heavily fortified and patrolled by Hydra soldiers, a sudden, harrowing scream echoed from a lavishly adorned office imbued with technological sophistication, piercing the air with its chilling resonance, as if it could penetrate the very soul of those who heard it. The Hydra soldiers, startled and tense, exchanged alarmed glances before rushing toward the source of the distressing cry. As they pushed open the door, the sight before them rendered them speechless. Alexander Pierce lay on the ground, contorted in an excruciatingly twisted pose, achieving an almost perfect split. His legs were splayed so widely that his genitals made intimate contact with the cold floor. The expression on his face was a grotesque mask of pain, making it impossible to discern his true identity. "Chief, are you all right?" One of the Hydra squad leaders, witnessing this scene, could not suppress the twitching of his lips, yet swiftly approached to assist Pierce. However, as he reached out to lift him, Pierce's body collapsed like a limp noodle, his legs once more spreading apart, creating a sight that was too distressing to behold. "Ah!" Pierce's scream echoed again, his eyes brimming with despair and fury. "Damn it!" he roared inwardly, questioning why such unbearable agony had befallen him. The Hydra soldiers struggled to stifle their laughter, their lips twitching uncontrollably as they internally mocked the situation. "Get up, you fool. We are trained soldiers, typically impervious to laughter, but this is truly becoming unbearable." The squad leader's mouth curved upward, but he quickly repressed it under Pierce's murderous glare and hurriedly helped him to his feet. In Washington, D.C., within a spacious conference room in the White House, the president sat at the head of the table, his demeanor serious and resolute. His voice brimmed with passion and determination. "Mutants and superhumans pose a tremendous threat to society. We must act decisively to eradicate them before they can take root." Just then, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and other officials displayed expressions of sheer terror, instinctively distancing themselves from the President as if confronted by something profoundly horrifying. "What is the matter with you?" The President paused. Perplexity etched across his features. "Do you not feel any pain?" The Vice President stammered. "Your scalp is rapidly decaying, festering with sores," the Secretary of Defense remarked, his pallor evident as he struggled to maintain composure, though fear laced his tone. The President froze, incredulity washing over him as he touched his scalp. As his fingers grazed the area, a clump of hair fell away, accompanied by a noxious discharge of putrid pus. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a visceral scream. "Ah, damn it, doctor!" Chaos erupted in the conference room, the President's cries echoing hauntingly in the air. What should have been a scene of horror instead elicited bemusement among the onlookers, their lips involuntarily curving into smiles. The President's hairless visage at that moment was quite unique, resembling a white egg with a rupture, oozing uncontrollably. "Secretary, quickly assist the President to the infirmary." The Minister of Defense spoke with an air of calmness. Yet a subtle glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he called out to the newly appointed Secretary of the President. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." The young secretary hurriedly approached the President, assisting him towards the medical room. However, the President faltered, collapsing to the ground with a thud, accompanied by a cry of anguish. Witnessing this scene, the young secretary could not help but twitch his lips, inwardly lamenting, "For heaven's sake, sir, your injury is on your head, not your feet." He promptly helped the President to his feet. Alas, the President's knees buckled once again, and he knelt down anew. The Vice President, the Minister of Defense, and the Secretary of State, observing this spectacle, struggled to contain their laughter, their lips stretching almost to their ears. Chapter 83. The Grim Reaper approaches in the Trident headquarters of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. A scream pierced the air, quickly followed by a chorus of painful exclamations. How excruciating. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Why is this so bizarre? A multitude of agents from the SHIELD Bureau were experiencing a series of unfortunate events. Some fell to the ground, others were struck by overhead light fixtures, and still others were seized by sudden, debilitating headaches, as if something were burrowing within their minds. To make matters worse, a third of the agents began to develop sores on their scalps and suppurating feet, writhing in agony. Those unfortunate souls in the restroom faced an even grimmer fate. Drenched in filth, enveloped by despair, the agents appeared ashen, embodying a profound sense of hopelessness. Crash. Damn it. A tremendous noise emanated from the director's office, where Nick Fury found himself flattened beneath a bookcase, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, both the Holy See and the Dark Council were engulfed in turmoil, a series of absurdities erupting. Some individuals inexplicably collapsed, others were struck by unseen forces, and peculiar rashes sprouted upon their bodies. The most unfortunate were those with sores on their scalps and suppurating feet, for neither light nor dark magic could offer them relief, rendering them overwhelmingly embarrassed. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm of the Heavenly Palace, Wang Chen was assuming the role of a farmer, cultivating a tea garden, an orchard, a medicinal herb garden, and an expanse of vegetables around the Tree of Life. It appeared that Wang Chen's agricultural prowess, as a descendant of Huaxia, was indeed extraordinary. How beautiful, how wondrous is the spring water beneath the Tree of Life. It is truly a miraculous tool for cultivation. Indeed. Sisters, let us gather some fruit to bring back. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada witnessed the vibrant green spiritual spring water cascading from Wang Chen's hands. Instantly, both fruit trees and medicinal herbs performed a miraculous transformation, flourishing and bearing fruit in a matter of moments. The air soon became saturated with a rich, fruity aroma, causing them to salivate uncontrollably. Seeing the fragrant bounty enveloping the mountains, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He had finally achieved the freedom of spiritual fruits and tea. Although these were merely low-level spiritual plants, he remained unperturbed. In the future, when he traversed the myriad realms, he could select a world abundant with spiritual flora and procure some seeds. With a flicker of his consciousness, a bright red apple soared into his hand. As he took a bite, a wave of sweet, aromatic flavor enveloped his palate, and a look of bliss crossed his face, accompanied by a hint of ethereal energy. It was truly a delightful experience. As he savored the apple, he mused that if an ordinary person were to consume such a spiritual fruit, it would undoubtedly strengthen their physique. Had he possessed this ability in his previous life, he would have amassed great wealth, rather than working as a deliverer man. However, he found himself financially secure now. Brother Chun, these fruits taste exquisite. Let me tend to these spiritual fruit trees and medicinal gardens from now on. Alice, with her silvery hair resembling an enchanting sprite, approached Wang Chen with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills and practice spells of various attributes, Wang Chen replied, guiding Alice with his words. A joyful smile illuminated Alice's delicate face as she nodded eagerly. Go and play with Feifei and the others. I shall return to the villa now, Wang Chen said to Alice before turning and stepping into the spatial doorway beneath the Tree of Life, returning to the villa. What else is there for me to engage in? Truly, this is exhausting, Wang Chen murmured, his gaze distant as he contemplated his arduous pursuit of fortune. What major events awaited him in the Marvel Universe? The Hulk battling the Abomination? Spider-Man? Alas, his mind was blank. Am I truly out of ideas? This is absurd. Could it be that I must wait for the great battle of the apples? That would take over a year. He pondered, suddenly recalling Thor. Never mind. I have no desire to provoke Odin right now. I'm weary. Let it all be destroyed. Wang Chen slumped despondently in his chair, initially believing that stirring up trouble would be simple. Upon reflection, he realized he was at a loss for how to proceed. Was he to become a rampaging killer? Well, it wasn't he entirely out of the question. If all else fails, he could always seek trouble with the Japanese devils. Wang Chen's eyes brightened as he sat up, a cold smile playing on his lips. The malevolent deities of the little devils were indeed numerous, yet the question lingered, no matter how many perished there. He felt no psychological burden. What mattered was how much fortune the little devils could muster. He had no desire to engage in futile endeavors. Stroking his chin, Wang Chen pondered deeply. Suddenly, an extraordinarily chilling and sinister wave swept across Big Apple City, interrupting his contemplation. A peculiar smile adorned his face. He had been contemplating stirring up trouble, and now, Fate had presented an opportunity right at his doorstep. How intriguing. Rising to his feet, Wang Chen waved his hand and stepped into a violet portal, emerging beside an empty street. Before him stood a colossal iron suspension bridge, linking Brooklyn and Manhattan. Was this the arrival of the Grim Reaper? Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, contemplating turning on his heel to depart. The cosmic deity, the goddess of death, was beyond his realm of influence. She was at least an existence of true immortality. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this was not pure death energy. It seemed to be some form of sorcery. Wang Chen paused, absorbing the magical aura emanating from the bridge. A bemused expression crossed his face, nearly startled by the title of the goddess of death. After all, why would a cosmic deity find amusement in hunting humans? Extending his consciousness to perceive the magic on the bridge, he confirmed that this was not the work of the goddess of death, but rather the sorcery of a wizard, albeit a rather peculiar one. This time, Wang Chen chose not to intervene. He was curious to observe the intentions of this individual, not wishing to meet an untimely demise himself. With a resounding crash, the massive suspension bridge's cables began to snap, and the entire structure gradually succumbed to collapse. Panic erupted among the people on the bridge, who frantically began to flee. Cries for help and wails of despair filled the air. Before long, the mighty bridge had completely crumbled, claiming countless lives. At one end of the bridge stood 8 terrified men and women who had miraculously escaped disaster. Yet they gazed helplessly at the river, bewildered and frantic. Indeed, the Grim Reaper had arrived. How fascinating. This was a collection of souls. Was this an endeavor for resurrection or healing? Wang Chen chuckled coldly, finally grasping the purpose of this individual. His eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he noticed a stream of black magic enveloping a cluster of souls, heading eastward. Wang Chen decided to follow the magical trail slowly, eager to uncover the true identity of this being. If it turned out to be a mere insignificant creature, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity and harness it for his own fortune. Chapter 84. Anubis. The black magic surged forth, sweeping countless souls into a magnificent edifice, vanishing from sight. In the grand expanse of New York City, the Metropolitan Museum of Art loomed before Wang Chen, its colossal Western architecture eliciting a twitch at the corners of his mouth. What an absurdity! How could such a bizarre entity exist within a museum? No. Wait. A statue of Anubis resided within its hallowed halls. A spark of recognition ignited within him as he recalled this pivotal clue. His excitement surged. How intriguing indeed. Anubis, the god of death in Egyptian mythology, filled him with anticipation for the forthcoming adventure. Without hesitation, Wang Chen quickened his pace toward the Metropolitan Museum. However, midway through his journey, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening ominously, an insidious aura permeating the air. A dreadful storm was silently brewing, as if heralding an ominous event. Furrowing his brow, he extended his consciousness to gauge the surrounding situation. Instantly, vivid images of the Metropolitan Museum and an adjacent structure materialized in his mind. He beheld the Anubis statue within the museum, inexplicably absorbing a vast multitude of souls, simultaneously devouring the divine energy emanating from the nearby building. It emanated a cacophony of wails, exuding a chilling black force of death that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, what astonished Wang Chen even more was the scene within the adjacent building. A colossal underground base emerged in his mind's eye, its entrance marked by the words Supernatural Investigation Defense Agency. Inside a grand hall, a stunning woman was ensnared by iron chains, exuding a dark aura and emitting eerie cries that sent chills coursing through one's veins. It was her sinister incantation, wrought through black magic, that conjured the cataclysmic celestial phenomenon. The base also housed a pair of strikingly handsome individuals, fixated upon the enchanting woman, while soldiers around them frantically fired their weapons at her. Was this the realm of mummies? What utter chaos! Anubis and Set, the Egyptian gods of death. Was this a father-son showdown? Wang Chen felt a crack in his composure. Should not the tale of mummies unfold in England? How had it ventured to New York City? Moreover, how could the god of death be intertwined with mummies? This was utterly absurd. Damn it! Why is the wind so fierce? I must seek shelter. The surrounding pedestrians roused Wang Chen from his reverie. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished from his location, reappearing atop the Metropolitan Museum. Gazing at the swirling sands and tempest above, he communicated with the primordial divine light within his consciousness, channeling its arcane runes. A brilliant display of 10 radiant colors erupted from his right hand as he, with an expression of indifference, gestured toward the sky. A magnificent spectacle of 10 splendid hues unfolded in the air, as the elemental forces of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the powers of wind, thunder, ice, electricity, and time coalesced within the primordial divine light, instantly freezing the gathering storm of yellow sands in midair. As the 10-colored divine light shimmered, the tempest gradually dissipated, vanishing completely. In the sky, a resplendent spectrum of 10 colors shimmered, akin to a radiant rainbow, exuding an air of mystery. Within the subterranean base of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Her face etched with horror as she cast a lingering glance at a handsome man. Breaking free from the iron shackles, she vanished eerily within the confines of the base. Wang Chen had been intently observing the enchanting woman. Her departure did not concern him, for had she not fled, where would he seek the eye of death? If his conjecture was correct, this was a fragment of a divine essence. Do not disappoint me, Wang Chen murmured with a smile, and his figure vanished. Reappearing in the hall of the Metropolitan Museum, where the statue of Anubis was displayed. You are truly hideous, resembling a patchwork abomination, Wang Chen silently critiqued as he gazed at the statue of Anubis. The figure bore a jackal's head, adorned with garments crafted from feathers, radiating an aura of dark death. Accompanied by the cacophony of ghostly wails, the statue rendered the visitors in the hall unconscious. Ah, wretched mortals! Offenders against the divine, I bestow upon you death. With this thunderous roar emanating from the statue of Anubis, a formidable pressure enveloped the entire hall. A phantasmal black shadow emerged from the statue, resembling a black hole that swiftly devoured surrounding souls and divine power, forming a monstrous silhouette of a wolf-headed humanoid towering over 2 meters. From the statue of Anubis, bronze began to crumble, ultimately leaving behind a fist-sized black gem, which transformed into a beam of darkness that merged with the wolf-beast silhouette. In an instant, the creature solidified under the influence of dark divine power, wielding a chain glowing with black radiance that surged toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen could not help but smirk at the absurd proclamations of these Western deities, weary of their theatrics. Surrounding him, a dazzling purple light erupted, first clearing the unconscious visitors from the hall, then conjuring the Hongmeng's sword, which clashed continuously with the black chain. Bang! 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 The hall resounded with a series of metallic clashes, sparks flying as the overwhelming noise shattered the atmosphere, alarm sirens blaring incessantly. Frowning, Wang Chen focused his thoughts, and the Hongmeng's sword instantly unsheathed, its scabbard transforming into a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire hall. Little deity, let us continue, Wang Chen commanded. Engaging in combat with Anubis's iron chains while a black and white divine light ignited in his hand, he swiftly propelled himself toward Anubis, illuminating the hall with a brilliant beam of black and white light. What manner of creature are you? Wretched mortal, you dare to desecrate the divine. Anubis roared in madness. As a phantom scale appeared before him, the scales of judgment erupted with an astonishing black divine light, and unexpectedly, Wang Chen's postnatal yin-yang divine light was drawn into the scales by its enigmatic force. Ha! Pitiful mortal, the might of the divine is beyond your comprehension. I shall bestow upon you the gift of death. Anubis cackled madly as he retracted the iron chains suspended in the air, forming a colossal black scythe alongside the ethereal scales. As the immense scythe took shape, Anubis's corporeal form became increasingly insubstantial, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse him. The scythe of death? Wang Chen glanced at the gigantic black scythe and felt a wave of dizziness. The purple lotus in his sea of consciousness emitted streams of purple light, devouring the power of death that encroached upon his mind. Only then did he regain his composure, though a flicker of horror passed through his eyes. Chapter 85. Fierce battle. Pitiful mortal, you possess considerable knowledge. Anubis, resembling a wolf, regarded Wang Chen with a gaze cold and filled with murderous intent, his voice echoing as though it emerged from the depths of an abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Now, transform into my power. With these words, the aura of the scythe in the air intensified, the surrounding space seemingly warped by his overwhelming presence. His divine avatar had only just awakened, and the divine power of death within him was scant. It was only thanks to the support of his father god's might that he could successfully detach from the statue and revive. At that moment, he regarded Wang Chen as prey, his eyes glimmering with greed and desire. Gods, how dare you? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression darkened considerably, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The 960 acupoints throughout his body unleashed an astonishing wave of power, each acupoint akin to a radiant star, brimming with boundless strength. The primordial sword materialized in his hand, its blade shimmering with dazzling purple light, akin to flames engulfing it. In that instant, Wang Chen seemed to transform into a god of war, exuding unparalleled majesty. However, the iron gates surrounding the exhibition hall ascended, and outside on the road, countless police officers shone with colorful lights, illuminating the hall as it became resplendent. Do not move. Raise your hands. Lower your weapons. As a cacophony of commands rang out, the police swiftly approached the exhibition hall, weapons drawn and aimed at Wang Chen. Upon hearing their voices, Wang Chen realized that the primordial sword in the air was countering the might of the scythe of death, and the surrounding light barriers dissipated. He coldly declared, "Those who wish to live, get out." At that moment, Anubis's grotesque canine visage revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine. With a subtle wave of his arm, the massive scythe surged forth like a ferocious black dragon, imbued with an aura of darkness and death, swiftly lunging towards Wang Chen. Meanwhile, an overwhelming wave of soul attacks emanated from the scythe of death, striking at Wang Chen's mental realm like an invisible torrent, inflicting unbearable agony upon him. How dare he? Faced with this sudden onslaught, Wang Chen could not help but roar in fury. Grasping the Hongmeng sword tightly in his hands, he felt a surge of formidable power rise within him. As his thoughts stirred, the Hongmeng sword instantly extended into a 3-zhang-long purple blade, shimmering with resplendent light, reminiscent of a colossal purple dragon. Without hesitation, Wang Chen swung the Hongmeng sword fiercely towards the scythe suspended in the air. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the atmosphere, as if the very heavens and earth quaked in response. The Hongmeng sword clashed violently with the scythe of death, generating an immense shockwave. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill, with all eyes fixated upon this breathtaking confrontation. Astonishingly, the scythe of death could not withstand the might of the Hongmeng sword, being severed into 2 segments in an instant. The remnants of the blade ignited with purple flames, releasing staggering heat that warped the surrounding air. Damn it! It's Mr. Wang. Retreat, retreat. Quickly. The police officers, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with dismay, unable to fathom how an ordinary individual could wield such tremendous power and a divine artifact. Those astute officers swiftly deduced the identity of this enigmatic figure, and they cried out in terror to withdraw, desperately attempting to escape this horrifying scene. However, Anubis had no intention of allowing these officers to flee so easily. The smile on his face froze, replaced by fury and resentment. He let out a piercing shriek. How could you possibly possess a divine artifact? Anubis furiously questioned Wang Chen, his voice laden with envy and bitterness, as though Wang Chen's possession of the artifact was an unforgivable transgression. Waves of soul shockwaves surged towards Wang Chen like an unrelenting tide, causing him to feel as if his very essence were being torn asunder. Within his consciousness, the purple lotus swiftly devoured the deathly forces encroaching upon him, sprouting a small black lotus leaf. Yet, anguish still marred his features. Outside the exhibition hall, the police endured similar torment. Some screamed in agony. Others repeatedly banged their heads against the ground, while others collapsed, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. This was the soul attack of Anubis, the howling of death, capable of directly assaulting the souls of individuals and subjecting them to endless suffering. Anubis's phantom wolf head emitted relentless black cries of death, like a dark wave swiftly radiating outward in all directions. The exhibition hall resonated with the sound of shattering objects, while outside, police cars erupted in violent explosions. Officers lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing and emitting chilling cries. The entire scene descended into chaos and panic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Wang Chen focused his thoughts, and a violet Dao bell emerged from his brow, soaring above his head and rapidly enlarging. A surge of purple energy manifested in his hands, directed towards the bell. With a resonant hum, the bell's sound waves swept across the venue, soothing the chaos as officers and bystanders swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Anubis, with a face twisted in anguish, gazed in disbelief at the primordial bell hovering above Wang Chen. How could this humble mortal possess such divine artifacts? Fool, do you truly believe I cannot vanquish you? Wang Chen declared, his hands waving as torrents of formidable energy cascaded from his palms, crashing against the primordial bell like relentless waves. With each infusion of power, the bell trembled violently, resonating with deep, distant chimes. These bell tolls coalesced into a formidable force, rippling toward Anubis. Feeling the immense pressure, Anubis's countenance darkened. Anger flickered in his eyes as the essence of death billowed behind him like a dark mist, coalescing into sharp, glistening feathers. These feathers, imbued with lethal intent, surged forth to collide with the waves of sound. Boom, boom. In the air, the sound waves clashed with the feathers, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Chapter 86. The Mummy One. Burn in the flames of the red lotus for your sins. Wang Chen bellowed, his visage twisted with madness. In that moment, a scarlet lotus flame ignited in his hands, seemingly defying the very fabric of space as it instantaneously crossed dimensions, landing squarely upon Anubis. In the blink of an eye, Anubis was engulfed in the red lotus flames, transformed into a blazing crimson torch. "Ah!" he shrieked in agony, his form writhing in torment under the relentless fire. Yet his cries did not cease. They intensified into anguished pleas. "No, the lowly ant, my father will avenge me." Despite enduring excruciating pain, Anubis refused to submit, glaring at Wang Chen with venomous eyes, hurling curses. "You shall face the wrath of the goddess of death." As the red lotus flames continued to blaze, Anubis's very soul ignited, his essence of death becoming the perfect fuel for the inferno, intensifying the flames further. The red lotus flame continues to evolve, swiftly transforming into a sixth-rank red lotus. With the endorsement of the death principle, the red lotus flame becomes increasingly terrifying and powerful, even devouring the fragments of Anubis's divine essence entirely. How troublesome! Upon witnessing the disappearance of Anubis in the sky, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In the Marvel Universe, deities are born from principles, which, at the very least, can only be wielded by Earth immortals, generating strands of immortal power. It is precisely because Wang Chen possesses the red lotus flame, a nemesis to Anubis, that he is able to confront this divine avatar. Otherwise, he would have been unable to defeat it. With a wave of his hand, the red lotus flame immediately materializes in his grasp, the sixth-rank lotus platform radiating an astonishing aura. He carefully stores it within the Hongmeng cauldron, while the Hongmeng sword diagram transforms into a sheath, merging with the Hongmeng sword into his dantian. After completing these actions, Wang Chen gazes at the unconscious police officers and pedestrians around him, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, a green divine light rises from his palm. With a sweep of his hand, the light descends upon the crowd, gradually awakening them. Seeing that everyone is unharmed, Wang Chen steps into a purple spatial gate and vanishes without a trace. "How delightful! My injuries have all healed. Thank God." "You should thank Mr. Wang instead." Yes, thank Mr. Wang. What was that monster just now? Who knows? It looked like a phantom werewolf. Damn it, it was Anubis, the Egyptian god of the dead. My heavens. As the police officers and pedestrians awaken, they are first filled with joy, then their faces contort with fear. However, the realization that they are all safe implies that Wang Chen has triumphed, granting them a semblance of security. The police continue to clean up the aftermath while the pedestrians hastily depart from this perilous place, leaving the once bustling Metropolitan Museum eerily quiet. Wang Chen appears in the outskirts of New Apple City, where a vast graveyard lies before him. He senses the divine consciousness he left on the enchanting mummy, clearly indicating that she is within. Extending his consciousness, the scene within the tomb swiftly unfolds in his mind. The captivating mummy is siphoning the life force of several individuals, her beauty becoming extraordinarily resplendent. She emits a howl within the corridor, causing the lights in the tomb to shatter, and the lifeless within it spring back to life. What in the world is this? The Crusaders are the armies of the church, right? How could they possibly appear in the Americas? Never mind the logic of it. Wang Chen's lips twitch continuously, but he recalls that America was founded with the church's support. Perhaps the Crusaders were dispatched beforehand. Wang Chen ceased his contemplations as the image of the exquisite mummy, ruthlessly vanquishing the soldiers of the Supernatural Defense Agency, resurfaced in his mind. Upon her arrival at the main tomb chamber, her minions knelt before her in reverence. She discovered a ruby within a coffin, her countenance alight with fervor as she embedded it into a dagger. "At last, you have been found." A smile of exhilaration graced Wang Chen's face as he instantaneously materialized within the tomb. With a burst of violet divine light emanating from his hand, he reached for the dagger that the beautiful mummy held, causing it to slip from her grasp and soar into his possession. The dagger erupted with a surge of dark, deathly power, nearly breaking free from Wang Chen's hold. "Behave." At that moment, radiant violet divine light burst forth from Wang Chen's hand as he tightened his grip on the dagger, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "You thought you could escape now that you are in my hands?" Concurrently, the purple lotus within Wang Chen's consciousness began voraciously absorbing the power of death emanating from the dagger, its once obsidian leaves rapidly flourishing. Wang Chen perceived this transformation with clarity, a smile of delight gracing his features as he mused. So this is the power of the laws of death. The taste of being the sixth indeed has its merits. It is no wonder so many desire to attain such a status. However, the beautiful mummy, now awakening from her stupor, recognized that the dagger had fallen into Wang Chen's hands. A surge of fury ignited within her, and she let out a piercing roar directed at him. Waves of black, deathly shockwaves surged forth like a tide, as the mummies within the tomb began to converge upon him. Yet, Wang Chen maintained his smile, surrounded by a radiant purple protective aura, showing no regard for the beautiful mummy. Her deathly roar failed to penetrate even his defensive barrier, let alone affect the surrounding minuscule mummies. The violet divine light surrounding him intensified, igniting the mummies around him, instilling fear even within the beautiful mummy as she gazed upon Wang Chen. At that moment, a vengeful spirit led a handsome couple into the tomb. Upon witnessing the mummies engulfed in crimson flames, including the beautiful mummy, they realized they had been deceived by the spirit and had walked into their own demise. The main character has arrived. The vessel chosen by the god of death. Set. No need for a special search. You have come to me. Wang Chen retracted his violet divine light, his expression bright with mirth as he regarded the couple. The malevolent deity from the Marvel universe had been subdued by the temple mage, and to descend upon Earth, a vessel was required. And this unfortunate soul had been chosen as Set's host. What? Nick exclaimed in shock, his gaze darting between Wang Chen and the beautiful mummy. Now convinced of Wang Chen's words. Who are you? Jenny questioned, her face betraying skepticism as she confronted Wang Chen. Chapter 87. The Mummy 2 Beauty. Did no one ever instruct you to possess a sense of reverence? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Jenny's words, Wang Chen suppressed his smile and replied with a cold demeanor. Jenny's cheeks flushed with anger. Just as she was about to retort, Nick restrained her, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. The enchanting mummy, noticing Wang Chen's conversation with the two, darkened her expression. Suddenly, a short sword materialized in her hand, and in an instant, she vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wang Chen, aiming a lethal strike at his back. However, in that fleeting moment, her countenance shifted dramatically. A thin veil of purple radiance obstructed her blade, and the dark force of death could not penetrate Wang Chen's defenses. You are truly courting death. Wang Chen's expression was frigid, revealing a hint of impatience. He had intended to toy with her a little longer, but this beguiling mummy had chosen her own demise. Thus, let her meet her end. The purple divine light emanating from Wang Chen surged intensely, unleashing a formidable aura that instantly sent the mummy flying, crashing against the tomb's wall with a resounding thud. A streak of crimson-red flame manifested in Wang Chen's grasp as he directed it towards the alluring mummy. Amidst her terror-stricken visage, he ignited her. No, how could I possibly perish? She shrieked. The deathly power that had ensured her immortality had, in this moment, become her death knell. She wailed incessantly as the red lotus flame blossomed upon her, and in the blink of an eye, she was reduced to ashes. The red flame transformed into a beam of light that entered Wang Chen's dantian, returning to the Hongmeng Ding. A mere mummy, effortlessly subdued. Wang Chen gazed at the ashes strewn on the ground, brimming with pride. He felt immensely satisfied with the power of the red lotus flame, believing that it now truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Yet, he knew this was merely the beginning. The red lotus flame had vast potential for enhancement and required continuous evolution to unleash even greater strength. With this thought, Wang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Meanwhile, Jenny, witnessing the mummy that had tormented them so easily vanquished by Wang Chen, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Her eyes widened in astonishment as fear and shock filled her heart. What the hell? Nick exclaimed, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated Wang Chen's formidable prowess, able to effortlessly defeat the enchanting mummy. At the same time, influenced by the god of death, Set, Nick's consciousness began to clash with Set's. At times, his own awareness gained the upper hand, revealing a look of delight. At other moments, Set's consciousness surged forth, snarling menacingly at Wang Chen. Humph, a mere mark. Do you truly believe it can stir up any storm? Wang Chen regarded Nick with disdain, a smirk of derision gracing his features as he contemplated silently. He was aware that Nick had succumbed to Seth's influence, and that the mark upon him was merely a means by which Seth sought to manifest on Earth. Hold on. Fight for your body, or else you shall surely perish. Wang Chen whispered to Nick, his voice laced with an undercurrent of warning. Simultaneously, a radiant interplay of black and white light emanated from Wang Chen's hands, enveloping Nick in an instant. This dual-hued luminescence resembled two mysterious forces entwined, coalescing into a formidable power primarily affecting his very soul. Oh, roar! The anguished cries and furious roars of Nick, shrouded in the black and white divine light, echoed with astonishing intensity. His body began to tremble violently, as if enduring excruciating torment. Witnessing this scene, Jenny covered her mouth in fear, her eyes wide with terror, as she gazed at Nick, unable to fathom the unfolding events, her heart brimming with anxiety and dread. Wang Chen regarded Nick with a cold indifference, his gaze devoid of any compassion. The mystical energy within him surged rapidly, his aura growing ever more powerful. The postnatal yin-yang divine light in his hands radiated with an even more resplendent brilliance, resembling a dazzling black and white sun. He exerted greater force, striving to expel the mark left by Seth from Nick's being. The laws of this world felt exceedingly abstract. How could the yin-yang principle be so disregarded here? Wang Chen mused, his brow furrowed as he fell into contemplation. He resolved to harness a greater quantity of mystical energy, leveraging numerical superiority to extract Seth's mark. Simultaneously, he pondered how to better comprehend the power of the laws in this realm, to wield them more effectively. Oh! Nick's countenance twisted in agony, his lamentations growing increasingly harrowing. At that moment, an ethereal black rune suddenly emerged from his head, exuding a strange and unsettling aura. Finally, it has appeared. The Hongming bell surged forth from Wang Chen's brow, radiating a mystical purple brilliance. The bell's mouth swiftly consumed the black phantom rune as Wang Chen's hands began to form intricate seals, an unceasing flow of purple mystical symbols directed towards the Hongming bell, sealing the black rune entirely. After emitting a powerful burst of purple light, the Hongming bell swiftly vanished into Wang Chen's brow. Ha! The power of the death rule is finally within my grasp. Wang Chen exclaimed, elated with laughter. The death rule within Seth's mark was undoubtedly a precious treasure for Wang Chen. After all, in the Marvel Universe, reincarnation did not exist. Souls had become the nourishing essence of these powers. This also elucidated why those malevolent deities so desperately sought to invade the realm of reality. Nick, are you all right? Jenny rushed to his side, noticing Nick slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. I'm fine. Nick's complexion turned ashen as he waved his hand dismissively. In gratitude for your assistance in acquiring the power of the death rule, I shall bestow upon you a favor. A cerulean radiance erupted from Wang Chen's palm, cascading over Nick in a shimmering embrace. Ah, how delightful! Nick moaned in sheer bliss, while beside him, Jenny, touched by the delicate azure light, experienced a similar euphoria, though she stifled her cries, her cheeks flushed with color. Observing this scene, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly. He waved his hand, and a violet portal materialized before him, into which he stepped and vanished. Once Wang Chen disappeared, Jenny could no longer contain her cries of pleasure, and soon a series of moans escaped her lips as she lunged towards Nick, tangling them both in a fervent embrace. The chamber echoed with the sounds of their passionate union, growing louder and resonating endlessly. Chapter 88. Dual Cultivation. Wang Chen returned to the third floor of the villa, his face betraying an uncontainable smile as he walked directly into the portal of the celestial cave, arriving beneath the Tree of Life. Transforming into a streak of light, he entered the palace atop the mountain. Seated cross-legged within the grand hall, Wang Chen summoned his mental focus to activate the palace's defensive barriers. Once these tasks were completed, he cautiously called forth the Scarlet Lotus of Karma Fire. A brilliant crimson 6th-grade lotus floated before him, exuding an enigmatic aura. Wang Chen's expression turned grave as he abruptly waved his arm, and the Scarlet Lotus of Karma Fire transformed into a dazzling red beam, swiftly entering his brow. He quickly concentrated his mind within his sea of consciousness. Within this realm, the Scarlet Lotus of Karma Fire soared like a blazing bird, heading straight for the primordial 10,000 path wheel. Upon contact, it unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, revitalizing the wheel, which began to emit 10 radiant hues and spin at an astonishing velocity. Simultaneously, the violet light emanating from the purple lotus intensified, greedily absorbing the energy released by the Scarlet Lotus and the remnants of the Death Rule's power. At this moment, the primordial bell descended quietly within the lotus space, aligning perfectly at the center of the primordial 10,000 path wheel. The Scarlet Lotus of Karma Fire enveloped the primordial bell, causing the black runes of death from the deity set to undergo continual refinement, releasing waves of Death Rule energy. This power was swiftly consumed by the purple lotus, while Wang Chen's primordial spirit felt invigorated, growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit expanded to a height of 9 zhong, radiating a majestic purple glow, embodying an aura of authority and mystery. A 12th grade violet lotus mark on his brow began to emit a soft luminescence as he opened his eyes. Twin beams of purple brilliance shot forth, striking the palace's barriers and creating ripples of energy. Behind him manifested a towering figure, 9 zhang high, holding a divine sword in its left hand and supporting a sacred cauldron with its right. A celestial wheel spun behind, and at its center floated a Daoist bell, exuding an overwhelming might that relentlessly assailed the palace's protective barriers. Crack! Wang Chen heard the sound of the barriers shattering and promptly reigned in his formidable aura, instantly reverting to an ordinary appearance, albeit with extraordinary handsomeness. His hair, invigorated by an abundance of life force, cascaded down to his waist. Indeed, cultivation is a process of life's evolution, a gradual realization of life's transcendence, akin to the postnatal reversing the prenatal in the primordial world. It seems that knowledge from the Marvel Universe holds some value after all, as Wang Chen felt the immense strength of his physique, magical power, spiritual energy, and the increasingly refined force of the laws. A divine light of enlightenment flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, streams of pink energy emanated from his body, wrapping around him instantaneously, turning his form a vivid crimson. His younger brother was not faring any better. A pink hue appearing on his face, with a red glimmer flashing in his eyes. Damn it, that cursed Seth. Aren't you supposed to be the god of death? What in the world is this maddening force of desire? Wang Chen scowled angrily, channeling all his magical and spiritual power to suppress the overwhelming force of desire within him. A resplendent purple light radiated from him, yet the feeble pink energy disregarded his magical prowess and spiritual strength, growing ever more potent. This is unbearable. The pink light in Wang Chen's eyes flickered incessantly, his body on the verge of exploding from the force of desire. He restrained his magical energy, and with a flash of purple light, he vanished from the palace. On the 3rd floor of the villa, Wang Chen emerged from the spatial portal, his face ashen. Scanning with his consciousness, he saw Lu Feifei and the others frolicking in the living room. In an instant, he appeared among them. Chen, you're back. Chen, take us with you next time. I feel incredibly strong right now. I want to go too. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada encircled Wang Chen, joyously chattering upon his arrival. As he beheld Lu Feifei and the others, the flickering pink light in his eyes intensified, and he struggled to maintain control. Biting the tip of his tongue, the sharp pain afforded him a moment of clarity. I have encountered a problem and need to cultivate a new technique with you all. Follow me, Wang Chen declared, and without waiting for their response, he waved his hand. A purple light enveloped them, and they were instantly transported to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Wang Chen suppressed the restlessness of his body, resolved without a moment's hesitation. With his hands forming intricate seals, he conjured 4 black and white runes that instantly penetrated the foreheads of Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, entering their consciousness. This was a genuine dual cultivation technique known as the yin-yang harmonious union. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada became enraptured in the profound essence of the technique. Wang Chen, no longer hesitating, directed his spiritual intent to activate the defensive array of the ZY Daogong, concentrating an immense amount of spiritual energy within the confines of the bedroom, which was soon enveloped in a beautiful, ethereal purple haze. Once these preparations were complete, Wang Chen, alongside Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, commenced their practice of the yin-yang harmonious union. Before long, the room was filled with the melodious sounds of love's applause, resonating through the azure mist. As time flowed steadily, a mysterious and resplendent vision began to manifest within the bedroom. The black and white Tai Chi symbol slowly rotated, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries and strength. The azure spiritual energy surged like a tide, continuously merging with the Tai Chi symbol, creating a wondrous aura. Wang Chen sat serenely in the position of Yang, resembling a majestic mountain, exuding a stable and powerful presence. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada sat gracefully in the position of Yin, their forms elegant and delicate, as if they were one with their surroundings. In this enigmatic atmosphere, the forces of Yin and Yang flowed like a refreshing spring, cleansing the minds and bodies of all present. This sensation was akin to being amidst the heavens and the earth, experiencing the bounties of nature and the mysteries of the cosmos. The circulation of Yin and Yang energies brought tranquility and peace to their souls, while simultaneously awakening the latent potential within their bodies. Wang Chen sensed the dissipating force of desire within him, replaced by a fresh and pure essence. His body crackled with energy, as if something profound was awakening and breaking through within. His acupoints opened one after another, akin to gateways leading to new realms. The magical power within him, nourished by the transformative force of yin and yang, became ever more refined and vast, as if boundless strength was surging forth. For Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, the benefits they reaped were beyond imagination. Their bodies shimmered with the four hues of black, white, azure, and red, resembling four resplendent pearls radiating captivating brilliance. Their dantians, under the influence of the transformative power of yin and yang, were continuously being enhanced and expanded, enriching their reservoir of magical energy. Their physiques gradually aligned with the innate Tao body, becoming stronger and more resilient. Simultaneously, their realms ascended rapidly, akin to rockets soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 89. Sudden awakening. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wang Chen opened his eyes to behold four enchanting figures before him. A slight smile graced his lips as he reveled in the moment. Upon his arrival in this world, he yearned for freedom and adventure. However, with the emergence of the primordial mirror, thoughts of ascending to greatness took root within him. For a time, these aspirations were forgotten, until unexpectedly, the seductive force of Seth assisted him in realizing his dreams, bestowing upon him a plethora of benefits. Wang Chen felt the vast reservoir of magical power surging through his being, as the bloodline runes within his heart continued to evolve. The forces of yin and yang, the five elements, wind, thunder, ice, electricity, time, space, reincarnation, and death gradually aligned towards the power of the rules. He couldn't help but express his gratitude towards Seth. Seth, the god of death, you are truly magnificent. Thank you, my friend. Upon encountering Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, who were also reaping substantial rewards and diligently absorbing and refining their gains, he refrained from interrupting them. With a wave of his hand, a portal to the celestial palace materialized in his bedroom, releasing a torrent of azure and violet spiritual energy that enveloped the four women. Having completed these tasks, Wang Chen teleported to the grand hall, his spirits lifted as he began to brew tea, relishing the rare moments of leisure. The primordial mirror joyfully rolled within his consciousness, hinting at the significant fortune he had acquired. Wang Chen summoned a minimalist interface. Name, Wang Chen Realm. Immortal Path, refined spirit returning to void, great accomplishment. Martial Path, human immortal, minor accomplishment. Lifespan, 2,808 divine powers. 10,000 path tribulation body. In development, 10,000 path incantations. In development, divine powers, primordial divine light. Reincarnation divine light. Postnatal yin-yang divine light. Postnatal 5 elements divine light. Red lotus karma fire. Ice soul divine light spells. Sword control technique. Soul refinement technique. Transformation technique. Universe technique. Alchemy technique. Artifact refinement technique. Talisman technique. Martial arts. Primordial 10,000 path will projection of all heavens. 226 restoration. 18 my innate divine powers have changed? Have they evolved? Still the 10,000 path. Wang Chen examined the two innate divine powers but found nothing discernible. They remained shrouded in mystery, impenetrable by his consciousness. He shrugged, no longer dwelling on this enigma, and turned his attention back to the interface. Noticing he had two opportunities to project all heavens, he nodded in satisfaction. As for restoring the primordial mirror, he decided to leave it to fate. After closing the interface, he ventured into the living room and turned on the television. The news reported a robbery at the Metropolitan Museum, along with information about mutant healing serums and a hearing involving Tony Stark, which made him roll his eyes. Freedom for America? It seems to be the freedom of the powerful and the wealthy. Not a single truthful statement in the news. Wait, am I not wealthy as well? Then it's all good. What about the president? The incantation powers are lacking too. Tony Stark is quite the fighter, truly impressive. The American government seems to have its eyes on mutants again. The scene is set for the appearance of Magneto. However, this time, he is depicted as a youthful version, and the Dark Phoenix is notably absent. It seems the American government is in for a rough time. Oh, old Magneto, please do not let my expectations down. It would be splendid if you could conjure up a magnetic field. As long as the mutants hold their ground, I shan't worry about the forces of destiny. After a brief period of banter, Wang Chen gradually became exhilarated, wearing a face full of schadenfreude. The seeds he had sown were finally about to sprout. This time, he intended to revel in the spectacle until the very end. He no longer had to toil for a mere hint of fortune and could finally indulge in a taste of freedom. Suddenly, Wang Chen's expression darkened, and he vanished from the living room, reappearing atop a towering skyscraper, coldly observing the battle below. In a sparsely populated street of Chinatown, A fully armed team of special operatives clad in black uniforms was apprehending a group of mutants, accompanied by several robots. This squad of mutants, consisting of 6 individuals, was led by a striking woman wielding a katana made of telekinetic energy, fiercely battling the robots. Behind her stood 4 mutants, presumably possessing physical abilities, who could only dodge incessantly, while a young girl with green hair, around 7 or 8 years old, provided support. This small team, aided by the robots, launched a frenzied barrage against the mutants, firing upon them with manic smiles plastered on their faces. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat. The green-haired girl appeared pale, exerting her metal-controlling powers to shield her companions from the onslaught of bullets, helplessly crying out, "Sister Ling Dai, I can't hold on any longer. Don't be afraid, little Lorna. I'm coming." Ling Dai swung her telekinetic blade with tremendous force, cleaving a robot in 2, a triumphant smile gracing her face. She then turned to the 4 muscular young men and scolded, "You useless lot. Do you expect Lorna to protect you too?" Their faces flushed crimson, anger flashing in their eyes, yet they quickly regained their composure. These pursuers were utterly shameless, employing such despicable means as firearms, while they were left with no recourse. Ling Dai swiftly moved to Lorna's side, her telekinetic energy surging forth like a tidal wave, halting the incoming bullets mid-air, as if time itself had been frozen. A seductive smile played on her lips as she snapped her fingers, causing the suspended bullets to change direction and hurtle towards the pursuing squad. To this turn of events, the chase team exhibited no signs of fear, remaining remarkably calm. One burly man with a thick beard immediately shouted, "Unit 003, initiate defense." Suddenly, a robot beside them emitted a crimson glow in its eyes, dashing forward with astonishing speed to shield the entire pursuit team with 2 massive shields that materialized on its arms. In an instant, the only sound that echoed through the scene was a cacophony of clanging metal. Upon witnessing this, Ling Dai's expression darkened. They were in deep trouble. Who were these people? And why were they so intent on capturing them? You might as well surrender. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Even your corpses can serve our purpose. The bearded man declared with smug satisfaction. Who are you? Why are you pursuing us? Ling Dai demanded angrily. Attack. The bearded man commanded, a flicker of derision in his eyes. His team, upon receiving the order, unleashed a torrent of gunfire directed at the mutants. Meanwhile, the robot that Ling Dai had sliced apart had already restored itself and rejoined the fray. The sound of rapid gunfire filled the air. How shameless. Ling Dai's face turned pale as she summoned her psychic energy to deflect the incoming assault. Lorna, trembling, waved her tiny hands, providing support. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 90, Annihilation. Damn it. Is everyone out to annoy me? The Sentinel Special Forces are gone, and now the Sentinel robots have emerged? Clearly, I have been too lenient. Wang Chen's face was suffused with fury as he observed the chaos below. He had previously instructed Ross that no organization resembling the Sentinel Special Forces was to operate within Chinatown, yet this faction had appeared, treating his words as mere trifles. Wang Chen's expression turned cold as he instantly materialized behind the team. His internal magical energy surged as he raised his right hand, striking the air. A massive purple handprint, spanning 5 yards, manifested above them, the creation of the Great Caesar. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as if struck by a colossal hand, creating a crater the size of a palm. The team was crushed like ants beneath a giant's foot, their remains a gruesome sight. Only the bearded man stood, bewildered and trembling, his eyes wide with uncontrollable terror. His face turned as pale as parchment, and his pants were instantaneously soaked. The scene left Ling Dai and the others astounded, their eyes widened and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg within. Lorna, frightened, clung tightly to Ling Dai, shivering in his embrace, yet unable to resist stealing glances at Wang Chen. In a flash, Wang Chen appeared before the bearded man like a specter. His right hand gently rested upon the top of the bearded man's head, and a mysterious violet light burst forth from his palm. He invoked an enigmatic technique known as soul refinement, channeling his spiritual energy into the depths of the bearded man's consciousness. During this process, the man's memories flickered through Wang Chen's mind like a cinematic reel. He meticulously scrutinized each detail until he ultimately discerned the location of the Trask headquarters. Upon confirming his objective, he slowly withdrew his hand. At that moment, the bearded man had completely lost consciousness. His gaze was vacant, his mouth foaming, and his body convulsed uncontrollably, having succumbed to incontinence. He was utterly incapacitated, posing no further threat. Observing his pathetic state, Wang Chen furrowed his brow and extended his right hand, unleashing a bolt of violet flame that instantly consumed the bearded man. Subsequently, a radiant yellow light flickered in Wang Chen's palm as he swept his hand over the pit in the ground, which was immediately filled and transformed into a solid surface. Wang Chen cast a glance at Ling Dai and the others before withdrawing his gaze, communicating with the spatial runes to conjure a violet portal before him. He stepped into it and vanished without a trace. "Wow, how impressive! Who is this big brother?" exclaimed little Luana, sliding down from Ling Dai's side, her face alight with excitement, completely shedding the fear she had earlier displayed. "Perhaps I know who he is," Ling Dai murmured with a smile. Having only heard of Wang Chen and knowing that he had an agreement with the military, forbidding the emergence of organizations akin to the Sentinel Special Task Force in Chinatown. Otherwise, why would she have ventured toward this area? "Who is it? Sister Ling Dai, please tell me," little Luana urged, shaking Ling Dai's arm with impatience. "He is an exorcist named Wang Chen," Ling Dai replied with a smile. "Sister, let us seek his protection, then we won't have to hide anymore," little Luana suggested eagerly. "Let us wait and see," Ling Dai replied, uncertain about whether they should approach Wang Chen, only offering a perfunctory response to Luana. "Oh," the smile faded from Luana's face, replaced by a look of discontent. In San Francisco, a violet portal materialized atop the Trask Industrial Headquarters. Wang Chen emerged from the portal with an expression of indifference, his formidable spiritual power enveloping the entire building in an instant, transporting him to a vast underground research facility. Within the facility, numerous captured mutant subjects were held captive, and various laboratories contained mutant organs and severed limbs preserved in formaldehyde. Approximately 200 individuals clad in white lab coats were interspersed throughout the facility, conducting experiments amidst the incessant cries of the mutants. "Ah, splendid. This truly evokes memories of my time within the laboratory." As Wang Chen beheld the incessant images flashing through his mind, an overwhelming fury manifested upon his countenance. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue, and a scarlet flame erupted from his brow, weaving through the ether towards the individuals within the experimental base. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with anguish. "Ah, it burns. It hurts so much." The cacophony of distress echoed throughout the vast facility, where figures ignited like torches, their screams and wails permeating the air. The base's defense systems, detecting Wang Chen's presence, emitted a piercing alarm. "Who is that?" a diminutive figure in an opulent office exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he surveyed the chaos within the base. "The AI has identified him as Wang Chen," a young staff member responded, fear evident in his voice, clearly aware of Wang Chen's formidable reputation. "What? How could Wang Chen be here?" the figure, Trask, questioned incredulously, his expression one of shock. "The first squad is pursuing the UFO and Lorna, who have breached Chinatown," a portly man relayed, panic-stricken as he reviewed the surveillance footage. "Damn it, George. How did we provoke this lunatic?" Trask fumed, his eyes glinting with malice. "Deploy all sentry robots and eliminate him." "Yes, boss." "Understood, boss." The team responded promptly, eager to avoid becoming mere torches themselves. Wang Chen cast a cold glance at the ignited personnel, his fury somewhat abated. Sensing the sentry robots dispatched by the diminutive figure, he smirked. This time, he had no intention of retreating. The sentry robots surrounded him, initiating their assault. In an instant, beams of light, bolts of lightning, flames, and telekinetic forces surged toward Wang Chen. "Is this all they've got?" Wang Chen found the onslaught somewhat amusing. He pondered how mutants had fallen to these sentry robots. Were they truly so inept? With a resolute determination, Wang Chen unleashed his full might. A colossal purple halo, measuring over 10 feet in diameter, manifested above his head, radiating a spectrum of brilliant colors. As this radiant wheel appeared, the myriad energies hurtling toward him were swiftly obliterated. A supreme will, unparalleled and destructive, swept through the entire base, rendering 400 to 500 Sentinel robots immobile in an instant. While even the diminutive figures in the office were pressed to the ground, bear witness to annihilation. As Wang Chen's words echoed, the Sentinel robots were reduced to ash beneath the glow of a radiant halo. In a flash, Wang Chen materialized within the office, his divine pressure radiating outward, transforming the staff into mere puddles of despair, leaving only the diminutive figure in shock, staring at him in horror. Wang Chen's hands shimmered with violet light as a chain of purple energy formed, deftly ensnaring Trask. He then teleported them outside the headquarters of Trask Industries, where he unleashed a powerful punch upon the towering edifice. A violet imprint sliced through the sky, striking the more than 300-meter-high Trask Industries building, which gradually succumbed to an enigmatic force, vanishing from existence. The diminutive Trask, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. Chapter 91. A warning to the monkeys. Crimson flames erupted from the depths of the earth, merging into Wang Chen's brow. He cast a cold smile at the now-melted Trask, and with a wave of his hand, a violet portal materialized before him. He tugged on the chain, dragging Trask through the portal, which flickered and vanished. This is terrifying. What on earth is happening? Has there been a mutant uprising? How could such a massive building simply disappear? Ordinary employees and onlookers fleeing from the Trask building were stricken with terror, fervently discussing the unbelievable scene they had just witnessed. In Washington, D.C., within the grand confines of the White House, a significant assembly was underway, comprising the President, Vice President, Secretary of Defense, Speaker of the House, Secretary of State, and Secretary of the Treasury, all deliberating on matters concerning mutants and extraordinary beings. Suddenly, a violet portal appeared in the air, prompting the President, who was contorted in pain, to immediately press the alarm. The piercing sound of sirens reverberated throughout the expansive halls of the White House. Upon hearing the alarm, agents of the Secret Service rushed toward the meeting room, weapons drawn, their expressions grim as they burst into the chamber, aiming their firearms at the hovering violet portal. Wang Chen emerged, dragging Trask with him, and upon seeing the President's head resembling a greasy white egg, he nearly burst into laughter, struggling to maintain a facade of indifference. The Secret Service agents, taken aback by Wang Chen's audacity, wore expressions of fierce determination as they trained their weapons on him, ready to pull the trigger. The President, witnessing the agents' readiness for action, felt a surge of urgency. He certainly did not wish for his demise, and he shouted nervously, "Stop." The members of the Secret Service changed their expressions upon hearing the President's command. Although they did not fully comprehend his intentions, they lowered their weapons. Wang Chen observed the President's actions with a cold smile, his face betraying disdain. He forcefully tossed a Trask onto the conference table and surveyed the high-ranking American officials present with a frigid gaze. His voice icy as he remarked, "The Sentinel Secret Service is gone, yet you have conjured a Sentinel robot. It seems you are determined to eliminate me." The President, Vice President, Secretary of Defense, Speaker of the House, Secretary of State, and Secretary of the Treasury felt a surge of anger at Wang Chen's audacity. Yet the thought of his formidable power and unpredictable behavior compelled them to suppress their fury, revealing a sense of helplessness. At that moment, the Secretary of Defense forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, in an attempt to diffuse the tension. "Mr. Wang, could there be some misunderstanding? We can certainly discuss this amicably." However, Wang Chen offered no opportunity for explanation. Interrupting the Secretary of Defense with a mocking laugh, "This man sent people to my doorstep to incite trouble, and William Strick is intent on eliminating me, while you plot my demise here. Is this not the truth?" As his words echoed in the room, an air of invincibility radiated from Wang Chen, a domineering pressure enveloping the entire conference room, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. "Since you wish to play, let us play," he declared. "Is it not your intention to toy with nuclear weapons?" Wang Chen's eyes shimmered with a violet light as he fixed his gaze upon the Secretary of Defense, who stood frozen in place, unable to move. In an instant, Wang Chen seized the coordinates of the nuclear bomb in his mind, his face contorting into a cruel smile as he vanished from the conference room. Such arrogance. The President, seated at the head of the table, was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of rage as he shouted. The other American officials wore grim expressions, yet they refrained from echoing the President's words. The Secretary of Defense, his face pale with panic, exhibited a profound fear, still shaken from his earlier immobilization. "Mr. President, we must ascertain Wang Chen's intentions," the Secretary of Defense calmly suggested, glancing at the diminutive figure on the table with visible disgust. "Surely, he cannot be contemplating detonating a nuclear bomb?" The Vice President's face paled, and he exclaimed in horror. Upon utterance of these words, the conference room fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Boom, boom. Outside the White House, 3 black bombs, over 3 meters long, appeared in the courtyard. "What is this? This is a nuclear bomb. Ah, damn it. We must flee this place at once." The tourists in the square were initially exhilarated, indulging in their refreshments, but their joy quickly dissipated into terror when a nuclear bomb was recognized by a certain deity. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the square, rousing everyone in the conference room. A Secret Service agent rushed to the window to survey the situation, his hair standing on end, cold sweat soaking his attire. "Mr. President, that lunatic Wang Chen has brought a nuclear bomb to the White House." "Damn it," exclaimed the President, his frustration palpable. "That despicable fool. He has truly lost his mind." The high-ranking officials of America erupted in chaos. Their voices a cacophony of curses as they struggled to mask their panic and fear. Do you still like this gift? Shall I detonate it and see if I can perish? Wang Chen appeared at the window of the conference room, a mocking smile adorning his face as he reveled in the officials' disarray. Wang Chen, what on earth do you intend to do? The Secretary of Defense demanded, rising in fury. His face contorted with rage, while the others cast him looks of animosity. I do not wish to do anything. I had no desire to engage with you, but you buzz around me like a swarm of flies. I wouldn't mind swatting you down. I am certain there are countless individuals in America who would eagerly take your places. The smile vanished from Wang Chen's face, his voice turning as frigid as ice. Unrestrained in his declaration, he flicked his fingers toward the trust on the conference table, a beam of purple divine light striking him instantaneously, exploding in a shower of terror and staining the officials present with blood. You. The Secretary of Defense, disgusted, wiped the blood from his face, rendered speechless by fear, while the other high-ranking officials retched at the sudden onslaught of gore. Remember this scene well, if there is a next time. The White House may no longer need to exist. Wang Chen threatened maniacally, and with that, he vanished from the conference room, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Ah, it hurts. I'm in agony. The president suddenly screamed, as numerous black spots began to sprout on his body, oozing pus, while the sores on his head worsened, plunging him into torment. A deep chill enveloped the American government officials witnessing the spectacle. Chapter 92, The Storm Hua-Du, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support, Director's Office. Nick Fury sat in his chair, unable to suppress a radiant smile. The internal cleansing within S.H.I.E.L.D. had progressed smoothly, and although they had faced recent misfortunes, it seemed that the members of Hydra were faring far worse, suffering from sores on their heads and pus oozing from their feet. Nick Fury, at that moment, found himself in a haze of confusion, yet upon recalling Wang Chen's ominous words about casting a curse upon them, the entire sequence of events became clear. Indeed, this curse proved to be quite advantageous. He felt a deep gratitude towards Pierce's reckless actions. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone jolted Nick Fury back to reality. Frowning, he answered the call. What? 3 nuclear bombs have appeared at the White House Plaza, and they were unleashed by Wang Chen? He has taken down Trask? The president is now afflicted, suffering from festering wounds and a body in decay. Very well, I understand. I shall dispatch someone to coordinate this. After hanging up the phone, Fury's lips began to twitch uncontrollably as he could not help but curse. Damn it. Meanwhile, in a luxurious seaside villa in Los Santos, Tony Stark was enjoying a delightful meal with Pepper, their laughter creating an atmosphere of warmth. Sir, there is a breaking news update that you might want to see. Jarvis's voice interjected. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Tony replied nonchalantly, Jarvis, go ahead and play it. Certainly, sir. A white screen descended from the wall of the dining room, projecting a video. The footage began with Wang Chen delivering a devastating blow that obliterated the Trask industrial building, followed by images of the 3 nuclear bombs appearing at the White House Plaza, accompanied by Jarvis's narration. Mr. Wang has publicly dismantled Trask in the presence of numerous high-ranking officials, the reason being that a squad and Sentinel robots invaded Chinatown, while the American government remains restless, deliberating on how to deal with mutants and extraordinary beings, including Mr. Wang Chen. My goodness, exclaimed Pepper, her delicate features etched with a hint of concern as she absorbed the gravity of the situation. How bold. Tony Stark's lips twitched slightly. Had the government truly forgotten past grievances so soon? Just after reconciling, they were already plotting his demise. It was a miracle that Wang Chen had not utterly obliterated the White House in his fury. Pepper continued her meal, dismissing the matter, reassured that the young man from Huaxia was indestructible. Well, all right then. As thoughts of Wang Chen's formidable power crossed her mind, her worries dissipated, and she resumed her dining. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles Xavier focused intently on developing a training system for mutants. After hearing the news, he merely uttered an "oh" and returned to his research. Jean, Aurora, and Scott exchanged glances of helplessness, sensing that Professor Xavier was somewhat losing his grip on reality, while Logan wore a broad smile, marveling at Wang Chen's brilliance. In addition, various factions, including Magneto's Brotherhood, the Hellfire Club, the Illuminati, and the Dark Council, also became aware of this unfolding saga. Some are elated, believing this to be an opportunity that could alter the global landscape. Others regard it with disdain, showing little concern, while a portion of individuals were expressions of worry. Nevertheless, none of these factions have taken action, for they are acutely aware of the formidable power displayed by Wang Chen, which instills a sense of trepidation that deters them from acting rashly. In the Grand Apple City, within the confines of a Chinese palace in Manhattan's Chinatown. Wang Chen emerged from a spatial portal, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "What a thrill it is to race after the competition. If only I had possessed such strength upon my arrival in this world, I would have overturned the table long ago. Why should I endure provocations from these insignificant ants?" Relaxed and content, Wang Chen reclined on the sofa, emanating a hazy purple glow as he sank into a unique state of being. Within his sea of consciousness, the essence of the lotus space rapidly flourished, reaching an impressive height of 9 feet, radiating a mystical spiritual light that illuminated his inner world. "Oh, so you have not yet dissipated." After what felt like an eternity, Wang Chen opened his eyes and murmured, realizing that the original soul essence still lingered in the purple lotus space, yet had not merged with him. Following the chaos he had unleashed in the White House, his obsessions had vanished, completely integrating into his essence, thereby amplifying his spiritual strength. However, he frowned, recognizing the challenges of elevating his realm. He was acutely aware that within this chaotic Marvel universe, the laws were disordered, making ascension no simple feat. Curse this chaotic Marvel universe. Why must the laws be so convoluted? He lamented. Yet, he did not allow this to dishearten him. Understanding that a solution was imperative to transcend his current predicaments, he contemplated deeply. It dawned upon him that the cosmic cube was essential for a better comprehension and mastery of spatial laws, thus enabling him to achieve his goal of harmony with the universe. With resolute determination, he vowed to obtain the cosmic cube. As he pondered, another potential avenue occurred to him. No, there exists another treasure possessing the power of law. His expression brightened, and his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. He had nearly forgotten about the Sentinel. The Sentinel, after all, harnessed the energies of 1,000,000 stars, both positive and negative, with the capacity for infinite energy accumulation and reality distortion. These abilities rendered the Sentinel extraordinarily potent. Yet, what captivated Wang Chen most was the law power encapsulated within its essence. If he could acquire this power, perhaps he would shatter his current bottleneck. The energies of 1,000,000 stars. Is this not akin to the power of yin and yang? Wang Chen mused. It seems that stars also embody stellar strength. And the energies of the moon are now at hand? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could glimpse the hope of transcending his limitations. Wang Chen was elated, realizing that his efforts had come to fruition with ease. Once he regained his composure, he meticulously recalled the memories of his past life. He was determined to acquire this potion. Robert Reynolds, a notorious addict, had presumably consumed this very elixir in Hell's Kitchen. Wang Chen finally remembered that he was now a spirit cultivator, capable of accessing his previous life's memories. Otherwise, he would have struggled to locate this potion. A subtle smile graced his lips as a flicker of purple light enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish from the villa. Chapter 93. The stellar elixir draped in a robe of mystic fabric, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, Wang Chen strolled through the filthy streets of Hell's Kitchen, his brow furrowed in discontent. The area was indeed a wretched cesspool, populated by desperate souls, ladies of the night, drug addicts, pickpockets, and ruthless gangsters, all contributing to this forsaken corner of the world. "Hey there, kid. Come to play. How dare you venture here, boy?" Upon entering Hell's Kitchen, Wang Chen found himself the focus of various unsavory characters, their eyes gleaming with unbridled greed. Yellow-skinned monkey, not bad-looking, just the kind we need around here. Seize him, drain his pockets, and make him earn for us. 5 ruffians, spewing vile obscenities, approached Wang Chen with menacing grins, intent on capturing him. Meanwhile, he was discreetly using his mental energy to locate the underground laboratory, only to be targeted by these lowly thugs. His expression remained impassive as a surge of formidable psychic force emanated from him, enveloping the 5 ruffians in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The sinister smiles on the faces of the 5 thugs had yet to fade when their heads exploded violently, akin to bursting red watermelons, filling the air with a nauseating scent of blood. Mutants? Superpowered beings? The Wild Wolf Gang had provoked a formidable opponent. Hee. I've always found them distasteful. This kid from Huaxia possesses impressive strength. Wait, isn't he Wang Chen? Damn, it truly is him. We need to retreat. Boss Jean has ordered us not to provoke him. The gang members, who had previously been watching with amusement, vanished from sight upon recognizing Wang Chen, transforming the once bustling street into a desolate scene, leaving only a few stunned passers-by bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Am I truly that intimidating? Wang Chen's lips twitched, revealing a look of astonishment on his otherwise cold visage. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become a figure of dread, shaking his head. He mused that being perceived as a Dark Lord might indeed spare him from numerous troubles, for the world respects power over virtue. I found it. A look of surprise illuminated Wang Chen's face as his consciousness pinpointed a basement nearby. Outside, a young addict, no more than 17 or 18, was frantically fleeing towards it, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the bustling street. The basement revealed itself as a rudimentary laboratory, furnished with antiquated equipment haphazardly assembled, evoking a sense of helplessness in Wang Chen. Indeed, the most formidable scientists often found themselves in disarray. His gaze fixated on a vial of potion resting on the experiment table. The liquid within the glass vessel shimmered with a golden hue, radiating a dazzling array of lights. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the laboratory. With a swift gesture, Wang Chen stored the vial into his Qinquan ring and teleported back to his villa. As for Robert Reynolds, he held no concern for the fate of a wretched addict, a character that would scarcely survive 2 episodes in a Chinese drama, unworthy of his attention. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Chen gazed thoughtfully at the golden potion in front of him. His consciousness detected that the energy within was scarce, yet it contained a wealth of precious forces of law, including the paramount solar law, the stellar law, the lunar law, the law of light, and a law of space. What a chaotic concoction. Was this something a human could consume? The doctor who concocted this potion was indeed a talent. With a furrowed brow, Wang Chen gritted his teeth and strode into his bedroom, finding the 4 women still engrossed in their cultivation. He chose not to disturb them and directly entered the teleportation portal to the celestial palace, emerging beneath the tree of life. Transforming into a streak of light, Wang Chen soared to the outer realms of the celestial palace, sitting cross-legged in the vastness of space, where the grand map of the nation flickered below him. A vial of stellar potion materialized in his hand, and he drank it in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of intense heat radiated from his stomach, sweeping throughout his body as various forces of law began to wreak havoc within him. Wang Chen's complexion flushed, his form aglow with golden, blue, black, and silver lights of law. He restrained the flow of energy, while the crimson runes within his heart shimmered with resplendent brilliance, consuming the forces of law within his body. Striving for perfection. In his sea of consciousness, a purple lotus blossomed like a resplendent star, emanating a dazzling violet light. Its ethereal roots slithered through Wang Chen's body like animated serpents, each root resembling a greedy straw, incessantly absorbing the streams of law light from his being. Simultaneously, the primordial spirit within the lotus space radiated a misty purple glow, akin to a mysterious pearl, exuding a unique spiritual luminescence. Boom, boom. The forces of law within the stellar potion began to clash, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. A mysterious and formidable purple-golden energy quietly emerged, cleaving through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. This power swiftly enveloped Wang Chen, causing his body to tremble as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, an indescribable force suddenly surged forth, connecting Wang Chen's dantian to an unknown dimension. In this realm, countless suns, moons, and stellar energies poured into his dantian like a tidal wave, forming a tumultuous torrent of energy. Wang Chen's expression changed dramatically as he felt his body on the verge of being overwhelmed by this immense power. He swiftly summoned the suppressed magical energy within him, setting it into frantic motion. The purple energy blazed like a roaring flame, continuously refining various forces in an attempt to transform them into his own strength. However, the influx of energy was overwhelmingly vast, and his body struggled to endure it. As time passed, the meridians within Wang Chen began to burst open one by one, his breath growing increasingly erratic. Pain etched across his face, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that if he could not control this power, death would be his only fate. Suddenly, the primordial wheel of myriad paths within his consciousness began to spin rapidly, absorbing and refining the various lights of law emanating from his body. An unparalleled will, transcending life and death, and obliterating all existence, surged forth in strength. His primordial spirit opened its eyes, the lotus mark on his brow shimmering with a radiant 12-colored brilliance, as it fused various divine abilities and laws, forming his path of primordial chaos. With a sweeping gesture of his primordial spirit, the dimensional gateway of his dantian was instantly branded by this supreme will. The chaotic influx of energy began to slow, becoming gentler, while crackling sounds resonated within him, and his body radiated a dazzling purple-gold light, illuminating the pitch-black void like a star. Chapter 94. Confrontation in Manhattan's Chinatown, New York City. Within a traditional Chinese villa, Miss Liu inquired, "When will Mr. Wang return?" "Coulson," With scarce hair atop his head, cautiously asked Lu Feifei. Indeed, when will that young man from Huaxia be back? Tony Stark chimed in, displaying an impatient demeanor. Damn H-I-E-L-D, damn the American government, insisting he play the negotiator. How could he possibly persuade that young man from Huaxia? It's all quite bothersome. General Ross wore a grim expression. He was the most innocent of them all. Who could have anticipated that the government's antics would provoke Wang Chen? Now, he was left to clean up the mess, an outrageous situation. Professor Charles, smiling serenely on the sofa, sipped his tea without a hint of urgency. Behind him, Jean, Aurora, Logan, and others indulged in fruits rich in spiritual essence, utterly unconcerned. Have you all seen that purple gold star outside? Lu Feifei observed the anxious faces surrounding her and felt a tinge of helplessness. She too was uncertain of when Wang Chen would return, and could only gesture towards the twinkling star adorned with a purple gold halo, expressing an unspoken understanding. Tony Stark had just taken a bite of the apple in his hand when, upon hearing Lu Feifei's words, his face turned ashen with fright, prompting him to hurriedly spit out the fruit, only to accidentally choke on it. He pounded his chest while widening his eyes, incredulously staring at Lu Feifei. Are you jesting? Meanwhile, Hill and Natasha exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their expressions. Are you suggesting that star is Mr. Wang? Coulson's complexion instantly paled, his body trembling slightly. His gaze was filled with fear and reverence. What kind of deity is this? Mom, I want to go home. General Ross wore an expression of dismay. The once sweet banana in his hand now devoid of flavor. He silently muttered, is this the path to divinity? Professor Charles's smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a grave countenance. He furrowed his brow tightly, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn, you are far too formidable. How can I possibly keep up? At Lu Feifei's words, Jean, Aurora, and Logan stood there in stunned silence, their gazes following the direction Lu Feifei indicated. Outside the window, a star shimmering with a purple golden light radiated a dazzling brilliance. In that moment, their emotions mirrored the complexity and shock of that starlight. An indescribable feeling welling up within them. Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada observed the drastic change in the expressions of those around them, their lips curling into suppressed smiles. Little did they know the extent of their astonishment upon realizing Wang Chen had transformed into a star. Seeing others equally astonished brought them a sense of comfort. Indeed, their joy thrived on the misfortunes of others. I have no idea when Wang Chen will awaken. However, one thing is certain. Do not provoke him any further. For I fear if he were to unleash his wrath, he might just topple the regime. Lu Feifei said with a grin, her power having reached an unparalleled peak. Her control over ice and water evolving into her unique divine ability. Lu Feifei felt a touch of pride swell within her. Among those present, she regarded everyone except Professor Charles with indifference. Had anyone dared to challenge her so audaciously, she would have eliminated them without hesitation. Wang Chen's temper was remarkably forgiving. After hearing Lu Feifei's words, Coulson's expression grew even more despondent. General Ross's face was beyond grim. If such a situation were to arise, he would simply abandon the city. Tony Stark, recovering from his shock, deemed it unrelated to himself and continued to relish his fruit, planning to take some back for Pepper. Furthermore, once that young man from Huaxia returned, he intended to visit his dojo, intrigued by the seemingly miraculous properties of these fruits. Charles wore a radiant smile as he gently stroked his chin, believing that Wang Chen's prowess was indeed commendable. At the very least, he harbored no ill will towards mutants. And to a certain extent, they remained allies. Given Wang Chen's formidable capabilities, it was time to entrust him with addressing Jean's deteriorating condition, as her stability was increasingly in jeopardy. Following their initial shock, Jean, Aurora, and Logan resumed their merriment, their faces adorned with joyful expressions. The misfortunes of the American government, particularly the imminent demise of the president, were a sight they relished. Miss Lu, may I stay behind to await Mr. Wang? After regaining her composure, Hill resolved to wait for Wang Chen, knowing that otherwise S-H-I-E-L-D would attract governmental troubles. Well, you may stay, but perhaps not Miss Natasha. Lu Feifei replied thoughtfully, agreeing to let at least one person remain, as solitude was preferable to a crowd. Natasha's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. Her reputation had seemingly been tarnished. All right then. Observing Natasha's dismay, Hill reluctantly acquiesced. Well, I shall not keep you all any longer. Mimi, Alice, Ada, please swiftly bring forth the prepared fruits for everyone. Lu Feifei, seeing the situation unfold, began to usher people away. Aware of the strategy of both sending some off and inviting others, ensuring that everyone received a share of the spiritual fruits. Charles and the members of the X-Men beamed with delight at the prospect of receiving the fruits, and Professor Charles promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Liu." General Ross, whose previously stern countenance had softened considerably, recognized the value of such gifts, envisioning his daughter tasting them. Coulson and Natasha relaxed, realizing that with these fruits, they could at least meet their obligations. "Miss Liu, could you prepare a bit more for me? Rest assured, I will pay. This is $10 million. Tony Stark proclaimed, eager to acquire more. The trio of Yang Mi, Ada, and Alice, carrying several large plastic bags, distributed the fruits to everyone. Unable to suppress a roll of their eyes at Stark's antics, Lu Feifei, with a smile that danced on her lips, remarked, "These spiritual fruits were cultivated by Wang Chen in the dojo. While I can offer you a few, any transactions must await his return. Mr. Stark, I suggest you negotiate with Wang Chen upon his arrival." "Very well," Stark replied nonchalantly, turning to depart, with Happy trailing behind, laden with fruits. "Miss Liu, we too shall take our leave. Oh, and please inform Mr. Wang that I have matters to discuss with him upon his return," Professor Charles stated as he rose. "Understood, Professor Charles," Lu Feifei responded with a smile. The piano has departed. The assembled heroes, filled with joy, hurriedly followed Professor Charles, carrying fruits in hand. We too took our leave. Miss Liu, farewell. Coulson, Natasha, and General Ross exited the villa with large bags in tow. Once Miss Lu Feifei noticed that everyone had left, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She had never encountered such a scene before, and even with her current mastery of Qi, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, collapsing onto the sofa. Yang Mi, Ada, and Alice promptly brought her tea and water, rewarding the valiant. Hill observed the scene, somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 95, The World of Gourd Babies? Under the imposing presence of Wang Chen, America found herself enveloped in an unprecedented calm. With crime rates plummeting, those with any semblance of power became aware of the events that unfolded at the White House. And although the government endeavored to conceal the truth, the president's grave condition could not be hidden. Various factions were struck with fear at the unpredictability of Wang Chen, a man who played by no conventional rules, capable of overturning tables at any moment. Was nuclear power to be trifled with? In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Wang Chen seemed to inhabit a tranquil ocean of the universe, his form enveloped by a mysterious force, entering a wondrous state of enlightenment. At this moment, he radiated a resplendent purple-golden divine light, resembling a sacred sun illuminating the vast world. Within his mind, a mystical purple lotus blossomed at an astonishing pace, its crystalline starry leaves unfurling rapidly, each leaf embodying the infinite mysteries and powers of various principles. Moreover, the lotus bud encasing his primordial spirit shimmered with hazy purple inscriptions, reminiscent of ancient runes, weaving together a grand tapestry. These inscriptions represented the myriad subtle forces of principles Wang Chen had refined, including yin and yang, the five elements, time, space, death, wind, thunder, ice, electricity, and creation, among others. These forces of principle intermingled, ultimately coalescing into an immensely powerful primordial law. Just then, the primordial mirror within Wang Chen's mind seemed to sense the stimulus from the primordial law surrounding him, erupting into a radiant purple light that shot forth from his brow. This purple beam, akin to a nimble dragon, darted through the pitch-black void of space, radiating dazzling brilliance. As the violet light illuminated the surroundings, both space and time around Wang Chen instantaneously froze, rendering everything immobile. Subsequently, the primordial mirror enveloped Wang Chen's form, vanishing into the vastness of space, leaving behind only the remnants of a once glorious void. Beyond the Marvel universe lies a hazy sea of chaos, from which a purple divine light surged forth into the abyss, emanating boundless radiance as it penetrated a fragmented world imbued with a sense of obliteration, merging into a seven-colored miniature realm. Alas, Wang Chen found himself atop a coastal mountain. Seated ungracefully upon a stone, his countenance markedly grim, he hastily channeled the mystical energy within him, managing to quell the tumultuous surge of his vital essence. The recollection of the perilous chaos he had just endured sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to curse vehemently. "Cursed Hongmeng Mirror, reveal yourself. Do you wish for my demise? Is chaos a realm for a mere fledgling cultivator like myself? Even the great Luo Golden Immortals dare not tread there." Yet, despite Wang Chen's furious tirade, the Hongmeng Mirror remained silent within his consciousness, unresponsive to his ire, as if it were an inanimate object, leaving him powerless against its obstinate silence. Gradually regaining his composure, Wang Chen extended his spiritual awareness, and the panorama of a 2,000-mile radius unfolded vividly in his mind. This was a world of a backward feudal dynasty, where spiritual energy grew increasingly potent towards the west, inhabited by various mountain spirits and wild creatures. Yet he discerned nothing particularly extraordinary, which caused him to furrow his brow. Suddenly, a beam of 7-colored divine light soared from the west. The dynasty extended its right hand, and a colossal imprint, akin to 100 hands, swiftly captured the radiant light in the sky, revealing a multicolored seed in Wang Chen's grasp. Is this a gourd seed? A peculiar expression crossed his face as he pondered the familiarity of the scene. Sensing the seed's vibrant life force and unique laws, he mused, is such fortune truly bestowed upon me? In an instant, the Hongming mirror pulsed with purple light, transmitting information into Wang Chen's primordial spirit. The laws of the Marvel Universe are incomplete. You have brought me to this world to comprehend the Tao? I find that hard to believe. Is this not merely for the sake of fortune? Wang Chen retorted with exasperation. With a wave of his hand, a purple cloud materialized beneath him, elevating him into the air as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring westward. The concentration of spiritual energy is indeed increasing, he realized. So, this is the world of the gourd babies. In a mere moment, he traversed a distance of 3,000 miles, arriving above a small mountain. The atmosphere here was thick with spiritual energy, teeming with various demons and spirits. Suddenly, an old man and a pangolin dashed down from a towering mountain. Where a landslide was occurring, boulders poised to crush them. Wang Chen materialized before them, and with a mere gesture, a wave of purple energy obliterated the descending boulders into dust. The purple clouds beneath him enveloped the astonished old man and the panicked pangolin, transforming into a beam of purple light that transported them to a mountain peak. The old man, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he beheld the familiar thatched cottage atop the peak. Realization dawned upon him. Had he returned home? The frightened pangolin curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. With a fervent gleam in his eyes, the old man suddenly felt a surge of hope, prostrating himself before Wang Chen in reverence, pleading. Old man pays homage to the immortal. Upon the summit of Gourd Mountain, formidable demons emerged, feasting upon countless souls, causing the villagers to flee their homes in despair. They earnestly beseeched the celestial being to vanquish these malevolent spirits, imploring for divine mercy. With a resounding thud, the elder prostrated himself before Wang Chen, the sound echoing through the air. Witnessing this scene, a twitch of incredulity graced Wang Chen's lips, pondering whether this act would shorten his own lifespan. He summoned his magical prowess to lift the elder, his violet energy enveloping the man, instantly mending his wounds and restoring his hair to its natural color. The sudden transformation left the elder momentarily bewildered. The pangolin, observing this miraculous occurrence, gazed on with envious awe. Dear elder, I am no celestial being, merely a humble practitioner, Wang Chen remarked with a smile. Moreover, do you not already possess a solution? The elder, cradling a verdant clump of earth, presented it to Wang Chen. With utmost care, he unveiled the clump, revealing resplendent gourd seeds that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Please, esteemed one, hasten to employ your magic to rid us of those wretched fiends. The elder exclaimed, his face alight with joy, his eyes glimmering with hope. Wang Chen, understanding the elder's urgency, recognized that they had just endured a harrowing ordeal and required time to recuperate. Thus, he gently advised, there is no rush. You have recently faced peril. Rest for a while. I shall first ascertain the best method to cultivate this seed. He meticulously examined the gourd seed in his hand, contemplating how to nurture it for optimal growth. Of course, esteemed one, take your time, the elder replied, nodding enthusiastically as he retreated into the thatched cottage, not wishing to disturb Wang Chen's contemplation, wishing instead to afford him the space needed to wield his magic. The pangolin followed suit, scurrying inside the humble abode. Wang Chen extended his consciousness, delving into the depths of the gourd seed. To his astonishment, he detected a faint pulse of life within. This wondrous phenomenon ignited a sense of curiosity and anticipation regarding the seed's potential. Truly, this is the essence of the gourd child, Wang Chen mused, recognizing the seed's immense vitality, pondering the remarkable entities it might bring forth. Simultaneously, he recalled the gourd seeds he had received previously. What mysteries might they hold? Chapter 96, 7 blooms on a single vine. Shaking his head, Wang Chen resolved not to dwell on trivialities. The power contained within the seed represented the greatest creation. Leaving him with no further desires, he surveyed the elder's dwelling, but soon found himself furrowing his brow at its stark simplicity. Turning to the elder inside the cottage, he called out, "Elder, please step outside. I shall first enhance the mountaintop." "Coming, coming," the elder exclaimed, filled with excitement as he emerged from the thatched shelter, the pangolin cautiously trailing behind. With a flick of his purple mana, Wang Chen caused the old man's thatched cottage to collapse, gathering the man's clothing and belongings to the side. In his mind's eye, a vivid image of a traditional courtyard materialized, as if indelibly etched in his memory. Subsequently, a brilliant yellow divine light emanated from his hand, akin to the radiant dawn, swiftly sweeping towards the ground. This yellow luminescence, a manifestation of extraordinary power, instantaneously spread across an area of 500 square meters. In that fleeting moment, a verdant courtyard of blue bricks quietly emerged from the earth, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the soil, rapidly ascending to the height of the beams. Wang Chen's consciousness unfurled like a vast ocean, enveloping 10 sturdy trees, each thicker than a man's thigh. With a series of resonant sounds, these trees miraculously transformed into straight timber, soaring gracefully towards the rooftop like birds in flight. Under his masterful control, the timber was precisely placed atop the quadrangle. Following this, another flicker of yellow divine light illuminated the scene, as tiles gradually took shape, resembling the exquisite craftsmanship of a divine artisan. Ultimately, a complete courtyard, imbued with a sense of antiquity, stood majestically upon the mountaintop, resembling a resplendent jewel nestled within the hills. What a miracle! The old man, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with emotion, his voice trembling with awe. The pangolin's gaze was filled with wonder and admiration, as if beholding the most beautiful scenery in the world. Wang Chen's figure flickered as he ascended once more into the air. With a wave of his right hand, 7 multicolored gemstones, exuding an air of mystery, flew forth from the Chinquan ring. Rubbing his hands together, a plume of purple flame erupted from his palms, enveloping the gemstones within its embrace. The flames blazed fiercely, causing the gemstones to emit a dazzling radiance. Wang Chen danced his hands, continually forming 7 colorful seals, which shot towards the gemstones like shooting stars. Each seal struck the gemstones with a crisp sound, leaving deep imprints upon their surfaces. Under the influence of the seals, the gemstones gradually transformed, ultimately morphing into 7 equally sized discs. "Initiate the great Yin-Yang 5 elements formation," Wang Chen proclaimed, his voice resounding like thunder. As his words echoed, 5 beams of colorful light shot forth from his hands, each directed towards the 5 cardinal points of the mountaintop. Where the lights passed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Upon reaching the summit, the beams seamlessly penetrated the soil, leaving only a flicker of multicolored divine light in their wake. Shortly thereafter, black and white beams also burst forth from Wang Chen's hands, directly embedding themselves into the courtyard's ground. At this moment, a colossal diagram of yin and yang, embodying the 5 elements, materialized in the air, slowly revolving. The spiritual energy surrounding the peak appeared to be drawn in, converging towards the summit and forming a powerful stream of essence. In a matter of moments, the courtyard was enveloped in a dense shroud of white mist. After a flash of resplendent, multicolored light, the yin-yang and 5 elements diagram in the sky vanished, replaced by a vibrant barrier atop the mountain, slowly rotating until it transformed into a colorless form. The mountaintop became tranquil and serene, as if isolated from the outside world. Wang Chen descended into the courtyard, where he held a flickering yellow divine light that manifested a fish pond, measuring 100 square feet, near the shadow wall. With a flicker of blue brilliance from his hand, a spring emerged, bubbling with water that swiftly filled the pond. Then, a green divine light shimmered, weaving a framework suitable for the growth of climbing plants above the pond. Satisfied with his work, Wang Chen nodded and planted the multicolored gourd seeds he had obtained from the old man beneath the framework. The seeds emitted a faint, kaleidoscopic glow as they absorbed the rich spiritual energy of the courtyard, rapidly sprouting and entwining along the structure, flourishing into a lush canopy adorned with vibrant flowers. Wang Chen distinctly sensed that the gourds emanated subtle principles during their growth. His primordial spirit radiated a purple brilliance, and 7 ethereal runes of divine power materialized within his sea of consciousness. Truly, a marvel of nature. Excitement illuminated Wang Chen's face as he gestured, conjuring a stone table and a recliner beside the gourd framework. He settled into the chair, retrieving the gourd seeds he had previously acquired, and immersed himself in the understanding of their principles. Meanwhile, the old man and the pangolin, still caught in a whirlwind of excitement, darted about the courtyard, marveling at the miraculous creation before them. Unbeknownst to them, a day had slipped away. The gourd vines above the fish pond bore 7 gourds, each a different hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, swaying gently while emitting the sounds of children. Brother, brother, brother. Startled by the sudden voices, Wang Chen gazed in disbelief at the 7 swaying gourds. Had they grown so quickly? Hello, little gourds. Brother, hello. Brother, hello. The 7 little gourds appeared exuberantly animated, shaking even more vigorously, their leaves rustling. The old man and the pangolin emerged from the room, their faces lighting up with excitement at this sight. The mountain deity had indeed proclaimed that the gourds could vanquish monsters. Grandfather, grandfather. The little gourds sensed the old man's presence and joyfully called out. Good, good, good. The old man's face beamed with wrinkles of joy. You have come at the perfect moment. I shall impart wisdom to the little gourds. You should listen as well. Wang Chen remarked lightly upon seeing the old man and the pangolin. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, great being. Thank you, brother. Enough. Silence. Wang Chen straightened his posture and commenced his discourse, channeling the ethereal energy from the mountaintop into the courtyard, where the resonant sounds of his teachings began to emerge. In the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were first divided, yin and yang gave rise to creation, and all things embraced the spirit. The primordial state is the inception of chaos. Chaos represents the time before the bifurcation of heaven and earth. By venerating the primordial as our progenitor, we initiate the separation of heaven and earth, harmonizing yin and yang, establishing the 5 elemental forces, and delineating the seasonal transformations that give rise to all creation. This is venerably termed the Tao. The Tao is the mother of heaven and earth, the progenitor of all things within the 5 elements. Its formless essence earns it the esteemed title of Tao. The elusive semblance embodies clarity, and this elusiveness signifies profound understanding. The great Tao perceives the primordial forms, hears the original sounds, recognizes the distant principles, and identifies the immediate dependencies. Hence, the elusive is taken as the image, while the void is regarded as the form. In accordance with reason, diligence and intention become manifest. The great Tao, being formless, harbors profound truths that remain obscure without earnest pursuit. Upholding the end as the beginning ensures the fruition of one's endeavors. Wang Chen began to radiate a divine light of violet and azure, which intertwined with the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into streams imbued with creative power, enveloping the old man, the pangolin, and the 7 small gourds. In chapter 97, the world grew tainted once more. The resonance of Wang Chen's teachings clashed violently with the principles of this realm, producing a series of thunderous roars. As his voice crescendoed, a purple halo manifested behind him, slowly rotating. This halo seemed endowed with formidable allure, relentlessly consuming the surrounding luminous laws and integrating them within itself. Simultaneously, beneath Wang Chen, a lotus platform began to emerge, composed of radiant purple light. This platform emanated 18 distinct colored auras, each representing a unique principle of power. These auras interwove, forming a mysterious and enchanting pattern. The spiritual energy within the courtyard appeared to respond to Wang Chen's aura, becoming extraordinarily vibrant. The once mundane energy now brimmed with various dazzling laws, akin to brilliant stars. The onlookers in the courtyard, sensing this extraordinary force, closed their eyes and absorbed the luminous principles with abandon. At this moment, the old man was enveloped in a faint azure glow of creation. His previously weary body suddenly revitalized. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes in an oblivious trance and began to practice a martial art known as the divine fist of creation. As he moved, his vital energy surged within him like a ferocious dragon, expelling a multitude of impurities accompanied by crisp sounds. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The old man's skin gradually shed, revealing fresh, tender flesh. His teeth fell out one by one, only to be swiftly replaced. His hair also fell away, but in an instant, a lustrous mane of black hair re-emerged. His body seemed to undergo a rebirth, radiating boundless vitality. On the other side, the pangolin was enveloped in a rich purple-blue aura. His body began to radiate a resplendent yellow light, reminiscent of the earth element, as if it sought to illuminate the entire space. The spiritual energy flowed continuously into him, initiating a wondrous transformation. His muscles grew more robust, and his bones became increasingly resilient. Under the nurturing influence of the aura, his body underwent fortification, even elongating and reshaping. Ultimately, the pangolin achieved an astonishing metamorphosis. He began to take on a human form. His body gradually morphed into a humanoid figure. with limbs and facial features emerging one by one. Although he retained some characteristics of a pangolin, he unmistakably possessed the semblance of a human, revealing the appearance of a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, in the courtyard. The most significant transformation belonged to the gourd vine, which burst forth with dazzling, multi-hued brilliance. This radiant glow was as brilliant as the sun, illuminating the entire yard. As the kaleidoscopic light surged, a powerful aura emanated from the gourd vine, sweeping through the courtyard and creating a massive vortex of spiritual energy. The 7 gourds on the vine did not lag behind. Each emitted a magnificent glow in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, intertwining to form a beautiful and enigmatic tapestry. Each gourd exuded a unique essence, akin to a congenital spiritual treasure. Simultaneously, these 7 gourds began to absorb the elemental forces of yin, yang, and the 5 elements from the air. These elemental energies flowed continuously into the gourds, nurturing the gourd children within. The gourd children, already showing signs of life, accelerated their growth, their bodies becoming increasingly robust and their origins more profound. Even more astonishingly, these gourd children no longer relied solely on instinct to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate their innate abilities. They had each developed their own techniques. Each gourd child practiced a method suited to their attributes and characteristics, further enhancing their prowess. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted as the protective barrier formed by the yin-yang and 5 elements array came under relentless assault. Wang Chen opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable fury. What an outrageous situation. Such a rare opportunity for enlightenment was about to vanish. He extended his consciousness and discovered a group of monsters attacking the barrier under the leadership of a serpent demon and a scorpion demon. A cold smile crept across Wang Chen's face as he waved his hand, enveloping the gourd vine, the old man, and the pangolin in the radiant spiritual energy infused with the essence of the laws. The old man emitted a brilliant azure light, opening his eyes to sense his newfound strength and cultivation, a look of exhilaration gracing his face as he respectfully knelt before Wang Chen. Thank you, Immortal, for imparting the teachings. Thank you, Venerable Immortal, for bestowing the law. The pangolin awakened, kneeling reverently before Wang Chen and bowing his head in homage. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible aura of power lifted them, and the flames of his anger subsided slightly as he calmly remarked, "First, familiarize yourselves with your cultivation. The monsters have come knocking. Once the calabash babies arrive, we shall vanquish them." "Yes, revered Immortal." The old man and the pangolin boy exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they respectfully stepped aside to hone their respective abilities. At that moment, vibrant rays of 7 colors erupted from the calabash vine, dazzling and awe-inspiring. As the brilliance flickered, the 7 calabashes along the vine began to shine in succession, seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power. Suddenly, from the 7 calabashes of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, 7 children, each around 7 or 8 years old, sprang forth. They were lively and adorable, brimming with vitality. "Brother, brother!" The children exclaimed excitedly as they dashed to Wang Chen's side, calling out endlessly, "Good, good, good." A smile of satisfaction spread across Wang Chen's face, his gaze warm and affectionate. His divine consciousness enveloped the 7 little ones, beginning to discern their unique powers. Upon further exploration, Wang Chen discovered that each child possessed distinct strengths. The eldest, associated with the sun, wielded formidable celestial powers. The second, linked to the moon, had the innate abilities of clairvoyance and enhanced hearing, capable of perceiving all things in the world. The third represented metal, endowed with the traits of resilience and strength, along with the ability of an indestructible form. The fourth, embodying fire, excelled in controlling the fierce flames of the south, demonstrating tremendous power. The fifth, aligned with water, possessed the innate ability of true water that could cleanse all impurities. The sixth, representing earth, had the capacity for invisibility and could manifest the light of the earth. The seventh, embodying wood, possessed a magical calabash capable of absorbing all things and commanded the divine light of wood. Wang Chen felt immense satisfaction with the children's abilities, quietly marveling. These little ones are truly remarkable. Boom, boom. The sound of the barrier being attacked echoed continuously, and a cold smile crept upon Wang Chen's face. These insignificant demons dare to provoke me. It seems this world has become tainted once more. Let us cleanse this filthy realm. An astonishing aura emanated from Wang Chen as he strode towards the courtyard gate. "Brother, wait for us. We wish to join," the 7 little ones exclaimed excitedly. eager to demonstrate their prowess against the monsters. The old man and the pangolin boy shared in their exhilaration, equally eager to test their own strength. Chapter 98. Annihilation. Wang Chen, accompanied by a group of young companions, stepped outside the courtyard. With a mere wave of his hand, the protective barrier of the grand yin-yang five elements formation dissipated, revealing a horde of terrifying monsters lurking beyond. These creatures, densely packed together, numbered around 200 to 300. They took on various forms. Some were wolf demons, others fox spirits, bat and spider entities, as well as tiger and bear fiends, among others. Most of these monsters had not entirely transformed into human shapes. They retained the heads of their beastly counterparts, their eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, exuding an aura of fearsome savagery. It was evident that they had feasted upon countless humans, which accounted for their brutal and ferocious demeanor. At that moment, the monsters were relentlessly assaulting the protective barrier surrounding Wang Chen and his companions, striving to breach the defenses. Upon shattering the barrier, they immediately sensed the presence of Wang Chen and his group. In an instant, the crimson glow in their eyes intensified, and drool dripped from their mouths as if they had laid eyes on a delectable feast. "Ha! We have finally broken through this damned barrier," roared a massive bear demon with palpable excitement. "Gagaga, such tender morsels. They must taste exquisite," chimed in a nearby fox demon, eagerly echoing the sentiment. "Let us devour them." Other monsters clamored in response, their eyes brimming with greed and longing. "I can hardly contain myself." A wolf demon growled deeply, leading the charge towards Wang Chen and his companions. Onward, the other monsters followed suit, surging forth like a tidal wave towards Wang Chen. At the edge of the mountain peak stood an enchanting woman and a robust middle-aged man. With smiles on their faces, they watched the unfolding chaos with keen interest, seemingly pleased with the imminent slaughter. What loathsome vermin! They desecrate this beautiful world. Children, it is time for you to showcase your prowess. Go forth and slay them. Old man, pangolin, you too, commanded the woman. Understood, brother, exclaimed the 7 gored children, leaping with excitement. The old man and the pangolin, their eyes glinting with ferocity, dispersed and charged towards the monsters. The 7 gored children each displayed their unique abilities, showcasing remarkable strength and courage in their combat styles. One transformed into a towering giant, each step echoing with seismic force, easily trampling dozens of monsters beneath his feet. Another released a mysterious black divine light, instantly freezing the snarling beasts into immobile ice sculptures upon contact. Yet another emitted resplendent golden light, darting through the throngs of monsters like a shooting star, leaving behind a path of destruction and severed limbs. Moreover, there exists a gored child who unleashes a blazing inferno, instantly reducing the surrounding fiends to mere ashes. Another gored child scatters a cascade of azure spiritual water, purifying the tainted air of the world. Ultimately, one gored child wields a radiant yellow light, transmuting the monsters into stone sculptures, while another produces a precious gourd, casting an enchanting spell that draws numerous fiends into its depths. The old man emanates a crimson aura and a cerulean divine light. His martial prowess is unparalleled, each punch he delivers inciting a fierce gust of air, causing the monsters obstructing his path to dissolve into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, the old man realizes that even these creatures harbor a fear of demise. The pangolin, utilizing its earth manipulation abilities, navigates effortlessly through the subterranean realm, occasionally launching ambushes on isolated monsters, achieving considerable victories in the process. "Ah, it hurts. No. This is incredible. Mother, I wish to return home." The battlefield is engulfed in chaos, with monsters fleeing in all directions, yet the gored children, along with the old man and the pangolin, grant them no respite, relentlessly pursuing these malevolent beings. In a short while, the 7 gored children and the old man have slain all the escaping imps, surrounding a beautiful woman and a man, making grotesque faces at them in jest. Monsters, perish quickly. Only the dead monsters are good monsters. Watch as I crush them underfoot. No, I shall incinerate them. No, I will transform them into putrid sludge with my precious gourd. The alluring woman and the middle-aged man, standing on the edge of the peak, were expressions of grim determination, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. The woman brandishes a black and white sword and a golden glowing magical artifact, while the man reveals a long spear and a mirror. "Ah, this is an excessive tyranny against monsters. Behold the artifact." The burly man, his face flushed with anger, hurls the black mirror towards the crowd, unleashing a cascade of dark light. Rui, heed my wish, manifests swiftly." The enchanting woman follows suit, reciting an incantation over her golden rui, as a black, freezing divine light hurtles toward the gored children and their companions. The monstrous couple's faces twist into cruel expressions, intent on dismembering the gored children and their allies. This is dire. These fiends lack any sense of martial ethics. I cannot move. Neither can I. This mirror is capable of immobilizing us. This black light is the ice soul divine light. It can encase everything in ice. What now? Watch me. Brother, save me. The 7 gored children, their faces etched with urgency, began to converse anxiously. They were but infants, having yet to encounter the treacheries of the world. Despite the old man's and the pangolin's ceaseless divine radiance, they remained ensnared by the magic mirror's spellbinding technique. At that moment, the 2nd gored child cried out for help towards Wang Chen. The beautiful woman transformed from a serpent spirit, and the rugged man born of a scorpion spirit exchanged startled glances upon hearing the gored child's plea. How could they have forgotten that one individual had yet to make a move? They hastily brandished their swords and guns, preparing to defend against Wang Chen. Wang Chen observed the gored children, the old man, and the pangolin with satisfaction. To eliminate hundreds of minor demons at the refining essence stage on his first strike was quite commendable. The serpent spirit and scorpion spirit had once been formidable figures among the earth immortals. Although their powers had diminished, they were not foes that the newly emerged gored siblings could contend with. With a cold smile, Wang Chen materialized before the gored brothers. He gestured towards the sky, and a radiant 12-colored divine light swiftly traversed the void. This was the primordial holy light he had forged by melding the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements: wind, thunder, ice, electricity, time, space, creation, death, light, and stars, his path of primordial enlightenment. The magic mirror descended into Wang Chen's grasp, its dark ice spirit light being directly refined and absorbed by his primordial holy light, vanishing without a trace. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The gored children cheered as they regained their freedom, while the old man and the pangolin, brimming with excitement, swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield. How is this possible? How formidable! The golden serpent spirit and scorpion spirit felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Enough. No more games. All of you shall perish. Wang Chen ascended into the air, where a purple divine will began to rise behind him, illuminated by the flickers of 18 laws. Simultaneously, a 12-colored divine light emanated from his hand, stretching across the void and enveloping the serpent spirit and scorpion spirit. No. The anguished cries of the serpent spirit and scorpion spirit echoed as they were drawn into the divine wheel behind Wang Chen. The 12-colored divine light grew ever more intense, beginning to spread throughout the world. Chapter 99. Cleansing the Gored Realm in the Gored Realm. A 12-colored divine light journeyed from the peak of a western mountain towards the eastern lands. Strands of divine light flickered in the sky, illuminating the entire Gored Realm and purging the impurities of the earth. No. Gagaga, such tender humans. Devour them. In a mountain village, a pack of wolf demons was mercilessly slaughtering and consuming the human villagers. The air was filled with the villagers' cries of despair and the wolf demons' maniacal laughter. Suddenly, a 12-colored divine light descended from the heavens, showering the village. The rampaging wolf demons vanished in an instant. Thank the heavens for their protection. Thank the divine for vanquishing the demons. Under the radiant illumination of divine light, the wounds of the surviving mountain dwellers healed rapidly, their faces alight with fervor as they knelt in worship, expressing gratitude for celestial protection. What an absurdity! In a secluded cavern, a colossal tiger demon was voraciously devouring living humans, the cave littered with endless white bones. Suddenly, the divine light shone forth, and the tiger demon let out a terrified roar, yet the light mercilessly swept it away, reducing the bones to ash. Ha. No, Yunar, I was wrong. I should not have slain you. In a grand city, within a luxurious mansion, a horde of red-clad, vengeful spirits was wreaking havoc, slaughtering the inhabitants amidst a cacophony of despairing cries. Suddenly, a 12-colored divine light descended from the heavens, illuminating several red spirits. Their grotesque visages returned to normal as they expelled dark, malevolent energy, their souls freed from torment, bowing in reverence before vanishing into the ether. Just as the mansion's occupants began to rejoice, they were annihilated into fine ash by the divine light, leaving the once opulent estate desolate. No. Save me. King Green Serpent. In a spirit mountain rich with ethereal energy, countless little demons were preparing for a banquet, the tables laden with innocent boys and girls. A 12-colored divine light descended, sweeping numerous demons into the air, their cries of agony and pleas for mercy echoing. Who dares to be audacious? Come to me and perish. Within the Spirit Mountains cavern, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared atop the peak, unleashing a wood-based divine power towards the 12-colored light above. However, her efforts were swiftly consumed by the radiant force, which surged towards her. No. The Green Serpent King's expression changed. A golden sword materialized in her hands, and she unleashed wave after wave of sword energy into the air, but to no avail. The 12-colored light devoured her attacks and propelled her skyward. Her enchanting visage contorted with despair, and with a final, haunting cry, she vanished without a trace. The neighboring King Steeltooth was similarly ensnared by this fate. At that moment, in a deep cavern, a large demon shaped like a rooster was also swept away by the divine light. In the eastern sea, a three-headed vile serpent, amidst its furious roars, met the same fate under the 12-colored radiance. In an instant, the entire gourd realm was purged of various demons and monsters, ushering in an unprecedented era of tranquility. In the west of the gourd realm, high above a mountain peak, Wang Chen stood impassively in the air, bearing a colossal purple divine wheel. The 12-colored divine light in his hand connected to the wheel behind him, as countless demons were continuously transported into the sanctum of the divine wheel. The colossal purple divine wheel shimmered with the ethereal radiance of 18 laws, perpetually revolving, while the anguished cries and wails of demons and monsters echoed from within. They were mercilessly crushed into oblivion by the force of the primordial wheel's laws, their essence and various mystical abilities absorbed by the divine wheel, which then emanated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entirety of the gourd realm. At this moment, Wang Chen appeared as an invincible war god, his figure towering and majestic under the glow of the purple light. His gaze conveyed an air of ruthless authority, as if he wielded absolute dominion over all existence. In his grasp lay the 12-colored divine light, each beam imbued with limitless power capable of effortlessly rending the fabric of reality, drawing all evildoers into its embrace. The purple divine wheel behind him radiated an overwhelming pressure, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. As time progressed, an increasing number of demons and monsters were drawn into the wheel's space, their screams gradually fading into silence. The gourd realm fell into an extraordinary tranquility, with only the purple divine wheel continuing to flicker with the law's radiant hues, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire world. In that moment, the realm was devoid of any malevolent presence, replaced instead by an atmosphere of peace and serenity. "Wow, brother is so impressive," Urwa exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he witnessed countless demons being absorbed into the divine wheel by the 12-colored light. "Of course, brother is the strongest," Chihuahua remarked innocently, playing with the treasured gourd. "Now it's perfect. All the monsters have disappeared," Daoist said excitedly. "Indeed, the dead monsters are the good ones," Sanwa chimed in with a smile. "Yes, the dead monsters are indeed the good ones. Come, Grandpa will cook for you. Today we feast on monster meat." The old man tidied up the remnants on the mountain peak, gathering all the edible beast meat, which was a great source of nourishment. Great. Time to eat. Are we not waiting for brother anymore? He may take a while. Let us save some for him." The 7 gourd babies happily followed the old man back to the courtyard, with the transformed pangolin child trailing behind, all eagerly anticipating dinner. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was engulfed in a profound state of enlightenment, having absorbed countless demons' abilities and essences. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis, the purplish-red runes in his heart voraciously consuming various essences, exuding purplish-red blood. The purple lotus in his sea of consciousness flickered with eternal light, its petals deepening in intricacy, while the primordial spirit within the lotus space grew rapidly. The 12-colored lotus marks on his primordial spirit shone incessantly, as the seeds of the primordial path were being perfected, marking his ascension into the realm of unity. Wang Chen now seemed to be intertwined with the Tao of the gourd realm, freely traversing the vast expanse of the great path. The purple lotus within his sea of consciousness shimmered with a violet radiance, continuously refining the various lawful energies upon its leaves. Within the lotus space, his primordial spirit fervently absorbed the principles of the great Tao, while the 12-colored lotus mark at his brow swiftly perfected itself, signifying his elevation in realm. Suddenly, a golden auspicious cloud descended upon Wang Chen, jolting him from his enlightenment. A look of regret crossed his face as his attention was captivated by the continuously falling golden clouds. "Is this the power of virtue?" Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, a smile of uncontrollable joy spreading across his visage. The golden virtue energy entered his sea of consciousness, forming a golden divine wheel behind the purple lotus, illuminating his primordial spirit. At that moment, The Hongmeng mirror unexpectedly shattered forth, plunging into the golden divine wheel, and was instantaneously devoured. The smile on Wang Chen's face froze, his expression contorting into one of fury as he shouted, "Damn mirror, come out. Return my virtue energy." The Hongmeng mirror trembled, and a piece of information embedded itself within Wang Chen's primordial spirit. "Aha, that explains why you brought me to this world. It is merely a small realm. The world was on the brink of destruction, calling for assistance, and it required the fortunes of sentient beings. What a collusion indeed. Becoming the master of this realm is not out of the question." Wang Chen mused, the notion of returning to the Marvel world suddenly piquing his interest, causing him to momentarily forget about the theft of his virtue energy. Chapter 100. Return to Marvel. Wang Chen beamed with a radiant smile, for he was destined to become an otherworldly demon. How delightful it would be for his companions in the Marvel universe. Would they be surprised? The thought of them realizing he had transformed into an entity akin to the master of the Crimson Cosmos, a true otherworldly demon, brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, he shook his head, acknowledging that it was premature to revel in such thoughts. Careful planning was essential. Just as he intended to stow away the Hongmeng 10,000 Dao wheel, he discovered that 4 monsters remained within, albeit only their corporeal forms. Among them was a colossal 3-headed evil serpent stretching 1,000 feet long, a black rhinoceros towering several hundred feet, a rooster of similar height, and an 800-foot-long azure serpent. Although these 4 beasts had perished, their bodies still exuded a formidable aura. Moreover, numerous magical artifacts lay scattered within the divine wheel's space, radiating a faint glow, as if recounting their former splendor. With a mere thought, Wang Chen collected all these items into the Hongmeng mirror, for only her space could accommodate such an abundance. Oh, splendid. Now I shall have provisions for future feasts. Wang Chen subdued the divine radiance enveloping him and descended into the courtyard, where he observed the Hulua children frolicking playfully. The old man, no, he could no longer be referred to as such, stood with a robust physique and an appearance that belied a mere 30 years, deserving of the title strong man. Brother, brother. The 7 Hulua, barefoot, dashed towards him with uncontainable excitement. Having completed matters here, I am preparing to depart. Would you like to accompany me? Wang Chen smiled, affectionately ruffling their hair. Yes, I will go with you, brother. Me too. We all want to follow you. The 7 Hulua clamored joyfully around Wang Chen, their enthusiasm filling him with warmth. Very well, then let us set forth together. A smile graced Wang Chen's face, yet he noticed the strong man's expression of despondency and addressed him. Come here. Immortal, how may I serve you? The strong man replied respectfully. I am about to leave this world. Should any monsters or demons arise henceforth, you shall have to rely on yourselves. I bestow upon you a legacy, the Tao of Creation, which encompasses myriad martial arts and the methodologies for controlling the great yin-yang 5 elements formation. Focus your mind and gather your spirit. Wang Chen conjured a violet-blue divine rune in his hand, infused with the power of creation and the essence of the Tao of Creation, imprinting it into the strong man's consciousness. Seated cross-legged upon the ground, the strong man radiated a green divine light, entering a state of enlightenment. Wang Chen nodded in approval, contemplating deeply before retrieving the scorpion spirit spear from the Hongmeng mirror. As purple flames erupted in his grasp, he enveloped the black spear, continuously drawing forth spirit minerals from the Hongmeng mirror, which instantaneously liquefied and began to merge with the spear. Wang Chen persistently inscribed azure seals upon the spear, the power of creation washing over it. Before long, a spear gleaming with azure divine light manifested in his hand. Not bad. This qualifies as an exceptional divine weapon. I shall leave it for you. Wang Chen planted the spear beside the strong man and addressed the Hulua. Children, step into your brother's treasure. I must traverse worlds shortly. All right, brother. The Hulua responded with eager delight. With a wave of his hand, a flash of purple divine light enveloped them, transporting the Hulua into the Hongmeng mirror. Finally, Wang Chen gazed deeply at the world before him, as if etching every detail into the depths of his heart. Taking a deep breath, he silently communicated with the Hongmeng mirror. As his thoughts stirred, the Hongmeng mirror gently ascended from his brow, a radiant purple light enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, his form transformed into a radiant stream of violet light, swiftly vanishing from sight. This violet luminescence darted through the air with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, first breaking through the boundaries of the colorful miniature world, and then rapidly departing from the already shattered grand realm. Ultimately, they arrived at an expansive sea of chaos. In this chaotic expanse, there was no distinction between up and down, nor any concept of time and space. Wang Chen was meticulously shielded by the divine light of the Hongmeng mirror, feeling none of the agony and torment that had accompanied his journey. He stood serenely, gazing into the boundless sea of chaos, his heart swelling with an indescribable sense of sentimentality. This sea of chaos was vast and limitless, steeped in mystery and the unknown. Within his line of sight, the shattered grand world hung like a brilliant jewel amidst the chaos, strikingly captivating. What astonished him was the inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt towards this broken world. It seemed as though he had visited this place long ago, or perhaps, deep within his memories lay hidden secrets pertaining to this realm. Furthermore, within his vision, several other worlds were discernible. One radiated a deep crimson divine light, while another flickered with a golden-red glow. Most notably, there was the Marvel Universe, emanating 6 distinct hues of divine light, creating a vivid and resplendent tableau. Before Wang Chen could meticulously observe these worlds, he was enveloped by the divine light emanating from the Hongmeng mirror, propelling him into the 6-colored Marvel Universe. It exuded an unparalleled aura, instantly locating the temporal and spatial coordinates of Wang Chen, transforming into a violet divine light that vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cold, desolate universe, awakening countless demonic entities at the edge of the world. The void was rent by the power of these entities, creating fissures in space that could not be quelled. A violet stream of light swept across, and Wang Chen found himself above the map of mountains and rivers. The spatial gate within his dantian connected instantaneously to an unknown dimension. Channels of solar, lunar, and stellar energies surged into his being, allowing Wang Chen to emit a resplendent violet-golden radiance. With an air of indifference, he commenced the circulation of his entire magical essence, gradually igniting 12,960 strands of violet divine light within him, refining the ceaseless influx of energy. To attain the harmonization realm, one must unify with the void, comprehend the heavenly principles, condense the seed of the Tao, continuously perfect it, and utilize it to purify one's magical essence, endowing it with the power of the Tao. Wang Chen was currently at the pinnacle of the martial immortal realm. In the early stages of the celestial path of virtual harmonization, he could now confidently claim to be an immortal, comparable to the Western deities who had ignited their divine flames, and with his abundant magical power, ordinary Western deities were no match for him. Otherwise, how could Wang Chen have unleashed a divine ability that swept across the entire realm of the gourd, vanquishing all manner of demons and monsters? Wang Chen reigned in the divine radiance enveloping him, materializing beneath the life tree in the Celestial Palace's cave. He retrieved a gourd seed, radiating a spectrum of colors, from the Hongmeng mirror and planted it at the base of the life tree. With a graceful wave of his hand, water from the spiritual spring cascaded over the gourd seed. In an instant, the multicolored gourd seed took root and sprouted, extending tendrils that entwined around the life tree while blossoming into a flower aglow with vibrant hues. Wang Chen then released 7 gourd children from the Hongmeng mirror. The 7 siblings, brimming with curiosity, gazed at their surroundings under the life tree, exuberantly calling out to Wang Chen, "Brother, brother, the spiritual energy here is so rich. It feels wonderful. Oh, is this the gourd vine? It seems like we have a little sister. How delightful. I am no longer the youngest. I will have a sister." Chapter 101. Mundane matters all right. You may play for now while I craft you some garments. Wang Chen observed as the gourd brothers clustered around a few leaves, their little feet bare, and spoke with a gentle smile. "Yay, we will have new clothes to wear. Thank you, brother. Let us go pick some fruit to eat." The 7 little ones bounced eagerly toward the orchard. "Oh my, children are indeed not easy to manage. Well then, I shall first prepare their enchanted robes," Wang Chen remarked with a hint of exasperation as they dashed off. He then entered the palace, retrieving treasures from the gourd realm through the Hongmeng mirror to examine the available materials. "Is this a treasure pouch? There are indeed numerous magical items," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "What luck! I need not craft robes after all." Wang Chen first produced a golden pouch, his consciousness breaking through its restrictions, and outpoured approximately 100 various magical artifacts and treasures, delight illuminating his countenance. The first items to catch his eye were over 20 sets of enchanted robes, more than half of which were elegantly styled ancient dresses for women, alongside 10 retro-style robes for men. Each robe was adorned with several enchantments, possessing at least the basic ability to transform, in addition to various weapons such as swords and blades. Wang Chen, in a moment of inspiration, emptied all the treasures from the Hongmeng mirror, revealing a jade hairpin shimmering with azure divine light and a golden sword radiating with a brilliant glow. Additionally, there were a serpent spirit's magic mirror, a rui, a yin-yang sword, and a pearl emanating a chilling blue light, along with a flowing red gown and a robe inscribed with purple runes. Truly marvelous. Wang Chen's gaze fixed upon the purple robe, and with a surge of intent, he effortlessly breached the enchantment upon it, allowing a stream of information to swiftly integrate into his primordial spirit. This is a treasure known as the Purple Robe, a spiritual artifact birthed by the essence of the Gourd realm, imbued with 12 formidable prohibitions. Although it is not an innate spiritual treasure, it remains an exceedingly precious rarity of the universe. Wang Chen waved his hand to gather the artifacts and treasures scattered on the ground. Making his way to the Tree of Life, he produced a set of 7 robes and called out to the Gourd brothers in the orchard, "Children, come and don your garments. Brother, we're coming. We're back." The 7 little radish heads transformed into beams of divine light, swiftly arriving before Wang Chen, their faces brimming with excitement as they gazed at the robes in his hands. Wang Chen tossed the robe set into the air, a surge of magical energy emanating from his palms, drawing a drop of blood from each of the 7 little radish heads, which then shot towards the robes suspended in the air. In an instant, the robes transformed into radiant beams of color, flying towards the 7 little radish heads. As the Gourd brothers beamed with exhilaration, the robes adorned them one after another, first with long gowns and trousers, then with ancient-style boots. A dazzling azure purple light radiated from Wang Chen's hands, enveloping the 7 Gourd children, as 2 gourds atop their heads transformed into a source of essence, merging into their beings. Seeing them resemble human children, Wang Chen finally withdrew his magical energy with satisfaction. "Brother, this feels wonderful. The robes are so beautiful." The 7 little radish heads beamed with joy, chattering excitedly around Wang Chen. "Well, now that you have your outfits, go and play, but remember to practice. And don't forget to water the gourd vine with spiritual spring water." Wang Chen's face was adorned with a smile. He was determined to nurture these 7 little radish heads, for they were his future generals, alleviating him from the need to attend to every trivial matter. "Don't worry, brother, I will keep an eye on my little brothers," exclaimed one. "Humph, annoying big brother. We will behave, and one team need you to watch us," echoed another. The lively banter of the 7 little radish heads filled the celestial abode with vibrant energy. Wang Chen chuckled and turned to enter the spatial door beneath the Tree of Life, returning to the 3rd floor of the villa. Descending the stairs, he found Sierra engaging in a roundabout conversation with Lu Feifei, while Yang Mi, Ada, and Alice were enjoying fruit, observing the exchange with keen interest. Lu Feifei, clever as she was, having grown up in an orphanage, would not be easily led by Sierra's inquiries. She deftly shifted the questions onto Wang Chen. "Hello, Miss Sierra. Feel free to ask me directly if there is something you need." Wang Chen greeted with a subtle smile as he settled onto the sofa. Lu Feifei and Yang Mi's eyes sparkled at the sight of him, their faces lighting up with joy as they quickly positioned themselves beside him, clinging to his arm with a dreamy expression in their eyes. In a moment of enchantment, Hill found herself captivated by the aura exuded by Wang Chen, her cheeks flushing involuntarily, her gaze reflecting a fervent admiration. How could such a flawless man exist? Ada and Alice were equally spellbound, their fruit falling to the ground as they gazed at Wang Chen, utterly mesmerized by his striking handsomeness. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Wang Chen quickly reined in the ethereal fluctuations of his spirit, dissipating the enigmatic aura surrounding him. It was only then that Hill regained her composure, exclaiming in surprise. The memory of her earlier infatuation filled her with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Ada, and Alice also snapped back to reality. But they felt no shame. Instead, they eagerly inquired about the source of his charm, while the still flustered Hill listened intently, curiosity piqued. "Chen, what is that mysterious aura surrounding you?" they asked. "Indeed, how could it enchant us so? You were simply captivating just now. I absolutely adore it." Wang Chen, somewhat speechless at their unabashed admiration, replied nonchalantly, "That is merely the essence of my Dao manifesting. It is natural for you to be drawn to it." "Dao?" Yang Mi queried, her delicate features betraying confusion. "Chen, have you ascended to immortality?" Lu Feifei suddenly exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Ada and Alice gazed at Wang Chen with keen curiosity, while Hill appeared utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation. "Ascended to immortality? In terms of the human immortal realm, I have long since achieved that. As for the immortal Dao realm, I have reached the harmonization stage, and the earth immortal realm is within reach. At the very least, I am unafraid of ordinary deities." Wang Chen's presence intensified, a subtle yet potent force emanating from him, enveloping the villa in a mysterious aura. In that moment, he resembled a divine being, exuding an overwhelming sense of greatness and sanctity, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. Lu Feifei, Yangmi, Ada, and Alice felt a flicker of fervent hope in their eyes, their faces brightening with excitement at Wang Chen's words. However, Hill, sensing the magnitude of his power, turned pale, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the television abruptly broadcast a news report. A colossal creature had attacked Queens, resulting in countless casualties among the populace. The footage revealed a middle-aged man leaping from a helicopter in the sky, transforming upon landing into a gigantic green figure. How intriguing, Wang Chen mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the green giant on the screen, his interest evidently piqued. Just as he was about to speak, a deafening roar interrupted his thoughts. Boom, boom. The resounding noises echoed continuously, prompting Wang Chen and the others to rush to the window and observe the unfolding chaos outside. To their astonishment, a colossal python was entwined around a skyscraper, its massive body nearly enveloping the entire structure. Helicopters in the vicinity relentlessly assaulted the beast, yet the python's tough skin remained largely unscathed, only serving to amplify its fury. Chapter 102, The Battle of Dragons? What in the world is this? A battle of dragons? A look of disbelief crossed Wang Chen's face as images of the Queen's area flooded his mind. He beheld a multitude of bizarre beasts rampaging through the city. The Hulk and a monstrous creature were locked in a fierce brawl, while the military appeared utterly flustered, struggling to contend with these abominations. The air was thick with cries of anguish and despair. At that moment, several street heroes plunged into the fray. Spider-Man darted between the towering edifices, his agility and formidable strength rendering him a striking figure in the city. He tirelessly vanquished the ferocious beasts, safeguarding the citizens' safety. Meanwhile, members of the Defenders were engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the creatures, each unleashing their superpowers in a desperate struggle for survival. Iron Man, clad in his gold and crimson armor, traced a graceful arc through the sky as he sped toward the epicenter of the chaos. Resolute in his mission to restore peace and tranquility to the city, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, one notably robust man, shield in hand, charging bravely into battle. This was Captain America, Steve Rogers, leading the agents in an intense skirmish against the monsters. The War Machine aircraft streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, racing toward Queens. From the aircraft descended Storm, Wolverine, Cyclops, and a host of other superheroes, who plunged headlong into the conflict, displaying unparalleled valor and might. Additionally, a rather peculiar figure in a red suit entered the fray, Deadpool. The Fantastic Four were also drawn into the melee. First, Human Torch Johnny Storm unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating several airborne fiends. Next, Reed Richards transformed, his body becoming pliable and elastic as he swiftly ensnared a gigantic beast. Finally, the Thing, Ben Grimm, charged forward, delivering powerful blows with his formidable fists, showcasing his immense strength. As time passed, the onslaught of beasts began to spread from Queens throughout the entirety of New York City. The urban landscape descended into chaos, with people fleeing in all directions in search of safe havens. A peculiar expression graced Wang Chen's face as he lamented the misfortunes befalling the great city of Apple. Barely a few days had passed, and calamity struck once more. Lu Feifei, Yangmi, Alice, and Ada, upon witnessing the chaos outside, displayed a restless eagerness, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Hill received a call from Nick Fury, whispering conspiratorially while casting furtive glances at Wang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen retrieved 8 magical artifacts from the Hongmeng mirror. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of violet energy surged forth, drawing forth blood from Lu Feifei and the others, which then infused the airborne artifacts and treasures. As the treasures shimmered with divine light, they enveloped Lu Feifei, Yangmi, Alice, and Ada, instantly transforming them into enchanting fairies. Lu Feifei donned an ice-blue magical gown, wielding a sea-stabilizing pearl. Yangmi adorned a crimson long dress, cradling an ancient red bell. Alice wore a verdant ancient robe, holding a jade hairpin, and Ada was clad in a golden ancient robe, brandishing a diamond sword. Thank you, Brother Chen. Feifei, you look truly beautiful. Alice, your gown is splendid. The radiant smiles on the faces of Lu Feifei and her companions sparked a lively discussion. Wang Chen communicated with the National Destiny Map, sending a message to the Gourd warriors. A violet-blue spatial door materialized before him, and 7 little Gourd warriors cautiously emerged, rushing excitedly to his side upon spotting him. Brother, brother, the 7 little ones cheered joyfully. What adorable children, Yangmi exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the magical artifacts and treasures as she dashed towards them, playfully tussling with the seventh warrior, who sported a pitiable expression. Lu Feifei, Ada, and Alice, witnessing this, eagerly joined in, capturing the third, fourth, and fifth warriors for their own playful antics. All right, enough of the frolicking. Feifei, you lead them into battle against the magical beasts. It's time to gain some combat experience. Wang Chen, observing their spirited play, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and promptly intervened. Are these little ones going too? They seem far too young. Lu Feifei could not help but exclaim, while Yang Mi, Ada, and Alice nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Wang Chen as if he were employing child labor. Humph, I am quite formidable. The second warrior protested, wriggling free from Lu Feifei's embrace. A hint of indignation in his tone. Indeed, we are quite powerful. The 3 and 4 little gourd children, along with the 7th, seized the opportunity to escape from their torment, chiming in. All right, you should take care of yourselves. Each of them is quite skilled, all cultivators at the transformation realm. Wang Chen remarked with a subtle smile. Although his gourd baby had just come into existence, it was already remarkable. Humph. Hee. The 7 gourd children swiftly hid behind Wang Chen, playfully making silly faces at Lu Feifei and the others, as if mocking their naivety. Goodness. It turns out the true jesters are us. Lu Feifei exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. Enough dawdling, we must act swiftly. Wang Chen urged with a serious tone. Those so-called street heroes, along with agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, were utterly incapable of confronting this terrifying demon serpent. He was acutely aware of the enemy's strength. Time was of the essence. Let us depart. Wang Chen glanced at Hill. His disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. palpable. With a gentle wave of his hand, a shimmering portal imbued with mysterious light materialized before them. Very well. Let us embark, sisters and dear children. Lu Feifei's expression turned solemn, and without hesitation, she was the first to step through the portal. Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada followed closely behind, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles, as if welcoming a new adventure. Finally, the 7 gourd children joyfully leaped forward, eagerly rushing into the portal, vanishing amidst the radiance. Miss Hill, do refrain from becoming cannon fodder. Wang Chen, noticing Hill's intention to enter the portal, couldn't help but comment, internally scoffing at her courage. Do you truly comprehend your own capabilities? Hill's cheeks flushed at his words, and she hesitated, remaining in place. Mr. Wang, will you not intervene? Intervene? ISNT at your responsibility? Have you consumed all the taxes I've paid? A mocking smile graced Wang Chen's face as he conjured a water mirror spell, revealing a scene of the battlefield above, before reclining on the sofa to watch the unfolding drama. You. Hill's expression darkened. She knew Wang Chen had no kind words, and found herself at a loss for a retort. Chapter 103. Battle 1. Wang Chen's lips curled into a sly smile, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Hill, unable to resist teasing the typically serious beauty. Despite having successfully fused and refined his Dao seed in the gourd realm, he found himself ensnared in the vast ocean of the great Dao. He realized that his emotions were becoming increasingly dulled, as if he were gradually losing his perception and love for the world. Wang Chen found himself deeply averse to this sensation. His pursuit of strength was not merely for the sake of power itself, but rather to enhance his enjoyment of life and safeguard his own well-being. If one were to relentlessly chase after the path of enlightenment while forsaking their emotions, what significance would it hold to become the most formidable being? Would that still be his true self? Wang Chen shook his head, silently lamenting. He understood that the world was not flawless. It was rife with injustice and inequality. Yet, it was precisely these imperfections that rendered life abundant with challenges and opportunities. He cherished the vibrancy and clamor of the human realm, relished in interactions with others, and yearned to experience the myriad facets of existence, embracing the tumultuous flow of life. At that moment, the Hongming sword manifested in Wang Chen's hand. With a gentle flourish, the blade shimmered with a resplendent violet light, soaring into the skies above Chinatown. The sword sheath transformed into a vast, purple Daoist diagram, casting a shadow that enveloped the entirety of Chinatown. This diagram pulsated with 12 hues of divine radiance, resembling an impregnable fortress that sheltered Chinatown securely within its embrace. The monstrous beasts that had intruded upon Chinatown were instantly struck down by the fierce sword aura, disintegrating into mere fragments. The initially panicked populace erupted into a chorus of cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. Having accomplished this, Wang Chen then devoted his attention to the captivating battles unfolding on the battlefield. Sierra, furiously gnawing on a spirit fruit, appeared as though she were biting Wang Chen himself. Noticing his indifference, she turned her gaze to the mesmerizing combat displayed on the violet screen, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment at such wondrous sorcery. Boom, boom, bang. Tony Stark soared through the air in his iron armor, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the flying dragon creatures. The air resonated with explosive sounds until suddenly, a fireball struck him, causing him to plummet to the street below with a resounding crash, leaving a small crater in his wake. On the streets, a legion of medieval beasts emerged, clad in steel armor, brandishing long swords as they charged towards Tony Stark. Bang, bang. A circular shield flew through the air, knocking several soldiers aside, followed by a red fireball that soared into the group, resulting in a devastating explosion. A nimble man draped in the American flag swiftly approached Tony Stark, smiling as he inquired, "Tony, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine," Tony Stark replied, his expression darkening as he stood up, raising both hands to unleash a relentless barrage upon the monstrous army. "Remember, it was I who saved your life." A voice echoed from above, belonging to a man engulfed in flames. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression soured even further as he glared at the fiery figure. "I'll obliterate you wretched monsters." The man with the shapely figure, witnessing this scene, brandished his shield and joined the fray. Boom. What the hell? Ah. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a colossal serpent's tail emerged in the sky, thrashing through the air with a thunderous crack, descending upon the battlefield, and sending the likes of the crimson-clad Deadpool, Wolverine Logan, Reed, and Tony Stark, along with Captain, who was firing at the monstrous horde, hurtling through the air. "Ah, we're doomed," Deadpool cried, blood gushing from his mouth. Utterly defenseless as he emitted a shrill wail of despair. "What on earth? How are we supposed to combat such a terrifying serpent?" Wolverine's expression darkened significantly, unable to suppress an expletive. "Where's the backup? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Reed, covered in dust yet unharmed, was nonetheless gripped by fear at the sight of the monstrous beast. "Don't panic. Aren't they on their way?" Tony Stark, disheveled and covered in debris, pointed towards the airborne storm, who was battling the tempest above. The sky erupted with fierce winds, dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing as bolts struck the serpent's massive form. The beast roared in agony. Though the lightning did not harm it, it caused immense suffering. Gathering its strength, the serpent launched itself like a cannonball towards Storm, its gaping maw poised to swallow her whole. At that moment, Cyclops, standing atop a towering building, unleashed two beams of laser from his eyes, striking the serpent's body. However, the laser merely dislodged a few scales the size of dinner plates, failing to breach its defenses. Observing this, Storm, her expression shifting drastically, ceased her lightning assault and, invoking her mutant abilities, conjured a whirlwind around her, swiftly ascending to evade the serpent's menacing jaws. With a thunderous crash, the enormous serpent plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater, its furious roars directed at the airborne Storm. Relieved, she patted her chest, exhaling in relief, only to be struck by a massive fiery projectile that exploded upon impact, sending her plummeting toward the earth with a scream. "Aurora!" Cyclops shouted with concern from his elevated position. "Damn it! What the hell?" Wolverine Logan, Deadpool, Tony Stark, Reed, and Captain, witnessing this dire moment, could not contain their anger. Cursing vehemently, amidst the chaos of battling the beasts, Jessica Jones, realizing Storm was injured and falling, swiftly took to the air to rescue her, whisking her away from the battlefield. The group sighed in relief, yet their expressions soured upon noticing a fully outfitted medieval legion observing them coldly, flanked by two towering beasts, each 3 stories high, with artillery mounted on their backs, the source of the earlier fiery assault. Their faces darkened with dread as they realized the formidable threat that lay before them. With a resounding thud, the fiery figure of Johnny landed before the crowd, while Susan, clad in a specially designed uniform, appeared nearby. A stone giant, having dispatched a small beast, rushed over as well. Descending from the skies was a hero clad in a crimson spider suit. Little Spider had arrived. Cyclops, Scott, swiftly descended from a nearby building to join the assembly, and soon, Nightcrawler, Iron Fist, and other heroes gathered in haste. On one side stood a medieval army accompanied by countless magical beasts, and on the other, a menacing black python. The heroes found themselves caught in the midst of this impending chaos, forming a circular formation, their expressions grave. Suddenly, a violet portal manifested before them. "Wow, salvation has arrived," Tony Stark exclaimed, visibly relaxing at the sight of the portal, jesting, The little hero from China is finally here. Wolverine, Logan, spoke with palpable excitement. However, the moment of relief was short-lived. From the purple portal emerged 4 stunning maidens, followed by a group of youngsters clad in traditional Chinese garments. Tony Stark, incredulous, remarked, while the smiles on the faces of his companions faltered. Chapter 104, Battle 2 Sister, it's a snake. I despise snakes. I shall slay it, exclaimed one of the youngsters. Get out of the way, brother. I want to turn it into goo. Another chimed in. No, I will sculpt it into ice. 7 of the young ones emerged from the portal, completely disregarding the assembled heroes as they began to point and gesture at the massive python. Lu Feifei's expression darkened, her lips twitching, while Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada observed the giant serpent and the army with curiosity. Miss Lu, why hasn't Wang Chen arrived? Tony Stark inquired, regaining his composure and lifting his visor to address Lu Feifei. Wang Chen mentioned that such trivial matters could be handled by children, so he decided not to join the fray. Lu Feifei replied with a mischievous smile. Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada exchanged amused glances with the heroes. You, damned little hero from China. How dare you? The assembled heroes' faces shifted through hues of black, red, and blue, akin to a performance of face-changing artistry. Their voices filled with indignation. Little ones, go vanquish that python. Lu Feifei commanded, a cold smile on her face, addressing the Calabash brothers and Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada. Let them not underestimate us. All right, sister, let us slay the python, called one of the Calabash brothers. Brother, you tricked us by running first. Hee. Who told you to be slow? At these words, the eyes of the Calabash brothers brightened. The eldest brother transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the python like a bolt of lightning. This act incited a furious outcry from the other Huluwa, yet they were not to be outdone. They transformed into a dazzling array of 6-colored divine light and surged fiercely towards the colossal python. Yang Mi radiated a vibrant red divine glow, and a crimson flying sword manifested in her grasp, resembling a phoenix unfurling its wings. With a fierce sword aura, the blade obliterated countless aerial dragons, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Alice gently gestured, and azure light cascaded down as emerald vines rapidly sprouted, intertwining into a lethal net that relentlessly strangled the beasts on the ground. These vines were remarkably resilient, seemingly imbued with life itself, making escape nearly impossible for the monsters. Ida stood upon her flying sword, wielding a magnificent golden broadsword. A thunderous sword wave cleaved through the sky, severing a monstrous creature towering 3 stories high, blood splattering in all directions. Lu Feifei conjured a glacial blue sword aura beneath her feet and, with a swift movement, appeared above the monstrous army. A shimmering orb, radiating an icy blue divine light, materialized before her, erupting in a dazzling display of blue brilliance. In an instant, a chilling frost spread, encasing countless foes in ice, rendering them immobile. Tony Stark, witnessing their extraordinary prowess, felt his face flush and was momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed that his anti-armor would require additional names. My heavens! Susan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as the fiery man's arrogance dissipated, leaving him dumbfounded by their display. Truly impressive, these youngsters from Huaxia. They are remarkable. Even those around them possess such strength. Wolverine Logan remarked, igniting a massive cigar and taking a leisurely puff. The other heroes could only nod helplessly, their lips twitching, realizing their presence was no longer needed on the battlefield. Suddenly, a tremendous crash startled them. The giant python emitted a wailing cry, causing their faces to twitch in disbelief. What on earth is this? A 30-meter-tall child? The heroes stared in shock at a giant over 30 meters tall, sporting a cherubic face, brimming with excitement as it relentlessly battered the python, shouting, I hit. I hit. I hit. The other Huluwa were displeased, jumping in protest, vociferously declaring, Big brother, step aside. Let me handle it. Indeed, big brother, you're being too unfair. Hearing their words, the eldest could no longer indulge. A satisfied smile gracing his face as he hurled the black python away, producing a thunderous noise. Brothers, be cautious, don't break it. Elder brother just sent word that he intends to prepare snake soup for us. Understood. Then hurry, I want to feast on something delicious. Charge. The 6 little heroes radiated various divine lights, surrounding the python in a righteous onslaught, while the black serpent emitted cries of agony and despair. Bang, bang, hiss. No. My lord is invincible. The leader of the medieval army evaded Lu Feifei's icy assault, witnessing the black giant python besieged by the Calabash brothers. In that moment, His faith crumbled entirely, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming in utter despair, "What a repulsive wretch!" High above, Lu Feifei, noticing that the middle-aged leader still drew breath, unleashed a torrent of azure divine light, obliterating him and several soldiers into mere fragments. The blue-red ice shards, illuminated by the sun, radiated an astonishing beauty. The divine red light of Yang Mi danced through the air, while the dragon-like beast disintegrated into ashes under its relentless onslaught. Alice deftly maneuvered the emerald vines, clearing away the remaining monstrosities. After vanquishing the colossal beast, Ida approached Lu Feifei, observing the Calabash brothers pummeling the giant python. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a white giant python emerged from the ground, entwining itself around the black giant python, which had been felled by the Calabash brothers. Upon encountering each other, the two serpents revealed an astonishing animosity, emitting a series of furious hisses. Particularly, the black python, empowered by waves of dark energy, began to recover, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. "What now, big brother? How did another giant python appear?" One of the Calabash brothers exclaimed. "I have no idea. Perhaps we should just eliminate them all." The seven brothers, taken aback by the sight of the two pythons in combat, began to voice their astonishment. "Good grief. Damn it. Another giant python has appeared, but it seems they harbor a grudge." The assembled heroes gazed at the white python, feeling as if they had been fed a mouthful of filth. Was this chaos never-ending? At last, it shall come to a close. A curious expression crossed Wang Chen's face as he witnessed the emergence of the white python from the villa. He stood up, and the golden staff resting in the hall seemed to sense a mysterious energy, emanating a radiant golden light. Sierra had long been astounded by the fierce battle unfolding within the violet barrier, her face betraying an expression of disbelief. Was this truly the Earth she had known for over 20 years? Chapter 105. Dragon Pearl had it sensed the aura of the celestial gate? The monkey instructed me to deliver the staff. Are you worthy of such a task? Wang Chen's thoughts stirred, and the glowing golden staff flew into his hand. Observing the staff, a look of distaste crossed his face as he muttered to himself. At that moment, Sierra regained her composure, witnessing the two giant pythons wreaking havoc around them. She implored, "Mr. Wang, I beseech you to intervene and put an end to the destruction wrought by these two pythons." Wang Chen, roused by Sierra's plea, replied calmly, "This farce must indeed come to an end. Let us proceed." As soon as Wang Chen's voice faded, a violet portal materialized before him. He wielded the golden staff and stepped inside, while a look of excitement illuminated Hill's face as he hurriedly followed suit. Wang Chun and Hill emerged in a dilapidated district, where numerous police officers and soldiers were present, along with a strikingly handsome pair, Ethan and Sarah, the protagonists. Wang Chun first communicated telepathically with Daoist, instructing, "Daoist, exert your full strength. Just leave a breath of life for the two serpents." The two colossal pythons, near the battlefield, heard Wang Chen's message, and Daoist leaped in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Got it, brother. Brothers, let us go all out." Brother said to leave them a breath. "Ah, splendid. Let us strike the serpents. I detest snakes." One exclaimed. The seven gored children radiated vibrant colors as they soared towards the two giant pythons, arriving at the battlefield in an instant. They unleashed beams of divine light upon the colossal serpents, and the air was soon filled with the thunderous roars of battle and the anguished cries of the pythons. Seeing the gored children enact their righteous assault, Wang Chun smiled with satisfaction. He approached Ethan and Sarah, addressing Sarah in a calm tone, "My dear girl, do you wish to escape the fate of inevitable death?" The surrounding police and soldiers clearly recognized Wang Chun, gazing at him with a mixture of reverence and fear. Ethan stood protectively in front of Sarah, his expression wary as he questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Wang Chun cast a cold glance at Ethan, remaining silent while his gaze softened at Sarah. Noticing Wang Chen's disregard, a flicker of anger crossed Ethan's face. Just as he was about to speak, Sarah pulled him back, shaking her head. She sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Wang Chun, far more perilous than that of the colossal python, and cautiously spoke, "Sir, can you assist me?" Merely a trifling matter. Wang Chun primarily sought to understand the nature of the Dragon Balls in this world. The dragon power within Iron Fist was so thin that it led him to deem it nearly useless. However, while evolving the Heavenly Palace, he discovered that the dragon bones had transformed into dragon veins, realizing that his perspective had been too narrow. "Please, sir, help me," Sarah implored, disregarding Ethan's objections, clinging desperately to this slender thread of hope. After all, who wishes for death when life is still an option? "Excellent. You possess far more insight than this lad." Wang Chun waved his hand, causing Ethan to be uncontrollably propelled backwards, landing safely a distance away. Sarah watched anxiously as he did so. Steady now. I shall extract the Dragon Ball from within you. Wang Chen directed a 12-colored divine light towards Sarah, enveloping her instantly. A look of agony crossed her face as she gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Found you. In Wang Chen's eyes sparkled a gleam of exhilaration as he finally uncovered a mysterious azure orb nestled deep within Sarah's soul. This, it turned out, was the Dragon Pearl. No wonder Sarah could still carry it even after her reincarnation. The orb seemed to be intricately bound to her very essence. However, what puzzled Wang Chen was the manner in which they had managed to achieve this reincarnation. This enigma furrowed his brow, filling his heart with uncertainty and bewilderment. A look of astonishment crossed Wang Chen's face as he came to the realization that matters were far from straightforward. After all, the concept of reincarnation did not exist within the Marvel Universe. So, who was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes? Was there a formidable force manipulating everything? Contemplating this, Wang Chen could not help but let out a cold chuckle. He cared little for the identity of the puppet master. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would surely pay the price. Grasping the primordial holy light tightly in his hands, its brilliance grew increasingly radiant. In a flash of resplendent divine light, a fist-sized azure orb manifested in Wang Chen's palm. At that moment, Sarah was already drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and slumped on the ground, yet her face bore a look of profound relief. She exhaled deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden. The azure divine light in Wang Chen's hand intensified, and he poured it forth towards Sarah. The azure radiance enveloped her like a warm sunbeam, gently descending upon her. Her body and soul began to mend under the influence of this miraculous force. Sarah experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, akin to returning to her mother's embrace. A long-lost smile graced her face as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. Roar! Hiss! The black and white giant pythons, besieged by 7 gored children, detected the aura of the Dragon Pearl, emitting a series of terrified howls as they broke free from their attackers and surged towards Wang Chen, crashing into the buildings with a thunderous uproar. Mr. Wang, the giant pythons are coming, Hill exclaimed in terror. Wang Chen's consciousness discerned that this Dragon Pearl was entirely composed of pure dragon energy, its concentration surpassing that within Iron Fist by several folds. At that moment, he heard Hill's cry and lifted his gaze towards the 2 oblivious giant pythons, a deep disdain etched across his face. A violet divine will gradually ascended behind him, emanating an unparalleled aura capable of annihilating all and ending the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, a 12-colored divine light appeared in his hand, which he then gently waved towards the 2 giant pythons. In an instant, a colossal 12-colored beam of light hung suspended in the air, shining with boundless brilliance above New Apple City. Hiss! Roar! The black and white giant pythons let out a chorus of fearful wails as they were mercilessly swept away by the 12-colored divine light. Meanwhile, the monstrous creatures ravaging the Big Apple were reduced to ashes by the 12-colored divine light cascading from the heavens, while countless vengeful spirits and dark beings were obliterated into nothingness. In an instant, the city became remarkably pristine, devoid of any demons or malevolent entities. Ha ha! The giant python has vanished. It is finally over. Thank God. You ought not to thank God. Your gratitude should be directed towards that man. A resounding chorus of cheers and celebrations erupted from the camp. It is over. Wolverine Logan, upon witnessing the radiant 12-colored divine light, uttered in awe. Indeed, it is at last concluded. Tony Stark removed his mask, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed upon the celestial spectacle. Off we go. The young Spider-Man was the first to swing towards a towering edifice, and as soon as he spoke, he was gone. The faces of the other heroes also lit up with smiles, affirming that it was indeed finished. Chapter 106. The Gate of Heaven, you insolent creature. How dare you seize the Dragon Balls? A furious roar echoed as an elderly white man, his face contorted with rage, rushed towards Wang Chen. Surprisingly, this seemingly aged man exhibited extraordinary agility, defying the typical limitations of an elderly individual. As he sprinted, his hair swiftly darkened and lengthened, while his modern attire transformed into a flowing black robe adorned with countless enigmatic runes. In his hand appeared a black staff. Jack, Ethan, standing nearby, gazed at Jack with astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. It turned out that the 2 massive pythons were indeed his pets. At that moment, Sarah was also awakened, her expression mirroring the incredulity of old Jack. The surrounding police and military personnel quickly snapped out of their celebratory trance, hastily retreating from Wang Chen's location. Their movements comically proficient. How intriguing, truly fascinating. A smirk danced upon Wang Chen's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. "You've come out so eagerly?" he scoffed, his eyes betraying a touch of disdain. Another fool yearning for immortality. As Wang Chen spoke, he gently cradled the dragon ball, emanating a cerulean glow in one hand, while gripping the golden staff tightly in the other, with an exalted divine will hovering behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In that moment, Wang Chen radiated an air of unparalleled authority, as if he were the sovereign of the cosmos, coldly observing the frantic approach of Jack. "I want you dead." Jack, with a visage twisted in resentment, bellowed at Wang Chen. His life was drawing to a close, and after 5 centuries of anticipation, he had finally awaited the opening of the celestial gate. Witnessing the 2 colossal serpents, one of which could transform into a dragon, he felt that his wish for immortality was within reach, only to have it thwarted by Wang Chen, inciting an explosion of fury within him. With a fierce swing of his staff, a jet-black beam surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Wang Chen. Simultaneously, an aura of dark greenish-black energy emanated from his hand, the essence of his secret to longevity, composed of draconic power. With a subtle flick of his wrist, this energy morphed into a gigantic dragon claw, lunging fiercely at Wang Chen. "Is this all?" Faced with such an onslaught, a slight smirk graced Wang Chen's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. It was rather unexpected that this decrepit old man possessed such prowess. However, as he discerned the nature of the attack, a wave of relief washed over him. Was this the so-called ultimate move? It lacked even the slightest hint of the power of rules. It was utterly trivial. "If you desire the 2 serpents, then may you accompany them." With an expression devoid of emotion, Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively at Jack. In an instant, a dazzling array of 12-colored divine light erupted forth like a radiant rainbow, surging towards Jack with astonishing velocity. In the air, the black beam of death was swiftly engulfed by the vibrant divine light, vanishing without a trace. The ferocious dragon claw was likewise devoured by this divine radiance, as if it had never existed at all. In the midst of Jack's incredulous expression, his form was ruthlessly swept away by the 12-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a remnant, leaving behind only a chilling wail that echoed throughout the scene, sending shivers down spines. "No, please no." Within the cosmic wheel of the primordial realm, the aged Jack was instantaneously reduced to ashes, and after a brief struggle, the 2 black and white serpents fell silent, their massive corpses remaining as the only remnants in that space. What a jester this old man was. And those 2 serpents, with such pitiable abilities, dared to dream of becoming dragons? Truly, the Marvel Universe is filled with oddities. Wang Chen, wearing an exasperated expression, stored the 2 serpents within the primordial mirror, speechless. If only you were a dragon of some merit. Instead, you are but meager serpents with brute strength and scant draconic power. Thinking to transform by consuming a dragon pearl, what a farce. The 3-headed serpents from the gourd realm, the golden serpent, and the green serpent are 1,000 times more formidable than you. Wang Chen retracted his divine powers, the divine will behind him transforming into a purple light that merged into his brow. With a wave of his hand, the primordial sword and sword diagram, which had been safeguarding Chinatown, instantly fused and appeared in his grasp before vanishing from sight. Brother! Wang Chen, Gu. A myriad of resplendent rays descended from the sky, manifesting as 7 gourd children alongside Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, and Ada, who approached Wang Chen with exuberant greetings, reveling in their joyous escapade. Heroes such as Tony Stark, Captain Steve Rogers, and the Fantastic Four also arrived at the temporary encampment, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they regarded Wang Chen. A smile graced Wang Chen's face as he glanced at the golden staff in his hand, which radiated a brilliant glow, and addressed them. "You have performed admirably. Feifei, please escort them back. I have matters to attend to. You 7 little ones must heed your elder sisters." The 7 gourd children displayed remarkable obedience, shedding their earlier fierceness. "Brother, we will be good," Lu Feifei declared with a smile. "Chen, I will keep a watchful eye on them," Yang Mi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as if she had stumbled upon something delightful. With Alice and Ada nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may return." Wang Zichen waved his hand, and before them appeared a violet portal. Lu Feifei led the group into the portal, and they vanished from sight. He nodded at the assembled heroes, and then turned his gaze skyward, where a luminous gate was taking shape, the staff in his hand continuing to emit a dazzling golden light. "Is this the gate of celestial dimensions?" Wang Chen mused, probing the shimmering portal with his consciousness, bemused at the thought that if old Jack realized the realm he envisioned as the celestial world was merely a void, he might very well rise from the dead in disbelief. What is transpiring, young man? What is that in the sky? Tony Stark. His face darkened as if stained by soot, cursed inwardly, feeling exasperated by the ceaseless turmoil. He rushed to Wang Chen's side, urgency lacing his query. Nothing of consequence. Merely a world transfer portal, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, first stowing the Dragon Ball within his cosmic ring before continuing in a calm tone. As he spoke, the portal above gradually solidified. Could it be that we will face another monster invasion? Captain Steve Rogers asked, anxiety etched on his face. His voice tinged with a hint of dread and fear. The other heroes wore grim expressions as they gazed at Wang Chen, their hearts heavy with resignation and fatigue, weary of enduring yet another onslaught from monsters. After all, the recent battle had left them severely drained, and they could scarcely endure more. You all may deal with this mess, Wang Chen stated with tranquility, as if indifferent to the unfolding situation. He then turned, transforming into a beam of violet light, swiftly ascending into the sky. As he approached the portal, a formidable force drew him within, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen vanished into the portal. The portal flickered once before disappearing entirely. The heroes, left in a state of shock, gazed at the sky, their hearts brimming with confusion and unease. Chapter 107. Temptation in a tranquil mountain village. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, as the villagers enjoyed a serene and harmonious existence. However, this peace was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen calamity. A group of cavalry clad in ancient Chinese armor, wielding sharp blades, surged into the village like demons, mercilessly pillaging and wreaking havoc. The once serene mountain village was instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Houses were ignited, and roaring flames devoured everything in their path. While thick plumes of smoke soared into the sky, the soldiers emitted chilling, maniacal laughter, juxtaposed with the anguished cries and desperate pleas of the villagers. Heartbreakingly, innocent women screamed in terror and wept sorrowfully. At that moment, a strange portal of light suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating brilliance as if it were a passage to another world. Shortly thereafter, a tall man dressed in a purple robe, adorned with a lotus crown, stepped through the portal. His handsome features and piercing gaze exuded an air of authority and dominance, as he wielded a massive golden staff that shimmered with dazzling light. How appalling! Wang Chen furrowed his brow upon witnessing the devastation in the mountain village, a wave of intense revulsion surging within him. He summoned his formidable telekinetic power, rushing towards the wicked soldiers in the village like a tempest. Bang! 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 A series of thundering sounds erupted as the nefarious soldiers were instantaneously seized by Wang Chen's sharp telekinetic force, their heads bursting like balloons, blood splattering everywhere, filling the village with a gruesome aura. The villagers, already in a state of panic, were further horrified by this terrifying scene, with some even fainting on the spot. Is this the heavenly realm? What a farce! Wang Chen hovered in the air, his consciousness extending over a radius of 3,000 miles. He frowned. He had anticipated that this world of martial prowess might offer him some surprises. Yet the spiritual energy here was even inferior to that of the Gourd realm, concentrated solely in the western regions of this world. Oh, there might be some gains after all. Wang Chen's eyes brightened as he discovered something intriguing. He waved his hand towards the village below, transforming into a beam of purple divine light, soaring eastward and vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, a magnificent azure radiance descended upon the village, illuminating the battered villagers, their bodies rapidly healing. However, they felt no joy, as tears streamed down their faces for their deceased loved ones. Wang Chen alighted in an empty alley of a small town, gazing at a nearby tavern with a smile. After visiting this world, how could he not bring back some local specialties? He grasped his golden staff and made his way into the bustling tavern. Esteemed sir, will you be dining or lodging with us? A youthful attendant, no more than 17 or 18 years of age, brightened at the sight of Wang Chen. Recognizing him as a significant patron, he approached Wang Chen with great respect and inquired, "The dance is splendid. Kindly find me a prime location and prepare a feast. This is a token of appreciation for you." Wang Chen, captivated by the classical dancers on stage, produced a silver coin from his Qianquan ring and tossed it to the attendant, speaking nonchalantly. "Very well, sir, please follow me upstairs." The attendant, grinning broadly as he accepted the coin, led Wang Chen to a private booth on the second floor, his face radiating joy. "Sir, please enjoy some tea. The food and drinks will arrive shortly. Off you go." Wang Chen, entranced by the exquisite performance of the dancers, momentarily lost in indulgence. Yet aware of his slight moral decline, nevertheless reveled in the spectacle. Before long, a lavish spread of food and drink was presented before him. As he savored his meal and drink, he continued to admire the enchanting dance before him. However, the pleasant atmosphere was abruptly disrupted when 3 armored soldiers approached Wang Chen, their eyes fixed menacingly on his golden staff. "Boy, where did you acquire that rod?" The cheerfulness on Wang Chen's face faded at their interruption, and he turned to face the soldiers, responding with mockery. "The staff? It was graciously bestowed upon me by a monkey. What is it to you? Do you wish to claim it?" The leader of the soldiers' eyes gleamed with ambition. He saw an opportunity for glory and replied eagerly, "What are you, to desire my possession? I would not even grant the likes of the war god of Yujing such respect." Wang Chen retorted coldly, "Impudent! I curse you, you insolent wretch." The 3 soldiers, enraged, drew their swords and lunged at Wang Chen. Chaos erupted within the tavern as patrons fled from the brewing conflict. Yet a striking woman clad in a black cloak and holding a pipa observed Wang Chen intently, her gaze igniting with fervor at the sight of the golden staff. Wang Chen regarded the 3 soldiers with indifference, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a mere thought, his formidable telekinetic powers surged forth, sending the soldiers careening out of the tavern like leaves caught in a tempest. Their bodies twisted mid-air, ultimately dissolving into a crimson mist that scattered into the ether. What a nuisance! Wang Chen rose, grasping the golden staff, and with an expression of calm detachment, exited the tavern. Outside, a throng of fully armed soldiers had assembled, wielding an array of weapons, their demeanor tense as they encircled the establishment like a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. "Attack!" With a furious command from their leader, dozens of soldiers surged toward Wang Chen like a relentless tide, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the air. What a reckless endeavor! In the face of such a formidable onslaught, Wang Chen merely sighed, acknowledging the audacity of his adversaries. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him. A supreme will that could obliterate all existence and conclude the cycle of rebirth erupted instantaneously. This will descended upon each soldier like a colossal mountain, forcing them to the ground in utter submission. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled explosions resonated as the bodies of those soldiers succumbed to the immense pressure, bursting apart in a gruesome display of gore. The streets became suffused with the pungent stench of blood, and the once orderly formation of soldiers vanished without a trace. The scene transformed into a harrowing spectacle, too grisly to behold. Wang Chen nonchalantly strolled towards the outskirts of the town, entering a bamboo grove. With a mere wave of his hand, a set of traditional Chinese furniture materialized before him. He settled down and leisurely brewed tea, calling out to a particular spot within the grove. "You have followed me all this way. Come forth." Emerging from the bamboo thicket was an enchanting woman clad in a black robe, her back adorned with a pipa. Upon seeing her, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Tianxian, a smile graced Wang Chen's face. This was the local delicacy he intended to procure. Who could resist the allure of 2 Lu Tianxians? Furthermore, there was the white-haired enchantress, the goddess of ice. From the opposite side of the bamboo grove, a disheveled middle-aged man staggered forth, unkempt and reeking of alcohol, though his eyes retained a glimmer of clarity. Wang Chen regarded the 2 individuals before him. Curiosity piqued regarding their capabilities. His divine sense quietly probed, and in an instant, their strengths were laid bare within his mind. Wang Chen was taken aback. These 2 were merely ordinary martial artists who had dabbled in true energy cultivation. To possess such meager strength and yet dare to challenge the god of war of Daoist, it was truly unfathomable. Nonetheless, Wang Chen contemplated his primary objective, to subdue the golden swallow and the white-haired sorceress, while simultaneously reaping some fortuitous luck. Should they triumph over the god of war, it would be splendid, yet if they failed, he possessed sufficient power to effortlessly dispatch the so-called deity of war. With this thought, a confident smile crept upon Wang Chen's lips. "My dear, why have you been shadowing me?" he inquired, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip before addressing the golden swallow calmly. A flicker of fear crossed the golden swallow's eyes, yet she resolutely approached Wang Chen, cautiously articulating, "Sir, may I be granted that staff?" Her gaze fixated upon the golden rod in Wang Chen's grasp, brimming with yearning. It was her sole hope for vengeance. "The staff? That is out of the question. Even if I were to hand it over, your current strength would be insufficient to safeguard it. However, if you seek revenge, I might be able to assist you. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What can you offer me in return?" A sly smile curved at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth, reminiscent of a cunning fox. He fixed his gaze directly upon Jin Yanzi, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Jin Yanzi's expression grew complex. The man before her possessed formidable strength, and the Rui Jingu Bang was still in his grasp. With this thought, she resolutely declared to Wang Chen, If you can slay the god of war of Yujian, I shall willingly serve as your maid. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Wang Chen exclaimed joyfully. With a wave of his hand, a purple rune materialized, emanating an astonishing aura. As Jin Yinzi's astonishment deepened, Wang Chen infused the rune into her forehead, penetrating her consciousness. He also retrieved the last spirit stone from his Qinquan ring, tossing it beside her. A radiant purple light enveloped Jin Yinzi, continuously absorbing the spirit energy from the stones, her aura steadily growing in strength. She accepted the legacy of the Tao of creation, a cultivation technique transformed by Wang Chen from the heavenly scriptures of creation. The disheveled middle-aged man, Lu Yan, watched in awe, utterly dumbfounded. Is there such formidable martial prowess? I wish to learn as well. As Wang Chen awaited Jin Yinzi's awakening, he mused that having already subdued one, capturing the white-haired which would be even simpler, he could just overpower her directly, playing the role of the foolish son of a landlord, abducting her openly. Hey, monk over there. Come forth. A monk clad in white emerged, his face stern, yet his speed increased rapidly as he charged towards the Rui Jingu Bang. Foolish. Wang Chen scoffed. With a flick of his right hand, a surge of purple energy sent the white-clad monk hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Even if the monkey were here, I would not regard it with esteem. Much less you. A mere speck of monkey fur, Wang Chen disdainfully remarked, deciding to push forward without hesitation. He had initially contemplated seizing an opportunity behind them, but it appeared he lacked the patience of a seasoned gambler. Wow, so powerful. Jin Yinzi, eyes tightly shut, sat cross-legged upon the ground, emanating a formidable aura. The spirit stones scattered around her were absorbed into her being, disintegrating into powder in an instant. As the final spirit stone shattered, Jin Yinzi slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. She felt her body brimming with immense power, her magical energy multiplied several times over. A smile broke upon her lips. Thank you for imparting your teachings, master. With that, she rose and respectfully bowed to Wang Chen in gratitude. Wang Chen regarded her with a slight nod of approval. Well done. He then retrieved 2 items from the Hongmeng mirror, a long purple robe and a purple longsword, presenting them to Jin Yinzi with a calm demeanor. These are 2 magical artifacts. You may recognize them with your blood. Jin Yinzi excitedly accepted the 2 precious artifacts, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood that with these 2 artifacts, her power would significantly amplify, and the prospect of vengeance would become more tangible. Swiftly, she let a drop of blood fall upon the artifacts, and in an instant, they erupted in a dazzling purple brilliance, resonating with her very being. Following this, she donned a flowing purple gown, enhancing her allure and grace. Very well, let us depart. Wang Chen rose, sweeping his arm to store the tables and chairs within the Qinquan ring, then turned to Jin Yinzi, declaring, let us pay a visit to the war god of Yujing. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jin Yinzi's eyes as she quickly adjusted her demeanor, stepping into her role. She respectfully positioned herself behind Wang Chen, standing tall to exhibit her loyalty and obedience. At that moment, Lu Yan suddenly interjected, wait. He looked at Wang Chen with a hint of embarrassment and implored, Sir, might you allow me to accompany you? Following suit, the white-robed monk wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and brazenly approached Wang Chen, requesting, and I too. Humble monk. Witnessing their shamelessness, Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Considering the merits of Long Gu and Jie Gu, he ultimately decided to include these 2. Summoning the Hongmeng sword from his dantian, its blade shimmered with enigmatic light. With his will, the Hongmeng sword swiftly transformed into a massive sword aura, enveloping them all in an instant. Wang Chen approached the group, his gaze intent as he wielded his consciousness to control the Hongmeng sword. The sword morphed into a streak of purple light, slicing through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, propelling them towards the western sky. Ugh, slow down, I'm getting nauseous from the flight. No, I have a fear of heights. The air was filled with the cries of Lu Yan and the white-robed monk. These 2 clowns. Wang Chen observed the retching duo with a frown, regretting his decision to bring them along. He unleashed a burst of azure divine light towards them, restoring their physical states, which finally quelled their distress. Chapter 109. Seizing the opportunity, a streak of purple divine light streaked across the sky, akin to a lightning bolt, ultimately descending upon a majestic mountain peak. As the light dissipated, Wang Chen, Jin Yinzi, Lu Yan, and the white-robed monk emerged. They stood atop the mountain, surveying the breathtaking scenery around them. Quite impressive architecture. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the white marble-paved ground, admiring the exquisite structures and the grand palaces atop the peaks. These edifices exuded classical beauty and radiated an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. However, he couldn't resist a playful jibe, though it is rather unsightly. The mountain peak was suffused with rich spiritual energy, evoking a sense of tranquility. Strangely, however, there was not a trace of any formations or restrictions in the vicinity. Under the formidable perception of Wang Chen's powerful consciousness, all those present appeared to be mere ordinary warriors possessing true energy. Only the Jade Frontier War God seemed somewhat extraordinary, for within his mind lay a peculiar rune concealed. However, before Wang Chen could delve into the mysteries of this rune, he was detected by the other party. "Master, the Jade Frontier War God resides in the palace above," exclaimed Jin Yanzi, her face radiating excitement as she respectfully addressed Wang Chen. She seemed filled with anticipation at the prospect of meeting the Jade Frontier War God. "That old rascal truly knows how to indulge," Lu Yin remarked enviously. Tossing his hair back, he expressed a certain degree of jealousy towards the lavish lifestyle of the Jade Frontier War God. "Let us proceed," the white-robed monk urged with an impassive expression. He was indifferent to the indulgences of the Jade Frontier War God, focusing solely on rescuing the Monkey King. "Then let us meet this Jade Frontier War God. A horde of rabble has arrived. You shall deal with them." A smile graced Wang Chen's face, for he awaited the arrival of the white-haired witch. The white-haired witch strode forward with a solemn demeanor, closely followed by numerous fully armed soldiers. They advanced with an imposing presence, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, their eyes glinting with murderous intent and greed. Upon spotting Wang Chen and his companions, the white-haired witch cried out, "Kill!" This command elicited a fervent response from the soldiers. Immediately thereafter, the white-haired witch issued a new order: "Seize the golden cudgel." Upon hearing this command, the soldiers erupted in excitement, collectively shouting, "Kill!" They surged towards Wang Chen and his companions like a tidal wave, their eyes shimmering with avarice. At that moment, the white-haired witch exhibited exceptional agility, swiftly approaching Wang Chen with a face full of greed, as though she had already claimed him as her prize. Just then, Lu Yin stretched his body, revealing a smile as he said, "Monk, go for it." He understood that now was the time to demonstrate their strength. Without hesitation, the white-clad monk responded, "Fight." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards the soldiers like a tiger descending from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he had felled several soldiers, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Witnessing the monk's valiant display, Lu Yin refused to be outdone. He quickened his pace and engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers. Their cooperation was seamless, making it difficult for the soldiers to withstand their onslaught. Meanwhile, Jin Yanzi could no longer contain her excitement. She tightened her grip on her purple magic sword, her figure suddenly appearing amidst the soldiers as she commenced a frenzied slaughter. Her swordplay was ghostly, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the soldiers with no means of escape. With each of her attacks, they fell like wheat, ruthlessly harvested by her hands. Wait, how can they be so weak? Upon witnessing the soldiers emerging from the grand hall, Wang Chen could only scoff at their feeble mastery of true energy. They were a pitiful lot, utterly embarrassing the celestial warriors. Were the celestial soldiers of the primordial world to discover such tarnishing of their reputation, they would surely shatter this realm with a mere slap. It is essential to remember that even the weakest among them possesses the strength of an earth immortal. Boom. As Wang Chen pondered this, the white-haired sorceress cast a covetous gaze upon the golden staff. With a flick of her wrist, her long whip sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as she charged at him. "Ah, not bad." A smile graced Wang Chen's lips as he quietly praised her. This white-haired enchantress had indeed cultivated her prowess to the pinnacle of refining essence into energy. At that moment, the sorceress brandished her white whip, accompanied by a fierce gust, lunging towards Wang Chen. With a calm demeanor, he extended his right hand, and a dazzling violet aura erupted from his palm. He seized the white whip effortlessly, neutralizing the sorceress's attack with ease. However, the white-haired sorceress felt an overwhelming force tugging at her, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She hastily attempted to alter her technique, but it was too late. Suddenly, an immense, irresistible power emanated from the whip, yanking her into the air, unwittingly propelling her towards Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen swiftly extended his right hand, catching the flying sorceress with precision. The violet light flickered once more in his grasp, completely sealing off her true energy. The sorceress's body became limp, devoid of any strength to resist, collapsing into Wang Chen's embrace. Leaning closer to her silvery strands, he inhaled deeply and remarked teasingly, "So fragrant." Upon hearing his words, the sorceress's face turned pale, her expression morphing into one of fury and humiliation as she shouted, "Scoundrel! Lecher! Release me at once! No, you are now my trophy," Wang Chen declared with a straight face, scrutinizing the white-haired sorceress. You, shameless wretch." Her countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes as she indignantly retorted, "Huh, I appreciate your compliment. I have heard you serve the god of war in Yujing for the sake of the elixir of immortality. Thus, if you acknowledge me as your master, I can grant you eternal life and supreme power." Wang Chen, with one arm around the sorceress, observed Lu Yin, Jin Yanzi, and the white-robed monk wreaking havoc on the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering the defenseless soldiers. His tone was calm, yet resolute, emanating a subtle authority, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. As time passed, Wang Chen's physique began to transform, growing increasingly towering and formidable, akin to an immovable mountain. In that moment, his figure appeared extraordinarily majestic, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon all who beheld him. The white-haired sorceress found herself enveloped by the formidable aura emanating from Wang Chen. Beads of perspiration emerged upon her forehead, and her complexion turned as pale as parchment. She widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the man before her, marveling inwardly at the sheer terror of his strength. A flicker of defiance shone in her eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Recalling the grim fate that awaited her should she fail, she realized that the Jade Border War God would unhesitatingly abandon her. Not only would she lose the elixir of immortality, but her very life would also be in jeopardy. With this thought, she unhesitatingly knelt upon the ground, respectfully bowing to Wang Chen, declaring, "I, Yichang, pay my respects to my master." In that moment, the white-haired sorceress, bereft of her vital energy, appeared exceptionally delicate and fragile, inadvertently revealing an exquisite beauty. Yet, Wang Chen could not help but feel astonished at the sight. He had never anticipated that the white-haired sorceress would be so astute. Previously, Jin Yanzi had similarly surrendered to him with ease. Nevertheless, he smiled, gesturing with a wave of his hand, a surge of purple energy flowing into her body, unsealing her latent power while simultaneously planting a seed of magical essence. Should she contemplate betrayal, it would surely be an amusing turn of events, he remarked calmly. "Excellent. You have made the right choice. Come, let us meet the Jade Border War God." "At your command, master." The white-haired sorceress promptly followed in Wang Chen's wake, a bittersweet expression adorning her face, relieved to have preserved her life. Chapter 110, A Fatal Strike Master. Jin Yanzi, having slain numerous soldiers and vented her frustration, excitedly approached Wang Chen's left side, expressing her respect. Lu Yin and the white-robed monk swiftly dispatched the remaining soldiers and joined Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, a sense of impatience began to brew within him, feeling their actions were too sluggish. After all, his objectives had been achieved, and he had little desire to linger in this realm any longer. Thus, he casually waved his sleeve, summoning a mysterious and powerful purple divine light that enveloped everyone tightly. In an instant, this radiant glow transformed into a dazzling stream of light, racing towards the magnificent palace atop the mountain with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived before the palace. Wang Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any soldiers guarding the entrance. However, he paid it no mind, striding confidently into the grand hall with his head held high. The white-haired sorceress, Jin Yanzi, Lu Yin, and the white-robed monk hurriedly followed suit. The expression on the white-haired sorceress's face was one of extreme complexity. Initially, she harbored some thoughts, but witnessing Wang Chen's nonchalant display of power evaporated all her considerations. As for the so-called Jade Border War God, who was she to him? The grandeur of the situation was indeed substantial. A hint of derision played at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth as he stepped into the grand hall, his gaze settling upon the middle-aged man clad in resplendent black and gold attire upon the elevated platform. Beside him lay a magnificent Qinglong Yinhua blade, flanked by a battalion of elite soldiers exuding an intimidating presence. "How audacious! You dare to show me such disrespect. And I, Chong, you have the audacity to betray me?" The war god of Yujing had been meticulously observing Wang Chen, but upon witnessing the white-haired witch and the golden swallow stand respectfully behind him, his fury ignited, and he bellowed in rage. "Hee, I have not betrayed you at all. We were merely in a partnership." The white-haired witch regarded the war god of Yujing with a mocking expression, her eyes glinting with mischief. Upon hearing her words, the war god's countenance darkened ominously as he fixed a seething glare upon her. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Fine. You are truly deserving of death. Kill them." For many years, aside from that detestable monkey, No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. The war god, his face flushed with rage, abruptly rose. Seizing the Qinglong Yanyue blade, he issued a cold command to the soldiers below. Understood. The fully armed soldiers responded loudly. Turning to charge at Wang Chen and his companions with an overwhelming ferocity, their battle cries resounding through the air. Kill! 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 Just as the white-haired witch, Golden Swallow, Lu Yan, and the white-robed monk prepared to counter the assault, Wang Chen called out to them. You are too slow. Step aside. I shall handle this. Wang Chen's voice was icy. The white-haired witch, Golden Swallow, Lu Yan, and the white-robed monk exchanged glances but quickly retreated to the side of the hall. Impressive momentum, yet still a mere swarm of ants. Wang Chen unleashed an overwhelming pressure, a resplendent purple divine wheel materializing behind him, towering at 5 zhang. Its rotation radiating with an array of 18 colors. An unparalleled will, transcending the heavens, obliterating all existence, and culminating in the end of cycles, filled the grand hall in an instant. The soldiers rushing towards Wang Chen were compelled to the ground, their bodies violently rupturing, a pungent scent of blood permeating the air. So powerful. My master is truly formidable. This is extraordinary. Only such a domineering man could be my master. Lu Yan, Golden Swallow, the white-robed monk, and the white-haired which gasped in awe at the divine might exhibited by Wang Chen, the war god of Yujing, suppressed by the supreme will of the Hongmeng Wandao wheel. Felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, a golden rune flickering upon his brow, sweat soaking his garments. Leaning heavily upon his blade, which sunk into the stone bricks, he stared incredulously at Wang Chen. Die? Upon witnessing the soldiers perish in an explosive demise, Wang Chen's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow. He directed a palm towards the god of war of Yujing, and in an instant, a colossal purple handprint, spanning a radius of 5 zhang, manifested above the deity, imbued with an unparalleled will to obliterate all, descending to suppress him. Not like this. With a resounding roar accompanying the agonized cries of the god of war of Yujing, both he and the elevated platform within the grand hall vanished without a trace. A golden rune flashed and dissipated, leaving behind a gaping pit in the shape of a hand, unfathomably deep. Interesting. Is this the divine seat of this realm? Wang Chen mused as he observed the golden rune vanish into the void. He hastily pursued it with his consciousness, but to no avail. However, he discovered a great mountain range to the west of this peak, at the center of which stood a magnificent peach tree. The spiritual essence of this world seemingly converging here. Is this the end? The disheveled middle-aged man, Lu Yan, stared blankly at the deep pit in the hall, murmuring to himself, revenge has been achieved. Father, mother, your vengeance is avenged. A sorrowful expression crossed Jin Yanzi's face, her eyes flickering with a sense of release. As an unprecedented lightness enveloped her, the white-robed monk merely gazed at Wang Chen, or rather, at the golden staff in his grasp. Master. The white-haired enchantress beamed at Wang Chen, her eyes ablaze with fervent hope. The prospect of immortality and extraordinary power was now within reach. It seems something still exists. Wang Chen withdrew his consciousness, recognizing that the mountain range undoubtedly marked the location of the celestial realm of this world. He refrained from further investigation. Suddenly, he retrieved a green jade vial from the depths of the pit, curiosity flickering across his face. Is this the elixir of immortality? What a jest! Wang Chen sensed the contents of the vial with his consciousness, a bemused expression emerging upon his visage. It was merely a vial containing the essence of life. To label it an elixir of immortality was not entirely inaccurate, for it could indeed grant an ordinary person a millennium of life, truly a miraculous potion. Wang Chen stored the jade vial away and, casting a glance at the golden staff in his hand, disdainfully tossed it to the white-robed monk, casually remarking, "You may go rescue the monkey." The monk caught the staff, his face lighting up with delight as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He then dashed towards the rear of the hall, with Lu Yan curiously trailing behind. "Nikang, where is the treasure trove of the god of war of Yujing? A visit here cannot be in vain. Let us scour for some riches." Wang Chen stretched languidly, addressing the white-haired enchantress. His primordial mirror within his sea of consciousness was in a state of exuberance, seemingly having intercepted some fortune, though its magnitude remained uncertain. At least, his efforts had not been in vain. "Master, please follow me." The white-haired sorceress paused, her face alight with excitement. One must realize that the god of war of Yujing had amassed a considerable treasure over 5 centuries. "Yanzi, let us embark on a treasure hunt." Wang Chen called to the dazed Jin Yanzi beside him. "Yes, master." Jin Yanzi quickly regained her senses and hurried after Wang Chen and the white-haired sorceress, making their way directly to the treasure vault of the god of war. Chapter 111. The treasure. No. With two anguished cries, the soldiers' voices abruptly ceased. The white-haired sorceress and Jin Yinzi swiftly dealt with several guards stationed at the vault, then commenced their search for the key to the grand entrance. Where could it be? Do you have it over there? I do not have it here either. Jin Yinzi and the white-haired sorceress anxiously rummaged about, yet the key eluded them, their expressions growing increasingly impatient. If we cannot find it, so be it. It is merely a gate, Wang Chen remarked, gazing at the towering five-zhang door made of gold and iron. This door is entirely crafted from ink gold, a precious material for forging magical artifacts. The old god of war truly spared no expense. A glimmer of purple light flickered in Wang Chen's eyes as he summoned the Hongmeng sword into his hand. He wielded it with his divine consciousness, transforming it into a violet sword aura that swiftly darted around the door, severing its connections. With a gentle wave, he stored the entire door within his Qinquan ring. There it is opened. A triumphant smile graced Wang Chen's face. For him, the more treasures, the better. The Hongmeng sword returned to his grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the vault. The white-haired sorceress and Jin Yinzi quickly followed, and upon witnessing the scene within the vault, they lost their composure. The two, once steadfast, dashed into the heaps of gold and jewels. Wow, so much treasure. This truly has become a mountain of gold, reaching over 3 zhang high. So many gems and South Sea pearls. How exquisite. Wang Chen was also taken aback by the abundance of treasures, yet he remained unfazed. He could now emulate Ma Xiaoyun's indifference towards wealth, sweeping his divine consciousness. A look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, there were remarkable items here. With a swift turn, Wang Chen moved to the rear of the vault, where an array of divine weapons lay displayed. However, his gaze was drawn to 9 chests positioned beneath the weapons. With a flick of his consciousness, the 9 chests opened automatically, and an instant cascade of 9-colored radiance erupted forth. This world can still give birth to extraordinary treasures. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. Good heavens! Are these heavenly spiritual pearls not valuable? Why are there so many? Wang Chen displayed an expression of astonishment, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Within each chest lay 5 or 6 spirit orbs of various attributes, along with several similar spiritual materials. With a wave of his hand, he collected them all, feeling that this journey had yielded remarkable rewards. As he scrutinized the spirit orbs with his mind, he realized that they might represent unmanifested spirits, possibly stifled by the ancient war god of Yujian. Or perhaps this was the intention of the celestial court. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought. It was of no concern to him. He was reveling in his good fortune, promptly activating his gathering mode. In no time, the entire treasury was stripped bare. Approaching the white-haired enchantress, he smiled and said, "Nishang, you have performed admirably. Now, I shall impart a celestial inheritance to you." "Thank you, master," exclaimed the white-haired enchantress, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she knelt respectfully on one knee. "Very well, sit cross-legged." With a flicker of his mind, Wang Chen's primordial spirit opened its eyes. Hands forming intricate seals as a transmission of the path of the Taiyin materialized instantly, soaring forth from his brow. With a gesture, he sent the Taiyin symbol into the enchantress's sea of consciousness, guiding her into a state of enlightenment. Wang Chen then reached into his Qinquan ring and retrieved the Taiyin pearl, a rare treasure he had just acquired. As it emerged, it exuded an astonishing chill. The nearby Jin Yinzi's face turned pale with shock as she hastily summoned her protective aura to barely fend off the encroaching cold. In Wang Chen's hand, a purple aura manifested. With a wave directed at the white-haired enchantress, a strand of her essence rose from her head and flew into his grasp. Subsequently, he placed this essence into the Taiyin pearl, which erupted with a brilliant blue divine light, ascending above the enchantress's head and continuously releasing potent Taiyin spiritual energy. Enveloped in the blue Taiyin energy, the white-haired enchantress initially displayed a grimace of pain, yet soon after, her body began to crystallize with layers of frost. Strangely, despite this, her aura grew increasingly potent. After approximately 15 minutes, she radiated a dazzling blue luminescence, and the ice surrounding her shattered explosively. The Taiyin pearl transforming into a beam of blue light that entered her brow. "Thank you, master, for bestowing the law and the treasure." Upon regaining her composure, the white-haired enchantress knelt before Wang Chen, her face alight with excitement. Through this inheritance, she realized that her previous aspirations for immortality were but a jest. What she truly desired was to embody such formidable power. Excellent. Now imbue this robe with your blood to claim it as your own. Let us depart this realm. Upon witnessing the tattered garments of the white-haired sorceress, revealing her graceful form, Wang Chen felt a sense of urgency to shield her from prying eyes. Instantly, a flowing black gown materialized in his hands, which he graciously tossed to her, uttering softly, "Here you go, my lady." "Thank you, my lord." The white-haired sorceress reverently accepted the enchanted attire. Following a blood oath to claim it as her own, a flash of black light enveloped her, and the gown adorned her figure, contrasting beautifully with her silvery locks, rendering her an exquisite sight. "Let us proceed and see if the monkey has emerged," Wang Chen commanded, leading the white-haired sorceress and Jin Yinzi into the grand hall. Upon entering, they beheld a disheveled monkey, its hair a wild tangle, capering about the hall with unrestrained exuberance. Wang Chen's gaze narrowed, his brow furrowing in displeasure. The monkey's appearance was rather grotesque, a blatant affront to the noble image of the Monkey King. Yet, assessing its strength, it was evident that it surpassed the likes of the Jade Border War God. By Wang Chen's estimation, this monkey likely possessed a terrifying power at the level of the Dao Unity realm. How such a formidable being could have been reduced to a lifeless stone statue was beyond his comprehension. At that moment, Sun Wukong flashed forward, appearing before Wang Chen with a respectful clasp of his hands, exclaiming, "Traveler of the heavens, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention." "Old Sun thanks you. No need for pleasantries. I did not come here specifically to rescue you," Wang Chen retorted with a cold smile, his indifference towards the monkey's gratitude palpable. He turned to depart, stating, "I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell." However, before he could take his leave, Sun Wukong materialized before him once more, blocking his path. "Hold on. You must accompany me to meet the Jade Emperor." Chapter 112, Seeking Death. Wang Chen's brow furrowed as he surveyed the impish monkey with growing annoyance. He had no desire to provoke the Jade Emperor of this realm, a deity capable of governing an entire world, undoubtedly at least of Earth immortal caliber. A being of such stature, akin to the Jade Emperor of the Marvel Universe, should be at the pinnacle of that level. Yet, the monkey was utterly insufferable. Seeking death, Wang Chen bellowed, pivoting swiftly to confront the monkey. A purple divine wheel materialized behind him, emanating an aura of authority that seemed capable of subduing all existence. He then unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with boundless strength, directed at the monkey. The wind from his strike sliced through the air with a deafening roar, akin to thunder that shook the very soul. Beside him, Jin Yinzi, the white-haired sorceress, and Lu Yin were overwhelmed by the sheer force of his power. Their only recourse to shield their heads and cry out in distress. Boom. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was instantly propelled by Wang Chen's overwhelming fist, soaring through the great hall like a shooting star, crashing fiercely into a mountain peak. The impact severed a portion of the mountain, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Pain etched across Sun Wukong's face as he let out a chilling wail, an eerie force relentlessly gnawing at his body, inflicting unprecedented agony. This power, imbued with an extreme dominance, rendered him nearly defenseless. Now that you have emerged, you choose to cause chaos. It seems the lesson has not been profound enough, Wang Chen declared coldly, observing the writhing monkey below. Let me impart a truly deep lesson. With a flourish, he conjured a radiant five-colored light with both hands, deftly forming intricate, colorful seals akin to fluttering butterflies. As the seals took shape, an ethereal five-colored mountain began to materialize in the air. Wang Chen smirked at the monkey, declaring, "I shall once again suppress you for 500 years. No sooner had he spoken than his right hand descended towards Sun Wukong, bringing with it the weight of the five-colored light and the towering mountain's shadow, akin to Mount Tai crushing an egg. "No!" Sun Wukong cried in terror, "Jade Emperor, save me." He attempted to fend off the onslaught with his golden staff while beseeching the heavens for aid. Yet, all was in vain. As the five-colored light bore down upon him, dread finally surfaced on Sun Wukong's face. He radiated a brilliant golden glow, striving to resist the oppressive force, but it was a futile effort. With a thunderous roar, the five-colored light struck him, and he vanished, leaving only a heart-wrenching scream echoing through the cosmos. The once mighty mountain was replaced by a five-fingered peak, emanating a resplendent five-colored brilliance, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and elemental power, swiftly growing in stature. Goodness! Has Sun Wukong been suppressed again? Lu Yin sauntered to the palace, astonished at the magnificent five-colored mountain. Did you not hear the monkey's cries? The white-haired witch remarked brusquely. Her master was formidable indeed. How tragic for the monkey! Jin Yinzi exclaimed with a gleeful smile. He deserves it. The white-haired witch scoffed. Liu Yan's expression morphed into one of bemusement. He had come to rescue Sun Wukong, only to find that the moment he emerged, he was swiftly subdued. In the sky, Wang Chen regarded the imprisoned Sun Wukong with a cold smirk. Did you truly believe yourself to be the great sage equal to heaven? Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the west, where a formidable aura emerged from the colossal mountain range. A brilliant white light illuminated the night sky, transforming into a streak of light racing toward the palace. Wang Chen's lips curled into a dismissive sneer. He pondered silently. Given the circumstances, this battle seems unavoidable. Behind him, a magnificent purple divine wheel slowly ascended, resembling a radiant purple sun, exuding an aura of boundless majesty and mystery. In the blink of an eye, this divine wheel expanded rapidly, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, akin to a towering mountain standing between heaven and earth. Wang Chen unleashed the terrifying fist intent of the Hongmeng 10,000 Dao wheel without reservation, as if he sought to devour the entire world. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never exerted his full strength, but in this moment, he resolved to hold nothing back. In an instant, an unparalleled pressure surged forth like a tumultuous wave, carrying with it the supreme fist intent that buried the heavens, annihilated all existence, and concluded the cycle of reincarnation, advancing towards the white escape light in an overwhelming manner. Faced with this formidable fist intent, the white escape light came to an abrupt halt in midair, revealing an old man with a white beard. He radiated a dazzling, resplendent white light, akin to a twinkling star. Simultaneously, a massive silver mirror materialized before him, its surface shimmering with a chilling glow, countering the tyrannical pressure. The Jade Emperor forced a strained smile onto his face and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed friend, might there be some misunderstanding?" Wang Chen coldly replied, "What misunderstanding could there be? I merely came to deliver a staff to the monkey. Yet this fellow insists on bringing me to meet you. Do you have any guidance?" As he spoke, a Hongmeng sword abruptly appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming with a fierce light, signaling an imminent confrontation. The Jade Emperor, witnessing such shamelessness, was filled with regret. He had never anticipated that this individual would strike without hesitation. Had he known, he would have never provoked this being. After all, it was merely a few spirit pearls. He could have easily given them. The heavenly realm was not lacking in such spirit pearls, abundant each year. Alas, it was poor Wukong who would suffer. The Jade Emperor contemplated how this individual had cultivated, for the aura emanating from him was even more formidable than that of the ruler of the heavenly realm. Particularly, the divine wheel suspended behind him caused the Jade Emperor's heart to tremble, as if it were his nemesis. "Esteemed friend, it is a misunderstanding," the Jade Emperor exclaimed hastily. "Initially, I merely wished to invite you to a banquet, but since you are unwilling, let us part ways here." As he spoke, a hint of reluctance crossed his face, and he reached into the spirit mirror to retrieve 36 blue pearls. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the blue pearls soared towards Wang Chen like shooting stars. The Jade Emperor certainly did not wish to engage in conflict with Wang Chen. What if he were to be inadvertently harmed? After all, this was his domain. And should the other party truly unleash their fury and obliterate the world, it would be a great loss for him. He transformed into a beam of white escape light and vanished from sight. How intriguing! Wang Chen stared wide-eyed, incredulous as he gazed upon the Jade Emperor. To his astonishment, the Jade Emperor displayed no inclination to engage in battle, instead generously offering him 36 spirit pearls. For a moment, bewilderment adorned Wang Chen's countenance, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. He had been fully prepared for a fierce confrontation with the Jade Emperor, his aura having reached its zenith. However, the Emperor's unexpected gesture left him feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton, a wave of frustration washing over him. "I was ready for a life-and-death struggle. And yet you choose this path? Could it be that the Jade Emperor is so timid?" With a resigned shake of his head, Wang Chen decided to abandon his fixation on the matter. He swiftly turned, akin to a flash of lightning, arriving instantaneously before the palace. He then closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit to communicate with the imprint of the nation and society map within him. In an instant, a powerful spatial fluctuation surged through his consciousness, akin to tumultuous ocean waves rising and falling. Upon sensing this familiar power, Wang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly rejoicing. "Thankfully, it seems I shall not need to employ the primordial mirror this time." Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his arm and incantations upon his lips, a resplendent violet light enveloped him, and a colossal purple spatial gate slowly materialized before him. Just then, Wang Chen felt his internal magical energy depleting at an alarming rate. His expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out, "Jin Yinzi, by Famo Nu, hurry!" Upon hearing Wang Chen's urgent summons, Jin Yinzi and by Famo Nu did not dare to delay, responding in unison, "Yes, master." Before the words had fully left their lips, they reverently followed Wang Chen, rushing like meteors into the mysterious purple spatial gate. As the three figures vanished within, the purple divine light surrounding the gate grew ever more radiant. Moments later, as the violet glow gradually dissipated, Wang Chen and his companions disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed. Chapter 113. Familiar atop the towering peaks. Shrouded in clouds and mist, an aura of auspiciousness lingered like delicate threads. The mountains were adorned with blooming orchids, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Amidst this ethereal realm stood a colossal peach tree, its canopy resembling a vast umbrella that shielded the heavens. Akin to the world tree that upheld the very fabric of existence, majestic and awe-inspiring. The tree shimmered with ethereal azure light, dazzling to the senses. The air around it was thick with an almost palpable spiritual essence, coalescing into a mist that flowed gently, enveloping the entire mountain in a shroud of mystery. Occasionally, a few snow-white cranes soared gracefully through the skies, their agile forms harmonizing with the dreamlike scenery, crafting a breathtaking tableau. At that moment, a dazzling beam of white divine light descended from the heavens, and as the radiance subsided, the somewhat disheveled Jade Emperor appeared before the gathered assembly. His complexion was ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly a manifestation of his extreme anger. With hurried steps, the Jade Emperor approached the altar set beneath the massive tree. Grasping a cup of crystal-clear jade nectar, which he raised and consumed in one swift motion, the elixir cascaded down his throat, transforming into a chilling essence that swiftly spread through every meridian and acupoint in his being. Under the soothing influence of this refreshing aura, the Jade Emperor gradually subdued the raging inferno of fury within him, slowly regaining his former composure. "Your Majesty, what has transpired? Why are you in such a froth?" Came a melodious voice accompanied by the soft sound of jingling ornaments. A resplendent beauty, adorned in exquisite traditional attire, approached with graceful steps. Her elegantly arched eyebrows were lightly brushed, her face reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, and her crimson lips naturally flushed. Cascading black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting presence. This striking woman was none other than the Queen Mother. "It is nothing of great concern. Do not fret," the Jade Emperor replied coldly, suppressing his displeasure. Yet, his grip on the cup trembled slightly, a subtle indication of the turmoil still churning within him. "Has that traveler provoked your ire?" The Queen Mother inquired gently, her keen eyes discerning the fleeting changes in the Jade Emperor's demeanor. "Humph, that insufferable fool. His temper so volatile, he nearly dared to lay hands on me." The Jade Emperor ground out through clenched teeth. "What?" Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed the Queen Mother's exquisite visage, her lips parting in disbelief. Could it be that this traveler has the audacity to offend the supreme authority of the heavens? The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened at her words, his mind racing with silent retorts. This fool had not merely consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard. He possessed the courage of a dragon and the spirit of a phoenix, ready to strike. Fortunately, I was astute enough to sense the impending danger and made my retreat. At that moment, a profound expression gradually emerged on the Jade Emperor's face, as if concealing unfathomable secrets and strategies. "Fear not. I merely worry that should conflict arise, it would entangle the innocent masses. Thus, I shall spare this traveler for now." His voice resonated with undeniable authority. "Long live the Jade Emperor. His boundless virtue. His compassion is unmatched." The assembled celestial beings erupted into fervent praises, showering him with compliments like a tidal wave. Yet, the Queen Mother furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of peculiarity crossing her features, though she ultimately refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a smile of relief blossomed on the Jade Emperor's face. Originally, he keenly sensed that the troublesome Wang Chen, who had been a source of great vexation, had finally departed from the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing that this calamity had at last taken its leave. Following this, he focused his thoughts and unleashed a formidable spell to firmly seal the gate of celestial dimensions, ensuring that no one could intrude upon this sacred domain uninvited. Satisfied, the Jade Emperor resumed his position of authority, casting his gaze over the graceful and beautiful palace maidens, and with a smile gracing his lips, he commanded, "Continue the music. Do not pause. Let the dance commence. Revel in joy." At his behest, The melodious celestial music once again resonated throughout the banquet hall, flowing like a gentle stream around the ears of those present. The enchanting maidens swiftly glided into motion, their dances light and elegant, akin to fairies descending from the heavens, captivating all who beheld them. Simultaneously, the celestial beings raised their cups filled with exquisite nectar, drinking heartily and savoring this rare moment of gaiety. In an instant, the entire banquet scene was once more enveloped in an atmosphere of song and dance, vibrant and extraordinary. A violet portal appeared beneath the tree of life in the celestial palace, and Wang Chen, Jin Yanzi, and Nizhong, the true name of the white-haired sorceress, now restored, emerged from the portal. "Wow, Master, what a beautiful celestial realm!" exclaimed Jin Yanzi, overwhelmed by the rich spiritual energy and the splendor of the cave heaven. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent." Nizhong's eyes sparkled with delight, sensing the profound life force within the spiritual energy. This place was genuinely a haven for cultivation. "I am glad you like it. By the way, this world is different from the one you inhabited before. I will take you to explore, and someone will explain it to you, so you can familiarize yourselves." As Wang Chen spoke, he released the seal of the central Dantian's dimensional gate, allowing a torrent of energy to flow into his body, replenishing his magical power. "Yes, Master," responded Jin Yanzi and Nizhong, curiosity lighting their eyes as they bowed respectfully. "Let us proceed." With a smile, Wang Chen led the two to the portal beneath the Tree of Life, and they directly returned to the villa on Earth. "What a beautiful house. It truly is different from our world," exclaimed Jin Yanzi. "Wow, look outside. There are metal vehicles moving. Are they magical artifacts?" Not quite. They lack any spiritual fluctuations," remarked Nizhong. "These people look so peculiar. They are either black or white. Are they all savages?" "Just mere savages." Jin Yanzi and Nizhong stepped out of the portal, astonished by the novel scene before them, uttering exclamations of wonder. "Chen, you have returned." Lu Feifei came to the third floor and, upon seeing Wang Chen, exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, I am back. How long have I been gone?" Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. "You have only been gone for 2 hours." Lu Feifei spoke peculiarly, her attention entirely fixated on Jin Yanzi. How could that girl bear such a striking resemblance to her? "Feifei, you have arrived just in time. Please help Jin Yanzi and Nisha familiarize themselves with this world. I brought them back from the celestial realm, and they are not well acquainted with modern society." Oh, I shall go at once." Lu Feifei approached Jin Yanzi and Nisha with curiosity, and before long, the three were engrossed in cheerful conversation, akin to that of sisters. Wang Chen observed Jin Yanzi and Lu Feifei, who appeared as if they were twins, both exuding exquisite beauty, and felt elated. Chapter 114. Why is it always him who gets hurt? Wang Chen noticed that the three were enjoying an engaging dialogue, and chose to divert his attention elsewhere. He stepped through the spatial door and returned to the cave, entering the palace beneath the Tree of Life. With a mere thought, he activated the protective barriers. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the grand hall, he summoned a simplified panel from the Hongmeng Mirror. Name, Wang Chen Realm. Immortal Path Refining Void and Merging Dao, Minor Achievement, Martial Arts, Human Immortal, Major Achievement Lifespan, 20,000 Innate Divine Powers, 10,000 Paths Transformation, Ingestation, 10,000 Paths Incantations, Ingestation, Divine Powers, Hongmeng Divine Light, Reincarnation Divine Light, Postnatal Yin-Yang Divine Light, Postnatal 5 Elements Divine Light, Red Lotus Karma Fire, Ice Soul Divine Light Spells, Sword Control Technique, Soul Refinement Technique, Transformation Technique, Qian Kuan Technique, Alchemy Technique, Artifact Refinement Technique, Talismans Technique. Martial Skills, Hongmeng 10,000 Paths Wheel Reflection of All Heavens, 376 Restoration, 20. What is this? You have absorbed so much of my fortune and merit, and yet the restoration is so minimal. Wang Chen cast a glance at the simplified panel, disheartened by the state of the Hongmeng Mirror, and erupted into a torrent of curses. The Hongmeng Mirror within his sea of consciousness transformed into a violet light that surged forth from his brow, pulsating before him with an air of urgency, as if it were on the verge of striking him. The Panga Great God is truly formidable. This heaven-opening axe is indeed powerful. Wang Chen's eyes widened, fixated on the damaged area of the Hongmeng Mirror. The crack resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, from which emanated an overwhelming, suffocating aura. This presence seemed to possess boundless pressure and power, rushing toward Wang Chen with the force of a mountain descending upon an egg. In an instant, Wang Chen felt an irresistible weight bearing down upon him, forcing him to the ground. His limbs felt as if crushed under an immense burden, rendering him utterly immobile. while his face contorted in agony under the tremendous strain. However, despite being ensnared in such adversity, Wang Chen's eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky. Before him, the image of Pangu, the celestial sovereign, shimmered with an enigmatic luminescence, continuously drawing in the surrounding essence of the Tao. As this essence flowed into him, Wang Chen's physique began to fortify gradually, each muscle brimming with explosive strength. His primordial spirit radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a blazing sun suspended above the lotus expanse. Concurrently, the purple lotus burgeoned at an astonishing pace, its petals unfurling layer by layer, exuding an enchanting fragrance as the leaves representing various laws perfected themselves. As time trickled by, Wang Chen felt as though he were immersed in an eternal river of ages. Finally, after an indeterminate duration, he struggled to lift himself from the ground, swaying unsteadily as he stood upright. At this moment, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, his heart brimming with exhilaration and fervor. The might of Pangu was indeed formidable. Merely a wisp of his essence has catalyzed such a significant elevation in my cultivation. Wang Chen could not help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence. This extraordinary encounter was undoubtedly a monumental fortune for him, transforming his previously mundane path of cultivation into one illuminated with promise. At that instant, the Hongming mirror erupted with a blinding violet radiance. This light, reminiscent of divine thunder from the heavens, wielded unparalleled might to suppress the lingering essence of the great Pangu. Subsequently, the Hongming mirror transformed into a streak of flowing light, plunging directly into Wang Chen's sea of consciousness, vanishing without a trace. Observing the now tranquil sea of consciousness, Wang Chen could not help but let out a wry smile. Although the Hongming mirror had acknowledged him as its master, his current meager cultivation rendered him incapable of refining even a single layer of its restrictions, let alone harnessing any of its power. The elevation in his cultivation, facilitated by the essence of the great Pangu, was solely the result of the Hongming mirror's innate ability to repair itself. Achieving such a feat was already commendable. Reflecting on this, Wang Chen took a deep breath, resolutely vowing to diligently cultivate and swiftly gain true mastery over this extraordinary treasure. The sovereign of the world? It seems I must devise a plan. His voice resonated throughout the palace as his figure vanished, reappearing beneath the tree of life, where his primordial spirit coalesced into a shimmering, seven-colored rune. With a wave of his hand, the rune merged into the gourd vine, from which emanated the voice of a young girl. Thank you, brother. Yes, cultivate diligently and emerge soon. Understood, brother. The seven-colored gourd radiated endless divine light as the spiritual essence within the cave continuously flowed into it, and the little gourd sister entered her training. Wang Chen observed with satisfaction, recognizing that her potential surpassed even that of the gourd boy. She would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. With a smile gracing his face, he stepped into the spatial portal and returned to his villa. Wang Chen entered the hall on the first floor and was greeted by the formidable Storm, Cyclops, Phoenix, and the bald Professor Charles. Among them were Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, and several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the Fantastic Four were present. Additionally, two little girls were playing joyfully with the Hulu-Wa. Why have you all gathered here instead of returning to your own homes? Wang Chen inquired as he settled down beside the tea table. The group exchanged glances, reluctant to speak first, until Tony Stark broke the silence. Wang, I was forcibly summoned by them. Now that you're back, could you sell me some of your fruits? Having received his father's relics from S.H.I.E.L.D., Stark begrudgingly accompanied them but was determined not to leave empty-handed. Upon hearing Stark's request, the others displayed eager expressions. Wang Chen's fruits were indeed prized, and they desired them. Only the Fantastic Four appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend the fervor surrounding this matter. Wang Chen then addressed Lu Feifei. Feifei, I entrust you with the affairs of the spiritual fruits. The funds obtained shall serve as living expenses. Understood, Brother Chen. Feifei nodded in affirmation as she and the others served tea and fruits to the superheroes. This is wonderful. I have nothing else to do. You all may continue your discussion. Stark, having secured what he desired, happily settled back onto the sofa, wearing a broad smile as he observed the gathering. Curious about their intentions in seeking Wang Chen. Do not mind us. We are here to request Mr. Wang's assistance. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. Professor Charles stated calmly. We feel the same. Reed chimed in eagerly, while the Thing, previously stationed in a corner, gazed at Wang Chen with a look of longing. Only the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remained, with Hill and Natasha turning their attention to Coulson. Meanwhile, Captain America and Human Torch Johnny were engaged in an amusing staring contest, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Coulson, noticing Hill and Natasha's gaze, felt a frown forming. Why was he always the target of their scrutiny? Chapter 115. The Mutant Combat Training Method. Wang Chen observed how the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. consistently singled out Coulson for their teasing, leaving him somewhat bemused. He silently mused. Where has that pesky Marvel character gone? Is he too afraid to show his face? Oh, right. Wasn't he their supernatural defense agency previously? How has S.H.I.E.L.D. come to dominate the scene? At that moment, Coulson approached Wang Chen with a serious demeanor and asked, Mr. Wang, could you please elucidate the circumstances surrounding the recent serpent and monster attacks? Wang Chen rolled his eyes and replied curtly, can't you investigate it on your own? Could it be that you expect me to inform you of everything as if I were a mere caretaker? With that, he dismissed Coulson, turning his attention to the task at hand, retrieving tea leaves from his interdimensional ring. With a subtle wave of his arm, the spirit spring water, which had been resting in the bucket, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, flowing effortlessly into the teapot beside it. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant purple flame ignited in the palm of his hand, causing the water within the pot to boil instantaneously. Within moments, a delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Coulson, taken aback by Wang Chen's retort, found himself speechless, standing in silence for quite some time. Meanwhile, Hill and Natasha, witnessing Wang Chen's brusque response, exchanged glances that revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet they had no grounds to argue. For the truth was that they had indeed uncovered no valuable leads. A soft chuckle escaped from Tony Stark, who could not contain his amusement. However, upon feeling the icy glares from Hill and Natasha, he quickly realized he had overstepped, hastily offering an apologetic smile. My apologies, truly, it was not my intention. No, you were quite deliberate. Wang Chen sipped his tea, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he jabbed back at Stark. The fierce gazes of Hill and Natasha seemed as though they could consume him whole, prompting Stark to exclaim, Wang Chen, you are being rather ungracious. Do enlighten us about the situation. Is there anything particularly special about the circumstances? Merely a lunatic with a modicum of understanding of necromancy, foolishly aspiring for immortality. Hence the two serpents he keeps. It is as straightforward as that, crystal clear. Wang Chen replied, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. This matter should rightfully be addressed by the Church of Light. Why must you seek me out? Do you perceive me as easy prey? Wang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his voice rising in pitch, as a faint yet palpable aura of pressure began to emanate from him. In an instant, the previously bustling hall fell into a profound silence. As if time itself had frozen, those present could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths upon hearing Wang Chen's words. Bully you? Who would dare? Even if they had tenfold the audacity, they would not risk it. Who is unaware of this gentleman's formidable prowess? Should he be provoked, one might find themselves staring at a nuclear warhead suspended above their roof come nightfall. Even the usually composed Professor Charles struggled to suppress a laugh, inwardly musing, you are blatantly ridiculing them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could we ever dare to bully you? Coulson exclaimed, his complexion paling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Such words must never be uttered lightly. This individual is notoriously short-tempered, and once angered, even the mightiest would be powerless to intervene. He waved his hands in frantic denial, resembling a frightened rabbit. There is no best. Relay to that black egghead that if the American government continues to provoke me, then their existence will no longer be necessary. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the crowd with a sharpness akin to the frigid winds of the polar regions. All right, Mr. Wang. Coulson forced himself to regain composure, his face pale as he spoke. Hill and Natasha bore expressions of concern, while Captain Steve Rogers fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Wang Chen's words, realizing that Nick Fury had been less than forthright with him. Now, tell me why you are here. I cannot afford to waste my time with you. Wang Chen's good mood had been thoroughly spoiled by S.H.I.E.L.D., and he voiced his impatience. A colossal stone figure, lingering in the corner of the hall, stepped forward and knelt before Wang Chen, pleading with urgency. Mr. Wang, I implore you to revert me back to a normal human. I can bear any cost. Ben, please rise. Trust that I will devise a solution. Reed anxiously interrupted the stone man's outburst. No, you cannot possibly come up with any solution. I refuse to be a test subject. The stone man could no longer suppress the tide of grievances swelling within him, his voice rising in a fervent shout. Susan and Johnny, witnessing Ben's profound distress, stood frozen, unsure of how to comfort him. After exchanging glances, they perceived each other's helplessness and conflict. Ultimately, they resolved to honor Ben's choice. Meanwhile, Reed found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Ben's declaration. His face, once taut with anger and anxiety, became a caricature of absurdity, frozen in that moment. Deep down, he understood that he lacked the certainty to guarantee the experiment's success. After all, their initial purpose in seeking out Wang Chen was merely to delve into the enigmatic cosmic energy. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances? Wang Chen regarded the imposing figure before him, resembling a small mountain, and felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. What is this? A team falling apart? He shook his head, gently waving his arm. In an instant, a dazzling yellow divine light erupted forth, enveloping the stone man's entire form in a flash akin to lightning. As time progressed, it became evident that a substantial amount of energy was continuously emanating from the stone man's body. As soon as this energy made contact with the layer of yellow divine light, it was immediately drawn towards a singular direction, as if influenced by an immense force. Subsequently, the energy began to gradually coalesce and contract, ultimately transforming into a resplendent yellow rune. Not long after, a miraculous scene unfolded. Once the yellow rune had fully formed, the yellow divine light that had enveloped the stone man began to dissipate slowly. In the midst of this transformation, a naked man suddenly appeared before the onlookers. This man was the transformed Ben, whose face radiated excitement as he exuberantly waved his limbs, reveling in the long-awaited sensations of freedom and ease. "Ah, you scoundrel!" the women present exclaimed, playfully chiding Ben for his nakedness. Reed promptly removed his jacket and offered it to Ben, who, shaken from his exhilaration, blushed and hastily covered his lower body with the garment. Observing that Ben had calmed down, Wang Chen waved his hand, sending the shimmering yellow rune into Ben's heart, before smiling with satisfaction. While he might have hesitated to save others, this fellow was undeniably a tragic character. He might as well lend a helping hand. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for saving me. My life is now yours," Ben exclaimed, realizing he could transform back into a stone man at will. And a joyous smile broke across his face as he bowed deeply to Wang Chen. "It's all right. Now go put on some clothes. This is rather distressing to behold," Wang Chen remarked, frowning. All right, Ben replied, his cheeks flushed as he shyly dashed away, with Reed and the others crowding around him. "Charles, you've truly trained up something remarkable here. Is this the light fighting spirit?" "No, it should be called fighting spirit." Wang Chen directed his gaze towards the battle police, who were filled with diverse energies, each storing different attributes within their bodies, embodying various characteristics. This was nothing less than the conventional practice of fighting spirit in the Western world. Indeed, I merely drew inspiration from the light fighting spirit to create my own variant of the mutant fighting spirit cultivation method. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? A smug smile spread across Charles's face, brimming with pride, as if urging Wang Chen to praise his prodigious talent. "What are you so proud of? You still came to seek my assistance," Wang Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated at Charles's display of vanity. The smile on Charles's face faltered, as he realized that this fellow was quite unsporting. He had merely intended to boast a little. Chapter 116, The Power of the Phoenix. "Hurry up and tell me what you need. I don't have time to play around with you." Wang Chen glanced at the elderly Charles with irritation, sensing that the two young women in the living room, who were playing with the magical gourd, were rather extraordinary, prompting a contemplative expression to cross his features. "Ah, Mr. Wang, I implore you to address the latent dangers within Qin's body. I can scarcely contain the energy surging within her." Upon hearing this, Charles immediately regained his composure and articulated the purpose of their visit. "What a preposterous jest," Wang Chen scoffed, his countenance adorned with derision. The notion that the power of the phoenix could be sealed was utterly ludicrous, for it was the supreme force of the universe. As Charles uttered those words, a wave of contempt surged within Wang Chen's heart. At that moment, his deep-set eyes shimmered with a dazzling purple divine light, reminiscent of the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. His gaze gradually shifted towards the visibly anxious Qin Gray, where intertwining strands of crimson divine light coalesced into a vivid phantom of a phoenix. Even more astonishing was the revelation that deep within Qin Gray's consciousness lay a sealed, darker version of herself. As if sensing Wang Chen's scrutiny, the shadowed Qin abruptly lifted her head, her face adorned with a remarkably sinister smile. "Life, destruction, the myriad emotions, the essence of the spirit," Wang Chen murmured softly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and yearning. "This extraordinary power and the laws contained within were simply too enticing. Reflecting on the days of yore, he recalled his own frailty, rendered powerless in the face of such formidable phoenix energy. Yet, times had changed. He had ascended to the pinnacle of transcendence and become one of the rarest of formidable beings. In this moment, the fragments of the phoenix power were no longer an unattainable ideal, but rather a splendid nourishment for the growth of his own Dao seed. With this thought, a confident smile graced Wang Chen's lips. However, standing nearby, Charles's expression darkened at these words, his face resembling a stormy sea, as if he could drown in his embarrassment. Wang Chen's caustic remarks had struck a nerve, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. "Mr. Wang, can you truly resolve the phoenix energy within Qin?" Charles forced a smile, his voice barely above a whisper. "In the past, it was impossible, but now, I might give it a try." Wang Chen replied, his spirits buoyed. The primordial mirror within his consciousness was in turmoil. The fortune associated with this phoenix energy was undoubtedly substantial. "Ah, is that truly possible?" Qin Gray's face lit up with excitement as she murmured to herself. Scott, with his laser vision, and Aurora, the storm, also displayed joyful expressions. "Qin, you may finally be saved. Then please proceed, Mr. Wang." Charles exhaled with evident relief, speaking with urgency. "Very well. Those without business here may leave," Wang Chen declared, shooing away the agents of SHIELD, the Fantastic Four, and the onlooking Tony Stark. "Alas, Wang Chen, our relationship is quite amicable. How could you possibly dismiss me?" Tony Stark lamented dramatically, adopting a rogue-like demeanor, having finally unearthed these clandestine matters. "Then behave yourself and refrain from speaking," Wang Chen retorted with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Stark immediately fell silent, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes as he regarded the agents of SHIELD. Hill, Natasha, Coulson, and Captain Steve Rogers were all eager to witness the legendary celestial force of the Phoenix. Yet it was evident that Wang Chen was intent on expelling them. What to do? Reed's gaze was fixated in a particular direction, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Seemingly unable to contain his anticipation of witnessing the fabled power of the Phoenix firsthand. "What is the matter? Must I personally invite you to vacate this place?" Wang Chen observed the SHIELD agents, who stood motionless as if carved from wood. The amiable smile that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a subtle yet discernible aura of authority. It is worth noting that while he once relied on SHIELD for his own benefit, times have changed, and he no longer needed their assistance. Should they fail to grasp the situation, they may well meet their demise. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Coulson felt a tightening in his chest and promptly spoke up. "In that case, we shall take our leave." With that, he turned and began to stride toward the exit. Hill, Natasha, and Steve followed suit, albeit with heavy hearts. A trace of regret washed over Reed's face, as if he mourned the missed opportunity to behold the power of the Phoenix. Nevertheless, he soon composed himself and followed suit, with Susan and Johnny trailing behind. However, amidst the departing crowd, only Ben remained steadfastly seated, unwavering in his resolve. He had previously declared that his life belonged to Wang Chen, and at this moment, he remained resolutely loyal. Despite Reed's entreaties, he remained unmoved, choosing to stay by Wang Chen's side. "Good, the eyesores have departed. Follow me." Upon noticing Ben's steadfastness, Wang Chen said nothing further. He addressed Charles and the others, leading them to the third floor of the villa. "Wang Chen, where are we headed? What is this purplish mist? It feels so delightful." Tony Stark inquired, a look of pure bliss illuminating his face. "If you wish to stay, keep your mouth shut," Wang Chen replied, his expression darkening. It was indeed a mistake to bring him along, as he stepped directly into the portal. Charles, Aurora, Jean, and Scott could not help but smile upon witnessing Tony's misfortune, and without any further ado, they stepped into the portal. "Brother, perhaps you should speak less," one remarked to Tony before following suit. "Humph." Tony Stark scoffed and followed them in. "Wow, is this the realm of myths? How magnificent, how beautiful. It resembles a fairy tale," exclaimed the group as they arrived in the celestial cave, utterly astonished and engaged in fervent discussion. Wang Chen slightly shook his head, his gaze profound and grave. He gently closed his eyes, establishing a profound connection with the enigmatic map of the nation. With a subtle wave of his arm, a dazzling purple light surged forth like lightning, swiftly enveloping everyone present. In the blink of an eye, this violet radiance transported them through time and space, bringing them before the grand entrance of the celestial cave. It must be noted that the power of the Phoenix is no trifling matter. Its full manifestation could yield catastrophic consequences. Should it be unleashed within Wang Chen's abode, it might reduce the entire structure to rubble. Thus, to avert irreparable damage, Wang Chen decisively chose to lead them to the vast expanse of outer space. Charles and the others gazed in awe at the vibrant cosmic panorama and the majestic, resplendent southern gate, rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting their words, as if spellbound by the breathtaking spectacle before them. At that moment, a brilliant, multicolored divine light emanated from Wang Chen's hand. This divine radiance, seemingly alive, shot forth towards Jean Grey with astonishing speed, instantly pulling her close to his side. In the next instant, Wang Chen vanished, taking Jean Grey with him to the periphery of the heavenly gate. Simultaneously, he did not forget to cast a formidable protective barrier around Charles and the others. With a serious expression, Wang Chen turned to Jean Grey and quietly instructed, "Jean, you need only follow my guidance. First, please sit cross-legged and relax your body and mind, casting aside all distractions to reach a state of serene clarity." Hearing this, Jean Grey nodded obediently and, following Wang Chen's directions, slowly settled onto the cold, hard ground, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing and strive for tranquility. Noticing that Jean was prepared, Wang Chen took a deep breath, firmly grasping the 12-colored divine light. In an instant, the originally gentle glow transformed into a blinding brilliance, shimmering like the most resplendent stars in the night sky. The resplendent radiance enveloped Jean Grey's form entirely in an instant, gradually coalescing into an exquisite 12-colored lotus flower. This enchanting blossom whirled around Jean Grey's body with remarkable speed, emanating a powerful energy wave that sent shivers through the heart. At that moment, a fierce and vibrant red light surged forth from the surface of Jean Grey's body, accompanied by the crisp and resounding cries of a phoenix that echoed through the heavens. This sound resembled a celestial melody, yet it was imbued with an infinite majesty and strength that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Chapter 117. Refinement. Suddenly, Jean Grey's body was engulfed by a dazzling and potent light, and then, like a volcanic eruption, the radiant flames of the phoenix deity erupted from her being. The blazing inferno seemed poised to ignite the entire world, its searing intensity rendering it nearly impossible to behold. In that fleeting moment, the garments adorning Jean Grey's body were reduced to ashes, swirling into the air and revealing her flawless skin, delicate and tender like mutton fat jade. Simultaneously, her lustrous yellow hair transformed into a vibrant shade of red, reminiscent of a magnificent fire burning brightly. Even more astonishing, a mysterious and ancient phoenix emblem began to materialize at her brow, radiating waves of peculiar light. As the phoenix flames continued to surge forth, a colossal fiery phoenix, towering 5 to 6 meters high, gradually took shape behind Jean Grey. This magnificent creature was engulfed in searing flames, its wings expansive enough to obscure the sky, with each feather shimmering with brilliant fire, as if a divine beast from ancient mythology had descended upon the mortal realm. However, at that moment, Jean Grey did not exhibit joy or excitement. Rather, her beautiful visage was marred by an expression of profound anguish. Her eyes flickered with a bizarre black-red luminescence, as if a terrifying force was rampaging within the depths of her consciousness. The second personality, long sealed within her mind, was now violently attempting to break free from the confines of its imprisonment, striving to seize control of her body. At that instant, miraculous laws of power began to quietly unfold within Jean Grey's consciousness. These laws embodied the myriad emotions and desires of life, relentlessly battering against her mental defenses, aiming to utterly dismantle her will and reason. Faced with such a dire situation, Wang Chen, standing not far away, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the tumultuous power within him, channeling it steadily into his hands. In an instant, the 12-colored lotus seed enveloping Jean Grey seemed to respond to its master's call, erupting in a radiant burst of divine light. This divine luminescence, imbued with unparalleled might, swept toward Jean Grey like a ferocious tempest. In the mere span of a breath, the once formidable flame phoenix was engulfed and vanished without a trace. The resplendent divine light continued to ravenously devour the phoenix energy and the essence of the phoenix laws emanating from Jean Grey, offering her no respite. With two clear and melodious cries of the phoenix echoing across the skies, the power of the phoenix within Jean Grey began to struggle fiercely against its captor, yet ultimately could not withstand the terrifying devouring capabilities of the 12-colored lotus seed. At this moment, Jean Grey was enduring unimaginable agony. Her exquisite visage, once radiant, contorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead like rain. Dare to resist? Truly unaware of her own peril. Accompanied by a furious shout, a dazzling violet halo suddenly rose behind Wang Chen. The halo rotated slowly, emanating an aura of boundless mystery and power. In the blink of an eye, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal divine wheel, towering thousands of feet high, akin to a sun engulfed in burning purple flames, illuminating the previously ink-black void of space as bright as day. Simultaneously, a chilling, supreme will surged forth from this immense divine wheel. This will seem to possess the terrifying power to bury celestial bodies, extinguish all life, and bring an end to the cycle of life and death. Sweeping towards Qin Galay with unstoppable force. Faced with such a dreadful assault, a flicker of terror involuntarily crossed Qin Galay's eyes, which shimmered with black and crimson light. At this moment, her second persona grew increasingly frenzied, her beautiful countenance twisted into something grotesque and fearsome. Waves of black and red psychic energy surged like a tumultuous tide before her, rapidly coalescing into an incredibly solid protective barrier. Yet, this seemingly indomitable psychic shield was as fragile as paper before the might of that supreme will. In an instant, that overwhelming will effortlessly shattered the defenses erected by Qin Galay's second persona, bearing down upon her with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. At the moment of contact between the supreme will and Qin Galay's psychic energy, an extraordinary force of law abruptly surged forth, instantaneously separating from her body, merging with the residual phoenix energy to take the form of a phoenix, breaking through the confinement of the 12-colored lotus seed and soaring into the cosmos. The supreme fist intent of the Hongmeng 10,000 paths will quickly pursued, colliding with it. These two distinctly different, yet equally formidable powers entwined like fierce dragons in the air, clashing violently and emitting dazzling brilliance. The entire cosmos trembled, as though it might be torn asunder by this turbulent energy at any moment. Finally, it had emerged. Do not struggle any longer. Simply acquiesce to my wishes. Wang Chen exclaimed with elation as he manifested himself in the vastness of outer space. With a powerful punch, he struck towards the blazing fire phoenix above him. In an instant, the supreme divine wheel behind him transformed into a violet streak of light, encircling the fire phoenix and preventing it from escaping the confinement of the primordial 10,000 paths wheel, regardless of its frantic attempts. Wang Chen gestured toward Qin Galay outside the southern heaven gate, enveloping her in the 12-colored lotus seed, which then merged into his brow. Only a singular red phoenix-shaped mystical rune remained, entering Qin's consciousness and merging with her soul. It radiated a crimson divine light, instantly consuming her second personality. As the red divine light began to emanate from her, her countenance grew serene, and she entered a state of cultivation. This was a result of Wang Chen's insights into the power of the phoenix, leading him to create a cultivation method known as phoenix visualization, which could amplify the soul, fortify the physique, and refine divine power. Wang Chen sat cross-legged in the air above the primordial 10,000 paths wheel, radiating 12-colored divine light as he continuously refined the phoenix power and the extraordinary principles of the phoenix. Good grief! Tony Stark exclaimed upon witnessing such an extravagant spectacle. With such might, what need was there for him to craft the Wang Chen battle armor? It would likely take just a mere slap from Wang Chen. Has he ascended to divinity? Storm, Aurora, gazed in disbelief. Isn't this the very definition of a god? Cyclops, Scott, was at a loss for words. Such power was akin to that of a deity among mortals. Professor Charles displayed a complex expression, pondering within, is he truly this formidable? Thankfully, it seems Qin is unscathed and has even gained considerable benefits. His gaze remained fixated on the divine light emanating from Wang Chen, his face alight with fervor. Oh dear, it seems we have arrived too late. It's nearly over. Is that the phoenix power? Why does it seem so feeble? Indeed, it is trapped by the master's divine wheel and cannot escape. Someone chuckled. Still, the master is truly impressive. Could you perhaps use a different title? It feels rather embarrassing. No, we shall not. Lu Feifei, accompanied by Jin Yanzi, Nizhong, and Yang Mi, arrived at the southern heaven gate, where everyone began to frolic. Chapter 118. Resolution. Seated upon the mysterious and resplendent purple divine wheel, Wang Chen resembled a deity in deep meditation, wholly immersed in a profound state of enlightenment. At that very moment, within his boundless consciousness, the previously still purple lotus unexpectedly began to emanate an extraordinary radiance. Soon after, a breathtaking scene unfolded as the purple lotus visibly grew 2 brand new petals. One leaf exudes a rich aura of the laws of life, as if it harbors boundless vitality and vigor, while the other emanates the potent forces of worldly affairs, seemingly embodying the love and hatred that pervade existence. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit nestled at the heart of the lotus appears to be nurtured, embarking on a rapid ascent. In the blink of an eye, this spirit towers to an impressive height of 49 zhong, standing resolutely within the expanse of the lotus. At this moment, the 12-colored lotus seal upon Wang Chen's brow radiates a breathtaking brilliance, akin to the brightest star illuminating the night sky. As Wang Chen continues to refine the power of the phoenix, an unending stream of innate power from the Marvel Universe flows into his being. This primal energy washes over him like a clear spring, gradually purifying his form to an immaculate state. Deep within his heart, purple runes evolve with frenzied intensity, striving toward perfection. With their transformation, torrents of purplish-red essence surge forth like molten lava, fierce and potent. Furthermore, the 12,960 acupoints within Wang Chen's body now shimmer with divine light. Each beam of radiance harbors unfathomable energy, continuously expanding and unlocking these acupoints. Gradually, these acupoints resemble independent miniature worlds, suspended within him, resonating with one another to create a vast and intricate internal cosmos. In this moment, the aura emanating from Wang Chen grows increasingly magnificent, surging like waves, seemingly on the verge of breaking through numerous barriers and attaining immortality. However, at this pivotal juncture, Wang Chen abruptly opens his eyes. His gaze projects an overwhelming divine consciousness that instantaneously suppresses the nearly uncontrollable surge of energy within him. Subsequently, he slightly shakes his head, voluntarily relinquishing this extraordinary opportunity for breakthrough. At that moment, the Hongmeng wheel, suspended in the cosmos, suddenly transforms into a resplendent purple light, directly merging into Wang Chen's body. With a flicker, he appears beside Qin Gulei, who is enveloped in a crimson glow, continuously absorbing various energies from space, her aura steadily amplifying. Wang Chen shakes his head. Such a pace would take an eternity. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes torrents of azure-purple spiritual energy from the southern heaven gate, enveloping her, which brings him a sense of satisfaction. Professor Charles and others observe Wang Chen with a complex expression, unsure of what to say. They are aware of his strength, yet they never anticipated it to be this formidable. He has ascended to divinity. Upon Wang Chen's return, Lu Feifei and others stealthily slip away, not wishing to be addressed by him. Once Qin awakens, everything will be fine. Her strength will also experience significant growth. Upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd, which resembled that of encountering a specter, Wang Chen remarked nonchalantly, it seems I may have inadvertently taken on a rather significant role. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your assistance. Professor Charles quickly expressed his gratitude as he regained his composure. It's nothing. In truth, the benefits I have reaped far exceed your expectations. Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile, his excitement palpable. Were it not for the incomplete laws of the Marvel Universe, he might have ascended to immortality, a state of eternal life, free from demise. Wang Chen, have you become a deity? Tony Stark could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Aurora Scott. And Charles also gazed at Wang Chen with intrigue. A deity? Not even a dog would aspire to such a title. I have dispatched several. Wang Chen scoffed dismissively, feigning modesty. Stark, Aurora, Scott, and Charles exchanged glances, their faces darkened. How infuriating. This fellow truly knew how to embellish his accomplishments, and had even succeeded in doing so. At that moment, Jean Grey awakened, and Wang Chen's expression shifted as he instantly appeared before her, retrieving a simple garment from his cosmic ring and tossing it to her. Despite the simplicity, he could not help but admire her abundant grace. Jean discovered that her attire had inexplicably vanished. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily donned the clothing and shyly thanked Wang Chen. Thank you for your rescue and teachings, Mr. Wang. As long as you are well, let us depart. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy enveloping the Plaza swiftly returned to his realm, and a violet light enveloped the group, transporting them beneath the Tree of Life, where they entered a spatial portal and returned to their villa on Earth. All right, everyone. Let us move quickly. I have matters to attend to. By the way, Tony, you can send a copy of that recorded video to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Chen eagerly began ushering everyone along, suddenly recalling the unpleasantness of that detestable character, and spoke candidly. Fine. I shall relay your words accurately. Tony Stark was taken aback, having believed the recording was kept under wraps. Little did he know Wang Chen was aware, leaving him resigned to the fate of better the devil you know. Mr. Wang, we shall take our leave, Professor Charles said with a smile. Satisfied with their mission's success, Jean was unharmed and they had gained insight into Wang Chen's prowess. After Charles spoke, he departed with the members of the X-Men, followed by Tony Stark, leaving only Ben behind. Ben, you may also take your leave. I shall seek you out if any matters arise. Certainly, Mr. Wang, Ben replied, his expression tinged with disappointment as he left, regretting that he could not linger. Finally, the gathering had dispersed. Wang Chen languidly reclined on the sofa, a sense of exasperation washing over him. However, his attention was swiftly drawn to the two young ladies and a boy in the living room, causing a throbbing headache to emerge. What were these siblings doing here? Moreover, the little girl was no ordinary child. She harbored a remarkable abundance of Earth attribute energy within her. How could Charles have left them behind? Chapter 119, The Little Witch. How intriguing. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Quicksilver. A faint smile crept upon Wang Chen's lips as he observed the glimmer of excitement in the siblings' eyes. He felt a sense of relief. For the universe in which he found himself was a harmonious blend of various elements, not entirely akin to the comic world nor wholly representative of the cinematic realm. How could he possibly turn away the Scarlet Witch, who had presented herself before him? Yet, amidst this revelation, a flicker of doubt suddenly surged within him. Having altered so many plot lines, why had that insufferable time management bureau yet to intervene? The mere thought of that more troublesome and nauseating organization than S.H.I.E.L.D. caused Wang Chen to furrow his brow. Rumors suggested that they concealed several drawers brimming with infinity stones. For someone intent on grasping the Marvel principles, this was undeniably a missed opportunity of monumental proportions. As he contemplated this, an unmistakable disappointment clouded his expression, akin to losing a treasure worth billions of spirit stones. Just then, a throng of little heroes returned to their celestial abode, and the once bustling living room fell into an immediate silence, leaving only three figures standing in quiet contemplation. Yang Mi swiftly approached Wang Chen, pointing at the trio of children beside her. Chen, I stumbled upon these three little friends in Central Park. After careful observation, I believe not only do they possess remarkable abilities, but they also have vast potential, so I took the liberty of bringing them here. Wang Chen, initially taken aback by Yang Mi's words, soon chuckled wryly and shook his head. Ah, you really have struck gold. They are no ordinary children. Really? Then I can rest easy. Yang Mi's radiant face broke into a smile as she turned to the trio. Wanda, Pietro, Petra, come here quickly. You may stay. Wanda, Pietro, and Petra exchanged anxious glances and hurried into the hall, their voices tinged with nervousness. Sister, can we really stay? You may indeed stay. I can teach you how to grow stronger, but you must listen to me from now on. Wang Chen replied, his gaze filled with warmth. I want to stay? Petra exclaimed eagerly, yearning to escape the uncertainty of wandering in Central Park. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance, their faces betraying a hint of hesitation. At the tender age of 15 or 16, Wanda lacked the sophistication to mask her emotions. Their desire to remain was rooted in a quest for vengeance against Tony Stark. Yet it appeared that Wang Chen was acquainted with Stark, complicating their plans for retribution. Fear not, young lady. I shall not impede your pursuit of vengeance, he assured her. Moreover, your true adversary is not Tony Stark, but rather Hydra. After all, it was Hydra that orchestrated the assaults on your city. Wang Chen had initially acquiesced to the blonde girl's request, quickly deducing that their arrival in America was indeed to confront Stark. However, it seemed they had only just awakened their powers. How could Hydra, with all its malevolence, have released them? No, absolutely not. Pietro thundered, his voice nearly shattering the ceiling. It was that accursed Tony Stark who caused my parents' demise. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, his once fair complexion now flushed with rage. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with fury. Had it not been for Stark's creation of those perilous weapons, his beloved parents would still be alive. Pietro, calm down. Do not act so impulsively, Wanda implored, her heart racing with anxiety. She hastened to her brother's side, placing her hand gently on his shoulder in an attempt to soothe him. I sense no malice from Mr. Wang. We will surely uncover the true culprit behind our tragedy. As Wanda's words of comfort reached him, Pietro gradually ceased his outburst, though his chest continued to rise and fall violently, his inner fury not yet fully quelled. He gritted his teeth, glaring into the distance as if he could pierce through the void to confront the detested Iron Man. Mr. Wang, we have resolved to stay. Wanda turned her gaze resolutely toward the man before her, decisively articulating the choice that favored their interests. After all, they had just escaped from a heavily fortified laboratory where all had met grim fates. Now, They not only needed to evade the relentless pursuit of Hydra, but also to uncover the true murderer of their parents. If it ultimately proved that Hydra was indeed responsible, they would possess even greater justification to eradicate this malevolent force. Excellent. Then follow me. Wang Chen replied with a smile. Mimi, gather everyone into the cave. Seize this opportunity. I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Of course, I shall go at once. Yangmi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she hurried off to summon the others. Follow me. Wang Chen rose and led the way, with Wanda, Pietro, and Petra trailing behind him. They traversed through the spatial portal, arriving beneath the Tree of Life. Enchanted by this fairy tale world, Wanda, Pietro, and Petra momentarily forgot their troubles, immersing themselves in the breathtaking scenery. Brother! The Calabash brothers eagerly surrounded Wang Chen. Take them to have some fun. I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Wang Chen instructed the Calabash brothers. All right, brother. How wonderful, brother. We are so excited. The 7 little ones swiftly dashed over to Wanda, Pietro, and Petra, tugging them towards the orchard. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, with his eyes gently closed, cautiously directed his formidable consciousness into the enigmatic Hongmeng mirror. Simultaneously, within his dantian, the Hongmeng cauldron, brimming with boundless power, instantaneously transformed into a dazzling stream of light, shooting forth with an astonishing swiftness. His consciousness, sharp as a blade, precisely and fiercely targeted the 2 colossal serpents, each stretching 100 feet in length. In an instant, the formidable scales of the serpents shattered and fell away. Their resilient muscles severed mercilessly. The Hongmeng cauldron swiftly expanded, resembling a colossal beast with a gaping maw, capturing every drop of the serpent's blood without exception. With a decisive wave of his hands, Wang Chen effortlessly contained the lifeless serpents, having severed their heads, within the cauldron. Following this, he retrieved a chicken wing, over 10 feet long, from the avian beast he had brought back from the Calabash realm, removing the feathers and placing both the wing and its blood into the Hongmeng cauldron. In the next moment, the cauldron gracefully emerged from his brow, transforming into a massive purple treasure cauldron, towering a yard high, emanating an unsettling aura of power. Wang Chen waved his sleeve once more, causing the crystal-clear waters of the life spring beneath the Tree of Life to morph into a roaring water dragon, continuously flowing into the Hongmeng cauldron. As he directed his consciousness, the precious and rare spiritual fruits in the orchard seemed to respond to an unseen summons, one after another soaring into the cauldron. Even the exceedingly rare dragon blood fruit was not spared. Wang Chen unflinchingly plucked a total of 12, depositing them within. Additionally, a wealth of rare herbs, including dragon blood grass and blood orchid, cascaded into the cauldron. Yet, this was not the end. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen gritted his teeth and reached out to pluck a translucent fruit from the Tree of Life, radiating vibrant life energy, gently placing it into the Hongmeng cauldron. A purple flame manifested in Wang Chen's hands, soaring beneath the Hongmeng ding. Instantly, the vessel was enveloped in the violet blaze. With deft movements, he unleashed a series of purple seals, executing 365 in total before he finally ceased. Upon completing this intricate task, Wang Chen exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Chapter 120. The Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup. Wow, what an exquisite aroma. It is utterly delightful. What could this possibly be? It seems akin to the waste gases expelled. While Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, Ida, Jin Yanzi, and Enai Chong were busy arranging the tables and chairs, they were irresistibly drawn to the powerful fragrance that permeated the air, stirring their hearts. Even the little ones, including the playful Carrot Head and Wanda, Pietro, and Petra, abandoned their games, drawn by the enticing scent to gather beneath the Tree of Life, gazing longingly at the Hongmeng ding. Oh dear, Pietro, how embarrassing. You're actually drooling. Petra remarked with a mischievous grin as she noticed Pietro's drool dripping onto the ground. No, absolutely not. Pietro blushed, hurriedly wiping his mouth clean and vehemently denying it, though his flustered demeanor betrayed his thoughts, wishing he could disappear. Ugh. Wanda's face contorted in disdain. Pietro was truly a source of embarrassment. Wang Chen concentrated, extending his formidable spiritual awareness into the depths of the Hongmeng ding. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the enormous serpent and the celestial-grade chicken wings, under the dual influence of the seals and the raging flames, were on the verge of melting into a liquid state. However, this pace still felt somewhat sluggish to him. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a vivid scarlet flame, radiating a searing aura, erupted at the base of the Hongmeng ding like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, this crimson fire swiftly expanded, blossoming into a magnificent and colossal flame lotus that enveloped the entire vessel. As the scarlet flame lotus emerged, the already intense temperature surged dramatically. The dragon essence of the gigantic serpent and the divine essence contained within the celestial-grade chicken wings seemed to react to some potent stimulus. Being extracted at an astonishing rate, threads of black impurities were also expelled from the divine essence, and as soon as they surfaced, they were mercilessly incinerated to ashes by the relentless red lotus flames, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the rich life essence contained within the invaluable fruit of life gradually melded into the simmering broth. Following this, the dragon blood fruit and numerous other rare herbs and spiritual fruits began to dissolve and intertwine harmoniously. At that moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Above the Hongmengding, ethereal silhouettes of a dragon and a phoenix materialized, coalesced from pure life essence. The dragon and phoenix appeared vividly lifelike, as though they possessed their own consciousness. They gracefully soared through the air, issuing a series of crisp and melodious dragon roars and phoenix cries, echoing throughout the scene. Wanda, Pietro, Petra, come here. I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Wang Chen beckoned to the three. Ah, very well. Wanda, Pietro, and Petra displayed expressions of astonishment and curiosity as they approached Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt a twinge of headache as he regarded the trio. Pietro and Petra were manageable. But what about the young witch? What method should he impart to her? He felt a twinge of envy at the chaotic magical abilities, yet those were borrowed and unstable, rendering them somewhat unfriendly. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a mysterious yellow rune towards Petra, which instantly embedded itself in her brow. She seated herself upon the ground and entered into a state of cultivation. Petra received the legacy of the Yellow Emperor's Earth Sovereign technique. Wang Chen's primordial spirit swiftly formed seals within his sea of consciousness, conjuring a glimmering light blue rune that he sent into Pietro's brow. He too entered into cultivation. Receiving the legacy of the divine Wind Dao Sutra, he glanced at Wanda, pondering for a moment, before a multicolored rune swiftly entered her sea of consciousness. It was the great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dao Sutra, capable of cultivating the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, essentially the ability to alter causality and reality. Only his innate divine ability could accomplish such feats, and he possessed no cultivation method. Henceforth, her fate would depend upon her own fortune. Wanda instantly entered into cultivation, radiating a spectrum of colors. Wang Chen's thoughts stirred, and the azure and green spiritual energy from the cave enveloped the three. After completing these tasks, he nodded in satisfaction. After all, he aspired to become the sovereign of a realm, and upon returning to Marvel, he intended to seek out talent. He couldn't always act alone in that world. Chen, what have you concocted? It looks so enticing. Lu Feifei inquired as she approached Wang Chen after he finished his tasks. This is a soup made from the 2 giant pythons and a chicken wing of earthly immortality, crafted into a dragon phoenix soup. How much you can drink depends on your fortune. This broth can mend injuries, replenish vitality, extend your lifespan, and enhance your cultivation talents. Wang Chen replied with a smile. Their cultivation levels were still too low, inferior even to the brothers' gourd. If he didn't bolster their abilities, what would happen to them in the other world? How impressive. This is astounding. Such a treasure. The women's eyes glimmered with fervor as they fixated on the Hongmeng cauldron, entirely disregarding the resplendent dragon and phoenix apparitions, eager to partake in it. Ugh. Oh no, what is this foul odor? How have I become so filthy? Wanda, Pietro, and Petra awakened from their cultivation. Immediately assailed by an overpowering stench, their faces contorted in expressions of social embarrassment. Wang Chen retrieved 3 magical robes from the Chinquan ring, tossing them towards them with a beaming smile, instructing, just drop a drop of blood to acknowledge your ownership. Go wash up over there. The dragon and phoenix elixir is nearly ready. Wanda, Pietro, and Petra hurriedly seized the robes and raced down the mountain, their swift movements eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Moo, moo, the sound of hooves thundered, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons and phoenixes. The vivid ethereal figures above the Hongmengding streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly transforming into a dazzling stream of light that vanished into the cauldron. Simultaneously, the blazing red lotus flames that had enveloped the Hongmengding seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, abruptly contracting into a brilliant sphere of red light that swiftly entered Wang Chen's brow. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chen gently waved his hands, unveiling the top of the Hongmengding. In that instant, an overwhelming and rich fragrance surged forth like a ferocious beast, roaring from within the cauldron. This aroma seemed to possess endless magical allure, swiftly permeating the entire heavenly palace. The various creatures within the heavenly palace, upon detecting this irresistibly enticing scent, became frenzied, losing their usual docility and tranquility. Their eyes widened, emitting growls as they recklessly charged towards the Tiangang and Dizhao peaks, plunging the entire heavenly palace into chaos. Dust swirling and beasts stampeding. Noticing the commotion, Wang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. With his eyes closed, he concentrated, and a formidable force of restriction instantly emanated from the Tiangang and Dizhao peaks, forming an indestructible barrier that successfully halted the tidal wave of animals. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, Ada, Jin Yanzi, and Ai Chong, along with the recently returned Wanda, Pietro, Petra, and the Gord brothers, were all spellbound by the spectacle before them. Their gazes were fixated on the Hongmeng Ding, their eyes gleaming with a greedy glint, akin to a pack of hungry wolves spotting a delectable prey. Had it not been for a shred of rationality remaining, they might have been unable to restrain themselves from dashing forward to seize it. Chapter 121, Super Evolution. Within the Hongmeng Ding, the previously sealed mysterious power gradually unfurled, revealing a translucent, jade-like green paste, the Dragon and Phoenix Elixir. This elixir seemed to possess its own vitality, continuously exuding an extraordinarily rich essence of life. Its surface shimmered with a faint green luminescence, dreamlike and mesmerizing, captivating all who beheld it. At this moment, the Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup transcended the ordinary definition of a soup. It manifested a gelatinous, viscous state, appearing both alluring and imbued with an air of enigma. It is noteworthy that this exceedingly precious concoction was meticulously brewed from 2 colossal pythons, each stretching over 100 feet, alongside the wings of celestial-grade chickens measuring several feet in length, as well as a myriad of heavenly treasures. The sheer magnitude of the ingredients utilized, resulting in a mere pot of soup measuring only 10 feet tall and 3 feet wide, underscores the remarkable degree of concentration and the unimaginable energy and essence it encapsulates. The life essence and the dual forces of creation within the Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup are almost ineffable, intertwining harmoniously to forge a formidable and unique surge of power. Even proximity to the Hongmeng Cauldron suffices to evoke a sense of vibrant vitality and boundless potential. At that moment, Wang Chen, who had been silently observing the Hongmeng Cauldron, suddenly stirred with intention. A dazzling stream of violet energy emanated from his fingertips, swiftly coiling like a serpent into the cauldron, precisely extracting a small bowl of the Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup. With a flick of his arm, the violet energy enveloped the bowl and propelled it skyward into the celestial expanse. Concurrently, Wang Chen intoned incantations, his hands swiftly forming seals as he unleashed a formidable divine ability to summon wind and rain. Instantly, the entire heavenly realm transformed. Dark clouds roiled, and the air crackled with thunderous roars. Gale-force winds surged, churning the clouds, while brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, the Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup, ensconced in violet energy, metamorphosed into resplendent streams of light, rapidly merging with the dense cloud cover. As the radiant essence infused the once heavy clouds, they began to swirl violently and expand. Soon, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, each raindrop imbued with traces of violet energy, showering the celestial realm like a divine blessing. The myriad creatures residing within the celestial domain experienced wondrous transformations upon contact with the rain enriched with the essence of the Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup. Some expanded dramatically, their muscles bulging and their fur gleaming. Others sprouted sharp claws and fearsome fangs, vastly enhancing their strength, while some even transcended their species' limitations, achieving extraordinary evolution. Amidst the frenzy of evolution among the extraordinary beasts, they embarked on a fervent reproduction spree. In an instant, the entire celestial realm was ablaze with vibrant lights and resounding noises, teeming with vitality. Wang Chen gently raised a finger, and the delicate porcelain bowl resting upon the table, seemingly imbued with sentience, gracefully ascended, hovering steadily before him. Subsequently, he slightly narrowed his eyes, and with a gentle movement of his mind, a clear, crisp sound resonated from the Hongmeng Cauldron. In an instant, a series of Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Soup surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, accurately filling each of the 15 small porcelain bowls to the brim. With a swift motion of his arm, these bowls brimming with the elixir were drawn forth as if by an invisible force, swiftly flying into the hands of the onlookers. With a tranquil expression, he calmly remarked, This soup possesses extraordinary efficacy. The more you consume, the greater the benefits you will reap. However, there is no need for concern. With my protection, you shall not succumb to the overwhelming potency of the medicine. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the previously restrained appetites of Lu Feifei and the others surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, leaving no room for moderation. They eagerly raised their porcelain bowls, tilting their heads back to drink voraciously, their fervor almost verging on madness. Some downed a bowl in one go, while others consumed 2 or even 3 in rapid succession, with most halting only after the 9th bowl. Pietro and Petra, however, fell slightly short, each managing to drink 8 bowls. Wanda displayed an astonishing constitution, pausing only after 10 bowls. The gourd babies, even more ferocious, downed 12 bowls before settling down to refine the medicinal power within. Once they had consumed the dragon and phoenix rejuvenation soup, a miraculous scene unfolded. Their bodies began to emanate a kaleidoscope of divine light, brilliant and resplendent, as if they were enveloped in a fantastical realm. Simultaneously, their skin began to shed in layers, akin to snakes molting, as the aged and decayed outer layers cascaded to the ground. Furthermore, their bodies expelled dark impurities, exuding an unpleasant odor. Even their teeth began to loosen and fall out, only to be swiftly replaced by pearly whites, sturdy and flawless. Their hair, too, was not spared. After all their locks fell away, they quickly regrew into a lustrous, silky mane that shimmered with an enchanting sheen. Radiant beams of colorful divine light erupted from them like fireworks, intertwining and weaving in a dreamlike spectacle. These vibrant lights seemed to possess a wondrous magic, enveloping each individual in an instant. As the divine light illuminated them, the various hidden impurities within their bodies were effortlessly shattered into minuscule particles, vanishing into the ether. At that moment, the overwhelming potency of the elixir surged into their bodies like an unstoppable torrent. This formidable medicinal force began to mend the long-hidden flaws within their physiques, healing the damage to their meridians and the fractures in their bones, revitalizing them with newfound vigor. Meanwhile, the potent medicinal energy continuously augmented their physical essence, significantly enhancing their bodily prowess. As they sensed the transformation within, a surge of exhilaration coursed through the group, prompting them to fervently channel their respective cultivation techniques. In an instant, their mystical energies flowed through their bodies like a torrential river, with each cycle refining and assimilating portions of the medicinal power, transmuting it into an integral part of their strength. Boom, boom. Resonant thuds echoed through the air, reverberating with an intensity that seemed to shake the very heavens. It was none other than Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Alice, Ada, Jin Yanzi, and Enai Chong who were breaking through their realms. In a fleeting moment, they successfully ascended to the realm of spirit transformation, emanating an overwhelming aura that was both awe-inspiring and formidable. Yet, this aura did not cease to grow. Rather, it surged in potency, indicating that their realms were still solidifying and advancing. Meanwhile, the 7 delightful little radish heads simultaneously radiated 7 distinct colors of divine light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, intertwining in a breathtaking display. The dense spiritual energy within the cave was irresistibly drawn towards them, flooding into their diminutive forms like a tidal wave. Nourished by such abundant spiritual essence, their realms galloped forth like untamed stallions, swiftly propelling them into the realm of refining void, transforming them into true cultivators of immortality. Suddenly, Wanda erupted in a dazzling display of resplendent, multicolored light, akin to a radiant rainbow that mesmerized all who beheld it. At the center of her brow, a brilliant red chaotic energy surged forth, resembling an agile red dragon dancing freely in the air. In this moment, Wanda exerted herself to the fullest, channeling the enigmatic Great Yin-Yang 5-element scripture. As the verses flowed, the surrounding potent medicinal power and unparalleled chaotic energy converged ceaselessly, swiftly integrating into her being. After undergoing refinement, these formidable forces gradually transformed into Wanda's own mystical energy, propelling her realm upward with the velocity of a rocket, while her aura grew increasingly formidable and fearsome. Meanwhile, Pietro and Petra appeared somewhat strained. Their faces flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples, as beads of sweat cascaded from their foreheads, soaking their garments. Despite their efforts, having only just embarked on their cultivation journey, they soon reached their limits and found it arduous to continue. Nevertheless, their achievements were still astonishing, with both successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of refining essence into Qi. Observing their conditions, Wang Chen did not hesitate to wave his arm. In an instant, a resplendent beam of light, imbued with 12 vibrant colors, streaked across the sky like a shooting star. This wondrous light accurately illuminated each individual, enveloping them in a thin veil of luminescence. Immediately, with his profound and inscrutable supreme powers, Wang Chen successfully subdued the overwhelmingly potent force of the Dragon and Phoenix rejuvenation elixir within the bodies of those present. The originally tumultuous and restless energy was instantly quelled, obediently lying dormant deep within their meridians, transforming into a profound foundation, awaiting future activation and utilization. Chapter 122. The fortune of all beings accompanied by the formidable and majestic suppression of the 12-colored divine light, the initially fierce and unruly energy, seemingly striving to break free from its restraints, gradually succumbed, slowly integrating into the individual's bodies, metamorphosing into their substantial essence. In this miraculous process, the participants entered a deep state of enlightenment, as if merging with the universe and comprehending the most enigmatic laws and powers of existence. At this moment, the resplendent divine light radiating from them, akin to lively spirits, gradually retracted and melded into their very beings. Just then, the colorful gourd vine from the tree of life began to sway incessantly, and from within emerged the urgent voice of a young girl. Brother, I want it too. I want it too. Her voice was clear and melodious, brimming with innocence and longing. Upon hearing his little sister's eager call, a tender smile graced Wang Chen's face. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a rich purple energy surged forth, enveloping approximately 15 bowls of the Dragon and Phoenix rejuvenation elixir. In the next moment, this elixir, wrapped in magical energy, transformed into a dazzling stream of light, swiftly entering the colorful gourd. Almost simultaneously, the gourd erupted in an exquisite display of 7-colored divine light, its brilliance illuminating the surrounding space. Soon after, the sweet, tipsy voice of the little sister echoed, "Thank you, brother." As her words faded, silence enveloped the air, indicating that she too had entered a profound state of cultivation. Witnessing his sister's successful immersion in her practice, Wang Chen smiled gently, his heart filled with satisfaction. He then lifted a bowl of the Dragon and Phoenix rejuvenation elixir before him, taking a delicate sip to savor its flavor. After a brief moment, he nodded in contentment, murmuring to himself, the taste is quite pleasant, but it holds no benefit for me." A surge of yin-yang transformative power arose within Wang Chen, instantly absorbed by his being, augmenting his physical strength ever so slightly. "Interesting," he exclaimed, and as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from his location, reappearing outside the southern heavenly gate. There, a streak of light darted across the starry sky, plummeting to earth. His eyes shimmered with purple light, revealing a short-handled hammer encased within the blue luminescence. "Impudent." Wang Chen's voice, cold as ice, thundered through the air, reverberating like a clap of thunder across the heavens, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In an instant, a terrifying and unparalleled supreme will erupted from his being, capable of burying the heavens, annihilating all existence, and concluding the cycle of reincarnation. It surged forth like a roaring dragon, propelled by an inscrutable connection from the void. This supreme will was imbued with boundless pressure and destructive power, seemingly intent on eradicating any existence bold enough to challenge its master. Meanwhile, upon the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, a robust man, as formidable as a towering iron edifice, was intently gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he emitted a wretched scream. His eyes widened in horror, blood gushing from his orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Within him, an overwhelming will from a distant realm was rampaging, leaving a scene of utter devastation in its wake. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an aura of immense authority, appeared abruptly on the Rainbow Bridge. This was Odin, the All-Father of the gods of Asgard. Upon witnessing Heimdall's pitiful state, a fierce blaze of rage flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, unleashing an overwhelming golden divine power from his palm. This golden energy radiated like a brilliant sun, illuminating the entirety of the Rainbow Bridge. As the golden divine power enveloped Heimdall, a surge of purple divine energy erupted from within Heimdall's being, colliding fiercely with the golden light. In that moment, the two colors of divine power intertwined, unleashing cataclysmic waves of energy. The entire Rainbow Bridge trembled under the might of this force, and the surrounding space began to fracture with delicate fissures. After a protracted stalemate, a resounding crash echoed, and both the purple and golden divine powers dissipated simultaneously. Odin's countenance turned pale, his gaze filled with astonishment, clearly shaken by the sudden emergence of the supreme will. He quickly regained his composure, channeling a beam of golden divine light into Heimdall. The injured guardian's body began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Moments later, Heimdall, though pale and weakened, stood before Odin and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, All-Father, for your rescue." "What transpired?" Odin's expression grew grave as he inquired. "What occurred?" Heimdall replied, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. "I inadvertently glimpsed a human from Earth while focusing on Thor's hammer. He erupted in fury, and an overwhelming will surged toward me, resulting in my grievous injuries." This was the closest he had ever come to death. A human from Earth? Do not provoke him for now. Odin suddenly recalled some distressing memories, which transformed into a golden light and vanished upon the Rainbow Bridge, leaving behind a somewhat desolate Heimdall, who stood in a prolonged state of unrest. Odin. Wang Chen let out a cold snort, retracting his aura as he disappeared from the southern heavenly gate, returning to his villa on Earth. Initially, he intended to confront Thor, the god of thunder, but suddenly, the primordial mirror within his consciousness began to churn violently. Seated cross-legged on the ground, ethereal purple and azure energies swirled around him, as the primordial mirror emanated a stream of violet light that shot forth from his brow. Floating before him, in the boundless void, threads of colorful fortune energy emerged, each hue distinct, white as pure snow, yellow as dazzling gold, red as fervent flames, and golden light that shone brilliantly. They surged towards the enigmatic primordial mirror like a relentless tide. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in this kaleidoscopic radiance, casting a dreamlike and enchanting glow, truly beautiful. The primordial mirror seemed to respond to the powerful energy's call, suddenly bursting forth with resplendent purple divine light. This violet luminescence rapidly expanded, forming a colossal purple black hole. The black hole resembled a ravenous beast, its gaping maw continuously devouring the torrent of fortune energy. In that moment, purple mist spread, dazzling light flowed, captivating the senses. Wang Chen was astonished to realize that merely dispatching 2 giant serpents and the monsters of Greater Apple City had summoned such an abundance of fortune energy. Gazing at this magnificent spectacle, he marveled inwardly. Through the swirling currents of fortune energy, he clearly perceived countless citizens of Greater Apple City fervently expressing their gratitude for his heroic assistance. Some prayed silently at home, while others took to the streets, rejoicing, their faces aglow with admiration and thankfulness for him. Additionally, a portion of the fortune energy appeared somewhat scattered and chaotic, which should have belonged to the governmental institutions of Greater Apple City. However, due to the inaction of the government, this energy, which ought to have been properly managed, now drifted aimlessly. It seemed that the key opportunity to restore the primordial mirror lay within this collective fortune energy. With this realization, Wang Chen's previously clouded mood, darkened by Odin's destruction, lifted significantly. At this moment, he found himself entirely devoid of interest in pursuing trouble with the god of thunder. Chapter 123. Godzilla. After a considerable time, the once tumultuous and ceaseless influx of fortune energy gradually receded like a tide, its quantity dwindling until it ultimately vanished without a trace. At that moment, the primordial mirror suddenly flickered with a brilliant violet divine light, as if lightning. And in an instant, it plunged deep into Wang Chen's consciousness. A satisfied smile immediately graced Wang Chen's face as he leisurely stepped into the living room. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the images flickering on the television screen, he was instantly captivated. There, suspended in midair, was a middle-aged man adorned with a steel helmet, meticulously controlling an enormous bridge as it steadily advanced towards a distant island. Astonishingly, a tempestuous aura of blue electricity enveloped him, swirling like serpents in a frenzied dance, bestowing upon him an aura of sanctity and authority. Suddenly, without warning, the television screen transitioned to a different scene. A colossal beast erupted from the tumultuous sea, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. In tandem, 2 other peculiar creatures followed suit, each more bizarre than the last. Upon encountering one another, these 3 gargantuan monsters wasted no time in engaging in a breathtaking battle, exchanging blows with ferocious intensity, plunging the world into chaos, obscuring the sun and moon alike. "What on earth is happening?" Wang Chen exclaimed, his mouth twitching in disbelief at the absurdity unfolding before him. "Is that Magneto? Has the electromagnetic rotation been mastered? And why is Godzilla making an appearance here? What is going on?" As he absorbed the spectacle, his incredulity mounted. The absurdity of the unfolding drama was overwhelming. Not to mention Thor's clumsy arrival on Earth. What a tremendous calamity had Earth incurred to invite such chaos. Observing the television image becoming increasingly distorted, he waved his hand to switch it off. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of purple energy manifested, conjuring a reflective violet mirror before him. In the mirrored surface, the three titanic beasts clashed violently, each swipe of their claws and collision resonating like seismic tremors. In stark contrast, the onslaught from the American military appeared utterly trivial. Whether it was the formidable artillery shells, the roaring bombers overhead, or the relentless cannon fire, the assault felt like mere tickles to the colossal creatures, like a futile attempt at scratching these behemoths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magneto's already stern countenance darkened further as he beheld the immense monsters. His piercing, hawk-like eyes fixated on the distant beasts, a surge of uncontrollable rage swelling within him. With a decisive wave of his hand, his renowned powers surged forth, and the unyielding Golden Gate Bridge crumbled into disarray in an instant. The fractured steel beams and iron plates appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, swiftly coalescing into razor-sharp swords of steel. With a mere wave of Magneto's arm, these steel blades descended upon the island like a torrential hail of arrows. In an instant, the sky above the island was ablaze, thick smoke billowing forth, accompanied by the anguished cries and wails of the afflicted, transforming the entire island into a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. Under the onslaught of this tempestuous assault, the island began to tremble violently, large sections of land collapsing and shattering, ultimately sinking into the abyssal depths of the frigid sea as mere remnants of shattered walls. Yet, Magneto showed no signs of cessation. He raised his hands above his head, a sphere of lightning, several meters in diameter, gradually coalescing in his palms. This orb crackled with brilliant light, the sound of its energy resonating ominously. Without hesitation, Magneto hurled this massive sphere of lightning towards the already submerged location of the island. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The surrounding waters surged into monstrous waves, the surface churning with billowing smoke and blazing flames. In the face of this cataclysmic force, the island was utterly obliterated, ceasing to exist. Following this devastation, Magneto coldly uttered, "Let us go." Before his words faded, his form transformed into a streak of blue lightning, vanishing instantaneously. The Brotherhood members, who had been tense at the shoreline facing the military, erupted into cheers and jubilation. They shouted slogans with enthusiasm, swiftly retreating from the scene, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath and the astonished American soldiers. The officers aboard the aircraft were left speechless by Magneto's display of power, astonished at his newfound ruthlessness and strength. Realizing the precarious situation, they promptly rendered the plane invisible and hastily departed San Francisco, though the expressions of all but Wolverine, who nonchalantly puffed on a cigar, were grim. Wang Chen, observing through a screen, felt exhilarated. Magneto truly was a master of spectacle. Even amidst the unexpected chaos of Godzilla and several colossal beasts clashing, he remained resolute in his purpose, annihilating the island with sheer force. What a thrill. Wow, the live version is far more exhilarating than the movie, he mused, biting into a mystical apple as he watched the American troops being overwhelmed by the monsters. Boom. Outside the villa, a thunderous roar echoed as a crimson-hued steel mech descended swiftly, entering the villa and standing before Wang Chen, who anxiously inquired, "Wang Chen, are you not going to take action?" "Take action? For what purpose? I am thoroughly enjoying the spectacle," Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, having already sensed Tony Stark's presence. Otherwise, how could he have ventured inside? Tony Stark removed his Iron Man helmet, only to discover that the purple screen was displaying the chaotic battle in San Francisco. He exclaimed in distress, "Are you merely going to watch as the monsters wreak havoc? Alas, I am not part of the American government, nor have I ever paid taxes to them. Why should this concern me?" Wang Chen retorted, "Shouldn't you be seeking S-H-I-E-L-D? They are always prattling on about maintaining world peace, are they not? I truly cannot comprehend your logic. Furthermore, this time, I stand with Godzilla, who embodies the balance of nature nurtured by Earth." A smile crept across Wang Chen's face as he spoke mockingly. Tony Stark's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a response from Wang Chen, leading him to ponder whether humanity had indeed erred. Chapter 124, Spectacle. Moreover, one must always cultivate a sense of reverence. As these words left his lips, a faint yet palpable pressure emanated from Wang Chen, bearing down upon Tony Stark like an invisible mountain. In an instant, Stark felt as though he were plunging into an endless abyss, struggling to breathe as cold sweat cascaded uncontrollably down his brow, leaving his face as pale as parchment. Once upon a time, Wang Chen had sought to extract fortune from those so-called protagonists, but ever since the Hongming mirror successfully pinpointed another realm, the narrative of the Marvel Universe had lost all significance for him. At this moment, the only thing that stirred his heart was the legendary 6 Infinity Stones. As products of the very fabric of existence, the power they contained represented the governing force of an entire world, a temptation profoundly difficult to resist. Tony Stark felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. He berated himself for his recklessness. Why had he chosen to provoke a person like Wang Chen, who could turn hostile at a moment's notice? Such a volatile individual was utterly detestable. Just as Stark sensed his endurance waning, Wang Chen gently shook his head, seemingly disappointed as he withdrew the terrifying pressure. He then redirected his gaze to the purple screen before him, where the colossal and imposing Godzilla unleashed a brilliant atomic breath, effortlessly obliterating 2 fierce monsters. Upon completing this ordeal, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar before resolutely submerging into the depths of the ocean, entirely disregarding the trembling human forces on the shore, gripped by fear. Tony Stark's complexion turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he emerged from his armored suit. Only after witnessing Godzilla's retreat on the screen did he exhale a sigh of relief. He remained silent for a moment before quietly inquiring, "Is this creature birthed by Earth to maintain the balance of nature?" "Indeed," Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, gesturing with a wave of his hand as a surge of purple energy surged into the mirrored screen, instantly revealing scenes from the desert. "So, will it turn against humanity?" Tony Stark asked, his face darkened, his voice trembling slightly. "Ah, your intuition is quite sharp," Wang Chen remarked, impressed by Tony's keen perception. "If humanity continues to recklessly devastate the environment, Godzilla will likely retaliate, particularly against those little devils. A spectacle awaits. Damn it." Tony Stark remained silent for a considerable time before finally erupting with an exclamation. "Well, I have answered so many of your inquiries. Perhaps you could assist me in return," Wang Chen said, producing a bank card from his Chinquan ring and tossing it to Tony Stark. "This card contains $500 million. Acquire food supplies, various meats, cooking oil, salt, bedding, clothing, and other necessities for me." "Why do you need so many supplies?" Tony Stark asked, astonished. "Aren't you all afraid of me? I plan to venture into another world." "Exciting, isn't it?" Wang Chen replied with a smile, clearly preparing for his journey to another realm. "Boring." Tony Stark's expression grew complex at Wang Chen's words, caught between joy and sorrow. Although Wang Chen's formidable power was somewhat unpredictable, his presence undeniably provided a significant sense of security. However, the thought of him leaving Earth brought an unsettling feeling, as various troubles would inevitably arise in his absence. "Prepare everything promptly. I am in urgent need," Wang Chen said with a calm demeanor. "All right, I understand. I have already instructed Jarvis to make the arrangements." Tony Stark replied impatiently upon hearing Wang Chen's insistence. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? What kind of armor is this? What metal is this, so incredibly resilient?" Wang Chen sat calmly, observing the scenes on the screen, where the destroyer armor, under Loki's control, rampaged like a wild beast, wreaking havoc without restraint. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a deplorable state, particularly the unfortunate Coulson, whose already sparse hair appeared on the verge of disappearing entirely. "That old Kudodin is utterly tedious," Wang Chen remarked disdainfully. He then shook his head, commenting, "The destroyer's power is rather pathetic. It can only bamboozle a naive fellow like Loki." At that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, resembled an indomitable cockroach, enduring the relentless onslaught of the destroyer with remarkable resilience. Not only that, but his companions also displayed immense bravery, charging fearlessly at the destroyer in wave after wave of assault. However, each of their attacks was as futile as striking a stone with an egg, as they were repeatedly sent flying by the overwhelming force. Just as the destroyer was about to inflict harm on a golden-haired maiden, the seemingly simple-minded Thor finally erupted into action. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, embodying the epitome of brotherly love in a climactic moment. Unfortunately, before Thor could utter a word, a sudden blast of lasers struck him, propelling him like a cannonball to the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen could not suppress a twitching smile, inwardly scoffing, "This plot is utterly absurd." Nearby, Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the destroyer's armor, muttering incantations like a scientist consumed by madness. At that critical juncture, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, blanketing the sun, while dazzling lightning streaked across the heavens like silver serpents, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Suddenly, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A hammer radiating mysterious light descended from the heavens like a shooting star, landing squarely in the mighty grasp of Thor. In an instant, Thor was enveloped in resplendent golden energy, which swirled around him like animated flames, gradually coalescing into a magnificent suit of medieval armor. This armor, not only exquisite in design, emanated an aura of chilling power. Fully armed, Thor displayed no sign of fear. He roared like a ferocious lion and charged at the destroyer with the force of a tempest. Simultaneously, the hammer in his hand erupted with radiant blue electricity, resembling a roaring dragon, striking the destroyer's seemingly invulnerable armor with cataclysmic force. An earth-shattering boom echoed across the battlefield, causing the very ground to tremble. Under this terrifying force, the destroyer's armor shattered like fragile glass, scattering into countless fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor's companions and the enchanting golden-haired maiden could not contain their exhilaration, erupting into cheers of jubilation. Was this all there was? At this moment, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, questioning whether this armor was intentionally throwing the match. How could it be so easily defeated? Wang Chen chuckled, treating it as a mere jest, and with a wave of his hand, the purple mirror dissipated into the air. He addressed Tony, "It's getting late, so I want to keep you for dinner." "Humph. The supplies you requested will be ready by this afternoon. Jarvis will notify you then. Farewell." With a grim expression, Tony Stark entered his armored suit and swiftly departed from Wang Chen's residence, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Chapter 125, The Great Qian Suddenly. Within Wang Chen's consciousness, the Hongming mirror, having absorbed the immense fortune, erupted with a resplendent purple divine light. This brilliance surged forth like a powerful tide, swiftly enveloping the entirety of his consciousness. As the Hongming mirror underwent restoration, a mysterious and formidable power gradually awakened. This was the innate purple energy. The Hongming mirror continuously urged Wang Chen to refine the invaluable map of the nation and its people. It is worth noting that this map is an innate spiritual treasure, its magnitude comparable to that of a golden immortal. Such a treasure, if successfully refined, would undoubtedly bolster Wang Chen's strength immensely. With this thought, Wang Chen could no longer contain his excitement. He flickered and traversed through the spatial doorway, arriving beneath the vibrant and life-filled tree of life. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the Hongming Ding, which had been floating in the air, transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly entering his dantian. When Wang Chen reappeared, he found himself seated firmly atop the majestic map of the nation and its people, which emanated an overwhelming aura of power. In the next moment, a wondrous sight unfolded. The map of the nation and its people manifested a realm that appeared as if it truly existed, slowly materializing beneath Wang Chen. At this juncture, he dared not exhibit any negligence. He focused all his energy and summoned his primordial spirit power, initiating a fervent assault on the innate restrictions of the map. However, despite his utmost efforts, the speed of refinement was nearly negligible, bordering on zero. Just as Wang Chen began to feel disheartened, a stream of innate purple energy, shimmering with spiritual radiance, suddenly flowed forth from the Hongming mirror. This purple energy, akin to ethereal dragons, swiftly entered the innate restrictions of the map of the nation and its people. In an instant, boundless light erupted within Wang Chen's consciousness, illuminating every corner. Simultaneously, the energies of space, time, creation, and the laws of the world contained within the map burst forth, radiating an extraordinarily dazzling divine light that was utterly mesmerizing. Wang Chen was wholly engrossed in the refinement of innate prohibitions, his hands forming intricate seals while incantations flowed from his lips. A powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated from his being. In the blink of an eye, he successfully refined the 9 innate prohibitions of the map of mountains and rivers. With the dissolution of these prohibitions, the supreme principles contained within the map gradually unfolded before Wang Chen. These principles encompassed the profound mysteries of time, space, creation, and the very fabric of existence. At this moment, these invaluable principles were tightly sealed by innate purple energy, continuously merging into Wang Chen's primordial spirit. Simultaneously, the purple lotus within his sea of consciousness seemed to receive immense nourishment, growing at an astonishing pace. The lotus leaves, representing time, space, and creation, proliferated wildly, evolving rapidly towards a state of perfection. To Wang Chen's delight, atop this thriving purple lotus, a new leaf emerged, exuding a rich aura of the world. Wang Chen's own seed of the Tao shimmered with a resplendent 12-colored divine light, akin to a ravenous beast, greedily absorbing the principles from the map of mountains and rivers. Throughout this process, his primordial path was ceaselessly refined and strengthened, becoming increasingly profound and inscrutable. At that moment, the map of mountains and rivers beneath Wang Chen erupted in a dazzling display of violet and azure light. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly blinding. Subsequently, this mysterious treasure map rapidly contracted, transforming into a beam of light that, like lightning, penetrated Wang Chen's third eye. Upon entering his sea of consciousness, it forcefully displaced the primordial wheel of 10,000 paths that had resided beneath the purple lotus, morphing into a vividly animated shadow of mountains and rivers, perpetually spinning. The displaced primordial wheel showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it voluntarily flew behind the purple lotus, hanging steadily in place. It too began to rotate swiftly, emanating an endless array of divine light. This divine radiance seemed imbued with miraculous power, continuously drawing upon the innate essence from the map of mountains and rivers, thus further perfecting itself. The entire scene was remarkably grand, imbued with an air of mystery and power. Surprisingly, Wang Chen's cultivation began to regress instead of ascend, falling from the peak of the Dao integration realm to its nascent stage. His physique was illuminated and cleansed by the innate spiritual light emanating from the map of mountains and rivers, as various dark red, and deep purple impurities surfaced from him, gradually stabilizing his aura. Awakening from the vast innate principles of the map of mountains and rivers, a look of great joy adorned Wang Chen's face. It became evident why the beings of the primordial world were so eager to seize innate spiritual treasures. These treasures were, in essence, tomes of the Tao, illuminating the path of cultivation for those who sought enlightenment. At that moment, a message from the Hongmeng mirror echoed, causing Wang Chen to furrow his brow. A flicker of violet divine light enveloped him, and he instantly materialized outside several large warehouses in Manhattan, Earth. These were stocked with various supplies prepared by Tony Stark, including ample provisions of seeds and beverages. With a sweeping gesture, he swiftly absorbed these goods into the Hongmeng mirror. Ignoring the startled expressions of the staff, Wang Chen flashed back to his villa. The message from the Hongmeng mirror indicated that the primordial will of that world was on the brink of collapse, urging him to hasten his efforts to save it. Wang Chen's expression darkened. As a mere Dao harmonization cultivator yet to achieve immortality, the notion of saving the world seemed absurd. The Hongmeng mirror, seemingly unable to contain its inner impulse, suddenly burst forth from the center of Wang Chen's brow. In an instant, a resplendent violet beam of light shot forth, akin to the most radiant stars streaking across the night sky. The mysterious power contained within this light instantaneously froze the very fabric of time and space within the villa, casting everything into a state of eternal stasis. Simultaneously, an illusory image of a chaotic sea materialized within the villa's grand hall. This tumultuous sea surged with waves, harboring boundless secrets and untold energies. Within the shimmering veil of this chaotic sea, a world exuding a terrifying aura of destruction gradually came into view. As the perspective narrowed and drew closer, it swiftly entered a magnificent and imposing palace within this world. Inside this grand palace, upon an enormous dragon bed, lay a youth of 18 or 19 years clad in a black dragon robe. Remarkably, this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Chen, yet he was devoid of any vitality, reduced to a cold, lifeless corpse. Upon witnessing this scene, a veil of darkness enveloped Wang Chen's face, his emotions turning exceedingly complex. At that moment, the Hongmeng mirror emitted an even more intense violet divine light, enveloping Wang Chen as it traversed the shimmering veil, landing securely within the palace, standing before the youth. Subsequently, the Hongmeng mirror released yet another wave of rich violet divine light, enveloping the young man entirely. Under the illumination of this divine radiance, the youth's form fragmented into countless scattered glimmers, akin to myriad stars, which then seamlessly merged into Wang Chen's being. Almost simultaneously, the entirety of the young man's memories surged into Wang Chen's mind like a tidal wave, replaying unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar scenes deep within his consciousness. In the year 888 of the Great Qian dynasty, during the twilight of the imperial era, the royal family faltered, warlords vied for control, natural disasters struck, and demons roamed freely, leaving the populace in despair. The late emperor passed away, and the crown prince, Wang Chen, ascended the throne, determined to avert the impending collapse and stabilize the tumultuous tide. However, fate proved cruel. He suddenly fell ill and met his untimely demise. What kind of script is this? What illness could befall him? It was as though he had been betrayed. My current existence is rather lamentable, and the Hongming Mirror, what a nuisance. This world is in disarray. The celestial order has collapsed, the earthly realm has sunk, and humanity's path is elusive. What a predicament to rescue. As Wang Chen absorbed the memories of this body, his lips twitched in agitation upon receiving further messages from the Hongming Mirror, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses. Suddenly, a mysterious purple rune ascended from the ground, swiftly embedding itself into Wang Chen's forehead. Initially taken aback, he soon composed himself and stated earnestly, "This world is not beyond salvation. Good heavens! It seems this realm has truly invested heavily. The fundamental runes of the world are indeed bestowed upon me." A broad smile spread across his face as he sifted through the memories of his existence, murmuring, "The Ronghua Mansion Jiaobaoyu, the National Master Pudu Zihong, Yanqi Xiao, Zhuijingzhong, and Zhuqianhu, fulfilling the heavenly mandate, vanquishing demons, and the Demon Suppression Department? So this is the world I find myself in." Chapter 126. The Dragon of Fortune seated upon the dragon bed. A smile graced Wang Chen's visage. No wonder this world felt so familiar. It is a blend of the strange tales from a Chinese studio interwoven with various demons and monsters. And the Demon Suppression Department. How intriguing. How did my previous incarnation meet its demise? The Imperial Army remained loyal to the throne, although the Demon Suppression Department and the Jinyui had infiltrations. They were not rotten to the core. No, this is sorcery. I fear not the backlash of fortune. Never mind. I shall not be ensnared by their schemes. Instead, I will confront them head-on. Rising to his feet, his purple fortune robe shimmered with violet divine light, transforming into a regal purple dragon robe. A fierce expression crossed his face. The Daoist Empire teeters on the brink of collapse, and yet they dither. I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Is the will of this world so benevolent? The last hidden realm is granted to me just like that? The world's fundamental runes within his consciousness flickered brilliantly, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Subsequently, a mysterious and ancient message flowed like a clear spring into his primordial spirit. This information seemed to carry a certain guidance, revealing to Wang Chen a crucial truth. Hidden deep beneath this magnificent palace lies the last concealed realm nurtured by this world. Overwhelmed with joy, a resplendent yellow divine light erupted around him. This radiance, akin to lightning, swiftly penetrated the solid ground beneath his feet. As the light faded, Wang Chen also descended into the earth, racing downward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had burrowed thousands of feet underground. At last, he halted before an innate barrier shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. These prohibitions intertwine, crafting a breathtaking yet perilous tapestry. Remarkably, as Wang Chen strides forward, the innate barriers meant to thwart all intruders seem to lose their potency, allowing him to effortlessly step within. Upon entering this celestial realm, Wang Chen is profoundly astonished by the scene before him. He finds himself in an expansive world, stretching over thousands of miles in radius. The sky within the cavern is a sapphire blue, with sunlight filtering through dense foliage, casting dappled shadows. Towering divine trees pierce the heavens, their trunks so robust that it would require dozens of individuals to encircle them. The ground is carpeted with a variety of spiritual herbs, releasing waves of intoxicating fragrances. The postnatal spiritual energy here is so concentrated that it nearly crystallizes, wafting in wisps of white mist throughout the air. Countless spiritual beasts frolic in the woods. Spiritual birds sing joyfully from the branches, and spiritual fish swim gracefully in the crystalline streams. There is not a trace of demonic presence in this entire celestial realm. Tranquility and harmony abound. At the heart of the cavern stands a towering mountain peak, majestic and awe-inspiring, its height seemingly immeasurable, soaring thousands of miles into the sky. The summit is shrouded in mist, radiating auspicious light, evoking a dreamlike quality akin to a legendary celestial sanctuary. Suddenly, two beams of divine light shoot from the peak towards Wang Chen, arriving before him in an instant, transforming into a jade tablet and a purple treasure seal. He extends his right hand to receive these artifacts, a surge of information flooding into his essence. Both the jade tablet and the treasure seal are extraordinary gifts from heaven and earth, capable of absorbing energy and wisdom to elevate themselves autonomously. Excellent. I was pondering how to save this world, and now with this celestial realm, the task has become infinitely more manageable. Wang Chen transforms into a beam of purple divine light, instantly reaching the summit of the colossal mountain. From the Hongmeng Mirror, he retrieves a fragment of the divine tree, placing it into the spiritual pool atop the peak. Under the boundless spiritual energy and vitality, the fragment swiftly takes root and sprouts. A verdant divine tree beginning to ascend rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the tree reaches a height of 1,000 zhong, emanating streams of azure divine light, continuously releasing threads of life force into the cavern. Its roots break through the confines of the celestial realm, delving deep into the earth, consuming countless demonic energies and malevolent auras. This shattered world finally glimpses a thread of hope. Splendid. With the heavenly path collapsing and the earthly path submerged, we must rely on the human path to mend it. A contemplative expression graces Wang Chen's face. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures within this celestial realm are perfect for nurturing talents. The creation of the landscape of the nation has arrived. As his words fade, he vanishes from the celestial realm, returning to his palace. In his profound eyes, a mysterious and resplendent purple divine light now flickers. As he gazed intently, a colossal golden dragon of fate, stretching thousands of feet, loomed majestically over the capital, resembling a towering mountain. This magnificent dragon exuded an aura of boundless authority and strength. Yet it also bore an unsettling air of profound melancholy. It seemed to sense Wang Chen's scrutiny, releasing a series of anguished roars that echoed through time and space, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who heard it. Upon closer inspection, one would find its immense form besieged by an array of inky black miasma, akin to venomous serpents ensnaring it, voraciously siphoning its vitality and vigor. Particularly alarming was the sight of a massive black demonic essence coiling atop the dragon's head, resembling a grotesque demon's visage, relentlessly draining the dragon of its lifeblood. Under the torment of this malevolent presence, the once resplendent scales of the dragon dulled, with patches beginning to peel away, revealing grisly wounds beneath. Outrage surged within Wang Chen as he beheld this tragic scene. He emanated an unparalleled aura of power, transforming into a dazzling violet divine light, racing toward the sky above the imperial palace with breathtaking swiftness. His arrival illuminated the entire palace in a dreamlike glow. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, the formidable map of mountains and rivers materialized before the dragon of fate within his consciousness. This treasure, one of the rare artifacts of the universe, contained boundless mysteries and secrets. The map of mountains and rivers expanded rapidly in the wind, morphing into an ethereal image that spanned the horizon. Streams of violet and azure divine light surged forth from the map, akin to a torrential flood, continuously showering the dragon of fate. The once rampant black demonic essence, upon encountering this divine light, melted away like snow under the blazing sun, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. With two resounding and powerful roars, the once relentless flow of fate abruptly halted. The dragon of fate joyously twisted its vast and resplendent form, each golden scale shimmering with radiant brilliance, as if proclaiming to the world its reclaimed strength. This mysterious and majestic dragon danced exuberantly within the map of mountains and rivers, and wherever it traversed. The imagery within the map underwent a transformative upheaval. The first sight to behold was a grand and magnificent capital, with intersecting streets and towering edifices, teeming with life and vigor. As time progressed, this capital continually expanded and evolved, gradually revealing the spectral silhouette of the entire great Qian Empire. Mountains, rivers, fields, and towns are all present, resembling a vividly alive, three-dimensional painting unfolding before the eyes of the beholder. Suddenly, within a splendid and opulent classical courtyard, a monk draped in a robe wears a sullen expression, his eyes betraying a disquieting fury. This monk has been secretly attempting to siphon the fortune of the great Qian. But at this moment, he realizes that his efforts have come to naught. Startled, he shifts, transforming into a streak of golden divine light that soars into the sky. Upon witnessing the enigmatic and majestic map of the kingdom before the fortune dragon, his fury evaporates, replaced by an uncontainable ecstasy. Concurrently, radiant beams of colorful light ascend into the heavens. The demons and spirits, usually hidden in the corners of the capital, are irresistibly drawn to this miraculous divine map, unable to suppress their curiosity and greed as they emerge from their hiding places in a frenzy. Instantly, the sky is abuzz with activity, as bizarre and fantastical figures flit and dance through the air, creating a scene that is both eerie and magnificent. Chapter 127. Cleansing how audacious these fiends are, daring to wreak havoc in the capital. I, a mere captain, shall not let you escape unscathed today, for I shall uphold the law of the king. A sturdy, righteous-looking middle-aged man bellows, adorned in a splendid robe embroidered with exquisite fish and dragon patterns, exuding a formidable aura of vitality. In a flash, he brandishes a glimmering long knife, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled blade of light that streaks forth like lightning, aimed directly at the grotesque spider demon before him. Huh! A mere captain of the Imperial Guard dares to boast? How utterly foolish and oblivious to your fate. The spider demon, unperturbed, responds with a tinkling laugh. Her figure is enchanting, her beauty captivating, yet her gaze reveals a hint of malice and disdain. Just as the blade of light is about to strike her, she twists her waist, evading the attack with a ghostly swiftness. In an instant, both combatants have leapt into the air, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death duel. The middle-aged man wields his knife with remarkable skill, each move imbued with tremendous force. The spider demon, in contrast, employs her agile and unpredictable movements along with her arcane spells to counter his attacks. For a time, they exchange blows, neither yielding an inch, locked in a fierce and indecisive struggle. At that moment, a thunderous shout rings out. The Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qian Dynasty is here. Yuval demons, surrender at once. Accompanying this roar, a troop of imposing men surge forth from a grand and awe-inspiring edifice. Clad in resplendent Kirin robes, these towering figures, muscular and radiant with various divine lights, move with the swiftness of the wind, soaring into the air and unhesitatingly charging at the demons. In an instant, the air was pierced by the cacophony of battle cries, as both sides clashed with fervor, plunging into a chaotic melee. The tremendous waves of energy generated by this fierce confrontation surged outward like a tempest, rendering the humble abodes powerless against its terrifying force, which crumbled them to the ground. Innocent civilians, stricken by fear, fled in all directions, yet many were caught unawares, buried beneath the rubble, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Brothers, we cannot stand idly by as these beasts wreak havoc and harm the innocent. A stout warrior, witnessing the devastation, exclaimed with fiery eyes and righteous indignation. Let us vanquish these heartless fiends. The fervor of his words ignited a passionate response among the other warriors, who rallied in unison. Thus, an increasing number of brave souls joined the fray against the malevolent entities, wielding an array of weapons as they charged fearlessly into battle, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. The atmosphere above the capital was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Excellent. It appears the time has come for a reckoning. Wang Chen sensed the fervor of the numerous valiant individuals within the city, and the fury that had clouded his visage began to dissipate. Behind him, a purple divine wheel manifested, expanding into a colossal form that spun endlessly, enveloping the capital in an overwhelming will that sought to obliterate all existence and bring an end to the cycle of life and death. This divine presence extended outward, encompassing 36 surrounding counties in its embrace. Wang Chen summoned a 12-colored divine light that swept across the capital and its neighboring regions, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance. This is dire. The national master, clad in monk's robes, sensed the lethal threat emanating from the oppressive force and the 12-colored divine light. His countenance shifting as he transformed into a beam of golden light, fleeing the city. Attempting to escape? Do you truly believe you can? Wang Chen observed the crafty Pudu Zihong hastily retreating from the capital. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, the 12-colored divine light enveloped him. How audacious! The Tathagata of the Western Paradise is here. Do you dare act with impunity? As Pudu Zihong found himself ensnared by the 12-colored divine light, his magical powers began to wane. His expression darkened as he transformed, revealing a golden form suspended in the air. Such flamboyance! Wang Chen scoffed, swiftly summoning the primordial wheel of all paths to suppress Pudu Zihong's golden form, shattering it, and unveiling a colossal centipede, thrashing wildly in the sky. No. Spare me. The giant centipede let out a piercing wail, only to be swiftly eradicated by the 12-colored divine light, drawing it into the primordial wheel of all paths behind Wang Chen, where it was annihilated. However, Wang Chen retained its shell, recognizing it as a valuable resource for nurturing his subordinates. No. Amidst the fierce battle, the spider demon confronting Zhuo Qianhu was swiftly vanquished by the radiant 12-colored divine light, leaving Zhuo Qianhu in a state of bewilderment as he gazed incredulously towards the palace, murmuring, "Is this the majesty of his majesty?" Throughout the entire capital and the surrounding 36 counties, various fiends and monsters were eradicated by the 12-colored divine light, their anguished cries resonating through the night sky. Not only were the malevolent creatures disposed of by Wang Chen, but also the wicked individuals, landlords, officials, and nobles, were ruthlessly exterminated. for he would not tolerate a horde of vampires draining his lifeblood. Is that truly His Majesty? Vice Director Qin Tian of the Demon Suppression Division asked, stunned. Are you blind? Who else could it be but His Majesty? Director Zhao Sheng of the Demon Suppression Division retorted sharply, pondering when His Majesty had grown so powerful. Was it even conceivable? He knelt reverently towards the palace, calling out loudly, "Long live our Emperor, forever and ever." The numerous demon suppression guards promptly followed suit, echoing his sentiments. Their voices surged in waves, gradually encompassing the entirety of the capital as the citizens respectfully proclaimed, "Long live our Emperor, forever and ever. Rise. Attend to your duties." Wang Chen's voice resonated throughout the city, and he found satisfaction in the reverberation of his command, realizing the delight of being an emperor. It was no wonder so many aspired to such a position. "We shall obey your decree, Your Majesty." Wang Chen inhaled deeply, focusing his mind to establish a connection with the enigmatic Hongmeng mirror. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling purple divine light erupted from the mirror, spreading like lightning and swiftly enveloping all 36 surrounding counties. As the purple light expanded, time and space seemed to crystallize, rendering everything motionless. Wang Chen gradually retracted the divine light emanating from him, crossing his legs and sitting serenely in midair, resembling an otherworldly deity. He then unleashed his formidable divine consciousness, enveloping the hidden scripture pavilion deep within the palace. Instantly, a torrent of precious cultivation methods surged into his mind from within the pavilion. These methods were diverse. Some emphasized qi refining, others focused on foundation establishment, while some were dedicated to the cultivation of the golden core. There were also paths pertaining to martial arts and blood essence. At that moment, the seed of destiny concealed within Wang Chen, brimming with boundless potential, began to shimmer wildly like a radiant star piercing the darkness. Simultaneously, vibrant divine lights illuminated his entire being, intertwining in a splendid display. Under this luminous aura, Wang Chen, with his profound understanding of the Hongmeng Dao Sutra and human immortality martial arts, combined with the unique cultivation methods of this world and the potent assistance of the innate purple energy, ultimately succeeded in comprehending an entirely new cultivation method, qi refinement, spirit transformation, void refinement, and Dao unification. Chapter 128. Long live our Emperor. Wang Chen, with his eyes gently closed, summoned forth a colossal piece of spirit jade from the depths of the mysterious cavern beneath the imperial city. This jade, towering to a height of 1,000 feet, radiated an ethereal glow, exuding waves of potent spiritual energy akin to the most pristine treasures of the universe. With a thought as sharp as a blade, Wang Chen effortlessly divided this magnificent jade into billions of equal portions, each the size of a half palm, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Following this, he executed intricate and sophisticated seals with his hands, directing them towards the thousands of spirit jades he had amassed before him. As these seals were inscribed, streams of celestial inheritance information surged into the jade at an astonishing pace, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Wang Chen focused his thoughts once more, and a grand map of the nation gradually unfurled before him. Within this tableau, beside a magnificent palace at the base of the Tiangang and Disha peaks, a towering pagoda, soaring 36 stories high, materialized from thin air. This pagoda stood majestically, its body engraved with the three characters Tsang Jinggu, gleaming with golden radiance. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the jade tablets, laden with inheritance information, flew across the sky like shooting stars, entering the Tsang Jinggu in an orderly fashion. Once this task was completed, a pristine jade book suddenly appeared in his hand, emanating a soft glow that exuded an air of sanctity and solemnity. Wang Chen concentrated, meticulously examining the restrictions inscribed within the jade book. As moments passed, he finally grasped the intricacies of these restrictions. Taking a deep breath, he began to cast a more formidable restriction upon the billions of spirit jades floating in the air. This unique identity restriction not only allowed for blood recognition but also displayed the holder's registry information and identity, a counterpart to the identification card of another realm. Moreover, only the citizens of the Daiqian dynasty, blessed with its fortune, could utilize this restriction to seamlessly enter the wondrous world of the map of the nation. Upon crafting the identity jade tokens, he waved his hand, and the myriad of tokens instantly merged into the bodies of the citizens throughout the capital and the 36 counties. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their original locations, reappearing within the realm of the map of the nation. The Hongmeng mirror flickered with violet light, restoring the frozen flow of time and space, and it promptly integrated into Wang Chen's consciousness. In that instant, As Wang Chen's thoughts stirred slightly, the previously suspended map of the nation erupted in a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a grand, awe-inspiring divine image that overshadowed the heavens. This divine illustration seemed to possess boundless power, swiftly enveloping the entire capital and the surrounding 36 counties. As the divine map unfurled, soft rays of divine light cascaded down from its surface, delicate and gentle like a layer of gossamer. Immediately, a protective barrier adorned with mysterious runes slowly ascended, enveloping the area in a tight embrace. Wang Chen's expression remained as tranquil as still water as he stepped confidently into the grand tapestry of the nation. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a chorus of astonished exclamations and gasps. "Oh my goodness, where on earth is this place?" exclaimed a bewildered citizen, eyes wide with disbelief. "It's like a celestial paradise," another citizen joyfully exclaimed, dancing with excitement, unable to contain their elation. "What bliss! The pain in my body has vanished completely." Yet another citizen shouted with overwhelming joy, "How extraordinary! What manner of power is this?" The crowd marveled in unison. "Wow, look over there! So many rare mushrooms and herbs." Someone with keen eyes pointed out the precious medicinal flora in the distance, nearly rushing forward to gather them. "Fool, don't touch those. Do you possess an identity token?" A bystander quickly interjected to halt them. "This is a miracle created by His Majesty." "Ah, my apologies, I got carried away in my excitement." The individual sheepishly scratched their head, smiling awkwardly. In that moment, the citizens of the capital and the 36 counties who had entered the grand tapestry were utterly astounded by the dreamlike paradise before them, left speechless and in awe. They murmured amongst themselves, animatedly discussing this unprecedented wondrous realm. Meanwhile, the officials of the Daoist dynasty, both civil and military, watched with solemn expressions, fully aware of the grave responsibility resting upon their shoulders. Consequently, they dispatched their subordinates to various locations to maintain order, ensuring that the populace would not spiral into chaos due to overwhelming excitement or panic. Wang Chen, radiating with a violet divine aura, appeared in the sky of the grand tapestry, casting his gaze upon the capital and the 36 county cities beneath the peaks of Tiangang and Disha, nodding in satisfaction. However, upon witnessing the illusory forms of the surrounding cities, his expression darkened slightly. The Daoist dynasty had indeed fallen into disarray, with its dominion reduced to but a few cities. "I am the prime emperor of the Daoist dynasty, having endured countless days and nights in diligent pursuit of the elusive path of immortality and the unparalleled martial arts. At last, my efforts have borne fruit. I have successfully synthesized and innovated both paths into a brand new, unprecedented avenue of cultivation. From this day forth, the citizens of Daoist shall embark upon this new journey of cultivation. Henceforth, they shall no longer live in fear of the malevolent beasts that roam unchecked, nor shall they suffer as innocent prey to their voracious appetites." In that moment, Wang Chen stood majestically in the high heavens, like a deity surveying the mortal realm. Behind him, an immeasurable divine wheel radiating boundless light slowly rotated, each revolution seemingly orchestrating the very rhythm of the universe itself. Beneath his feet, a divine dragon of fortune coiled and twisted, its magnificent body shimmering with resplendent golden light, continuously emitting deafening yet exhilarating roars. Within the capital, the officials of both civil and military ranks, gathered at the yamen of the Minister of Justice, were initially struck dumb by Wang Chen's resounding words, as if thunder had struck them. However, mere moments later, expressions of ecstatic joy illuminated their faces, their excitement overflowing. Subsequently, the officials knelt in reverence, bowing towards Wang Chen in the heavens, and together they chanted, "Your Majesty is wise. Long live our emperor, for 10,000 ages." The citizens of the capital and the 36 surrounding counties stood frozen, as if under a spell, upon hearing Wang Chen's proclamation. Their faces betrayed a tumultuous blend of emotions, an ineffable expression that blurred the lines between joy and sorrow. For these common folk, who toiled at the bottom of society, the pursuit of cultivation had always seemed a distant dream. Each day, they busied themselves with the relentless struggle to fill their bellies, hardly possessing the leisure to entertain such ethereal aspirations. Yet, at this moment, as the news resonated in their ears, the initial shock gave way to a budding desire and yearning. Finally, as over 2 million citizens regained their senses from the initial astonishment, an uncontrollable wave of euphoria surged within them. They erupted in jubilant cheers, some even moved to tears by their excitement. In unison, they knelt, their faces alight with sincerity, and shouted together, "Long live our emperor, for 10,000 ages." Their cries surged like tumultuous waves, each crescendoing higher than the last. The entire realm echoed with the fervent shouts of the populace, as if their voices might shatter the very heavens. In Chapter 129, The Boundless Domain of Laws, Wang Chen reveled in the fervent calls of the officials and citizens, feeling elated. The divine dragon of fortune beneath him roared with excitement, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. With a calm flourish of his sleeve, he unleashed a dazzling 12-colored divine light that shot towards the towering 36-story Sanjing Pavilion like a radiant rainbow. Upon impact, the pavilion erupted in an unparalleled brilliance, akin to a brilliant star descending to the earthly realm. As the light flickered, it projected 36 colossal and ethereal images of the pavilion, standing like giants, steadfastly positioned within the capital and the surrounding 36 counties. Nevertheless, this was not the end. Soon after, the scripture pavilion exerted its influence once more, projecting an astonishing total of 592 delicate and exquisite phantoms of itself towards the distant villages and towns. In an instant, the surrounding areas of the capital were enveloped by these mysterious and solemn apparitions of the scripture pavilion. Wang Chen's resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Attention all civil and military officials of the Great Qian, as well as all citizens. You may enter the scripture pavilion to receive the inheritance contained within. The pavilion shall allocate the corresponding level of inheritance based on the degree of Great Qian fortune possessed by each individual. I urge all officials to fulfill their duties and maintain order at the scene, ensuring the smooth conduct of this inheritance event. My beloved subjects, hasten to receive my blessings. With those words, Wang Chen turned his palm, and a primitive, ancient cauldron known as the Hongmeng Ding materialized before him. With a casual wave of his arm, a rich purple aura surged forth, enveloping half of the dragon and phoenix elixir from the cauldron, and like a streak of violet lightning, it pierced through the thick clouds above. As the citizens began to immerse themselves in their cultivation, this miraculous elixir would descend from the heavens, continuously filling their bodies with primordial strength. Thus, as long as the people diligently practiced their techniques, the elixir would automatically take effect, aiding them in their pursuit of power and the path of cultivation. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live. The civil and military officials, along with the multitude of citizens, fervently bowed in gratitude before swiftly racing towards the phantoms of the scripture pavilion. Even the usually composed grand scholar dashed forward with remarkable speed, showing no signs of age. Wang Chen stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the orderly crowd receiving their inheritance. Each individual was deeply focused, wholly absorbed in that mysterious and potent force. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen nodded slightly before turning away and gracefully stepping out of the map of the nation. As he crossed the threshold of the scroll, his deep, star-like eyes suddenly sparkled with dazzling 12-colored divine light. These radiances danced like spirited sprites within his pupils, intertwining as if imbued with boundless mysteries and power. Wang Chen directed his gaze towards the horizon, fixating on the 9 colossal mountain ranges surrounding the capital, which coiled like mighty dragons. These mountains were majestic and awe-inspiring, each exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. The ancestors of Great Qian truly possess an eye for location, Wang Chen murmured softly, his voice tinged with admiration. It was evident that these 9 mountain ranges were the locations of the dragon veins. The feng shui of this place was exceptional, rich in spiritual energy. No wonder such formidable power could be cultivated here. However, after his moment of admiration, Wang Chen gently shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly radiated a brilliant 12-colored divine light. The ethereal lights intertwined and coalesced rapidly, forming an immense and resplendent lotus-shaped realm of laws. This lotus realm shimmered with a dazzling array of 12 hues, reminiscent of an unparalleled celestial lotus blooming in the expanse between heaven and earth. It spread forth from the capital with astonishing velocity, distorting the void and trembling the fabric of space, as if the entire world were enveloped within its embrace. In the blink of an eye, this 12-colored realm had expanded to its utmost limits, successfully encasing the 9 colossal mountain ranges within its bounds. The sight was profoundly awe-inspiring. The mountains, under the illumination of the realm, appeared increasingly majestic and sacred, as if they had become one with the very essence of this world. It is essential to note that this 12-colored realm was not merely an ordinary divine spell, but rather a manifestation of the primordial 10,000 ways, which Wang Chen had comprehended through arduous cultivation of the Hongmeng Dao Jing and deep contemplation of the innate spiritual prohibitions within the map of rivers and mountains. Within this realm of laws resided the fundamental principles of the universe, the laws of yin and yang, the 5 elements, life and death, creation, as well as the enigmatic forces of wind, thunder, ice, electricity, and time and space. With the power of these laws at his disposal, Wang Chen could effortlessly alter the heavens and the earth, shifting stars and constellations at will. In that moment, the capital and the surrounding 36 counties, along with the 9 towering mountain ranges, seemed to be stirred by an enigmatic and formidable force, leading to an astonishing upheaval. The once majestic mountains appeared as if imbued with life, visibly expanding and rising at an extraordinary pace. Simultaneously, dazzling 12-colored runes began to shimmer atop the peaks. These glyphs akin to ancient incantations, harboring boundless mysteries and power. As the mountains transformed, the surrounding malevolent energies, such as dark, demonic, and sinister auras, rushed toward the mountains like a tide meeting its bane, only to be swiftly devoured. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The absorbed malevolent energies transformed into pure, dense spiritual energy, continuously emanating from the mountains. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was not idle. He meticulously manipulated the Hongmeng mirror, extracting a variety of rare and precious materials, which he unhesitatingly infused into the realm of the primordial 10,000 ways. Influenced by this newfound power, the capital and the 36 surrounding counties commenced a vigorous expansion, ultimately growing to 10 times their original size. The surfaces of each city became densely adorned with 12-colored runes, which gleamed with extraordinary brilliance, interweaving and reflecting one another, creating a breathtaking tableau. Moreover, the spiritual energy from the realm of Liao Zhai, and even from unknown dimensional planes, surged forth like a tidal wave, irresistibly drawn to this wondrous domain of laws. In an ephemeral moment, the entire realm of Hongmeng was enveloped in swirling mists, adorned with myriad auspicious auras. As ethereal birds soared and celestial blossoms unfurled, resembling a paradise on earth, breathtakingly beautiful and intoxicating. Indeed, this would serve as a sanctuary, if I could merely bide my time for a few months, adjusting the temporal flow of the national map. I would soon have a cadre of capable individuals at my disposal. However, this world harbors a dozen ominous presences that send shivers down my spine, seemingly the maleficent beings of the celestial realm. It is no wonder that these fiends resort to cannibalism. With the collapse of the heavenly order, they must now prey upon humanity to advance. Yet, I remain perplexed as to what calamity befell this world to render it so decrepit. Wang Chen murmured to himself, before descending into the imperial palace, which now resembled a dragon pearl, encircled by 9 dragon veins. The capital served as the nucleus, with county towns as nodes, and the 9 mountains and rivers forming the vital arteries, as the interplay of yin and yang and the 5 elements flowed, with the sun, moon, and stars twinkling, swallowing the void, refining all energies, ultimately converging in the capital. Upon witnessing the vast imperial palace, Wang Chen felt a wave of relief. Fortunate was he that his father, the emperor, was ensnared by the allure of longevity, shunning the company of women, lest the harem be filled with the former emperor as consorts, which would have been quite awkward. Chapter 130, Transformation 3 months later. In a boundless expanse, teeming with vitality and vigor, the sun cast its golden rays, illuminating the lush green wheat sprouts and vibrant blossoms. A gentle breeze caressed the fields, causing the wheat to ripple and the flowers to sway gracefully, resembling a picturesque pastoral painting. Amidst this tranquil and harmonious scene, an elderly farmer with graying hair bent over, diligently tilling the soil. His weathered visage bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained resolute and focused. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the serenity. A colossal wolf surged forth from the depths of the forest. This beast measured over 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Its body cloaked in a shaggy gray coat, with razor-sharp claws glinting ominously and its fangs bared, saliva dripping from its maw, presenting a terrifying visage. It lunged at the farmer, intent on devouring this seemingly feeble human with voracious hunger. "Be cautious!" A distant, urgent cry echoed from the broad, flat official road. A procession of elaborately adorned, resplendent carriages was making its way from beyond the pass. At the forefront, a robust middle-aged man clad in warrior garb sat atop one of the carriages. With thick brows and deep-set eyes, his face was framed by a bushy beard, exuding an imposing presence. Upon witnessing the giant wolf attacking the farmer, fury ignited within him, and he bellowed, "You wretched beast, dare you!" With a forceful slap to his steed, he launched into the air like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the farmer. However, in the very moment he leaped, the expression of rage on his face froze, replaced by an incredulous gaze. As he confronted the ferocious, giant wolf, the seemingly ordinary old farmer exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He merely raised his head slightly and cast a fleeting glance at the beast, his expression betraying no sign of trepidation, as if the imminent danger were utterly inconsequential. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The old farmer gripped his hoe firmly and, with a sudden surge of strength, thrust it upward. In that instant, a spectral image of the hoe, extending over 10 feet, materialized behind him. This apparition radiated a brilliant light, resembling a colossal divine weapon, and descended upon the giant wolf with unparalleled force. A thunderous crash resonated, akin to a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. The giant wolf had no time to utter a cry before being struck down by this formidable power. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. As the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to find that the once mighty wolf lay lifeless, blood oozing from its orifices, its eyes wide open in a final, unyielding gaze. "Goodness, is the old farmer truly this formidable?" murmured a middle-aged man, his lips twitching in disbelief, while the surrounding guards stood agape, astonished that this humble farmer surpassed them in prowess. "Indeed, old Wang, you have accrued quite a few contribution points," exclaimed two middle-aged men from the nearby fields, their expressions a blend of envy and admiration. "It's remarkable how you still manage to find opportunities after the beasts have been cleared by the military and the demon suppression division." "Ah, luck, just luck," the old farmer replied, dismissing their comments. "I must take my leave. The head of farming is arriving, and my son's sword of law is about to be secured." With that, he hoisted the giant wolf onto his shoulder and excitedly made his way toward the official responsible for land reclamation, his movements betraying no semblance of an ordinary farmer. Meanwhile, within a grand and opulent carriage in the caravan, two individuals stared in disbelief at the old farmer. The youthful, handsome man turned to the middle-aged companion beside him and remarked, "Uncle, did you not say that the great Chen was on the brink of collapse? Look at these golden wheat fields, the abundant spiritual energy, and this old farmer. What on earth is happening?" The elegantly dressed middle-aged man flushed crimson at his nephew's inquiry. Rendered speechless, if this old farmer were in the military, he could easily be a sergeant. Who could have predicted such eccentricity in this realm? The perceptions of those in the caravan were shattered, leaving them in silence as they observed the surroundings with wide eyes. The sight of the land being cultivated resembled not mere farming, but a fierce battle. "Goodness, is this the capital?" exclaimed the handsome young man in a blue robe as he disembarked from the carriage, gazing at the towering, sprawling divine city that stretched for hundreds of miles. The middle-aged scholar dismounted from the carriage, rendered momentarily speechless, while the members of the escort were left in a state of shock. The convoy proceeded slowly towards the city gates, and they followed in a daze until a voice abruptly halted them. "Halt! Present your identity jade tokens." Two robust soldiers clad in battle armor, their faces flushed and vibrant with vitality, blocked the passage of the convoy, demanding answers with a thunderous voice. The middle-aged leader of the bearded guards, wearing a broad smile, swiftly descended from the carriage and discreetly handed a coin to one of the soldiers, chuckling apologetically, "Good sir. What identity jade tokens? Aren't we just here for our household registration? Ah, newcomers from afar. Then you must take this route. At the end, someone will assist you with your identity jade tokens." The soldier, with a smirk, tossed the coin to a burly man. In the past, he would have accepted such a bribe, but now, currency held little value, unable to procure heritage or martial skills. He pointed to another path and said nonchalantly, "This way." "Very well, good sir. Let us move swiftly, don't block the road." The burly man returned to the convoy, redirecting them down another path, where they soon encountered a small governmental office. Several officials from the Ministry of Revenue were bustling about, while a group of imperial guards and elite troops maintained order in the vicinity. After a prolonged wait, it was finally the convoy's turn. They mechanically completed a series of procedures before emerging onto the road, where cheers erupted from within their ranks. "Ha ha! The great Qian is marvelous. Long live His Majesty Tai Chi." "Second uncle, why do you smile so broadly? Didn't you have grievances against the great Qian?" "Not at all. Cease your nonsense. Yet, it is indeed delightful. Look, the Imperial Guards are on the move. By heavens, that fellow looks quite decent. Who would have thought he was a spy? What does it matter? He has met his end justly. Who would have imagined that the identity jade slip would require the acknowledgement of the divine dragon of fortune? This is far more valuable than any bureaucratic oversight. Quickly, quickly, let us settle in. I wish to receive my inheritance." Yes, yes. I want to explore the realm of mountains and rivers. Hurry." The members of the convoy shouted with exhilaration, and the pace of their journey quickened significantly. Chapter 131. Exterminating demons to the north of the imperial capital lies a region known as the Beitang province, within which the Anyang County governs a town named Lixian. At this moment, Lixian, shrouded in the cloak of night, appeared to be consumed by darkness. The sky was pitch black, rendering visibility non-existent. A chilling wind howled through the streets, producing an eerie sound, as if countless malevolent spirits were shrieking and roaring in one's ears, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Suddenly, an uncanny cacophony emanated from the streets of Lixian, a blend of chilling wails and sinister laughter intertwined with piercing notes of joy. The sudden, eerie noise shattered the tranquility of the night, causing the inhabitants of Lu County to tremble with fear, their hearts consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. "Brother, do away with these little demons. Their noise is unbearable," cried Urwa, his cherubic face contorted in anguish as he covered his ears, anxiously urging his elder brother beside him. "Brother, even Siener dislikes them." At that moment, the lovely visage of Sister Hulu mirrored a profound disdain, her sparkling eyes glaring fiercely in the direction of the disturbing sound. Fuming with indignation, upon hearing the children's words, Lu Ming, the demon tamer standing nearby, was struck with alarm. He inwardly lamented, "Oh dear, these little ancestors must not cause trouble." Hastily, he interjected, "Dear little ones, you must exercise restraint. Once the Ainshur Ghost King reveals itself, you may act as you wish. It is imperative not to act rashly, lest we alert the serpent in the grass." Initially, Dawa had felt a surge of eagerness, but upon hearing Lu Ming's admonition, disappointment washed over his face. "All right, we shall heed your counsel." The other Halua shared expressions of discontent, gazing at Lu Ming as if he had committed an egregious offense. In that very instant, the previously clear sky was unexpectedly shrouded by a dense, inky black cloud. This was no ordinary cloud. It was composed of chilling, malevolent energy, permeated by an unsettling and nauseating stench of blood, accompanied by a chilling, sinister laughter. A figure clad in vibrant red, with a face contorted into a grotesque mask, emerged slowly from the darkness. It was the notorious Ainshur Ghost King. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, tendrils of inky darkness slithered forth like venomous serpents, swiftly enveloping the entire county in a formidable barrier of malevolent energy. Ha! At last, this king has awaited the feast of 100,000 fresh blood offerings. The Ainshur Ghost King cackled with a piercing, shrill voice that seemed capable of piercing through the very souls of the people. Before the echoes of her laughter faded, her form abruptly expanded, transforming into a colossal skeletal visage towering 10 zhang high. This manifestation radiated a swirling black smoke and crimson malevolence, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of the underworld descending upon the earth. With its emergence, an unparalleled aura of dread filled the atmosphere, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. My heavens! The Ainshur Ghost King is on the verge of ascension. Lu Ming, the demon tamer, could not contain his astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other demon-taming warriors, too, wore ashen expressions, their hearts heavy with dread. Faced with such a formidable and nearly invincible entity, how could these practitioners, merely at the chi refining stage, possibly contend with it? It is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. At last, it has emerged. Urwa exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the Ainshur Ghost King. Alas, this behemoth appears even more grotesque. "Brother, strike him." Hu Siener, the sister in the gourd, said in a huff. "Very well, little sister, behold your elder brother." Dawa transformed into a beam of golden light soaring into the sky, instantly becoming a towering giant over 10 zhang high, conjuring a blazing sunfire that morphed into a miniature sun, hurtling towards the avatar of the Ainshur Ghost King. "Oh dear, brother always resorts to tricks. Indeed, it is quite vexing. Come, let us join in the fray." Urwa, Sanwa, Siwa, Wuwa, Liwa, and Liuwa, their little faces twisted in annoyance, instantly transformed into 5-colored divine lights and sped towards the Ainshur Ghost King. By heavens, these little progenies are astonishingly powerful. Lu Ming's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was utterly embarrassed. "Hee, sister, let us go cause some trouble for those little ghosts." Chiwa, toying with the treasured gourd in hand, remarked cheerfully upon witnessing the shocked expressions of the demon-suppressing guards. "Splendid, splendid. Those little ghosts are most obnoxious. Let us dispatch them all." Hu Siener cheered. And with that, the two little radish heads clasped hands and charged towards the ghosts in the city. "Boss, what shall we do?" one of the demon-suppressing guards whispered. "What shall we do? Of course, we shall slay the ghosts." "Hurry up." Lu Ming's face darkened, and he bellowed. "Understood." Over 30 demon-suppressing guards responded. scattering swiftly to ruthlessly attack the little ghosts, their faces revealing a cruel demeanor. Boom. Boom. Ah, little ghost heads, you lack martial ethics. The Yingshan Ghost King was bombarded by the various divine abilities of the 6 gored children, black, ominous blood dripping continuously from its massive avatar. Its expression grim as it shouted loudly. Hee hee, behold my blazing sunfire. Hee hee, the light of the dark moon. Oh dear, still able to speak, the sword of metal. Southern Ming's fiery flames, go forth. The true water of heaven, cleanse the wicked. Earthly divine light, charge forth. The 5 gored children stood atop Daoist's colossal form, unleashing their innate divine abilities upon the Yingshan Ghost King, for their elder brother had stated that if one could act, one should not prattle. Only the slain enemies are worthy foes. I curse your lineage. 9 nether divine light, block it. The Yingshan Ghost King's countenance changed drastically upon witnessing the divine abilities of these little radish heads. By heaven, they are its natural nemesis. Where on earth did these little rascals come from? A pitch-black light shield enveloped the Yingshan Ghost King, as myriad colorful divine powers collided with it, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. A wretched scream pierced the atmosphere, while boundless radiance flickered in the sky, illuminating the night. The Yingshan Ghost King was vanquished. Sister Siener, the brothers have successfully dispatched the creature. We must not lag behind. We must hasten our pace. Chiwa exclaimed excitedly to Hu Siener, his bright eyes fixated on the dissipating figure of the Ghost King, filled with urgency. Hu Siener pouted playfully, feigning annoyance as she protested. Oh dear, these brothers are far too swift. Nevertheless, despite her complaints, her hands moved with remarkable speed. At that very moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within her, and brilliant 7-colored divine light burst forth like fireworks, accompanied by the dazzling glow. Hu Siener's lithe form surged into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, streams of resplendent divine light continuously erupted from her, cascading down upon the county below like shooting stars. Seeing this, Chiwa wasted no time in following suit. The precious gourd in his hand shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, resembling a brilliant star, and flew directly before his sister. The formidable power released by the gourd resonated with the 7-colored divine light emanating from Hu Siener, amplifying the already formidable brilliance. In an instant, a chorus of anguished cries and wails erupted within the county of Lixian. The malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows were utterly powerless against the terrifying divine light. Some contorted in agony, while others fled in despair. Yet none could escape the grasp of the 7-colored radiance. Ah, no, spare me. The cacophony of pleas and cries intertwined, composing a mournful symphony of death. Chapter 132. Guabei County. To the south of the imperial capital lies Huayin County, Guabei County. 4 opulent carriages approached, accompanied by a retinue of formidable demon suppression guards clad in Qilin robes, their robust vitality palpable as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings for any threats. What a long-awaited sensation. Yet alas, this is not my homeland, Jean Yenzi thought, gazing wistfully at the scenery and familiar crowd outside. There was indeed a sense of familiarity, but the people in this world lived in dire conditions. And I Chong murmured softly, though the Jade Frontier War God is exceedingly cruel. He pales in comparison to the demons of this realm. They truly feast upon human flesh. Indeed, I wonder when Wang Chen will mobilize his forces, Yang Mi remarked, her heart ablaze with fury upon witnessing the various corpses strewn along the way. Soon, once the resources and talents have sufficiently accumulated, I expect the troops will soon be dispatched. Lu Feifei's delicate face shimmered with a hint of determination as she concurred. Yes, let us hasten to complete the trials. We must return promptly. Yang Mi spoke with urgency. Very well, I shall inquire about our progress. Lu Feifei adjusted her attire and exited the carriage. Upon her arrival, the demon suppressor bowed deeply, addressing her respectfully. We greet your majesty, the empress. The accompanying demon suppressors also bowed in reverence, proclaiming, we pay our respects to your majesty. The empress, please rise, Lu Feifei instructed. Captain Wang, how much longer until we reach Lanrua Temple? Her tone was calm, for she had now ascended to the position of empress of the great Qian dynasty, truly standing above all others. Reporting to your majesty, we have approximately another hour's journey. He replied, good, then let us quicken our pace. Lu Feifei commanded, and the demon suppressor Wang Tian responded with utmost respect. As you wish, your majesty. Lu Feifei re-entered the carriage, taking her seat, and in an instant, the aura surrounding her dissipated. Being an empress is quite exhausting. She sighed. Hee hee. How splendid it is to be an empress, standing above all. Yang Mi teased. Indeed, but are you not also a noble consort? Lu Feifei retorted playfully. Hee. We are all esteemed consorts. It is just that Wang Chen is so bothersome, insisting we travel by carriage instead of allowing us to fly. He must want us to witness the sights beyond the capital. Indeed, that must be it. What a stark contrast there is. Yang Mi continued, I truly envy Alice, Ada, and little Wanda, who cultivate in the realm of mountains and rivers, free from the need to travel. If not for their Western appearances, which label them as outsiders in Great Xian, they would have been conscripted by Wang Chen long ago. Quite so. The luxurious convoy halted before an abandoned temple, where a thick aura of malevolence permeated the air. Shadows and ominous energy obscured the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of cawing crows, creating an exceptionally chilling and foreboding atmosphere. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Lanrua Temple. Wang Tian reported respectfully to the carriage. Excellent. Please prepare a few rooms for us to rest in. Then we shall await the arrival of the demons. Lu Feifei's voice emerged from within the carriage. Understood. Wang Tian replied respectfully, turning to issue orders to his subordinates. Prepare a few rooms, while the rest investigate the surroundings. Yes. The demon suppressors responded in unison, with 10 heading towards Lanrua Temple and the others dispersing to scout the area. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the temple, accompanied by shouts of anger, impudent, audacious. Inside the carriage, Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Jin Yinzi, and Inai Chong were instantly captivated by the news. It seemed the time had come. They hurriedly disembarked, their curious eyes fixed on Lanrua Temple. Lord Wang, accompany me as we venture into the heart of this matter. Understood. Wang Tian replied respectfully, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. Regardless of who it was, he vowed to ensure they would regret their actions. A radiant glow enveloped Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Jin Yinzi, and Inai Chong as they swiftly donned their ceremonial garments and made their way toward Lanrua Temple. Wang Tian followed closely, drawing his longsword, a menacing glint in his gaze. Boom, boom. Within the confines of Lanrua Temple stood an enormous demon tree, its roots thrashing violently, as if imbued with boundless energy. Each root was as thick as a python, exuding an overwhelming force as it relentlessly struck at a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. The demon guards, though not the primary target, were unfortunate enough to be caught in the tree's destructive path. Not far away stood an elegant scholar, his face etched with anxiety, eyes glued to the chaotic battle unfolding before him. The countless tendrils of the demon tree glimmered with an eerie dark light, releasing a nauseating stench of blood. They writhed and stretched like vicious serpents, gaping mouths seeking to devour all in their vicinity, launching a merciless assault on everyone present. A sharp, piercing shriek erupted from the demon tree. Yin Qixia, you dare to provoke me. Your demise is at hand. Another furious roar followed. And you insolent little creatures, prepare to be transformed into nourishment for me. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by that chilling laughter, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the entire Lanrua Temple. Feifei, what a fortunate arrival. Is this not the tree demon that Wang Chen spoke of? Yang Mi disregarded the terrifying aura, exclaiming joyfully. Indeed. Jin Yinzi chimed in with glee. Let's eliminate it. A fierce glint appeared in Inai Chang's eyes, recognizing the tree demon as excellent material for crafting. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's expression turned icy as she commanded, Sisters, let us unite and vanquish it to complete our trial. With a tremor, Lu Feifei's body radiated an exquisite ice-blue divine light, illuminating the space in a shimmering blue hue. At that moment, a shimmering azure sword materialized in her grasp, glinting with a chilling brilliance, akin to a spirited ice dragon. With a flash of cold determination in her beautiful eyes, Lu Feifei cried out, Demon, meet your end. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of blinding blue light, racing toward the colossal tree demon like a bolt of lightning. Beside them, Yang Mi, Jin Yinzi, and Inai Chong displayed an unwavering resolve. Yang Mi was enveloped in a blazing crimson glow, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from flames. Jin Yinzi radiated a refreshing azure light, akin to the gentle breeze of spring, while Inai Chong was shrouded in a mysterious black aura, resembling a specter in the night. In unison, they let out melodic shouts, transforming into resplendent beams of divine light, each channeling the formidable powers of the paths of fire, creation, and the moon, as they surged towards the tree demon. In that moment, the sky was a tapestry of intertwining divine lights, creating a vibrant yet perilous spectacle. Lu Feifei wielded her azure sword with the grace of the wind, unleashing waves of blue sword energy imbued with the essence of the earth, water, and sky, crashing down upon the tree demon with relentless ferocity. Each strike was razor-sharp, infused with a terrifying potency that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Following this, The divine lights of Yang Mi's fire path, Jin Yanzi's path of creation, and Ni Chang's lunar path descended in succession, bombarding the tree demon with an unyielding onslaught. A cacophony of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air as the tree demon's colossal form trembled violently. The dense roots clinging to its body were instantly decimated by more than half, scattering debris in every direction. Simultaneously, it became engulfed in fierce flames, the inferno raging with unparalleled ferocity as billowing black smoke ascended into the heavens. "Ah, you wretched humans!" The tree demon howled in a fit of fury and anguish, its voice echoing through the skies. Yet, the group showed no mercy, refusing to grant it a moment of respite. At that moment, a bearded middle-aged man raised his hand with conviction, chanting, "A splendid opportunity. The universe is boundless, the cosmos lends its power. Thunder arise." As his words resonated, thick bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the tree demon with immense force. The brilliance of the lightning flickered and danced. As the tree demon endured yet another grievous blow, its already battered form now rendered even more pitiful, howls of despair echoing in the air. "Ah, Black Mountain Old Demon, save me." Chapter 133. The Black Mountain Old Demon, the tree demon, under the relentless assault of the furious lightning, found its shadowy spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, continuously besieged and extinguished by the merciless forces of the sun. Its massive tree form was simultaneously subjected to the dual torment of flames and lightning, as if trapped in a hellish inferno. Moreover, a relentless torrent of chilling lunar energy and the annihilating forces of creation cascaded down like a torrential rain. In the face of such terrifying onslaught, the tree demon could no longer withstand the assault. With a twisted expression, it expended its last vestiges of strength to activate a sound-transmitting jade talisman. In an instant, a chilling, sinister wind swept through the pitch-black night sky, and dark, malevolent energy surged forth like a flood, rapidly enveloping the entire Lanrua temple. In the blink of an eye, the raging flames engulfing the tree's spirit matriarch, along with the crackling thunder, were abruptly extinguished by the thick, ominous aura. Simultaneously, mysterious ripples of space unfurled in the air, and a chilling presence, akin to a slumbering giant beast, suddenly manifested before the onlookers. Quickly, all members of the Demon Suppression Guard retreat from Lanrua Temple. Lu Feifei, suspended in midair, observed the overwhelming wave of dark energy, her beautiful eyes betraying a grave expression. Without hesitation, she turned to the ground below and commanded Wang Tian. Understood. Wang Tian, daunted, felt his complexion darken to the hue of a charred pot. He inwardly lamented, "Are we merely here to be spectators?" Yet, the urgency of the situation permitted no further contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he led the Demon Suppression Guard hastily out of Lanrua Temple. Ning Kaichen, hasten your exit. The bearded Yan Qixia, his expression serious, gazed at the spatial fluctuations above and shouted. Right away, Daoist Yan, the young scholar, clutching an urn, hurriedly fled toward the temple's exit. At that very moment, the once tranquil sky erupted with eerie ripples, and a pitch-black portal materialized slowly. This door seemed to connect to an infinite abyss of darkness, exuding a chilling aura. With a thunderous boom, a sinister figure emerged from the portal. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld a being covered in innumerable heads, each bearing expressions of weeping, laughter, rage, or scorn, instilling dread in all who beheld it. More astonishingly, a colossal shadow of a black mountain loomed behind this figure, as if it had risen from the depths of the underworld, foreboding and terrifying, resembling the descent of a demonic deity into the mortal realm. In comparison to this terrifying entity, the infernal demons from the Marvel Universe appeared trivial. At that moment, a bizarre voice, a blend of male and female tones, reverberated, useless. This voice, emanating from the depths of hell, brimmed with anger and disdain. The speaker was none other than the sinister mountain demon, whose grotesque, contorted visage revealed no hint of joy or sorrow, yet the tendrils of dark energy surrounding him conveyed the fury that was ablaze within. This overwhelming aura swept through the air like a tidal wave, leaving Lu Feifei and her companions no time to react before they were violently hurled to the ground. Even Yan Qixia was not spared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he was forced backward by the sheer force of the onslaught. Impressive. Lu Feifei struggled to rise from the ground, her heart racing with fear. Her exquisite face was now etched with terror, and her delicate form trembled slightly. Beside them, Yang Mi, Jin Yanzi, and Nishang were equally pale, radiating ethereal glimmers in a desperate attempt to withstand the oppressive aura of the Black Mountain Old Demon. After considerable effort, the The four of them managed to alleviate some of the pressure and stand once more. Yet, gazing upon this terrifying entity, they all understood that they were facing an unprecedented calamity. The Black Mountain Demon Lord, it is my subordinate's incompetence. The frail voice of the tree spirit elder echoed. Her eyes filled with dread as she looked at the Black Mountain Old Demon. Get away. You cannot even handle a few ants. What use are you to me? The bizarre voice of the Black Mountain Old Demon reverberated as he waved a hand, unleashing a surge of dark magic that sent the tree spirit hurtling against the wall with a resounding crash. Since you have wounded my minions, you shall become my blood feast. The shadow of the Black Mountain behind him loomed like a towering mountain, pulsating with an unsettling black radiance, as if it could consume all light. This overwhelming force of suppression surged toward Lu Feifei, Yan Qixia, and the others with an unstoppable momentum. Block it! Lu Feifei cried out, and before her appeared a translucent ice-blue orb. This sphere emanated a chilling aura and resplendent divine light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. As Lu Feifei infused her spiritual energy into it, the air around the orb crystallized into frost, sending beams of icy brilliance forth. Simultaneously, the splendid gown worn by Yang Mi burst forth with crimson radiance, blazing like an inferno. These intertwining crimson lights coalesced into a formidable shield, striving to withstand the terrifying force of suppression. Jin Yinzi gripped her azure longsword tightly, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energies that sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards the Black Mountain shadow, each beam brimming with immense power, as if to rend the very fabric of reality. On another front, Nishang conjured a mysterious black orb that exuded a chilling, sinister lunar energy. Tendrils of dark essence surged from within, transforming into fierce black dragons that lunged menacingly at the Black Mountain Old Demon. Heaven and earth are boundless. The cosmos lends its power. Thunder arise. Yan Qixia chanted fervently, swiftly forming seals with her hands. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with thunder. Countless bolts of lightning descended, infused with world-shattering might, crashing toward the Black Mountain shadow. The entire space was illuminated by the fierce radiance of the lightning, with thunderous roars echoing relentlessly. However, in the face of such formidable onslaught, the Black Mountain Old Demon merely scoffed with derision. Such flamboyance. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the once menacing Black Mountain shadow accelerated downward again, its speed leaving spectators in astonishment. Thud! Thud! A series of muffled sounds echoed as the oppressive force of the shadowy Black Mountain struck the crowd. Their bodies trembled violently, and they promptly expelled blood from their mouths. The magical artifacts they held slipped from their grasp, clattering to the ground with sharp, resonant sounds. At that moment, their faces turned as pale as parchment, their breaths weak and labored, clearly gravely injured and on the brink of death. Wang Chen, cried Lu Feifei and the others, their expressions shifting dramatically. With their cries, a 12-colored divine light flickered in the air, revealing an unparalleled will that sought to bury the heavens, extinguish all life, and terminate the cycle of reincarnation. The shadow of the Black Mountain, which had descended upon them, was instantly obliterated, and a divine being, enveloped in the radiant 12-colored light, appeared before the Black Mountain Old Demon. Finally arrived. Lu Feifei and the others sighed in relief, while Yan Qixia swallowed nervously, pondering the identity of this formidable figure. Who are you? The Black Mountain Old Demon's peculiar voice, a mix of male and female tones, erupted in disbelief. Heh, I have finally lured you out. Prepare to meet your end. A towering purple divine wheel, 1,000 feet high, materialized behind Wang Chen, shimmering with endless laws of light. He thrust his left hand forward, sending a palm strike toward the Black Mountain Old Demon, resulting in a thunderous roar as the demon's avatar was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. He slowly raised his right hand, and a dazzling brilliance erupted forth, a long river of laws interwoven with 12 colors. This river, akin to a sinuous dragon, spiraled gracefully and swiftly vanished into a pitch-black door exuding an ominous aura. With his acute sensitivity to energy, he swiftly traversed the portal, emerging above a towering black mountain that pierced the clouds. In that very moment, the previously dim and dreary underworld erupted in an endless cascade of 12-colored divine light. A brilliance so resplendent it mirrored the first rays of dawn, illuminating the shadowy realm surrounding the Black Mountain. Under this sacred radiance, countless spirits materialized, bathing in the divine light as if liberated from their torments, obediently merging into the cycle of reincarnation, commencing a new journey of life. Meanwhile, The malevolent beings lurking in the shadows of the underworld found themselves powerless against the overwhelming divine illumination, instantaneously turning to wisps of ash, dissipating into nothingness. The region resonated with the mournful wails of spirits, a haunting symphony echoing ceaselessly. Impudent, seeking death, nonsense. Amidst this chaos, the numerous old demons in the area finally sensed the anomaly. They beheld their many subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered beneath the sudden 12-colored divine light, and were instantly consumed by rage, their voices erupting in furious roars. Immediately, a barrage of black divine powers surged forth from their hands, resembling a horde of menacing demons, fiercely lunging towards the resplendent river of the 12-colored laws. Yet, astonishingly, these seemingly omnipotent black forces were effortlessly devoured the moment they made contact with the 12-colored river, as if cast into an unfathomable abyss. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, the 12-colored divine light coalesced into an enormous hand, vast enough to obscure the heavens, and with a cataclysmic force. It reached directly for the essence of the Black Mountain Old Demon. A chilling scream pierced the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the sprawling Black Mountain, stretching for thousands of miles, offered no resistance to this terrifying power. It was uprooted with ease by the 12-colored hand and vanished like a shooting star into the boundless realms of the underworld. A look of delight appeared on Wang Chen's face as the 12-colored divine light entered his body, and the Black Mountain materialized within the divine will behind him. However, sensing the continuous drain of his magical energy, he turned to Lu Feifei and urged, "You must hurry back to the palace. I shall depart first." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Jin Yanzi, and Inai Chong exchanged bewildered glances at the spot where Wang Chen had just stood, incredulous at his rapid exit. Yin Qixia stood dumbfounded nearby, exclaiming inwardly, "When did Deqian have such an extraordinary figure? How was I unaware of this?" Chapter 134. The Threatening Intent in the Imperial Palace of the Capital. Within the solemn and majestic Purple Chun Hall, Wang Chen sat resplendent in a splendid purple dragon robe upon a meticulously carved dragon throne, symbolizing supreme authority. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, exuding an air of dignified majesty, reminiscent of a deity surveying all creation. A formidable aura radiated from him, akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon an egg, subduing all within the hall. Flanking him were hundreds of civil and military officials, each exuding an imposing presence, clad in vibrant official robes that shimmered with myriad colors. The air was thick with their potent vitality, and their overwhelming momentum seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart should they so desire. At that moment, Lu Yu, the Minister of Revenue dressed in a scarlet official robe, approached with a warm smile, striding forward with steady, resolute steps. After bowing respectfully, he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the wastelands surrounding the capital and the 36 counties have been fully cultivated, and we have successfully sown the spiritual golden wheat. In this realm of mountains and rivers, we have already celebrated 5 bountiful harvests. Our granaries are overflowing with grain, to the point where they can scarcely hold any more." With this, Lu Yu's smile broadened even further. Wang Chen nodded slightly in satisfaction, but soon adopted a grave tone, saying, "Well done, but this is still far from sufficient. We must remember that within Deqian, there are countless hungry citizens eagerly awaiting sustenance. In accordance with your Majesty's decree." Minister of Revenue Lu Yu responded respectfully, then slowly returned to his original position. Wang Chen's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the assembly of ministers in the hall, and with measured calmness, he inquired, "How have the affairs of the disaster victims been handled?" As soon as his words fell, the commander of the Jinyui, Zhui Jingzhong, promptly stepped forward, his expression one of utmost respect as he clasped his fists and replied, "Your Majesty, my subordinates in the Jinyui have successfully rescued 2 million disaster victims to date. The victims have been transported directly into the realm of mountains and rivers using their identity tokens, and they are now properly settled, lacking for neither clothing nor sustenance." "Excellent. Continue the rescue efforts. The welfare of the populace is our foundation." Wang Chen remarked with a faint sigh, "Your Majesty is wise." The officials of both civil and military ranks responded in unison with reverence. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works has fully mastered the methods for refining magical tools and divine weapons, producing 300 skilled artisans, and all major legions have completed their rearmament." Meng Bai, the Minister of Works clad in a crimson official robe, reported with a smile and respect. "Well done." Wang Chen nodded gently, acknowledging the commendable efforts. "Your Majesty, the 4 great legions, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, are fully equipped. The citizens outside the capital live in a hellish nightmare, besieged by demons and monsters, and the noble families exploit them mercilessly. I implore your majesty to dispatch troops to save the people of Deqian. At this moment, Fu Qianxiu, now the prime minister of Deqian, spoke up. Wang Chen smiled upon hearing this, but remained silent. I, General Zhou Kuan of the Qinglong army, volunteer for battle. I, General Bai Qi of the Baihu army, volunteer for battle. I, General Wu Qian of the Zhuke army, volunteer for battle. I, General Hong Fei of the Xuanwu army, volunteer for battle. We all volunteer for battle. We beseech your majesty to send troops to cleanse the realm of demons and monsters, to eradicate the noble families, and to liberate the people. At this moment, all the ministers in the grand hall bowed deeply, their voices resonating with fervor. As a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped the chamber, Wang Chen slowly lifted his gaze towards the void, where a surge of energy was coalescing. This was the source of the calamity that had befallen the great world of Qiankuan. A drop of blood from a Deluo golden immortal level demon, capable of annihilating an entire realm, awakening as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Through the memories of the Black Mountain Old Demon, Wang Chen learned that aside from the already destroyed worlds, over 300 realms had been occupied by demons. Some at the Earth Immortal level, while more than half were at the Celestial Immortal level, eyeing the main world of Qiankuan with malevolent intent. Time was of the essence. Granted, with Wang Chen's authoritative proclamation, an immense force surged from the capital, marking the final counterattack of the world's will. Failure would mean annihilation. In that instant, the skies above the capital and its 36 counties underwent a dramatic transformation. The once azure heavens suddenly erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors, as if a magnificent tapestry unfurled above the heads of the people. A myriad of resplendent clouds, akin to a tide, converged from all directions, ultimately coalescing above the imperial palace to create a breathtaking spectacle. Concurrently, raindrops the size of beans cascaded down in torrents, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering blossoms upon the earth. Surrounding the vast and boundless capital were the 4 cardinal gates: the eastern azure dragon gate, the western white tiger gate, the southern vermilion bird gate, and the northern black tortoise gate. At that moment, the grand portals of the 4 gates swung open, and forth surged 4 battalions of cavalry, like a tempestuous deluge. Each cavalry unit comprised 50,000 elite warriors, all fully armed, mounted upon extraordinary steeds whose hooves thundered like rolling thunder, resonating through the heavens. These knights departed the capital with the force of a tidal wave, galloping towards all corners, stirring up dust that obscured the sun and sky. Meanwhile, the once invisible map of the realm began to manifest, emanating a soft and ethereal glow. This luminescence was dreamlike, gentle yet enigmatic, as if imbued with boundless power and wisdom. It trailed closely behind the 4 legions, shadowing their every move, and gradually spread outward. Most astonishingly, the primordial domain inscribed by Wang Chen upon the map was activated, radiating a dazzling array of 12 colors. With each successful conquest of territory by the 4 legions, the land underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding its old visage and blossoming with vibrant vitality. Mountains and rivers shifted, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged, as if the entire world were being reshuffled at that moment, ushering in a new order and structure. Wow, the Emperor is on the move, they exclaimed. Ha! Let us see if those demons and monsters dare to act so brazenly now. The doom of those noble clans is at hand. Indeed, those unscrupulous families surrounding the capital have been obliterated by His Majesty. Even officials have faced a 30% purge. Let us go participate in the selection for the Demon Suppression Guard. I, Old Wan, will not miss this opportunity. With such great merit. If we can get a share, our cultivation resources will be secured. Alas, why wasn't I chosen by the 4 great legions? Enough talk, let us hurry, or we'll miss our chance. Let us go. Chapter 135. Earth Immortal. Wang Chen appeared abruptly in the high heavens, resembling a deity. He sat cross-legged at the very heart of the magnificent map of the realm. A resplendent golden dragon of fortune coiled and spiraled beside him, akin to a loyal sentinel. With a mere thought, the primordial mirror materialized before him, and he spoke softly, "Illuminate the eternal world." The Hongming mirror instantaneously radiated a resplendent divine light, revealing a violet barrier before him. Within this barrier, an endless chaotic sea unfolded, and after an indeterminate passage of time, a colossal world emerged. At its center, a magnificent azure gate could be faintly discerned. The world within the violet barrier continued to diminish, while myriad small worlds flickered into existence amidst the vast void, manifesting within a tumultuous microcosm. At this moment, the protagonist Feng Han found himself ensnared by a formidable sealing spell. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy swept in from the east, and a beam of violet divine light surged into his being. An elderly figure outside witnessed this scene, his countenance turning ashen as he unleashed a tremendous divine power towards Feng Han. The purple divine light of the Hongmeng mirror flickered, leaving a trace of violet energy within Feng Han before vanishing. A look of unrestrained joy spread across Feng Han's face, having already ascended to the realm of longevity. The infusion of this primordial purple energy only served to enhance his strength further. He felt invincible. A beam of violet radiance erupted from the Hongmeng mirror and swiftly entered Wang Chen's sea of consciousness, causing Feng Han's cultivation memories to materialize within his primordial spirit. Techniques such as the Great Five Elements art, Great Yin-Yang art, Great Catastrophe art, Great Cutting art, Great Stellar art, and Lesser Fate art flowed into the lotus seed of his primordial spirit. The purple lotus enveloping Wang Chen's spirit also radiated brilliant divine light, with lotus leaves burgeoning forth, continuously perfecting the laws. At this moment, an endless luminosity emanated from Wang Chen, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the entire horizon. The lotus seed nestled between his brows shimmered with a heart-stirring, enigmatic hue, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. Simultaneously, the fundamental runes of the universe within his sea of consciousness flickered with deep and mysterious violet divine light, responding in kind. These violet divine lights collided with the lotus seed, stirring ripples of layered laws, akin to vibrant and colorful halos expanding outward. Within this wondrous spectacle, the principles of Tao and reason intertwined like lively spirits, weaving an exquisite tapestry within Wang Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Wang Chen appeared to have merged with the universe, becoming a singular existence within this realm. His aura surged at an almost frenzied pace, with a staggering 12,960 openings simultaneously erupting with astonishing divine light, like countless dazzling meteors streaking across the night sky. A torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions, flooding into his being like an unstoppable tide. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the shockwave of Pangu splitting heaven and earth, reverberating within him. Accompanied by this mighty roar, Wang Chen's primordial spirit grew at a visible rate, swiftly reaching a height of 49 zhang. His primordial spirit radiated dazzling 12-colored divine light, containing the powers of yin and yang, time and space, life and death, reincarnation. The five elements, wind, thunder, ice, and lightning, among other laws. These principles traversed within his primordial spirit, weaving into a complex net that enveloped him entirely. At this moment, Wang Chen was aglow with various primordial sources of the great Tao, resembling a colossal figure forged from radiance, exuding unmatched majesty and presence. Ultimately, after undergoing this astonishing metamorphosis, Wang Chen successfully transcended the realm of earth immortals, embarking upon a higher path of cultivation. Yet, his aura continued to surge. The celestial tribulation he was meant to endure had not yet arrived. Instead, vibrant auspicious clouds materialized in the sky, and pure innate spiritual energy cascaded toward Wang Chen, rendering him akin to a child of heaven and earth, an unparalleled divine being. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the nine-colored clouds faded from the sky. Wang Chen's aura began to retract, and he opened his eyes, a flicker of violet divine light shimmering within them. The laws of heaven and earth in the Qian Kuan realm manifested before his eyes, and the more than 300 miniature worlds beyond his realm appeared as if before him. As the violet divine light dissipated, a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Infinite longevity, I have finally ascended." The four great legions, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, surged forth like a torrent of steel, advancing powerfully into the territories beyond the capital. Concurrently, the well-trained and renowned Imperial Guards, alongside the enigmatic Demon Suppression Division, followed closely, forming a formidable army of righteousness that struck fear into the hearts of many. This mighty force executed their mission with unwavering resolve, showing no mercy. The once mighty aristocratic families, corrupt officials guilty of bribery and favoritism, tyrannical landlords who exploited the populace, and unscrupulous merchants driven solely by profit, all fell victim to their blades. With each strike of the sword, blood spattered. With each roar, the end of evil was proclaimed. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards tirelessly distributed precious jade tokens to the oppressed commoners, granting them the dignity of legal status to stand tall once more. The elite of the Demon Suppression Division tirelessly traversed the land, engaging in life and death battles with hidden demons. vowing to eradicate the malevolence from this land. In an instant, wherever the army marched, the people erupted in cheers, their faces alight with joy. They beat drums and welcomed these heroes who had rescued them from the brink of disaster. News of the court's benevolence spread like wildfire, and the entire realm was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilant harmony. However, amidst this universal celebration, some obstinate forces remained in defiance. Among the ancient clans and deeply rooted sects, there were elders possessing the cultivation of the harmonious path or even immortal realms. Unwilling to see their interests compromised, they secretly colluded, plotting rebellion to overthrow the existing order in pursuit of their ambitions to alter the very fabric of the world. Faced with such a grave situation, the court could not afford to remain idle. Countless incorruptible and exceptionally talented officials emerged from the enchanting realm depicted in the map of the nation, streaming forth to various locales to soothe the populace, provide relief to the afflicted, and undertake comprehensive reform and governance of local affairs. It is noteworthy that within this majestic landscape lies not only a profound and ancient lineage of cultivation, but also an extensive literary heritage. Whenever the need arises, the court bestows a precious jade tablet of inheritance. Those who receive this tablet, regardless of whether they were once illiterate or of modest intellect, are instantly transformed into individuals of profound knowledge. Thus, the great Qin dynasty has never been lacking in outstanding officials to administer the state and benefit the people. In Chapter 136, Ants, upon the vast and boundless lands of Donghai County, a magnificent temporary encampment of the Qinglong Legion stands prominently. At the heart of this encampment lies the solemn military commander's tent, where a heavy atmosphere prevails, and all present regard the front with grave expressions. A robust middle-aged general, clad in azure divine armor and resembling an iron tower, kneels on one knee, respectfully reporting to the commanding officer seated in the foremost position. "Esteemed commander," he begins, "after our troops have fought valiantly, all counties in the east have now been subdued. However, a tenacious resistance remains, led by the eastern clans, united with the Songhai faction and the White Lotus sect. This faction currently holds Donghai City, refusing to surrender." At this juncture, a look of indignation crossed the general's face, his voice trembling slightly with anger. He took a deep breath before continuing. "Moreover, our scouts have reported that among these eastern rebels, there exists a master of celestial rank. This individual possesses unfathomable strength, significantly obstructing our military advances." The commander of the Qinglong Legion, Zhou Kuan, remained impassive upon hearing this news, his expression as unyielding as stone. Yet, a glimmer of intrigue flickered momentarily in his deep-set eyes. In a calm and measured tone, he inquired, "What is the status of the other 3 legions?" Upon hearing the commander's question, the kneeling general, Meng Bai, did not hesitate to respond. "Commander, the Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu legions face challenges similar to ours. In the south, the Nangong clan has rallied the Yin Yin faction and the fire cult to resist fiercely. In the west, the Shiman clan leads the Tianlong Gate and the 10,000 Buddha Temple in skirmishes against our forces, while in the north, the Beitang clan has allied with Yushu Mountain and the Baiming sect to fortify their defenses." "What of the demonic cult?" Zhou Kuan, having not heard any mention of their whereabouts, inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Well," General Meng Bai replied, a bit sheepishly, "the cult has always been elusive. We have yet to uncover their whereabouts." "Very well, let us disregard those vermin lurking in the shadows. Let the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division feel the weight of distress. Immediately send a message to the commanders of the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Legions. Tomorrow, we shall formally launch an offensive against the 4 factions, employing the 4 symbols heavenly array to decisively crush these treacherous rebels." The commander of the Azure Dragon Legion rose, exuding an intense aura of murderous intent and malice, and spoke in a chilling tone. "Understood," Meng Bai promptly responded, his face flushed with fervor as he turned to relay the message. With Zhou Kuan's command echoing through the air, the entire Azure Dragon camp swiftly transitioned into a state of combat readiness, a palpable atmosphere of martial ferocity gathering, akin to a man-eating dragon awakening and fixating its gaze upon Donghai City. In Nanyang County, within the expansive and imposing camp of the Vermilion Bird Legion, a particularly conspicuous tent stood erect. "How can Zhou Kuan still possess such a violent temperament?" mused Wu Qian, the commander of the Vermilion Bird Legion, with a light chuckle and a hint of jest. Initially, he had contemplated a more playful engagement, a game of cat and mouse, but it now appeared that such thoughts would be dashed. Wu Qian's smile faded slightly as his expression turned serious. He raised his head, his gaze piercing as he called out, "Bring forth a messenger." As his command resonated, a young lieutenant swiftly entered the tent. Clad in striking red armor, he stood tall and moved with agile grace, exuding an air of gallantry. Upon entering, he immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted Wang Chen, proclaiming, "Commander, what are your orders?" Pleased with the lieutenant's spirited demeanor, Wang Chen nodded in approval and solemnly stated, "Notify the entire army to prepare for battle. At dawn tomorrow, we shall launch a full-scale assault against the enemy." "Understood," the lieutenant replied without hesitation, rising swiftly to execute the command. Meanwhile, in the distant Shihuan County, the White Tiger Legion's camp was bustling with activity. In the central tent, the commander Tai Chi sat regally at the head, holding a freshly delivered report. As he perused the document, a cruel smile gradually emerged on his face, and a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his elongated eyes. At last, the moment has arrived, Tai Chi muttered to himself with a cold laugh. He then turned to his adjutants and commanded loudly, "Relay my orders. Have all troops prepare for battle, conserve their strength, and at the break of dawn, we shall strike together and leave no one alive." The officers responded in unison, promptly taking their leave to carry out the orders. In an instant, the entire White Tiger Legion resembled an enraged and ferocious beast, exuding an air of dread. Simultaneously, in Baiming County, the atmosphere within the Black Tortoise Legion's camp was equally tense. In the central tent of the camp, General Hong Fei of the Xuanwu Legion furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the map spread before him, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a hurried footfall interrupted his thoughts. A soldier burst into the tent, kneeling on one knee, presenting a letter with both hands. Reporting to the general, the Qinglong Legion has sent the latest battle report. Hong Fei took the letter, swiftly scanning its contents, and the tension in his expression eased slightly. The message contained details of the imminent full-scale assault planned for the following day. "Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief," Hong Fei murmured to himself. Reflecting on the formidable immortal atop Yushu Mountain, he felt a sense of quiet gratitude. Thankfully, with the aid of the four symbols sealing heaven array, even deities would have to bow in submission. With renewed determination, Hong Fei rose from his seat, moved to the desk, and began to write battle orders with fervor, dispatching trusted aides to relay them to various troops. Soon, the entire Xuanwu Legion sprang into action, making final preparations for the impending conflict. Upon sensing the ominous aura emanating from the four great legions, the four prominent families, Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong, and Beitang, were instantly taken aback. The various formations within the city were activated. Soldiers took their positions, and talismans and magical artifacts were distributed, all in readiness for battle. Most notably, the four Earth Immortals of the regional powers emerged from seclusion, their expressions varying from grave to disdainful, while some appeared indifferent. The Earth Immortal descending from Yushu Mountain, clad in flowing white robes and exuding an unparalleled sword intent, looked disdainfully at the approaching army beyond the city walls. "Ants," he scoffed. Chapter 137. The four symbols sealing heaven array. The next morning, sunlight cascaded over the vast expanse of the earth, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of coolness. However, this tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the thunderous roar of battle cries. In the distance, clouds of dust swirled as a massive army approached Donghai City, banners waving proudly in the wind. At the forefront rode the illustrious commander of the Qinglong Legion, astride a magnificent steed that galloped like a bolt of blue lightning. His form was enveloped in impenetrable azure armor, revealing only his sharp, hawk-like eyes that glimmered with a chilling and authoritative light. In his grasp, he wielded a long spear that radiated a menacing cold glow, its tip gleaming ominously, as if poised to pierce the heart of any foe. As they drew nearer to Donghai City, the commander reined in his steed, halting before his troops. With his chest held high and a solemn expression, he bellowed in a deep, resounding voice, "Kill." This thunderous cry reverberated through the air, echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing their commander's order, the soldiers erupted with fervor, their blood surging with excitement as they raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The deafening roar ascended to the heavens, startling nearby birds into flight. The Qinglong extermination of immortals formation commenced. Suddenly, the commander of the Qinglong army, Zhou Kuan, gave a vigorous shake of his spear, and an immense force erupted from within him. Simultaneously, a brilliant azure divine light radiated from his being, enveloping him in a resplendent glow. The 50,000 soldiers of his legion, witnessing this spectacle, did not falter. They unleashed their own formidable skills, and in an instant, countless beams of azure divine light surged skyward, intertwining with the azure radiance surrounding Zhou Kuan. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. the azure light began to coalesce, gradually forming an enormous ethereal image of a dragon in the sky. This dragon, fierce and formidable, clutched a long spear in its maw, exuding an aura of relentless slaughter that sent chills down the spine. As the dragon's apparition took shape, it opened its mighty jaws and let forth a roar that shook the heavens, then charged towards Donghai City with a cataclysmic force. Meanwhile, the equally imposing White Tiger Legion had arrived on the battlefield. The commander, Tai Chi, led the charge, his steed neighing with fervor, seemingly attuned to its master's warrior spirit. Clad in a pristine white battle robe, he wielded a razor-sharp longsword, exuding an air of authority and lethal intent. Upon witnessing the Qinglong army's attack, Tai Chi wasted no time in issuing his command. The White Tiger extermination of immortals formation commenced. As his words echoed, all the soldiers behind him responded in unison, releasing their potent energies. Instantly, torrents of white divine light erupted like a fountain, swiftly converging into a colossal and imposing ethereal image of a white tiger. This white tiger bore a gleaming long sword in its mouth, radiating an intense malevolence, as if it sought to shred to pieces any adversary daring to obstruct its path. With its head raised to the heavens, the white tiger unleashed a deafening roar, then charged at West Mo City with the swiftness of the wind. The vermilion bird extermination of immortals formation commenced. With a thunderous roar from the commander of the Vermilion Bird Legion, Wang Chen, a dazzling red divine light erupted around him, resembling a blazing sun ignited with fierce flames, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the entire army emitted radiant beams of divine light, weaving through the air like agile dragons, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent ethereal image of a massive vermilion bird, its body ablaze with fervent flames. This divine bird unfurled its wings, exhaling torrents of fire as if intent on incinerating all existence. Beside Wang Chen, a blood-red divine sword materialized in midair, shimmering with unparalleled brilliance, instilling a sense of dread. The Xuanwu extermination of immortals formation commenced. Almost simultaneously, a deep and commanding roar emanated from the Xuanwu Legion. Following this, streams of inky black divine light surged forth from the soldiers of the Xuanwu Legion, imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. These divine lights swiftly coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal Xuanwu manifestation, grand enough to obscure the heavens and block out the sun. This Xuanwu figure bore a shell as heavy as a mountain, with robust limbs that trembled the earth with each step, exuding an oppressive force akin to that of a hellish demon descending upon the mortal realm, instilling profound fear. At that moment, Zhou Kuan, Tai Chi, Wang Chen, and Hong Fei seemed to share an unspoken connection, transcending the boundaries of time and space as they shouted in unison. The four symbols sealing heaven formation has commenced. Instantly, the four corners of the Dacian Empire resonated with thunderous dragon roars, phoenix cries, tiger howls, and tortoise calls. For distinct beams of light, each a different hue, ascended from the east, west, south, and north, converging above the capital in a brilliant pillar of divine light that intertwined with the grand map of the empire, forming a vast array that spanned the entirety of the Dacian Empire. The runes upon this array shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, emanating a terrifying aura capable of subduing all things, as if even heaven and earth could be easily sealed away by its might. In East Sea City, the onlookers from the eastern forces were struck with horror. Their faces betrayed their panic as the overwhelming primordial power relentlessly battered against the city's defensive array, accompanied by the sound of cracking. "Impudent! How dare you act so brazenly?" A thunderous voice echoed through the heavens, instilling dread. Following this, another furious rebuke resonated. "Wretched beast! Prepare to meet your demise." These roars seemed to encapsulate boundless fury and murderous intent. At that moment, three dazzling beams of divine light erupted from within East Sea City. One was a colossal handprint, pure as snow and blocking the skies, surging with unmatched power as it hurtled toward the azure dragon in the air. Another was a deep, ethereal shade of blue, reminiscent of a dreamlike moonlit shadow, emanating an icy chill as it unrelentingly charged toward the azure dragon. The last was even more astonishing. A gigantic white lotus manifestation, pure and solemn, radiating dazzling brilliance as it forcefully descended upon the azure dragon with an overwhelming momentum. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions, the divine light splattering like resplendent fireworks. The entire space distorted and warped under the onslaught of this ferocious energy, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, from West Mo City, 3 extraordinary beams of divine light also soared forth, accompanied by the melodious chant of Amitabha. Suddenly, a towering and majestic golden-hued Buddha figure emerged. Bathed in the Buddha's light, countless powerful golden dragons soared into the sky, their claws bared as they ferociously surged toward the massive white tiger above. Simultaneously, a series of fierce sword lights shot forth like meteors, creating sharp sounds that pierced the air as they relentlessly assailed the white tiger. In that moment, the roar of the tiger reverberated through the heavens, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. The white tiger, filled with fury, swung its massive claws to fiercely counter these formidable assaults. Each collision resulted in earth-shattering echoes, sparks flying and the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Above Nanyang City, 3 enigmatic figures of immense power, resembling celestial beings, appeared. In unison, they bellowed, audacious. "Today, we shall ensure that you, the vermilion bird, have no means of return." Before their words faded, they unleashed their respective mastery of fire. A vast sea of flames surged throughout the sky, forming an immense domain of fire that ensnared the illusory form of the vermilion bird. Countless blazing flames morphed into terrifying fire dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at the vermilion bird. Additionally, 3,000 searing flames cascaded from the heavens like a meteor shower, mercilessly bombarding the vermilion bird. The air was filled with the incessant cries of the phoenix. The vermilion bird struggled with all its might, flapping its wings to stir up scorching gusts, desperately attempting to break free from the fiery confinement. However, the assault from the 3 celestial beings was overwhelmingly fierce, making escape a daunting task. How dare these ants be so brazen? This roar erupted like thunder, causing the eardrums of the onlookers to ache painfully. Just then, a white figure appeared above Biming City like a flash of lightning. Clad in garments as white as snow, with flowing sleeves that seemed ethereal, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, at that moment, his handsome visage was twisted with fury, his eyes ablaze with an inferno of wrath. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he uttered 4 words: "All swords return home." Instantly, countless beams of sword light erupted from his hand, forming a dazzling river of stars that spanned the sky. These sword lights were extraordinarily sharp, imbued with the might to devastate the heavens and earth as they surged directly towards the colossal figure of the black tortoise. In that instant, the air crackled with intersecting sword energy, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the entire sky with its resplendence. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the spectacle, another deafening roar echoed through the air. Following this, a gigantic black serpent, stretching thousands of feet in length, suddenly manifested. This serpent, colossal as a mountain, was cloaked in scales as dark as ink, glimmering with an unsettling, chilling light. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of black energy, infused with boundless malevolence. Surging towards the black tortoise figure, simultaneously, a towering shadow of a dark demon, reaching thousands of feet in height, slowly materialized. This demon emanated a terrifying aura, its visage grotesque and fearsome, instilling dread in all who beheld it. It wielded enormous claws, summoning howling winds as it struck fiercely at the array in the sky. Each blow resonated like the collapse of mountains, showcasing its astounding power. Seated at the center of the map of the kingdom, Wang Chen opened his eyes to witness the 4 great legions being momentarily incapacitated by the enemy, despite the fact that these generals were his own appointees. Their cultivation time inferior to that of the ancient monsters they faced. As his words faded into the air, a brilliant explosion of 12-colored divine light erupted from Wang Chen, transforming the entire realm of Deqian into a resplendent display, illuminating the 12 celestial beings engaged in relentless assault upon the formation. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air, and various divine manifestations vanished without a trace, as the 12 celestial beings were enveloped in the palm of Wang Chen, shimmering with divine light, and were directly suppressed within his realm. Upon witnessing the emperor's intervention, Zhou Kuan, Wu Qian, Bai Qi, and Hong Fei rejoiced at the disappearance of those troublesome celestial beings, rallying their troops with fervent shouts of "Kill! Kill!" Chapter 138. Is the Marvel world coming to an end? Just as the 4 factions were successfully vanquished by the 4 great legions, the 4 symbols' heavenly array that had shrouded the land dissipated like a meteor streaking across the night sky, transforming into vibrant and dazzling beams of light that gradually faded into nothingness. However, what drew attention was that the mysterious and formidable map of the kingdom did not succumb to silence. It shone forth like a rising sun, continuously radiating its resplendent 12-colored divine light, casting its brilliance across the vast and boundless territories of the Daqian Empire. It is noteworthy that the expanse of the Daqian Empire far exceeds that of the Earth as we know it. Upon this vast land, a cataclysmic transformation was unfolding. High above, an immensely large and sacred 12-colored lotus flower flickered, exuding an enchanting glow. With each of its scintillating pulses, the mountains and rivers seemed to be empowered by divine assistance. Rising higher, the long-dormant dragon veins appeared to be gently drawn forth by an invisible force, stretching their forms. The rushing rivers flowed more freely, as if guided by celestial beings. Simultaneously, precious spiritual materials scattered across countless cities began to detach from their origins, converging towards the 12-colored lotus like birds returning to their nests. Majestic divine cities descended from the heavens, firmly establishing themselves upon this extraordinary land. The 12-colored divine light showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified, continuously imprinting an array of runes imbued with supreme laws across the realm. Wang Chen directly employed an unparalleled divine technique to relocate the hidden celestial realm from beneath the earth into the imperial palace. Following this, he skillfully fused the world tree and the sapling of the Jinmu that he had acquired from Feng Han. In an instant, verdant rays of light erupted from their convergence, illuminating the sky of Daqian. As this green light spread, the entire territory of Daqian was activated as if it were a colossal formation, harmoniously orchestrated by the forces of nature. The robust world tree rightfully stands at the heart of this vast array. Under its formidable power, the pervasive negative energies, such as the ominous aura, malevolent spirits, and other dark forces, are continuously devoured and refined by the earth and the world tree itself. These purified malevolent forces ultimately transform into crystalline springs of clear water and delicate strands of pure, rich spiritual energy, nourishing this ancient and enigmatic land. The collective fortune of all beings manifests as vibrant clouds that ceaselessly drift towards the capital, merging instantly into the auspicious golden dragon of fate. The primordial mirror radiates with a violet glow, joyfully traversing within her form, incessantly absorbing the overflowing fortune. Above, resplendent golden clouds cascade down like a mesmerizing dream. Meanwhile, torrents of profound virtuous energy continuously pour down, akin to a gentle rain, drenching Wang Chen's figure. This virtuous power swiftly coalesces behind him, forming a colossal and mysterious wheel of merit. The wheel emanates an infinite brilliance, illuminating the entirety of the vast world, as if it were the most radiant existence in the cosmos. However, in the face of such a breathtaking spectacle, Wang Chen remains impassive, his countenance as serene as still water, devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, a scarlet flame, reminiscent of blood and resembling a flaming lotus, bursts forth from the center of his brow, streaking through the void like lightning and hurtling towards the exuberant, auspicious golden dragon before him. In an instant, a roaring crimson fire envelopes the dragon, engulfing it entirely. Under the searing flames, the auspicious golden dragon emits pained yet anticipatory roars. Moo, moo. The once dull and inky spots upon its body gradually dissipate under the relentless onslaught of the scarlet flames. Simultaneously, the hue of the auspicious dragon begins a wondrous transformation, shifting from its initial golden yellow to a vibrant red. Its scales become translucent, akin to precious red jade, shimmering with an enchanting luster. More astonishingly, the crimson flame seems to possess an extraordinary perceptive ability, tracing the intricate and elusive threads of cause and effect that weave through the dragon, rapidly expanding into the boundless expanse of the great Qian territory. In the blink of an eye, countless demons and human transgressions ignite under the influence of the flaming lotus, plunging the entirety of the great Qian realm into a cacophony of anguished screams. The air is filled with the heart-rending wails and desperate cries of the people. Ah, no. What in the world is this abomination? Ah, the chorus of cries intertwines, creating a chilling symphony. Time becomes an indistinct blur. The crimson lotus of the inferno converged into a ninth-grade lotus platform, which then immersed itself within Wang Chen's sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes, first glancing at the blood of the great Luo above the universe. After attaining immortality, he realized that this was once the location of the heavenly realm, now rendered utterly desolate. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze. He had fused the cultivation of the eternal world's elder MOS longevity domain with the support of the universe, reaching the pinnacle of Earth immortal status. Had he not diligently restrained the growth of his power, he might have already ascended to the realm of the undying celestial. However, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue their efforts. The extraterritorial demons were manageable, As long as they did not attack simultaneously, he could sweep them all aside. But what about the blood of the great Luo in the sky? Wang Chen murmured with a furrowed brow. That was indeed the blood of the great Luo. And even a mere thought from a great Luo golden immortal could spell his doom. He had no desire to court death. For the ruler of the heavenly realm was assuredly a golden immortal. What could a mere earth immortal like him do? It seems I must rely on you. Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the towering world tree within the cave, whose standing was still above that of the great Luo's blood. Suddenly, the primordial mirror flew before him, and a piece of information entered his sea of consciousness. What? The Marvel world is doomed? After receiving the information, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How great a calamity had he wrought, continually encountering such dire circumstances. Moreover, it had only been a few short months since he departed from the Marvel world. How could it be on the brink of destruction? Had the purple yam essence arrived prematurely? No, Ancient One is still alive. The Marvel world cannot be destroyed. He had already embarked on the path of the world's sovereign, needing to consume boundless worlds to fulfill his destiny. The Marvel world was already designated for him. How could it be annihilated? Wang Chen's expression darkened as he flashed back to the royal palace, arriving at the One Yuan Hall, where the cabinet met. He addressed the chief minister, Fu Tianxiu, saying, I shall enter seclusion for a time. The affairs of the court will be managed by the cabinet. De Qian now requires recuperation. Your command shall be followed, Your Majesty. Fu Tianxiu replied, his expression shifting momentarily before he responded with utmost respect. Excellent. Wang Chen was satisfied and vanished from the One Yuan Hall, retreating to his chamber. There, he invoked the divine severing of thoughts, and a violet divine light flickered as a manifestation was swiftly formed. Fellow Daoist, De Qian relies on you to preside. The map of the realm and the heavenly tome, along with the imperial seal, are entrusted to you. Go attend to your matters. De Qian has me. Ha! This is quite amusing. Wang Chen conversed with his thought manifestation, and in an instant, both erupted into laughter. After a while, Wang Chen sought out Lu Feifei, the Hulu's siblings, and Wanda, gathering them into the primordial mirror before traversing its luminous veil back to the Marvel world. Chapter 139. The Devourer of Stars approaches. Loki stirs trouble? In the vibrant city of New York, within a villa adorned with traditional Chinese aesthetics, Wang Chen emerged from a purple luminescent screen. Upon witnessing the familiar decor of the hall, he felt as if he had traversed through time. Indeed, he had ascended to the realm of immortals. Shaking his head, he waved his hand, and a radiant purple light from the Hongmeng mirror manifested. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Jin Yinzi, and I Chong, Wanda, and the Hulu siblings instantly materialized within the hall. Ah, the comfort of home is unparalleled. Although the spiritual energy here is somewhat diminished, the sense of safety is reassuring. Finally, I have returned. Brother, we went out to play. The moment the group emerged from the Hongmeng mirror, their joyous laughter filled the air, igniting a lively atmosphere. Observing their delight, Wang Chen smiled, and as he heard the commotion outside, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Yet, he did not forget the impending doom facing Earth. With a flicker of purple light, he found himself soaring high above the clouds. Wang Chen extended his consciousness, enveloping the entire planet. He glimpsed Ancient One nodding at him with a cup of tea, saw members of the celestial group forming deep within the Earth's core, and noticed a silver figure gliding erratically on a hoverboard, pursued by a fiery being. Loki, having activated the spatial device at Stark Industries, directed a blue beam of light into the sky, while the ocean was rife with spatial fluctuations and lurking colossal beasts. In Antarctica, a three-headed dragon lay in slumber, alongside an extraterrestrial pyramid and countless lurking malevolent creatures. So, the Hongmeng mirror was indeed warning me. The Devourer of Stars is approaching. The 6 divine beings of this universe are at least of true immortal caliber. Do they truly think so highly of me? Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he disregarded Loki's petty antics, mere ants in his eyes. His genuine concern lay with the yet-to-arrive Devourer of Stars. Yet the multitude of troubles plaguing Earth was truly overwhelming. Shaking his head, a flash of purple divine light propelled him back to the villa, where he discovered his companions discussing the spatial beam emanating from Stark Industries by the window. A wave of extraterrestrial visitors is approaching Earth. If you're interested, you may wish to engage with them. Wang Chen seated himself at the tea table, waved his hand, and infused the kettle with water from the spiritual spring within the Hongmeng mirror. He then prepared a packet of spiritual tea, speaking in a calm tone. Really? Extraterrestrials are coming? Yang Mi exclaimed with excitement, having never encountered aliens before. She felt stifled back into Qian and exchanged eager glances with Wanda, Alice, and Ada. their anticipation palpable. Earth is indeed a treasure trove, Lu Feifei remarked with a hint of resignation, but it is hardly stable, filled with demons and strange beasts. Now even aliens are emerging. All right, let us go and have some fun. Yang Mi, filled with joy, spiritedly led her friends out to join the revelry, even managing to coax Lu Feifei and Ai Chong and Jin Yinzi along, leaving the grand hall eerily vacant. Loki, the mischievous god, found the scene quite amusing. Wang Chen took a sip of tea, and with a wave of his hand, a violet holographic screen materialized, revealing the breathtaking view from the rooftop of Stark Tower. He sipped his tea, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. At that moment, Tony Stark plummeted from the towering Stark Tower, which soared nearly 300 meters into the sky, akin to a shooting star. The mesmerizing red armor modules, seemingly animated, raced behind him like a lightning bolt. They appeared around his body with astonishing speed, seamlessly assembling with precision. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of disaster, the Iron Man suit finally completed its assembly. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony ignited the thrusters, and with a deafening roar, he shot upwards like a rocket, narrowly escaping a catastrophic demise that would have left him a mere puddle of flesh. However, tranquility was short-lived. Just as he had narrowly evaded disaster, a dazzling blue beam erupted from the rooftop of Stark Tower, shooting into the heavens. In an instant, a colossal and terrifying portal, akin to a rift in the very fabric of the sky, materialized before the onlookers. Following this, a multitude of fully armed mechanized warriors and oddly shaped alien spacecraft surged forth, inundating the bustling city. These uninvited guests exhibited no mercy, unleashing a frenzied and indiscriminate assault upon the entire metropolis. Boom, boom, no, motherf. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and smoke enveloped the air, transforming the once peaceful Manhattan Island into a nightmarish hellscape. The air was filled with the chilling cries of terrified citizens and the heart-wrenching wails of despair, echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, an intense and gripping battle raged fiercely. Loki, adorned in resplendent Asgardian armor, donned a horned helmet embellished with jewels and wielded the Mind Scepter, a symbol of immense power, as he engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Thor, the god of thunder. Empowered by the mysterious forces of the Mind Scepter, Loki found himself able to contend with the formidable Thor in a fierce stalemate, each refusing to yield, their clash causing the very heavens to tremble. In the vast aerial battlefield, Tony Stark, clad in his dazzling Iron Man suit, soared like a brilliant meteor. He deftly maneuvered the suit's weapon systems, unleashing powerful laser beams at the alien spacecraft. Yet these vessels seemed to swarm like an endless horde of locusts, blotting out the sky in their multitude. Despite Tony's relentless assault, facing such a formidable number of adversaries, his strength began to wane. Meanwhile, Natasha and Hawkeye were not idle. They deftly maneuvered their advanced aircraft through the alien vessels, launching missiles and bullets with remarkable precision. Their synergy complemented Tony Stark's actions seamlessly, orchestrating wave after wave of fierce offensives. After an intense battle, they succeeded in obliterating several alien ships, igniting a spectacular display of flames and debris. As Natasha and Hawkeye paused for breath, they suddenly spotted a familiar and loathsome figure above Stark Tower, Loki. Without hesitation, they redirected their firepower towards him, unleashing a torrential downpour of ammunition. However, Loki, wielding the enigmatic Mind Scepter, merely waved it, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that struck their aircraft directly. In an instant, the planes spiraled out of control, billowing thick smoke as they plummeted towards the ground. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Captain Steve showcased extraordinary skill and reflexes. With a resounding crash, the aircraft slammed into the earth, transforming into a conflagration of wreckage. Yet, the three superheroes emerged unscathed from the ruins. Just then, amidst the previously intense battlefield, an unusual sound pierced the chaos. Turning towards the noise, they beheld a charming little sheep-themed motorcycle leisurely making its way to the center of the fray. Riding it was none other than Dr. Banner, his serene expression starkly contrasting with the surrounding turmoil, eliciting both surprise and amusement. Chapter 140. The Battle of the Big Apple. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. A colossal alien insect ship, stretching several dozen meters in length, approached in an eerie and twisted manner, like a rampaging beast drawn to Tony Stark's presence. Captain Steve, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of resolve flash in his eyes. He swiftly turned to Dr. Banner, exclaiming, "Banner, this is the perfect opportunity to unleash your pent-up fury." At his words, Dr. Banner nodded slightly, a calm demeanor crossing his face as if he had been prepared for this moment. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Indeed, it's a splendid idea." With resolute strides, he advanced forward with unwavering composure. Accompanied by a low, rumbling growl, Dr. Banner's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a towering green giant, his muscles erupting like a volcanic eruption, brimming with immeasurable strength. Without hesitation, the Hulk swung his massive fist, akin to a thunderous storm, and struck the colossal alien warship with tremendous force. The sound of the impact was deafening, resembling the cataclysmic collapse of the heavens and the earth. The immense alien vessel, overwhelmed by the Hulk's earth-shattering blow, lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Tony Stark seized the opportunity and decisively launched a powerful missile at the alien ship. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and the sound of explosions reverberated through the air. Before the alien ship could react, it was obliterated by the missile, reduced to mere rubble. After executing the attack, Tony gracefully descended from the sky, successfully rejoining his fellow teammates. The Avengers were ready for battle. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood valiantly at the forefront, wielding his indestructible shield and adorned in the blue uniform, symbolizing justice and bravery, roaring with fervor. Simultaneously, Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, crackling with electricity. The Hulk, transformed from Dr. Banner, cracked his knuckles, eager for action. Black Widow, Natasha, exuded agility and sharp focus, while Hawkeye, with a fierce gaze, readied his bow and arrow. They formed a tight circle, collectively glaring at the alien adversaries that rampaged through the sky, heralding the onset of a breathtaking battle. In Chinatown, Manhattan, Lu Feifei and her companions gazed in astonishment at the descending aliens, their faces reflecting wonder. Lu Feifei solemnly addressed her companions, stating, "We may play, but our activities must remain within Chinatown." Sister Feifei, please don't," cried Ida, her expression falling at the thought of the rare metals these aliens possessed. "Feifei, it's just for fun. Why impose such restrictions?" Yang Mi chimed in, somewhat unwilling to accept the limitations, while the others looked on with eager anticipation. "This wasn't my idea, it was Wang Chen's suggestion. Otherwise, you might as well plead with him," Lu Feifei replied with a mischievous smile directed at the group. "Hee, this works just fine," Wanda remarked, her charming face beaming with joy. "Did you know? Ever since Wang Chen ascended to the throne of the Qiankuan realm, he exudes an intimidating aura that is truly frightening. Just a glance can send chills down one's spine. So, let us refrain from seeking him out." Pietro and Petra nodded vigorously in agreement, sharing Wanda's sentiments, both of them finding Wang Chen's current demeanor rather daunting. Yang Mi suddenly spoke up. "Well, I have no objections." Jean Yinzi exclaimed excitedly, "Let us go. Let us have some fun with those aliens." In an instant, she and Nizhong transformed into two radiant streams of light, darting away like shooting stars. Witnessing this spectacle, the others could no longer contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Wait for us." Consequently, Yang Mi, Ida, Alice, and Wanda unleashed their unique abilities, morphing into vibrant beams of divine light, fervently pursuing the golden swallow and Nizhong ahead. The sky became a dazzling display of flickering colors, a truly mesmerizing sight. Meanwhile, at the rear, Lu Feifei wore a gentle smile, subtly shaking her head before her figure shimmered and transformed into a striking ice-blue beam of divine light, surging towards the group of extraterrestrials in the sky with breathtaking speed. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted continuously. The extraterrestrials, initially charging aggressively towards Chinatown, faced dire consequences. Some were obliterated by violent explosions, reduced to drifting ashes. Others were engulfed by raging flames, charred into lifeless, coal-like remnants. Still, others fell victim to the biting frost, frozen into rigid ice blocks. And some were mercilessly buried under heavy earth, or brutally dismembered. The fate of these extraterrestrials was indeed tragically grim. Before long, the extraterrestrial presence in Chinatown had been entirely eradicated. At that moment, within the command room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne carrier, a massive screen displayed the battle situation in New York City, when suddenly, the events unfolding in Chinatown captured Hill's attention. "Director, Wang Chen seems to have returned. Should we summon him to intervene?" Nick Fury's expression darkened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There's no time. Where are the war police? They've already arrived on the scene. Can't you see that the battle has already commenced?" Hill pointed to a split screen displaying the war police wreaking havoc. Yet the abundance of extraterrestrial crafts overwhelmed them, preventing them from assisting the Avengers near Stark Tower. Where's the military? Why haven't they arrived yet? The military is still en route. Hill's face turned pale with frustration, clearly exasperated with the military's delay. Damn it. Nick Fury's expression darkened further, a curse escaping his lips. At that moment, the new president called. The former president has passed away, decomposed. After answering the call, a heated argument erupted between the two. As the island of Manhattan was engulfed in flames, a sudden spatial fluctuation shimmered in an uninhabited district. Following a flash of blue light, a 10-member squad appeared in the alley. Upon witnessing the chaotic battlefield, a middle-aged man with a complex expression murmured, "Long-lost memories." Chapter 141. The cunning canines within the opulent and spacious confines of a lavish villa, Wang Chen reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, engrossed in a theatrical performance. Before him, a mysterious luminescent screen unveiled a scene depicting a pack of cunning dogs stealthily infiltrating this realm. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint twitch of amusement danced at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth. Could it be that this parallel world was fated to become a hapless victim of destruction? How utterly perplexing. One could only ponder the intentions of those two imbeciles, eternity and infinity. Did they not comprehend the vast expenditure of world energy such multiple parallel dimensions would entail? Even the very fabric of time and space would inevitably suffer degradation. As Wang Chen grumbled, his brow furrowed in contemplation, a swirl of confusion and indignation filled his heart. After a brief moment, as if a thought had struck him, he reached up to stroke his chin and murmured to himself, I nearly forgot that the first celestial is seemingly the embodiment of the Marvel Universe's cosmic will. Yet, how foolish he must be to have orchestrated his own demise." At this juncture, a smile unexpectedly graced Wang Chen's visage. What splendid timing for the first celestial to meet his end. Had he survived, how would I ever subsume the Marvel Universe? This notion prompted a proud chuckle to escape his lips. However, he quickly restrained his mirth, his expression turning grave. To elaborate, the Marvel Universe was originally forged from the essence of the vengeful goddess, who had perished. This goddess was no ordinary being. She possessed strength rivaling that of the highest celestial beings. Even in death, one must remain vigilant against any possibility of her resurrection. For should an unforeseen occurrence arise, it might prove exceedingly difficult for me to contend with such a threat. Wang Chen pondered his strategies, his gaze reflecting an air of caution and vigilance. Nevertheless, the Infinity Stones rightfully belong to me. I covet the path of the celestial. As for those insignificant little rodents, they need not concern themselves with the sacred timeline. Wang Chen's words reverberated throughout the villa, and in a flash of violet divine light, he materialized atop a towering edifice, where the Ancient One awaited him with a knowing smile. Upon seeing the bald sorceress, Wang Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. She was indeed eavesdropping. Beside her stood a towering green figure, who spoke in a calm tone. "Ancient One, if you have no use for the time stone, I would gladly accept it. Mr. Wang desires it. Very well, I will grant it to you." The Ancient One's eyes glimmered with a hint of delight as she nonchalantly removed the eye of Agamotto, preparing to toss it to Wang Chen. She had long wished for retirement, as the burden of dark energy had rendered her meals tasteless. "Wait, Ancient One, please lend me the time stone. I need it to save my world," exclaimed the Hulk, Banner, in alarm and urgency. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly. "How eager you are to retire." With a wave of his hand, a radiant 12-colored divine light enveloped the Hulk, lifting him into the air. No matter how furious he became or how much strength he exerted, he could not escape the binding of this divine light. "Gu Yi, do not entertain thoughts of relinquishing your duties. I have discovered a grand realm beyond our own that is fervently striving to become the sovereign of worlds. There is no time to linger on Earth. Is it merely a touch of dark energy? A trivial matter indeed." Just as Wang Chen's words resonated, he did not afford Gu Yi the opportunity to respond. Suddenly, a mysterious rune, interwoven with black and white, surged forth from his palm, exuding an ancient and peculiar aura, as if it contained boundless mysteries and power. Without hesitation, he waved his arm, and the rune, shimmering with black and white light, darted like a bolt of lightning, instantly embedding itself in Gu Yi's brow. He then furrowed his brow, descending into a momentary contemplation. Soon after, another orb, equally manifesting the duality of black and white, appeared in his hand. This orb, smooth and lustrous, pulsated with strands of yin and yang energy. Wang Chen gently tossed the orb above Gu Yi's head. In an instant, the orb radiated brilliantly, continuously releasing a dense aura of yin and yang, enveloping Gu Yi like a swirling mist. Under the influence of this formidable force, Gu Yi's body trembled slightly, her eyes fluttering shut as she entered an unparalleled state of enlightenment. At this moment, one could observe black energy waves flickering around her. Yet as soon as they emerged, they were swiftly dispelled and devoured by the black and white divine light she had cultivated. Gradually, Gu Yi became entirely immersed in her meditative state, her aura growing increasingly stable and potent. Wang Chen, witnessing this scene, finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. Internally, he mused, such an exceptional tool. How could I let you escape? With this thought, he waved his sleeve once more, and a dazzling array of 12 colors manifested, swiftly encircling Gu Yi, forming an impenetrable barrier of protection. Having completed these actions, Wang Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze casually sweeping over the Hulk beside him. Almost simultaneously, the 12-colored divine light encapsulating the Hulk astonishingly extended into a slender ribbon. Wang Chen grasped this ribbon and yanked it forcefully. The next moment, a howling sound erupted, and a brilliant purple divine light burst forth. When the radiance dissipated, Wang Chen found himself alongside the Hulk in the opulent office atop Stark Tower. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the space. A green figure was hurled into the scene, and at that moment, the Hulk leapt into action, ferociously entering the fray. Loki, adorned in the resplendent garb of Asgard, scrambled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. Halt! You are but lowly creatures. I am a deity. Foolish beings. I shall not. Yet, before Loki could finish his proclamation, he was seized by the furious Hulk, who relentlessly slammed him to the ground. The iconic moment of the Hulk had arrived. Loki was tossed. Bang! 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 What a feeble god! The Hulk scoffed as he flung Loki aside. In an instant, he vanished from the office, leaving Loki sprawled on the floor, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling, utterly despondent. At that moment, Wang Chen revealed the Hulk's form, a sly grin adorning his face. Nothing compares to witnessing the live spectacle. Big guy, this scene must seem quite familiar, huh? Hovering amidst a radiant spectrum of 12 colors, Banner had surrendered to reminiscence, abandoning his struggles. Indeed, this farce ought to come to an end. With a flick of his hand, a tendril of the multicolored light that enveloped Banner swiftly reached out, ensnaring Loki as well. Upon witnessing this, Loki gasped in horror. Who are you? What do you intend to do? A captive has no right to speak, Wang Chen retorted, gesturing into the void. Instantly, the vibrant light sealed Loki's mouth, rendering him voiceless as he whimpered in panic. Summoning the 12-colored ribbons, a flash of purple light transported them to the rooftop. Chapter 142. Farce on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Black Widow Natasha gritted her teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to grip the Mind Stone, thrusting it fiercely against the energy shield of the space portal. Her once enchanting visage was now marred by strain, veins protruding and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. However, despite wielding such a formidable weapon, Natasha felt overwhelmed by the impenetrable force of the spatial energy field. Just as she prepared to exert herself once more, she abruptly halted, terror and confusion flooding her eyes. Clearly, she had received a dire message. A nuclear bomb was on its way. Meanwhile, Wang Chen glanced up at the colossal spatial wormhole overhead, the sight causing him to furrow his brow. Manhattan lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, as the once thriving city faced unprecedented devastation, on the brink of annihilation by the vicious extraterrestrial invaders. With a resigned shake of his head, he gradually released the ribbons that had been restraining Banner and Loki. Observing the chaotic scene before him with an impassive expression, he remarked, "What a farce indeed. However, it is now time to bring this to a close." Natasha turned around in surprise, her expression illuminating as she beheld Wang Chen, adorned in a resplendent purple dragon robe, emanating an aura of formidable authority. Alongside him were Loki, bound by the vibrant 12-colored divine light, and Banner, ensnared within the same ethereal glow. Astonishment crossed her face as she pondered the presence of two hulking figures. With a subtle flourish of his arm, Wang Chen summoned a magnificent burst of 12-colored divine light, which cascaded from his palm like a radiant rainbow arching across the sky. In an instant, this resplendent luminescence enveloped the entirety of Manhattan Island. An overwhelming will, potent enough to bury the heavens, extinguish all existence, and conclude the cycle of rebirth, surged forth from the brilliance, descending upon the extraterrestrial invaders with the weight of a mountain upon an egg. To the aliens, this terrifying force seemed to originate from the darkest abyss of the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the divine light descended, alien spacecraft were swept away effortlessly, akin to leaves caught in an autumn breeze, vanishing without a trace. The colossal alien warships disintegrated upon contact with the divine radiance, leaving not even a remnant behind. A cascade of multicolored light fell like raindrops upon the ground, healing the wounds of the injured citizens at a visibly rapid pace, restoring them to vibrant vitality. The populace of the Big Apple witnessed the vanishing of the devilish aliens, their injuries mending swiftly under the illumination of the 12-colored divine light. In that moment, the city erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha! Those demons are finally vanquished. Go to hell, you damn scoundrels. Thank you, heroes. What a relief. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Behind Wang Chen emerged mysterious and powerful divine wheel apparitions, exuding ceaseless pressure and radiance. Both illusory, yet palpably real. With a piercing gaze fixed upon the enormous spatial wormhole above, Wang Chen resolutely swung his right arm and unleashed a formidable punch. This strike seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the universe, erupting into a dazzling purple fist imprint that carried an unmatched will to obliterate all, transcending the speed of light as it traversed the wormhole. In the blink of an eye, that purple imprint, like a star of annihilation, struck fiercely against the alien warship. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, as countless alien vessels were instantaneously obliterated by this overwhelming force, disintegrating into myriad fragments scattered across the void. The entire starry expanse was illuminated by this singular blow, resembling a splendid yet deadly fireworks display. Wang Chen, with an impassive expression, turned to Natasha and gracefully waved his left hand, a flash of purple divine light shimmering forth. Natasha barely had time to react when the soul scepter tightly gripped in her hand inexplicably slipped from her control and soared into Wang Chen's grasp. In an instant, Wang Chen's figure flickered, appearing before the spatial device. Fearlessly, he extended his right hand and plunged it directly into the energy shield. In that moment, torrents of formidable spatial energy surged toward him like enraged dragons. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, Wang Chen's body merely quivered slightly, emanating a faint purple glow. The once tumultuous spatial energy seemed to find its nemesis, obediently drawn into his being, vanishing without a trace. With an air of calm, Wang Chen gently detached the cosmic cube from the spatial device, casually tossing it in his hand, as if this artifact capable of triggering cosmic upheaval were merely an ordinary toy. Just then, the spatial wormhole in the sky began to tremble violently, flashes of blue light flickering and intertwining. Moments later, as the last blue light dissipated, the wormhole vanished completely, restoring the tranquility and darkness of space. No, Natasha screamed in terror. A devastating nuclear bomb is hurtling towards New York City. A nuclear bomb? Merely a toy. Wang Chen scoffed, realizing that the American government had disregarded his warning. He observed Tony Stark, hovering in the air, cradling a nuclear bomb as he approached the now-vanished wormhole. Confusion evident on his face. Where had the enormous wormhole gone? With unruffled composure, Wang Chen casually waved his arm, and in an instant, a dazzling 12-colored divine light erupted in the sky, resembling a graceful dragon, enveloping both Tony Stark and the formidable nuclear bomb with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a brilliant flash, Tony Stark and the bomb miraculously appeared atop the towering Stark Tower. The resplendent 12-colored divine light swiftly flowed into Wang Chen's body, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the chilling nuclear bomb rested securely in his hand. With a thunderous bang, Tony Stark crashed to the ground, his face pale from the sudden turn of events. An exclamation of shock involuntarily escaped his lips. What the hell? He then collapsed weakly onto the cold, hard surface, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Wang Chen, maintaining an impassive expression, waved his sleeve once more, and in an instant, a mysterious and radiant purple light flickered. Soon after, a dreamlike purple portal began to materialize before him. The ethereal portal hovered in midair, precisely positioned above the majestic White House in the bustling metropolis of Huadu. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen raised his palm and struck downward with great force. Instantly, a colossal purple handprint, measuring several dozen feet across and infused with cataclysmic power, descended from the heavens and crashed directly onto the White House. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the sky, as if the very fabric of reality trembled in response. An immense cloud of dust surged forth like a tumultuous sea, obscuring the sun and engulfing the surroundings. As the dust gradually settled, the once grand and magnificent White House had vanished entirely from this world, replaced by a massive, five-fingered pit that gaped ominously, unfathomably deep, and utterly shocking. Chapter 143. The simpleton Black Widow. Natasha, witnessing the obliteration of the White House beneath the purple portal, wore an expression of sheer horror. Tony Stark, who had just risen to his feet, found his smile frozen in place, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. Did they truly believe he was merely jesting? With a wave of his hand, Wang Chen dispelled the portal, his palm radiating a purple glow as a 3-meter-long nuclear bomb was effortlessly extinguished by his magical prowess. A cold smirk graced his features. He had merely lacked the necessary strength before. If he had truly made a scene, the Ancient One would not have turned a blind eye, but now he chuckled softly. At S-H-I-E-L-DS airborne aircraft carrier, the screen flickered to life, displaying the scene of Huadu and the White House. Nick Fury, drenched in sweat, displayed a profound sense of terror in his single eye, exclaiming in fury, "Motherf!" He then slumped back into his chair, his expression one of resignation, weary and defeated. Let it be destroyed, let it happen as it may. Captain Marvel, why haven't you returned yet? Hill, witnessing this spectacle, was soaked in perspiration, her clothes drenched as she gazed despairingly at the gaping pit on the screen, realizing the gravity of the situation. In Chinatown, Lu Feifei and her companions, upon discovering the absence of the extraterrestrial beings, returned to their villa in a state of disappointment. They were unhappy. Why couldn't the aliens have shown a bit more resilience? Their excitement had been abruptly curtailed. Hawkeye, Thor, the Hulk, and Captain America, upon realizing that the aliens had vanished and the spatial wormhole had dissipated, celebrated their victory and hurried towards Stark Tower to reunite with Tony and Natasha. Meanwhile, several visitors from parallel universes also made their way to Stark Tower. Atop Stark Tower, Wang Chen paid no mind to the forlorn expressions of Tony Stark and Natasha. He sat nearby, engrossed in his study of the space and mind stones, while awaiting the arrival of the remaining Infinity Stones from the diminutive rodents. What do we do now, Tony? Natasha inquired, her face darkened with concern. How should I know? He replied, now that the crisis has passed, let us all return to our respective homes and seek our own mothers. Tony Stark felt a deep sense of discontent. Although he had a profound disdain for the government, witnessing the obliteration of the White House still left him somewhat unsettled. However, he mused, these individuals have brought this upon themselves. Launching nuclear missiles. Was that their plan to eradicate them all? With a dismissive huff, Tony turned to descend the stairs, deciding it was time to change into a different outfit. After all, if the sky fell, there would be others to bear the weight. He need not concern himself. Natasha's expression darkened as she listened. She too wished to leave, yet the Tesseract and the Mind Stone lay in Wang Chen's possession. How could she report back? The thought of Wang Chen's terrifying combat prowess made her reconsider. Perhaps it was best to let Nick Fury deal with the headache. She would no longer serve. Supporting the doctor, Natasha led him down from the rooftop, choosing not to question why there were two versions of Banner. Wang Chen first secured the Tesseract within the Hongmeng mirror, then enveloped the Mind Stone with his consciousness. In an instant, an overwhelming malevolent thought infiltrated his mind, nearly provoking a laugh from him. Purple Sweet Potato had indeed left a contingency plan. No wonder Loki appeared to have lost his sanity. Perhaps he was never quite right to begin with. Wang Chen projected a radiant beam of 12 colors, instantly consuming and obliterating the nefarious thought. A pure force of mental energy emanated from the scepter, and within his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit, the purple lotus, radiated brilliantly, continuously absorbing the mental energy to cultivate his essence. Quite impressive. A smile graced Wang Chen's face. These infinity stones were indeed manifestations of the goddess of vengeance's Tao. He finally grasped why the laws of the Marvel Universe were incomplete. The Tao of the goddess of vengeance, a grand celestial being, was not aligned with the world's path. Not everyone is akin to the primordial creator. She had directly severed the chaotic demonic entities of the 3,000 mixed origins, thus achieving the supreme primordial realm. Loki. A thunderous roar erupted from atop the building as Thor, the god of thunder, stormed toward Loki, his face a mask of fury. However, upon seeing Loki ensnared by a 12-colored beam of light, surprise crossed his features. Woo woo woo. Loki cried out for help, thrashing about desperately, seeking Thor's rescue. How could this be? What was happening? Was that another Hulk? Banner, do you have a twin brother? Hawkeye, Captain America, Steve. And Dr. Banner gaped in astonishment at the Hulk ensnared by the radiant beam. Captain America and Hawkeye exchanged puzzled glances with Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, witnessing the Hulk, wore a similarly bewildered expression. What was going on? Had he been cloned? Natasha remained silent behind them. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Dr. Banner. No need for speculation. He is indeed Dr. Banner, just from an alternate dimension. Wang Chen rose, holding the Mind Stone, and remarked nonchalantly, what? Has their technology advanced to such a degree that they can freely traverse worlds? Tony Stark returned in a different attire, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, while the others curiously turned their gazes toward Wang Chen. Your achievement. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly to Tony Stark, aware that a mortal capable of rivaling the divine was far from ordinary. What? This is simply marvelous. Initially, Tony bore a visage akin to that of a specter, yet he soon realized that it was the handiwork of another version of himself from a different dimension. Truly splendid. Enough, Midgardian. Hand over Loki to me. I must take him back to Asgard for judgment. Thor, the god of thunder, impatiently declared. Hawkeye, Natasha, and Captain America instinctively distanced themselves from Thor upon hearing his words, while Dr. Banner was similarly ushered away by Captain America, all casting sympathetic glances at the Na'vi child, who mistakenly believed he was in Asgard. Oh dear, you simpleton. A smirk graced Wang Chen's lips for a fleeting moment, but it swiftly vanished, replaced by an expression of grave authority. In that instant, he seemed to transform into an ancient deity, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Wang Chen straightened his posture, his eyes sparking like lightning as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Thor. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure bore down upon Thor like a mountain, as if it sought to reduce him to mere dust. Humph, you seek Loki? Then summon Odin to this place. Wang Chen's voice was frigid and piercing, as though it emerged from the depths of the underworld, carrying an undeniable authority. As his words echoed, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, causing the very space around them to tremble. Thor felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of endless darkness, the surrounding pressure intensifying, nearly suffocating him. Sweat beads cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet, despite this, he showed no sign of retreat. He gripped Mjolnir tightly, arcs of blue lightning flickering wildly across the hammer, striving to withstand the dreadful force that Wang Chen exerted. However, all his efforts proved futile. Wang Chen's strength was insurmountable, his supreme will akin to a torrential flood, crashing relentlessly upon Thor. Gradually, Thor could no longer bear the immense weight of the pressure. His legs began to buckle, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his strength to resist collapsing to the ground. Yet, it was evident that he had reached his limit. On the brink of total collapse. Chapter 144. Complete annihilation. At that moment, an orange-hued portal suddenly materialized. The Ancient One cast a fleeting, sorrowful glance at Wang Chen before raising her hand to conjure a spatial barrier before Thor. He slumped to the ground, his face a mask of horror as he gazed at Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, for the sake of courtesy, please release Thor and Loki. After all, Odin has protected the earth for many years. Well, very well. I shall grant you this favor. Wang Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment under Gu Yi's gaze. Yet he thought to himself, apologies, but you, mere pawn, shall not escape. He retracted the oppressive aura that had pervaded the air, and with a mere gesture, the 12-colored divine ribbons that ensnared Loki dissipated into nothingness. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I shall take my leave now. Gu Yi expressed no desire to linger with Wang Chen. She stepped through the portal and vanished from sight. Initially, she had harbored concerns about the threat posed by the Devourer of Worlds to Earth, but with Wang Chen present, she felt unconcerned. You should refrain from calling yourselves gods, for you bring shame to the divine. Upon witnessing Gu Yi's departure, Wang Chen cast a disdainful glance at Thor and Loki, mocking them. Tony Stark could not contain himself upon hearing Wang Chen's words, bursting into laughter. The amusement was mirrored on the faces of Dr. Banner, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Captain Steve, their lips curling upwards in suppressed mirth. Heimdall. Thor's eyes widened in fury, his face ashen as he leaped from the ground. He moved like the wind, swiftly reaching Loki's side. Subsequently, he unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the vast expanse of the sky. In an instant, a resplendent rainbow light descended, entwining Thor and Loki within its vibrant embrace. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished amidst the brilliance, leaving behind only a mysterious and intricate magical rune upon the ground. At that moment, Wang Chen, standing not far away, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. His eyes shimmered with a profound purple light, piercing through the veil of illusion. He gazed intently at the wondrous 7-colored divine light, contemplating inwardly. How fascinating! The world tree of this realm indeed holds secrets, though its name seems somewhat exaggerated. With his extraordinary insight, Wang Chen discerned the Rainbow Bridge from Asgard, a legendary structure radiating dazzling light, inscribed with countless obscure spatial runes. These runes danced like musical notes, weaving a grand and mysterious symphony. As he delved deeper into his observations, Wang Chen began to unravel the complexities of the spatial runes. Through his study of these symbols, he gradually grasped the profound laws and immense power they contained. Concurrently, he sensed the boundless and nearly infinite energy fluctuations emanating from the world tree. What astonished Wang Chen even more was that he pierced through layers of mist to behold the entirety of the world tree, situated in a dimension beyond. This colossal divine tree stood like a titan, proudly towering amidst the cosmos. Its branches are robust and powerful, extending in all directions. The leaves are a vibrant green, shimmering with the brilliance of life. Moreover, the world tree has indeed accomplished the extraordinary feat of connecting 9 planets, serving as a bond and bridge between various realms. Oh, how intriguing. The little mice have arrived. Wang Chen snapped back to reality, noticing Tony and others from another world, his face displaying an expression of amusement. Wait, weren't they supposed to be separated to fetch the gemstones? How have they gathered again? He glanced at the Hulk and instantly understood. It was his fault. Thus, all was well. Footsteps echoed from the rooftop as a man clad in a blue uniform adorned with the national flag arrived, accompanied by a large group of people. Damn it! Tony Stark's countenance darkened upon seeing a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and a casual greeting slipped from his lips. At that moment, Captain America, masked and witnessing this scene, felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Natasha and Hawkeye were left speechless. These were their counterparts from a parallel universe. It was truly bizarre. Banner, are you all right? Release Dr. Banner. The Avengers from the parallel dimension gazed anxiously at Banner, who was ensnared in the 12-colored divine light. Their expressions were fraught with urgency, as if they could tear through the predicament with their very gaze. However, these heroes from another dimension remained oblivious to their counterparts in this world. Their wrath concentrated solely on Wang Chen. Without hesitation, Tony tapped the triangular energy light on his chest, and in an instant, his nanotech armor enveloped him like a flowing stream, transforming him into a steel titan descended upon the earth. Simultaneously, the portly Thor, sporting a thick beard and wielding a massive axe, charged forward with a fierce intent to engage Wang Chen in a life-and-death struggle. Meanwhile, the Captain America of this world intended to step in and join the fray, only to be forcibly pulled aside by the grinning Tony Stark. The two retreated silently to the edge of the battlefield, seemingly prepared to observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, Captain America finally regained his composure. Pondering inwardly, Wang Chen is so formidable. What purpose would my involvement serve? With this thought, he shook his head in resignation. Just then, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh, taunting, I must say, your courage is commendable. But alas, it is regrettable that you have failed to bring even the other Infinity Stones. It is truly pathetic. As Wang Chen's words faded, the smile on his face vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a dazzling, 12-colored divine light erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire space. An overwhelming and supreme terrifying will accompanied the radiance, sending chills down one's spine. In the blink of an eye, the resplendent 12-colored divine light enveloped the Avengers from the parallel world with astonishing swiftness, plunging them into an unprecedented crisis. Damn it, I cannot move. My divine powers have abandoned me. This is unbearable. The Avengers from the parallel dimension were swiftly subdued by the 12-colored divine light, emitting cries of despair. With a mere wave of his hand, Wang Chen levitated them into the air alongside Banner, who, trapped within the divine light, felt a sense of helplessness. This was a complete rout. Well, you all might as well reflect on your actions here. Should you wish to return to your own timeline, feel free, Wang Chen said, indifferent to the Avengers' furious glares. You lot can continue to wreak havoc in other parallel dimensions. With those words, he vanished from sight. Oh my, is that Captain America? How disheveled you look. Hey, Natasha, look at your parallel self. She's even more beautiful. Get lost. Aren't you being a tad petty? Haha, look at you from another world. You've developed nanotechnology, yet you still look this foolish. How embarrassing. Damn it. You. Chapter 145. The enchantment of love twirls in a certain location, within a vast military base of the American forces. An atmosphere of intense tension and oppression hung in the air. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a specter, radiating a dazzling metallic sheen. Its visage was grotesque and sinister, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of chilling menace as it strode purposefully towards a tightly sealed laboratory. Clatter! At that moment, several valiant soldiers stepped forward, brandishing their weapons and pulling the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the metallic entity. However, the metallic figure remained unperturbed, lifting its arm as countless bullets froze midair. A powerful metallic pulse surged forth from its hand, directed straight at the soldiers. Boom! In an instant, the soldiers had no time to utter a cry of anguish. Their bodies shattered like fragile porcelain, instantly pulverized by the terrifying energy. Even more chilling, the fragmented corpses did not scatter across the ground as one would expect. Instead, they rapidly solidified into cold, hard metallic blocks. This bizarre and otherworldly scene cast the entire base into a state of eerie silence and dread. This fearsome metallic being was none other than the infamous Dr. Doom. At this moment, he had successfully infiltrated the laboratory and immediately spotted the coveted treasure he had long desired, the glider of the Silver Surfer. Ha! Upon beholding the legendary artifact, an uncontrollable ecstasy washed over Doom's visage, prompting an exuberant laughter that reverberated ominously through the cavernous laboratory. In swift succession, he produced a cutting-edge device with remarkable alacrity, manipulating it with deft precision. Within mere moments, he had commandeered the glider and affixed it to his form. With everything in place, he eagerly pivoted and dashed out of the laboratory, intent on departing this locale. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared throughout the base. The Fantastic Four arrived just in time, their hearts sinking at the sight of the devastation before them, realizing the gravity of the situation. They quickly discerned that all this chaos was the handiwork of Dr. Doom, igniting an immediate surge of fury within them. They first rescued the Silver Surfer and swiftly boarded a craft, closely pursuing the villain, thus commencing a thrilling chase. Boom! The Fantastic Four's vessel soared rapidly, traversing a significant expanse of the Pacific, nearly reaching the shores of China, when, without warning, an energy wave struck. The ship trembled under the impact, revealing that Dr. Doom had been lying in wait, gliding through the air with a malevolent sneer upon his face. "Damn you!" roared Johnny Storm, his temper flaring as he launched himself from the ship like a cannonball. Without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable powers, engulfing himself in a blazing inferno, reminiscent of a fiery deity emerging from the depths of hell. With a thunderous roar, he ascended like a rocket, pursuing Dr. Doom with relentless fervor. Yet, as the fiery onslaught approached, Dr. Doom merely smirked, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, the once calm sea erupted into a monstrous wave, towering hundreds of meters high, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike at the airborne Johnny. With a deafening crash, the colossal wave engulfed Johnny, transforming him into a veritable drenched wretch. Simultaneously, the flames that once blazed around him were extinguished as if doused by a deluge of icy water, vanishing without a trace. Stripped of his fiery shield, Johnny's body began to plummet uncontrollably toward the ocean's surface. However, Dr. Doom had no intention of sparing him just yet. He clasped his hands together, and in an instant, an invisible yet terrifying shockwave erupted with a force reminiscent of a cataclysmic tide, sweeping towards the descending figure of the Thunderfire. Just as fate would have it, at this critical juncture, Thunderfire's extraordinary abilities were fortuitously restored. With remarkable agility, he exerted every ounce of his strength to swiftly sidestep, narrowly evading the lethal strike from Dr. Doom. Boom! Nevertheless, the immense energy wave still struck the surface of the sea with a thunderous roar. A colossal circular pit, several dozen meters deep and 100 meters in diameter, suddenly manifested upon the previously tumultuous waters as the surrounding sea surged inward, forming a staggering vortex. This unforeseen turn of events astonished Reed and his companions, who were observing from the sidelines. Realizing that the formidable energy wave was about to collide with their vessel, Reed decisively commanded, "All hands, prepare for immediate ship disassembly." As his words echoed, the once intact ship instantaneously disintegrated into 3 small, agile vessels, which sped off in different directions, successfully evading the dreadful energy impact. The rocky figure piloting one of the small ships seized the moment to launch a ferocious attack. His right arm swelled with muscle and bulging veins, embodying boundless strength as he delivered a powerful punch toward Dr. Doom. With a thunderous thud, the unprepared Dr. Doom was sent flying several dozen meters away by the sheer force of the blow. Seizing this opportunity, the other 3 members swiftly coordinated their movements, encircling Dr. Doom from various angles. In an instant, the Fantastic Four achieved a cohesive encirclement in midair around their adversary. Dr. Doom stood upon his glimmering metallic hoverboard, a slight smirk playing upon his lips, revealing a disdainful and cold smile. His hawk-like eyes surveyed the Fantastic Four with an air of superiority, as if they were mere insignificant ants. With a casual wave of his arm, the hoverboard responded with an uncanny agility, tracing a perfect circular trajectory in the air. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force, almost suffocating in its intensity, erupted from Dr. Doom, causing the surrounding air to churn violently. rapidly coalescing into a colossal tornado that obscured the sky. The Fantastic Four, caught off guard by such a sudden and formidable assault, had no time to mount an effective response. No matter how they struggled or resisted, they could not escape the terrifying pull, and in the blink of an eye, they were ensnared within the vortex. Screams echoed through the air. No, this is it. Alas, calamity has struck. Amidst the howling winds, the Fantastic Four were violently hurled skyward, only to plummet earthward like shooting stars. The small spacecraft carrying 3 of them suffered severe damage, losing control and hurtling directly towards a bustling city in the land of Huaxia. With a thunderous crash, the vessel collided heavily in the heart of the crowded streets, igniting a massive uproar. Flames and thick smoke ascended into the sky, while debris scattered in all directions, plunging the once orderly thoroughfare into chaos. People fled in sheer panic, their screams and cries echoing through the air. After enduring a series of violent impacts, the small ship piloted by Susan finally came to a precarious halt on the streets of Huaxia. Her complexion was pale, her heart pounding like a drum. As she gasped for breath, after a brief moment of respite, she disregarded her own safety and swiftly turned to pull her companion, Silver Surfer, in a desperate attempt to escape this perilous situation. However, at that moment, Susan suddenly looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with terror. There, hovering ominously above, was Dr. Doom, radiating a blinding light, wielding a spear forged from unparalleled energy. A sinister and twisted grin adorned his grotesque visage, sending chills down the spine. In an instant, Dr. Doom hurled the spear with unerring precision, aimed directly at Silver Surfer. The spear sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, racing towards Silver Surfer with breathtaking speed. "No!" cried Susan, her face a mask of fear as she bolted towards Silver Surfer like an arrow released from a bow. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant energy shield materialized before her, yet in her panic, she had overlooked a crucial fact. The cosmic energy within that spear could effortlessly penetrate her extraordinary defenses. Before she could react, the silver spear, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward with unmatched force, shattering the energy shield she had just conjured. In that instant, despair engulfed Susan, as if the entire world were crumbling around her. Just when she was on the verge of surrendering hope, a miracle occurred. The once unstoppable spear abruptly halted, coming to rest mere centimeters from the towering peak before her. "Who dares?" she demanded, her voice echoing with fury. At that moment, Dr. Doom revealed himself, witnessing the spear he had thrown held captive by an unseen force. Enraged, he erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing furiously. "Oh, little one, how audacious you are!" No sooner had he spoken than a mysterious and radiant purple light flickered in the air. Suddenly, Wang Chen appeared before Susan as if descended from the heavens. He firmly grasped a spear in his left hand, while his right hand forcefully gestured towards the Doctor of Destruction in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a colossal handprint, woven from 12 vibrant colors, materialized out of thin air and swiftly lunged towards the Doctor of Destruction. "No, let me go!" The Doctor of Destruction shrieked in a fit of rage. He exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing a frenzy of powerful energy waves in a desperate attempt to break free from the grasp of the magnificent handprint. However, astonishingly, as soon as those energy waves, conjured from cosmic power, touched the radiant 12-colored divine light surrounding the handprint, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. In a state of sheer horror, the Doctor could only watch helplessly as he was slowly dragged closer to Wang Chen by that terrifying handprint. "You are quite arrogant," Wang Chen remarked with a sardonic smile at the Doctor of Destruction. With a mere wave of his hand, the glider beneath the Doctor's feet instantly appeared in Wang Chen's grasp, swiftly stored away in the cosmic ring, while the handprint began to constrict around the Doctor. "No, please." The once robust and resilient figure of the Doctor began to succumb to the blinding 12-colored divine light, becoming riddled with wounds, each inch of his skin seemingly enduring unspeakable agony. He emitted a piercing scream, resonating through the heavens, chilling to the bone. The eyes that once gleamed with confidence and arrogance were now filled with terror, fixated on the parts of his body that were gradually vanishing. In this moment, the once invincible Doctor of Destruction finally experienced genuine fear, as the defenses within his heart crumbled completely. At that instant, Susan gradually emerged from the overwhelming terror. Upon recognizing Wang Chen, a wave of indescribable relief surged within her. She mused to herself, "Thank goodness Mr. Wang arrived in time to save me. Otherwise, I would have perished." Concurrently, Reed and Johnny, who had successfully regained their human forms, rushed towards the scene. The 3 of them, panting heavily, felt their taut, nerves finally begin to ease upon witnessing Wang Chen's successful rescue of Susan. The Devourer of Worlds has arrived. Wang Chen suddenly frowned, his gaze piercing as he looked towards the sky. The once clear heavens darkened ominously, as if the apocalypse was upon them. In the distant cosmos, an enormous whirlpool materialized, seemingly poised to consume the entire universe. Wang Chen chose to disregard the now panicked Doctor of Destruction. With a gentle wave of his arm, a resplendent 12-colored divine light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the Doctor of Destruction could not even utter a final scream before he was reduced to nothingness beneath the overwhelming radiance, vanishing entirely from this world. Mr. Wang, this is the planet Devourer. You must devise a means to save us. Susan gazed at the increasingly vast and terrifying vortex in the sky, her once enchanting visage now marred by sheer terror. She implored, her eyes revealing a desperate yearning for survival. Mr. Wang, perhaps you should first destroy that glider. Reed, panting heavily, approached Wang Chen and suggested. The Devourer has already locked onto Earth. It's futile. Never mind, I shall confront him. Wang Chen remarked calmly, observing the vortex above with a hint of surprise at the apparent weakness of the Devourer. Could it be an illusion? A spark ignited in Wang Chen's eyes. Although he did not fear the Devourer, a being of the celestial level was not so easily dealt with, especially 1-2 levels above him. It was only due to the laxity of the Marvel Universe's laws that he felt emboldened. A purple divine light flickered around Wang Chen as he materialized in space. Beneath the colossal vortex, the immense force of absorption emanating from the vortex was palpable, and he radiated a protective purple aura. Wang Chen's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the daunting vortex, his brow furrowing in concentration. He attempted to probe into the depths of the vortex with his divine sense, but it was as if his efforts had disappeared into a bottomless abyss, yielding no response. Primordial wheel of all paths. He inhaled deeply and shouted with thunderous ferocity, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder. Behind him, the fabric of space warped, and a colossal purple divine wheel materialized, towering 1,000 feet high. This divine wheel emanated a mysterious and regal purple luminescence, adorned with over 20 dazzling lights of law, each imbued with boundless power and secrets. As the purple wheel emerged, an unparalleled will surged forth, one that could bury the heavens, extinguish all existence, and conclude the cycle of reincarnation, sweeping forth like a tumultuous tide toward the vortex. The entirety of space trembled under the weight of this terrifying will, and the surrounding stars seemed to quiver in trepidation. Yet, even in the face of such formidable onslaught, the vast vortex was only slightly perturbed. Its formation slowed but did not cease. One does not shed tears until the coffin is seen. Wang Chen observed this with a cold smile tugging at his lips. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist, his arms' muscles bulging with intensity, veins protruding, before he unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful punch toward the monstrous vortex. With this strike, the 1,000-foot purple divine wheel behind him transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing toward the vortex with blinding speed. Meanwhile, the purple divine wheel continued to expand, transforming in the blink of an eye into an immense purple barrier that firmly sealed the vortex. The purple divine wheel spun wildly, emanating an unparalleled gravitational force as it greedily absorbed the energy from the vortex. The energy surged into the purple divine wheel like a torrent breaching a dam, making its brilliance ever more resplendent. Insect, you dare to offend a deity. A tremendous voice resonated, defying the laws of space that prevent sound transmission, emanating from the vortex, expressing the fury of its master. Chapter 147. The battle to devour stars from within that colossal vortex, which seemed capable of consuming everything. A shocking figure gradually emerged, a towering purple giant, standing 100 feet tall. This giant sported sharp horns atop its head, its visage twisted in rage. Its hands unleashed powerful purple cosmic energy beams that struck the primordial divine wheel like bolts of lightning piercing the darkness. It has emerged. Wang Chen's expression grew grave. He understood well that, despite this creature often being portrayed as a weakling in comics or films, perpetually vanquished by various heroes, it was either toying with those so-called heroes or simply unfortunate enough to appear when it was in a weakened state. Law of heaven and earth. With a thunderous shout, Wang Chen transformed into a dazzling purple divine light, racing towards the devourer of stars like a meteor. Simultaneously, his body expanded at a visible rate, swiftly becoming a towering giant of 100 feet. He swung his arm vigorously, and the previously obstructing primordial will flew back to his side, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. Without hesitation, Wang Chen launched a punch at the Devourer of Stars. This seemingly unremarkable punch emitted no sound. Yet the overwhelming intent behind it was powerful enough to resonate throughout the void. Countless cosmic debris and meteors were obliterated into ashes upon contact with this intent, vanishing without a trace. Audacious. As Wang Chen's punch hurtled towards him, a flicker of anger crossed the Devourer of Stars' purple visage. He would not yield easily. With a fierce roar, he retaliated with a punch of his own, colliding directly with Wang Chen's fist. In that instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The Devourer of Stars was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, disappearing into the endless darkness in the blink of an eye, lost to the unknown distance. At this moment, the countenance of the Devourer of Stars was as dark as if it could precipitate water, his gaze laden with gravity. He could not fathom how such a new deity had emerged from the vast, boundless cosmos. Meanwhile, a flicker of barely concealed joy crossed Wang Chen's face. He had just discerned that the figure before him was not the true form of the Devourer. His actual strength was likely limited to that of a celestial being. With this realization, Wang Chen decided to abandon any pretense of politeness. As this thought settled, Wang Chen's form suddenly flickered, appearing before the Devourer like a wraith. Without hesitation, he swung his colossal fist, propelled by an overwhelming force, towards the Devourer with great ferocity. In an instant, the two figures transformed into dazzling, resplendent purple light, intertwining and colliding in the boundless expanse of space before rapidly separating once more. Each clash generated powerful shockwaves that surged outward like tumultuous waves, reducing the colossal meteors in their path to mere dust, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, a mysterious orange-hued portal slowly materialized in the skies above Earth. Light surged from within, and the somewhat grave figure of the Ancient One stepped forth from it. She stood quietly outside the planet, gazing at the fierce battle unfolding between Wang Chen and the Devourer. Observing Wang Chen relentlessly overpowering the Devourer, a slight twitch of her lips betrayed her amusement. However, her expression shifted to one of concern as she noticed the torrent of energy waves relentlessly rushing towards Earth. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One quickly raised her hand, gently caressing the eye of Agamotto that hung at her chest. In the next instant, the mystical eye radiated with a brilliant emerald light. As the Ancient One chanted incantations, the green light instantaneously transformed into an immense barrier, steadfastly protecting the Earth and repelling all incoming energy waves. This is impossible. The silver shadow was adorned with an expression of disbelief, his silver visage fixated on a screen that had been detached from a spacecraft, displaying Wang Chen unleashing the primordial celestial wheel, which had astonishingly blocked the vortex. Huh, Mr. Wang is truly formidable, the silver shadow chuckled, overjoyed as he witnessed Wang Chen's display of power. What the hell? How has Mr. Wang grown so large? Thunderbolt Johnny stammered in shock, his face a mask of incredulity. Are all planet devourers this enormous? Susan inquired, her gaze fixed on the Devourer's colossal form as she swallowed hard in perplexity. Yes, he can freely alter his size, the silver shadow replied, his eyes glued to the screen, responding without a moment's thought. As Johnny anxiously exclaimed upon seeing the absence of Wang Chen and the Devourer on the screen, "Where have they gone?" Reed, somewhat incredulous, remarked. "What kind of individuals are they? This is utterly bizarre. Mr. Wang must prevail," Susan murmured to herself. In the upper office of Stark Tower in New York City, the Avengers of the Parallel Universe left with dark expressions. As they departed, Tony, with his characteristic sharp tongue, derided their world for lacking Wang Chen, suggesting that without him, there would be far fewer calamities. Consequently, the expressions of his counterparts darkened even further, and they returned his sarcasm with a prominent gesture of disdain. Meanwhile, the members of the Avengers, including Nick Fury, who had been summoned, stared in astonishment at the satellite surveillance footage, their minds momentarily blank. All they could exclaim was, "What the hell?" In Huaxia, at the headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau in the capital city, Director Zhang Xian pointed at the screen showcasing the fierce clash between Wang Chen and the Devourer, delivering a lesson to the young agents. The Weather Witch and others rolled their eyes in disbelief, while the agents of the Divine Spear Bureau gazed in excitement, truly believing in the possibility of ascension. Observing the captivation of the youngsters, Zhang Xian let out a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the now blank screen, fervently praying, "Wang Chen, you must win." In the vast expanse of space, Wang Chen and the Devourer continued their fierce battle, seemingly unable to determine a victor in the short term. Chapter 148. Have they fled? In the boundless, ink-like depths of space, a dazzling purple light erupted suddenly, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the universe's inception, dazzling and disorienting. Two purple figures swiftly retreated like lightning, their velocity seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, quickly creating a significant distance between them. At this moment, the two stood far apart, gazing at one another across the vast void. Their eyes met, resembling two tangible beams of brilliance clashing and intertwining in the air, unleashing boundless divine light that illuminated the surrounding dark cosmos. Wang Chen's expression was grave as he focused intently on the devourer. After a series of exchanges, he realized the formidable power of this deity from the Marvel Universe was unfathomable, indeed possessing extraordinary uniqueness. His astonishment grew when he discovered that the devourer wielded two immensely powerful laws, the law of devouring and the law of destruction. Wang Chen couldn't help but ponder. No wonder this being wreaked havoc across worlds. He was, after all, a god of destruction, endowed with special authority by the very worlds he annihilated. Simultaneously, the devourer was exerting all his might to control the vast divine power within him, attempting to suppress the laws that had already infiltrated his being. His face was etched with skepticism, and his heart was laden with doubt and confusion. Where on earth did this damned fellow suddenly emerge from? The enigmatic and intricate nature of his divine power was such that even my devouring strength found it challenging to utterly vanquish him. Yet, despite the palpable pressure both parties exerted upon one another, the clash between Wang Chen and the devourer escalated into a thrilling spectacle. Each time the devourer unleashed a punishing blow upon Wang Chen, the latter's physique not only remained unscathed, but grew ever more robust and resilient. This extraordinary sensation filled Wang Chen with exhilaration as he finally grasped the true potency of his innate divine ability, the 10,000 Paths Calamity Body. Oh, so this is the marvel of the 10,000 Paths Calamity Body. As long as I endure the blows, I can continually strengthen myself. What ecstasy! Unable to contain his laughter, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence and madness. In a flash, he surged forward, enveloped in radiant purple light, racing toward the devourer like a shooting star. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. Unable to suppress his excitement, he bellowed, "Come, let us settle this once and for all today." Upon hearing this, the corners of the devourer's mouth twitched violently. It was utterly unfathomable. The aura emanating from this individual was still on the rise. What an undeniable lunatic. I have no desire to play this life and death game. With this thought, a brilliant purple divine light suddenly erupted from the devourer. He disregarded the silver shadow hero beside him and turned to flee, vanishing into the vast depths of space in the blink of an eye. "Hold on. How can you just run away?" Wang Chen exclaimed, his expression of excitement abruptly freezing in disbelief. "You are a veritable cosmic deity. Do you not care for your dignity?" Yet, no matter how he shouted and cursed, the devourer had long since disappeared from sight. As time ticked by, Wang Chen eventually managed to quell the tumultuous energy surging within him. The purple light surrounding him flickered intermittently, and soon enough, his form began to shrink at a visible rate, swiftly returning to that of an ordinary human. Although he felt a profound sense of discontent, he could do little but grumble in frustration. What a letdown! Wang Chen sighed, disappointment etched across his face. It was his first time engaging in such a thrilling battle since arriving in this world. Though it was merely a contest of physical prowess, it was exhilarating, and yet, that scoundrel, the devourer, had fled. Shaking his head, he transformed into a flash of purple divine light, hurtling toward the solar system. The two of them had fought across countless light years. Earth, New Apple City, atop Stark Tower. Tony Stark's opulent office bore a semblance of disarray, filled with Stark, Dr. Banner, Natasha, Hawkeye, Captain America Steve, and Nick Fury, among others. Most notably, a blonde woman clad in a deep blue uniform stood among them. "Fury, did you summon me back solely to confront that utterly terrifying entity, the Devourer of Worlds?" The woman inquired coldly, her expression as frigid as ice, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. She is a cosmic deity. How could I possibly stand against her?" Her eyes betrayed a profound sense of helplessness and anger. Nick Fury's demeanor shifted to one of palpable discomfort. He scratched his head and stammered, Well, Carol, that was indeed the original plan, but it seems circumstances have changed." "Oh, is that so? Then what is the current situation?" Carol crossed her arms, casting a dubious glance at Fury, incredulous that matters could be so straightforward. "Oh, it's truly unnecessary now. Just before your arrival, Wang Chen was actually suppressing the Devourer with formidable force, rendering it utterly defenseless," Fury explained. gesturing animatedly as he recounted the fierce battle. What? Such a powerful individual exists on Earth? Carol exclaimed, incredulity washing over her. If that is the case, why did you summon me across such distances? To serve as a mere spectator? Unable to contain her mounting fury, she glared at Fury with gritted teeth, her icy gaze seemingly capable of piercing him through. Upon her return, she had anticipated a divine being in combat with the Devourer, only to discover it was a mere earthling. At that moment, Nick Fury was drenched in sweat, unable to meet Carol's piercing gaze as she pressed him with her questions. Internally, he was berating himself, thinking, the reason I called you back was to handle the threat posed by Wang Chen, who knew the Devourer would appear out of nowhere. But if I voiced this, given your temperament, you would undoubtedly unleash your fury upon me. Thus, silence seems the safer option. With that thought, Fury chose to remain silent, enduring Carol's fierce scrutiny. Meanwhile, Tony Stark leisurely sipped a glass of red wine, a smile gracing his lips as he reveled in Fury's current predicament. Internally, he relished the moment. Finally, Nick has encountered a formidable challenge. Let us see if he dares to command others so casually in the future. This is truly a gratifying sight. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner quietly observed from the sidelines, aware that this woman was not to be trifled with. You didn't summon me back to deal with that Wang Chen, did you? You're not trying to drive me to my grave, are you? Carol pondered, her anger reigniting as she dismissed Fury's words and approached him, launching into a flurry of strikes that echoed through the office with his cries of distress. No. Misunderstanding. No. Chapter 149. Heaven and Hell. After a considerable duration, Carol finally vented her pent-up fury, pausing to pour herself a glass of liquor, which she downed in one swift motion. Nick Fury, groaning, managed to rise from the floor, bearing a dark crimson bruise around one eye, his visage marred and battered. A rather pitiful sight. Ha! Tony Stark, upon witnessing Nick Fury's disheveled state, erupted in laughter, spraying his drink in the process. Dr. Banner wore a broad smile, while Natasha and Hawkeye struggled to suppress their amusement, their lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Fury, come here and enlighten me about that Wang Chen, Carol remarked, her lips curling slightly at Nick Fury's disarray, her mood considerably lifted as she spoke in a nonchalant manner. Certainly. Here's the situation. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Nick continued, explaining that the American government had launched a nuclear missile towards New York City, only for Wang Chen to intercept it and obliterate the White House with a single strike. He provided a detailed account of Wang Chen and recent events, abstaining from embellishments. For deceit is but a jest to the formidable. Upon absorbing Nick's words, Carol's expression twitched. Was the American government truly dancing on the precipice of death? In her view, Wang Chen's temperament was remarkably restrained. One must harbor profound respect for the powerful, such as the law of survival in the cosmos. All right, I understand. Nick Fury gazed at Carol in disbelief. The White House had been destroyed. Was that truly all there was to it? This was not the response he had anticipated. Carol resumed her solitary indulgence in her drink, ignoring Nick Fury, and a heavy silence enveloped the office. In the vast and boundless depths of the universe, a mysterious and potent beam of purple divine light streaked across the sky like a meteor, ultimately coming to rest above the cerulean earth. Soon after, a tall and imposing figure gradually emerged. This figure was none other than Wang Chen, his eyes slightly closed as his consciousness swept across the globe, enveloping the entire planet. However, upon sensing certain anomalies, his expression suddenly darkened, taking on a brooding intensity. These rascals dare to emerge and seize opportunities. Wang Chen scoffed, inwardly seething. Before his words had fully dissipated, his form vanished like a specter, reappearing in the rift between Earth and the dimension beyond. At that moment, within this realm fraught with uncertainty and peril, an exhilarating battle unfolded. The Ancient One stood resolutely, emanating an unparalleled aura of strength. She radiated a dazzling black and white divine light, akin to a resplendent moon illuminating the surrounding dark void. Opposite her stood a host of deities from both heaven and hell. From the heavenly side emerged the formidable Archangel Michael, the Seraph Gabriel, and Uriel, known for his divine radiance. The three of them shimmered with brilliant white light, reminiscent of three splendid stars, exuding an aura of boundless sanctity. In stark contrast, hell was led by the malevolent Mephisto, the fallen angel Lucifer, and the terrifying Satanish. These three dark gods were enveloped in a rich black-red glow, akin to raging flames that inspired dread. As the two sides met, their gazes collided, igniting sparks as if they were fated adversaries, brimming with hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, the angels of heaven launched their assault. Michael soared into the sky, Wielding a colossal sword radiating holy light, striking fiercely at the infernal deities, Gabriel chanted incantations, unleashing beams of sacred light aimed directly at their vital points. Uriel unfurled his snow-white wings, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards the enemy. In response to the fierce onslaught of the heavenly angels, the denizens of hell did not falter. Mephisto waved his hands, summoning torrents of black flames that roared forth to meet the incoming holy light. Lucifer swung his enchanted sword, its dark brilliance clashing violently with Michael's massive blade. Satanish let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy that surged towards the angels. In that moment, the white holy light and the black-red sinister glow collided and intertwined, erupting into a brilliant display of colors. Each clash contained immense energy, resulting in violent explosions that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Even the barriers of this dimensional realm struggled to withstand such tremendous forces, manifesting fine cracks that swiftly spread. At that instant, a shimmering 12-colored divine light enveloped the entire dimensional space, as a violet figure emerged above. Behind him appeared a colossal divine wheel, slowly rotating, as an unparalleled intent to annihilate surged forth towards both the heavenly and hellish forces. Boldness! You dare to offend the divine might. A thunderous voice resounded through the heavens, akin to a deafening clap of thunder. Impudence! You, who know not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Another roar followed, steeped in boundless fury and authority. Heresy! You dare to profane the divine. Each denunciation echoed, as if striving to rend the very fabric of reality. In an instant, the wrathful shouts of the infernal and celestial beings erupted, their grand and imposing forms suddenly adorned with streams of white and black divine light. The radiant beams entwined, forming a formidable shield, striving to withstand that terrifying will and pressure. Heresy? Huh. It is you, the self-proclaimed elite, who truly merit the title of heretics. A cold smirk graced Wang Chen's lips, a flicker of disdain illuminating his gaze. Blasphemy? How utterly ludicrous. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound laced with sarcasm. To hell with you all. With a thunderous shout, Wang Chen's aura erupted, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. He unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his fist howling, conjuring a tempestuous current. Simultaneously, the immense supreme divine wheel behind him radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to a blazing sun in the sky. The divine wheel transformed into a streak of light, accelerating towards the 6 malevolent deities and angels with unrelenting speed. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and space twisted. It rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire dimensional space in the blink of an eye, ensnaring all adversaries within. The divine wheel spun incessantly, emitting a cacophony of thunderous roars, each rotation seemingly capable of devouring all of creation. The energy unleashed by the angels and malevolent deities was ruthlessly consumed upon contact with the divine wheel, utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. The might emanating from the supreme divine wheel grew ever more potent, its radiance increasingly dazzling. Before this power capable of obliterating all, both the malevolent deities and angels felt an unprecedented sense of fear and despair. Holy light technique. With a furious roar, the battle angel Michael emanated a resplendent white luminescence. Radiant as the sun, his light sword danced with impeccable precision, unleashing waves of sacred sword energy that surged towards the colossal divine wheel descending upon them. Concurrently, the seraph Gabriel did not falter, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she chanted incantations, torrents of searing flames erupting from her palms, forming a blazing inferno that surged towards the divine wheel. This flame was the fire of judgment, capable of incinerating all manner of evil. Meanwhile, Uriel wielded a massive scythe, glinting with a chilling light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of unparalleled sharpness, cleaving through the air towards the terrifying divine wheel. Yet, in the face of the united assault from the 3 powerful angels, the divine wheel continued its inexorable descent. Inscribed with mystical runes and shimmering light, it seemed to harbor boundless power. On the other side, the 3 malevolent deities, Satanish, Lucifer, and Mephisto, were equally filled with trepidation. Destructive lightning. Satanish opened his gaping maw, unleashing a thick, dragon-like bolt of black lightning that surged towards the divine wheel, carrying with it the essence of annihilation, the light of the fallen. Lucifer unfurled a pair of wings as dark as ebony, from which emanated eerie shafts of black light, interweaving to form an expansive net, attempting to intercept the downward force of the divine wheel. Infernal flame. Mephisto clasped his hands together, then abruptly tore them apart. unleashing a torrent of deep violet flames that surged skyward like a volcanic eruption, violently colliding with the divine wheel. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the entire dimensional space erupted with a cacophony of earth-shattering roars that were deafening. The rampant waves of energy wreaked havoc, tearing the fabric of space asunder. Even the immensely powerful Ancient One had no choice but to withdraw from this dimensional space to avoid its onslaught. Yet the purple wheel of primordial chaos stood as an invincible entity, effortlessly consuming the assaults from angels and dark gods alike, which were infused with countless laws of light. These laws shimmered like agile dragons, weaving through the void, rendering all attacks into naught. Furthermore, the myriad of wills emanating from the wheel, intent on burying the heavens, obliterating all existence, and concluding cycles, intensified with ferocity. They coalesced into a palpable pressure that enveloped the six deities. Agonized cries and wails erupted from Michael and the other angels, as well as from Satanish and his dark counterparts. They felt as if their very bodies were to be crushed by this terrifying power, engulfed in unbearable torment. Before this absolute force, the six deities could only endure, utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 150. Annihilation. How amusing. Why have you ceased your bravado? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to exploit Earth? Wang Chen appeared majestically at the center of the primordial wheel, gazing down upon the three angels and three dark gods being relentlessly crushed and extinguished by the divine wheel. His face etched with disdainful derision. As he spoke, a resplendent 12-colored divine light erupted from his being, dazzling and vibrant like fireworks, continuously augmenting the power of the primordial wheel, rendering it increasingly formidable and amplifying its crushing force. None of you shall leave this place today. Not even if God himself were to descend, could he save you. Wang Chen declared with commanding authority, his words brimming with confidence and gravitas. In truth, Wang Chen understood well that even if these beings perished here, they could still be reborn, yet he was determined to impart a severe lesson to these deities, ensuring they would think twice before brazenly coveting Earth's bounty. Otherwise, the planet would know no peace henceforth. You wretched beings, my master shall not spare you. The battle angel Michael roared in a fit of rage, his handsome visage contorted by extreme fury. I have marked your essence. We shall see what the future holds. Mephisto emitted a chilling laughter, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down the spine. As the furious roars of the six deities filled the air, their energies surged with fervor, radiating boundless light and dark powers, akin to a tumultuous tide desperately resisting the fierce onslaught of the primordial wheel. How naive to think of self-detonation. Yet, in the face of this terrifying force, Wang Chen merely smiled disdainfully, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, a 12-colored divine light enveloped them like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the once formidable forces of light and darkness were devoured completely, vanishing without a trace, as if they had encountered their nemesis. You wretched ant, dare to refine us? You blasphemer! Heretic! May you meet a miserable end. The six deities, witnessing the depletion of their powers after failing their self-detonation, howled in furious rage. Wang Chen sat serenely at the heart of the primordial wheel, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. His 12,960 apertures resembled profound black holes, ceaselessly absorbing endless energy. Deep within his consciousness, a resplendent purple lotus blossomed, radiating dazzling light. Each petal of this lotus displayed unique colors and patterns, interweaving leaves symbolizing light and darkness, coexisting and flourishing. Alongside them, leaves representing the laws of death grew and evolved. The purple bud was particularly striking, adorned with a multitude of innate purple runes that shimmered like stars in the night sky, pulsating with a faint yet mysterious glow, as if whispering ancient and profound secrets. Within the lotus space, Wang Chen's primordial spirit soared to 108 zhang. He cradled the primordial bell while the primordial sword and its diagram circled around him, and the primordial cauldron hovered above, these treasures joyfully absorbing the essence of his spirit and continually perfecting their own restrictions. On his forehead, a 12-colored lotus seed gleamed like a brilliant pearl, pulsating with a mysterious and captivating radiance. Simultaneously, within his primordial spirit, a purple indestructible light of the primordial intertwined with it, producing strands of primordial ancestral qi, precisely 108 in number. Gradually, a wondrous vision of the nine heavens began to materialize in Wang Chen's consciousness, evidently influenced by the formidable powers of the eternal world's king of the divine. This enabled him to cultivate such miraculous nine consciousness realms and boundless primordial spirits. Throughout this process, his magical power accumulated like a rising tide. Wisps of purple energy drifting around him, dreamlike and ethereal. At that moment, Wang Chen, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, revealing an unmistakable expression of joy on his face. It turned out that while he was contemplating how to further refine the cycle of rebirth to mend the underlying flaws of the Qinkuan realm, the essential elements he sought had unexpectedly presented themselves at his doorstep. Could it truly be that my fortune is unparalleled? Wang Chen murmured to himself, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within him. Most significantly, unbeknownst to him, the enigmatic Hongmeng mirror had quietly bestowed upon him an indomitable essence of Hongmeng. This was utterly unexpected, a delightful surprise indeed. It is worth noting that the indomitable essence is an exceedingly rare and formidable entity, typically accessible only to those who have ascended to the true immortal realm. At this moment, Wang Chen possessed the Hongmeng indomitable essence, which surpassed the ordinary innate indomitable essence by a remarkable 2 tiers. Faced with such a precious treasure, Wang Chen could not help but lament that he had previously underestimated the marvel and greatness of the Hongmeng mirror. At this instant, his joy surged forth like tumultuous waves crashing against his spirit. However, after a considerable time, he finally managed to suppress his overwhelming excitement, gradually restoring his composure. Subsequently, Wang Chen cast a glance at the area beneath the Hongmeng 10,000 Dao wheel and observed that the once arrogant 6 divine beings had been reduced to mere remnants under the might of the Hongmeng mirror, no longer existent. Witnessing this scene, he slowly reined in the divine light emanating from him, and the Hongmeng 10,000 Dao will transformed into a resplendent purple radiance, swiftly merging into his sea of consciousness. Alas, how swiftly it fled! Wang Chen lamented as he surveyed his surroundings, but he could not catch a glimpse of Gui. Left with no choice, he muttered a few words under his breath to express his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light flickered around him, and, in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, departing from this dimension that had endured countless trials and tribulations. With Wang Chen's departure, this already fragmented dimension resembled an exceedingly fragile mirror, unable to bear the burden and emitting a crisp cracking sound. In an instant, the entire space shattered completely, devoured mercilessly by the boundless void, leaving no trace of its former existence. Chapter 151, The World? On the rooftop of Stark Tower in Earth, the fierce wind howled, causing Captain Marvel's golden locks to dance wildly. She stood there with a solemn expression, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the distant western horizon, filled with vigilance and gravity. From that direction emanated an incessant and potent aura of danger, interwoven with strands of light and darkness entwined together. The sheer magnitude of this force caused even the seasoned Captain Marvel to feel a tightening in her chest, prompting her to ponder, which malevolent deity has descended upon us? What sins has Earth committed to attract the scrutiny of so many divine beings? At that moment, Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, and Natasha hurriedly ascended to the rooftop. Nick Fury's face was etched with unease as he urgently inquired, "Carol, what on earth has transpired? Why is there such a terrifying energy fluctuation on the instruments?" Captain Marvel took a deep breath and, with a grave expression, replied, "There are several presences imbued with both light and dark forces attempting to invade Earth, but it appears that someone has intervened to halt them. If I am not mistaken, it must be a powerful sorcerer offering assistance." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's already troubled visage twisted into a grimace of fury. The pent-up frustration within him seemed impossible to contain any longer, erupting into a vehement curse. Damn it! Meanwhile, Tony Stark shook his head in resignation, a shadow of worry casting over his handsome features. He murmured to himself with a wry smile, "Wow, our Earth certainly is a coveted prize. Loki has just been driven away, the planet devourer was thwarted by Wang Chen, and now several malevolent deities wish to come here and take advantage of us. Have I stumbled upon a lifetime of misfortune?" Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances, both feeling overwhelmed and weary. Perhaps it's time for annihilation. After all, we are but mere mortals. Suddenly, Captain Marvel sensed a familiar presence, Wang Chen's energy. Had he defeated the planet devourer? Astonishingly, he seemed to have subdued these malevolent deities, and a look of astonishment spread across her face. "What is it, Carol?" Nick Fury inquired swiftly. "The crisis has passed. It seems the malevolent deities have been subdued by Wang Chen." Captain Marvel's expression morphed into one of strange delight as she gazed at Nick Fury with a pitying look. "You are quite brave, young man. Keep it up, Ariki. You will succeed." "Huh." Nick Fury's expression turned to one of shock. "Wonderful. Thank heavens," exclaimed Hawkeye and Natasha in excitement. Indeed, You should express your gratitude to Wang Chen. Tony Stark remarked with a smile, his tone casual. Gratitude for what? Atop the rooftop, a purple light flickered, revealing Wang Chen's form as he spoke nonchalantly. What the hell? How did you appear here? Weren't you engaged in battle with the deities? Tony Stark exclaimed, startled by Wang Chen's sudden appearance. The planet devourer fled. Those angels from heaven and the demons from hell have met their demise. It is merely a jest. The arrival of the devourer of stars is but an attempt to reap the autumn wind upon earth. Wang Chen remarked with disdain, a subtle aura of menace emanating from him, only to be swiftly reined back. Captain Marvel gazed at Wang Chen with curiosity, while Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, and Natasha found themselves drenched in cold sweat, utterly horrified by Wang Chen's sudden display of lethal energy. You must be Captain Marvel. Did you bring this little egg back to deal with me? Wang Chen said, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Carol. I am Captain Marvel. But you may call me Carol, Mr. Wang. However, I have no intention of confronting you, Carol replied earnestly. At that time, I left the cosmos to escape the harassment of the government. That's splendid. Enough of this. Day in and day out, it's either fighting or on the path to fight. It wears me out. Wang Chen grumbled, a flash of purple light enveloping him as he vanished from the rooftop. Phew. After Wang Chen's departure, Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, and Natasha exhaled a collective sigh of relief. He was indeed quite intimidating. Captain Marvel also felt a sense of relief, having been completely enveloped by Wang Chen's aura. Had she exhibited any hostility moments ago, her survival would have been in question. Her gaze shifted to Nick Fury, and in an instant, she appeared before him, commencing a rather enlightening lesson. Ah, no, Carol, I was wrong. Please stop. Wow, I feel much better now. Tony Stark observed with delight as Nick Fury once again found himself at the receiving end of Captain Marvel's wrath, his joy evidently rooted in the misfortune of others. Hawkeye, I'm famished. Let's grab something to eat. Natasha, her demeanor brightening, suggested cheerfully. Certainly, Hawkeye replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Tony Stark hurriedly followed suit. Only the echoes of Nick Fury's lamentation remained on the rooftop, reverberating incessantly. In Chinatown, on Henry Street, within a traditional Chinese palace villa, a flash of purple light heralded Wang Chen's arrival. His consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire villa, revealing that no one was home. Unfazed, he settled into a tea chair and began to expertly brew tea. Suddenly, a purple light flickered between Wang Chen's brows, and the Hongmeng mirror soared forth from his consciousness, shimmering with divine purple radiance. A violet screen materialized before him, displaying the majestic scenes of the boundless chaos sea, and in an instant, a shattered world emerged within the screen. Is this not the realm of Qinquan? What purpose do you have in showing me this? Wang Chen murmured, his brow furrowing in confusion. Before his eyes, the previously shattered world within the luminous screen suddenly magnified at an astonishing speed, resembling a mysterious and ancient scroll unfurling before him. In the blink of an eye, a vast, boundless realm filled with fantastical hues materialized within the light. In this enchanting world, the great Qin dynasty shone like a brilliant gem, yet it occupied merely a fraction of the entire realm. As he cast his gaze outward, he beheld the tumultuous, boundless sea, teeming with countless formidable beasts lurking beneath the depths or leaping from the waves, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. To the south lay the endless stretch of the 10,000 great mountains, lush and verdant, resembling a colossal green dragon winding its way through the landscape. Here, mists swirled mysteriously, said to conceal myriad secrets and unparalleled treasures. Turning westward, an infinite expanse of desolate desert unfolded, with howling winds and swirling sands, as if it were a realm forsaken by time. To the north, expansive grasslands intertwined with frigid ice fields, creating a unique tableau. This land was home to an array of peculiar creatures and fierce beasts. Even more astonishing was the presence of several terrifying great demons, each possessing powers surpassing the celestial realm, scattered throughout various corners of this realm. Yet, most unexpectedly, floating in the void surrounding the realm were as many as 365 small worlds. A closer inspection revealed that 330 of these worlds had been claimed by ruthless demons, suffused with an atmosphere of bloodshed and darkness. Fortunately, 35 smaller worlds remained relatively intact, having not yet succumbed to the dreadful corruption of the great Luo's blood. Wang Chen involuntarily gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at those familiar worlds. What the hell? He exclaimed, unable to contain himself, for he had spotted the once coveted Zhejian world. Could this be the night world? He muttered in disbelief, a wave of indescribable excitement surging within him. Was this truly the Qing snake world? As one by one, the worlds that had only existed in the recesses of his memory began to surface. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he grappled to comprehend the reason behind such an occurrence. Was this an extraordinary coincidence, or was there some mysterious force orchestrating it all? In that moment, he found himself enveloped in profound confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 152. A warm gesture, intriguing, truly intriguing. Wang Chen murmured to himself as he regained his composure. His eyes widened as he fixated on the familiar yet strange vistas of these worlds. Within these small realms, the natural order struggled valiantly against the pollution brought forth by the great Luo's blood from the celestial realm. The Hongming mirror transmitted images of this world to him, evidently hoping he would swiftly bring these smaller worlds under his dominion. You, my good fellow, have actually colluded with the primordial consciousness of the Qiankuan realm, engaging in a most unscrupulous alliance. Wang Chen muttered somewhat irritably at the Hongming mirror. Yet, simultaneously, an undeniable glimmer of joy danced upon his face. After all, these minor worlds are teeming with hidden talents and exceptional individuals. At present, what the great Qian dynasty most desperately lacks is precisely such talents. Thus, it appears that the time has indeed come to seize complete control over the Qiankuan realm. At that moment, the Hongming mirror suddenly shimmered with a dazzling purple divine light. Following this, a mirror-like mysterious imprint shot forth at an astonishing speed, vanishing into Wang Chen's brow in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the Hongming mirror flashed once more, instantly disappearing without a trace, only to reappear beside the divine dragon that symbolizes the fortune of the great Qian in the Qiankuan realm. It joyfully spiraled and danced as if celebrating something. Witnessing this scene, a twitch of disbelief crept upon Wang Chen's lips. Lo and behold, the Hongming mirror had simply fled. However, before he could fully recover from his astonishment, his primordial spirit had already received the vital information intentionally left by the Hongming mirror. It turned out that a connection could indeed be established between the Marvel world and the Qiankuan realm through this imprint. A smile spread across Wang Chen's face. With a flick of his hand, the purple light curtain in the air vanished in an instant. His primordial spirit resonated with the mirror imprint within his sea of consciousness, attempting to summon the simplified interface. In a heartbeat, a purple light curtain appeared before him. Name: Wang Chen Realm. Peak Earth Immortal Lifespan. Infinite Innate Divine Powers. 10,000 Paths of Tribulation, Minor Success. 10,000 Incantations, Minor Success. Divine Powers. Hongming Divine Light. Reincarnation Divine Light. Great Yin-Yang Technique. Great 5 Elements Technique Spells. Sword Control Technique. Soul Refinement Technique. Transformation Technique. Qiankuan Technique. Alchemy Technique. Artifact Refinement Technique. Talismans Technique. Martial Arts. Hongming 10,000 Paths Cycle Reflection of All Heavens. 53 Repair. 38, Not Too Shabby. I hope to restore the Hongming mirror once I have taken full control of the Qiankuan realm. Next, I shall delve into the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Reality Stone is also on the verge of appearing. Let the World Tree in the Qiankuan realm develop for a while, and afterward, I will eradicate those great demons while conveniently collecting those minor worlds. Wang Chen's figure materialized on the 3rd floor of the villa, where he summoned the Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube, their blue auras flickering and floating in the air. He enveloped the 2 infinity stones with his consciousness, instantly entering a state of enlightenment. America, having endured such calamities, had descended into a profound silence. Even the destruction of the White House had stirred little turbulence, as the nation entered a phase of licking its wounds. Meanwhile, New York City, supported by Stark Industries, was engaged in an extensive infrastructure project. In summary, regardless of the forces at play, fear has enveloped them, and few dare to cause mischief anymore. Lu Feifei, Yang Mi, Jin Yanzi, and Ni Shang have been left to their own devices, reveling in their newfound freedom, taking turns as superheroes. And the entire nation is graced with their scenes of vanquishing demons and monsters. In the majestic Himalayas, within the sanctum of the temple mages, a brilliant purple light suddenly illuminated the square, revealing a young man from Huaxia clad in a purple robe. Who are you? What brings you here? Quickly notify the supreme mage. A group of temple mages in yellow robes surrounded Wang Chen, their expressions filled with indignation. With a smile playing upon his lips, Wang Chen regarded the mages, his eyes shimmering with purple divine light. Indeed, it appeared that their powers were merely borrowed, upon death. Both their souls and magical essence were claimed by these malevolent deities. How ruthless they truly are. Yet, I find it exhilarating. An expression of excitement graced Wang Chen's face as he stroked his chin, contemplating the creation of a technique that would allow him to harness their magical prowess without claiming their souls. He recalled that it seemed such a method existed within the martial tomb. "What brings you here, Mr. Wang?" Gu Yi appeared in the square, her gaze disdainful as she addressed him. "Salutations, Supreme Mage." "Supreme Mage. Teacher." The disciples of the temple bowed respectfully to Gu Yi. "Enough, you may disperse." Gu Yi instructed her disciples. "Yes." The temple mages swiftly retreated, leaving only Wang Chen and Master Gu Yi in the vicinity. "Oh dear, I have come to offer warmth." "Must you be so heartless?" Wang Chen said, his face beaming with mirth. Gu Yi couldn't help but twitch her mouth, inwardly thinking, "I believe you not, you rascal. Please, this way, Mr. Wang." As soon as she finished speaking, she led him towards an ancient palace. Wang Chen curiously surveyed the architecture surrounding him as he followed Gu Yi into the palace, where they sat opposite each other at a tea table. A radiant smile adorned Wang Chen's face, his demeanor seemingly sincere and concerned for the temple mages. "Look at your pitiful disciples, stumbling along this arduous path of cultivation. It truly evokes a sense of compassion. Therefore, I have decided to generously bestow upon you a wondrous magical formation to channel the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. This way, your little disciples need no longer rely on the sinister and perilous powers of the malevolent deities." He patted his chest and continued to expound. "Moreover, regarding the methods of cultivation, have I not already imparted them to you? Within this narrative lies the profound essence of the Yin-Yang Dao Sutra, the Solar Dao Sutra, and the Lunar Dao Sutra, three extraordinary techniques that countless individuals yearn for." Upon hearing these words, even the typically composed and serene Ancient One found it challenging to maintain her poise, internally cursing, "This insufferable scoundrel, is he deliberately thwarting my desire for a peaceful retirement? To think he would even target the esteemed mages of the sanctum." With her anger surging, she could no longer contain her fury and demanded, "What is your true intention?" In the face of Ancient One's inquiry, Wang Chen feigned innocence, spreading his hands in a semblance of grievance as he replied, "Oh dear, what ill motives could I possibly harbor? I merely wish to prevent my homeland from being stealthily encroached upon by others." His words, delivered with an air of righteousness, appeared quite convincing. However, Ancient One was evidently skeptical of his narrative, her piercing gaze fixed upon him as if attempting to unravel his true motives. Noting her unwavering scrutiny, Wang Chen felt compelled to reiterate, "Truly, I assure you, Master Ancient One, you must trust me. Furthermore, there is nothing of particular value on your side that I covet. Even that so-called eternal deity is but a minor spirit dwelling within the true immortal realm. With my innate talent and relentless effort, it won't be long before I ascend to the true immortal stage." By the end of his declaration, his tone had grown resolute, imbued with unshakable confidence in his future. Yet, he kept to himself that the Marvel Universe had already become an undeniable objective for him. Such thoughts were best left unspoken. Chapter 153, Forging Tools. At this moment, Ancient One felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, internally muttering, "Wang Chen is audacious. Can such words be carelessly uttered?" Although she had received a detailed account of the levels of cultivators from the heritage techniques bestowed by Wang Chen, hearing his assertions firsthand left her unable to suppress her astonishment. With an irritated tone, she admonished him, "Did you not claim you would set up the formation? Why are you still dawdling here?" She added with finality, "I do not wish to see you any longer." Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen felt an immediate sense of relief, thinking to himself, "At last, I am free from the role of a caretaker for the earth." A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he replied, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall proceed to forge some tools and, in passing, create a formidable array for your domain." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a blink, reappearing on the expansive square. What followed was a spectacle that left onlookers astounded. Wang Chen waved his hand gently, his Qinquan ring emanating a mysterious glow. Subsequently, he began to extract an endless array of exceedingly rare materials from the depths of the ring. What first captivated the crowd's attention was an astonishingly long piece of azure serpent skin, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, seemingly imbued with boundless spiritual energy. Following closely was a magnificent, immaculate jade stone towering over 10 meters, exuding a gentle white glow akin to the warmth of jade. Additionally, there lay precious and rare treasures such as starlit iron, the dazzling sunstone, and the chilling lunar essence iron among a plethora of invaluable magical materials. For a moment, the entire square was illuminated as if it were daylight by these dazzling magical resources. The onlooking temple mages were left in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. Large enough to fit an egg. Some could not contain their exclamations, marveling at the abundance of wondrous magical materials. Others, with eyes alight, murmured to themselves about the treasures before them. However, many exchanged bewildered glances, whispering in confusion about the intentions behind it all. What could he possibly be planning? Perhaps he aims to forge an unparalleled artifact. Amidst the murmurs and whispers, a rich purple divine light suddenly enveloped Wang Chen. Under the resplendent glow, he began to levitate gently into the air, sitting cross-legged with a serene composure. With hands clasped together, he summoned an extraordinary radiance from his palms. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, waves of purple magical energy surged forth like a roaring tide, coalescing into a towering cauldron, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura as if it harbored infinite power. With a subtle thought, the azure serpent skin on the ground was drawn upwards by an unseen force, hovering gracefully in midair. His hands moved swiftly, crafting intricate and profound purple seals, directing them continuously towards the azure skin. As the seals descended, spatial runes danced like nimble fish, swiftly imprinting themselves upon the serpent skin. In that instant, the force of space permeated the surroundings, causing the very air to warp. Under this spatial influence, the once massive azure serpent skin began to shrink rapidly, visibly transforming into a beam of azure light that swiftly darted into the cauldron. Subsequently, Wang Chen flipped his palm, conjuring a sphere of purple flame that materialized in his hand. The flame flickered, radiating intense heat and formidable energy. Without hesitation, he hurled the purple fire towards the base of the cauldron, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the roaring flames ignited instantly, illuminating the entire area. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, half of the towering pile of materials seemed to respond to an invisible call, soaring into the air and directly entering the cauldron. He then resumed his intricate movements, continuously weaving black and white interlaced runes, forcefully striking them into the cauldron. The runes shimmer with an extraordinary luminescence, a fusion of the acquired yin-yang divine light and the grand yin-yang technique, encapsulating profound and unfathomable laws. Upon entering the cauldron, these runes instantaneously unleashed a dazzling display of black and white divine light. Simultaneously, the azure serpent skin voraciously absorbed the liquid formed from various materials, its hue gradually shifting from its initial azure to a mesmerizing blend of black and white. Furthermore, intricate yin-yang prohibitions continuously manifested upon its surface, rendering it increasingly enigmatic and formidable. Suddenly, a torrent of black and white divine light surged forth from the cauldron, engulfing the entire Daoist temple in an instant. Following this, a colossal yin-yang Tai Chi diagram slowly materialized in the air, rotating languidly while emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chen's expression turned anxious as he cried out urgently, "This is not good. Gu-yi, hurry and drop your blood to establish dominance." Understood. Gu-yi, appearing solemnly in the air, let a drop of crimson golden blood fall, instantly staining the yin-yang Dao diagram. The diagram radiated a crimson glow, gradually diminishing in size until it appeared in Gu-yi's grasp. She gazed at the black and white divine diagram in her hand with immense delight. Seeing Gu-yi successfully receive the Dao diagram, Wang Chen finally exhaled in relief, astonished that this refining process could yield a spiritual treasure. Gu-yi had indeed struck a stroke of good fortune. Yet, considering the earth immortal-grade azure serpent skin combined with the yin-yang laws, the creation of a spiritual treasure was hardly unexpected. With a casual flick of his arm, Wang Chen summoned an invisible force that swiftly whisked away the massive jade stone and numerous remaining materials, making them vanish without a trace, seamlessly integrating them into the cauldron. Concurrently, a blinding violet flame erupted from the cauldron's base, roaring like a fiery dragon, fierce and fervent. Wang Chen's countenance grew grave as he danced his hands like phantoms, unleashing a torrent of mysterious runes from his fingertips, embodying the sun, the lunar essence, and the stars in golden, azure, and violet blue hues. These runes twirled and intertwined above the cauldron like lively sprites, crafting a breathtaking tableau imbued with boundless power. As time progressed, the once unyielding jade gradually softened and morphed under this tremendous force, ultimately transforming into a grand portal radiating a mystical violet glow. This portal, exuding an ancient and majestic aura, was adorned with exquisite carvings, seemingly holding the secrets of the cosmos. Yet, Wang Chen did not cease his actions. He gently closed his eyes, meticulously attuning his consciousness to the unique marker located in his middle dantian, meant to commune with the dimensional space. Upon reopening his eyes, He flicked his 10 fingers, sending forth a continuous stream of silver-white space runes that accurately penetrated the cauldron, inscribing themselves precisely onto the violet portal. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the magnificent purple door suddenly broke free from the constraints of the cauldron. Soaring skyward like a bolt of lightning, it hovered gracefully, gradually releasing tendrils of warm, gentle purple aura infused with the essence of the sun. This rich purple energy enveloped all in a comforting embrace, as if it could dispel every shadow and chill from the world. Following this, brilliant celestial energy cascaded forth from the purple door, resembling a jubilant swarm of stars dancing and swirling around it. These starry energies sparkled with an enchanting radiance, brimming with vitality and exuberance. Finally, the cool essence of the moonlight emerged, cascading down like liquid mercury, illuminating the surrounding space in a silvery glow. With a profound understanding and mastery over the laws of the sun, moon, and stars, Wang Chen successfully transformed the once ferocious solar power into a gentle and stable purple aura, alongside the celestial and lunar energies. Moreover, these three forms of energy were capable of being released in a rhythmic manner, continuously bestowing boundless energy upon this sacred ground. Now, Gu-Yi, hasten to claim your dominion, Wang Chen declared with satisfaction as he descended to the earth, his gaze fixed upon the celestial door in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. His skills in refining artifacts were commendable, and the dimensional universe had indeed served him well, especially since the star energies had become largely ineffective for him after ascending to the earth immortal realm. Chapter 154. The Red Mansion. Gu-Yi looked up at the enigmatic celestial door radiating mysterious light, her eyes gleaming with delight. The immense power and endless secrets contained within the door filled her with genuine satisfaction. Even her typically stern countenance broke into a long-awaited radiant smile. In an instant, she vanished like a wraith, appearing beside the celestial door. Without hesitation, she drew forth a drop of her essence blood, which streaked through the air like a crimson meteor, striking the celestial door with precision. In that moment, the celestial door ignited with dazzling purple divine light, resembling a dynamic dragon soaring and enveloping Gu-Yi in its embrace. What pure energy! Gu-Yi exclaimed in awe, unable to contain her wonder. She could distinctly feel the energy flowing into her body, swiftly nourishing her meridians and soul. It was akin to experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought, with every cell in her being immersed in an unparalleled state of comfort. How delightful! This energy can heal my body, Gu-Yi murmured to herself, as the wounds she had sustained from her prolonged struggle against dark forces began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Although she had previously acquired the Yin-Yang Dao scripture and the two instruments pearl, she had channeled them into refining the dark power. This is truly wonderful, Ancient One murmured softly. For many years, she had fervently sought a more potent power, and now her desires had finally been fulfilled. Furthermore, there were diverse attributes. As she delved deeper into the ethereal energies of the celestial gate, Ancient One made a delightful new discovery. In addition to the exceptionally rich magical energy, she sensed the presence of various energies infused with the radiant essence of the sun, the celestial power of the stars, and the luminous force of the moon. These energies intertwined and complemented one another, enhancing the formidable strength of the celestial gate. Simultaneously, the surrounding assembly of temple mages took note of the extraordinary radiance and powerful aura emanating from the celestial gate. They gathered curiously, and upon feeling the pure and potent magical force, they were overtaken with excitement, expressing their joy with animated gestures. No longer must we borrow the powers of the demon gods, one mage exclaimed exuberantly. In the past, to acquire sufficient magical energy for their spells, they had to resort to borrowing from perilous demon gods, a practice fraught with immense risk and cost. Now, with the celestial gate, such worries were a thing of the past. Finally liberated, another mage cried, tears of joy streaming down his face as he recalled the numerous trials and tribulations endured in seeking the demon god's power, his heart brimming with emotion. In that moment, the entire square resounded with the cheers, laughter, and emotional cries of the mages, as they freely released the pent-up feelings within, reveling in this hard-won moment of victory. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Many thanks, Mr. Wang. Someone initiated this chant, and soon, more and more mages joined in, their harmonious voices echoing through the skies, expressing their profound gratitude to Wang Chen, the creator of the celestial gate. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chen smiled gently, his purple aura shimmering as he vanished from the temple grounds, returning to his villa, murmuring, "What a group of chosen laborers." in the realm of Qiankuan. Within the Grand Qian dynasty, in the opulent residence of the Rong family in Yujing City, the atmosphere was rather delicate. A young woman, Lin Daiyu, was defiantly retorting, "Grandmother, I have come to pay my respects today, not to seek a marriage match, and I shall not marry my cousin. This is outrageous. A marriage arranged by one's parents and a matchmaker cannot be disregarded." An elderly woman, Shi Taijun, exclaimed in a fury. "Cousin, you must quickly apologize to grandmother and avoid inciting her anger," urged a handsome young man, Jiao Baiyu, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Lin Daiyu, exuding an air of stubbornness, ignored him completely. A greenish divine light began to radiate from her as she stated calmly, "I do not recall any such engagement. It seems you wish to force me to stay. Unaware of your own folly, seize this insolent girl from me." Madame Shi was filled with wrath, issuing her command. At that moment, a dozen figures rushed into the hall like a tempest. Each guard was robust and vigorous, exuding a formidable aura, evidently accomplished practitioners who had entered the realm of qi refining. Lin Daiyu, whose once delicate beauty now bore an expression of grave concern, pondered inwardly. It seemed that today's events would not conclude peacefully. She was utterly perplexed as to why her grandmother insisted on her marrying that cousin whom she had met for the first time. However, the current situation left no room for further contemplation. She must first confront the imminent crisis. In a heartbeat, Lin Daiyu summoned the profound magic within her. Instantly, she transformed into a resplendent azure divine light, dazzling and blinding to behold. The guards encircling her had yet to react before they were forcefully sent flying by this potent azure radiance. Seizing the moment, Lin Daiyu unfalteringly cast her spell once again, morphing into a swift azure streak and darting towards the hall's exit, desperate to escape this realm of turmoil. "Grandmother, my cousin has fled," Jiao Baoyu exclaimed. His face flushed with urgency as he grasped Madame Shi's arm tightly, shaking it incessantly, his eyes betraying a lewd glimmer. Madame Shi gently patted Jiao Baoyu's hand, soothingly assuring him, "Fear not, this little girl cannot escape." Her countenance revealed a determined resolve, as though everything were under her control. At that instant, two figures suddenly appeared before Lin Daiyu. The monk, hands clasped, unleashed a resounding golden handprint, resembling a towering mountain that obstructed her path. Meanwhile, the Daoist wielded a blue whisk, weaving countless threads of blue light into an impenetrable net, instantaneously blocking her escape. "Devotee, you would be wise to stay," the monk and the Daoist proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder across the heavens. Lin Daiyu's once enchanting visage turned pale as parchment, her heart gripped by terror. Could this person truly be a formidable practitioner of the harmonization realm? Yet, in this dire moment, she had no time for such thoughts. In a swift motion, Lin Daiyu waved her hand, conjuring a pale azure longsword that appeared in her grasp. Without hesitation, she channeled her internal magic with all her might. And in an instant, a brilliant azure sword light shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the two before her. Simultaneously, she parted her cherry lips and violently expelled a mouthful of blood. The crimson droplets splattered onto the azure escape light, instantly staining it a shocking blood red. Harnessing this newfound power, Lin Daiyu transformed into a blood-colored rainbow, evading the fierce assaults of the two with astonishing speed, successfully fleeing from the Rongwa mansion. Alas, it is indeed the blood escape technique. As the monk and Daoist witnessed the unfolding scene, they collectively gasped in astonishment. A brilliant and resplendent divine radiance erupted from both of them, enabling them to withstand the fierce sword energy unleashed by Lin Daiyu. However, upon seeing Lin Daiyu vanish from the Rongwa mansion, their expressions shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly pursued her like two shooting stars. Chapter 155, Did I Permit Your Departure? In the bustling and vibrant metropolis of New York City, an ancient-style Chinese villa stood in tranquil solitude. At that moment, within this villa, Wang Chen was seated in a serene chamber, wholly absorbed in contemplating the enigmatic and powerful infinite gems of space and spirit. Yet, as he delved deeply into the exploration of the gems' powers, a sudden flicker from the mysterious mirror mark in his consciousness jolted him from his profound contemplation. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening as if it could drip with water, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, and a dazzling purple light curtain materialized before him. This curtain unfolded like a dynamic painting, rapidly showcasing scenes from the chaotic world. Eventually, the imagery settled upon the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, Yujing City. A blood-red escape light surged forth from the Rongwa mansion like a meteor, moving with lightning speed. Following closely behind were two radiant beams of golden light, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be the monk and Daoist, relentlessly pursuing with fierce determination. By heavens, truly remarkable. Wang Chen ground his teeth in a low curse. I have transformed the great Qian demon city into the Yunqiao. Yet these fools dare to emerge and create turmoil. Moreover, they have the audacity to cause a ruckus in such a significant place as Yujing City. It appears their backing is exceptionally formidable. I should have annihilated the Rongwa mansion at the outset. With this thought, a cold smile spread across Wang Chen's face. Initially, he intended to collect the reality gem first, and then eliminate the troublesome elements within the Qianquan realm. However, this group of reckless deities provoking him so frequently was simply intolerable. Wang Chen waved his hands once more, unleashing a mighty surge of purple magical energy that swiftly coalesced into a complex, sound-sealing incantation in the air. After completing this task, he flickered and stepped unhesitatingly into the purple light curtain. Simultaneously, the mirror mark radiated a dazzling purple holy light, intertwining to gradually form a massive purple portal. This portal settled firmly in the center of the spacious hall, appearing as a gateway to another unknown and mysterious realm. In the lively and bustling Yujing City, a striking blood-red escape light raced forward with astonishing speed, relentlessly pursued by two brilliant golden lights, akin to meteors chasing the moon. Before them, amidst a blood-red light, stood a woman of ethereal beauty, Lin Daiyu, as exquisite as a celestial being. At that moment, her countenance was pallid, her expression fraught with terror, beads of fragrant sweat cascading down her forehead. Yet, with all her strength, she endeavored to manipulate the escaping light, striving to evade the pursuers behind her. Among those in pursuit was a Daoist clad in ceremonial robes, who, while soaring through the air on his sword, bellowed towards Lin Daiyu, "My dear maiden, you cannot escape. It would be wise to return with me, for this is your fate." However, Lin Daiyu remained impervious to his words, resolutely propelling herself toward the Zhengfu office of the Jinyui, for an inner voice continually warned her, "The Ronghua house is not a sanctuary. Brother Dao, hasten to employ your mystical abilities. If we are discovered by the Jinyui and the Demon Suppression Division, we shall be in grave peril." At that moment, another figure pursuing alongside the Daoist interjected. This individual was a bald monk, his face shrouded in a dark demeanor, with cunning gleams flickering in his triangular eyes. As he spoke, a string of golden prayer beads materialized in his hand. With a swift motion of his wrist, he hurled the beads into the air. Instantly, the beads radiated an invisible spatial force, enveloping the sky and rendering the events below imperceptible to the outside world. "Behold my grand celestial capture," the Daoist exclaimed with a cold snort, waving his right hand. A massive azure handprint, spanning several yards, materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Lin Daiyu with a howling rush. This enormous handprint contained an overwhelming spatial power, distorting and compressing the very air around it. As Lin Daiyu gazed upward at the swiftly approaching handprint, despair and dread flooded her heart. "No," she cried out in a voice tinged with despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, even in her fear, she did not relent. Gritting her teeth, she continued to propel her blood escape, yearning to break free from this terrifying restraint. Alas, no matter her efforts, she remained ensnared by the handprint-esque grip, as though mired in a quagmire, utterly immobilized. "Huh, you are already captured by me." The Daoist appeared before Lin Daiyu, sneering, his eyes glinting with mockery as he observed her futile struggles beneath the massive handprint. "Come now, brother Dao, capture her swiftly. We must not linger here," the monk urged, his countenance grim. "Very well," the Daoist replied, ceasing his torment of Lin Daiyu. With a wave of his hand, her form was drawn towards him, and in an instant, she stood by his side. He cast a binding spell upon her, and she collapsed to the ground. With a flick of his handkerchief, white threads enveloped Lin Daiyu, and he turned to the monk, saying, "Let us depart." "Agreed." The monk, having received the prayer beads, revealed a smile and responded affirmatively. Just at that moment, the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an ear-splitting, overwhelmingly dominant voice. The sound reverberated in the ears of the crowd like thunder. "Have I permitted your departure?" Accompanying this furious roar was an unparalleled will, as if capable of annihilating all existence, surging forth like a mighty tide, enveloping the monk and the Daoist in an instant. In that fleeting moment, extreme terror marred the faces of the two, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down their foreheads, swiftly soaking their garments. Simultaneously, they felt their internal powers constricted, as if grasped by an invisible hand, rendering their energy flow stagnant. With two resounding thuds, they plummeted from the heavens, followed by a thunderous crash as they struck the broad street below, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Lin Daiyu was securely held aloft by a mysterious purple divine light. Her enchanting eyes blinked in a dazed manner, intently focused on the unfolding spectacle. On another front, Wang Chen's thoughts stirred slightly, and from the primordial cauldron, a fist-sized potion of dragon and phoenix, radiating brilliant light, suddenly soared forth. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the potion transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering Lin Daiyu's mouth. Observing her successfully swallow it, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and gradually descended to the ground with her. "It is His Majesty." A voice unexpectedly rang out first. In an instant, the entire street erupted in fervor. "It truly is the Emperor." Others in the crowd exclaimed excitedly, "Long live our Emperor! Long live our Emperor! Long live our Emperor!" The resounding chants soared into the heavens as people, with hearts full of reverence and respect, knelt and paid their respects to Wang Chen, creating a magnificent scene. "Please rise." Wang Chen spoke gently, yet his voice carried an indescribable power that effortlessly resonated throughout the entirety of Yujing City, showcasing his extraordinary might. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the kneeling citizens collectively cried out, their voices booming and echoing through the skies. Wang Chen inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the street until it settled on the monk and the Taoist. A mere glance revealed his unabashed disdain. The sight before him was indeed hard to bear. One was a limping Taoist, the other a leprous monk. Both were grotesque and utterly repulsive. At that moment, they were spitting blood, clearly gravely injured, their bodies trembling with fear, their panicked expressions stealing furtive glances at Wang Chen, dreading the imminent disaster that might befall them. "Where is Zhuo Jingzhong?" Wang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold as he bellowed the question. "Your Majesty, I stand before you." With this proclamation, Zhuo Jingzhong transformed into a radiant crimson arc, dashing forth from the gates of the town suppression office like a bolt of lightning. Arriving at the street in an instant, he respectfully knelt halfway before Wang Chen. "Seal the residence of the Duke of Rome. How dare they collude with foreign deities to harm the Qian? Such a transgression is utterly unforgivable." Wang Chen's eyes widened in fury, emanating an unparalleled majesty. His words icy and piercing. "Yes, I shall obey." Zhuo Jingzhong's face turned ashen, secretly lamenting their grievous oversight within the imperial guards. What audacity had the Duke of Rome possessed to commit such a heinous act? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dared not delay. Swiftly transforming into a streak of light towards the sky, bellowing, "Imperial guards, heed my command. Quickly seal the residence of the Duke of Rome and apprehend all related individuals. There must be no errors." "Understood." Upon hearing Zhuo Jingzhong's command, the imperial guards within Yujing City were filled with righteous indignation, responding loudly as they hastened towards the Duke's estate. Witnessing the swift action of the imperial guards, Wang Chen's anger was somewhat assuaged. After a moment's contemplation, he called out again, "Where is Zhuge Wulong?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant white arc streaked across the heavens, descending like a meteor before Wang Chen. As the light faded, the ethereal figure of Zhuge Wulong emerged, bowing deeply in reverence. Immediately revised the decree. "I wish for this mandate to be inscribed upon the divine dragon of fortune, enveloping the entirety of the Daiqian domain. Any who dare defy this decree shall be executed without mercy." Wang Chen, recalling the myriad tales from the novels of the Yunqiao era he had read in his past life, unhesitatingly issued this command. However, as a newly ascended emperor, he lacked experience, finding himself somewhat overwhelmed by the intricacies of governance. It seems the time has come to illuminate a complete world of Yunqiao. Otherwise, managing such multifaceted affairs alone is an arduous task, Wang Chen pondered. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wulong first appeared astonished, but then a look of wild joy crossed his face as he hastily bowed and replied, "The old minister will faithfully execute your majesty's will and ensure the welfare of the people." Wang Chen's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Remember, do not become complacent. Do not betray my trust. The old minister will remember your majesty's sacred decree and take his leave." With that, Zhuge Wulong transformed once more into a streak of light, vanishing at the end of the street, his heart filled with joy as he set about revising the decree. The common folk lining the streets, upon hearing the emperor's command, were overwhelmed with delight, kneeling in reverence and chanting in unison, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! 10,000 years!" Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing through the skies. Lin Daiyu, witnessing Wang Chen's formidable presence, could not help but display a fervent admiration on her delicate features, joining the people in their fervent supplications. Wang Chen cast a fleeting glance at Lin Daiyu. Her graceful figure and delicate smile resembled a resplendent pearl. Yet, she was still quite young, appearing no older than 14 or 15, a thought he dared not entertain. Upon hearing Wang Chen's command and the jubilant cheers of the common folk, the limping Taoist and the leprous monk turned pale, sensing that the situation had taken a dire turn. They exchanged a glance, and the leprous monk produced a red jade pendant from his person, fervently channeling his magical energy into it. In an instant, the pendant radiated a seductive crimson light, exuding an aura of boundless allure. The forces of space enveloped the two figures, allowing them to vanish into the void. A smirk played upon Wang Chen's lips as he observed the duo slipping away like phantoms into the ether. A subtle smile graced his handsome features, for he contemplated the unexpected support of the enchanting fairy of illusions behind them, which alleviated a considerable burden from his shoulders. It was fortuitous, as they could guide him to that enigmatic realm. Suddenly, a rich purple divine light enveloped Wang Chen, and as the brilliance flickered, his form gradually dissipated like mist upon the street. In the next moment, he successfully melded into the void. Once within the void, Wang Chen exuded calm and composure, following the elusive crimson glow at a leisurely pace. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable divine consciousness, akin to an invisible net, firmly ensnaring the rapidly advancing figures ahead. He resolved to uncover the whereabouts of the fairy of illusions and the ethereal realm within the sea of sorrow and the sky of regret. At that moment, Wang Chen discreetly established contact with the world tree in Yujing City, unhesitatingly feeding it the 12 Earth immortals imprisoned within the national map. Instantly, the world tree seemed to be infused with boundless power, radiating a dazzling azure light. Its form grew at an astonishing rate, with its lush branches transcending the boundaries of space, breaking free from the confines of the celestial realm and extending into the vast skies of the universe. Simultaneously, the world tree's robust roots, like animated giant serpents, delved relentlessly into the depths of the void. These roots swiftly reached out to the 365 surrounding minor worlds, greedily consuming the ambient demonic energy, malevolent aura, and sinister essence. Moreover, they forcefully invaded the core of each minor world's essence, devouring the intrinsic power contained within and releasing the world tree's unique transformative force, continuously purifying and harmonizing these realms. Even the foreboding underworld of the netherworld had a thick main root deeply embedded within, methodically integrating the world's foundational power therein. Chapter 157. The illusory fairy in the profound depths of Wang Chen's vast consciousness. The primordial runes of the universe shimmered like resplendent stars, bathing the entire realm in a sacred and warm radiance. As the fundamental energies of the world surged, an exhilarating emotion permeated the atmosphere, as if even the will of the universe was reveling in exuberance. The towering world tree stood as a colossal green bastion, its lush branches greedily absorbing the tainted essence released by the blood of the great Luo, transmuting it into pure energy that nourished both itself and the entire cosmos. Simultaneously, the realm thrived with vibrant life, akin to an array of resplendent blossoms eagerly unfurling their petals. Wisps of mysterious and noble purple energy ascended from the primordial runes, dancing gracefully like ethereal ribbons before merging into the budding purple lotus blossoms. Against this enchanting backdrop, Wang Chen's primordial spirit ascended with astonishing rapidity, as if partaking in the most exquisite elixir of life. The seed of the supreme path radiated with dazzling 12-colored divine light, clashing violently with the indestructible essence of the primordial chaos. Each impact resonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing torrents of primordial ancestral energy. In that fleeting moment, 365 strands of primordial energy wove through Wang Chen's primordial spirit, as though intent on piercing through the very fabric of existence. Amidst this cascade of potent and untainted energy, Wang Chen's true spirit underwent a rigorous refinement, gradually revealing an everlasting brilliance. His being eagerly absorbed the emanating purple energy from the sea of consciousness. His blood, bones, and skin shimmered with purple runes, while his 12,960 apertures expanded ceaselessly, resembling a miniature universe, with his power vast as the ocean, shimmering with the precepts of the supreme path. In this moment, he was unequivocally convinced that he had embarked on the righteous path to becoming the sovereign of the world, and an indescribable joy surged within him. Was this the essence of celestial immortality? A euphoric smile blossomed on Wang Chen's face as he reveled in the monumental transformation of his body and spirit. He could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. He had even restrained his cultivation's growth. Yet a mere fragment of the world's essence had propelled him into the realm of celestial immortals. How magnificent! This exquisite sensation intoxicated him, and even the monks and Daoists, previously shrouded in a crimson glow and irksome, now appeared less bothersome. Yet, those deserving of death must ultimately meet their fate, particularly the illusory fairy. She governed the affairs of romance and longing in the mortal realm, manipulating the loves and hates between men and women, brazenly reaping the threads of humanity. It was no wonder that most deities in the heavenly realm had faded into oblivion, while this illusory fairy continued to thrive in her carefree existence. Suddenly, a brilliant red light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, enveloping the two individuals within its grasp. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location and entered a towering mountain nestled in the western region of the Qiankuan realm. Ultimately, the radiance flickered and faded, and the two found themselves immersed within a mysterious cave dwelling of the mountain. Ah, we have finally arrived. Wang Chen stood firmly atop the snowy peak, his deep-set eyes shimmering with violet divine light. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a vibrant scene to the east of the summit, where lush trees flourished, flowers bloomed in abundance, and streams gurgled melodiously. Beyond the vastness of the great Qian, several smaller human kingdoms were scattered. However, the lives of the people in these realms were tragically bleak, with poverty and hunger casting a shadow over every inch of land. In stark contrast, the western side of the mountain appeared desolate, harboring several kingdoms in a state of abject misery. As far as the eye could see, barren lands and dilapidated villages lay strewn about, with the populace enduring unbearable hardship. Continuing westward, an endless expanse of desert unfolded, where fierce winds howled and dust swirled chaotically. At that moment, an urgent cry echoed from the realm of the Jingguang fairy. "Help, Jingguang fairy! It's terrible! The plan has failed." It was the limping Taoist and the leprous monk who had just stepped into the cave dwelling, unable to contain their alarm. They both knelt upon the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to lift their gaze to survey their surroundings. Within this ethereal cave, swirling clouds danced as if in a dream. Fragrant orchids flourished, their scent intoxicating. The spiritual energy was so rich it felt almost tangible, invigorating the spirit, and cranes gracefully soared through the air, embodying the essence of a celestial realm. What drew the eye even more were the numerous female cultivators flitting about, some singing and dancing lightly, others frolicking joyfully. Yet, these maidens were clad in rather daring attire, with some barely draped in modesty. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the limping Taoist and the leprous monk, they burst into peals of laughter, their voices ringing clear and melodious, like silver bells resonating throughout the cave. In a flash of red light, a stunningly beautiful fairy appeared, as if all the world's beauty had coalesced within her form. She furrowed her brows slightly, her countenance reflecting displeasure as she asked, "What has transpired? Why this panic and disarray?" "Your Excellency," the leprous monk stammered, shaking uncontrollably, "the Jiangzhu fairy has not united with the divine shadow attendant, and a tremendous upheaval has occurred in the great Qian. The Tai Chi emperor has swept through the land, vanquishing all demons and monsters, and we have not escaped unscathed. The Tai Chi emperor has attained the earth immortal realm, possessing vast powers and boundless magic. We stand no chance against him. It was your Excellency's jade pendant that spared our lives." The limping Taoist added, drenched in sweat, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Impudence! Boldness! How dare someone disrupt my grand design? Such an offense deserves the gravest of punishments. I shall ensure their utter annihilation." Upon hearing these words, the enchanting Jinghuan fairy's face flushed with rage, emanating an overwhelming crimson radiance that enveloped the entire cave realm with an oppressive aura. The numerous female cultivators, in sheer terror, collapsed to their knees, their expressions filled with dread. The two monks were equally overwhelmed, beads of sweat soaking the ground beneath them, their faces a portrait of despair. "You wish to obliterate me? Dare to try?" The audacious proclamation resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the cave. In an instant, a dazzling array of 12-colored divine light erupted forth, resembling a resplendent sun, exuding supreme majesty and an irresistible will, swiftly engulfing the entire ethereal domain. Before them stood Wang Chen, akin to a peerless deity, radiating an extraordinary 12-colored brilliance. With a single step, he appeared before the startled Jinghuan fairy, a bemused smile playing on his handsome visage, his eyes glinting with playful mockery as he surveyed the panicked fairy before him. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's sudden emergence, Jinghuan fairy was taken aback, her composure shattered. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, She summoned a jade tome, pulsating with an eerie crimson glow. As the tome's light intensified, its vibrant crimson illuminated the void, unleashing countless phantoms and enigmatic formations that surged forth to subdue Wang Chen. Concurrently, the fairy herself emanated waves of seductive red light, akin to flames, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the 12-colored divine radiance. How intriguing, a path of worldly affairs. Indeed, it shall refine my earthly laws. Wang Chen mused softly, a smile gracing his lips. Unperturbed by the approaching crimson light, he summoned the 12-colored radiance, which coalesced into a massive protective barrier around him. The divine light then surged forth like a ravenous beast, effortlessly devouring the oncoming crimson energy. At that moment, the purple lotus within Wang Chen's consciousness began to sway gently. Its leaves, symbolic of the earthly laws, growing rapidly, becoming plump and radiating brilliance. Wang Chen felt a surge of power within him, a smile of delight blooming on his face. How trivial, he scoffed, thrusting his hands forward. The 12-colored divine light erupted with cataclysmic force, obliterating the protective magic surrounding Jinghuan Fairy. In the next heartbeat, the divine light enveloped her like a resplendent rainbow. Amid her terrified screams, the 12-colored radiance gently enveloped her, and she vanished without a trace, leaving only the echo of her anguished cry lingering in the air. Ah, do not. Wang Chen quietly gazed at the ethereal fairy within the palm of his hand, observing her pallid visage, filled with terror. Contrarily, an inexplicably peculiar expression crept upon Wang Chen's face. He pondered within himself, could it be that the celestial beings of this realm are so frail? Or perhaps I have ascended to an unprecedented level of strength. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips, barely perceptible, as he gently shook his head. Subsequently, with a subtle shift of thought, he discreetly stowed away the enigmatic red jade tome. In an instant, he waved his arm, unleashing a brilliant 12-colored divine light that tore through the vastness of space like a bolt of lightning. Before the ethereal fairy could react, Wang Chen carelessly cast her towards the world tree, as one would discard an object. In that fleeting moment, the roots of the world tree erupted with boundless azure radiance, swiftly entwining around the delicate form of the ethereal fairy like a serpentine dance. Witnessing this, the fairy's beautiful eyes widened in despair and terror. Yet, despite her fervent struggles, it proved futile. She was swiftly devoured by the world tree, vanishing without a trace. Nearby, a monk and a Taoist, having witnessed this spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gazing up at Wang Chen with a mix of awe and dread, as if he were not merely a mortal but a fearsome deity from the depths of the abyss. They could scarcely fathom that the renowned and formidable ethereal fairy had not even managed to withstand a single strike from Wang Chen, an utterly astonishing and unfathomable revelation. Wang Chen cast a casual glance at the two kneeling figures before once again sweeping his sleeve. In an instant, the radiant 12-colored divine light, imbued with the force of a thunderous tempest, plummeted down, striking the monk and the Taoist with cataclysmic power. Two piercing cries echoed, and in an instant, they were reduced to mere dust, obliterated from existence. Chapter 158. A sweep of power having dealt with the monk and the Taoist. Wang Chen's formidable consciousness spread like a vast tide, enveloping the entirety of the cave realm in an instant. Every scene within the cave was vividly etched in his mind, without omission. A satisfied smile gradually emerged on Wang Chen's face as he murmured softly, I had not anticipated that this cave harbors such an abundance of spiritual herbs and roots. This journey has proven fruitful. To his astonishment, even the peach tree was present, hinting that the ethereal fairy had indeed extracted quite a bounty from the heavenly realm. Wang Chen's gaze shifted once more to the over 1,000 female cultivators, their eyes shimmering with specks of brilliant azure light, reminiscent of the resplendent stars in the night sky. Taken aback, Wang Chen's expression reflected his astonishment. As he mused inwardly, these female cultivators are utterly unencumbered by karmic ties? This is truly perplexing. After a period of observation, he discerned that over half of the female cultivators were of human form, while the remainder belonged to the elven lineage. These elves, each possessing a unique essence, manifested as either resplendent blossoms or existed in the form of ethereal roots. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke with a tone of indifference. From this day forth, you shall diligently nurture spirit herbs and roots within this cave abode. Unless directed otherwise by me, you are forbidden to leave this sanctum even a single step. As soon as his words echoed, the group of female cultivators displayed expressions of profound relief, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. They hurriedly replied in unison, We shall obey the Emperor's decree. Immediately, a resplendent purple divine light enveloped Wang Chen, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he materialized atop a towering snow-capped mountain. Standing at the summit, Wang Chen closed his eyes in concentration, initiating a mental communion with the world tree. He softly murmured, "Come forth, and suspend this cave high above the jade capital." In that very moment, a branch of the world tree, stretching thousands of feet, descended from the horizon, emanating azure radiance as if it were imbued with boundless vitality and strength. The formerly concealed illusory realm, hidden in the depths of infinite space, began to ascend under the azure light, traversing layers of void toward the distant jade capital, situated myriad miles away. Before long, this enigmatic cave abode was securely suspended above the jade capital, clinging to the branch of the world tree, resembling a fruit of the world. Since the celestial beings of the Qiankuan realm are so feeble, let it be known that I shall bear no blame. Heaven itself stands in my favor. With the power of the flying dragon at my command, how could I possibly falter? A chilling grin slowly emerged upon Wang Chen's once handsome visage. In an instant, his form erupted with dazzling pillars of 12-colored divine light, soaring into the heavens like enormous beams of colored laser, instantly transforming the sky into a vibrant tapestry of hues. Amidst the splendid illumination, Wang Chen's figure appeared even more imposing. At that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded behind him. A towering purple divine wheel materialized out of thin air. This wheel rotated languidly, each revolution emanating a vast and mysterious power, its interior shimmering with 20 distinct laws of light. Simultaneously, the primordial pathways of the myriad laws unfurled from the mountaintop, surging forth like a relentless tide, spreading throughout the entire Qiankuan realm. Glancing at the center of Wang Chen's brow, a world origin rune radiating with peculiar brilliance pulsated joyously. It resembled a vibrant heart, continuously releasing wisps of world origin's purple aura. This aura swiftly integrated into Wang Chen's being, replenishing him with formidable magical power ceaselessly. High above, the world tree cascaded countless beams of verdant light, each imbued with the profound essence of creation. These luminous strands fell like a dense rain, landing precisely upon Wang Chen. Under the amplification of the primordial will of the Qiankuan realm, the spread of the 12-colored divine light accelerated dramatically. It surged forth with the swiftness of a tempest, swiftly enveloping the 4 seas and 8 desolations, extending to the farthest corners of the earth. Wherever the light traversed, mountains began to rise sharply, and the once meandering rivers and lakes subtly altered their courses and positions. Even the vast, desolate expanse of wilderness began to awaken with vibrant life. The malevolent energies, demonic aura, ominous essence, and the taint of the great Luo seemed to meet their nemesis, as they were relentlessly consumed and purified by the 12-colored divine light. In an instant, the entire world underwent a staggering transformation. Those malevolent creatures, tainted and dwelling above the earth immortal realm, would be mercilessly swept away into oblivion upon contact with this divine radiance. Audacious! How dare you disturb our sacred grounds? A furious roar reverberated through the heavens, echoing like thunder across the cosmos. Who is so bold as to wreak havoc upon these seas? The air was filled with further growls of outrage. Suddenly, the tranquil ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, as over a dozen colossal demon dragons surged skyward from the depths. Each dragon, immense and formidable, shimmered with a chilling light, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, as if they had just emerged from a brutal slaughter. Their vertical pupils glowed with a terrifying crimson glare, instilling dread in all who beheld them. In this moment, the enraged demon dragons unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon orbs from their maws. These spheres spun rapidly through the air, radiating an intense sanguine light, colliding and intertwining with the mysterious 12-colored divine light. The spectacle was a dazzling display, illuminating the entire horizon. Simultaneously, deep within the boundless desolation, a great commotion arose. The sound of rustling filled the air as 5 colossal centipedes, towering like pillars, emerged from the sands, racing skyward. Each centipede was robust, adorned with countless blood-red eyes, each exuding a fierce malevolence. Surrounding them was a swirling tempest of foul, black-red demonic clouds, evoking images of hellish fiends. These 5 enormous centipedes opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent of verdant poisonous fire. This toxic blaze streaked across the sky like meteors, fiercely charging toward the 12-colored divine light. Concurrently, they unleashed powerful wind-based spells, generating howling gales that manifested as terrifying tornadoes, bombarding the mysterious divine radiance. In the southern expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, two brilliant beams of white light suddenly pierced the atmosphere. As the radiant light dissipated, it transformed into the ethereal figures of a man and a woman clad in white, both adorned with a pair of dragon horns atop their heads. They traversed the void, appearing instantaneously atop a towering mountain that reached a height of 1,000 zhang. The duo gazed in astonishment at the 12-colored divine light suspended in the air, their faces etched with disbelief. Strangely, despite the multitude of demons and monsters in the mountain being engulfed by the taint of the grand Luo energy and swept away by the divine light, the man and woman remained unscathed. Chapter 159. No mercy for the dragons. How dare you behave so audaciously? A chorus of furious roars resonated through the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the Qiankuan realm. The ancient demons, concealed within, who had reached the pinnacle of earth immortal and celestial immortal realms, could no longer contain their wrath, erupting from their hidden lairs. Those who had recently ascended to the earth immortal realm or were of lesser strength within the celestial immortal realm could not withstand this overwhelming force, and were ruthlessly swept away by the dazzling 12-colored divine light. Yet, those who remained steadfast in the void were undeniably formidable beings. Before them emerged a colossal spider, its size exceeding 1,000 zhang. Cloaked in a lang of black and crimson hues, its body was adorned with a dense tapestry of red silk. These silken threads burned like flames, exuding a searing aura as they wove into an enormous net, striving to obstruct the onslaught of the 12-colored divine light. Simultaneously, the great spider unleashed torrents of red demonic energy from its maw, surging forth like a mighty flood, clashing with the divine light and creating ripples of energy in its wake. Not far off, a black water serpent, equally lengthy at 1,000 zhang, coiled gracefully in the air. Its form was shrouded in thick, dark clouds and vapor, enveloping it like a heavy curtain. The serpent frequently opened its cavernous maw, releasing thunderous roars and bellowing curses, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, instilling fear in all who beheld it. In addition, several towering ghostly mountains loomed in the void, their peaks obscured by dense, swirling clouds that formed a somber canopy. Streams of ominous energy surged skyward, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Countless ghost kings stood atop these mountains, their hands weaving intricate motions, drawing in endless streams of energy from the underworld, coalescing into a formidable force to collectively resist the impact of the 12-colored divine light. Amidst this chaos, Wang Chen's figure stood out strikingly. He radiated a brilliant 12-colored divine light, akin to a dazzling star. However, his complexion was unusually pale, devoid of any color, and his eyes betrayed an unmistakable horror. Despite his utmost efforts to regain control over his body, he seemed utterly devoid of autonomy, propelled by the will of the Qiankuan realm towards the heights above. In an instant, he found himself atop the crown of the world tree. Alas, how presumptuous! He nearly fell victim to the capricious will of the Qiankuan realm. Until the boundless power of the world surged into Wang Chen's body, he finally exhaled, revealing a countenance marked by trepidation. The will of this insidious world was overwhelmingly forceful. With a wave of his hand, the violet divine will behind him instantaneously connected with the roots of the world tree. The endless roots of the world tree swiftly plunged into the divine wheel space, sweeping away the demonic creatures suppressed within. The world tree emanated supreme divine light, infusing it into Wang Chen's 12 divine rays. At that moment, he felt a lightness throughout his being, while his lips continued to curse incessantly. How can there be so many earth immortals? Over 3,000 of them. What a joke! Despite his furious exclamations, Wang Chen's actions were swift. A beam of violet light shot forth from his brow, materializing into a purple Dao bell before him. With a flick of his hand, the Hongming bell rapidly expanded until it reached a colossal size of 1,000 zhang. Wang Chen, with both hands in motion, summoned a dense, almost tangible violet mana from his palms. His expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the Hongming bell not far ahead, chanting incantations under his breath. Suddenly, he forcefully flung the violet mana towards the bell. Upon the collision of the violet mana and the Hongming bell, an intense tremor erupted, as if the bell could scarcely endure such overwhelming force. In the next instant, a dazzling, resplendent purple divine light erupted from the bell, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, an unparalleled pressure radiated outward, akin to an ancient divine mountain descending upon the world, subduing all beings within the Hongmeng realm. A deafening chime resonated, reminiscent of the primordial explosion at the dawn of creation, echoing with infinite majesty and mysterious power throughout the entire universe. This tolling possessed an enchanting magic, plunging the previously raucous universe into an eerie silence. Within this stillness, only the heavy and solemn chimes reverberated. Boom, boom. Each resonant toll struck the hearts of all beings like a heavy hammer, sending shivers through their very souls. As the waves of the purple bell expanded, the colossal spider, the sinuous black water serpent, and the towering ghostly mountains were enveloped by this formidable force in an instant. They had no time to resist or struggle, vanishing without a trace as if they had never existed. The 5 ferocious thousand-zhang centipedes could not escape the fate of subjugation either. As the purple bell waves approached, their initially menacing expressions froze, replaced by profound fear and despair. Yet, no matter how they writhed in terror, they could not withstand this terrifying power. A rustling sound echoed, and 5 figures were engulfed by the resplendent 12-colored divine light, utterly disappearing from sight. At this very moment, a dozen fearsome dragons scattered across the vast seas. Sensed the terrifying pressure and the resonant chime that echoed through the air. Their menacing heads were raised high, gazing at the primordial bell, which shimmered with a purple divine light in the central sky of the universe, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Faced with this sudden crisis, the dragons hastily unleashed their most treasured abilities, casting precious spiritual treasures into the sky. Among them, the Qianyuan Gui radiated a verdant glow. The Dinghai Pearl sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the Shanghai map unfolded like an expansive scroll. Each of these treasures emitted powerful waves of energy, forming an indestructible barrier that barely withstood the onslaught of the purple bell's resonance. How can it be that the dragon race is so affluent in every realm? Wang Chen, perceiving the treasures borne by the sea dragons, cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, he channeled a continuous stream of formidable magic toward the primordial bell. A series of deafening chimes erupted, crashing like tumultuous waves upon the blood dragons of the sea. At that moment, with a subtle shift in his thoughts, the 12-colored divine light, which had hung high in the sky, suddenly descended with overwhelming force, as if animated by a life of its own, ruthlessly suppressing the vast seas. In an instant, the entire expanse of the ocean was enveloped in this resplendent, multi-hued divine radiance. This is an affront to the dragons. We shall fight back. There is no mercy to be found. Kill. Charge. As the blood dragons beheld the oncoming tide of the bell's resonance and the dazzling divine light, their innate ferocity surged within them. With a collective roar, a dozen blood dragons, adorned with their respective dragon pearls and invaluable treasures, radiated a heart-stirring crimson glow, transforming into streaks of lightning as they surged towards the heart of the universe, resembling a pack of frenzied beasts. Chapter 160, Dragon Slayer. Ah, they are truly desperate. Just as well, I have yet to taste dragon meat. A smirk played upon Wang Chen's lips, a look of disdain gracing his features. At that moment, his formidable consciousness, bolstered by the will of the world, spread rapidly across the entire universe like a tidal wave. His gaze was instantly captivated as he beheld a dozen blood dragons of celestial stature roaring forth from the boundless seas. Their massive forms, claws bared, shimmered with a scarlet glow, as if ablaze with unending wrath and murderous intent. These blood dragons, exuding an air of immeasurable authority, raced towards the center of the world with blinding speed. Heavenly dragon armor, arise. With Wang Chen's command, the very heavens and earth shifted in response. A brilliant and resplendent light suddenly ignited, as an exquisite suit of armor, shimmering in hues of gold, crimson, and violet, adorned with enigmatic runes, materialized upon his form. The helm of this armor resembled the lifelike head of an ancient dragon, its whiskers flowing and antlers majestic, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. When it enveloped Wang Chen completely, an overwhelming and terrifying aura, akin to surging tidal waves, erupted from within him, sweeping forth at an astonishing velocity in all directions. The Imperial Heavenly Dragon Armor, a peerless sacred weapon, embodied the might of the yellow heaven above and the profound power of the earth beneath. Originally the renowned weapon of Hong Xuanji, it was replicated by Wang Chen using the primordial mirror. Yet, since acquiring this treasure, he had not truly utilized it in battle. Today he was poised to test its edge against the audacious demon dragons that dared to offend him. Alas, how can there be such a dense aura of the ancestral dragon? One of the blood dragons, sensing the terrifying energy radiating from Wang Chen, was struck with astonishment. Damn it, this fellow must have inherited the legacy of the ancestral dragon. Another blood dragon roared furiously. Kill him. We cannot allow this lowly insect to tarnish the sacred artifact of our dragon clan. The remaining blood dragons echoed in a chorus of rage, their voices resonating through the heavens as they hastened towards Wang Chen, vowing to rend him asunder and reclaim the legendary ancestral dragon artifact. Kill, kill, kill. Primordial 10,000 paths wheel. Wang Chen beheld the frenzied horde of demon dragons before him, his handsome visage now illuminated by an expression of sheer exhilaration, as if he had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime quarry. Behind him, the colossal divine wheel, radiating a brilliance that pierced the heavens, unfurled like a magnificent tapestry across the vast sky, the spectacle leaving onlookers awestruck. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen's figure flickered and instantly appeared at the very center of the divine wheel. Clenching his fists, his aura surged like a torrential tide, resembling a war god descending upon the world. As he prepared to fiercely suppress the onslaught of demon dragons rushing towards him from all sides. "Come see Pearl, come to me." A thunderous roar erupted from the north, where a colossal demon dragon, stretching 1,000 zhong, suddenly hurled forth a pearl shimmering with iridescent light. Once unleashed, the pearl transformed into a resplendent rainbow of colors, crashing towards Wang Chen's violet divine wheel with the force of a mountain. From a distance, the radiant beam appeared to carry the terrifying weight of an entire world, warping and shattering the space it traversed, a testament to its immense power. Simultaneously, from the west, a blood-soaked and menacing giant dragon let out a furious roar. 10,000 dragons ascend to heaven, great divine ability. As its roar echoed, countless illusory forms of blood dragons materialized behind it, filling the air with their ominous presence. The blood dragons, each fierce and menacing, advanced relentlessly towards Wang Chen under the control of their sanguine essence, resembling an unyielding torrent of crimson. Meanwhile, the colossal dragon from the south, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed its treasured artifact, the elephant aspect Qianyuan Gui. In an instant, this artifact radiated a resplendent emerald light, as vibrant as the finest jade. Mysterious diagrams of the 8 trigrams materialized in the air, intertwining with the divine wheels above, erupting in a cascade of brilliant sparks and formidable energy waves. At that moment, the ancient dragon from the east, whose strength was unfathomable despite its apparent age, roared with fury. "Shanghai map, seize him for me." With that, it hurled a divine scroll into the sky. The Shanghai map unfurled magnificently in the wind, transforming into an expansive, boundless mural. Subsequently, an indescribable force of insatiable suction erupted from the scroll, relentlessly surging towards Wang Chen. Kill. The remaining dragon spirits unleashed their powers towards the violet divine wheel, painting the sky with a riot of colors from their myriad abilities. "Ha ha ha, do you think I lack treasures?" Wang Chen laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the heavens, instilling a chilling dread. Simultaneously, the royal heavenly beginning dragon armor he wore erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the entire realm. In that fleeting moment, a colossal dragon phantasm, towering into the skies, manifested behind him, exuding an ancient and formidable aura that commanded reverence. Wang Chen's hands moved with fervor, unleashing torrents of purple energy that surged forth like a mighty flood, striking the suspended Hongmeng bell with tremendous force. Instantly, the resonating chimes, imbued with supreme suppressive power, reverberated throughout the heavens, their thunderous echoes akin to the roar of storms, shaking the very soul. As the earth-shattering bell sounds resonated, the once menacing treasures, the Dinghai Pearl and the Shanghai map, faltered mid-attack, their potency and suction diminishing as if deflated. The thousands of clawing dragon phantasms were effortlessly devoured by the ancient ancestral dragon behind Wang Chen, vanishing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha, all shall perish." In that moment, Wang Chen's audacity surged, and he laughed once more, his mirth echoing through the skies. The previously scattered 12-colored divine lights suddenly converged as if drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into a dazzling and terrifying energy beam that surged forth with the might of thunder, sweeping towards the myriad dragon spirits in all directions. "No, my treasure. Return it to me." "No." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the myriad dragons erupted into piercing screams, their faces awash with despair and terror. Yet, no matter how fervently they cried out or struggled, they were powerless to halt the onslaught of this dreadful force. A series of crisp sounds echoed through the air as the treasured artifacts in the claws of the dragons, such as the sea-stabilizing pearl, the Qianyuan Gua, and the mountain and sea map, were forcibly seized by the radiant 12-colored divine light. "No, please no. Subsequently, a handful of the less potent dragons, unable to react further, vanished into thin air amidst a cacophony of horrified howls. In a fleeting moment, only 4 blood dragons remained, their bodies drenched in crimson, their faces contorted with fury and fear, standing alone before the imperious Wang Chen. Chapter 161, A Radiant Future. Flee, flee, flee. The 4 blood dragons, witnessing Wang Chen's ferocity, were instantly paralyzed with dread, not even having the time to utter a threatening word before they transformed into streaks of blood light, frantically scattering in all directions. Humph, do they think they can escape so easily? Observing their retreat, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Wang Chen's lips. With a sudden stamp of his feet, the Hongming 10,000 paths wheel beneath him erupted with blinding brilliance, rapidly expanding at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, this immense wheel surged forth like lightning, swiftly pursuing the fleeing blood dragons. Under the gaze of the blood dragons, filled with terror and despair, the Hongming 10,000 paths wheel, imbued with unmatched might, mercilessly confined them within the realm of the divine wheel. The skies echoed with their heart-wrenching wails. A symphony of sorrow. After a brief moment, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the lingering scent of blood in the air bore witness to the fierce battle that had unfolded. At last, I have rid myself of these troublesome beings. A satisfied smile graced Wang Chen's face as he flickered and appeared atop the world tree, like a phantom. Simultaneously, the Hongming 10,000 paths wheel re-emerged behind him, slowly revolving and exuding an aura of mystery and power. In this instant, 12 radiant pillars of divine light erupted from Wang Chen, dazzling in their brilliance and blinding to behold. As these pillars emerged, the surrounding domain of the Hongming 10,000 paths began to incessantly permeate and transform the entire Qiankuan realm. Deep within Wang Chen's consciousness, the primordial runes of the Qiankuan realm continuously collided and fused with the Hongming Dao seed and the indomitable Hongming spirit light within him. Each collision birthed a vast expanse of Dao and principles, shimmering like a constellation of brilliant stars. Wang Chen's primordial spirit, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain, eagerly absorbed these invaluable truths of the great Dao. Meanwhile, the Qiankuan realm was greedily absorbing the principles of the great Dao and the primordial essence of the universe, endeavoring to mend its own wounds and further refine the rules and order of this world. In an instant, the entire Qiankuan realm was enveloped in a divine radiance of 12 colors, rich with the breath of creation. The spatial barrier of the main world also emanated this enchanting 12-colored divine light, which shone in harmony with the azure divine light of the world tree, repelling the threats from the celestial realm above. Above the Qiankuan realm, separated by an expansive void river, lay another equally vast world. This realm resembled a towering edifice, divided into 9 celestial layers, each possessing its own unique characteristics. At the pinnacle, the first layer revealed an awe-inspiring sea of blood. This blood sea surged magnificently, appearing boundless, with a colossal droplet of blood suspended at its center, reminiscent of a resplendent celestial body. This droplet exuded an ineffable, supreme aura, limitless and eternal, transcending life and death. As if it could return to the tranquil void, at times, it coalesced into a tangible form, while at others, it dispersed like vapor, perpetually maintaining a mysterious state of immortality, impervious to the ravages of time. The remaining 8 layers were domains rife with demons and monsters. The sky here bore a dark crimson hue, as though stained by blood, while the ground flowed with fiery red magma, presenting a scene both chilling and grotesque. Everywhere one looked, jagged scarlet rocks loomed ominously, and ancient bronze beasts traversed the terrain. They would occasionally swoop through the air, their sharp claws glinting with a golden sheen, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Moreover, a variety of grotesque demons filled the landscape, some as massive as mountains and others with faces as fearsome as fiends, creating an atmosphere steeped in terror. Beneath the Qiankuan realm lay a vast underworld, corresponding to it, resembling the duality of yin and yang, complementing one another. However, since the collapse of the underworld, this realm had succumbed to the rampant chaos of spirits. Countless souls were trapped here, unable to reincarnate, disrupting the cyclical order of existence. It was precisely for this reason that the Qiankuan realm faced an impending crisis of annihilation. Surrounding the Qiankuan realm, 365 smaller worlds revolved like pearls. Yet 90 of them had been tainted by the blood of the celestial realm, devolving into realms of demons. Wang Chen harmonized with the primordial will of the Qiankuan realm, utilizing the vast domain of the primordial paths to transform the entire Qiankuan realm. One purpose was to attain enlightenment and refine his own primordial path, for the unveiling of a world's principles offered a rare opportunity for comprehension. The other aim was to sever the influence of the celestial realm's tainted blood. Ultimately, in dealing with the blood of the great Luo, Wang Chen found himself at a loss for effective means. The only viable methods at his disposal were the Hongming Mirror and the World Tree. Currently, he was commanding the World Tree to take root incessantly in the Netherworld and 365 minor realms, gradually transforming and cleansing these worlds, allowing the World Tree to thrive in a state of rapid growth. Once the World Tree reached a sufficient level of maturity, the blood of the great Luo would merely serve as its nourishment. High above in the celestial realm, Wang Chen opened his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, a violet transmission talisman swiftly soared towards the Wenyuan Hall within the imperial palace of Yujing City. A voice, imbued with an overwhelming authority, emanated from the talisman. Fu Tianxiu, Zhuge Wulong, heed my command. In the midst of their official duties, Fu Tianxiu and Zhuge Wulong hurriedly made their way outside the grand hall, respectfully bowing before the jade talisman. The elder is present. All demons and monsters above the earth immortal realm in the Qiankuan realm have been purged by my decree. Pass this order down. Let the great Qian army seize control of the entire Qiankuan realm. Those who refuse to submit shall be executed without mercy. The dictatorial command of Wang Chen resonated through the transmission talisman. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianxiu and Zhuge Wulong were initially taken aback, only to be subsequently overwhelmed with exhilaration. They quickly affirmed, "We will faithfully obey His Majesty's sacred order." The transmission talisman transformed into a streak of violet light and vanished into the ether. "Brother Fu, His Majesty's power is indeed unparalleled," Zhuge Wulong exclaimed, brimming with excitement, unable to contain his admiration for the sovereign's prowess. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I was wondering who could cause such a commotion, only to discover it was His Majesty who cleared the entire Qiankuan realm." Fu Tianxiu echoed, equally elated. "The Earth Immortal and Lower Realms demons are perfect for training the army and the Demon Suppression Division. Let us hasten our arrangements," Zhuge Wulong remarked, a look of concern crossing his face. "Fortunately, we have the World Tree as a teleportation array. Otherwise, managing such an expansive territory would be daunting. Moreover, the populace of Great Qian is currently too sparse. We must swiftly enact a decree to encourage the citizens to increase their birth rates," he added. Come, we must convene." Fu Tianxiu sighed, equally troubled. The citizens of Great Qian had suffered greatly at the hands of demons and powerful clans, and now, with a shortage of people, it was indeed a source of vexation. Wang Chen remained seated upon the towering canopy of the World Tree, which seemed to connect heaven and earth. His figure appeared diminutive, yet radiated an undeniable aura of authority. At that moment, his form shimmered with resplendent 12-colored divine light, each beam imbued with boundless mysterious power. The various forces of law within the Qiankuan realm seemed to respond to an unseen summons, converging from all directions, swirling around Wang Chen like a host of ethereal spirits. These forces of law intertwined, clashed, and erupted into dazzling sparks. As their fierce confrontations unfolded, streams of law light emerged, illuminating the entire canopy of the World Tree. The World Tree seemed to sense Wang Chen's transformation, generously unleashing its formidable power of creation, enveloping him entirely. This force, akin to a gentle spring breeze, caressed Wang Chen's body, nurturing every inch of his skin and every meridian within him. Under the influence of this wondrous power, the essence of Wang Chen's physique began to undergo astonishing metamorphosis and evolution. His already formidable body grew even more indomitable, with muscle definition becoming increasingly pronounced and bone density continuously augmenting, shimmering with violet runes. Gradually, Wang Chen's constitution advanced towards an innate rank, as if poised to transcend the shackles of the mundane and step into a realm of the extraordinary. Simultaneously, under the meticulous transformation of the primordial path, the Qiankuan realm underwent a profound metamorphosis. Once a dilapidated domain, it had now transformed into a vast spherical world, radiating enchanting 12-colored divine light, gleaming like the most resplendent pearl in the cosmos. The noxious pollution emitted by the celestial realm, which had long posed a grave threat to the Qiankuan realm, found itself utterly powerless against the brilliance of the 12-colored divine light. Any vile gas that dared approach the Qiankuan realm was swiftly consumed by this divine radiance, rapidly refined and transformed into the very essence of the realm. After this arduous struggle, the Qiankuan realm finally liberated itself from the shadow of the celestial realm. embracing a bright future that was rightfully its own. Chapter 162, Betrayal. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Accompanied by anxious and fervent shouts, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire world. We must swiftly take control of this small nation. Remember, aside from those heinous and obstinate criminals, do not take lives lightly. Tai Chi stood high, hands on his hips, his gaze sharp as he directed his subordinates. At this moment, the White Tiger Legion surged forward like a tidal wave, rapidly expanding westward. As Tai Chi surveyed the tiny nation with a mere few million inhabitants, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. It was crucial to realize that the great Qian dynasty was enduring a severe manpower shortage. Every additional citizen represented a precious asset to the state. Yes, General, we shall abide by your orders. The assembled commanders, clad in armor as white as snow, responded in unison, their faces alight with barely contained exhilaration. They understood that successfully seizing this small nation would yield substantial military accolades, along with various invaluable resources for cultivation. Such rewards were vital for their advancement and achievements. Go forth. Engage swiftly, but remember, do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Tai Chi urged, waving his hand to signal the troops to advance. Subsequently, he slowly turned around, gazing at the expansive world map spread out before him, yet a bitter sentiment surged within his heart. To conquer and incorporate such vast lands into the domain of Qian would undoubtedly require an enormous expenditure of time and effort. It was hard to fathom how many years would elapse before this formidable task could be accomplished. However, this scene was not unique to the White Tiger Legion. At this very moment, similar scenarios unfolded within the other three great legions of the Qian dynasty, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise legions. In an effort to rapidly increase the domestic population, the cabinet exerted tremendous thought and effort. They issued stringent orders to the regular troops, prohibiting indiscriminate slaughter of civilians. Even the Demon Suppression Division, responsible for quelling malevolent entities, the Jinyui, tasked with maintaining social order, and even the bounty hunters who made a living by hunting down fugitives, received the same directive. Any who dared to kill recklessly would face severe punishment, with consequences beyond imagination. As the territories of the Qian dynasty expanded across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, the image of the nation and its people, the Jiangshan Sheiji map, began to flourish. With the power of creation continuously infusing the map, it generated new innate restrictions within, restoring its 9 layers of innate prohibitions and regaining the glory of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The tree of life within the Jiangshan Sheiji map transformed into a world tree, consistently providing the map with the power of creation and various laws of illumination. The realm within resembled another Qian dynasty, encapsulating the entire topography of Qian. Seated atop the canopy of the world tree, Wang Chen's face bore a look of torment. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with immeasurable divine light, as if the laws of a world were contained within. Yet, he quickly reined it in, a look of trepidation crossing his features. Had it not been for the flickering mark of the primordial mirror in his consciousness, he might have become lost in the ocean of grand laws, merging with the realm of Qiankuan. Damn it, this wretched world dares to deceive me. Wang Chen muttered curses under his breath, reflecting on how generous the Qiankuan realm had once been, directly providing the source runes of the world. How audacious to seek a fool. He had nearly fallen into their trap. It was truly infuriating. Am I mad enough to merge with you? Would I still be myself then? They wish to dismantle the bridge before I've crossed the river. A cold smile crept across Wang Chen's lips as he slowly rose, his gaze fixed like a hawk upon the mysterious and vast Qiankuan realm before him. Taking a deep breath, he subtly stirred his consciousness, and a brilliant ray of light shot forth from the depths of his mind, soaring towards the nearby world tree. This radiant beam contained the boundless mysteries of the source runes of the world. Upon its contact with the world tree, it was as if a drop of water fell into a boiling pot of oil, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. Suddenly, a dazzling azure divine light erupted from the world tree, resembling a brilliant azure sun rising majestically, casting an ethereal glow upon everything around. Under the radiant azure illumination, the primordial runes of the world were swiftly engulfed by the world tree. Subsequently, the already colossal trunk began to shimmer with an array of colorful forces of law, dancing like lively sprites upon its surface, exuding a powerful aura that made one's heart race. As time progressed, the world tree appeared to have consumed a legendary elixir. Growing at a visible pace, flourishing vigorously, its branches and leaves became increasingly lush, and its crown expanded skyward, ultimately reaching the boundary of the cosmos. From a distance, A towering divine tree stood within the universe, its majestic and awe-inspiring presence captivating all who beheld it. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true essence of the world tree remained concealed within the dimensional space, rendering it invisible to the ordinary eye. Nevertheless, the continuous flow of world-creating power cascading from it resembled a nourishing rain, showering the entire universe. In an instant, the cosmos seemed to experience a rebirth, bursting forth with vibrant vitality. The once quiet mountains and lakes revived with newfound energy, flora and fauna engaged in a lively display of competition. And even the seemingly eternal sky and earth appeared subtly transformed at this moment. Meanwhile, the primordial will of the universe was gradually being supplanted by the world tree. The myriad roots of the world tree, resembling countless mighty dragons, delved deeply into the void, extending toward the fringes of existence. Here, they voraciously inhaled and exhaled chaotic energies, assimilating this primal and potent force into their grasp. Furthermore, one particularly robust root pierced the void like a sharp sword, directly penetrating into the celestial realm. With a dull thud, this root began to greedily absorb the source power and the supreme energies of the heavens. Concurrently, the essence of the underworld was also influenced by the world tree, as copious amounts of world-creating power infused it, causing the Earth's pathways to begin recoalescing, awakening a long-dormant force. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Wang Chen observed the transformations within the cosmos. Power, influence, and the world itself should all be under his dominion. Otherwise, one could never anticipate when they might be betrayed. The world tree had been awakened by Wang Chen, already branded with his imprint. Not to mention the constraints of the primordial mirror, ensuring it would never turn against him. Chapter 163. Calculations. Wang Chen stood silently, his gaze fixed intently on the tumultuous transformations unfolding within the realm of Qinquan. A gentle smile gradually adorned his handsome visage. Although the process of comprehending the great Tao through the world tree was considerably slower than directly acquiring the fundamental runes of the world, it was at least a method both safe and reliable. Reflecting on this, Wang Chen felt a profound sense of relief. Grateful for the extraordinary world tree's ability to rival the will of the world in the struggle for dominion over Qinquan. Otherwise, he would have labored in vain for this realm. He slowly settled himself in a meditative position atop the immense canopy of the world tree. With a delicate gesture, the previously tranquil Hongmeng mirror, nestled beside the great Qi Luck dragon, transformed into a dazzling violet beam, racing towards him like a bolt of lightning, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, this enigmatic mirror began to soar around him, tirelessly darting up and down, its wide mouth voraciously devouring the ceaseless streams of azure fortune energy that emerged from the surroundings. This azure energy was the reward Wang Chen had rightfully earned while diligently cleansing the Qinquan realm, though it had been surreptitiously intercepted by the cunning will of the world. Fortunately, with the world tree successfully seizing a portion of control over Qinquan, these withheld energies were finally returning to his grasp. Oh dear! How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? It is indeed fortune and merit, Wang Chen exclaimed, smacking his forehead in sudden realization. His expression darkened as he gazed upwards at the descending azure fortune energy, his lips twitching uncontrollably in frustration. Clearly, he felt immense anger and dissatisfaction towards the will of the world for its audacious interception of his hard-earned rewards. Look at this wretched world. So audacious as to intercept my fortune energy. I truly wonder how you stumbled upon such a dismal place. Wang Chen groused at the Hongmeng mirror, which merrily feasted on the fortune energy. However, the mirror remained oblivious to his complaints, wholly engrossed in relishing this rare banquet of fortune, showing no regard for its master's grumbling. Very well, why bother discussing this with you? Wang Chen shook his head lightly, and in that moment, a mysterious and resplendent violet radiance flickered in his deep-set eyes. This light seemed capable of piercing through all obstacles, directly penetrating the indomitable barriers of the Qinquan realm and casting its gaze into the vast, boundless void beyond. In an instant, the 365 hidden small worlds materialized clearly within his sight. Yet, at that moment, an anomaly occurred within one of the small worlds. There, a terrifying creature loomed, towering 1,000 feet high, possessing a human body and a serpentine tail, adorned with 16 robust arms. It initially appeared to be in a deep slumber. Yet upon sensing Wang Chen's gaze, piercing like an arrow, it was instantly roused into a furious tempest. Who dares to spy on me? The creature roared, its voice resonating through the heavens, causing the entire miniature world to tremble. As its wrath erupted, an astonishing and chilling aura emanated from its being. surging forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sky of the small world transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and the once vibrant life succumbed to an eerie silence. How audacious! How reckless! Which insolent ant dares to be so brazen? The monster bellowed, its voice echoing across the cosmos. However, Wang Chen's mere glance acted like a catalyst, provoking a series of tumultuous reactions. Roars of fury reverberated from other miniature worlds. And soon, an overwhelming number of grotesque and fearsome demons emerged from over half of them. Each demon exuded an unparalleled ferocity, their presence formidable enough to instill dread. Some appeared as towering mountains, others as ethereal phantoms, while others still boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, with green faces and sharp fangs, all embodying terrifying strength. Upon further observation, Wang Chen was horrified to discover that these demons were all formidable beings at the true immortal realm. Goodness! What calamity have I unwittingly wrought? Wang Chen lamented inwardly, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. He had never anticipated that a mere casual glance would summon forth such a multitude of powerful demons. Fortunately, the primary realm of the Qiankuan world lacked such numerous true immortal masters. Otherwise, with my meager cultivation, I would have surely been reduced to nothing but ashes. Realizing this, a wave of trepidation washed over Wang Chen, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. A flicker of undeniable fear crossing his features. It was peculiar. The primary realm of the Qiankuan world evidently contained no true immortal cultivators. Yet why were there so many formidable demons at the true immortal level within those miniature worlds? Was the information he had previously heard, claiming that only celestial immortals existed here, merely a deception? Wang Chen murmured in confusion, his gaze drifting toward the Hongmeng mirror, which was gleefully devouring fortune. Perhaps the will of the Qiankuan world had fed him false information, obscuring the cultivation levels of the demons in the miniature worlds. Fearing that if he grasped their true strength, he would flee in terror. Goodness! Wang Chen could not suppress an exclamation, his previously bewildered expression suddenly brightening with understanding. It turned out that he had been deceived all along by the world will of the Qiankuan realm. This realization filled him with both shock and indignation. World Tree, gather your strength and devour the original will of the Qiankuan realm. Wang Chen forcefully struck the world tree beneath him, his face contorted into a grimace of suppressed rage. After enduring this ordeal, he finally comprehended why there were no true celestial beings within the primary realm. It must be that the primal will of this universe exerted a formidable suppressive force upon those malevolent entities. At that moment, the world tree seemed to grasp Wang Chen's words, emanating a resplendent array of 12 radiant hues. The brilliance was dazzling, illuminating the surrounding space with an ethereal glow. The tree's nascent consciousness appeared invigorated by Wang Chen's expectations and fury, as a robust branch joyfully swayed, gently brushing against Wang Chen's body, as if assuring him of its commitment to fulfill its task. Witnessing the world tree's obedient demeanor, Wang Chen's spirits lifted slightly. He couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head as he murmured, "Ah, you must grow strong quickly." Having experienced this incident, Wang Chen profoundly recognized that within this seemingly mysterious and enchanting realm of cultivation, there lurked a multitude of schemes and treachery. It was not merely the primal source of the universe, like the Qiankuan realm, that would conspire against him. Even those revered cultivators of profound mastery likely harbored ulterior motives, perpetually plotting to extract benefits from others. Contemplating this, a chill coursed through Wang Chen's heart, yet he resolutely resolved to remain cautious and to keep his cards close to his chest henceforth. Chapter 164. Extermination of the Immortals. It appeared that to truly seize control of the Qiankuan realm, expediting the growth of the world tree was paramount. Wang Chen quietly pondered for an extended period, his consciousness perceiving the collision between the will of the world tree and the will of the Qiankuan realm. Neither party able to gain the upper hand. Unconsciously, he began to murmur. His profound and piercing gaze slowly shifted toward the void, where lay worlds untouched by the blood of the great Luo. Suddenly, one of these worlds unexpectedly came into view, igniting a flicker of delight in his eyes as he silently mused, "This is it." Simultaneously, the Hongmeng mirror, which had been merrily fluttering in the air while voraciously consuming fortune, now swayed drunkenly, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, in the next instant, it plunged like lightning into Wang Chen's brow. In an instant, the Hongmeng mirror radiated mysterious violet and azure light, releasing an uncountable array of pathways of power. Deep within Wang Chen's consciousness, a magnificent purple lotus blossomed, emitting an extraordinary brilliance as it ravenously absorbed the essence of those powerful pathways. Concurrently, the indestructible spiritual light of Hongming within his primordial spirit began to engage in a fierce clash with these pathways of power. As the fierce exchanges between the two continued, a vast expanse of primordial energy surged forth like a tidal wave, ceaselessly wandering within his primordial spirit, continuously refining his true essence. Gradually, Wang Chen's true essence began to reveal a wondrous attribute of eternal indestructibility. This unparalleled and formidable state of transcendence spread rapidly from his sea of consciousness, mercilessly engulfing his entire being like a flood breaching its banks. In an instant, Wang Chen found himself immersed in a state of extraordinary perception, devoid of thought or sensation. Surrounding his body, dozens of laws intertwined and fused, ultimately transforming into a layer of ethereal purple light, enveloping him completely, as if he were encased in a cocoon nurturing a supreme deity. The world tree expressed its jubilant spirit, elevating Wang Chen's crown with resplendent azure light, continuously absorbing the essence of power emanating from him. The world tree stood like a colossal mountain amidst the cosmos, its massive form gradually exuding an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as if it had become an eternal presence in the universe. Accompanying this transformation, the world tree's absorption of diverse energies intensified, resembling an insatiable black hole, greedily consuming all available energy in its vicinity. Its numerous sturdy and serpentine roots, akin to animated dragons, traversed the boundless void, establishing a profound connection with the distant sun, moon, and stars. At the moment of their union, an unparalleled force of creation surged forth from the roots of the world tree, cascading like a tide towards the celestial bodies suspended in the heavens. Nourished by this potent energy, the original essence of the sun, moon, and stars grew at an astonishing rate. In an instant, the myriad worlds were cloaked in a surreal spectacle, with the sun, moon, and myriad stars simultaneously illuminating the sky, casting a brilliant radiance that brightened the entire universe. Time became an abstraction as the once enveloping purple cocoon surrounding Wang Chen suddenly emitted a faint cracking sound. Following this, a fissure slowly appeared, revealing a glimmer of bright light. The crack swiftly widened until it shattered entirely, unveiling a smiling Wang Chen within. At this moment, Wang Chen's face radiated an uncontrollable excitement. Even he found it difficult to contain his exhilaration. He first chuckled softly, then his laughter grew louder, ultimately erupting into a boisterous and unrestrained guffaw. Ha ha, the Panga God is indeed magnificent. This path of power is truly remarkable. Thus, after indulging in raucous laughter for a considerable time, his emotions gradually settled. Upon careful reflection, he joyfully discovered that this overwhelming essence of power had not only successfully refined the hidden dangers of the cosmic will concealed within him, but had also transformed the world's purple energy completely. It is essential to understand that within this ethereal aura lies the essence of the world's will. If not addressed promptly, it may escape and wreak havoc at any moment. Moreover, the fruits of this cultivation have propelled his Tao body significantly closer to the innate realm. More crucially, his true spirit has emerged from this refinement even purer and more formidable. As for the 1,080 strands of primordial ancestral qi, they represent a delightful surprise among his gains. The primordial mirror within Wang Chen's sea of consciousness pulsated incessantly, as if proclaiming, "Behold, is she not remarkable?" Wang Chen finally attained complete tranquility, a smile gracing his lips as he beckoned to the world tree beneath him. His divine intent enveloped the information of a small world and sent it to the world tree, gently articulating, "World tree, transport this world I have bestowed upon you." A verdant divine light emanated from the world tree, and a root, exuding boundless eternity, emerged from the void, swiftly enveloping Wang Chen and vanishing into the abyss. In the world of immortal execution, at the Qingyun sect, the atmosphere was tumultuous, with cries of battle resonating loudly. A breathtaking clash was unfolding with fervor. The righteous sects, led by the Qingyun sect and including the Burning Incense Valley and the Heavenly Sound Temple, were engaged in fierce combat against the demonic forces spearheaded by the Ghost King sect. Amidst the battlefield, a delicate woman clad in green tightly grasped the arm of a young man dressed in gray as they fled in disarray. Behind them, Qingyun disciples pursued relentlessly, determined to thwart their escape. The young man, with a resolute countenance, clutched an unsightly black staff, emanating a chilling ferocity reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. He wielded the staff with vigor, unleashing torrents of black-red energy that surged forth like a frenzied dragon, sending the obstructing Qingyun disciples hurtling away. Some rendered incapacitated and stripped of their combat capabilities. In the skies above, the Qingyun sect's leader, Daoist, who had been locked in battle with the Ghost King's master, inadvertently glimpsed this astonishing scene below. His expression darkened, flickering with various strange emotions as he murmured to himself, "This child has indeed succumbed to the demonic path. If this continues, it will become a grave threat. Even if I am to be scorned by the world henceforth, I cannot allow this unparalleled calamity to escape today." No sooner had he spoken than Daoist forcefully swung the ancient sword of extermination, neither gold nor jade, in his hand. In an instant, the sword radiated blinding light, unleashing a formidable and terrifying sword aura that surged forth into the sky. This terrifying sword energy, brimming with overwhelming might, swept towards the approaching Ghost King and his formidable subordinates like an enraged, primordial behemoth. A tremendous roar erupted as the foremost Ghost King was violently propelled backward by this powerful sword aura, blood gushing from his mouth. Chapter 165. Exultation. Daoist stood amidst the cosmos, wielding the ancient sword of extermination. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, as if it possessed the power to sever all malevolence in existence. Countless streams of sword energy erupted from the sword, intertwining and colliding in the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound. These blades of energy, akin to ethereal dragons, coiled and danced around Daoist, elevating him to the stature of a divine sword deity. At that moment, the boy, who was desperately fleeing, had been firmly locked onto by Daoist. His figure appeared like a wraith, materializing before the multitude of sword energies in an instant. The ancient sword was raised high, imbued with the might to obliterate heaven and earth, and struck down fiercely towards the boy. In that fleeting moment, the previously dispersed sword energies seemed to be drawn together by an enigmatic force, converging rapidly into an enormous celestial sword. This colossal blade emanated an overwhelming pressure and a terrifying intent to kill, as if it were the sword of a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell, possessing unparalleled power to vanquish both gods and demons. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the celestial sword descended upon the boy with the force of 1,000 mountains. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in the shock of this tremendous power, plunging into an eerie silence. The only sound that reverberated through the air was the boy's anguished screams, filled with terror and despair, as he found himself overshadowed by the ruthless giant sword, enduring unimaginable agony. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a green figure darted forth like lightning, interposing itself between the giant sword and the boy. As a melodious chime rang out, the onlookers beheld the visage of a strikingly beautiful woman. She gazed deeply at the boy, her enchanting face briefly displaying profound reluctance, yet her eyes radiated unwavering resolve. With her delicate lips parting, she began to recite an ancient and mysterious incantation. "Spirits of the nine nether, gods and demons of the heavens, with my bloodied form, I offer myself as sacrifice. Across 3 lifetimes and 7 realms, eternally condemned to the underworld, solely for love's sake. Though death may come, I shall have no regrets." As her words echoed, her body erupted in resplendent green light, coalescing into a brilliant divine radiance that surged forth to meet the celestial sword. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as everyone held their breath, fixated on this breathtaking confrontation. Ultimately, the green divine light dispelled the ominous darkness surrounding the giant sword, momentarily halting its descent. However, this was but a fleeting stalemate, as the forces of both sides clashed fiercely. The boy, filled with dread, gazed upon the unfolding scene, tears blurring his vision. In agonizing despair, he cried out, "Bai Yao, no, do not harm her." Yet, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the thunderous roar of the 2 formidable powers colliding. At that instant, without warning, a river of 12-colored divine light materialized, ethereally shimmering within the realm of extermination. It emanates an aura of boundless chaos and infinite vastness, reminiscent of the primordial light from the universe's inception, which, in a fleeting moment, envelopes the entire realm of Zuzhan in a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, an eternal and indestructible world tree, with its colossal roots, carries an inexhaustible force and an air of mystery, ruthlessly and coldly intruding upon the very core of Zuzhan, accompanied by the ethereal 12-colored divine light. Countless delicate tendrils, akin to a dense web, firmly ensnare the Zuzhan realm, relentlessly tugging it toward the unknown domain of Qiankuan with an irresistible momentum. Beneath the towering celestial sword, a violet figure abruptly materializes, The individual stands tall and graceful, their every movement exuding an otherworldly elegance. With a mere extension of a hand, seemingly nonchalant yet imbued with boundless power, they effortlessly stabilize the menacing sword's aura. Standing nearby, Wang Chen gazes at the unfolding spectacle in sheer disbelief, never anticipating that his entrance into Zhejian would grant him the privilege of witnessing such a breathtaking scene. Nevertheless, he reflects that perhaps this is fortuitous, for during his earlier encounters with Zhejian, certain narratives had left him feeling a tinge of regret and unresolved sentiments. With this thought, Wang Chen resolutely waves his sleeve, unleashing a stream of black and white divine light that darts forth like lightning, striking true upon Bai Yao. Under the supreme power of this great yin-yang technique, Bai Yao's dissipating 3 souls and 7 spirits are instantly restored to stability. Moreover, the yin-yang essence continuously flows into her being, persistently mending the injuries she has sustained. Gradually, Bai Yao becomes enveloped in a cocoon of black and white divine light, resembling a resplendent pearl. Eventually, she descends gently to the ground, unscathed. Bai Yao. The youth Zhang Xiaofan gazes in ecstatic surprise at Bai Yao, ensconced within the black and white divine light, and hurriedly rushes to her side, standing vigil by the radiant cocoon. In midair, Wang Chen clenches his right hand, causing the formidable sword's aura to shatter instantly. In a flash, he appears before the astonished Daoist, beckoning for the ancient Zhejian sword, which swiftly flies into Wang Chen's grasp. "Who are you, my lord?" Daoist queries, trembling with fear, astonished that this figure effortlessly blocked the Zhejian sword and seized it. At this moment, both the righteous factions, including the Qingyan sect, the Burning Incense Valley, and the Heavenly Sound Temple, as well as the demonic forces led by the Ghost King sect, cease their battles, their gazes fixated on the violet figure suspended in the air. "Who am I, you ask? You may refer to me as the Primordial Emperor, or the Honorable Dao Lord of Chaos. Furthermore, I am the sovereign of the Qian Kuan realm, the higher world of your existence." Wang Chen toyed with the ancient sword of Zhu Xian, its formidable power attributed to the blood of the great Luo that imbued it with an innate indestructibility. The sword's fierce potency was palpable. Upon hearing Dao Xian's inquiry, he responded with a hint of amusement. Dao Xian, taken aback by the audacity of Wang Chen's tone, found himself at a loss for words. After all, the bravado was rather pronounced. Observing Dao Xian's lack of discernment, Wang Chen shook his head, realizing that his status as the eldest had dulled his perceptive instincts. He then approached Zhang Xiaofan directly, raising his hand to conjure a mysterious rune and orb, shimmering with black and white divine light, which transformed into a beam that swiftly penetrated Zhang's brow, entering his consciousness. Instantly, black and white flames flickered around him as he settled into a meditative state, embarking on a journey of cultivation. Satisfied with this outcome, Wang Chen nodded approvingly. His choice to enter the world of Zhu Xian was not for frivolity, but rather due to its relative weakness, its very essence tainted by the aura of the great Luo, rendering it suitable for his ambitions. The world tree required nurturing, and thus, merging it with the Qian Kuan realm was ideal. The forces of both righteousness and darkness exchanged glances, taken aback by Wang Chen's evident concern for these two juniors. None dared to make a hasty move. After all, this was the individual who had shattered the sword's formidable aura and had audaciously claimed the Zhu Xian sword for himself. It was clear even Dao Xian remained silent in the face of his presence, particularly as the 12-colored divine light above seemed to be a testament to Wang Chen's might. In that moment, Wang Chen's patience waned entirely. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished, reappearing in the boundless expanse of the sky. Behind him materialized a towering, enigmatic divine wheel, emanating an endless purple aura. This wheel resembled a majestic mountain or a dazzling purple sun, rotating slowly while exuding an unparalleled will capable of burying the heavens, annihilating all existence, and concluding the cycle of reincarnation. As this terrifying intent enveloped the entire Zhu Xian world, those who had been soaring through the skies felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground resounded, accompanied by cries of terror and curses. What the hell? How powerful is this? What is happening? They scarcely had time to react before the immense force released by the primordial wheel crushed them into submission. On the ground, both the righteous and the demonic factions were similarly ensnared, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance, succumbing to the oppressive weight that forced them to the earth. In that moment, whether they were revered masters of the righteous path or nefarious demons, all felt an unprecedented sense of fear and despair. However, Wang Chen was far from finished. Standing majestically in the sky, radiating an unparalleled aura of authority, He proclaimed, "I am the sovereign of the Qian Kuan realm, the Daoist of primordial chaos, and the supreme emperor of the Daoist dynasty." He declared, "The world you inhabit has now been tainted by the blood of the great Luo, and is on the brink of a profound descent into the abyss. I, with unparalleled divine power and great might, have merged your worlds into the realm of Qian Kuan, thereby rescuing all beings from the agony of perdition. In my grand Qian dynasty, everyone possesses the opportunity to cultivate, and every individual has a chance to attain the path of immortality. Those with steadfast will shall achieve the rank of immortals." Each utterance from Wang Chen resonated throughout the entire realm of exterminating immortals like the tolling of a great bell. The populace of the divine land, upon hearing these words, first fell into a state of stupor, as if unable to believe their own ears. However, after a considerable pause, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. "Long live His Majesty Tai Chi! Long live 1,000 times." At this moment, both the righteous and demonic forces knelt in unison, raising their voices in a collective roar. Their voices converged, forming a torrent that shook the heavens, soaring into the clouds. Chapter 166. Merging Realms. Poison God. Do you truly believe what he has uttered? The expression on Yu Yangzi of the Hall of Eternal Life darkened, as if shadows could drip from his visage, casting a dubious and discontented glance at the old demon clad in green beside him. The Poison God, with hair as white as frost, rolled his eyes dramatically upon hearing Yu Yangzi's inquiry, and sighed helplessly. "Alas, my esteemed leader, I wish to live a few more years." He cast a cautious glance at the mysterious and formidable figure across from him, pondering inwardly, such an entity is not one we can provoke lightly. Yet here you are, foolishly shouting in ignorance of your own peril. At that moment, the leader of the Ghost King sect, Wanren Wang, suddenly bellowed, "Those who wish to live, silence yourselves." His voice thundered like a clap of lightning in the ears of the assembly, causing all present to shudder with trepidation. Wanren Wang glared fiercely at Yu Yangzi and continued, "Did you not witness how the opponent merely unleashed a single divine power, nearly suffocating the entire world? If you seek death, find a rope and hang yourself. But do not drag us into your folly." Instantly, the members of the demonic faction glared at Yu Yangzi with expressions of rage. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of so many, a chill ascended from Yu Yangzi's feet, rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ultimately, he dared not utter another word, obediently sealing his lips. Meanwhile, Tian Bai of the Qingyun sect, upon seeing his seventh brother unharmed, let out a silent sigh of relief, though his face remained impassive, concealing his true thoughts. Master Shuiwei, on the other hand, was pale, his countenance marked by shock, evidently overwhelmed by the astounding divine power displayed. As for Dao Xianzhenren, he appeared somewhat disheveled as he landed on the ground, remaining silent, seemingly striving to calm the chaotic energy within him. The inhabitants of Tianyin Temple and Fengxiang Valley stood in a daze, rendered speechless for an extended period, as an eerie silence enveloped the scene. High above in the heavens, Wang Chen's face bore an expression of astonishment. He wondered why no impetuous youth had emerged. He had anticipated the opportunity to assert his dominance by eliminating someone. Subsequently, Wang Chen shook his head, and a mysterious and resplendent 12-colored lotus seedling gradually manifested at the center of his brow. This seedling shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as if it contained the boundless mysteries of the Tao. Simultaneously, an overwhelming primordial light erupted from him, intertwining with the 12-colored divine light in the sky, resembling a resplendent divine sun that illuminated the vast emptiness. Propelled by this formidable power, the colossal world of Zhu Xian surged forth like a gigantic interstellar battleship, racing towards the realm of Qiankuan. At that moment, the world tree, standing majestically between heaven and earth, seemed to sense the assistance bestowed by Wang Chen. The already towering tree exuded an unsettling aura, its form radiating blue divine light, imbued with an eternal essence. Its thick, elongated roots writhed like great dragons, dragging the Zhu Xian world along, each movement unleashing boundless devouring power. In the blink of an eye, the originally tainted essence of the Zhu Xian world was completely consumed. The roots of the world tree, glowing with an eternal hue, did not cease their motion. They continuously released the power of creation. Waves of azure, transformative energy, akin to agile dragons, swiftly safeguarded all life and the landscapes within the Zhu Xian world. A resounding crash echoed, yet it was akin to a profound sound, shaking the heart, yet defying description. The Zhu Xian world collided with unstoppable force into the Qian Kuan realm, plummeting rapidly towards the eastern seas of the Daoist dynasty. As the Zhu Xian world integrated, magnificent mountains, lakes, and innumerable living beings emerged within the Qiankuan realm. In an instant, purple mist ascended, stretching over 30,000 miles, resembling a ceaseless expanse of purple clouds. Concurrently, melodious celestial sounds resonated, with heavenly flowers cascading and spiritual rain gently falling. In that moment, the world tree radiated immeasurable light, its towering figure manifesting within the Qiankuan realm. Countless waves of creative energy descended, causing the entire Qiankuan realm to tremble violently. Under the influence of this force, the Qiankuan realm expanded, growing at an astonishing pace. The essence of the world tree was significantly enhanced, and suddenly, it exerted its power, subduing the world will of the Qiankuan realm and voraciously consuming it at an incredible rate. This astonishing act amplified the might of the world tree, as it seemed to become the true sovereign of the Qiankuan realm. In the vast and boundless Daqian Empire, the common folk have grown somewhat numb to the frequent and astonishing upheavals occurring in their world. However, whenever their formidable sovereign once again performs a breathtaking act, the people cannot help but cast their enraptured gazes upon him. On this day, a sudden cascade of rolling purple mist descended from the heavens, a magnificent spectacle that left all in awe. The populace understood that such a rare celestial omen must not be missed. Consequently, they unleashed their spells, soaring skyward like meteors, striving to absorb the precious innate energy contained within the purple mist. As the mist entered their bodies, an overwhelming and powerful aura began to emanate from each individual, causing gasps of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. Goodness! The spiritual energy is so dense. Could this truly be the legendary innate energy? Yet, dissent swiftly arose. No. This appears to be more than mere innate energy. It resembles the enigmatic force of creation. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, a chorus of shouts erupted from the throng. Charge forth. Don't ponder too much. Cultivating is the true path. Simultaneously, in the realm of exterminating immortals, numerous practitioners also took note of the sudden emergence of the purple mist, spiritual rain, and the dazzling celestial flowers in the sky. In that instant, they seemed to forget all past grievances and rivalries, plunging into a frenzied state of cultivation. Even the factions of Qinjianmen, which had been historically divided by enmity, unhesitatingly cast aside their animosities and eagerly joined this rare and wondrous gathering of cultivation. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial realm, Wang Chen was enveloped by waves of purple and azure mist, along with the mysterious force of creation. He radiated an immeasurable violet light, brilliant and resplendent, akin to a radiant sun suspended in the azure sky. The aura he exuded surged like a torrential flood, intensifying dramatically. At last, Wang Chen slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. In that fleeting moment, two mysterious lotus blossoms flickered in his gaze, profound and distant, as if they could unravel the mysteries of all existence. Subsequently, he focused intently on observing the growth and transformation of the Qiankuan realm. Gradually, the myriad laws within the Qiankuan realm unfurled before him like a scroll, vividly manifesting in his sight. Chapter 167. The Night Falls. In the mysterious and expansive realm of the Night Falls, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt as though it could solidify the very air. Looking up, one could see a disquieting darkness rising abruptly in the northern sky, spreading rapidly like ink. Soon after, a multitude of black crows swept through the heavens, their wings flapping with a cacophony of piercing cries, blotting out the sun and sending chills down the spine. Beneath the dense canopy of birds, countless warriors from the desolate lands advanced with unwavering resolve. Their steps were firm and their momentum formidable, closely surrounding a seemingly delicate girl who radiated an aura of immense power. This procession resembled a surging torrent, rushing fervently southward. Meanwhile, the air resonated with poignant yet grandiose battle hymns, stirring the hearts of all who heard them, as if narrating the indomitable spirit and relentless determination of the warriors from the wastelands. In the south, the master of Shieling, along with the high priest of Shieling and a host of formidable allies, stood poised with their fully armed army, their expressions impassive and their gazes piercing, silently disregarding the approach of the desolate warriors and the young girl. Just as the two factions were on the brink of confrontation, a dazzling arrow, gleaming with golden light, suddenly sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, propelled by unmatched divine might, hurtling towards the Shieling forces with overwhelming force. A thunderous explosion resounded, deafening and earth-shaking, as the powerful arrow detonated within the ranks of the Shieling soldiers, unleashing a cloud of dust and sending countless warriors flying, shattering their previously orderly formation into chaos. At this critical juncture, a continuous barrage of equally radiant golden arrows soared towards the shieling troops. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, fear flickered across the faces of the shieling soldiers. However, the master of Jinling, stationed at the front, remained unflustered. Adorned with a golden mask and wielding a golden scepter, he recited incantations. With a sweeping motion of his arm, resplendent golden divine light surged forth, intertwining to form an impenetrable web of light that staunchly repelled the waves of formidable arrows. Yet, just as the shieling forces began to breathe a sigh of relief, the master of shieling slowly straightened his posture. With eyes gently closed and hands clasped before his chest, he summoned an immense psychic force that surged within him. In an instant, a stream of golden light coalesced before him, emanating a chilling and formidable aura. He then abruptly gestured, sending this golden stream racing towards the girl amidst the desolate warriors. As the lethal strike neared its target, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Clutching a simple blade, he radiated a blinding golden brilliance, akin to a sun descending from above. With steadfast resolve, he gripped the hilt tightly, driving the blade into the ground, channeling boundless divine power to form a protective shield that intercepted the golden stream. The young man, with an unwavering expression, calmly declared, "If you wish to harm Sang Sang, you shall have to step over my body first." Ning Ke, Mr. 13? The golden-faced leader of shieling emitted a scornful sound, raising his staff high above his head. Instantly, an abundance of celestial essence converged upon it, radiating a dazzling golden light. He delicately pointed the staff towards Ning Ke and Sang Sang, and in that fleeting moment, a blinding golden beam surged forth towards the two. Ning Ke's expression changed at the sight. He hurriedly positioned himself before Sang Sang, unfurling the massive black umbrella from behind him. The formidable golden beam struck the umbrella, forcing the two backward. After a moment of struggle, Ning Ke was abruptly propelled away. Sang Sang began to exude a profound black aura, as countless shadowy crows surged from the sky to confront the golden beam. After a long while, they finally managed to withstand the onslaught. Sang Sang's frail form swayed like a flickering candle in the wind before collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. Ning Ke's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward, firmly supporting the teetering Sang Sang. At that moment, her complexion was as pale as paper, and she muttered incoherently, her voice barely audible. Yet, suddenly, it seemed as if she had summoned the last vestiges of her strength, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. "What have I done wrong?" Accompanying this furious cry, a torrent of pitch-black essence erupted from Sang Sang's delicate body like a dam breaking. This dark energy swiftly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sky and blotting out the once brilliant light, as if all radiance had been devoured by the impending darkness. Within this endless shadow, Sang Sang slowly ascended, soaring towards the immeasurable firmament. Time stretched, each second feeling like a century, until she finally began to descend gently from the sky. At that precise moment, the shieling leader, who had remained hidden in the shadows, emerged like a specter. He knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the heavens. Suddenly, a resplendent golden beam descended from above, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, a fierce wind arose behind him, swirling countless grains of sand, which coalesced into a colossal golden dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length. This magnificent dragon radiated an overwhelming aura of power, its claws bared, unleashing a cataclysmic force that threatened to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Ning Ke dared not falter. He swiftly drew the formidable Yuan 13 arrows from his back, stringing his bow taut, and unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp arrows that shot towards the shieling leader like meteors racing across the night sky. Simultaneously, numerous fearless warriors from the wilderness brandished their weapons, charging headlong towards the golden dragon. Yet, their assaults were as inconsequential to the mighty golden dragon as an ant attempting to shake a tree. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, as the savage warriors charging towards the colossal dragon were abruptly repelled by an invisible force, sent sprawling and bleeding profusely from their injuries. Observing this, Sang Sang bent down to retrieve the large black umbrella that had fallen beside her, and, though her steps were unsteady, she resolutely advanced towards the golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the tempestuous winds conjured by the dragon lifted her into the air. Ning Ke, struck by a surge of fear, disregarded his own safety and lunged forward, gripping Sang Sang's ankle in a desperate attempt to rescue her from the dragon's grasp. However, the dragon's overwhelming power thwarted his efforts, and instead, he too was swept into the sky. The majestic golden dragon circled above, enveloping both Ning Ke and Sang Sang within its formidable embrace. At that very moment, without warning, a magnificent 12-colored divine light surged into existence, akin to a dream, illuminating the world of the night. It emanated an aura of boundless primordial energy, reminiscent of the chaotic light at the dawn of the universe, instantly painting the entire realm in vibrant hues. Within the foundational space of the night world, a flawless woman was ensnared by roots imbued with an eternal essence. Her struggles proving futile as the roots voraciously consumed the emanating red power of the world. Suddenly, a purple figure appeared before Sang Sang and Ning Quebec. With a playful smile, Wang Chen addressed Ning Ke. "Little fellow, your situation is quite dire. You appear utterly disheveled." Ning Ke's face lit up with surprise at the words. Immediately understanding their implication, and exclaimed, "Brother, please save us." "Fear not, it's merely a small pest." Wang Chen waved his hand, enveloping Sang Sang and Ning Ke in a cocoon of purple magic. The gentle energy flowed into their bodies, mending their injuries as he protected them, calmly uttering, "Perish." In an instant, the 12-colored divine light cascaded down upon the golden dragon, which roared in agony before being swept away by the radiant brilliance, vanishing from sight. Chapter 168, Ruthless? In that fleeting moment, the once howling winds abruptly ceased, and the swirling sands were dispersed as if by an unseen hand. The vibrant divine light illuminated the sky, weaving together a breathtaking tapestry of colors that entranced the beholder. At this juncture, a figure slowly materialized in the air. Clad in dark robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, the newcomer resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, the elder was momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying a flicker of horror. Meanwhile, on the ground, the leader of Shieling stood in sheer terror, his expression one of disbelief. The once soaring pillar of divine light that emanated from him has vanished, replaced by his frenzied roar. "Who are you? Do you intend to shield the daughter of the Underworld King? Do you wish to stand against the entirety of the world?" Wang Chen, accompanied by Ning Ke and Sang Sang, transformed into a streak of violet light, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. He first glanced up at the cloaked sage in the sky, then turned his attention to the crowd from Shieling, sizing them up before addressing Ning Ke beside him. "My dear fellow villager, you are far too merciful. Look at this rabble daring to stir up trouble. Allow me to give them a proper lesson, to vent your frustrations." Ning Ke, momentarily bewildered by Wang Chen's words, wore a perplexed expression. However, he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly pulled Sang Sang back. Simultaneously, the sage descended gracefully to their side. Upon seeing this, Ning Ke promptly bowed in greeting. The sage nodded slightly, his expression grave as he regarded Wang Chen. Seemingly deep in thought. "The daughter of the Underworld King? Enemies of the world? What a farce. Your Hao Yan has already become my prisoner. Do I truly concern myself with you insignificant insects?" Wang Chen's words, cold and piercing, resonated like thunder across the vast sky, echoing with an ear-splitting intensity. Suddenly, he erupted with resplendent 12-colored divine light, each hue blazing like a burning flame, intertwining in a dazzling display that rendered him akin to a deity descending upon the earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that commanded reverence. In that moment, Wang Chen resembled a demonic god wielding dominion over life and death, emanating a horrific aura that felt almost tangible, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. He slowly extended his right hand, his movements seemingly languid yet imbued with boundless power and authority. With a gentle wave of his palm, an earth-shattering force surged forth. In an instant, a colossal 12-colored handprint, spanning 1,000 zhong, manifested in the sky, immense enough to overshadow the sun and moon. It bore an unparalleled divine might, crashing down with the force of a tidal wave. As it descended, the very fabric of space was distorted and contorted by this overwhelming power, hinting at imminent collapse. Faced with such apocalyptic fury, the soldiers of Shieling were engulfed in terror, their screams and cries echoing incessantly. They unleashed their most potent spells, a torrent of vibrant divine light surging forth in a desperate attempt to thwart the impending doom. Yet, these seemingly formidable assaults were rendered utterly insignificant before the 12-colored handprint, failing to leave so much as a scratch. "Don't!" Someone cried out in despair, their voice laced with fear and helplessness. "Cursed be it! For I am the master of Shieling." The master of Shieling glared fiercely, his voice a thunderous roar. Yet, no matter how he struggled and resisted, he could not alter the tragic fate that loomed ahead. "The King of Hell? He is the King of Hell?" A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, swiftly followed by a surge of chaos. "The King of Hell has manifested." Panic swiftly spread, plunging the entire Shieling army into utter disarray. At that moment, a colossal explosion resounded, akin to the thunderous wrath of the heavens, causing a sharp pain to pierce the eardrums. That immense handprint finally struck the ground with tremendous force, making the very earth tremble violently, while countless clouds of dust billowed upward, obscuring the sun. When the dust settled, the astonished onlookers beheld a vast chasm, 100 miles in circumference, where the Shieling army had once stood, unfathomably deep. From the depths of this pit, water surged forth in a continuous flow, forming numerous pools. Amidst the ruins, a solitary woman was enveloped in a radiant aura of 12 colors, suspended in the air, and scathed. As for the other members of Shieling, they had long since been reduced to ashes, vanished without a trace. Good heavens, fellow countrymen, you are truly ruthless, Ning Ke exclaimed upon witnessing Wang Chen's single strike obliterating the Shieling forces. A look of astonishment appeared on Sang Sang's previously indifferent face as she covered her mouth. The cloaked scholar observed the scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. There was indeed someone even more merciless than he. Young compatriot, if you cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. Upon hearing Ning Ke's words, Wang Chen reined in his imposing aura, materializing beside him with a displeased retort. Ah, my apologies. I misspoke, Ning Ke said sheepishly as he regarded Wang Chen. What is ruthless? This is nothing compared to true ruthlessness. In your world, it is indeed a realm where man devours man. A genuine brutality, I must say. Wait, I intend to merge realms. You shall accompany me. While speaking, Wang Chen's consciousness extended throughout the world, discovering that it was devoid of monsters or demons, yet the human heart was more malevolent than any fiend. Apart from the Great Tang, all was a society of slavery, where cultivators reigned supreme. The noble families and practitioners of the Qianquan realm were not nearly so ruthless. Sir, what do you mean by merging realms? The cloaked scholar inquired with a somewhat grim expression. It means to integrate your lower world into the main world of Qianquan. Indeed, you shall witness the entirety of the world. A smile graced Wang Chen's face as he gently waved his hand, and the ethereal image of the Hongmeng mirror shot forth like a beam of light from his brow, projecting steadily into the void. In an instant, a resplendent violet curtain of light materialized, unfolding like a mysterious scroll. Within this luminous veil, the vast expanse of the Qianquan realm was vividly revealed. In this vast and boundless expanse, at the center lies an immeasurable realm, resplendent with a radiant 12-colored divine light, dazzling and seemingly the very heart of the universe. Within this boundless domain stands a towering ethereal figure of the celestial tree, majestic and imposing, exuding an endless aura of sanctity. Its trunk is immensely robust, with branches and leaves flourishing like clouds, each leaf shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. Astonishingly, at the summit of the celestial tree sits a godlike figure, towering 1,000 zhang high. This divine being emanates an aura of immeasurable power, exuding an air of solemnity that inspires awe and trepidation. Surrounding this boundless realm are over 300 small worlds of varying sizes, encircling the central domain like stars orbiting a moon. From these smaller worlds, an array of demons and monstrous creatures occasionally emerges, each with unique and varied forms, some fearsome and grotesque, others enigmatic and mysterious. Above the vast domain, a particularly striking realm radiates a crimson glow, yet its brilliance obscures the mysteries concealed beneath its surface. Additionally, there exists a chilling and terrifying world that, even from a distance, instills a sense of dread, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, the onlookers were astounded to witness the celestial tree within the 12-colored realm suddenly begin to thrash its countless roots. Upon closer inspection, 36 roots, exuding an aura of eternal immeasurability, were found tightly gripping 36 small worlds, rapidly propelling them towards the vast realm. As the scene drew nearer, the crowd was further shocked to discover that among those small worlds being pulled were their very own. Moreover, through the luminous screen, they could clearly see their own figures alongside others. What was even more terrifying was that even the supreme deity of the Haotian, residing at the core of their world, was firmly ensnared by those powerful roots, rendered immobile. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and Yi Hongyu, having arrived unnoticed, stood frozen at the sight. Chapter 169. Revival. Is that celestial being truly you, brother? Ning Ke, overwhelmed with astonishment, pointed at the giant exuding immeasurable power atop the world tree. Black-clad master, Sang Sang, and Yi Hongyu turned their gaze toward Wang Chen, their eyes filled with an intense thirst for knowledge. Indeed, that is my true self. I am merely a fragment of his thought incarnate. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, a broad smile illuminating his face, reveling in the astonishment of those around him. Brother, what realm do you inhabit to possess such prowess? Ning Ke jestingly grasped Wang Chen's arm, unceremoniously embracing him. Release me. Have you read any primordial novels? I am but at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, albeit slightly stronger than the average celestial immortal. Wang Chen displayed a look of disdain, softly uttering, "Oh my! Brother, please take me along." Ning Ke, upon hearing this, could not contain his expletive, for this was the celestial path of the primordial world, incomparable to the doctrines of their realm. He gazed imploringly. The cloaked master, witnessing Ning Ke's pitiable demeanor, revealed a face marked by disappointment. Such a disciple was not worth keeping, as he was utterly embarrassing. Sang Sang and Yi Hongyu also wore expressions of disdain, deeming it utterly shameless. Yet they too harbored desires to join. Not a problem. Follow me. This world is on the brink of fusion, a true creation. With a wave of his hand, a purple cloud appeared beneath them, elevating them to the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed a spatial divine technique, causing individuals to cascade from the void onto the purple cloud. What is happening? The master is here too. That changes everything. First came the master's 12 students, followed closely by Mo Shanshan and Sword Saint Lu Bai. Initially flustered, they quickly settled into silence upon seeing their master. You are the talents of this world. I shall bestow upon you supreme creation. An aura of ultimate authority emanated from Wang Chen, intimidating all present. No sooner had he finished speaking than he waved his hand, summoning a myriad of colorful runes that danced in the air, merging into the consciousness of the onlookers. These runes comprised unparalleled legacies: the Hunyuan Dao Sutra, Yin-Yang Dao Sutra, 5 Elements Dao Sutra, Sword Sutra, among others. Instantly, they entered a state of enlightenment, and Wang Chen, satisfied, waved his hand again. A root of the world tree descended from above, showering them with verdant creation energy, igniting a spectrum of divine light upon them as they absorbed this power. Their auras steadily strengthening. It is time to cleanse this world. I will not tolerate refuse. A cold smile graced Wang Chen's face as he slowly raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force. 12 colored divine light illuminated the night sky, streaking across with the essence of annihilation, racing toward every corner of the night realm. The mysterious entities scattering the 12 colored divine light in the air now felt an unprecedented fear. The major factions, such as the Zhiguan Temple, Shieling Divine Palace, Suspended Temple, and White Pagoda Temple, stood defenseless against this terrifying force, being consumed by the 12 colored divine light, utterly erased from existence. Even Chun, deep in the South Sea, was mercilessly obliterated amidst his overwhelming terror. In that fleeting moment, the once dominant transcendent forces of the night world were decimated, reduced to mere remnants, as if they had been swept away like refuse. Boom, boom. With thunderous roars echoing through the cosmos, the entire realm of Qianquan trembled in response. One by one, disparate worlds began to intertwine, continuously flooding into the Qianquan realm. From the seas of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, new continental plates emerged as if the earth were reshaping its very form. First, the night world was assimilated, followed closely by the realms of the green serpent and the ancient sword. Each world's integration introduced unique elements and powers, rendering the Qianquan realm increasingly vibrant and diverse. At this moment, the world tree radiated an unparalleled brilliance, its light as dazzling as the sun itself. Beams infused with the essence of creation cascaded upon the earth, nurturing all living beings. The entire world seemed to be reborn, embarking on a continuous metamorphosis and growth. The boundaries of existence expanded outward, as ethereal purple mists rose in the skies, heralding auspicious omens. Melodious celestial sounds reverberated through the heavens and earth, while heavenly blossoms descended like raindrops, bestowing spiritual rain upon the world. Mountains soared skyward under the influence of this miraculous force, reaching into the clouds, while rivers, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly widened their courses and rushed forth with vigor. The myriad laws of the Qianquan realm revealed themselves before the collective gaze of sentient beings. Countless human souls bathed in this supreme creation, undergoing profound transformations in their very essence. They felt an augmentation of strength and an elevation of spirit, as if entering an entirely new realm. At this moment, Wang Chen sat quietly in meditative posture upon the vast canopy of the world tree, which seemed to support the heavens and earth. His form was enveloped by an intricate tapestry of endless lines of law, as though he were ensconced within a cocoon woven from the very fabric of cosmic principles. Meanwhile, from the center of his previously sealed brow, a mysterious 12-colored lotus of Tao began to unfurl, radiating resplendent, boundless divine light, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the myriad realms, too brilliant to behold directly. Simultaneously, deep within the boundless sea of Wang Chen's consciousness, a noble and elegant purple divine lotus quietly blossomed. As its petals unfurled, a multitude of enigmatic essences surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a celestial grade, exquisitely crafted spiritual treasure lotus platform. This lotus platform exuded an ancient and formidable aura, seemingly harboring the primordial forces of the universe. Upon this magnificent lotus platform sat Wang Chen, his towering primordial spirit reaching an astounding height of 1,800 zhang. He embodied a solemn and majestic presence, radiating the eternal brilliance of supreme power, akin to an ancient deity descending into the mortal realm. With each breath, countless wondrous Tao rhythms from various small worlds integrated into his primordial spirit, causing the 12-colored lotus of Tao to undergo astonishing transformations at an exhilarating pace, nourished by this vast ocean of energy. Furthermore, the indestructible light of the primordial chaos, as if summoned by some mysterious force, began to merge with Wang Chen's true spirit. Each fusion brings forth an intense tremor of the soul and an indescribable sensation of euphoria, continuously elevating Wang Chen's prowess, bringing him ever closer to the legendary realm of true immortality. Throughout this transformative process, the Hongmeng Bell, Hongmeng Sword diagram, and Hongmeng Cauldron behave like ravenous beasts, greedily consuming the various magical artifacts within Wang Chen, as well as the profoundly potent innate creation energy. Gradually, a layer of indomitable innate brilliance began to manifest upon the surface of these artifacts, as if they were undergoing a rebirth. Transitioning from mere postnatal treasures to innate spiritual treasures, their power multiplying exponentially. Simultaneously, Wang Chen's physical form experienced a tremendous enhancement amidst the majestic transformations of the Qiankuan realm. His body radiated an unparalleled vitality of innate energy. Every inch of his skin, every bone teeming with an extraordinary life force. Ultimately, after a series of miraculous changes, he successfully transformed into an innate Tao body, with a staggering 12,960 apertures simultaneously emanating boundless divine light, resplendent and dazzling. The purple immeasurable magical power surged mightily, releasing a spectrum of 12 colors, casting a transformative glow across the entire cosmos. The boundary of the Qiankuan realm shimmered with an eternal, indelible brilliance of 12 colors, the essence of the world being restored, while the world tree completely devoured the primal will of the Qiankuan realm. The laws of the world pulsated upon the boundary, the surrounding void trembling incessantly. The Qiankuan realm was awakening, evolving, and ascending to a higher dimension. In the Marvel universe, on Earth, in the Big Apple, within a Chinese-style villa, the true self muttered in frustration, "Am I but a mere dog? While I am diligently cultivating, this incarnation is being relentlessly commanded. Just as I have melded the night world, I am summoned back to the Marvel universe to stir up trouble, seeking infinity stones while the Qiankuan realm remains unpurged." Truly insatiable. Emerging from the violet light, Wang Chen's avatar continued to grumble, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Chen's actions, yet being merely an incarnation, he could not resist. Why seek it out myself when I can wait for the purple yam essence to deliver it? I shall indulge for a moment. With a grin, Wang Chen's avatar suddenly had an inspiration, transforming into a beam of purple light and vanishing from the villa. Chapter 170. The Time Management Bureau. Wang Chen's figure abruptly appeared in the boundless expanse of the nine heavens, his unmatched divine consciousness surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Earth in an instant. At that moment, the intricate timelines of the Marvel Universe, along with its myriad complex plots and character relationships, unfolded in his mind like an exceptionally vivid tapestry. However, upon fully comprehending this intricate web, an exceedingly peculiar expression emerged on his previously serene visage, followed by an uncontrollable outburst of a crude expletive from his lips. Incredibly, the venerable Ancient One has yet to relinquish her thoughts of retirement, and to my astonishment, that fellow strange has also embarked on his journey to the Sanctum Sanctorum. At this very moment, ensconced within the lofty peaks of the Himalayas, the enigmatic Ancient One appears to have sensed the formidable mental presence of Wang Chen. She leisurely raises a steaming cup of fragrant tea to her lips, savoring a sip, her face betraying a faint smile, as if contemplating silently. "Humph, no one shall thwart my retirement. Let us see how you perform, strange." Wang Chen, too, perceives the profound smile gracing the Ancient One's visage, and he cannot help but furrow his brow, a twitch of his lips revealing his inner turmoil. Alas! How deeply does she yearn for retirement? She seems resolute in her pursuit. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washes over him, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaims, "This is bad. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Dormammu may soon descend upon us." With this realization, the desire to seek leisure dissipates in an instant. A flash of purple light envelopes him, and he vanishes like a specter, only to reappear in the confines of his luxurious villa. With a gloomy countenance, Wang Chen slumps onto the plush sofa, muttering to himself about his woeful misfortune. What an inopportune moment for my return. It must be 2016 now. There seems to be a lengthy 2-year wait until the emergence of the purple potato essence, Thanos, a truly arduous span of time. Fortunately, the Marvel Universe has not encountered significant disasters in recent years. It appears my efforts to alter the narrative have borne fruit. As Wang Chen continues to ponder, a faint orange portal materializes in the living room, through which a procession of over 20 soldiers clad in black and red futuristic armor emerges. The leader, a commanding African-American soldier, addresses him with righteous fervor. "Wang Chen, the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau is here to apprehend you for committing unforgivable crimes. Surrender at once." A wry smile dances upon Wang Chen's lips as he gazes at the soldiers, amused by their arrival. He had been wondering when the Time Management Bureau would seek him out. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the Infinity Stones from them. But now he realizes that to comprehend the path of the Goddess of Vengeance, he requires the Infinity Stones from this timeline, which also serve as anchors to facilitate his connection with the World Tree. "You foolish beings, dare you provoke me with your inconsequential presence?" Wang Chen uttered coldly, his voice chilling the very air around him. He casually waved his arm, and a dazzling array of 12-colored divine light suddenly manifested, cascading upon the Time Guardians like a torrential flood. In their expressions of sheer terror, they were rendered incapable of any reaction, mercilessly extinguished by that unparalleled divine radiance. Not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. They dissipated into nothingness, vanishing like smoke into the void. Immediately thereafter, Wang Chen's figure flickered and transformed into a brilliant purple light, piercing through the fabric of space with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he transcended numerous barriers, arriving beyond this world. At that moment, the depths of his sea-like eyes sparkled with a mysterious and regal purple divine light, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the world line before him, missing no detail. Simultaneously, a magnificent 12-colored divine light radiated from his entire being, illuminating the chaotic void. In that instant, the entire timeline appeared to be imbued with an extraordinary power, enveloped entirely by the resplendent, multicolored divine light. An endless aura of primordial pathways surged from all directions, converging within the river of time. A towering, majestic divine wheel, soaring to great heights, slowly emerged at the end of the timeline, beginning to spin incessantly. With each rotation, it emanated a terrifying aura capable of terminating all existence, sending chills down the spine. An observer? Or perhaps eternity? Wang Chen's brow furrowed, keenly detecting a peculiar presence. Yet, before he could delve further, that essence vanished as fleetingly as a momentary blossom, leaving no trace behind. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth as he murmured to himself, "If only I were truly present here, I would swiftly eradicate these lurking scoundrels, allowing no room for their audacity." No sooner had his words fallen than Wang Chen's figure shimmered once more, instantly transforming into a radiant purple beam, charging towards the depths of the boundless void at unimaginable speed. In a heartbeat, that purple light completely vanished from the vast emptiness, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, an ear-splitting laughter erupted from the profound and mysterious void. "Ha! Eternity. Who would have thought your authority would be so effortlessly seized by him? It seems the world's paradigm is destined for a cataclysmic shift after today." Following this, another voice, imbued with authority yet tinged with disdain, resonated. "I merely find it unworthy of my attention. Do not speak so boldly here, lest you provoke my ire." Then, a dispassionate voice, indistinguishable in gender, yet radiating an air of utter indifference, slowly echoed. "Death, you spend your days in the company of lifeless corpses. Do you not grow weary of it? You would do better to depart from this place, lest you seek your own folly." Upon hearing these words, the voice of death suddenly sharpened. "Spare me your grandiloquence. If you possess true skill, why not obliterate this divine wheel directly? Merely wielding words counts for naught." However, the response to him was met with a profound silence, as the void fell into an eerie stillness, devoid of any sound. After a considerable pause, the voice of death, tinged with sarcasm and resignation, once again echoed from the emptiness. Alas, how utterly unplayable! Why has the silence descended so swiftly? How dreadfully tedious, indeed! As his words gradually faded, the once tumultuous void returned to its previous state of heart-stopping silence.